Chapter 1, Traveled Through Time, Let's Die Shallowly. Recently on weekends, I've been carrying cement at a construction site, earning 150 yuan a day. This is after I seriously compared the wages of bricklaying at the construction site and crushing ice blocks at the bubble tea shop, then resolutely dedicated myself to the construction cause. It doesn't matter whether I earn money or not, mainly because I like civil engineering, said Weekend with his mouth full of food, speaking indistinctly. Labor is so glorious, isn't it? You're full of crap. ZHOU, a coworker, sprayed food out of his mouth. You studied finance, what do you love about civil engineering? Now that we just entered summer, the cooling sheds on this construction site are under the control of the foreman, and they're already full. Weekend and ZHOU had to sit outside on the ground in a cool place and start eating their food, leaving their orange-yellow safety helmets aside. The land was so hot it could fry eggs. Weekend quickly grabbed the helmet that fell in the sun. Now, even the wind blowing by feels unbearably hot, the salt crystals have long formed on his work shirt, and sweat dripped down from his cheeks into the takeout box. Weekend held the meal with nonchalance and said, Heaven is about to impose a great task on someone, first must make his heart endure hardships. A golden cup truck drove past, raising dust that flew towards them and made Weekend cough continuously, covering his rice with a layer of sand. ZHOU reacted quickly, protecting his own food but not Weekend's. He looked at Weekend's bowl, this shouldn't be eaten anymore, if you go for more, you'll have to pay. How big of a deal is it? Weekend stirred his rice, flipping the clean part underneath back up, saying, dirty or not, eating won't get you sick. ZHOU. Truly driven mad by poverty. Hurry up, ZHOU. There's a truckload of cement here. Hey. Coming. Weekend rushed forward with a mouthful of white teeth, an excited smile blooming on his dusty face, as if the bags didn't contain cement but 100 pounds of RMB. Weekend has always worked enthusiastically, and he has great strength too. He can carry 2 bags of cement upstairs without breathing heavily, truly making him the most productive worker on their construction site. ZHOU could initially keep up with Weekend's pace, but later completely lagged behind. This kid moves around the construction site like there's an electric motor installed at the heels of his feet. Weekend. ZHOU called him out while panting, I can't do it, you move the cement yourself, I'll push the brick cart. Weekend stopped and turned back to look at him, sighing helplessly, oh well, alright, if you're tired, take a break, give me this. Afterwards, Weekend took the cement bag from his hands, placed it on his shoulder, and climbed upstairs with light steps. ZHOU. My big brother ZHOU is truly a man with a will of steel. Weekend took off the cement bags, massaged his sore shoulders, and felt somewhat unable to endure it. He wanted to follow up and help push some brick carts, but soon saw the pile of bricks on top of ZHOU's head tilting slowly. Move out of the way. By the time Weekend shouted this sentence, it was too late. ZHOU couldn't react to what happened. Behind him was a tall brick wall, giving no time to dodge. Just as Weekend swiftly dashed forward, grabbing him and pressing him to the ground, all the falling bricks crashed onto Weekend's head and back. Facts show that Weekend may have a will of steel, but he doesn't have a steel skull. He felt as though his brain would burst open. Weekend. ZHOU screamed loudly out of fright and immediately supported Weekend, who knelt down on the ground. What's going on? Are you okay? Look at me. Such a loud commotion attracted all nearby workers. They gathered around Weekend and buzzed in voices, what happened? The mountain of bricks collapsed. Hurry. Lay him down, young fellow, are you still conscious? His eyes are closed. Call an ambulance. Take off his safety helmet first. Weekend momentarily felt dazed and didn't even know where or when he was. He lay on the ground, seeing darkness before his eyes for quite a while until hearing ZHOU sobbing near his ear. He clicked his tongue impatiently but his voice was extraordinarily low. ZHOU moved closer to hear him say, ZHOU, why are you crying? Don't you need to attend class? ZHOU cried even harder, brother, our summer vacation started, what if you got hit and became foolish, wailing. Someone call an ambulance. Although Weekend was confused now, he was still sharp enough to catch the word ambulance, mumbling, forget it, I don't have money for hospitalization. Before ZHOU could finish speaking, his eyes slowly closed and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open them again. A warm liquid gushed out of his nose. He actually wanted to ask himself why he suddenly got hit like this while in class, but he had no strength. It was as if his whole body had been dragged into the darkness. The elder brother on the construction site seemed to be shouting something about nosebleed, ambulance, hospital, but ZHOU didn't have the energy to get up and stop them. Shit. Am I going to die from being hit by a brick? His consciousness floated up and down in the ocean of darkness, making him feel headache and nausea. ZHOU did not know how long he had been drifting. A streak of white light pierced through the darkness, and ZHOU involuntarily walked towards the white light. The light became bigger and bigger, finally turning into a white ceiling. Then the hearing recovered, the sound of the equipment instrument was transmitted, which sounded rather sharp in the spacious and silent room. ZHOU only noticed that he was in a ward at this moment. It was not the crowded small multiple-bed ward in a hospital, the bed he lay on looked quite wide, and the quilt felt soft and fluffy. The room was clean and bright, with a few sunflowers blooming brightly on the windowsill. Before ZHOU could react, there came some rustling sounds. ZHOU turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a suit. "You've woken up." Manager Lin got up and pressed the calling bell on the bedside. "How do you feel now?" ZHOU opened his mouth and looked at the man, his voice dry and weak. Manager Lin even didn't hear what ZHOU said clearly, so he leaned closer and listened closely. "I am, a work-related injury." ZHOU's voice was broken, but his tone was unusually firm, as if he would climb to the construction site and splash blood all over it if they didn't reimburse his medical expenses, letting men, women, and children passing by all recognize the ugly face of the capitalists. "Manager Lin, give me my medical expense reimbursement." Manager Lin was filled with question marks. What? Medical expenses? What about medical expenses? ZHOU persisted, barely whispering. "Reimbursement, medical insurance card, at home." "Master ZHOU, are you asking Pei Ji and Master Fu to compensate for your medical expenses?" The steward guessed from ZHOU's scattered words. "What is Pei Ji?" ZHOU's brain buzzed at once, this name was so familiar. Clang. System installation progress 100%, drama package installation complete, 12-hour monitoring installation complete, forum installation complete, system loading. ZHOU shivered when a series of cold, mechanical voices suddenly rang in his mind, blurting out, "Who's talking?" Manager Lin, who was communicating with the doctor, paused and replied, "Young master, do you need anything?" "It's the system, congratulations to the host, you've traveled through time." "Huh? Are you joking?" "Host, you can silently speak what you want to say to me in your heart. Otherwise, your behavior just now could be defined as insane in human eyes." When Manager Lin saw ZHOU standing still again, his forehead was wrapped with a circle of bandages, his chin was lean, his figure was very thin, thin like an iron plate. Such a fragile body, alone huddled under the blanket, looked pitiful. "Please arrange another brain CT scan for me," Manager Lin said to the doctor beside him, pointing to his head, just in case he'd gone dumb. ZHOU tightly closed his lips and sat there blankly, daydreaming. What exactly happened? "Congratulations on coming to the world of, You Are My Secret. Considering that you have already died in the original world, we invite you to participate in our work modification plan, changing the tragic ending of the original book's cannon fodder character named Weekend, achieving the transformation from a low-quality cannon fodder to a high-quality supporting role. Isn't this the pure love novel ZHOU dragged me to read last night?" At the time, because the name Weekend repeated with a supporting character's name in the original work, ZHOU made me recite it all by heart. Actually, there was nothing really worth reciting. The Weekend in the book simply took the word cannon fodder to the extreme. On the surface, he was a well-bred young master, but in reality, he was an illegitimate son. In order to preserve the family reputation, they had no choice but to admit reluctantly that Weekend was the child of the official wife. In fact, over these years, this family has never been able to treat him as one of their own. Although the ZHOU family had ensured that the original main character didn't worry about food or clothing for all these years, they couldn't possibly maintain a peaceful relationship with an illegitimate son who disrupted their household. So, they simply chose to ignore him, and the ZHOU parents had long ago left to develop businesses abroad, leaving only elder brother of the ZHOU family in the country to handle domestic affairs. If the original main character had truly been content to be nothing more than a freeloader his whole life, it would have been fine. But instead, he fell in love with the youngest son of the Fu family. The Fu and ZHOU families were longtime acquaintances, and the madams from both sides were good friends since childhood. The Fu family's youngest son, Fu Youwu, was very different from Weekend. He was a genuine young master, having led a smooth life full of familial harmony, kindness from his brothers, and being raised in luxury since he was a child. The original main character was like someone bewitched at first sight of Fu Youwu, desperate, shamelessly clinging on, trying everything possible, even meddling in the romance between Fu Youwu and Pei Ji. This caused them many detours in their relationship, ultimately ending with Fu Youwu's elder brother, Fu Yanzi, teaching him a harsh lesson that plunged him into poverty for the rest of his life. And now, due to loitering outside the school gates and provoking the protagonist Pei Ji, he was beaten up so badly that he ended up in the hospital. Weekend, what if I refuse? You've already been cremated in your original world, by the way. Weekend, you win. In order to ensure this story is well loved by readers, your interactions with the protagonist will be manifested as a novel in another dimension. The reader's comments will affect your next task plan. Would you like to take a look at the current reader comment section? Still struggling to process the fact that he'd crossed over, Weekend mechanically nodded, let me see. The cell phone on the bedside table dinged, and Weekend found it to be a webpage link. As soon as he opened it, the overwhelming enthusiasm of the readers nearly made him drop his phone. Reader 1, Sunday finally got a beating. Hallelujah. Reader 2, seeing so many people happy makes me feel reassured. Reader 3, daily question, is Sunday dead yet? If he's dead, could my 3-coin subscription allow me to join the feast? Reader 4, how can everyone talk like this? He's only 21, don't let him off easy. Reader 151, just log off already. Even seeing him now gives me physical disgust. Weekend clutched the phone, his face frozen. Are you saying that my next moves are related to the reader's comments? Yes. Weekend, so based on how things are going now, should I try to lay low? Chapter 2, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit, but I can. Do you feel like eating now? The butler asked with his head bowed, earnestly advising him. The doctor said you have a slight concussion, dizziness and nausea are normal symptoms. You can start by eating some light food, otherwise if you keep skipping meals, you won't be able to hold out. ZHOU lay in bed, wearing the oversized hospital gown which made him look like a scarecrow stuffed into a sack. His eyes were slightly red, and he remained silent as he stared at the butler. Manager Lin's heart ached upon seeing his demeanor, trying to console him. You shouldn't feel too disheartened. Mr. and Mrs. ZHOU are far away overseas, unaware of the situation. The master has just finished a meeting and is on his way to the hospital. Soon someone will come to accompany you. ZHOU clearly understood his status in their hearts. He simply nodded and murmured softly, I'm not upset. Or shall I go buy you something light and bring it over? I don't have much appetite because of the concussion, but bring me 20 skewers of beef, don't overcook them, I won't be able to chew if they're too hard. ZHOU added, also, 10 skewers of grilled kidneys, and a bowl of fried rice noodles. Remember not to let them add chili. Lin Butler, ah. It would be even better if you could get me an icy cold beer. After saying this, ZHOU looked at the butler with glossy black eyes and asked gently, is that okay, Uncle Lin? Of course it's fine. The butler always met his demands without hesitation and worked efficiently. In less than half an hour, the fragrant barbecue skewers arrived at the ward. ZHOU set up a small table in front of himself. He got up resolutely, wiped his hands with a wet tissue, then eagerly took up a beef skewer covered in tin foil. It was still sizzling and oil dripped continuously as he ate half a skewer with obvious delight, handing one to Uncle Butler at the same time. He seemed to have an appetite far from being sickly. Yet, despite sitting on the bed, not a single drop of oil fell onto the bedsheet, eating heartily without creating a mess. Watching him feast, Uncle Lin felt a bit hungry himself. There were 2 soft knocks on the door, and ZHOU, thinking it was the nurse coming to change the medicine, said hurriedly through a mouthful of food, come in. The person who entered was a very tall young man dressed elegantly. He had a handsome face, gentle eyebrows, and a pair of nearsighted glasses perched on his nose, reflecting cleanly. Walking in, he wrinkled his nose and asked, are you already awake and eating such greasy food? ZHOU gave a startled, ah. What trouble did you cause again? Zhou Yuning sat next to ZHOU, looking down at the grease stains on the small desk board and frowned deeply. His previous warmth diminished, and he appeared somewhat impatient. I've told you repeatedly not to get involved in so much trouble. Do you think I have nothing better to do? I'm sorry. You're only sorry now. If you truly know you should be sorry, stop causing so much trouble. What exactly happened? Joking aside, if he confessed the truth, wouldn't he just take the blame for the original host? Later, if Zhou Yuning beat him up, wouldn't that be counterproductive? Holding the beer can in his hand, ZHOU said desolately, don't ask too many questions about those things on the streets. It was clear he saw Zhou Yuning's temples pulse with veins. Swallowing dryly, ZHOU shifted backward slightly. Despite Zhou Yuning having a relatively amiable appearance, he was large in stature. One punch from this nearly 6-foot-tall man would probably knock him out. Don't think I don't know what happened. That guy from the Fu family, you've been close to him for quite a while now. ZHOU buried his head so low that it almost touched the ground. You know everything. And how else? Because of you, I couldn't look straight in Fu Yanzi's eyes. You may be from the ZHOU family, but how could you behave like that? Zhou Yuning snapped. Now, Fu Yanzi knows about this incident. With his personality, the fact that he hasn't torn you apart already is probably due to my face. That, thank you, big brother. You'd better stop giving me any more trouble, or that'll be thanking me. Zhou Yuning got up to leave. This will be my final warning. If you cause more problems, I won't be able to protect you anymore. I won't anymore. ZHOU wanted to stand up. Truly, I swear, I've reformed. The last time you sent a truckload of roses to Fu Youwu and got scolded, you said the same thing to me. What happened then? Zhou Yuning showed signs of disgust. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. A dog can't change, but I can. ZHOU hastily held up 3 fingers to swear, from now on, I promise to behave properly and not cause any more trouble for you, big brother. I swear. Zhou Yuning ignored him, getting up to say, soon, Uncle Lin will arrange your discharge. You'd better keep your word. After saying this, he glanced at the skewers and fried rice noodles in front of ZHOU on the small table, snatching them away. You're hospitalized and you're eating such greasy food. Men who can't control their mouths also can't control themselves down there. ZHOU. What kind of twisted logic is that? Recently, the company has been busy. Don't cause me any extra trouble. Zhou Yuning stretched out his hand to point at him from a distance as a warning. Alright, big brother, you can rest assured. ZHOU saw Zhou Yuning out of the ward, solicitously calling out, big brother, walk slowly. ZHOU stayed in the hospital for just one night. When he saw the long list of bills issued by the doctor, he insisted on leaving the hospital and going home no matter what. The butler had no choice but to agree with the young master's wish. Thus, the next day, on a sunny afternoon, ZHOU got out of the car with an iron-gray face. Seeing the big villa of the ZHOU family, he suppressed the nausea caused by motion sickness. What a family! There's even a fountain outside the villa. It looks perfect for raising fish. I'll buy 2 carp tomorrow to raise here. Is it true that only I am living here? ZHOU looked around the house, his eyes shining brightly. Even if it's just for a while, it's worth it. Host, acting too naive will make people suspicious. ZHOU took a roll on his big soft bed at the door, then went to check out the wardrobe room, curiously heading towards the bathroom to explore toiletries, but stopped abruptly when he saw the toothbrushes on the washstand. System, is the original host still alive? Why do you ask this all of a sudden? It's just that I suddenly have this feeling of occupying someone else's nest. I've read novels before, and he is merely not likable but far from being unforgivably wicked. We are very humane. The original host isn't dead. He has simply gone to another world. I hope he finds someone who likes him there. ZHOU sighed, picking up the toothbrushes and other private items on the dressing table. Thank you, previous owner. I hope you can be happy in another world. Neither the maids nor the butler of the ZHOU family lived in the villa but rather in the staff dormitory behind the garden. ZHOU roamed freely through the ZHOU residence during the daytime, looking everywhere, feeling extremely novel. Host, you are just like a dog marking territory while peeing. ZHOU slipped, nearly dropping the bottle of Romani Conti. What a smooth talker you are. Don't act so ignorant, or you'll expose yourself. TCH. ZHOU obediently returned the red wine bottle to its original position, stepped out of the wine cellar. The wine I held just now costs more than 60,000 yuan, almost shattered in my hands. In the future, stay away from these dangerous areas. You wouldn't be able to cover the loss even if you sell me. They won't let you pay for it. You don't understand system, we're not a family, and I cannot owe them anything. ZHOU sighed again, curling himself up on the sofa. For me, being able to eat full meals here is already great kindness. I dare not waste their things. By the way, send me the novel and review section. The system responded with a sound. The pages were instantly sent to ZHOU's mobile phone. After flipping through the recently updated chapters, he discovered that not everything related to him was presented in the novel. After all, the protagonists were Fu Youwu and Pei Ji, so when he didn't appear before the protagonist's eyes these days, he didn't have much of a role. At most, he made a brief appearance in their dialogue. Things were progressing well. Fewer comments about him appeared in the comment section. ZHOU believed that letting the readers forget him quickly and allowing him to live his life peacefully would be best. But ZHOU flipped back a few pages and frowned at the 3 characters Fu Yanzi. Fu Yanzi, 7 years older than Fu Youwu and the same age as Zhou Yuning, a good buddy, was written boldface with gold-edged strokes in the original book, a king of overachieving who makes everyone cringe. In kindergarten, he could cry all his friends until they wailed. At school, he competed fiercely with others for grades, and at work, he competed for performance. In 28 years of his life, he had never failed. He alone could write an entire theory of evolution. While other kids were falling in love early in high school, he was studying integral calculus. When others spent nights in internet cafes, he was learning stock trading. From childhood to adulthood, he was always the dreaded other people's child, making people shiver in fear. Even though the ZHOU family education never promoted belittling style teaching, every time the 2 mothers met for dinner parties, ZHOU mother couldn't help but sigh over Fu Yanzi's report card. Your child is truly excellent. Such a person scared even Pei Ji, a typical arrogant youth who doesn't respect anyone. His legs quaked when he saw Fu Yanzi. In the original book, she was even more of a villainous mother-in-law who tried to break up the couple. She kept insisting that the 2 were unsuitable for each other and suggested her younger brother break up. Fu Youwu could no longer endure the tyranny of his elder brother and rose in rebellion. And then he got punished. With absolutely no way to fight back. Actually, Fu Yanzi's tactics weren't particularly sophisticated, merely freezing Fu Youwu's credit card when he eloped with his lover. And that shattered the opposing front. ZHOU once suspected that the reason these 2 could end up together in the end might be because Fu Yanzi bribed the author. Otherwise, following his means, Pei Ji would have probably ended up being thrown into the sea to feed fish without anyone knowing. That's how terrifying it was. It was precisely such a person who had made the previous owner leave this city tail between legs. ZHOU looked at the newly updated chapter, knitting his eyebrows almost into a Chinese knot. You're already in your 3rd year, can't you handle such trivial matters? Fu Yanzi pushed the business plan next to him to his younger brother. The amusement park has just been built and hasn't opened yet. Did you do the market research properly? Do you really think investing in artificial intelligence will yield returns? How should we carry out preliminary promotion and follow-up promotions? What kind of traffic flow did you invite? If one is not enough, then invite several more. If it still doesn't work, rent out the venue to record a few episodes of variety shows. Won't that bring in traffic? Fu Youwu dared not raise his head as he was scolded. I wrote it in the business plan. It's not entirely devoid of any merit, but still too rough, Fu Yanzi said. Go learn from Dai Ran carefully. See how he does things and then come tell me what you learned. Okay, Fu Youwu responded dejectedly. Brother, am I really not good at handling business matters? Why say that all of a sudden? Because I can't do anything well. You wouldn't even hire an intern like me, right? Fu Youwu looked extremely sad, completely deflated. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this. If even you don't think you're suited for it, then who else are you expecting to take you seriously? Fu Yanzi said. You don't need to seek validation from me. Rather than waste time on that, you might as well improve the business plan properly. Understood. Fu Youwu took the file folder and was about to leave when Fu Yanzi called him back. I heard that you sent Mr. Zhou's youngest son to the hospital. Fu Youwu didn't want to expose Pei Ji, so he gritted his teeth and admitted, yeah, I hit him. My interference in your affairs is none of my business, but the ZHOU family and ours have been close friends for generations. It doesn't make sense to beat someone up so badly. But Fu Youwu was just about to argue when he heard Fu Yanzi continue. There are countless ways to subtly make someone remember a lesson. There's no need to resort to such obvious methods, as long as it doesn't get out of hand. You know what I mean. Don't go too far or Zhou Yuning won't be able to handle it. After all, Zhou Mo was also part of the ZHOU family, nominally the younger brother of Zhou Yuning. Fu Yanzi and Zhou Yuning grew up together and their relationship was very strong. It would be awkward to ruin it over matters of romance. At this point, Fu Yanzi didn't even bother to look up, instead focused intently on his own documents, casually asking Fu Youwu what they should eat for dinner. I understand, Fu Youwu answered. Zhou Mo smirked uneasily as he put down his phone, muttering to himself, couldn't deal with them, better stay far away. Chapter 3, the first step of the Weekend business empire. Even though Weekend's current bank account balance was enough for him to live comfortably for a lifetime, this money ultimately didn't belong to him, and spending it felt uneasy. Thus, on one day, when the butler came back home, he saw a large iron pot in the garden. It was a big, dark iron pot, with a diameter of 1 meter wide. Master, is there anything I can help you with? Weekend was kneading dough in the kitchen. Seeing Uncle Lin come in, he happily said, Uncle Lin, I'm about to fry some donuts. Would you taste them for me later? Frying donuts. The butler hesitated for a moment and replied, if you want to eat donuts, you can have the chef make them for you. After speaking, he stopped the cleaner who was polishing the coffee table in the living room, where's the chef? Why let young master do all the work himself? I sent him home to rest first. Weekend continued kneading the dough as he answered, I wanted to do this myself, don't blame him. But frying donuts is dangerous work. What if you get burned? How old do you think I am? I won't get burned. Weekend was concentrating on kneading the dough. Some of the white flour inevitably fell onto his dark green apron which even had the XXX beer logo printed on it. His hair stuck together in strands from sweat, and his cheeks were slightly flushed from the effort. But looking at him, he seemed happy, his lips unconsciously curling upward, making him appear very gentle. The butler was just marveling at how much the young master had become obedient recently, when he saw Weekend bending down and picking up a 30-pound bucket of cooking oil with one hand and pouring it into the pot, shocking him speechless. Master, what? What's wrong? Nothing. The next morning, Weekend's breakfast stall officially opened at the entrance of the park near the residential complex. The food included freshly fried donuts, fresh soy milk, steaming hot soup buns, porridge cooked until soft and glutinous, snow-white sugar triangles, etc. After receiving consistent praise for the taste from his family members, butlers, maids, and chefs, Weekend confidently pushed his tricycle bought from Pinduoduo and set up camp at the park gate, loaded with his results. The security guards of the community dared not stop him. This young master usually traveled with an 8-digit luxury car accompanied by a dedicated driver, now standing in the security booth watching Weekend's breakfast stand curiously. What would you like to try, brother? Seeing the guard, Weekend enthusiastically waved at him, freshly fried big donuts, they're very fragrant. No thanks. The guard quickly waved his hands. 3 yuan for 2, Weekend said, and the soy milk is freshly brewed this morning. The young guard swallowed his saliva and patted his trouser pocket, 3 yuan for 2. Give me some then. The first revenue of the breakfast stall this morning, 5 yuan. Weekend grinned as he stuffed the money into the small pocket in front of his apron, packed 2 golden crispy donuts for him, and poured a cup of soy milk. Come again if you like it. On the other side of the small park, a black Maybach parked by the roadside, Fu Yanji sitting in the back seat tapping on the car window. Isn't that Weekend? Zhou Yunming's younger brother. Fu Youwu had just been scolded by his older brother last night for barely passing the level 6 exam, and now dared not be negligent while holding a tablet computer memorizing words. He took a brief look in the middle of his busy schedule. Yes, it's him. What is he doing? Did your school assign social practice homework? Fu Yanji looked suspicious. Do finance students at your school engage in social practice by frying donuts at the entrance of the neighborhood? Nope. Fu Youwu put down the tablet and looked out the window. He probably isn't planning to poison people out of despair after being rejected by me. Half a day has passed and he hasn't sold even one portion. Who could he be poisoning? Fu Yanji raised his head. The car silently drove away. Weekend had no idea and sat bored on his plastic chair waiting for customers. However, Fu Yanji was right, Weekend's harvest today wasn't much. Very few breakfast sets were sold, leaving most unsold, and he had to push the remaining food back home on a small cart. Old Lin looked at his dejected face and knew that this young master must have met with some setbacks. Absolutely no one came to buy my breakfast. Weekend sat on the couch quite disheartened. I overlooked it. There seem to be very few people in this neighborhood who need to buy breakfast outside. In high-end villa areas, the residents are all important figures, with chefs and nutritionists arranging breakfasts for them, far superior to his roadside stall. Those nannies and chefs all have their meals provided by their employers, and rarely would anyone spend extra money to buy breakfast outside. As Lin, the butler, stood by listening, he asked Weekend what he planned to have for lunch. He mentioned that they had specially bought some black truffles today. Heating up the stuff I made this morning, let's eat that. It's a waste to throw it away, Weekend said lacklusterly while hugging a cushion. What about those cardboard boxes in the garage? Do you want me to help clean them up and throw them away? Don't. I picked them up to sell for money. Lin, the butler. All right then. Rich people always have their own peculiar hobbies, which as a butler, he had no right to interfere with. Thanks to Weekend, all the nannies, cooks, and drivers in the family enjoyed the porridge and buns he personally prepared at noon. Aunt Fong even complimented Weekend on his skills, causing him to scratch the back of his head, his ear tips reddening. After finishing the last small bun, Weekend patted his full belly and returned to his room. He took out his phone, opened the comments section, and began chatting with the system while browsing through the plot developments. They're just one step away from confessing. Weekend said, everyone in Fu Youwu's social circle knows his situation, how can Pei Ji still be unaware? Because he's too straightforward. Fu Youwu made such a big announcement about coming out to his family, making the entire high society aware, yet the Fu family remained calm as if nothing had happened. Except for Fu Yanji, who is devoted to the iron-blooded business of breaking up couples like in cheesy dramas, acting as the evil mother-in-law. You haven't appeared for several chapters, don't you think it's too passive? Huh? Am I supposed to go find trouble? Weekend flipped over, the readers have finally almost forgotten me, why would I bother going back to them? Then look at the comment section. Why? Weekend casually opened the comments section and scrolled down. Comment 155, speaking of which, has Weekend gone offline already? Is he offline? Offline. Comment 156, no way, the author spent so much ink on him, just for him to make a cameo appearance. Comment 157, but if he keeps appearing like this, I'm getting annoyed, underscore. Comment 158, so is this his ending? Just continue being a big young master. There are still so many unresolved clues. Surely the author won't leave us hanging, right? Comment 160, exactly, Mr. and Mrs. ZHOU, and Brother ZHOU, all seem like positive characters. Weekend is their real son and younger brother, yet somehow he doesn't fit into this family at all. Comment 161, damn, don't leave it as a cliffhanger. Can't sleep tonight. Comment 162, calm down. Based on the foreshadowing regarding Weekend's character, there's no way he'll easily go offline now. After all, someone so doomed to tragedy must exist to highlight the protagonist's greatness. Weekend. Can't I just be a peaceful, happy minor character? Why do you treat me like this? Ding. Congratulations, host has triggered a mission, the rise of cannon fodder, advance the protagonist line and improve the original owner's redemption value. Subtask 1, please proceed to protagonist 1's location, increase the complexity of the cannon fodder grade and deepen the character profile. Do you even understand what you're saying? Weekend was exasperated, as a science student, can I even comprehend any of this? Protagonist 1 is Fu Youwu, protagonist 2 is Pei Ji. Alright, so you want me to brush presents in front of him, letting him know I'm a complicated man. That's correct. And if I refuse? Electric shock punishment, dear. Weekend. Damn it. Weekend believed he didn't have grand ambitions. He just wanted to live a quiet life in the future and not get involved in the power games of elite figures like the main character group, as even a small spark could set him ablaze. But, refusing the task would mean he couldn't continue living this life. When the sun set, the sky turned fiery red. Wearing a black mask and a black baseball cap, Weekend sneaked into the underground parking lot of the Fu Group headquarters in a furtive manner. Host, you look like someone trying to steal car tires. You don't understand anything. Weekend cursed, I just assured Zhou Yunning that I wouldn't meddle anymore with Second Master Fu, and look where it got me, only a few days later, the truth comes out, and if he finds out, he'll skin me alive. Guided by his intuition and the system's hints, Weekend found Fu Yanji's car. He circled around the car, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, and tried to slide it into the gap of the car window. It wouldn't fit. Weekend tried for a good half, but the door and its frame were perfectly sealed, no way for even air to pass through, let alone paper. Worthy of its name, the Maybach was certainly different from his own open-top tricycle. Weekend was slightly troubled as he walked around the car again, squatted by the passenger seat, and used a key to try forcing the paper into the car. "Host, if you scratch the car, aren't you going to have to pay for it?" "I'll be careful," said Weekend while slowly trying to stuff the paper in, not paying attention to the voice above him. He had barely pushed the paper halfway in when he intended to pull it gently to check whether it was secured, only for the car window to slowly descend. A man with bulging muscles and a menacing face revealed himself, looking like someone capable of wiping out an entire family. On the side of his face was even a long winding scar. Weekend glanced up and locked eyes with the man. He looked down at Weekend from a towering height, one side of his head bald with black tattoos, the other reflecting dazzlingly smooth. Weekend swallowed hard and smiled dryly. "Good evening, big brother. Have you eaten?" When Fu Yanji received the message from the security guard, he had just stepped out of the elevator with Fu Youwu. Raising his eyes, he saw a bodyguard holding a young man up like a chick and approached, asking, "What's going on?" The bald man replied, "Boss, this guy was about to puncture your tires." "I didn't." Weekend defended himself. Upon hearing this voice, Fu Youwu recognized it immediately and angrily exclaimed, "Weekend? How low can you stoop, not daring to mess with me, so you sneak here to puncture my brother's tires? Where did you learn such thug tactics?" "I wasn't here to puncture his tire." Weekend, grabbed by the collar, flailed his arms and legs as he tried to explain. "Then what's in your hand?" "A key. Have you ever seen anyone using a key to puncture a tire?" "I'm delivering a letter to you." Weekend felt like he couldn't justify himself enough and became increasingly incoherent with worry. "You blocked me on WeChat, so I had no choice. I didn't know your bodyguards were on the car." "Letter?" Fu Yanji, who'd been silent until now, finally spoke. "What kind of letter?" "This." Weekend's ears that were visible turned red quietly. "Just a letter. The elder brother said you wouldn't bother Fu Youwu anymore." "What are you doing now, Weekend?" "Self-respect and self-love are important for a person. Who doesn't respect themselves? Do you think I want to deal with you?" Weekend thought indignantly, lowering his head with dissatisfaction. The top of his head, where a small, cute cowlick stood out against Fu Yanji. "If the letter is delivered, then I'll leave." "Hold it." Fu Yanji called out to stop Weekend. "Take your love letter with you." "It's not a love letter." Weekend seemed upset. "Really, how could I write a love letter to him? I'm so uneducated." "Then what is it?" A divorce letter." "Who the hell divorced you, Weekend? Do you have any shame at all?" Hearing his younger brother curse, Fu Yanji shot him a disapproving glance but said nothing. All he told Weekend was, "Whatever it is, take it back first." Weekend frowned delicately, pulling the note out from the crack of the car door. "I copied it for the whole afternoon." Fu Yanji gave his younger brother a look and got into the car without waiting any longer. "Fu Yanji, resolve your own emotional issues, don't keep bothering me. Am I that free?" Fu Youwu understood. "There's nothing else, I'll go." Fu Youwu hastily tried to leave before Weekend could say anything more. "Don't go, can you read the letter I wrote?" "I won't. I'm not reading it." "Weekend, there will be no results between us two. Don't continue to trouble me, it's better for both of us this way." "I'm not here to harass you." Weekend insisted. "Give me 5 minutes, just 5. Then hurry, I've got things to do." Actually, Fu Youwu didn't intend to pay attention to Weekend. At least he was the child of Uncle ZHOU and Aunt Shui. How could he live without dignity or decency? If he only had a bit of shame, he wouldn't chase into the underground garage just to insert a love letter. Weekend didn't seem to notice his disdainful look. Standing straight and shaking the paper seriously, he said, "Since you don't want to read it, then I'll read it aloud to you. Dear Mr. Fu Youwu. Hello." Fu Youwu inwardly groaned, realizing he made a very bad decision today. "When you see this letter, I've already completely let go of you. I apologize for the years of harassment towards you and firmly commit to never repeating my mistakes again. But I still thank you for being part of my youth. Do you still remember our first encounter as children?" Weekend, full of emotion like a little kid giving an acceptance speech on stage, said, "I first met you at my 12th birthday banquet. Back then, you were cute, beautiful, kind, like a little fairy who came to my side. Your big watery eyes, cherry-like little mouth, and seaweed-like hair left such an impression on me that it has stayed with me all this time. Beautiful Mary Sue. Mr. Fu Youwu, please allow me to express my love for you." "Did you copy this love letter from the internet?" Fu Youwu's face turned crimson as he shouted, "You even copied the name. Don't mind the details, please forgive my young self, inexperienced and unstable in heart, for having dirty thoughts about you. I admit this. Over the past few years, everything I've done has tormented both of us, causing me pain, you torment, and deep affection for you." Fu Youwu reached out to cover Weekend's mouth. "Don't say any more." How could it be that while Weekend was reading the love letter, Fu Youwu felt utterly humiliated? "In my heart, you are my white moonlight. But I know the moon doesn't just illuminate one person. You also deserve your own preferences and happiness. Last night, I tossed and turned. couldn't sleep. And finally made this tough decision, Mr. Fu Youwu, please be happy in the future. White moonlight, somewhere in my heart. Weekend. Fu Youwu cupped his tomato-red face, aren't you ashamed of your family? Not at all. As long as I don't say, who would know who I am? Right, Mr. Fu Youwu. Shut up, just go away and don't show up in front of me again. It's too embarrassing. Weekend felt relieved, today's mission successfully completed. Before leaving, he didn't forget to pat Fu Youwu's shoulder, Mr. Fu Youwu, I really am a very complex man. Fu Youwu's expression was even more complex, yeah, I see that. Weekend was a master of something called getting literature. Weekend walked away gracefully, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only faint singing that drifted into the air. White moonlight in some corner of my heart. Standing there alone, Fu Youwu aged 10 years in 5 minutes. Man. What a complex man. Fu Youwu sighed deeply and turned to open the car door, ready to get in, only to see his elder brother sitting in the back seat with a tablet pretending to read documents but still hiding the laughter in his eyes. Big brother, were you just laughing inside the car? No. You're almost crying from laughing so hard. The wind was a bit strong earlier. Fu Yanji patted the spot next to him, unable to suppress his laughter until the end. Let's go home fast, Mr. Fu Youwu. Fu Youwu. Ah. What a complex man. Chapter 4, I cultivate the land in a rich family novel. White moonlight, in some corner of my heart, so bright, yet so cold. The night was deep when ZHOU pushed his little bicycle wobbly through the door. What's this? Lin Shu took over a heavy woven bag from ZHOU and opened it. Tomato seedlings. Yep. ZHOU carried the bag into his room. And don't bother calling me for dinner tonight. No one knew where he got the strength. With 20 or 30 pounds of goods on his shoulder, it seemed like there was no weight at all as he hopped happily into his own room. From the first day he arrived here, he noticed that this room had a big balcony. A super large balcony where there were not many facilities, just a few sofas and coffee tables placed there. ZHOU always thought they looked nice but weren't practical. Wouldn't it be terrible if it rained and all the sofas got wet? So last night, he moved the sofas out with the driver and put a few flower pots inside, used to grow vegetables. He still possessed some homemaking skills. Lin Shu originally thought that little master had been hit with a nose full of ash today. He believed that by the next morning, the young master would have enough and wouldn't bother anymore since this kid never did anything dirty or tiring as a child. That pile of work should have tired him out long ago. Unexpectedly, the very next morning, ZHOU woke up at 3 o'clock as strong as ever. After a busy spell in the kitchen, he wheeled his shabby tricycle away. Poor Lin Shu, in his 50s, hurriedly dressed and ran out after receiving a message from the security guard at the gate. His old arms and legs nearly left trails of motion. ZHOU learned from yesterday's experience. He didn't sell breakfast within the residential area today but instead rode the tricycle for half an hour, reaching a bustling commercial street filled with foot traffic due to people going to work. Not long after finding a spot to stop, customers began arriving. Lin Shu stood behind a pillar watching ZHOU, feeling somewhat relieved. Today, he added new items to his menu. He started selling tea eggs. ZHOU had mysteriously obtained a small blackboard, clearly marked prices, 2 fried dough sticks for 3 yuan, a cup of soy milk for 2 yuan, a steamed bun for 1 yuan, and 1 tea egg for 2 yuan. The tea eggs he boiled smelled really good. Even Aunt Fong praised them highly, leading ZHOU to believe that he could make them a best-selling product. When Zhou Yuning found his distant younger brother, ZHOU was already surrounded by a crowd. He was so busy that his hands moved faster than his head. His movements were rapid, even creating a trail of motion. For frying the dough sticks, he used specially made extra-long chopsticks, whose length matched an adult man's forearm at least. Yet, ZHOU, this prodigy, managed to tie 2 regular chopsticks together without any teacher. Yet vaguely, Zhou Yuning remembered that the chopsticks in their family kitchen were custom-made by someone specially chosen by Uncle Lin. Each pair costing several thousand, now being tied together and used for frying dough sticks, those chopsticks must feel aggrieved. The tea eggs are sold out. Sold out, if you want them, come earlier tomorrow. ZHOU squeezed in a question amidst his busy schedule, what do you want to eat? ZHOU. Zhou Yuning took a deep breath, is our family short of money for you to go out and fry oil dough sticks? That 8-figure car was still parked by the roadside, along with his perfectly tailored Prada haute couture suit, impeccably polished Italian handmade leather shoes, and dazzling branded watch, all contrasting sharply with the smoky, grease-filled ambience of this breakfast stall. Standing among the group of elderly men and women, Zhou Yuning towered above everyone else, his face iron gray. ZHOU glanced at him for a moment, grabbed a paper bag, threw 2 dough sticks inside, handed it to him, and said, I'm busy here, go eat upstairs. Do I lack these 2 sticks of dough? Don't get mad. You're making a scene in the middle of the street, it's bad for your image, ZHOU complained softly before resuming his busyness, leaving Zhou Yuning standing awkwardly at the roadside clutching the paper bag. His Italian leather shoes had already been stepped on several times. Boss, shall we head back to the company now? Let's go, why not go? Zhou Yuning gritted his teeth while handing the fried dough stick over to the driver. I shouldn't have bothered with him. Are you not eating these then? What foul-smelling thing made by some nasty person, I don't want it. Driver. If you don't want it, don't. Still smells delicious though. Initially, Zhou Yuning assumed his younger brother would merely have a fit of madness early in the morning and go fry dough sticks by the park entrance. But what he never expected was that his brother actually started collecting cardboard boxes and cans. Seeing the piles of cardboard and aluminum cans in the garage nearly drove him crazy. Weekend. Zhou poked out half of his head from the upstairs. What's up, big brother? You need to explain where the garbage in the garage came from and what kind of mischief you're up to. Promoting environmental protection and efficiency in waste utilization, increasing the recycling rate of recyclable resources on Earth, is a very noble cause. Zhou Yuning. If you are truly so noble, then why didn't you give away the fried dough sticks you sold this morning? That can't be done. It's business, money on one hand and goods on the other. No credit whatsoever. Where did this brat get all these principles? Zhou Yuning couldn't take it anymore. Uncle Lin, throw away all those trash he has accumulated. Can't throw them away, things that can sell for money aren't trash. Zhou grabbed onto his hand, speaking with pathos. Big brother, these are what I have snatched from the elderly men and women who wake up early, they are my life essence. Do you know how much effort I've put into getting them? The old men hit me with their walking sticks when I went out to collect the garbage, they swung them so hard that residual images appeared. All these are the fruits of my resourceful struggle to snatch them from their hands. Zhou Yuning took a step back, his eyes wide open. He might as well write, I don't understand you, on his forehead. For all these years, our family has never fallen short of money for you to spend. Is it because you owe someone money outside and dare not tell me? Not quite. So what exactly are you doing now? Zhou, environmental protection cause. Weekend. I give you half an hour to move all your environmental protection causes out of my garage. Or else you go to the waste recycling station and stay with them. Zhou Yuning was just like a rotten stone. Thus, under the fiery gaze of Zhou Yuning, Zhou had no choice but to load his enterprise onto the tricycle and push it to the nearest waste recycling station to sell. As soon as he stepped out, the old man by the trash bin instantly swung his cane, prompting Zhou to quickly hold up a hand. Wait, I'm not here to snatch work from you. Not good enough would be even worse. You big strapping lad, having hands and feet, yet competing with me, an impoverished old man, for work. Grandpa, your V trademark on your shoes has been exposed. In this neighborhood, non-residents were not allowed to enter. This grandpa has been strolling around the community from morning till night, decked out in dazzling brands without repetition, far from being a poor family. Even after being unmasked, the old man didn't show any sign of embarrassment but instead proudly declared, next month there will be garbage sorting here, and anything recyclable will be handled by the community with compensation. I'm really going crazy. Zhou, almost shedding tears, lamented how hard it was to earn some money these days. The nearest waste recycling station was 5 kilometers away. When Zhou returned home, it was almost dark. He walked along the way, taking breaks frequently. By the time he got home, it was already pitch black. Zhou Yuning was sitting on the sofa watching the news. Seeing Zhou come in, he asked, how much is your environmental protection enterprise worth? Zhou replied, 342 yuan 7 ZHOU. What an expensive dream. Take a shower before eating. Deep into the night, in such a huge house, there were only the two Zhou brothers. Zhou Yuning usually flew around the world busily, but recently he finally had some downtime, unsure of what he should do. So he pretended to read economic law on the sofa. Zhou passed by with a plate of grapes in his arms, sat on the cushion below the sofa watching TV, and thoughtfully turned down the volume. Indeed, he had become much more sensible than before. Hey, Zhou. Zhou Yuning called him, pretending to be absorbed in reading his book, with the gold-rimmed glasses perched importantly on his nose. I've noticed you've become somewhat different recently. Zhou maintained his composure, maybe it's because I'm growing up. You actually have the nerve to say that. Hee hee. Zhou Yuning didn't intend to quarrel with Zhou about previous matters. After a while, he left. Zhou sat in front of the sofa eating grapes, occasionally checking if his novel had been updated. Fu Youwu didn't feel like entangling with Zhou. In his eyes, this person was easy to understand, just a stubborn neurotic who hassled him for so many years. Now finally quiet, who knows what new antics he's up to now. Zhou stood straight beside the car, delivering his words clearly and emphatically, respected Mr. Fu Youwu. Oh dear, Fu Youwu helplessly held his forehead. What is this elementary school speech? What is this clunky literature turning into reality? My brother is still in the car, does it have to be this embarrassing? Upon hearing this, Fu Yanji paused slightly, put down his phone, and listened quietly. As he listened, a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. When it was time for the weekend to leave, after hearing the phrase, I am really a very complicated man, he finally couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. TCH. The illustrious chairman Fu directly entered vibration mode while sitting in the back seat of the car. Fu Youwu covered his face. What kind of nonsense is this? What white moonlight? What Mary Sue? Where did these terrible love letters come from? Did the weekend go crazy and write something like this just to irritate people after being rejected? Turns out at that moment, they thought this made them seem so awkward. The weekend sighed and lamented. They truly don't understand what deep affection means or how touching those love letters were. Why did Fu Yanji even laugh while listening? Wasn't your love letter copied from Baidu? Shut up. 253rd comment, ha 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 ha, is the weekend a fool? 267th comment, is he mentally disturbed after being rejected by ZHOU? 269th comment, he's not normal. 270th comment, complicated man, ZHOU liar. 271st comment, devotedly in love, ZHOU liar. 272nd comment, directly copying, ZHOU liar. 273rd comment, awkward literature, ZHOU liar. The weekend. I thought I would make an exit as the tragic male second lead who loved but couldn't have. The weekend bitterly said, someone unable to get the one they love, who turns bitterness into hatred but ultimately chooses to let go and silently protect her. Isn't this character complex? But the reality is, the image you currently have in readers' minds is much more complicated than just a deeply devoted male second lead. What kind of image? The system immediately brought up a voting page for the weekend, clearly asking, in your mind, what kind of person is the weekend? Cannon fodder got 13%. Antagonist got 7%. Deeply devoted male second lead got 0.1%. Intellectually disabled got 79.9%. Ah, the weekend sighed once, it seems I'm intellectually disabled. Chapter 5, Hit, Hit, Hit. Robbery. There's an essential difference between being mentally handicapped and being an asshole. An asshole behaves strangely and provokes anger, yet possesses normal intelligence. Most of the time, asshole is used as an adjective to express deep dissatisfaction. However, mental handicap, or intellectual disability, is a medical term indicating incomplete brain development, which means there is truly a physiological issue with the brain. The netizens this year are so sweet-talking. ZHOU said this to the system on the weekend. That day, ZHOU was about to knead dough for making fried dough sticks the next day. Zhou Yuning slowly walked up behind him, opened the fridge, and took out a can of soda water. What are you doing? I'm kneading dough. What kind of dough is so soft? Curious, Zhou Yuning poked it with his finger, getting sticky all over his hand. All dough for frying oil sticks is like this. Zhou raised his chin. You just need to rinse your hands with water. Rubbing won't help. Oh. Zhou Yuning responded, then suddenly asked, can you go to the airport tomorrow afternoon to pick up mom and dad instead of me? Huh. Zhou immediately looked up, they're coming back from abroad. The original story briefly mentioned Zhou's father and mother. Mrs. Zhou, Cui Lily, is a painter specializing in oil paintings who has been holding exhibitions abroad for years. Mr. Zhou, Zhou Su, always felt guilty towards his wife and followed her overseas, staying away for several years. In the memories of the original host, the last impression of his parents was during the summer break after his first year in junior high school when he secretly watched them leave in a car from the balcony upstairs. Yeah, Zhou Yuning said, Mom is returning to China for work and Dad needs to handle some professional matters with me. However, I have a meeting tomorrow and can't go to the airport. It's been years since they've returned, so it's not right to let Uncle Lin do the job. Of course, it's fine. Upon hearing this, Zhou packed away the working board. He wrapped the kneaded dough with cling film and cleaned the area where he kneaded the dough with a cloth. Almost instantly, the kitchen regained its pristine shine. Zhou Yuning observed how proficiently his brother worked and slightly frowned but ultimately didn't ask more. He only assigned a driver to Zhou. The next day, Zhou closed down earlier than usual, first washing off the greasy smell from his body at home, and then changing into a new outfit. Uncle Lin prepared some motion sickness medicine for him. During the time while waiting for the driver to get in the car and turn on the air conditioning, Zhou also reviewed the couple Zhou's photos twice. Alright, now he recognizes them and won't mistake their identity. With everything ready and one set of motion sickness pills swallowed, Zhou set off with great confidence. But halfway due to motion sickness, he threw up until he looked dog-tired. Driver Xiao Zheng had just started his job last month. Though his driving skills were good, he didn't expect that Zhou, who came through from another dimension, brought his constitution along too. No vehicle transport method existed that he could use without experiencing motion sickness, ranging from cars to planes. For years, his travel relied mainly on walking and cycling. Lying on the back seat, looking half dead and pale, it seemed as if he wanted to fit himself entirely into the car seat. With the mask on, Xiao Zheng couldn't see Zhou's expression, he could only sense Zhou's deteriorating condition from the occasional dry heaving sounds. Master Xiao, are you alright? Do you want to go to the hospital? No need, Zhou tried hard to gather his strength and said, Xiao Zheng, why don't you drop me off by the road? I'll ride a shared bike. But we're already on the highway. There are no shared bikes around here. Only then did Zhou realize they had left the city limits. Closing his eyes, he sighed, then you'd better drive carefully. Zhou still maintained professionalism. The car was driven smoothly all the way. But even then, once they stopped, ZHOU clutched a garbage bag and heaved with a roar. It can't be helped, why isn't there any random portal door in this world? ZHOU lamented with tears in his eyes, never wanting to make long trips in his life again. Huff. On the VIP passage, there was a special restroom. ZHOU accepted the sugar water handed over by the flight attendant and exhaled a mouthful of stale air slowly. Finally, we've arrived. Zhou stood beside, sheepish, tearing open a small cookie packet and passing it to ZHOU. Are you feeling better? A lot better. ZHOU sincerely consoled the young man who had been affected by his state. I tend to get motion sickness anyway, it's not your fault. But you never had such severe issues before. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night, ZHOU casually shrugged. After all, it's been too long since I last saw Mom and Dad. I was pretty excited. He had just barely recovered, his lips pale as he gripped the cup of sugar water and sipped it slowly. Zhou looked at him with unexpected sympathy, comforting. Mr. and Mrs. ZHOU will probably stay in the country for a long time this time, so they can spend more time with you. Aha. ZHOU casually nodded, pretending to be agreeable. After all, he wasn't even the real biological son of Mrs. ZHOU, and this couple might feel relieved not having to deal with these family matters now. The plane would land in half an hour. Though ZHOU hadn't met the ZHOU parents before, he had spent the previous evening repeatedly reviewing their photos, ensuring he could flawlessly complete the task. Firstly, upon encountering the ZHOU parents, rush over immediately with flowers and give them a warm embrace, regardless of how estranged they might be. It was crucial to ensure that the old couple experienced a grand return ceremony. Secondly, he must hold their hands tightly and recount his longing for them, regardless of whether the emotion was truly there. It was important for the ZHOU parents to sense that they were still needed by him. Lastly, lead the two elders to the car while narrating the wonderful times shared with his older brother and subtly letting them realize his personal growth. Moreover, he must hint tactfully about planning to set up independently soon without any intention of coveting the ZHOU family's wealth. What a perfect, filial, and sensible illegitimate son, ZHOU almost felt tears welling up, moved by his own clever plan. Time approached. With bated breath, ZHOU eagerly waited until he finally spotted a familiar-looking couple in the passage. Without hesitation, he dashed forward earnestly exclaiming, "Dad! Mom! I've missed you so much!" Before either could respond, he wrapped his arms around the couple. Eh. The two were startled for a moment, instinctively patting his back, but before anything else, ZHOU thrust the prepared bouquet into the woman's hand and tearfully said, "After so many years apart, Mom, the wrinkles at the corners of your eyes have increased. You must have endured quite a bit working abroad these past few years. Is that true?" Mother laughed nervously as she touched her eyes. "But, you still look amazing, Mom. Big brother is waiting for us at home, let's go." "We're not. Come on, don't be polite. I've got a surprise for both of you. If you don't follow me, you'll regret it later." We're not. You're making me angry." ZHOU briskly carried the luggage of the two while walking quickly. The pair didn't say anything, and neither did ZHOU think too much about it. "You must be tired after such a long flight." ZHOU handed their suitcases to Zhou. "The car is outside, please come with me. Big brother happened to have work today, but he should be home by night." "Child, are you?" Before the man could finish his sentence, his wife pulled at his sleeve subtly. Her gaze kept shifting towards the broad-shouldered and robust Zhou, silently cueing the man to shut up. "What would Mom and Dad like to eat tonight? Let Lin know so he can prepare accordingly." The man cautiously asked, "Can we order food ourselves?" "Why wouldn't you be able to?" ZHOU thought this question absurd. Of course. If you don't have preferences, Uncle Lin will take care of everything. Recently, he has instructed our chefs to explore various Western dishes as well, so there's no need to worry about not being used to Chinese cuisine once you're back. Is that so? That's right. However, some of the dishes I don't quite understand, how they involve blood. Upon hearing this, the couple sitting in the back seat shivered simultaneously. Big brother has been consistently working out these past 2 years. Now, he is tall and strong, towering over me by half a head, and with one palm, he can split bricks. Pretty impressive, isn't it? Very impressive. I'm not bad either. As you can see, although I'm small and slim, I can carry 80-kilogram sacks of grain. Lifting a person is absolutely no issue. For someone delicate like Mom, I could handle 2. Couple, help. Save us. Before the car traveled too far, ZHOU suddenly noticed Dad checking his phone. With concern in his voice, ZHOU asked, "Dad, why are you checking your phone while on the car ride? Aren't you feeling dizzy?" The man jolted, "No, I'm not dizzy. I'll stop looking." Although Dad didn't get carsick easily, ZHOU did. Not long afterward, nausea crept back up on him. He chose to stay silent, leaning on the passenger seat with furrowed brows, his expression displeased. Once the car entered the city area, ZHOU sat up and glanced at the street scenery beside him. Turning his head, he laughed. Hey, we're parallel driving with a police car. ZHOU Yuning's meeting today wasn't long. When it ended, the secretary handed over his phone, and he noticed a series of missed calls, all from his parents. His heart sank. ZHOU Mo must have caused trouble again over the weekend. Hi, Dad, ZHOU Yuning called back. What's wrong? We were told someone would pick us up, but there was no one. ZHOU Su had been waiting at the airport for quite some time and was starting to lose patience. What's going on? That shouldn't be. ZHOU Yuning was surprised. How could ZHOU Mo renege like this and really leave their parents stranded at the airport? Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up. We're already home. ZHOU Su hesitated for a moment before continuing. What about ZHOU Mo? Isn't he on vacation lately? Why isn't he at home? Who was the one that confidently promised he'd definitely pick them up, practically signing an assurance letter in front of him? And now that the parents had already arrived home, this troublemaker wasn't even in sight. ZHOU Yuning's temple throbbed with anger. I don't know where he's gone. ZHOU Su didn't complain much but just asked ZHOU Yuning to return home as soon as he was done with work. ZHOU Yuning agreed and then promptly received another call after hanging up. Checking the caller note, it said, ZHOU Mo. Hi, ZHOU Mo. What happened? Brother. ZHOU Mo wailed pitifully on the other end. I've been taken into the station. Hurry and get me out. ZHOU Yuning. Chapter 6, Wool My Eyes Are Crying. On Saturday, ZHOU Mo sat obediently on the interrogation chair, his hands cuffed and placed on the table. Opposite him were two police officers, sitting upright with an air of righteousness. Above their heads was a sign that read, Confess and be lenient, resist and be dealt with strictly. The interrogation room was dimly lit, except for a few lamps surrounding the table, forming a circle of light that isolated ZHOU Mo and the officers in this stage. ZHOU Mo even felt momentarily confused. What exactly had happened? Why did the police car chase them down and stop them? What kidnapper? What hostage situation? How do I know nothing about it? Your lies are too clumsy. The officer said sternly, you claim you were picking up your parents, how could you not even know what your own parents look like? They went abroad years ago, ZHOU Mo replied, I really forgot then, I blacked out, you see. The victim also says you verbally threatened them. I didn't. I swear. ZHOU Mo almost cried from being wronged, my family isn't short of money, why would I become a robber? Zheng Qin, what relation is he to you? He's my driver. The officers exchanged glances, flipping through ZHOU Mo's personal file, the youngest son of the old chairman of ZHOU Group, indeed not short of money. Money isn't the only motivation. But I don't even know who he is, it's just a case of mistaken identity, officer. My parents are on the same flight as them. You can check, it's really a case of mistaken identity. What does your unclear speech mean then? I really meant nothing else by it. ZHOU Yuning suspected that ZHOU Mo might have lost it mentally. Sending him to pick up his parents, this dummy actually picked up the wrong people. Heaven knows what he did to get arrested as a kidnapper. When he arrived at the police station, ZHOU Mo and little Zheng were squatting beside plastic stools eating instant noodles. ZHOU Mo even transferred a preserved egg from his noodle bucket to little Zheng's. Poor you, for no reason you ended up accompanying me in the police station. ZHOU Mo patted little Zheng's shoulder, eat, don't be shy. Little Zheng was deeply moved, young master. I hope you won't blame me, I really didn't mean to. ZHOU Mo put half of his hot dog into little Zheng's bowl, fortunately there's no criminal record left, otherwise how much trouble I'd be in. Little Zheng's eyes teared up, young master, I could never blame you. To think about it, I haven't seen my parents for several years. Their images have blurred in my memory. Who could have thought that today I'd make such a mistake? Truly, I've dragged you along. It's alright, if there is next time, I'll still accompany you to sit in the station. ZHOU Yuning witnessed everything from the doorway. Never would have thought that this dumbass, ZHOU Mo, was actually quite good at persuasion. ZHOU Mo was consoling little Zheng when he suddenly saw ZHOU Yuning standing at the door in perfectly pressed suit, carrying his suit jacket over his arm, clearly having rushed over directly from the company. Big brother. ZHOU Mo stood up, unconsciously clutching at the corner of his clothes, head lowered like a little quail. I never told you to avoid trouble. ZHOU Mo's thin shoulders shrank slightly. He bit his lip, then, have mom and dad come home. You two will be spending the night at the airport waiting for him. Oh. ZHOU Mo replied quietly and fell silent. The assistant brought by ZHOU Yuning dealt with the matter while he directly took this troublesome child and dragged him to the car. Brother, I don't want to sit, ZHOU Mo grabbed hold of the car door. TCH, don't cause trouble. Your parents are still waiting for you at home. ZHOU Yuning opened the car door to push ZHOU Mo into the car. Just kidding, now that his stomach was full of noodles, once he sat down, it wasn't waiting for the car to move. He'd throw up right then and there. ZHOU Mo covered his mouth and tried to back away, I don't want to sit. Why are you throwing a tantrum? I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Boss. Little Zheng whispered beside, well, the young master gets carsick, he threw up several times on the way here. Zhou Yunling's furrowed eyebrows tightened, looking at Zhou Mo. He was pitifully holding onto the car door. When he saw his gaze coming, he quickly let go. Half an hour later, at a pharmacy nearby, Zhou Mo accepted the motion sickness medicine handed over by Zhou Yunling. With a light twist, he found that the small medicine bottle had already been unscrewed in advance. Thank you, big brother. How did I not know you get carsick? It's a newly activated skill. Today I asked you to pick up mom and dad, you haven't seen them for years and even forgot what they look like. How could you possibly pick up the wrong people? Zhou Yunning crossed his arms and leaned back, and then get reported to the police and sent to the station, aren't you ashamed? This was just a mistake. Who would have known that the couple actually followed me, they didn't speak up either, Zhou Mo muttered discontentedly. With Xiao Jing standing beside you as big as he is, you also verbally threatened them, how would they dare to speak up? Zhou Yunning said, the police said you threatened them. What did you say? Were you really talking nonsense about our parents? I just said, you're doing fine right now, so am I, your strength is super huge now, enough to split bricks, my strength is great too, enough to carry both parents in sacks. Zhou Yunning. My intention was to make our parents happy, it was just a little joke. But I didn't expect to have made the mistake from the beginning. You really don't remember what our parents look like. Zhou Mo sipped some hot water and fell silent. As night deepened, the lights in the ZHOU family residence were shining brightly. The male and female masters were returning to the country after many years for the first time. Lin Butler had started arranging dinner when Zhou Mo went out, but while Mr. and Mrs. Zhou came back, the person supposed to pick them up, Zhou Mo, never returned. Mr. Zhou arrived home with a face ashen with anger, after all who wouldn't be annoyed being left at the airport for half an hour, especially after hearing from Yunning that the boy, Zhou Mo, committed another blunder landing him in jail again. This kid deserved a good beating. Cui Lily sat on the sofa reading magazines for more than half an hour, looking up and asking, why haven't they come back yet? Old Lin, give Yunning another call and ask what's going on, he then said to Cui Lily, if you're hungry, we'll eat first and not wait for those two. No need. Cui Lily replied, it's been so long since we've seen the two children, let's wait. The dishes in the kitchen were kept warm in warming boxes by the chef, and Lin Butler served the two a plate of fruit beforehand. Beside the fruit platter stood a bottle of sparkling grape wine, its purple glow attracting attention. Cui Lily tried a sip and nodded approvingly, this wine is pretty good. Let's buy some more tomorrow. It was made by the young master. Zhou Mo made it. One day the young master passed by the market on his way out and found these grapes nice, so he bought some, made the wine, and said this would be a good time to drink it like sparkling water before it turns bitter later. He's got the heart for it, that's good. Cui Lily nodded, speaking of which, it's been quite a few years since we've seen him. Is he doing well? The young master doesn't worry about food or drink, naturally living quite comfortably, only, he probably misses you very much. Lin Butler added, this morning when I tidied up his room, I saw the family portrait he placed on the bedside table. Cui Lily paused, that child has suffered enough. Just as they were speaking, they heard rustling sounds from the entrance. Zhou Yunning supported Zhou Mo as he sat down near the door to change shoes. Seeing his parents sitting on the sofa, he gave a nod looking somewhat pleased, Mom. Dad. Zhou Mo quickly held onto the cabinet to stand up, bowing deeply, Dad, hello. Mom, hello. How are you coming back now? ZHOU scolded furiously, didn't you know we were waiting for you at home? What happened? Zhou Mo gets carsick, vomiting all the way. Zhou Yunning handed over his jacket to Lin Butler, the brat has such poor constitution, he was sick just from taking a car ride. Cui Lily said, there's fish flake porridge tonight. Go wash your hands and prepare to eat. Zhou Mo stared at the rushing water from the faucet, lost in thought. His biological parents' attitude towards him wasn't terrible, so how should he treat this couple? After all, his very existence disrupted their relationship, this cannot be denied. So it's understandable that Cui Lily treated him distantly, but at least the original owner lived well-fed and comfortable life all these years, far better off than Zhou Mo did in the past. The original owner didn't know about the illegitimate child incident, so he took the benefits guilt-free all these years. However, Zhou Mo couldn't continue to live as a leech in the ZHOU family forever. In short, if he gains the ability later, he will leave. Zhou Mo cupped water to rinse his mouth and then walked into the dining room. The three members of the ZHOU family were already seated, and Cui Lily was holding her glass of sparkling wine, smiling kindly when she saw him, Zhou Mo, come over to eat. No one brought up the incident with the police station, and Zhou Mo quietly breathed a sigh of relief, walking over to take his seat. Cui Lily stared at him for a long time, and indeed, he bore the shadow of her husband, but really didn't look like her. She sighed faintly without leaving any trace, hurry up and eat. Aha. After the event happened back then, Zhou Mo's biological mother came to their house holding the newly born baby, yelling that if ZHOU dared not to care for this child, she would smash his head against the door and kill him. The day after ZHOU was drugged, he explained the situation to Cui Lily. She couldn't accept the fact that her husband had been drugged and physically cheated on. However, this incident wasn't entirely ZHOU's fault, and his subsequent handling was decent enough. So, at most, she only caused some commotion while ZHOU let her make noise, just begging her not to get a divorce. Ultimately, she softened her heart. She never imagined several months later they would have an extra son. This affair with the original master's mom stunned both couples as well as 7-year-old ZHOU Yunning. She hadn't planned to meddle in things, but seeing that child cry pathetically in that woman's arms, his little face turning red-purple, and that woman making no effort to console him made her almost hate the woman who ruined her family and marriage. She even wished that woman could die. Yet this child was so innocent. Even until now, she still couldn't fully embrace ZHOU with sincerity, no matter how many years had passed. As ZHOU himself said, over these years she ensured he was fed and clothed warmly, free from suffering. She thought she'd done her best. Cui Lily looked at ZHOU quietly drinking porridge and gave him a small side dish. How's your study going recently? The same. ZHOU lowered his head and quietly took a sip of fish flake porridge, soft and tender. It awakened his appetite immediately. He didn't even bother looking at what Cui Lily served before stuffing it into his mouth. There will be a banquet at home tomorrow. I see you have some nice wine. Can we use it to entertain our guests? Just as Cui Lily finished speaking, ZHOU's eyes reddened, rapidly filling with tears in his eyes. ZHOU. Damn, who would put chili juice in a cucumber salad? I'm dying. Dying. Bursting into flames. You. Cui Lily faltered, if you don't want to, then forget about it. No. ZHOU's face buried in the bowl, tears plopping into the bowl, sniffing. I am willing, I'm very willing. For a moment, ZHOU was speechless, then reached out to pat ZHOU's shoulder, unable to utter any consoling words. Chapter 7, He is the evil mother-in-law who breaks up couples. In the dead of night, Cui Lily turned over in her sleep, and thoughts of the weekend's events made her restless. With red-rimmed eyes, she simply couldn't fall back to sleep. So she kicked her sleeping husband, ZHOU, awake. ZHOU turned over, pulling his wife into his arms as he soothingly patted her back, still half asleep. What's wrong? Are you having insomnia? I just remembered this weekend, said Cui Lily. The boy was so sick from motion sickness that his face turned pale, yet he still came to pick us up at the airport. That child even cried today. Maybe we've been too harsh on him. Cui Lily mulled it over again and decided, it doesn't feel right. Look how much sorrow that boy must be feeling. We've taken care of him and provided for all his needs. What more could he want? ZHOU's spirit lifted when he mentioned this, rubbing his eyes as he scrutinized his wife's expression. Or are you saying, you can let go of everything that happened in the past and treat him like your own son? Ouch. Ouch. Cui Lily loosened her grip on the soft flesh around his waist. Don't act as if this has nothing to do with you, it's because of what you did back then that caused all these complications. ZHOU quickly complied, I'm sorry. It's my fault. The room fell silent once more. After a long pause, Cui Lily suddenly said, but except for us and Xiao Ning, everyone else thinks the weekend is my biological child, including the boy himself. After all, considering the scandal, the ZHOU family couldn't announce openly that the weekend was an illegitimate child. They had instead claimed that he was Cui Lily's child from abroad. But now that it's like this, the truth will eventually come out to him. We should find the right moment to talk to him honestly. ZHOU patted her back. Go to sleep now. We have things to do tomorrow. Don't give yourself dark circles under your eyes. Cui Lily turned over, her mood unclear. She went to bed facing away from her husband, burdened with heavy thoughts. On the other side, the weekend was lying in bed reading the latest chapter. The two Fu brothers were arguing. It all started because Fu Yanzi had numerous objections to Pei Ji's existence. After dinner, while Fu Youwu was reading a book in his study, Fu Yanzi mentioned that the two of them might not be well suited for each other, which instantly set off Fu Youwu. I really don't understand, what exactly is wrong with Pei Ji? Everything about him seems fine to me. Fu Youwu looked furious, his face turning red with anger. I'm just stating the facts. The two of you are fundamentally from different worlds. Why can't you take this seriously and think about it properly? You simply don't know him. It's not that I know him, but I know you. There's a fundamental difference in the mindsets between you two, and future arguments are bound to happen. So you're looking down on poor people then? Fu Youwu had always been obedient in front of his brother, except for this one matter where he would never compromise. He's not like you, who was born into everything. He doesn't have your advantages or opportunities, nor does he stand a chance to make as much money as Chairman Fu. Why are you always picking on him? If you were in his shoes, there's no guarantee you'd be better than him. Can you calm down for a second? I don't mean to belittle Pei Ji, I'm simply saying that since you two grew up in completely different environments, your views on life are fundamentally different. A pair of shoes costing 4 or 5 figures is nothing to you, but what does Pei Ji think? Do you dare say you won't have conflicts in the future despite how close you are now? If someday our relationship really comes to an end, that's between the two of us. It has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? The Weeknd frowned deeply as he read through the entire scene, then snapped his phone shut with a click, skipping even the comment section. What's the point of this nonsense? Just normal plot development. After all, Fu Yanzi's role is to play the evil mother-in-law who breaks up couples, so it's not strange they argue. It would be much more effective for him to try scolding Pei Ji rather than lecturing Fu Youwu like this if he really wanted to break them apart. The Weeknd remarked, but Fu Youwu also makes a valid point, it's ultimately their relationship, not his business. Fu Yanzi truly interferes too much. He's only a hardcore career-driven man, knowing nothing about love so passionate it forgets the world. Even in the original story, he ends up as a lifelong bachelor. Judging by his current behavior, I suspect that's still the case. What kind of person would catch Fu Yanzi's attention? They'd have to be extraordinary, sighed the Weeknd. I won't read any more tonight, I need my sleep since I have to get up early tomorrow to fry dough sticks. Remember there's a banquet tomorrow evening, and your tasks will be issued randomly then. Got it. Fu Yanzi got off work pretty early today. When he returned home, his mother was putting on makeup. Seeing him back, she lifted half of her face mask and asked, "Why are you back so early today?" Finished with the tasks. Fu Yanzi glanced around, then asked, "That kid didn't come back all day?" Didn't he go to the company with you? They had an argument, the brat disappeared early this morning. Fu Yanzi took off his suit, sat down on the sofa for a rest, and casually picked up a bottle of sparkling wine from the coffee table, taking a sip. "This wine is too sweet." An argument happened, huh? Mrs. Fu Tao Shui almost instantly understood why. The brothers had quarreled a lot over that issue in recent days. She didn't ask further but curiously inquired, "Did he not go to the company at all today? Will you dock his salary?" "Well, he's lost his perfect attendance bonus, and I certainly haven't approved any paid leave for him." Tao Shui shook her head in disapproval. "Then Xiaowu won't be coming home tonight. Where could he have gone? He wouldn't be in any danger, would he? How far could he go? Stop worrying, he's a full-grown man. It's not like someone's going to abduct him." Fu Yanzi turned to the butler and said, "The wine is good, just a bit too sweet. Don't buy such sweet ones next time." This wine was brewed by the Weeknd himself. "Aunt Chui sent us some for us to try." At the mention of the word Weeknd, Fu Yanzi's sensitive nerve twitched. Still holding his glass, he silently finished the last sip of sparkling wine. After setting down the glass, there was a smile on his face. It was about that quite complicated ZHOU family boy. Just don't push him too hard, he's really into it right now. You dampen his enthusiasm like this, no wonder he's upset, Tao Shui said. If he truly likes someone, letting him give it a try isn't bad. He's enthusiastic on his own part while the other side has no feelings at all. Besides. Fu Yanzi paused for a moment, continuing, this guy lacks perseverance in doing things. If someone changes orientation because of his fleeting passion and then gets tired of it afterward, what would happen to Pei Ji? His family situation isn't great, they don't have many chances to make mistakes. I know you've thought it through. Tao Shui looked troubled. My two sons, one devoted to career and one obsessed with romance. When will the two of you understand each other? When will you come back and tell me you found someone too? Fu Yanzi chuckled, Mom, you're getting off topic again. Looks like only you'll accompany me to the ZHOU family dinner tonight. Tao Shui took out 2 rings from her jewelry box and stared at them under the light for a long time. Finally, helplessly, she asked Fu Yanzi, which one looks better? Fu Yanzi casually pointed to one. It was the first time in his life that the Weeknd wore a little suit. He felt uncomfortable all over, even eating tiny cakes wasn't enjoyable for fear that cream might drip onto his clothes. A pig isn't meant for fine feed. I think a cheap t-shirt bought from a Taobao store for 9 Kwai 9 Bao Yu would be more comfortable, muttered the Weeknd to the system. I'm so hungry. These snacks aren't enough. Why don't they serve any main dishes? Can I go to the kitchen and get a bowl of rice? After speaking, he skewered some fruit and dipped it in chocolate sauce. Sending a banana covered in chocolate to his mouth, he marveled, it's so fragrant. Host, you've been standing here for almost half an hour. Aren't you tired yet? Not at all. The Weeknd shook his head, putting another piece of kiwi covered in chocolate into his mouth. I used to see chocolate fountains only on TV. This is my first time tasting it. Once I buy a house, I will definitely install a chocolate fountain machine at home so I can eat every day. You said something about eating every day. The Weeknd hadn't realized his muttering was overheard by Zhou Yunning. What I mean is, though this chocolate fountain is amazing, eating too much isn't healthy, so we shouldn't eat it daily. Why have you been talking to yourself recently? Zhou Yunning picked up a glass of wine beside him. The Weeknd touched his nose and remained silent. While communicating with the system mentally, it required intense concentration and after talking much, he often felt exhausted. So, when no one was around, the Weeknd frequently chatted casually with the system, occasionally being overheard talking to himself. Don't keep standing here eating. Go mingle with the guests. You've eaten nearly everything from this food counter. Okay. The Weekend lifted a glass of wine, ready to change places and show off, when Fu Yanzi approached. Ding! Mission triggered, counterattack of the cannon fodder. Readers are heavily annoyed with the evil mother-in-law who breaks couples apart. Host, teach him a lesson, spill the wine on him. Holding the glass of wine, the Weekend froze in place. Help. System, do you even hear what you're saying? Chapter 8, As Smart as Me. Is this a mandatory classic scene for Mary Sue protagonists? Do we really have to make it so dramatic? Why do I have to splash him with a whole glass of alcohol? That's unreasonable. ZHOU shook his head unbelievably. This kind of scene shouldn't happen to me. Only dumb and sweet secretaries would spill wine on domineering CEOs. But there wouldn't be any dumb and sweet secretary around Mr. Fu. So it shouldn't be my responsibility either. This is the punishment for breaking up Mr. Fu's couple. To punish him or to punish me? What did I do wrong? I'm just a plain and unremarkable extra. While they were talking, Fu Yanji had already walked over, passing by him, heading straight to Zhou Yunning who stood behind him. Their glasses clinked lightly as they began whispering about something. The main thing is that this artificial intelligence product must be suitable for home furnishings. Building a resort is just to gain fame, and ZHOU said that in a few days, the venue could even be rented out to film entertainment shows. If things go smoothly, the first 2 months of the project could return. What are you doing? ZHOU stood still, holding a small wine glass with an awkward smile. You two are discussing business. ZHOU stepped back timidly. Then you two carry on your discussion. Instantly, a piercing alarm went off in his head, like a system roaring in his ear. Mission. Mission. You'll receive electric shock punishment if you give up the mission. ZHOU, disturbed by the noise, turned around and rubbed his temples. I didn't say I want to abandon the task. I'm planning ahead. Splashing wine on him now would be too deliberate. The system seemed to calm down and stopped emitting the harsh sound. ZHOU sighed in relief and hid behind the chocolate fountain to eat bananas dipped in chocolate while considering how he could splash Fu Yanji without getting beaten up by Zhou Yunning. Even if Zhou Yunning didn't beat him, Fu Yanji would likely discipline him anyway. His malicious intentions were practically written all over his face. I'm thinking if we can try a different way, ZHOU said. Like pushing this chocolate waterfall over, letting it hit Mr. Fu directly, which is more humiliating than just spilling some wine. Why complicate things and choose a painful death when you could do it simply and quickly? ZHOU fell silent, stuffing another piece of small cake into his mouth. His cheeks bulged, stuffed full like a hamster. He picked up a glass of champagne from the tray of a nearby waiter. Well, whether I do it or not, I'll end up being an unlucky person. Might as well get it over with quickly. It's better to endure short-term pain than prolonged agony. With this thought, he dashed forward in one swift move. By the time Fu Yanji was discussing the key projects for the next quarter, he saw a flash of white darting towards him. Before he could react, a sheet of plastic dropped down over his head. There's an assassin. Instinctively, Fu Yanji took a step back, preparing to fight back. Suddenly, he felt something light tapping against his face. Then the plastic sheet was pulled away, leaving only a few tiny droplets splashing onto his face due to inertia. Next, he caught sight of ZHOU fleeing the scene at high speed, apologizing while retreating and even managing to bow deeply as he ran. Sometimes, Fu Yanji couldn't help but admire ZHOU's unique talent, as he charged recklessly like a wild boar through a venue filled with guest tables without toppling a single item, a feat solely mastered by ZHOU. Wait. Why did he cover me with a plastic sheet? Zhou Yunning stood aside, her hand frozen in position while holding a wine glass, still confused about what had just happened. Who just rushed past? Your younger brother. Zhou Yunning inhaled deeply. I should probably contact a doctor for him. They will definitely think I'm an idiot. ZHOU gritted his teeth as he hid in a corner. Who has nothing better to do than waste time on that kind of stuff? Not an idiot, an imbecile. ZHOU. I'm about to lose it. He found a quiet spot, absent-mindedly playing with his untied bow tie, mind wandering everywhere. Then he signaled a server over and asked if he could bring him a few egg tarts. The server, who'd watched ZHOU clean half the buffet, asked, how many? 4. 8. ZHOU made the 8 gesture with his hands. He patted his belly. The food here looked plentiful but there was actually so little on those big plates. You have quite the appetite. On the weekend, he turned his head and found a man in a red suit beside him. The man's tie was an especially bold leopard print, and his white shoes shone like mirrors. ZHOU family, the flashy man extended his hand elegantly, young master of Xingran technology. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Weekend. Ah. ZHOU Lerowan suddenly realized, the prickly second young master of the ZHOU family. Weekend, I should thank you for calling me that. A server placed some egg tarts in front of Weekend. He also generously handed one each to the server and ZHOU Lerowan before eating 6 himself with great enjoyment. The patisserie chef from the ZHOU family truly had no flaws in their craft. Weekend enjoyed 2 egg tarts quietly, quickly but without making any noise. His dining posture was quite pleasant as he held one egg tart while using the other hand with a napkin to catch crumbs. Seeing this, ZHOU couldn't help taking a bite of his own egg tart. Isn't this just the taste of an ordinary egg tart? Do you not like this flavor? Weekend wiped his fingers and asked. Something like a mixture of sugar and oil is better eaten sparingly. Picky eater. Weekend then used the knife and fork to cut off the piece ZHOU had bitten into, cutting neatly along his tooth mark so that the originally round egg tart now had a half circle missing. Without being repulsed, he picked up the cut portion and ate it himself. A rich person shouldn't be so wasteful either. When a person gets really hungry, they can eat anything. Weekend's skin used to have a yellowish hue, and his hair was somewhat dry due to malnutrition and long working hours outdoors during his youth. His face used to be black all day, yet the skin under his clothes remained snow white. The original owner looked exactly like Weekend, even down to certain features, but was spoiled since childhood and didn't see much sunlight, resulting in exceptionally fair and radiant skin. Seated on a sofa with light shining on him, his whiteness almost reached the point of overexposure. And this person made entirely of snow revealed a world-weary expression on his white, tender face, as if having been beaten countless times by life's hammer. ZHOU momentarily lost for words and raised the wine glass in his hand. Weekend raised his cup in return, washing down the egg tart with the drink, and finally sighed contentedly. Phew, nearly starved to death. Why are you sitting here alone? Shouldn't you be following your elder brother? He's conducting business, what am I supposed to interfere with? Weekend relaxed backward, hands crossed, turning himself into a puddle of mud. I don't understand it anyway, can't help with anything, better to be a parasite. ZHOU choked a bit, that's still a pretty comfortable idea actually. You. Why don't you socialize? I'm the youngest at home, no need for me to worry about anything. That makes us alike. Weekend pulled at ZHOU's sleeve, with how flamboyant you're dressed, why are you sitting so rigidly? Don't tire yourself out, lean back, it's more comfortable. Follow my lead. Who is like this gluttonous lazy parasite? ZHOU pouted but obediently mimicked Weekend's posture, leaning back awkwardly. Oh. Comfortable. Thus, ZHOU searched everywhere for his younger brother, finally finding two slumped figures in the corner. Weekend didn't care whether he'd offended anyone or not, always believing that aside from death, nothing was a big deal. So even after doing something wrong and being a little nervous earlier, lying there now felt quite leisurely as he started dreaming sweetly. Halfway through his dream, the happy bubble burst. Opening his eyes, he saw ZHOU's sour face. Weekend was grabbed by the nape of his neck by ZHOU, who lifted him up like a kitten. Watching this small cat-like figure open his eyes halfway, glance at him, and slowly close them again. His brow smooth, his lips smiling faintly, completely at ease. What are you doing? Your expression is too terrifying, let me restart. ZHOU took a deep breath, his tone ominous, I'll count to 3. Weekend hastily opened his eyes but refused to look at him, keeping his head bowed and chest constricted, looking like a small quail, ready to listen humbly. ZHOU had seen plenty of this behavior from him lately, apparently respectful but unrepentant in reality. He said, what's wrong with you today? Why did you go provoke Fu Yanji? I just couldn't control myself. You splashed people with wine, and you even knew to block it with a plastic cloth. Should I say you're too considerate? Weekend laughed, hee, don't mention that, I wasn't actually. Am I praising you? The little quail fell silent instantly, bowing his head without a sound. Go and apologize to him. Warning. Warning. Apologizing is considered mission failure. The little quail trembled, then raised his proud head like a noble swan, I won't. Will you go or not? I won't go. Weekend's voice was resolute and forceful, I don't need to apologize for what I've done. Although old Fu did have bad luck getting a headful of wine. Weekend silently bowed 3 times in Fu Yanji's direction in his mind, counting as an apology. Uncle Lin, go and get the junk he's hiding in the garage. But this matter is indeed my fault, I will immediately go and atone for my sins. Weekend smiled sycophantically, big brother, please be lenient, our neighborhood is about to implement waste sorting soon, those cardboard and pull-tab cans were the last things I piled up in the garage. ZHOU felt a headache coming on just looking at him, waving his hand to let this karmic retribution leave quickly. Chapter 9, I am recently interested in secondary resource recycling and the catering industry. Apologize, and I'll be electrocuted. Not apologizing, would leave ZHOU following him like a menacing tiger poised to pounce. Every step backward meant his older brother's iron fist coming down on his head. ZHOU looked as though he bore an ancient grudge. Fu Yanji went to the restroom to wash his face. When he returned, he saw ZHOU dragging his unfortunate younger brother to wait by the dining table for him. Seeing ZHOU's crumpled little face, Fu Yanji instinctively took half a step back. With just a glance, he turned away and resumed a conversation with a smile on his face, until ZHOU approached. Oh, this must be little Zhou's younger brother. ZHOU nodded with a smile, yes, it's ZHOU. This is General Manager Wang from Longqing Technology. The instant Weekend switched into his sugary professional smile. Uncle Wang, nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you too. Mr. Wang said, I haven't seen little Mo before. Little Mo should be attending university now, right? Which school are you attending? A local one, High University. Ah, High University. That's a good school. Do you have plans to study abroad? Your brother's alma mater is excellent. Chairman Fu also has a fine academic record. Forget that, as a bastard child preparing to enter such a prestigious university might seem suspicious due to potential inheritance disputes within the ZHOU family. I lack learning and talent, far from being as capable as my brother and brother Fu. There's no way I can get into such a great school. Fu Yanji arched an eyebrow and took a sip of white wine from his glass. He didn't expect that the little brat from the ZHOU family, who usually bared his teeth at him like a barking corgi, could actually act so composed when surrounded by people. Good, good. Staying domestic allows you to take care of some family matters for your dad. Zhou Yuning had thought about these problems long ago. Weekend's background was the ZHOU family's secret. To outsiders, Weekend remained the child of Cui Lily. Hence, their parents had prepared a fund and stocks for Weekend long ago, which assured him of a life of stability and wealth without worries. No. Weekend suddenly shook his head and declared loudly, I think I'm not cut out for business. Lately, I've been looking into some work opportunities in resource recovery and the catering industry. Ah. Mr. Wang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, that's good. It's good when young people have ideas. Zhou Yuning fell silent. Scavenging and operating breakfast stalls also count as jobs. All professions are equal, all professions are equal. But I've heard recently that Fu Corporation and ZHOU cooperated on a project, achieving pretty impressive results. Seeing them discuss work, Weekend knew he'd passed this round and was about to sneak off. You young ones are all top-notch, giving us old fogies peace of mind. Unlike my disobedient son who lacks focus unlike you guys. The fields young Master Wang specializes in are different from ours. We, these vulgar businessmen, can't compare to his intellectual and philosophical insights. Mr. Wang smiled and raised his glass to drink with Zhou Yuning. You're good with words. My brother has recently started taking medication, making drinking inconvenient. Let me handle this cup instead, Weekend interjected. Do I have this privilege, Uncle Wang? Certainly. The two glasses touched lightly, and Weekend finished the drink in one gulp, smiling and saying, this is last year's new release from the winery. It has a rich aroma and a pleasant taste. What do you think, Uncle Wang? Not bad. Does young Lord Zhou understand wine? Just a bit, just a bit. Knowing Jack all about it, but casually praised it just to give some lip service. Weekend secretly gritted his teeth. What's so special about this imported wine anyway? As this topic ended, Weekend greeted Mr. Wang with a full smile, turning around and replacing Zhou Yuning's glass of alcohol with a glass of juice. Don't drink alcohol with a sore throat recently. The kid slightly lowered the tone of his voice, sounding somewhat like he was cooing. The freshly squeezed orange juice was filled with chunks of fruit, so thick that it clung to the glass when shaken. Zhou Yuning, Ed. How do you know? You've held that glass of alcohol in your hand for half an hour without taking a single sip. You've been coughing lately. Weekend said, there's fritillary loquat soup, have some. With everyone here, shall I drink soup by myself? Weekend deeply glanced at him, shook his head, and walked away. Zhou Yuning touched his nose and turned his head to look at Fu Yanji, who hadn't spoken for half a day. Yeah, he's really become more sensible recently. Fu Yanji expressionlessly said, you'd better not flaunt that in front of me. I just finished arguing with my own younger brother. I can't bear to see these kinds of things. Not to mention, this person called Weekend. Never mind, better not bring it up. Zhou Yuning drank the glass of juice in one gulp and stopped teasing his good brother. Not long after, Weekend returned, holding two highball glasses filled with a transparent yellowish liquid that looked no different from white wine at a glance. He handed them out to the two of them. Here, try it. Fu Yanji hadn't expected his own turn, and he very darkly suspected whether there was poison in it. Zhou Yuning didn't think so much about it, taking a sip after receiving it. It was sweet and carried the fresh scent of pear, making his throat feel quite comfortable after just one sip. How's it taste? Pretty good. Weekend grinned and walked away. Zhou Yuning held a glass of pear juice, drinking half the cup in one go, and let out a comfortable sigh. Fu Yanji reminded him nearby, aren't you forgetting something? Zhou Yuning asked curiously, what am I forgetting? Nothing. Turns out I'm the real sucker. At around 11 o'clock at night, the banquet ended. Su Laren patted the wrinkles off his clothes and stood up from the sofa where he'd been lying flat for hours. It's true, slacking off doesn't give people a sense of pleasure. But it's pretty comfortable. Su Laren pounded his stiff back as he went to regroup with his father and brother. When he reached the door, he saw Weekend also saying goodbye to his family along with the guests. His complexion was rosier than when they left earlier, and he had a slightly intoxicating smell of alcohol on him. Auntie, it's been such a pleasure chatting with you today. Weekend personally helped Tao Shui open the car door. I hope you have fun tonight. Tao Shui, pleased by his flattery, laughed merrily. Oh my, how could it not be pleasant with someone like you keeping me company? Fu Yanji sat inside the car looking speechless. Lisa, don't forget to come find me for a spa tomorrow. Shui Lily waved her hand. Yeah, I've got it. Su Laren turned around and seeing his dad watching him, asked, Dad, what is it? Do you know that kid from the ZHOU family? Yeah, we exchanged a few words tonight. Su Laren got into the car with his dad and asked, is there anything specific about him? This kid's really capable. Old Su said, tonight, following his dad, he completely outdrank us old fogies. The car had already driven some distance when Tao Shui leaned closer to sniff her son. Why don't I smell any alcohol on you? Due to that glass of pear juice from weekend managing to get Fu Yanji through the entire dinner without detection, Fu Yanji had barely touched alcohol all evening. Didn't drink much. What do you think of weekend? Tao Shui enthusiastically told her son, I think he's pretty interesting. I like him a lot. He seems rather inexplicable. Exactly because of that it's interesting, being logical and necessary about everything like you. Does it even matter? Tao Shui said, tonight, you didn't see how he outdrank those old guys while standing next to his dad. It seems he knows quite a bit about alcohol. What does he know? All talk, that's all. Tao Shui said, during champagne time, he said this wine aroma was rich and the taste nice. During white grape wine, he said the same thing. During red wine again, these were the exact words. The only difference was who he was drinking with, or else he would have definitely slipped up. Tonight, the ZHOU family probably won't fall asleep easily. Uncle Lin instructed the maid to tidy up the mess at home. Weekend sneaked to the backyard to water his vegetable seedlings. ZHOU roughly figured out the situation of domestic circles through the night and was now handing over work to Zhou Yuning in the study. Your younger brother. ZHOU hesitated to speak. It's hard for me to say anything since I can't ignore your mother's feelings. Zhou Yuning listened quietly. He hasn't been causing as much trouble lately and can try cultivating his own career, ZHOU said. The ZHOU family stuff can't be given to him too much. Future things still depend on his own efforts. You need to take more care of him. He's pretty proactive. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Yuning actually said good things about Weekend. He has his own ideas. That's good. ZHOU nodded, his gaze turning towards the window. My assistant said that the card given to Weekend hasn't had any expenses in the past half-month. Has he? Suddenly, ZHOU's voice halted, pointing incredulously at the window. You didn't tell me his business also included agriculture. Weekend had already changed into a white tank top and big shorts, carrying a small hoe on his shoulder. Facing the yellow earth with the dark sky behind him, he was watering his little tomato seedlings by the faint light in the courtyard. ZHOU patted his old heart, still shaken. Doesn't he scare people sneaking around in the middle of the night like that? Chapter 10, This is my vegetable patch. The outside was pitch black, with only a small area of light around the vegetable garden. On the weekend, ZHOU sat on a small folding stool, his head down as he weeded seedlings, while ZHOU stood in the dark, wearing an outer coat. ZHOU. ZHOU looked up, his face flushed red and his eyes misty with moisture. You've had too much to drink. You should go back and rest early. ZHOU stared at nothing, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he slowly shook his head. No, I haven't finished weeding them today. The nanny can do it. No, ZHOU insisted, these are my seedlings, and they must be taken care of by me. In his hand, he still held a weed. He pinched the grass lightly with his nails and fingertips, snapping the leaf. He murmured again, mine. He took excellent care of these seedlings. In this small space, there were cherry tomatoes and chilies planted everywhere. The ground was nearly devoid of weeds, and the rows of seedlings were neatly arranged. There were even some cherry tomatoes that had already ripened, red and inviting, hanging from the branches. Seeing that ZHOU wouldn't listen to reason, ZHOU tilted his chin and said, Are your cherry tomatoes ripe? ZHOU nodded, saying, They're ripe. Can they be eaten? ZHOU reached out and carefully picked 2 cherry tomatoes from the vine, wiping them with gloves. Eat them. Are they for me? They're for you and Mom. ZHOU said word by word seriously, this land belongs to you, so this is the rent for the land. His cheeks were flushed, and he had only a bit of baby fat left on his face. When he spoke, his expression looked somewhat cute. ZHOU couldn't help but laugh, then decided to tease him, why are you being so clear about the division? One brother, clear calculation. ZHOU. Who says we are brothers? It's cold at night. Go back to sleep soon. ZHOU tried to pull ZHOU up, don't catch a cold. Go back quick. I haven't finished weeding. ZHOU resisted. If this land is mine and I don't let you weed, then you shouldn't weed anymore. To ZHOU's surprise, the moment he spoke, this child instantly quieted down. Looking down, ZHOU dazedly sat on the small stool, with tears quickly welling up in his eyes. With a plop, a tear slid down onto the moist soil. What's wrong? ZHOU was slightly alarmed, why are you crying? This land is yours. Alcohol numbed his brain, causing ZHOU's speech to be slurred, yet he articulated clearly, then what about these seedlings? Are they mine? They're yours if they're yours. Not mine. ZHOU suddenly raised his voice. They are planted in your land, so they belong to you, not me. Then what is mine? He cried pitifully, like a child who didn't get his favorite toy. Clutching the few drooping weeds in his hand, his entire face buried in his knees, his shoulders shaking. All this talk about yours and mine made ZHOU feel overwhelmed. Rarely did he have such patience for this young son. ZHOU, stop crying. They are all yours, no one is taking them from you. ZHOU hung his head silently, shedding tears without a sound. Don't trick me. I'm not tricking you, ZHOU said. Then what exactly do you want? What would make you stop crying? ZHOU sniffed and said, steamed bun. He added another sentence, a steamed bun just for me. This little brat is quite protective of his food. Alright, I'll give you a steamed bun tomorrow morning. Can you go back to sleep now? ZHOU finally nodded, tightly holding the small stool in his arms, and asked, can we wait until these seedlings grow before returning this plot of land to you? Sure, do as you please. ZHOU responded with an, oh, placed the small stool on the ground, put away the hose, and went into the house without looking back. His entire figure exuded the word wronged. ZHOU, looking at the pitiful back silhouette, wanted to laugh but froze when he saw Cui Lily standing on the balcony of the master bedroom upstairs gazing at them here. His smile immediately froze, stiffening his lips upward awkwardly. When ZHOU returned to the room, Cui Lily was already sitting by the bed, applying skincare products to her makeup mirror, and didn't say anything when she saw him enter. Today, ZHOU. Cui Lily suddenly interrupted, actually, if you want to be good to him, there's no need to feel guilty. The grudges between the older generation can't be projected onto a child. Over the years, ZHOU has intentionally and unintentionally kept his distance from ZHOU on weekends, fearing that Cui Lily might overthink things. This hasn't gone unnoticed by Cui Lily. Despite still being the high-ranking, wealthy boss outside, ZHOU behaves far too cautiously in front of her. It seems that since the private child incident was revealed to Cui Lily, an unbreakable barrier has formed between them. ZHOU silently walked into the bathroom, and after a splash of water, he returned. I plan to clarify this matter with ZHOU before the spring festival. We should have clarified it long ago, said Cui Lily. We shouldn't have adopted him so hastily at the beginning, we weren't ready to accept him. He's like an outsider in a seemingly perfect family. It would have been better for him to grow up in the orphanage, where at least he'd have a healthy and comfortable environment. On Sunday, holding a small bowl of cherry tomatoes, ZHOU slowly ascended the stairs, counting the steps as he went. Suddenly, a pair of slippers appeared in his line of sight. What are you wandering around for at such a late hour without sleeping? Holding the tomato bowl, ZHOU looked up at him, I'm about to go back to sleep. Still smelling alcohol, Zhou Yuning wrinkled his nose in slight distaste and stared at Zhou Mo's face for a long time. Did you cry? Yeah, ZHOU nodded, raising the bowl in his hand. Do you want some cherry tomatoes? Zhou Yuning naturally accepted the bowl and noticed its freshness. These wouldn't happen to be grown by you, would they? They're mine. ZHOU was about to leave when he turned back to grab 2 cherry tomatoes, for labor fees. The next day, ZHOU felt somewhat exhausted, rarely waking up as late as 9 o'clock. Stumbling downstairs, he found Cui Lily sitting on the couch watching TV. Good morning. Cui Lily tilted her chin, breakfast is on the table. Going over, ZHOU indeed saw a plate of white steamed buns on the dining table. The rich people's buns were fragrantly steamed with milk aroma, soft and fluffy, neatly placed on the plate. As ZHOU chewed, his cheeks began to ache. How pretentious. ZHOU let out a long sigh, wanting nothing to do with steamed buns. Since there wasn't much to do today, after eating, ZHOU casually washed the dishes and then returned to tending his little vegetable patch, not returning to his room until sweat was pouring off him. As he came downstairs again, Cui Lily was just carrying her little bag, noticing ZHOU descending. I'm going to deliver soup to your father and brother. Would you like to come along? ZHOU was taken aback. Should I really come along? Is that okay? Of course it is. What if he throws up in someone else's car? It'd be quite bad. However, given the rarity of Cui Lily inviting him, ZHOU could hardly refuse her. Seizing the moment while Xiaojing fetched the car, he rushed back to take motion sickness medicine, and then followed Cui Lily onto the car. Both mother and son felt awkward, as though they were strangers. The car started moving slowly, and Cui Lily began making idle chit-chat. When does school start? In another month and a half. Study hard. Okay. If there's nothing to say, don't force awkward conversations. Weekend fiddled with the window, trying to suppress nausea while also attempting to ease the tension. How exhausting. Thankfully, realizing that their conversation might not be very relaxed, Cui Lily stopped talking along the way, allowing ZHOU to quietly breathe a sigh of relief. The company wasn't far from home, the trip normally took only half an hour by car with green lights all the way. Thanks to taking motion sickness medicine beforehand, Zhou symptoms weren't as severe. Although he was still feeling a bit dizzy upon getting out of the car, he was observant enough to immediately take the thermal pot from Cui Lily. He realized how heavy the thermal pot was. It seemed to contain more food than necessary for just 2 people. Weighing it in his hands, perhaps the thermal pots used by affluent families were simply heavier. This was the first time ZHOU had visited ZHOU Company. The business name was ZHOU Corporation. While its primary industries aren't detailed in the book, it's mentioned that ZHOU has collaborated with ZHOU Corporation on certain ventures, maintaining ties as old acquaintances. ZHOU Corporation is an established group with a broad range of interests across different fields. Since Fu Yanzi became chairman, the company's focus has shifted towards emerging technology sectors. ZHOU Corporation likely mirrors ZHOU Corporation's structure. Nonetheless, ZHOU certainly doesn't fall short in reputation. It's headquartered in the CBD of Haicheng, owning its own office building built over 10 years ago. Only one street separates it from ZHOU Corporation. Upon entering the company premises, everything shines brilliantly, the tiles are spotless beyond imagination, and a subtle coffee fragrance lingers in the air. A place like this, on weekends, he'd only seen it when working part-time jobs at construction sites, hauling bricks for others. If this were the world before last weekend, he might have even been involved in the renovation of the office building. Carrying cement or scraping lime mortar for others, it was what he did back then. Before his unexpected time-traveling experience, he had studied finance but had always been in a tough situation. When other students began preparing for their internships, he lacked both excellent grades and reliable capital. He ended up doing an internship at a random insurance company just to get by. That insurance company was so small that all its employees crammed into half a floor. The dilapidated walls would shed flakes with just a light touch. Weekend, as an intern, didn't even have his own desk. He got through the internship by serving tea, fetching water, wiping tables and chairs. Now, visiting such a large enterprise for the first time, Weekend couldn't help but feel curious, yet he also dared not look around casually. Instead, he kept his head down and stole glances from the corner of his eyes. Indeed, this was a big corporation where everyone seemed busier than the next. On their way there, not a single person was idle, they walked briskly, speaking on the phone while multitasking. Even going to the restroom was done at a sprint. Stepping onto the elevator, Chui Lily finally took one of Weekend's thermal buckets. "I'll go find your dad. You can take this one to your brother, he's on the 23rd floor in the president's office." Weekend nodded. The elevator door slowly opened, and he turned back. "See you later then." Chui Lily smiled and nodded her head in affirmation. Chapter 11, This person, ZHOU, is really terrifying. The president's office was spacious, with bright windows and spotless interiors. The floor-to-ceiling windows on a high floor looked somewhat spectacular. ZHOU pushed the door open, and the office was empty. "Mr. Zhou is in a meeting right now. Please wait here for a moment," the secretary said with a smile. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." After the secretary left for a while, she returned carrying a tray that had a cup of coffee and a few small pastries. ZHOU took them with both hands and expressed gratitude. "You're pretty busy too, don't worry about me. You can go back to your work." The coffee exuded a rich aroma, but although ZHOU hadn't tasted this kind of drink before, he roughly guessed it should be made by grinding beans, similar to soy milk. Without much thought, he picked up the cup and took a big gulp. ZHOU. Ugh. Why is this Western soy milk so bitter? It's even more bitter than my life. ZHOU's face twisted into an expression of disgust as he pushed the coffee cup far away. Only after eating a whole bag of small cookies did he manage to suppress the bitterness in his mouth. A new chapter has been released. ZHOU gave an "oh" sound and skimmed through his phone. Yesterday, the two main characters didn't appear much, most of the writing was from Fu Yanji's perspective. Including that ridiculous wine spill incident, everything was documented. 317th comment, "I said what, wasn't it? ZHOU's a retard, no one's opposing that now, are they?" 318th comment, "Could it be that ZHOU's brain got damaged after being hit by Pei Ji?" 319th comment, "Seriously, compared to before, ZHOU now looks more likable, don't you think?" 320th comment, "Nah, probably because he's terrified after getting beaten." 321st comment, "If so, then Mr. Pei has indeed achieved a miraculous recovery with this wave." 325th comment, "Hahaha, who taught ZHOU such a way of pulling his pants down to fart? How come he's both cowardly and brave at the same time?" ZHOU angrily shouted, "I am not retarded. Yes, our little Momo could never possibly be retarded. Our little Momo is so cute, there's absolutely no chance of being retarded. Go to hell." Footsteps echoed outside the door, it seemed like their meeting had just concluded. ZHOU quickly jumped off the sofa. But he didn't expect that Fu Yanji would also be there. "Big brother, President Fu." ZHOU greeted them as he stood up, "Your meeting is over." Zhou Yuning casually tossed the file onto the coffee table. "Why are you here?" "I came with Mom." Since Fu Yanji entered the room, he hadn't spoken a single word. He glanced at ZHOU faintly before sitting at the other end of the sofa, picking up a document idly, flipping through it a couple of times. "Good timing." Zhou Yuning gestured to the secretary, "Linda, hand over the files on your desk to ZHOU first. Go tend to the guests. The Fu Group's team is currently in the conference room. They might have lunch here." Linda responded with a yes, passing ZHOU a stack of files almost as tall as a half-person. ZHOU. This was an entirely different price. Zhou Yuning seemed to have no time to listen to ZHOU's objection, instructing him once, check carefully, make sure there aren't any mistakes, then started discussing things with Fu Yanji by pointing at the files. Holding the documents, ZHOU was dazed on the spot for a bit. Eventually, he accepted the reality and obediently sat down to start reading through the files. Actually, the several files on Linda's hands only looked intimidating, but in fact, they weren't very difficult. It was merely arranging some meeting records and scheduling Zhou Yuning's future itinerary. He picked up a pen from Zhou Yuning's desktop and spread out the first document on the sofa. That was likely the record of an international meeting, half a page in Chinese, half a page in English. ZHOU simply flipped through twice and found a blank A4 paper, where he listed out a meeting outline. In an instant, all that could be heard in the office were the conversation between Zhou Yuning and Fu Yanji. These two, indeed worthy of being businessmen, despite growing up together and having close relations since childhood, still held nothing back when dealing with official matters. Not a single penny would be given away easily. ZHOU glanced around and asked, Big brother, may I use the tablet on the sofa? Zhou Yuning managed to squeeze in a reply, sure. Holding up the tablet against Big brother's face for scanning, the computer unlocked, and ZHOU transferred the documents to his computer. Here, he worked feverishly. After all, such tasks were much easier than carrying bricks or cement. In his regular school days, ZHOU hadn't handled less of these types of chores helping teachers, so now he appeared especially proficient and neatly organized. Before long, 3 meeting records and a travel schedule were completed, and transmitted to Zhou Yuning's email. It was already half an hour past lunchtime when Fu Yanji stretched his joints. Alright, let's finalize the contract this afternoon. It would be best if the funds arrive by the end of the month. Agreed, Zhou Yuning replied, we'll have lunch here today, I'll ask the cafeteria to prepare a few more dishes. Fu Yanji didn't object, his gaze wandering over to where ZHOU sat. He noticed the scattered remains of open cookie packaging on the coffee table, with the culprit himself, ZHOU, still sporting crumbs on his lips and murmuring as he chewed something. Most of the coffee remained untouched in its cup, which hadn't moved from its position on the coffee table for quite some time. ZHOU's cheeks bulged with the cookies he had stuffed into his mouth while also using a tissue to wipe down the tablet computer screen with brisk efficiency. Within moments, he placed the clean tablet back onto the table and swiftly tidied up the mess. Zhou Yuning naturally reached out and took the tablet. Let me see how well you've done with your work. After opening the files and browsing through them, Zhou Yuning couldn't help but admit that the record-keeping was impressive indeed. Not even Linda, their professional secretary, could rival it. The layout was neat, everything clearly outlined, and both Chinese and English versions were neatly formatted with annotations for critical points. You did a good job, said Zhou Yuning, who then handed the tablet to Fu Yanji without holding back his praise. You put effort into this. Fu Yanji also nodded approvingly. Indeed, it's excellent work. See. Chairman Fu has praised you, yet he's typically very critical. ZHOU's face reddened under the combined praise from the two, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. It's not that difficult a task. You're being too kind. Being able to excel at small tasks is also a skill, don't belittle yourself, Fu Yanji advised. Yes, ZHOU responded, rubbing his flushed face, thank you, Chairman Fu. Though sometimes you can be rather odd. ZHOU. Oh. Thanks a lot for adding that part afterward. Now that it was after lunchtime, the canteen was nearly empty. Zhou Yuning picked up the menu and ordered 2 dishes before passing it along to Fu Yanji. Without so much as glancing at the menu, Fu Yanji passed it to ZHOU instead. What would you like to eat? You worked hard this morning. Today, dressed in his suit, which paired well with a tie, an ensemble that on most people might make them look like either wedding MCs or insurance salesmen, somehow appeared perfectly tailored on Fu Yanji. Every detail, from his collar to his wristwatch, looked carefully crafted. Even the hand that held out the menu retained a faint whiff of woodsy cologne, long fingers tapering neatly, with perfectly manicured nails. Taking the menu, ZHOU pointed to 2 dishes, vegetable tofu soup, plus scrambled eggs with cucumber. Zhou Yuning added another dish, a Westlake fish in sweet vinegar sauce, kung pao chicken, and finally diced chicken with chili, and judged that 3 should be enough for their trio before passing the menu to the waiter. As they waited for the food, Zhou Yuning also ordered a glass of milk tapioca pudding. Upon seeing it, ZHOU's eyes lit up noticeably, though he himself wasn't aware that the way he grabbed the milk glass seemed particularly eager. ZHOU. Fu Yanji suddenly said, are you still in touch with Fu Youwu lately? Choke. Caught off guard, ZHOU coughed uncontrollably after being startled by the sudden question and hastily shook his head. No, I haven't been in contact with Fu Youwu since I left the hospital. I swear. There was still a faint white milk mustache lingering on his upper lip, making him appear as if he wore a childish beard. Fu Yanji stared at the milky mustache twice before frowning suddenly. Wipe your mouth, it's not polite to eat like that. It's fine as it is, Zhou Yuning interjected then, all that is old history now. Why are you taking kids' play seriously? Our boy Sunday already regrets it. I'm not trying to pursue anything further, Fu Yanji shrugged, I just think. When you're not strange, you're actually quite normal, ZHOU. You know what, Chairman Fu, sometimes you talk nonsense worse than others do. ZHOU Yuning, 6. ZHOU realized the atmosphere between him and Fu Yenji might be quite awkward, possibly more so than between him and Fu Youwu. In Fu Yenji's eyes, perhaps he came across as a lunatic. But there was no way out, this accursed task demanded it. The dishes arrived quickly. Perhaps the Fu family adheres to the principle of not talking during meals and staying silent while resting, as Fu Yenji ate this entire meal in silence. ZHOU, on the other hand, was different, he was most focused when showing off his eating. So Fu Yenji watched as both he and ZHOU Yuning had already finished their meal and put down their chopsticks, while ZHOU held his bowl and asked, "Are you too full? Waiter, could I have another bowl of rice, the 4-ounce one?" He dumped the rice into the soup basin, picked up the basin, and slurped everything left inside. By the end of the meal, the plates were nearly empty, with only the soup base remaining. The cabbage tofu soup was cleaned so thoroughly it looked like it had been rinsed. Only the diced chicken with chili remained largely untouched. ZHOU gazed at the chicken on the plate with a somewhat regretful expression. Still, he reluctantly poured it out, after all, he didn't eat spicy food, and the ZHOU family members didn't seem like they would leave leftovers either. Sitting back in his chair, he patted his stomach and politely asked, "Big brother, can I have another glass of milk tapioca pudding?" ZHOU Yuning. Fu Yenji. This kid, was he about to start eating the plates next? Chapter 12, You Did This on Purpose. The night was deep and quiet as Fu Yenji returned to his apartment near the company, a place he bought for the convenience of work. After a busy day, he felt a bit tired and all he wanted to do now was go back, take a shower, and then sleep. There was someone in the living room, a dim yellow light was on. Upon hearing the door open, a figure moved from the couch. It was Fu Youwu. Feeling somewhat guilty upon seeing Fu Yenji, Fu Youwu stood up awkwardly and scratched his nose. "Big brother. What happened? Did you break up?" Fu Youwu shook his head. "No, we had an argument." He knew that foolish boy wasn't reliable, they'd been arguing after just a few days. The chairman of Fu Corporation was very unhappy, his brows nearly twisted into a Chinese knot. "Didn't you decide to share bitterness and hardship with him? You didn't even come home for this, did he dump you?" "Big brother, what are you talking about?" Fu Youwu still seemed somewhat unwilling. "It's just an argument, it's not like we're never going to contact each other again." "So you guys argued, and he kicked you out? Are you kidding? It's already an insult that you're staying in a place no bigger than a doghouse. He told you to leave, and you really left." "He didn't kick me out, it's just that at the moment, the atmosphere was like that. I slammed the door and left." The young master, having eloped with the other person, proudly didn't bring a single cent from home, resulting in practically being penniless when he went out. After arguing with the other person, he had to walk home. Fu Youwu walked for half a day, and his legs were almost broken. "Why did you argue?" Fu Youwu mentioned this with some indignation. "I feel like he doesn't love me enough." Fu Yenji. "Big brother, you're right, maybe we're not suitable for each other. His place is small, chaotic, and the curtains don't block any light. By 5 o'clock in the morning, the room is already bright. Every day, only one dish is stir-fried, and we eat the same dish all day. In the kitchen, there's only space for one person, making it difficult to even turn around. As for the bedsheets, they're both hard and rough, nothing like the life I want." Fu Youwu sounded even more wronged as he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "But I like him, and for him, I don't care about these things." "Then why did you argue?" "But he does care," Fu Youwu sniffled, clutching a tissue in his hand. "Recently, he brought a lot of stuff home and installed an air conditioner, but I saw him signing bank statements. Big brother, do you know what? To buy an air conditioner, he actually had to take out a loan. I asked him to return the air conditioner, and he got angry with me. He thought he hadn't given me what I wanted." Fu Youwu couldn't help but burst into tears. "But all I want is him. As long as I can be with him, I'm fine with everything. You two have a little too much on your minds about love." Fu Yenji said this with great fairness. "Big brother, what should I do?" "What to do? Go home quickly, continue working, take care of your own career, and later you can keep several PJIs if you want." Crying, Fu Youwu said, "You lack feelings, you only think about solving problems with money. What else can you use instead of money? Isn't the most fundamental issue between the two of you money? I've already told you, a large gap in social standing means a mismatched pair." Fu Yenji threw his phone onto Fu Youwu. "Check who's in my contacts list that you can connect PG with. If he can't rise on his own, won't you push him upward? He doesn't want to rely on me. How could he be poor and stubborn? And how could you start scolding again?" Fu Youwu pouted unhappily. "Your manners are terrible." Fu Yenji. "I shouldn't have bothered asking. Then what do you want to do?" "I don't know," Fu Youwu drooped his eyes shamefully. "If I knew, I wouldn't have come back trailing my tail. Do you want to sleep here tonight?" "Yeah," Fu Youwu nodded. "Big brother, I'm hungry." Fu Yenji sighed with exasperation, finding a few tomatoes and eggs from the fridge, as well as a pack of dried noodles. With the water boiling, bubbling fervently, he put the noodles inside, stirring constantly with chopsticks. When the noodles were half cooked, he turned off the heat, covered them with a lid to steam. Next, he heated oil and poured the prepared egg liquid into the pan. The sizzling sounds filled the entire kitchen, and Fu Yanji lifted his hand to switch on the exhaust fan. Then he deftly flipped and fried the eggs. Once the eggs were cooked, he added diced tomato pieces, pouring extra water into the pan to stew and release the rich tomato juice. After dealing with that, he rinsed the noodles twice in cold water, fished them out, and placed them in bowls. From the other side of the kitchen island, Fu Youwu looked eagerly at these items and suddenly said slyly, "Brother, you are so domestic. Is there anything special going on with you? What kind of situation?" Fu Yanji effortlessly lifted a heavy iron pot in one hand, pouring the well-cooked egg sauce over the noodles. A steaming bowl of tomato egg halloum noodles was ready. Fu Youwu couldn't wait, taking his bowl and chopsticks and sitting down to wait. As soon as Fu Yanji put the bowl down, he pounced on it like a hungry tiger. He slurped a big mouthful of noodles and exclaimed, "It's delicious." For some unknown reason, Fu Yanji warmed up a cup of milk for him and pushed it to his side, "Finish drinking and go to bed early. If you want to go anywhere tomorrow, I'll have the driver take you." "I still want to go back to see him." Fu Youwu clutched the bowl, carefully looking at his brother's expression. "Brother, don't be mad." "Why would I get mad? This isn't my business." Fu Yanji coolly gave him a sidelong glance while holding a glass of water. "The last person as stubborn as you spent 18 years digging wild vegetables in a cold hut." After returning home on the weekend, he took care of his little vegetable sprouts as usual, then retreated into his room. He was preparing for the college English test band 6. After finishing a set of questions, he raised his head and found that the stars were bright and the moon sparse. He sat down to relax for a while, opening his phone to check the WeChat moments. The previous owner didn't have a large social circle, mostly nodding acquaintances. Among a group of second-generation rich people, their lives appeared very vibrant when viewed from afar. Some were getting drunk in bars late at night, others were planning global travels, someone was picking coconuts on their private island, someone had gotten an Ivy League offer and was showing off the university library, and others complained about the trouble of applying for flight routes for their private jets. Indeed, the possible troubles of wealthy people must be things like having to apply for flight routes for their private planes. Among all this luxurious nightlife, one post stood out clearly. Fu Youwu, was all of this destined? The accompanying picture was tonight's moon. Weekend? What happened? Is this child feeling emotional late at night? Recalling carefully, Fu Youwu should have recently been arguing with Pei Ji. These two children had been having quite a troubling relationship. The earlier part tortured the unrequited Fu Youwu, and the later part tormented the desperate Pei Ji chasing after his wife. Judging by the timing, now should be when their feelings first show signs of a crack. Later, they will have many places to argue, even a period of several years where they break up. After enduring for a while, they will mend their ways. Even though, from Weekend's perspective, some of the disputes were unnecessary and could be avoided with just a bit of emotional intelligence. But what can be done, since both of them were the male leads, readers need something to read after all. So nothing could be done. Weekend shrugged. How does that song go again? Even if it's a predestined good match, there will still be hardships. So, student Fu Youwu, your mission is long and arduous, please work hard. He flipped his phone back onto the desk, intending to do another set of listening questions before sleeping. Before starting the listening, a WeChat message popped up. Fu Youwu, why did you like my post? You can say if you're laughing at me. Weekend. Weekend exited and saw Fu Youwu's WeChat moments. Sure enough, the little heart under Fu Youwu's post had been lit up. Weekend, did I slip accidentally? Do you believe me? Fu Youwu, do you think I'll believe you? Fu Youwu, rest assured, the two of us will absolutely not break up. Our feelings are stronger than the Three Gorges Dam. Weekend, you shouldn't say that about the Three Gorges Dam. Fu Youwu. Fu Youwu, are you deliberately doing this? Weekend, did you guys argue? Fu Youwu, it's none of your business. Weekend. Weekend, actually, you don't need to rush into matters of love now. The material foundation between the two of you is imbalanced, and your feelings aren't yet unshakable. Fu Youwu, you just want to split us up, right? Your sinister intentions have been exposed, I won't fall for your tricks. Weekend, Wang Baochuan has sent you an invitation to dig wild vegetables. Chapter 13, one is a love-obsessed person, the other has low emotional and intellectual quotients. Fu Youwu was almost driven crazy with anger. Absolutely infuriated. One evening, being called a love addict twice was something he truly couldn't accept. He stayed awake all night, and the next morning while Fu Yanji was toasting bread, he followed him around like a little shadow. When Fu Yanji turned around and hissed, stepping back, he looked up and asked, "What are you doing?" "I almost stepped on you." "Do I look like a love addict?" "What do you think?" "I don't think so." Fu Youwu said angrily, "I've always been very rational. How can you guys say that about me?" "You guys?" Fu Yanji raised an eyebrow and turned to take out 2 fried eggs. "Is there someone else who said that to you?" "Yeah." Fu Youwu said, "On the weekend, he actually said I was a love addict. I reckon the real love addict should be him." After failing to break up me and Pei Ji, he's now trying to stir things between us. His schemes have long been seen through by me. Fu Yanji replied affirmatively, yeah. Although that guy from the weekend didn't seem smart enough to scheme, but going along with this love addict's narrative might be better right now since Fu Yanji always prioritizes maintaining a pleasant work mood early in the morning. Why argue with this big love addict when it just causes unnecessary trouble for oneself? I'm saying, how could I be a love addict? Fu Yanji felt exasperated as he placed the meal plate on the table. Let's eat. Having received his brother's approval, Fu Youwu swaggered like a proud little peacock, strutting confidently at the dining table waiting for the meal to begin. Fu Yanji, like a mother figure, set the breakfast in front of him and poured him a glass of milk. A few days ago, I didn't go to work. While chewing on the toast, Fu Youwu suddenly remembered an important matter. Brother, you didn't fire me, did you? Unjustified absence, your salary will be docked. It's all official procedures, I'm your own younger brother. Does my skipping work really count as unjustified? Did you ask for leave? He certainly did not. Fu Youwu was dragged by his own elder brother to return to his job position and restarted his 9-to-5 white-collar life again. As for Pei Ji, he had forgotten about her amidst mountains of work. Ginger candy water. Chui Lily held the soup container, sipping a mouthful, and most of the discomfort brought on by her period was alleviated. It feels so warm. Aunt Fong, today's candy water tastes really good. The young master cooked it this morning. Aunt Fong stood by the dining table with a beaming smile. The sky was still dark when he got up this morning. This sugar water took him 2 hours to cook. He said Madam might feel unwell these past couple of days, drinking this would probably make her feel better. Is that so? Chui Lily drank another sip. It was warmly spicy and comforting to the stomach. Does he always get up this early? He's woken up at this time every day over the past half-month. He would hustle in the kitchen after waking up and then push the small cart out to sell snacks. Aunt Fong responded. Ah, that's how it is. Chui Lily paused, lost in thought with her soup container for a while, and then proposed to ZHOU, how about we let the kid come to our company for an internship? Blub. Both father and son from the ZHOU family were simultaneously choked on their soup, coughing for quite some time. ZHOU quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe the corners of his mouth. We've never let the kid meddle in our business, just in case. Right now, you no longer care about these things, Chui Lily interjected. Chui Lily glanced at Aunt Fong, who immediately left the scene showing great tact. For a moment, only the three of them remained at the dining table. I obviously still care about this, but always excluding him, maybe it isn't necessarily making him feel so upset. Chui Lily said, except for living a bit more comfortably, we indeed haven't provided him much resources. I see he has grown up a lot recently and started to be considerate towards others. ZHOU didn't respond. For some unknown reason, he suddenly remembered that day when the kid pulled him and cried asking, then what belongs to me? Nothing belongs to me. His tears fell one drop after another on the ground, crying pitifully. I think it's acceptable. Zhou Yuning put down his rice bowl and said, all those assets and properties are just trivial matters. Moreover, Weekend doesn't seem interested in that either now. Besides, Weekend is our child, it's nothing giving him something. No way. Illegitimate children shouldn't interfere in family affairs. ZHOU still thought it wasn't appropriate. Besides, I plan to tell Weekend about his true identity in a few days. It won't be easy for him in the company then anyway. He wouldn't stay in the company for too long either. He still has to go back to school after this summer vacation. ZHOU mulled it over for a while, and said, let's discuss this later, I'll give it more thought. Weekend's breakfast stall sold out very fast today, selling everything before 9 o'clock. He was very satisfied, having made a substantial amount, and happily sat by the roadside counting his money. 5, 10, 23, 30. Wow, I made 235 yuan today. Weekend grinned, showing his white teeth, and stuffed the money into the pocket of his chest, one step closer to my goal of a little house. The street became busier, the atmosphere gradually heating up. Each shop was blasting irritating music to promote their sales. Weekend was pushing his small cart past a coffee shop when he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. A poster was posted at the store's entrance, with a printed image of a cute Shiba Inu standing proudly there, eyes determined and full of stubbornness. It looked like it was a collaboration between an anime and the coffee shop. Shiba Big Brother. Weekend silently repeated his name, seeing that, recharge 300 yuan and get a Shiba Inu plushie, and hesitated for a long time at the spot. Recharge 300 yuan, that's quite expensive. Weekend shook his head and pushed his cart away. But less than 5 minutes later, he reappeared at the shop entrance, tightly clutching some paper bills in his pocket. He had never seen such a high-class consumption place, so he felt a bit nervous. But that plushie really reminded him of the one he used to have in his previous world. I want it so badly. Weekend gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and walked in. A cashier greeted him with a smile and said, welcome, please scan the code to place your order. Hello, Weekend politely said, I want the Shiba Inu plushie hanging outside. Can you sell it to me? Sir, this is a membership gift, it cannot be sold separately. Just as the server was about to approach Weekend and recommend drinks, she was repelled by a sudden waft of greasy smell and stepped back several paces. This smell. It's like someone was fried in an oil pan. Weekend finally realized he had been frying dough sticks all morning, and his body had absorbed the grease fully. The smell might not be pleasant, so he quickly retreated a few steps almost out of the shop. I understand, but buying a membership card would be useless for me. Is there really no way? It can't be helped, this is the headquarters regulation. Please understand. Weekend was startled, realizing his request was indeed somewhat rude. So he nodded. Sorry, then let me recharge my membership card. How much does it cost? Please scan the code. Cash. We don't accept cash. Seeing the disdainful look on the server's face, Weekend choked, helplessly pulling out his phone. His phone was linked to a bank card, and every month the ZHOU family would transfer a large sum of money into this account. The current balance in that deposit was enough to buy down this store. However, Weekend didn't want to spend the ZHOU family's money. Using it just to save the situation now doesn't count as spending the ZHOU family's money if I immediately deposit 300 yuan in the bank after leaving. Under the guidance of the server, Weekend scanned the code, transferred 300 yuan, and finally obtained the beloved plushie. He hugged it delightedly, rubbing it hard, blushing from joy. Thank you, he said to the server. This person was fair-skinned and clean, and when he smiled, 2 dimples appeared on his cheeks, looking quite cute. Despite the strong smell on him, it wasn't too annoying. So the server couldn't help but remind him, remember to come consume, the membership card has a 1-year validity period. Weekend planned to sell the membership card as soon as possible, nodded aimlessly, and prepared to leave holding his Shiba Inu plushie. Suddenly, an explosive voice sounded in his ear, Weekend. Weekend got scared and shivered. Before he could react, he was harshly shoved aside and landed on the ground with a thud. Only then did he hear a loud, plump sound as his plushie flew several meters away before being picked up by a white and slender hand. You really are haunting me, aren't you? Half of Weekend's shoulder went numb. Just a slight movement caused severe pain in his elbow. Looking up, he saw a robust guy with an intimidating face who pressed him down fiercely. Second main character Pei Ji appears. Pei Ji. Weekend looked somewhat angry. What are you doing? You ask what I'm doing. Why are you here? Are you trying to bother ZHOU? You. Weekend tried to break free, unable to find his plushie, becoming even more furious. Let me go. Pei Ji. A familiar cold voice rang out nearby, let him go. Weekend felt his shoulder loosen, and Pei Ji released him. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and saw Fu Yanji standing not far away. He should have been working not long ago, with silver-rimmed glasses still perched on his nose, holding his plushie. Fu Yanji didn't expect that this kid, who usually acted as meek as a rabbit in front of him and Zhou Yuning, would now resemble a little kitten showing its teeth in warning. Yours. When Weekend was suddenly thrown to the ground, his arm had been scraped badly, with blood dripping down his arm drop by drop. But he acted as if he hadn't felt it at all, grabbing his plushie back and hugging it tightly. Pei Ji, how can you just start hitting people? Did you forget about your compulsory education? But he came here again to hassle ZHOU. He hasn't been hit hard enough. Without thinking, Weekend's bloodstains smeared onto the plushie's face, instantly dirtying one side of the Shiba Inu's cheeks. Weekend tried wiping it off with his hands, but it wouldn't come clean. Hearing Pei Ji's comment, he immediately lost control. What do you mean? Does this coffee shop belong to you or something? You're not even letting others come in. Pei Ji didn't expect Weekend to argue with him. Just as he was about to respond, Weekend shouted miserably, I already told you I don't like Fu Youwu anymore. Are you suffering from delusions of persecution? If you want to guard what you think is such a treasure, then go ahead and guard it yourself. Leave me alone. You actually have some logic now. Why shouldn't I? I was fine until you showed up, shoved me on the ground, and started yelling at me for no reason. Don't think I enjoy meddling in your affairs. You've got one with brain fever, and one with low emotional intelligence. I don't need to get involved in your drama. The 2 of you being together happily is the actual nightmare. Chapter 14, Chai A-gu. Get in the car, let the driver take you home. Zhoma hugged Chai A-gu and stepped back half a step, no need, I can go back myself. The wound on your arm needs to be treated. There's a first aid kit in the car. I said no. Stop worrying about me, okay? Zhoma frowned, his tone dissatisfied. He seemed like a startled little animal, still not recovered after so long, bristling with aggression. But after he said that, he regretted it a bit. This matter had nothing to do with Fu Yanzi anyway. The one who hit was Pei Ji, and now why was he getting mad at him? Fu Yanzi lowered his eyes, sorry, I overstepped. No. Zhoma slowly exhaled, it's not related to you. It's just that I was too abrupt. My tricycle is parked nearby, I have to push it home, so there's no need for the driver. His forearm was still bleeding, looking quite alarming. Fu Yanzi stared at his forearm for a long time. Then what about your arm? Trouble you. Zhoma opened the door and got into the back seat of Fu Yanzi's car. Chairman Fu gave the driver a glance, and the driver understood and got out of the car, taking a first aid kit from the trunk. Zhoma took the first aid kit, thanked again, and then began treating himself, surprisingly skilled. He disinfected, medicated, and bandaged methodically. The space in the back seat was spacious, with a small cup holder tray between them. Chai A-gu was placed on that tray, cute and calm, looking peacefully ahead. The doll is very cute. Fu Yanzi said. ZHOU tidied up the mess, put the first aid kit back. Thank you, Mr. Fu. You're welcome, be careful not to get it wet. Fu Yanzi's arm touched Chai A-ge's little short legs, and for some reason he suddenly reached out and pinched Chai A-ge's little short legs. Soft and squishy. Seeing Fu Yanzi gazing lovingly at his precious doll, ZHOU silently pulled Chai A-gu back and tightly held it in his arms. Today, I'm really grateful. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. With that, he pushed open the car door and ran off quickly, his back figure looking quite awkward. After lunch, ZHOU dragged ZHOU to the company. While sitting in the office, ZHOU was still dazed. He thought he would hardly ever set foot in ZHOU again in his lifetime. Until the assistant sister gave him another bitter coffee. ZHOU. How did your arm get hurt? Fell by accident. ZHOU sat on the wide sofa in the chairman's office. This was his first time here, which was somewhat different from Zhou Yuning's office. The desk made of redwood, and behind it a whole wall of books caught ZHOU's attention as his eyes turned around. So many books. Do you have any intention of interning at the company? Actually, ZHOU asking this question was redundant because having an internship experience at ZHOU headquarters written on one's resume was such a beautiful thing that others couldn't ask for this opportunity. Besides, ZHOU didn't seem likely to ignore the family business either. Seeing that the child hadn't spoken for a long time, just staring at him straight, he patiently asked again, What are your thoughts? Ah. ZHOU used a lot of effort to tear his gaze away from the bookshelf. I won't. ZHOU didn't expect that, completely choked. Why? No reason, just not interested. In a gentle tone, ZHOU said, I just want to live my life in my own way, and as for the rest, I don't want. Your own way. Do you have any plans for your future? Yes, in the short term, it's about passing the CET-6 exam. After thinking carefully, ZHOU added, in the long term, find a stable job, have my own small home, and raise a dog. After a pause, ZHOU added, my own dog. You separate yourself from the family too clearly. ZHOU said, you don't have to be so distinctly divided. ZHOU didn't say anything. They were not originally a family, wasn't it necessary to be distinctly divided? But you setting up a stall every day frying dough sticks isn't a solution either. You can't do this forever. ZHOU supplemented, moreover, however you put it, you're still a child of the ZHOU family, and it doesn't sound good for a ZHOU family child to fry dough sticks outside. There's no distinction in jobs. ZHOU touched his nose, speaking softly, what's wrong with frying dough sticks? It's not stealing or robbing. This child. I'll arrange an internship position for you as soon as possible, ZHOU said, you must listen to me on this. You're studying finance, what would you write under the internship experience section when you graduate and look for a job? Streetside dough fritter vendor. I won't go to the family company. Being refused again by ZHOU became irritated, why? The company doesn't want nepotism. Would going to another company not count as nepotism either? You didn't come from any top university, no big enterprise would hire you anyway. Then I'll go to a small one. ZHOU looked down and answered dejectedly, people have different destinies, it's better if I just become a dried fish. Why try so hard for something that's not mine? You lack ambition. ZHOU was even angrier, not using these good conditions, what can you learn in a small company? Fetch tea and water for others. ZHOU completely stopped talking, hanging his head without a word. Get out, get out. ZHOU waved him away, feeling angry at the sight of him. Out of sight, out of mind. As if granted a pardon, ZHOU hurried out with his tail between his legs. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhou Yuning standing outside. He should have just arrived, seeing ZHOU rushing out of the office hastily, instinctively stretching out his hand to block him, keeping ZHOU in front of him, what's with the rush? Being chased by dogs. ZHOU. You too, get lost. ZHOU fled instantly, leaving Zhou Yuning alone to bear the wrath. There was no way out since Zhou Yuning had important matters. Dad. Zhou Yuning closed the door casually, there's something I want to talk to you about. What is it? That second boy from the Fu family has caused trouble, Zhou Yuning said. Fu Yanji was really upset by him, didn't even let him into the company, sent him far away. Little Fu. ZHOU was genuinely surprised after hearing this, little Fu doesn't seem like someone who gets such emotional highs and lows, does he? I don't know the exact reason either, Zhou Yuning said. This afternoon, the kid stormed into Fu Yanji's office, almost tearing off the roof. Fu Yanji didn't indulge him either, locked him up in the office and disciplined him thoroughly. In the end, the child left with tears in his eyes. Did they fight? Probably not, little Five's anger was one-sided and futile. Zhou Yuning said, Fu Yanji means not wanting to see this unlucky brother anytime soon, telling him to scram quickly. But their school requires an internship report for this vacation. Fu Yanji will definitely not sign for him, and Tao asked me if we could take him in. Little 5 isn't bad either, ZHOU said, just too easily swayed by emotions. I've also read his profile. He's not the worst in terms of ability, but compared to our company's current recruits, he seems somewhat lacking. Zhou Yunning replied, however, this counts as business between our two families. As long as little 5 doesn't drag his feet too much, we can still accept him. What do you think? You decide. ZHOU suddenly remembered something, saying, your younger brother. Meanwhile, the sunlight outside was bright, yet over the Fu household, it seemed as if a dark cloud was hovering, occasionally flashes of lightning could be seen. The coffee table in the Fu family living room had been flipped over. Fu Yuwu stood amidst the chaos crying his heart out, his eyes red like a rabbit's. Fu Yanji sat on the adjacent single-person sofa, arms crossed, legs naturally crossed, slightly raising his head looking at this unlucky younger brother, his face as black as if ready to eat someone alive. Fu Yuwu. I already told you not to meddle, stop meddling. Fu Yuwu roared like an angry little beast, I'm grown up, have you ever let me be? All your nagging, I've endured all. Why are you constantly harping on Pei Ji? Why did you even go find him? Was there anything that couldn't be said to my face? Fu Yuwu cried uncontrollably, he wants to break up with me now, are you satisfied? Is this the result you wanted to see? Seeing his younger brother, who was red-faced and neck-swollen with rage, Fu Yanji sneered coldly, slightly raising his voice, do you have any end to this nonsense, Fu Yuwu? How many times have you caused trouble for a man? Do you understand anything? You understand nothing, you only know work, can you date anyone? And can you? Does it even matter to you whether Pei Ji suits you or not? You've been waited on hand and foot since childhood, toss you out of the Fu family and you'd starve to death. Fu Yanji's tone was severe, why do we cultivate you carefully at home? To serve some other men like a lapdog? Then toss me out, see if I die of hunger. Fu Yuwu wiped his face fiercely with his sleeve, you're just taking advantage of Dad not being in the country, otherwise, he wouldn't let you treat me like this. You really think Dad would side with you? So many times, if it weren't for me stopping him, he would have flown back and slapped you long ago. So what if he doesn't care? It's none of your business. Fu Yuwu said fiercely, even if I die outside, it's still none of your business. If he doesn't want me anymore, then I won't live either. You. Fu Yanji became enraged, rising to his feet and raising his hand to strike him. The boy stubbornly held his neck high, refusing to yield in any way. Are you going to hit me again? Was it my fault? I already told you not to go find him, but you went anyway. Now he wants to break up with me at home. Isn't it all because of your interference? Without you, there would be nothing wrong between us two. Fine, fine. From childhood till now, Fu Yanji had never once struck this younger brother, but now he was directly provoked into laughter. In the future, I will no longer interfere in your affairs. I'll see just how far you and Pei Ji can go. Chapter 15, Shopping with Miss Cui Lily. When Zhou Yuning came home in the evening, Zhou Mo was sitting by the fountain in the yard, scrubbing his big iron wok. The wok was polished until it shone, not a speck of grease remained, indicating that the young boss took food safety seriously. He sat on a little stool, vigorously scrubbing away in his white sleeveless shirt and loose shorts, wearing flip-flops. Sweat clung to his arms, glistening softly. Zhou Yuning felt an unexpected sense of comfort at this scene. After all, compared to others whose romances created chaos within their homes, Zhou Mo's focus on frying dough sticks was relatively less stressful. Seeing Zhou Yuning standing at the doorway, Zhou Mo flashed him a row of white teeth, big brother, you're back. Now Zhou Yuning found Zhou Mo quite pleasant to look at, reaching out to pat his head. His hand touched sweat, so he quietly patted Zhou Mo's sleeveless shirt to wipe it off. The sudden physical contact made Zhou Mo somewhat uncomfortable. He pulled his neck back, big brother, what's wrong? Nothing. Zhou Yuning said, what are you doing? Scrubbing the pot. Lately the bottom of the pot has been scorched black from frying oil sticks. As he spoke, his brows relaxed and his lips always curved upward. Zhou Yuning noticed that ever since his unlucky younger brother returned from the hospital, he had become like a little son, bustling about in his little world day and night, looking quite cute. That former gloomy demeanor was completely gone. It seemed he really enjoyed frying dough sticks. Had one beating by Pei Ji caused such a big change? Or else, suggest an idea to Uncle Fu that day to devise a plan for Pei Ji to beat Fu Youwu once. Would his little 5 stop being so resentful then? Pei Ji truly possessed miraculous recovery skills. Thinking about what was coming next, Zhou Yuning couldn't help but feel some worry. Mo, do you really like frying dough sticks that much? Zhou Mo. Do you even hear what you're saying? That was good, no matter how monotonous this kid's personal life was, he wouldn't regard frying dough sticks as a hobby. Zhou Yuning breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, little 5 moved out of the Fu family home. Did you know that? Nope. Zhou Mo continued brushing the iron pot with a straight face, not even looking up. It's like this, little 5 won't be working at Fu Corporation anymore. Dad thinks Yusha could accommodate a junior friend like him, but there is a condition. Zhou Yuning looked at Zhou Mo and announced word by word, "You have to intern at Fu Corporation and learn some things from Fu Yanji." The brush in Zhou Mo's hand froze briefly before he cut to the chase, "I ref you." Ding dong. Mission triggered. Accept Zhou Yuning's arrangement and infiltrate Fu Corporation. Zhou Mo almost wanted to overturn the table. What was he supposed to infiltrate it for? Become a business spy and steal trade secrets. That would mean going to jail again. No way he'd do it twice. So that's it. Under the sharp pressure, Zhou Mo reluctantly submitted, squatting on the ground unhappily rinsing the big iron wok. Zhou Yuning actually felt like he was taking away Zhou Mo's interest. "In fact, if you're really interested, I can invest in an early breakfast stall for you. Then every day, you can fry dough sticks." Zhou Mo glanced at him, eyes filled with melancholy. "No need. Going to work in a company, most importantly, required decent-looking attire, especially for a position like a chairman assistant which represented the face of the chairman outside. Dressing casually was absolutely unacceptable. But while paying attention to appearance, one shouldn't be too ostentatious either. One must appear high-end, luxurious yet sophisticatedly humble." After rummaging through his wardrobe for half a day, Zhou Mo ultimately found 5 sleeveless shirts, 4 large shorts, 2 pairs of flip-flops, 3 long-sleeved hoodies, and 2 long pants. "Where are your clothes?" Zhou Yuning, looking at his empty wardrobe, was utterly puzzled. "I thought they were useless, so I donated them." Actually, the original owner's style was hard to put into words, mostly consisting of studded leather jackets or bright green large shorts, overly hip-hop styled. Selling those wouldn't fetch much money, nor would Zhou Mo wear them himself. So he decided to clean up and dispose of everything in an old clothing recycling box. Ms. Cui Lily handed him a card, allowing him to choose some clothes at the mall. With his small backpack slung over his shoulder like a child sent by his mother to buy soy sauce, Zhou Mo marched proudly into the mall and half an hour later came out carrying a blue bag. Ms. Cui Lily took a quick glance, "Holy cow, something from Lan Shiji." "Zhou Mo, are you serious?" Zhou Mo opened the bag, shaking out a PL shirt, "Doesn't it look good? Isn't it formal enough?" Not only did Zhou Mo pick a standing collar PL shirt, but the shirt also had stripes, light pink, deep blue, and white intertwined, which looked rather dazzling. Zhou Mo held it up to himself for comparison, "It fits pretty well." He genuinely thought this clothing looked good. Cui Lily hopelessly thought that even ZHOU wouldn't wear such clothes. Cui Lily pulled out her sunglasses from her bag, got out of the car, closed the door with a slam, and gave an expression of cool indifference, "Can't even choose the right outfit, follow me." After saying that, she walked ahead, her thin heels clicking loudly. Zhou Yuning sitting in the passenger seat sent a sympathetic glance toward Zhou Mo. After all, once Cui Lily entered a shopping mall or a similar place, she wouldn't come out until 2 to 3 hours later. But Zhou Mo was completely unaware of this, dumbly following behind Cui Lily, even finding the time to worry if her thin heels would break and whether her feet would hurt while walking. Soon after, Zhou Mo found himself bombarded by the artillery of capitalism, completely defenseless. Cui Lily led him to a store with a very long name, and a salesperson approached immediately. Cui Lily slightly lowered her sunglasses, looking at the salesperson and said, "His build, suitable for workwear." Before Zhou Mo could react, they were ushered into a private fitting room where a small table was set with 2 bottles of mineral water and some cut fruit platters. They hadn't been seated for long when the salesperson came in pushing a rack of clothes. Zhou Mo was completely baffled, while Cui Lily elegantly crossed her legs, her slender calves hidden under a long skirt. Her legs were tilted slightly, revealing champagne-colored high heels that made them appear long and straight. Even her sitting posture and angle looked meticulously designed. Cui Lily was engrossed in flipping through a magazine nearby. Upon seeing the clothes being presented, she looked up and examined them carefully before giving another scrutinizing glance at Zhou Mo. "He doesn't suit overly formal attire. Would these casual styles suit him? They're all summer's new arrivals, there are a few pieces not yet released on the market." Cui Lily nodded her chin, indicating, "Go try the sizes on." Obediently, Zhou Mo stood up and went into the fitting room. Inside was a light blue casual suit, paired with a basic white shirt, an exceptionally youthful combination, making him look full of vitality. "Alright, let's go with that size." Cui Lily added, "No bright colors, wrap up the rest for me." Zhou Mo. "Mom, how am I supposed to wear so many?" Zhou Mo estimated, "Over 10 pieces. You're in the workplace, at the very least, your clothes must not repeat within a week. Moreover," Cui Lily stated, "this is what you'll wear daily. We still need to get you 2 high-end suits and accessories so Fu Yanji can take you to banquets." Zhou Mo, utterly disbelieving, flipped the price tag of the white shirt, his eyes bulging wide, "This is over 6,000 each piece, and you're calling it not high-end? Shoo, stop talking nonsense." Cui Lily tossed a dark navy shirt to him, "Try this set too." The next hour, Zhou Mo and Cui Lily visited 3 stores, tried on more than 20 sets of clothes, and their driver ran up and down delivering 5 rounds of shopping bags. "I told you, his taste is average." Cui Lily leaned against the handrail of the mall staircase, holding a cup of iced Americano in her hand. "Hey. Where did he go?" As soon as she spoke, ZHOU appeared from somewhere, carrying a pair of pale green slippers which he placed beside Chui Lily's feet. Chui Lily's feet were already sore, but having worn heels for so many years, she didn't think much of it initially. But when ZHOU laid out the slippers, she suddenly realized her feet couldn't bear the discomfort any longer. Where did you find these slippers? With ZHOU's help, Chui Lily switched into the slippers. The soles were made from special material, soft and comfortable. B1 floor supermarket. ZHOU answered, your feet will feel better this way. Chui Lily's lips curled slightly upward, and she smiled, you're actually thoughtful. ZHOU quietly smiled without answering. Chui Lily walked a few steps in her current state, feeling extremely comfortable now, patting ZHOU on the shoulder, let's go, we'll buy shoes next. ZHOU, buy more. What do you mean, Would you dare show up for work wearing flip-flops? Come on, hurry up. Chapter 16, the first day of weekend bricklaying. Monday was a great day. The sun was shining brightly, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky for miles on end. The only downside was that it was a little hot. Over the weekend, Weekend had been riding his second-hand bicycle at full speed. That's right. Just yesterday, Weekend went to the second-hand market to find himself a new ride so that he could go to work without feeling dizzy. Weekend wiped the sweat off his forehead with a tissue and clocked in at the gate before heading to the personnel department as instructed by his brother. Is your name Weekend? Gonwei scanned Weekend from head to toe. Your appearance isn't bad, but being in the finance department doesn't require good looks. All we need is for you to do your job well. Finance department. Weekend glanced down at his contract. Didn't I apply for the position of chairman's assistant? Gonwei gave him a look like he was thinking, what peach are you talking about? What are you thinking? Not everyone gets to be the chairman's assistant. Oh, that's true. After all, being the chairman's assistant was considered an important position. For ZHOU Corporation to take him in, someone with minimal academic qualifications, already reflected their goodwill towards their family. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gonwei, and I am the financial director of ZHOU Corporation. Gonwei was a very efficient-looking woman. In contrast to today's popular pursuit of smooth facial lines, her slightly angular face exuded a powerful beauty. Her sharp eyeliner, fiery red lips, and fashionable large waves demonstrated that she was indeed a very imaginative woman. During work hours, she wore a black wrap skirt that hugged her figure tightly, and on her feet were what seemed to be 18-centimeter heels. Weekend suspected that if he angered her enough to kick him, he might just pass out on the spot. Director. Weekend quickly straightened up and bowed deeply. Hello, Director. Mr. Fu specifically asked me to take good care of you. Gonwei crossed her arms and raised her chin at Weekend. It's been a long time since I've mentored an intern. I don't know how others guide interns, but here the requirements are pretty high. Weekend replied with a adding, Director, it'll be hard work. I'll list a few expectations. I won't bother going over the basic employee guidelines with you, but let me tell you my specific requirements. Gonwei continued, work diligently, learn proactively, have insight, be swift, and stay flexible in your mind. As long as you can achieve this, I will sign your internship report. Weekend nodded, you can count on me. Your workstation is next door, the empty seat by the door is yours, so I won't guide you there. Gonwei looked at the calendar, oh, it's the start of the month now. The finance department might get busy. Weekend didn't quite understand the implications of her last sentence. Confused, he opened the office door, not hearing any response inside. This was his first time interning at such a big company. He didn't yet understand exactly what kind of work he'd be doing, though he had often heard classmates complain about how tiring work at large corporations could be. But no matter how exhausting it was, could it be worse than carrying cement? Weekend thought optimistically. He gently tapped twice on the office door and then pushed it open when there was no answer. The scene before him stunned him momentarily. The exterior view of the office appeared clean and tidy. As a comprehensive major corporation, ZHOU Corporation's headquarters had extremely meticulous decorations. Every single tile had its significance, and the corridors were pristine. Clean and reflective white tiles gleamed under the lights. Walking a few steps would reveal designer greenery, tended weekly by professional horticulturists. However, within that one wall's separation, the finance department's office was eerily silent, like an empty room. The clattering sounds of keyboards were startlingly loud, as almost every colleague buried their heads in their workstations dealing with tasks. The scent of coffee lingered throughout the room, causing Weekend's throat to feel dry and bitter. Save me. Weekend made a face, as the entire office was permeated with the tense atmosphere of students scrambling days before the college entrance exam. There wasn't even a sound to spare. It felt almost sacrilegious to leave for even a bathroom break under these circumstances. However, being an intern on the first day, it was impossible to sit down silently without announcing oneself. He stood awkwardly at his place for a moment, mustering his courage to speak loudly, Good morning, everyone. My name is Weekend, and I'm the new intern. All the people in the office simultaneously turned to look at him. Ah, so you're the new intern brought directly by Director Gon. You look so young. And so handsome. Which university did you attend? I heard there was going to be a new intern today. A male voice added, sorry, we were all too busy earlier, didn't notice you come in. No problem, I'm sorry for disturbing you while you're working. Weekend smiled and said, I haven't graduated yet, and I still lack knowledge. This is my first internship, so if I make any mistakes, please correct me kindly, seniors. The group gave a scattered round of applause. Welcome, welcome. The finance department is only busy these days. The young man said, we're usually very, but now we don't have much energy left. Aha, I understand completely. Weekend rubbed his hands. Is there anything you need me to do? Thus, Weekend received his first task from the big company, print materials. Weekend stood by the printer all morning that day. Wank real estate still cannot be invested in. Fu Yenji pointed at the large screen with a laser pen and said, real estate was indeed a pillar industry of the national economy at the beginning of the 21st century, but its prospects haven't been good in recent years. Besides, Wank real estate once had scandals of engineering quality issues, which I cannot accept. President Dai Ran, who sat on Fu Yenji's right, said, but I looked over the planning proposal for this development by Wank Real Estate. They focus on high-end residences, and their engineering design has employed top global teams, so it's not exactly unreliable. Fu Yenji replied, we cannot make investment decisions based on just these two aspects. Even wealthy people won't just buy a house casually. To whom are these houses going to be sold after they're built? I disapprove of this investment project. Fu Yenji glanced around the executives in the company. What do you think? Ganwei pulled her hair behind her ears and said, I have no objections. Dai Ran appeared convinced by Fu Yenji, shaking his head, neither do I. Although Fu Corporation was initially established as a family business, many years have passed, and the company long ago completed its transformation. Few among the upper echelons of the company were members of the Fu family. During Fu Yenji's years as chairman, the leadership changed over. Almost everyone in this meeting room had been personally nurtured by him. There is another matter. The person beside Dai Ran stood up and said, this is about the resort developed in cooperation with ZHOU Group. It's already been completed. The ribbon-cutting ceremony will take place on the first day of next month, followed by trial operations. We want to adopt our previous strategy, invite several celebrities to record a few episodes to help promote the resort, while simultaneously taking advantage of short video platforms. Fu Yenji skimmed through the materials, let the publicity team handle this matter. Alright. Is there any other business? Fu Yenji snapped his pen shut, if not, let's dismiss the meeting. It wasn't long before the meeting room emptied out. Fu Yenji leaned back slightly, tiredly rubbing his brow. He had almost slept very little during the nights recently, even a person of iron constitution would find it hard to endure. Ganwei was packing her things when she glanced up and remarked, oh my, look how worn out you are. My troublemaking little one at home is too energetic, and there's too much work piling up in the office. Fu Yenji shrugged helplessly, how about the intern? This kid's quite polite, Ganwei said, but he looks easy to bully, which might cause him to lose out in the workplace. Fu Yenji seemed reminded of something, laughing out loud from his seat with a tch. Well, seeing those dark circles under your eyes, if you don't rest well, and collapse, we'd have to replace our boss with someone new. Ganwei picked up her handbag, I'm off first. At lunchtime, during the noon hour, Weekend was sitting at his desk sorting through documents. Seeing the slight rustling noise made by his colleagues as they stretched lazily at their desks, joints making popping sounds every time they moved. ZHOU. Zhang Yu, the young man who spoke to Weekend earlier, leaned against Weekend's desk and said, come on, let's eat together. Weekend responded with an, answering, I brought my own from home, sorry about that. Lin Shu had prepared a lunchbox for him when he went out, afraid he wouldn't get used to eating at the company. Weekend happily packed a box of fruit inside that morning when he left home. Lin Shu's boxed lunch was very bountiful, well balanced with meat and vegetables, beautifully plated. Lin Shu also included a bottle of milk. Weekend carried his lunch bag into the tea room, where he found someone standing pouring coffee. He didn't recognize him. Weekend nodded at him, walking over to the microwave to place his lunch inside, while that person remained silent throughout. The coffee machine beeped twice, and then he picked up his coffee and walked away. Weekend didn't think much of it, twisting open his milk bottle cap, sipping milk as he waited for his lunch to heat up. Little Qian, isn't this your company's tea room? Weekend abruptly raised his head, it was Tao Shue's voice. Yes, madam. Tut, the food I brought for your boss got a bit cold. Let me reheat it. I can handle it for you. No need, I'll do it myself. Weekend stood there at a loss. The microwave dinged, signaling it had finished, and he quickly took out his lunchbox, only to see Tao Shui walk in with a large bag. She looked at Weekend, paused for a moment, then exclaimed joyfully, oh, Momo, you're here too. Weekend gave a dry greeting, Aunt Tao, hello. Ever since that dinner party, Tao Shui had been unable to forget about Weekend. To her, this slightly chubby-cheeked, sunny, cute, and clever boy was simply her ideal romantic interest. Not like her own two kids, one a monk and the other a lovelorn complainer. But after she failed to coax Weekend out through Chui Lily to play with her kids, she gradually forgot about this idea, until she ran into him today. Her eyes seemed to spark with bright, fiery flames. This was exactly what she wanted, a perfect young man. Chapter 17, Little Pig Stomping. ZHOU had never expected that one day he would be drinking coffee in his boss's office. For some unknown reason, Tao Shui burst with unprecedented enthusiasm the moment she saw him, grabbing his arm and warmly asking about his well-being. She then enthusiastically pulled ZHOU into Fu Yanzi's office, saying they were going to have lunch together. ZHOU, a somewhat socially confident child, felt socially anxious. Now the entire office could be said to be enveloped in a baffling silence, the air almost frozen. ZHOU sat upright on the sofa holding his small meal box, not daring to utter a single extra word. He really couldn't understand why these two brothers of the Fu family were almost at odds with each other, yet Tao Shui, their mother, showed no reaction whatsoever. Why don't you know to take care of your cousin who has come to work in the company? Letting him eat boxed meals alone in the tea room. Fu Yanzi tore his eyes away from the documents he was glued to, casting a light glance at ZHOU. He's here to work, how could I possibly starve him? ZHOU sat obediently, his back stiffening under Fu Yanzi's gaze. How can you be so unfriendly, showing no trace of my characteristics? Tao Shui scolded as she glared at her son, turning her head slightly to show a full smile to ZHOU. Come, Momo, have a piece of apple. ZHOU smiled awkwardly, thank you, Aunt. Auntie has been wanting to see you for a long time, but unfortunately there hasn't been an opportunity. Tao Shui watched ZHOU's cheeks puff up while chewing the apple and wanted to pinch them badly. The boy's skin looked so white and smooth, it must feel great to the touch. Oh, if only this were my son. Fu Yanzi sat there like a statue, without any superfluous movements except occasionally flipping through some files. ZHOU cautiously glanced at him a couple of times, finding that this Fu Yanzi seemed different from his usual demeanor. Fu Yanzi's eyes usually had an intimidating presence, with slight upward slants but not too narrow, appearing fierce at first glance. But now his eyes showed signs of fatigue, with double eyelids somehow becoming quad eyelids. The secretary walked in with Tao Shui's impossibly large food container and said, Madam, your food is reheated. That's wonderful. ZHOU quickly stood up to help Tao Shui place the food on the coffee table. Fu Yanzi lightly moved, then got up, Mom, I can do it myself. Eat first, Tao Shui handed ZHOU a bowl of rice, Young ZHOU, don't be polite. I'm leaving first. Auntie, aren't you eating with us? ZHOU hurriedly stood up, looking even more nervous. No, how am I supposed to eat with Fu Yanzi? Although we've eaten together before, it's far too awkward to be just the two of us. ZHOU's wrinkled little face was thinking deeply, and suddenly lost his appetite. Fu Yanzi nodded, see you. A death-like silence enveloped the office. ZHOU held his small rice bowl and stuffed himself with rice, his perfectly round eyes furtively glancing at Fu Yanzi as his chopsticks stealthily approached the side dish in his own lunchbox. What are you so scared of? Am I going to eat you? Fu Yanzi placed a box of sweet and sour pork in front of ZHOU. Eat. Don't be nervous. Oh. ZHOU picked up a piece and ate half. Sweet and sour pork should be eaten fresh out of the pan to taste its best, though the crust has become a bit soft now, the sweet-sour seasoning is quite good. ZHOU picked another piece, his cheeks puffed out as he chewed. This kid always enjoys eating with such relish, a fact Fu Yanzi had witnessed in the ZHOU canteen. Half a piece of sweet and sour pork, several bites of rice, and another bite of broccoli added to his bowl, all in perfect balance between meat and vegetables. Fu Yanzi stared at him for a while and finished off a small bowl of rice before putting down the bowl. With a faint click, the sound of the bowl bottom colliding with the glass coffee table rang out softly. ZHOU abruptly raised his head, his face puffed up like a little hamster as he chewed and watched Fu Yanzi. Unable to hold back, Fu Yanzi let out a chuckle, which was truly very similar to a hamster. ZHOU had excellent dining etiquette and absolutely wouldn't speak with food in his mouth. He anxiously glanced at Fu Yanzi as his eating pace continuously quickened. You don't need to rush, Fu Yanzi said, slow down. Don't bite your tongue. Why aren't you eating? Fu Yanzi replied, I'm not hungry. But you haven't rested well, and if you don't eat, your body won't be able to handle it. ZHOU pushed his lunchbox closer to him, try this. It's a small dish of pickles I made myself, goes really well with rice. Fu Yanzi gave him face by picking up some of the pickles with his chopsticks. The pickles were a little salty but full of soy sauce aroma. Upon tasting carefully, there was also a hint of chili fragrance, truly delicious, something he had never tasted before. What is this? Fu Yanzi picked more to eat with his rice, finding it very fragrant. Chili leaves. ZHOU said, tasty, right? My brother also says they're tasty. He told me to make more when I have time. I've never heard that chili leaves could be eaten. Fu Yanzi praised, it's pretty good. He ate all the remaining half bowl of rice, sitting on the sofa with his arms crossed as he watched ZHOU eating. ZHOU didn't feel uncomfortable being watched like this, he might have been too focused on enjoying his meal. Fu Yanzi observed his eating habits subtly, they weren't bad, though it seemed he preferred meat. All the other dishes were finished, leaving only the pork loin tofu pudding untouched. He doesn't eat spicy food. After finishing the last bite of rice in his bowl, ZHOU prepared to turn around and talk to Fu Yanzi, only to see that he was already asleep. He reclined his head back against the sofa. From the angle where ZHOU sat, he could only see Fu Yanzi's clearly defined jawline and protruding Adam's apple. He looked rather good. Weekend unconsciously touched his own small Adam's apple and then began quietly tidying up his small lunchbox. After wiping the coffee table clean, he left behind the little box containing fruit. After all, the boss had treated him to such an extravagant meal, he couldn't show no gratitude at all. He still possessed some social awareness. Finally, he picked up the blanket from the back of the sofa and gently draped it over Fu Yanzi before quietly leaving. He hadn't reviewed the original chapters for a while now. These days, the system was quiet like a chicken that had its neck cut, neither causing him trouble nor urging him to check the comment section. ZHOU slipped into the company restroom, casually pushing open a cubicle door, and sat on the toilet lid flipping through the novel chapter. On 544, SRDS, Weekend seems a bit different lately. Is he getting redeemed? On 545L, no way, who'll take the slapstick role then? On 560, not sure why, but this cannon fodder is somewhat cute. If things look promising, I might jump ship. On 573, aren't you mistaken? Why would anyone like such an L.W. cannon fodder? On 575, though, I must admit, I really like those clumsy food lovers. On 577, isn't Weekend mentally challenged? On 578, correction from the floor above, Weekend was chosen in the book vote as intellectually disabled. His IQ probably can't stir up any waves. On 580, folks, looking at old Fu and Weekend, I suddenly have an immature idea. On 582, so do I. On 585, turns out I'm not the only one feeling this way, family. Weekend? What are they talking in riddles about? He continued flipping down. On 587, what kind of typical absent-minded ex-gloomy pair is this? On 588, what kind of typical dominant CEO ex-delicate wife is this? On 589, are you guys dirty or what? Weekend likes Fu Youwu. Fu Yanzi doesn't suit him at all, right? Can't people shipping CP use their heads? Weekend. My god. What does this have to do with Fu Yanzi? It's impossible for them to be shipping these two as a couple, right? Regardless, he was once sort of a suitor for Fu Youwu. How does this even sound, supposed lovers ending up as auntie and nephew-in-law? Can such bizarre CPs really exist in this world? Sue Laren had booked a booth at a bar that night, inviting Weekend to come along to relax. Weekend received the call just as he was unlocking his bicycle. But I just got off work. It's no problem. We'll just have some drinks. Sue Laren just got into the car and looked cheerful. Where are you? I'll pick you up. No need, Weekend said, I'll go myself. Send me your location. Right after hanging up, Sue Laren sent the bar's location. Weekend didn't know where this place was, a string of English letters, it seemed it wouldn't be too chaotic. But since childhood, except for midnight shifts, Weekend has never considered going to entertainment venues after school or work to relax, so he had no experience. After much deliberation, he still pulled out his phone from his pocket. Weekend, big brother, can I go to the bar with my friends tonight? Zhou Yunning replied half a day later, sending him 3 question marks. Zhou Yunning, why ask me? Weekend, I just want to hear your opinion. Is there any curfew at home? Zhou Yunning, are you alright? Weekend, I'm just asking, little pig rubbing hands gif. Zhou Yunning, do as you wish. Weekend sent back an emoji of a little pig nodding, and was about to put his phone back in his pocket when he felt it vibrate. He took it out and saw it was from Zhou Yunning. Zhou Yunning, don't drink too much, don't stay out too late, and call the driver when it's over to pick you up. Weekend cheerfully replied, alright big brother, little pig grinning gif. Zhou Yunning looked at the emoji Weekend sent and couldn't help but chuckle softly, really such a little pig? What are you talking about? Chui Lily was choosing nail art designs on the couch, glancing up at him upon hearing this. Huh. Zhou Yunning said, Weekend isn't eating dinner at home tonight, so we don't have to wait for him. Chui Lily stood up, walked to the dining table, pulled out a chair and sat down. Why is he not coming home for dinner? Is anything wrong? He's going to the bar with his friends. Zhou Yunning told Uncle Lin, bring me some of the pickles Weekend made. Going out to fool around again? Zhou Su furrowed his eyebrows. It's normal for young people to have their own social circles. Chui Lily didn't react much, instead scolding Zhou Su, you don't do anything usually, and when the kid does something, all you know is to criticize. Is that how you're supposed to be a father? Zhou Su had nothing to say after being scolded, watching Chui Lily defend Weekend and feeling somewhat comforted, alright, it's my fault. Chui Lily gave him a glare, then turned to Zhou Yunning and said, does your younger brother have enough money? Send him some more. Chapter 18, Nada Gauga. For the first time on a weekend, he came to this kind of extravagant entertainment place, feeling somewhat nervous. He parked his bicycle at the mouth of a small alley, rubbed his hands and entered. So nervous, and a little anticipation, why is that? He was wearing a casual suit from work, now having taken off his jacket and hung it on his arm, revealing a pristine white shirt that looked almost blinding under the lights. On the weekend, he stood at the door looking around. At this moment, a curvaceous girl with an hourglass figure walked out of the door. Seeing Weekend standing there absent-mindedly, she reached out to flick his chin. "Oh, little brother, you came here alone." Weekend. Having not been teased by the opposite sex in 2 lifetimes, deep down, Weekend was still a pure-hearted elementary school kid. Being flirted with like this caused his face to instantly flush bright red, burning hot like a fire-red big chili pepper. Oh, this child is quite innocent. That girl reached out to pinch Weekend's cheeks. "Look at how red this little face is." "Stop it. What are you doing?" Sue Lauren appeared like a ray of light. "Oh, Sister Cheng, this is my younger brother. It's his first time here. Please hold back a bit. You'll scare him, and that would truly be sinful." Weekend turned his head to look. Wow, Sue Lauren was dressed pretty provocatively, red V-neck shirt, tight leather pants, and marten boots. Weekend just glanced once and already felt like he might get rheumatism. "Young one, it's your first time coming to the bar. Sister Cheng opened a bottle of wine, sister will open a bottle for you. Such a pure little boy, let's give him a low-alcohol wine." The bar was crowded and noisy, with ear-splitting music and dazzling lights and dances. These were all things Weekend had never seen before. The lights blinded him so much he couldn't open his eyes, and the music was so loud he couldn't hear what Sister Cheng was saying. "He can drink well," Sue Lauren said. "Weekend. What do you want to drink?" "Weekend, huh? What alcohol do you want?" "I don't eat meat. I've eaten already." "Drink wine." "Drink what?" "Sue Lauren." "Shit. Wine. Just wine." Weekend shook his head. "I don't drink wine, I'm driving." "Call a designated driver." "Bicycle." Sue Lauren. "Damn, you came and then say you won't drink? Let me call our family chauffeur to send you home." "Ching sister, give him a cup of specially blended whiskey." Weekend hadn't tasted foreign liquors before, he couldn't tell the difference between whiskey and vodka. His high tolerance for alcohol might be innate, anyway, after 20 years of drinking, he has remained unbeatable. When the drink came, Weekend didn't have any objections. "Drink, why not, taste what this Western liquor is like." Weekend picked up his glass and took a sip, smacking his lips carefully as he tasted. He didn't really get the flavor. Still, the fruit plate was good. Sue Lauren watched Weekend like a curious little child, tasting the whiskey, wrinkling his nose disdainfully, then eating a couple of pieces of fruit, finding it amusing. "If you're not used to it, you can order some drinks." Weekend shook his head. "No need, drink the same thing." After saying that, he skewered another piece of pear and started munching loudly, juice bursting in his mouth. Unable to resist, he ate several more pieces in quick succession. Sue Lauren held her glass and stared at him for a while, signaled to the waiter to come over and say a few words, then threw a few red bills into his plate. Weekend quietly observed everything happening, and when Sue Lauren turned back, he asked, "Do waiters make a lot of money here? Earning 8 to 10,000 yuan a night isn't called making money." "Oh." Weekend quietly moved his gaze to the dance floor, watching those people dancing and flipping their hair under the spotlight. He sighed. It really did seem to pay well. What if he's a little tempted? Little pay. The kitchen supervisor waved, pushing forward a finely carved fruit platter. "Take it to the guests at booth 06. It's crowded ahead, be careful not to spill it." Pei Ji had just finished moving goods from the warehouse and was completely drenched in sweat, exhaling heavily. Upon hearing this, he draped a towel around his neck, picked up the fruit platter, and received a pat on the shoulder from the supervisor. "Do a good job. If you perform well up front, the tips could be equivalent to several days of your salary." Understood. The dance hall was more crowded than he imagined. People jostled each other, and every now and then, 2 drunken men reeking of smoke and alcohol stumbled past him. Pei Ji kept his eyes straight ahead, holding the fruit tray as steady as a mountain. Weekend sat obediently there, and he had eaten half of a fruit plate. Among them, the one that was nibbled on the most was the fragrant pear, which was full of juice and had a strong aroma. Weekend ate quite a large piece at once but didn't finish all of it. He took a few bites from each fruit, looked as if it was enough, then put down the little fork and sat there by himself holding the wine glass to drink. Alas. He sighed, it was so noisy here, and the smell was so heavy, there was no fun, he didn't like this place. "Hello sir, your fruit plate has arrived." Weekend looked up and just made eye contact with Pei Ji. Beep. Character Pei Ji has appeared, triggering a random task, help Pei Ji solve a difficulty. Weekend showed no expression, refused the task. Refusing the task will result in an electric shock penalty, please reconsider host. Electric shock. Fine, I won't help someone who offended me. Though Weekend had a good temper, it also depended on the situation. Pei Ji had hit the original owner before, which could still count as the original owner offending him. And returning back was understandable. But that day in the cafe, Weekend hadn't done anything, yet Pei Ji attacked without any reason. Even if they had a grudge, it should have been resolved by now, let alone anyone wouldn't feel good being humiliated in public. Host refused the task, loading electric shock punishment, expected to be completed in 30 minutes. Pei Ji glared at him. Weekend appraised his physique, then gave a disdainful smile, "Are you trying to intimidate me? I'll complain about you." Sue Lauren had already run off with Sister Cheng to dance. Weekend sat alone at the booth, dressed rather formally today, in a white shirt and black dress pants, standing out among the trendy young people at the dance pool. Pei said, "So what if I glare at you, dressed like a waiter?" Weekend. Knowing he wouldn't get a tip this time, Pei placed the fruit plate on the table and prepared to leave. Electric shock penalty progress 10% loaded. Weekend acted as if he didn't hear, picking up a piece of fragrant pear and putting it into his mouth. This pear really did smell good. The system might not have anticipated that the host usually looked very timid but was actually stubborn. Since Pei had offended him, even if he were electrocuted, he would not help Pei. "Host, it's not worth it. It's an easy lift for you, but the taste of electric shock isn't pleasant." "No." Weekend shook his head stubbornly. "I'm leaving, to find somewhere quiet." He stood up, went over to Sue Lauren and said a few words. Sue Lauren was having too much fun and hadn't heard clearly at first. "What? You're going home?" "Yes." Weekend leaned closer and loudly said, "I don't feel well, I'll go back first." "Have fun tonight." "Oh my, how unfortunate, I was going to introduce some beauties to you." Sue Lauren felt a bit regretful, but hearing Weekend say he wasn't feeling well, she couldn't help worrying. "Are you alright? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" "No need." Weekend shook his head and said, "I'll go home first." He walked into the small alleyway, unlocked his bicycle, and was ready to push it home when passing by the back door of the bar, suddenly hearing sounds of argument coming from inside. "Shit! Who the hell are you? Why did you come back after being told to send drinks to those customers? Don't you understand that simple order?" A server pointed his finger at Pei and scolded, "They are big clients of our bar, their daily spending is this amount." He stretched out 5 fingers and waved them forcefully in front of Pei. "Do you know how much this is? You wouldn't be able to compensate for it even if you sold yourself. You asked me to send the drinks, but didn't specify about this kind of thing." Pei was angry, his face turned ashen. "This kind of money, I won't earn. You've already come to the bar, and you're still pretending to be innocent. Ha ha ha, so pure. Why not go ask your mom for some money instead of working hard in a bar? You're prostituting yourself but setting standards." Mocking voices came from all directions, unbearable and nauseating. Pei became flushed with anger, gripping his fists tightly, veins popping out. "You're talking nonsense. Ho, you're mad. Just being strong physically, knowing nothing but brute force, what use is that? I heard the Lou boss in the 3rd floor VIP room likes this type. This guy seems pretty rigid, but money can make the devil grind, right? Do you believe me, if I..." Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the kitchen door twice, and the previously restless group fell silent immediately, looking towards the entrance. The person who knocked on the door was a neatly dressed young man who was currently standing casually against the doorframe with his arms crossed, a pure black watch buckle gleaming on his jade-like wrist, exquisitely carved as if it were made of jade. Weekend glanced at them coolly and said, "Tall guy, I didn't ask you to come find me, what are you doing here?" Chapter 19. Deep fried until golden on both sides, the neighbor's kid was so hungry that they cried. Task completed. Electric shock punishment has been removed. ZHOU stood up straight with an impassive face and asked, "What are you all gathered here for?" The foreman wasn't stupid either. His eyes slid from ZHOU's 4-digit tie to his 5-digit shoes, then to his 7-digit wristwatch before quickly putting on a smile. "Oh, what is this esteemed guest doing in the kitchen?" "I'm looking for Pei." ZHOU tilted his chin impatiently and shoved his bank card into Pei's hand. "Go get me a card first." The money on that card was the allowance given by his family, and ZHOU wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. If it weren't for how disgusting these people were when they insulted others, ZHOU wouldn't have bothered. Pei was taken aback by the card in his hand, stammering without words. "Go if I tell you to go." ZHOU's tone grew heavier, and Pei's heart relaxed as he took the card and headed to the front desk. "The staff management of this bar isn't much, is it?" After Pei left, ZHOU spoke again, his sharp gaze as if piercing through them. "I will report today's matter to your manager." Pei waited for ZHOU at the small alleyway entrance to the bar. When he saw him come out pushing his bicycle, Pei stepped forward to stop him. "Why did you help me today?" ZHOU was busy calculating how much he would spend tonight. Suddenly stopped, he became somewhat irritated. "You ask too many questions. I will return the money to you." Pei stiffened his neck stubbornly. "Rest assured, I will pay you back, I won't owe you anything." "What's wrong with you? You're practically starving and still pretending to be rich." ZHOU said, "If you had that kind of pride and time, you'd better think about how to make money." Pei blushed after hearing this, retorting, "I will make money eventually." "Oh well, do whatever you want. I am going home." ZHOU shoved the newly recharged membership card into Pei's hand. "Don't think that you're currently in difficulty or struggling, because there are people who have it even harder than you. At least you're healthy with all your limbs intact, allowing you to work for a living instead of starving. And when you're tired, you at least have your own rented room where you can rest. In fact, what you possess now is far better than what most people have. Don't be a complainer who always complains about life. Can't you make money if you don't have any?" Pei didn't know why ZHOU suddenly said all these things to him, but he was indeed shocked by ZHOU's words. Who could have expected that ZHOU suddenly launched a powerful punch, hitting him squarely in the face. The punch was so fast it seemed like it left a trail, and only the sound of bang was heard. Pei Ji was flung directly into a pile of garbage in the corner of the alley. But hitting people was wrong on your part. ZHOU smiled maliciously, one thing doesn't cancel another. Next time you see me, remember to avoid me. Pei Ji. ZHOU. Bye. ZHOU's mood improved greatly as most of the pent-up frustration in his heart was released. He hummed a little tune while disappearing at the street corner. Pei Ji sat blankly amidst a pile of cardboard boxes. His work uniform was already full of dust and looked shabby. He touched his cracked lips and couldn't believe it till now. ZHOU actually hit him. Baby, are you still angry? Fu Yan dropped the ice cube carelessly, which fell into the glass with water, splashing and wetting his pajamas. Mom, I'm how old now, and you still call me by my nickname? Tao Shui touched her nose and said, are you still mad at your younger brother? There's nothing worth being angry about. Kids are just ignorant. Fu Yan sipped some icy water and said, he didn't go home tonight either. Now that Pei Ji has broken up with him, where else can he go? Maybe he checked into a hotel outside. Tao Shui shrugged, as long as you're not angry, I think we should still inform your father about this matter. We can't keep hiding it forever. Seeing Fu Yan remain silent for a while, Tao Shui added, in fact, regarding the love affair of your younger brother, initially, he didn't tell anyone except for you, his older brother. It was probably hoping to gain support from you, but he didn't expect your reaction to be so strong. I know. Fu Yan drank up the icy water before the ice cubes completely melted. Actually, I don't intend to break them apart. He's my younger brother, what good does it do for me if he breaks up? That day, wasn't it you who went to find Pei Ji? No, Fu Yan said, it was him who came to find me. He sighed and said, he can't get over the disparity between him and ZHOU. In his eyes, ZHOU should be a little prince surrounded by flowers and gold coins, not someone who lives in a rented apartment with him. Anyway, their mess is something only they can sort out. You shouldn't worry too much about your brother. Tao Shui suddenly grinned slyly and said, baby, do you have any special someone? Your brother's already in love. What about you? Nope. Then is there anyone that catches your eye? A man would work fine. We don't have so many old-fashioned notions in our family. Nope. Are you planning to live with your work for the rest of your life? Look at my girl pals, they're already holding grandkids. Although I don't expect much from you, at least give me a daughter-in-law to rub my hands on. A daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law. If ZHOU and Pei Ji can end up together, you can rub Pei Ji. Pei Ji, Tao Shui had seen his picture before. Thinking about those strong biceps and thick calves, standing taller than her eldest son, like a big refrigerator. Tao Shui shook her head quickly. This daughter-in-law might be rough to touch. How about mom arranges some blind dates for you? Tao Shui tried to change Fu Yan's mind, I know a lot of good-looking single kids. Want me to introduce them? Maybe we could go out for dinner. No thanks, I've got work. Fu Yan respectfully declined, waste of time. Tao Shui simply couldn't understand, what's so great about work? What benefits does it bring you? It makes me very happy. Tao Shui. Mr. Fu, who finds joy in continuous work, was dismissed by his own mother the next day. His mother didn't even see him off, even going so far as to announce that today's homemade cookies weren't his to eat, an attempt to make President Fu compromise. Fu Yan, NBDV cares. Approaching 30 years old, still unmarried, Mr. Fu went to work without a care in the world. At the elevator entrance of the company, he saw ZHOU carrying a bag of fried dough sticks. The fried dough sticks were wrapped in the company's paper, looking like they came from the cafeteria. ZHOU still had half a fried dough stick in his mouth, but his brows were furrowed tightly. Clearly he wasn't satisfied with its taste. It wasn't very satisfactory indeed. They'd been overcooked, making the fried dough sticks anything but fluffy. This morning, ZHOU had watched as the master chef in the company canteen made them, wishing he could roll up his sleeves and teach him himself. How could fried dough sticks be cooked until dark brown? ZHOU frowned seriously. They should be fried until golden yellow on both sides, making neighboring kids salivate. The flour-to-water ratio was just average. Sigh, this skill was quite basic. As ZHOU recalled how to correctly fry oil sticks according to his exclusive method, he heard a laugh next to him. Turning around, Fu Yan stood beside him, his eyes slightly smiling. Only then did ZHOU realize he had muttered aloud what he was thinking. Since getting the system, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts often, reciting his inner activities unintentionally. So he had just told Fu Yan the correct way to cook oil sticks. ZHOU. Good morning, Chairman Fu. You're here pretty early. He decided this incident never happened. Fu Yan, once, solemnly saying, you came pretty early too. It was just past 7, and the cleaning aunties had just finished tidying up the environment, making it more tidy. There wasn't a single footprint on the pristine white floor tiles. Me, as an ordinary worker, coming so early is understandable. Why is Chairman Fu here so early? Weekend secretly scanned him with peripheral vision, asking, Chairman Fu, have you had breakfast yet? I've already eaten. Fu Yan glanced down at the plastic bag in Zhouma's hand, saying, "It's best to eat either in the tea room or the cafeteria. Otherwise, oil stains might easily splash onto the files, which would delay work." "Aha, I got it." Zhouma replied, "I'll eat in the tea room." The employee elevator and the upper management elevator arrived almost simultaneously. Zhouma let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the elevator, waving goodbye to Fu Yan. "Chairman Fu, I'm leaving. Have a smooth day at work." Fu Yan paused for a second, nodded, and said, "Thank you." The two of them almost entered the elevator at the same time, and the elevator doors closed simultaneously. Fu Yan stood in the empty elevator, watching the floor numbers on the electronic screen rise one by one. He thought there might be some misunderstanding. Zhouma wasn't like what ZHOU had said, a perverted weirdo. On the contrary, he had some quirky traits that were rather cute. The elevator chimed and stopped. The entire floor was still deserted with only a few people lingering lazily around the tea room, yawning and chatting idly. Only then did he realize how early he had arrived today. So Zhouma, the kid, came to work this early. Mr. Fu rigorously gave Zhouma a green tick in his mind. The company needed such an ambitious employee, even if he was really clumsy sometimes. Perhaps later, he could consider regularizing Zhouma's position. Chapter 20, What to do when being a second-generation rich person for the first time. The office was still empty. On the weekend, I brewed a cup of tea in the tea room and sat at the small table there, finishing off the leftover fried dough sticks. There was still half an hour before work started, so I decided to head back to tidy up the files I'd need today. As I approached the office door, I heard whispers coming from inside. Chances are, Zhouma must know Chairman Fu. Last time I even saw him come out of Chairman Fu's office. Ah. A backstage player, huh? That explains why someone with such an average education could still get an internship at Fu Corporation. He came in and had Secretary Gon bring him around. President Gon would never take on interns. Just what kind of background does Zhouma have? But this younger brother is so obedient and cute looking. From the looks of it, he doesn't seem like a bad person. You guys shouldn't think too ill of him. But, he's so good looking, clearly on familiar terms with the chairman, it wouldn't be possible that. You're not wrong. Chairman Fu hasn't had a single scandalous rumor over the years. Could his celibacy finally break because of Zhouma? Come on, this little brother looks like a high school student. Messing with him, wouldn't it make anyone feel absolutely no sense of moral guilt? Zhouma's hand rested on the doorknob, his eyebrows slightly raised. What are you talking about? I don't understand. A person like Fu Yanji is someone who evolves continuously, how could trivial matters of love trap him? I probably stood by the door for 3 minutes, hearing them change the topic and chatting a bit more before I pushed the door open, smiling brightly and said, "Good morning, everyone." "Ah, ZHOU has come. Pretty early, keep it up. Well, let me brew some coffee." "ZHOU, do you want some? I can grab you a cup." "No thanks," I shook my thermal cup, "I've got this already. If I knew, I could have brought you a cup when I just returned from the tea room." "Ah, that would be too much trouble." We're all colleagues anyway, and you're my seniors. Where's the trouble?" I laughed, "Let me know next time." Seeing Zhouma's proactive, sunny attitude and polite demeanor, the colleagues who were gossiping about him earlier instantly felt a bit guilty. Zhouma looked at the sticky note on his computer desk and as he turned his head, a subtle upward curve appeared on his lips. "Zhouma, I've already sent the financial report to your email." Zhouma responded, Okay. At 10 o'clock in the morning, there was a high-level company meeting primarily used for quarterly summaries. I had completed the final version of the PPT the day before and thus arrived at the conference room at 9:30 to test the equipment. Actually, I wasn't supposed to attend this kind of meeting, after all, only Chairman Fu Yanji and President Dai Ran brought their secretaries. However, since I was an exchange student sent by ZHOU Group, food company letting me babysit a water cooler for a month would be way too unbecoming, so Secretary Gon brought me along. Close to 10 o'clock, the senior executives of the company entered one by one, and I quietly held my laptop, sitting on a small stool behind Secretary Gon's seat, leaving everything else for Gon to handle on her own. But I didn't expect that Gon, being the main speaker for this meeting, wasn't currently at her seat, so when I looked up, I met Fu Yanji's eyes. We had seen each other this very morning. Fu Yanji suddenly made eye contact, hesitated for a moment, then nodded at me and gave me a faint smile. I hadn't expected Fu Yanji to acknowledge me. I originally thought Chairman Fu would glance away casually. But instead, he actually smiled at me. Since people always reciprocate expressions with me, I returned Fu Yanji a big, radiant smile, cheerful without seeming foolish, revealing 8 neatly arranged, snow-white teeth. Fu Yanji then averted his gaze. Throughout the entire meeting, I listened attentively. After all, this PPT was something I personally put together, and I had been familiar with the data and charts beforehand, so I was able to keep up initially. After all, I am somewhat part of the industry, so I could still understand some technical terms. I placed the laptop on my lap, focused intently on the main speaker, and occasionally took notes with a serious look resembling that of a diligent student during class times. Half an hour later, Dawn finally finished her presentation and unscrewed a bottle of water, waiting for the instructions from the chairman and the president. Fu Yanji sat there in silence for a while and then said, "Isn't today the live broadcast of the trial run opening of the resort? Let's see how the live stream is performing. Go adjust the equipment." Being suddenly called out on the weekend, I instinctively hugged my laptop. "Wait a moment, let me search for the live stream." He saw Fu Yanji frown, apparently not very happy. Right now, all I could think of was that I felt like a student suddenly being picked by the teacher to answer a question in class, but I didn't know the answer at all. Who would have thought that Fu Yanji would suddenly want to watch the opening live stream today? The computer I had in my hands was given to me by ZHOU Yunning the day before I started work. It was still almost brand new, with a clean page except for some document editing software and apps for learning English and memorizing words. It was so clean that it didn't even have a music app installed. But I hadn't expected that as soon as I opened the browser, all of my search history appeared openly. Thus, the entire office, including the senior management of the company, watched my search history one by one. Hashtag what to do if you're a second-generation rich person without experience. Hashtag essential qualities for second-generation rich people. Hashtag how to avoid feuds with elder brothers from wealthy families. Hashtag do second-generation rich people need to learn horse riding? Hashtag daily life of second-generation rich people. Hashtag ways to make money at home. Hashtag how to prove your innocence. Hashtag my previous suitors always suspect that I still harbor feelings for them. What should I do? There were muffled laughs from inside the meeting room. I watched as Fu Yanji's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, his lips pressed tightly together until they turned white. He was about to laugh. I expressionlessly thought. I'm dead, annihilate this whole meeting room so no one will ever know my secrets. Just destroy it quickly. I quickly pulled up the live streaming page and projected it onto the big screen, pretending like nothing had happened. But who actually cared about the content of the live stream anymore? I buried my head hard into the keyboard, wishing I could just disappear into it. Let me die. My ears burned red. Let me die right now. Actually, the live stream results weren't bad. After all, with celebrity effects involved, combined with the advanced infrastructure within the park, there were non-stop comments flooding in saying how interested they were in visiting. However, none of that caught my attention because I knew I might have just suffered temporary social death, right here, in this tiny meeting room. One must really get used to clearing the search history. After the meeting ended, the high-level executives packed up and prepared to leave. Fu Yanji remained firmly seated like a mountain. As I was preparing to leave with Gong Wei, he stopped me. "I have something to say to you." My face flared up again. Fu Yanji was probably going to interrogate me about the search history. After all, a couple of those items were even related to Fu Youwu. "You performed satisfactorily today," Fu Yanji said. I let out an sound, looking up at him in shock. "Thank you, Chairman Fu." "Don't thank me." Fu Yanji maintained a normal expression, appearing to genuinely want to discuss work-related matters with me. "Since you are interning at the company, you should pay attention to the company's projects and actions. Like today, knowing well that the company places great emphasis on this artificial intelligence project, you should have prepared the live stream link beforehand before the meeting began." He was quite serious. Searching for links live in the meeting feels very unprofessional. I hung my head. "All right, I understand. I won't do it again next time." Of course, these words shouldn't really be coming from me. Consider it as advice from your brother through me. Yes, a chairman has no need to waste time calling an intern down to ask questions. I realized this was Fu Yanji's special favor toward me, so I nodded and thanked him. "There's one more thing." Fu Yanji coughed lightly twice into his hand. "In the future, try to keep your work computer and personal computer separate." My face immediately flushed red. Even if they can't be separated, make sure to delete your search history after each use. I was filled with shame and embarrassment. Ah. Just kill me. Chapter 21, Did you heat poop in the microwave? Is being a rich second generation that stressful for the weekend? This is the first time Chairman Fu has been distracted during work hours. Of course, he doesn't understand. These children from slightly wealthier families are indeed trained to develop personal specialties from a young age, but they choose what interests them. For instance, Fu Youwu has been learning the violin since childhood. But there's never been a case of forcing a duck onto a stage against its will. Besides, what era are we in now? Who learns horseback riding anymore? Fu Yanji frowned and put down the file folder in his hand. Judging by that kid's attitude, he seems to have no feelings for the fifth one at all. Good. The two of them weren't really well suited anyway. What could those thin-armed, thin-legged ones do in bed? Both lying flat on their backs. Thinking about his own big dummy, Fu Yanji couldn't help but feel a headache coming on again. He wondered how Fu Youwu was doing and if he could manage to tone down his young master demeanor. Weekend walked back to the finance department with Gong Wei, dragging his head along the way. That look made the office colleagues think that Weekend had been scolded, so everyone showed concern. It would have been better not to mention it. As soon as it came up, Weekend's face instantly turned bright red, like a red pepper. He said, "That's not true, Gong didn't criticize me." Was it someone else? Dai Zong? Or Chairman Fu? Recalling Fu Yanji's expression between laughter and restraint, Weekend's face became even redder. I beg you, please don't ask. Seeing that he really didn't want to say, the colleagues didn't dig deeper, patted Weekend on the shoulder to comfort him, then tossed some cookies and snacks onto the younger brother's desk. Weekend happily took them and dove into the busy work. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. After proofreading the last file this morning and sending it to ZHOU, Weekend stretched lazily in the chair. It's lunch break time now, and the office is very quiet. Most people have gone to eat, leaving only a few sleeping in the office. Weekend didn't want to disturb them, so he quietly packed up the cookies and snacks he received that morning and sneaked into the tea room. Although the company cafeteria is cheap, and there's a daily meal subsidy, he always tries to save every bit possible. Unless hungry, he would never overeat on snacks. He once achieved the remarkable feat of not eating any snacks or night meals for 2 years. So naturally, he ate these snacks as his proper meal. There was no one in the tea room except for the microwave still running. Weekend sat at a spot near the window, sipped hot water, and nibbled on cookies little by little. The cookies were quite sweet. In no time, Weekend's cup was empty, and just as he prepared to refill it, he glanced and saw a shadow standing at the door of the tea room. It was Fu Youwu. After being bundled out of the house by his brother, although these days living with Pei Ji has been relatively peaceful, he would toss and turn countless times every time the night grew quiet, endlessly reflecting on the disappointed gaze Fu Yanji gave him. He remembered his brother has always been outstanding since childhood, almost surrounded by praise and admiration while growing up. But inevitably, he carried a hint of arrogance, which he never directed outwardly. Instead, he constantly pushed himself to become more excellent. On him, there's a zero probability of looking down on someone because of their social status. Fu Youwu still understands his brother, a typical cold exterior hiding a softer inner core than clouds. Thus, his sleepless nights left only regret after the impulse cooled down. He tossed and turned for a long time, even waking Pei Ji who snores like thunder beside him. Stretching his arm out, Pei Ji pulled Fu Youwu into his embrace, kissed his forehead drowsily, and mumbled, "What's wrong, baby?" "I thought of my brother." Saying this, Fu Youwu's eyes sparkled with tears. "I shouldn't have impulsively angered him back then." Speaking of it, Pei Ji suddenly lost most of his sleepiness and patted Fu Youwu's back saying, "Ah, this is all my fault. I wasn't clear with you that day." Indeed, that day was when he actively set up the meeting with Fu Yanji. Chairman Fu had too many responsibilities and couldn't make time, promising to meet at a nearby coffee shop at noon. The content of their conversation was rather straightforward. Fu Yanji's stance was clear with just 2 points. First, I'm not insisting on breaking you apart, but you need to consider how long your relationship can truly last. Second, getting bent isn't a small matter. If you don't end up together, then carefully think about whether you can really bear the consequences. In fact, what Fu Yanji said wasn't without reason, but Pei Ji and Fu Youwu didn't break up because they were afraid to bear any consequences. He was worried that for Fu Youwu, the perception of this relationship wouldn't be good. Deep down, he was insecure. He feared Fu Youwu would eventually get tired of him, and he was afraid their ending might result in mutual disdain. He guarded the hottest sincerity he had ever received in his life with great unease. Until that night, after saying goodbye to Fu Youwu on the phone, Fu Youwu immediately took a taxi to his place and slapped him awake with a loud argument. But this created an information gap between them. At that time, Fu Youwu thought it was his older brother who had come to Pei Ji's place, forcing and luring him into breaking up. Furious for the first time in his life, Fu Youwu fought with Fu Yanji. Of course, that was the only time he was brave. Once he stepped out of the house, he became timid, but he couldn't bring himself to apologize, so he just stubbornly held on. Pei Ji understood his troubles but didn't know what to say at the moment. He just gently patted his back. "All right, you go see him during your lunch break tomorrow. What if he's still angry? I think your brother isn't the type to hold grudges like that. He must be quite worried about you by now." Pei Ji coaxed. "Besides, if you bring him a boxed lunch tomorrow, and do it sincerely, who could bear to stay mad at you? Isn't that right? Then I'll make it myself." Fu Youwu said, "I've grown up this long without making anything for my brother to eat." The hand lightly patting his back paused momentarily, and above came Pei Ji's dry voice. "Ah. What? Can't I do it myself?" "Well, you can, but you'll have to wake up early, since our house isn't close to your company, is it? If I don't have this much sincerity, then what's the point of apologizing?" So Fu Youwu got up while it was still dim outside the next day. Pei Ji wanted to help but was chased away by Fu Youwu. In the end, Pei Ji still decided to help steam some rice out of consideration for his future brother-in-law's stomach. Weekend washed down the last bite of cookie with water and nodded at Fu Youwu. "Good afternoon." When Fu Youwu saw him, his expression was very twisted, his facial muscles twitching. Weekend was already used to being mocked whenever he encountered the main characters and was about to leave the tea room with a thermos of hot water when he heard Fu Youwu say, "Thank you for helping Pei Ji out that night." "Ah, he told you." Weekend casually said, "No big deal." Although he didn't really like Pei Ji, that idiot, people who went out to work shouldn't be treated like that. Helping Pei Ji was equivalent to helping his former self. Moreover, it helped complete the system-issued task as well. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? "Anyway, thank you." You're welcome. Weekend didn't mention the prepaid card, even though he was heartbroken to have spent 5 figures, but if he sold the card to ZHOU, these two would argue again once they got home. Weekend could already picture the scene, Pei-Ji insisting on returning the money to ZHOU, and ZHOU thinking such a trivial amount didn't need to be returned, causing yet another storm. The sooner they settled this, the sooner Weekend could escape from the constraints of the system and comment section. It was worth spending some money to buy an accelerated progress bar. Save where you should save, spend where you should spend. The microwave dinged, signaling that the boxed lunch made by ZHOU was heated up. He opened the microwave and carefully took out the lunchbox. The aroma wafted through the air into Weekend's nostrils. He twitched his nose and said, "Dude, did you heat poop in the microwave?" ZHOU. ZHOU. What are you talking about? Chapter 22, turns out it's eggplant stewed with potatoes. This kid really doesn't know how to say a single good word on weekends. ZHOU angrily opened his lunchbox, showing it off under the other's nose. "I got up super early and made this myself, do you appreciate it?" ZHOU casually glanced inside and insincerely complimented, "Ah, so it's rice, is it? You can't even see that it's beef stewed with potatoes?" Actually, ZHOU had no intention of offending the young master. Those who opposed the protagonist usually didn't end well. "Your eggplant stewed with potatoes is pretty good. It's beef." "Oh, your eggplant stewed with beef is absolutely perfect." ZHOU took a deep breath. Never mind, he was currently working under Zhou Yuning, and as old friends' children, they shouldn't offend each other. But Fu young master became increasingly irritated the more he thought about it, the more he stepped back, the more he felt at a loss. As he left, he muttered, "You should donate your eyes for a better cause." ZHOU. Such a lack of class. Carrying his little lovingly made bento, ZHOU knocked politely on the office door twice. There was no response from within for a long while. He steeled himself, pushed the door open, and walked in. There was a specific rest room in the office, but perhaps Fu Yanji was too lazy to climb onto the bed or was simply exhausted and fell asleep right there at the desk. His usually neat hair was now slightly disheveled, with a few strands falling onto his forehead, and a thin shadow of dark circles rested under his eyes. Mom said the company has been very busy recently, with several large projects coming one after another. Sometimes, brother would just stay overnight at the company, sleeping only 3 or 4 hours every day. ZHOU's guilt crept back into his heart. After placing the lunchbox gently on the table and preparing to leave, as the lunchbox touched the tabletop, Fu Yanji's shoulders twitched lightly, then his eyes opened. "Brother." ZHOU called out, "Are you awake? Taking a nap so early in the afternoon?" He still felt somewhat nervous. After all, not long ago, he'd caused quite a ruckus in this very office, making it common knowledge throughout the entire company, and causing Chairman Fu Yanji to lose face because of him. He was ready. If his brother scolded, trained, or slapped him, he'd accept it without complaint. "Shouldn't you be at work? What are you doing here at noon?" "I came to see you." ZHOU pouted unhappily and said pitifully, "I've already informed Zhou brother, who offered me an afternoon off, but I didn't take it." "You're interning there, don't keep demanding special treatment." "I'm not, I'll head back soon." ZHOU opened his lovingly prepared lunchbox. "Brother, look, I made this by hand, will you try some?" "What did you make?" "Potatoes stewed with beef." "Ah, so it's eggplant stewed with potatoes." "It's beef." "Oh, eggplant stewed with beef." ZHOU. "Are you guys really not afraid of losing me?" To give him face, Fu Yanji didn't comment much on the quality of the boxed meal, simply using chopsticks to pick up a bite for tasting. He gave a rather honest appraisal. "The rice is well cooked." "The rice was made by Pei-Ji." Fu Yanji paused for a moment. Standing beside him, ZHOU looked carefully at his brother's expression and asked cautiously, "Brother, are you still mad?" Fu Yanji gave a light smile, leaning back against the chair behind him. Though looking weary, his sparkling eyes couldn't be hidden. Unlike usual, his neatly styled hair was unruly, his white shirt pressed with wrinkles, yet he still sat like a statue meticulously carved in the Middle Ages, as if every inch of his body was carefully designed by an artist. He said, "What else can be done? Even if you act outrageously, aren't you still my younger brother? Am I going to abandon you?" ZHOU slightly froze. "Brother, given your looks, you must have something extraordinary to still be single." Nothing." Seeing him eat the rice mouthful by mouthful, without showing any rejection towards Pei-Ji's cooking, ZHOU asked again, "Brother, about Pei-Ji. With both of you being dead set on this choice, what could I possibly say?" Fu Yanji helplessly replied, "It's already what era we are in, nobody clings to the ancient idea of lovers tragically dying together and turning into beautiful butterflies." After a short pause, he added, "Take him home for dinner when you have time." 631, actually, ZHOU isn't all bad, he helped Big Pei out of trouble. 632, is helping out considered a good deed? The person above gets moved too easily. However, it's been such a long time since the weekend came out to show its presence that I almost forgot about these people. I seriously suspect the weekend is about to be redeemed. But what can I do if I think he isn't as bad as he looks? Help. What should I do if Fu and ZHOU have a little chemistry? Am I the only one? Am I the only one? You're the only one, sister. How could you think that way? ZHOU is just a sycophant of ZHOU. Me too, me too. A sycophant suddenly becomes a sister-in-law, just thinking about it is so stimulating, isn't it? That's right. Moreover, in this era, people like Chairman Fu who pretend to be serious business tycoons have the biggest jealousy issues. Just imagining Chairman Fu asking ZHOU, did you give flowers to ZHOU, makes me shiver. Weekend. What did you say again? It's all censored. What kind of CP are you shipping from the underworld? Settle down, host. This is very normal, two unrelated people can also become a pairing. Fu Yanji and I aren't much more related than strangers. Fu Yanji is great, wealthy, handsome, with a good family atmosphere. Host, if you meet Fu Yanji, marry him already. You shut up. Weekend waved his hand. You, a system, don't complete your task or push the main plot, you're playing matchmaker here. Can you get serious? If you have the time, imagine how to quickly finish the story, considering pairing me up with some cannon fodder. When I give you tasks, you don't accept them. Are you upset now? Give me better tasks next time. Letting me help pay G, I still feel bad about those 30,000 yuan. How many fried dough sticks do I need to sell to earn that much money? You could have charged less. Even if I charged less, no one would look up to Pei Ji, the waiter without any regular customers gets bullied. Except for the muscular physique, Pei Ji doesn't have anything else, being beaten is already a good outcome for him. That makes sense. Weekend loitered in the restroom on paid leave for half an hour, and just as he was leaving, lunch break ended. Dry Wei intercepted him before he could return to the office. Perfect timing, deliver this stack of files to the chairman's office. Got it. Weekend rolled up his sleeves, picked up the stack of documents half a meter tall, and casually walked into the chairman's office. The office was already bustling when Weekend arrived at the door, and the secretary even helped open the door for him. He said thank you and entered the office. Sure enough, Fu Yanji hadn't finished his boxed meal, with most of it left there. Weekend glanced at it briefly and then looked away. Chairman Fu, let me put the files here first. Aha. Fu Yanji shifted his gaze from the computer. By the way, help me make a cup of coffee. Weekend paused. Shouldn't this task go to the assistant? But the assistant seems busy too. He scanned the assistant's office, and seeing no idle hands, had to enter the tea room. Not knowing the Chairman Fu's coffee preference, he followed his instincts. But coffee, so bitter. Should probably add more sugar, right? And more milk too. What's this? Weekend followed his gut and added various things haphazardly. The small coffee cup couldn't hold it all, so he washed a pot found in the cabinet and poured the brewed coffee into it. Then, he grabbed a tray, placed the pot and cup on it, added some snacks from the tea room to prevent Fu Yanji from going hungry, and also put a few homemade cookies he baked himself. Thus, instead of a simple iced Americano Fu Yanji expected, he received a large pot of fresh coconut latte with several snacks, which made it look like an afternoon tea session. Fu Yanji took a break from his work, surprised, so much. Yeah, I haven't made coffee much, Chairman Fu, please don't mind. Fu Yanji took a sip of the coffee. Calling it coffee, it was more like a drink, mostly coconut juice and milk, and with loads of sugar, so sweet it could almost induce diabetes. Next time, please tell my assistant directly. After saying this, Fu Yanji drank the coffee in one gulp and poured another cup. Surprisingly tasty. Weekend replied, well, I'll head back. Okay, thanks for the hard work. Fu Yanji noticed the box of cookies on the plate looked rather fresh. He had never seen them before, appearing as though they were bought from some dessert shop. Which dessert store packages so plainly, just a simple paper bag? The cookies had a soft texture, fragrant and sweet with every bite. The cranberry dried fruit was tangy and chewy. Fu Yanji nodded, making a mental note to ask Weekend the name of this dessert shop the next day. Their skills were truly impressive. Chapter 23, 19.9 yuan, the boys who received it were all moved to tears. Zhou Yuning thought that his younger brother seemed to have endless energy. After working all day at the company, he could still come home full of vitality and busy with various things, checking on his vegetable garden one moment and then rushing to the kitchen to think about what to cook for dinner the next. Usually, when they got home, they would all be occupied with their own affairs, with little conversation. But because of the weekends, there was some extra liveliness in the living room on Saturday and Sunday. Cui Lily, after finishing watching the art exhibition and washing her hands, went into the kitchen and asked, "What's for dinner tonight?" "Crunchy meatballs." Weekend replied, "There will also be boiled sliced pork." "I'll help you then." Fong Auntie watched from the side for a long time but couldn't find a place to chip in. To be exact, since Weekend was discharged from the hospital, her workload has significantly decreased, and even Uncle Lin found things easier to handle. "Fong Auntie, you go rest first." Cui Lily washed the bok choy. She had never done such labor before, and entering the kitchen she had to follow Weekend's instructions. "The pickled vegetables you made last time were really good. How did you figure that out?" Weekend paused for a moment and changed the subject. My pickled vegetables are mostly the same flavor. If you like them. I'll try pickling some pepper leaves too, they won't be available after this season." "That works. The meat was already marinated. Weekend dipped them into flour, coating each piece evenly with a mixture of flour and egg yolk, then lifted them with chopsticks into the hot oil pan. The tastes of the ZHOU family and Weekend didn't align entirely. Chui Lily came from the Sichuan Chongqing region, so the whole family favored dishes with fresh, fragrant, and spicy flavors, the tables looking red everywhere. However, he noticed over these last 2 days that the amount of chili peppers on the dining table has been much reduced. Of several dishes served per meal, quite a few do not include chili peppers. There was a variety of meat and vegetables dishes, which made him very comfortable eating them. After Chui Lily finished washing the vegetables, she wasn't sure what else to do, so she cleaned her hands and waited by the side. Seeing how busy Weekend was, she poured him a glass of milk. Your dad still needs a while to return. Have a sip first. Weekend happily accepted it and pushed the freshly fried crispy meat towards Chui Lily, saying, Mom, take a bite first. Be careful, it's hot. The just out of the pan crunchy meatball was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. With the first bite, a burst of salty and fresh juices filled the mouth. Although slightly warm, it tasted wonderful. Chui Lily smiled and blurted out, whoever marries our little Momo in the future will definitely be fortunate. Upon hearing this, both froze instantly. When had Chui Lily ever called anyone by such an intimate name? This original main character had dreamt of obtaining such treatment her entire life but never managed it, yet Weekend achieved it effortlessly. Chui Lily cleared her throat twice and shifted the topic, so, how's work at Fu's company going lately? Weekend quickly played along. Pretty good, pretty good. After dinner, Weekend received a package delivered by Uncle Lin. At the time, he was watering and weeding in his small courtyard. He quickly washed the mud off his hands and respectfully took over the package with both hands. The system mumbled indecisively. Why do I always feel this is not reliable? A light gift but heavy in sentiment, isn't it? Weekend replied. As long as the heart is present, that's fine. Besides, what doesn't this guy ZHOU Yuning have around him? Perhaps we should seek an alternative route. ZHOU Yuning's birthday was next Friday. Weekend, as the younger brother, had started carefully preparing the gift way in advance, aiming to make ZHOU Yuning tear up with emotion. But the system simply refused to believe that a 19.9 yuan express gift from Pinduoduo could elicit any emotional response. Weekend mysteriously brought the delivery box back to his room and opened it with anticipation. After all, even he didn't know what was inside. Lying inside the box were 5 dinosaur eggs. Weekend. System. Are you sure, ZHOU Yuning will cry upon seeing these 5 dinosaur eggs? Recalling childhood, right? Weekend said dramatically. This is a dinosaur egg. When I was little, I really hoped to have one. Can your childhood compare with his? He played with toy cars, racing horses, airplanes, transformers, action figures when he was young. What about your plastic dinosaur eggs sold at convenience stores for 2 yuan apiece? Who cares about that? It costs 4 yuan each. I forbid you to belittle it. Weekend regretted the purchase. After all, it was his first time giving someone a birthday gift, and he lacked experience. Moreover, if he were to send expensive items, using the allowance given by the ZHOU family and then claiming it was a gift for ZHOU Yuning, wouldn't that make him appear both greedy and sly? But I really don't know what to give him. Weekend took out the dinosaur eggs and placed them carefully into the gift bag he had prepared. I don't have much money, or I'll make one for him by myself. Make what? A dinosaur egg? Make a cake. But I haven't made desserts much before, I only know how to bake cookies. The principles of making cakes and cookies are different, aren't they? Of course, they're different. The matter of choosing a gift was put on hold until the next day when Tao Shui went to the company again to deliver lunch to her eldest son and called Weekend into the fire exit, handing him a box of freshly baked small cakes. Weekend looked at the small cake and suddenly came up with an idea. Auntie, you know how to bake cakes. I do nothing all day but beautify myself and do some baking, Tao Shui said kindly. What's wrong? Do you think Auntie can't make good cakes? They're good. Weekend nodded vigorously. It's just that my brother's birthday is coming up soon, and I can't think of what to give him, so I thought I'd bake him a cake myself. Oh my, I didn't expect you to be such a thoughtful person, Yunning will surely be very happy. But I don't know how to bake small cakes. Weekend sighed. I'm not sure if there's enough time, I've been thinking about whether I should sign up for a baking class or something, but I just don't have time. Then come to my house, after you finish work you can come with Yenji. Tao Shui was very enthusiastic as she chattered away, pulling on Weekend's arm. I am quite good at baking small cakes, and I also cook well. Whatever you want to learn, I can teach you. Weekend had only wanted Tao Shui to recommend him a baking master but hadn't expected things to develop in this direction. It was downright terrifying. Never mind, Auntie, that would be too much trouble. Not at all. Tao Shui said, you see, you don't know, our Yenji has been so busy lately, tired himself out. He hasn't been sleeping well at night, eating less meals, and lost several pounds, yet that night when he got home, he kept talking about how your pickled vegetables were delicious. How about this, I'll teach you how to bake small cakes, and you tell me the secret formula of your exclusive little pickled vegetables. Ah. Tao Shui returned from going downstairs in a great mood, even humming a tune. Fu Yanji glanced at her but didn't say anything. Baby, from now on bring weekend home together after work. Fu Yanji. Mom, could you please stop calling me by my nickname in the office? Did you hear me talking? Why did you call weekend to our house? ZHOU comes back home often too, aren't you afraid the two of them will fight? What hatred or grievance do they have to necessarily fight? Weekend's previous relentless pursuit of Fu Youwu hadn't been made public yet, at least their elders didn't know about it. Tao Shui only assumed these two kids simply didn't get along well. Feelings need to be cultivated. Momo and ZHOU are about the same age, and they're from the same school, surely they have plenty of topics to talk about, not to mention Momo is so likable, who wouldn't like him? Hey, what exactly do you like about Weekend anyway? Don't you already have a younger son? Cute, sincere, cooks well. Tao Shui said, our ZHOU made that braised eggplant with beef, remember? It gave you a stomachache after you ate it at home, right? Look at Momo. Your Aunt Lily isn't the first one who bragged about Momo's culinary skills in front of me. Fu Yanji. That one was actually braised potato with beef. If Momo were a girl, I would have proposed for him long ago. Such an adorable child, why wasn't he born to me? Fu Yanji. Take him home with you tonight, understood? Understood. Chapter 24, are you only interested in other people's younger brothers? Fu Yanji's off-work time was delayed by an urgent meeting. So, ZHOU decided to go to the underground garage a little earlier on the weekend to wait for him. However, when she opened the car door, she ended up face-to-face with Brother Bald. Yes, it was that bald brother who had caught her the last time she secretly slipped a love letter into the car during the weekend. His head shone like a mirror from his brain's reflection, dressed in a black suit. His chest was so bulging with large pectoral muscles that it made the front of his jacket swell out. He also wore a black earpiece, making him appear as if he were the chief bodyguard protecting some prime minister. Meeting for the second time, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. ZHOU nodded her head and said dryly, so, are you busy? The air seemed to have frozen. ZHOU's big eyes rolled around restlessly, her gaze soon landing on the bright tattoo on Brother Bodyguard's bald head. When ZHOU had seen him the last time, it was still early after she had arrived in this world, leaving her dazed and confused about everything. That was why she did not know what this tattoo meant. Now she did. It was the logo of Fu Corporation. ZHOU slightly bent her index finger and stroked her nose as she said, brother, you're quite devoted to your job, aren't you? Didn't Chairman Fu say anything? Just as these words left her lips, she saw Fu Yanji emerge from the elevator holding a briefcase. And then Brother Bodyguard grabbed the hat sitting on the passenger seat and quickly placed it on his shiny bald head, saying, Chairman Fu said I look like a member of the underworld. From now on, I must wear my hat whenever I'm near him. So even Fu Yanji would feel disdain sometimes. ZHOU wrinkled her nose and popped a sour plum mint candy into her mouth. Did you wait long? Fu Yanji took out a thick stack of documents and handed them over to ZHOU, saying, this is an exclusive financial data analysis of Fu Corporation, textbook-level material. You can take it home and look at it, but preferably don't share it with others. ZHOU took it over and flipped through it a couple of times, discovering that it was written in great detail. Most of the financial status and data analysis of Fu Corporation were there, along with some previous investment and financing plans. Mr. Fu, aren't these trade secrets? ZHOU widened her eyes and asked, will you get into trouble because of this? Do you think I would show you the confidential parts? ZHOU. Yeah, that makes sense. Then, are you giving me special treatment? ZHOU smiled sweetly, thank you, Mr. Fu. Learn well. It's not easy to obtain practical data from such a big company, and ZHOU happily held the documents and flipped through a couple of pages until the nauseous feeling of motion sickness returned again. Reluctantly, she packed the documents away. I'll read them when I get home tonight. Fu Yanji's private apartment was close to the company, but the Fu family's home was farther from the company. As ZHOU saw the security guard driving the car into the familiar garden, she felt a bit curious and quietly questioned the system. The Fu family and the ZHOU family are in the same neighborhood. System. Are you just figuring this out now? Did you even try to familiarize yourself with the terrain? ZHOU feels wronged. The last time I saw them return home after the banquet in the same neighborhood, why would they need a car? This neighborhood isn't small, is it? A walk of several minutes, Miss Chui Lily almost dragged her banquet dress all the way. I've never really been exposed to much stuff. Before ZHOU could finish squabbling with the system, the car suddenly slowed down, and the nausea caused by motion sickness surged up, causing her to barely suppress a dry heave. It was as if Fu Yanji had been hit by some kind of switch, his body remained completely still, yet his arm quickly darted aside. No, stop the car. ZHOU gasped faintly. We're almost there. Can you hold on a little longer? Fu Yanji's brief moment of disdain quickly gave way to composure, and he immediately retrieved a bottle of cold water from the car fridge to place against ZHOU's forehead. With her eyes half closed, ZHOU leaned her head back against the car seat. Her pale skin encased a small throat that continuously moved up and down like a tiny jade bead. Saliva kept flooding her mouth, yet she managed a hard nod, signaling that she could hold out for a little longer. Looking at her lips which had turned white, Fu Yenji slowly knitted his eyebrows together and said to the driver, "Drive smoothly." To be honest, it wasn't strange that ZHOU was carsick right now. She had already prepared mentally for this. Even though she had taken motion sickness medicine before getting into the car, placed motion sickness patches on her wrist and behind her ears, and even had a mint in her mouth, none of it had helped. She thought that after crossing over, she could still freely ride in cars or boats or whatever, expanding the distance she could travel at least. But she didn't expect it to be like this. The car stopped in the garage, and on the weekend, slap, covered her mouth, but the sound of dry heaving was stifled. Fu Yenji quickly got out of the car to soothe his back, seeing how hard she was holding it in, and softly consoled, "If you want to vomit, just do it, don't hold it back." Vomiting on the floor of someone's garage would be gross and necessitate cleaning up, but at this moment, ZHOU had no time to think about anything else, even lacking the strength to shake her head. Fu Yenji saw her stubbornly trying to hold it in, fearing that she might hurt herself by doing so. He began gently soothing her chest with his hand. "I won't think any less of you. If you want to vomit, just let it out. It's fine, it's fine." Big brother bodyguard swiftly brought over the nearest trash can. Holding the bin, ZHOU finally let go with a relieving "ugh" and vomited. Probably because she'd been holding it for so long, after vomiting, a new round of coughing ensued, which then triggered a second wave of retching. Fu Yenji hugged ZHOU around the waist from behind, encircling her entirely in his arms. One arm held her waist to prevent her from collapsing, while the other continuously rubbed her back. Big brother bodyguard stood nearby, holding a bottle of mineral water. ZHOU continued vomiting until her stomach was empty, only acidic bile remained. Her stomach kept convulsing. Fu Yenji took the cold water from the bodyguard and placed it near ZHOU's lips. "Here, drink a little bit to calm your stomach." The person in his arms might have become somewhat dazed after vomiting and hadn't noticed how intimate their posture had become. She leaned against Fu Yenji, almost like she was melded into him. She greedily gulped down 2 sips from the water bottle before managing to suppress her nausea. She didn't notice it, but Fu Yenji had already stiffened completely. The soft and delicate figure pressed against him felt warm, as if boneless, leaning heavily on him. Fu Yenji thought the current situation might not be appropriate. His hands awkwardly lifted left and right, unsure where to place them. This was the first time Chairman Fu had ever been this clumsy. Fortunately, ZHOU recovered her senses quickly, soon realizing how overly close their positions had become. She hurriedly stepped forward to create some distance, but due to weakness in her legs, she stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Still, Fu Yenji's reflexes were fast, grabbing her before she could fall. There was some unwitting reproach in his tone. "You're in this condition now, why are you still trying to be strong?" "Thank you, Chairman." ZHOU's voice was weak. "I'm so embarrassed. Let me help you inside to drink some sugar water." Fu Yenji lightly brushed aside the bodyguard's offer to take over the task. "Can you still walk?" ZHOU had recovered quite a bit and wasn't as powerless as before. She nodded to show she could manage, swaying precariously as she took a couple steps forward. As the two prepared to leave the garage, they suddenly saw someone standing rigidly in the shadows of the garage, motionless like a statue. Startled, ZHOU wondered how someone managed to slip in unnoticed despite the good security measures at the Fu residence. On closer inspection, it turned out to be Fu Youwu. Fu Youwu's expression could not be described as merely complicated, it was a jumble of emotions. His eyes scanned the wobbly ZHOU, then moved to the righteous-looking Fu Yenji whose hand was poised protectively behind ZHOU, and finally to the bodyguard who had been utterly ignored. He pointed his finger accusingly at ZHOU, his tone filled with grievance as he asked word by word in agony, "I remember the last time I drank too much, you told me to vomit in the toilet." Fu Yenji showed no sign of remorse. "What are you doing now?" Fu Youwu questioned. "Taking care of the little one." ZHOU slightly pursed her lips, raising them in a faint smile. Without a doubt, old Fu was a decent person, she had at least not been abandoned in the garage left to her own devices, and considering his cleanliness obsession, he'd done more than expected. "Aren't I your little one too?" Fu Youwu was nearly choking with anger, feeling both furious and wronged. "Is it because you only like other people's younger brothers?" ZHOU. He seemed like a neglected wife catching her spouse cheating. Chapter 25, Fu Youwu, "There's no way I'll eat his food in this life." What a little face, Snow White. Tao Shui sat beside ZHOU, her face full of pity, lifting his bangs to touch his smooth forehead. "How are you feeling, still uncomfortable?" ZHOU sat on the sofa in the Fu family's house, next to Tao Shui, while Fu Youwu sat on the other single sofa with a pout on his face and a look of dissatisfaction. As soon as he walked in, a cup of hot milk was thrust into his hands. He smiled faintly with his pale lips. "I'm much better, thank you, Aunt." "Car's sickness that severe, there must be something wrong, have you been to the hospital?" ZHOU shook his head, but deep down, he was actually a bit worried. The original host didn't suffer from motion sickness, yet since he crossed over into this body, he had started getting dizzy, which might just be due to him and not related to the body itself. Fu Youwu gave an extremely dissatisfied roll of the eyes, as if all his mother's and older brother's attention was taken by this person this time he came home, and his lips puckered even higher. I've never heard about this." Tao Shui held ZHOU's wrist gently and whispered, "Can you continue tonight?" I can, Aunt. ZHOU smiled, if I'm not too much trouble for you. Fu Yanzi usually handles some official duties when returning home before going downstairs to enjoy dinner with his family, or when he's busy, things could vary. But today, while working, someone kept chattering incessantly near his ear. Older brother, it's fine that you like ZHOU so much, but why does mom also like him so much, pulling him and hugging him? What's so good about it? Why doesn't she do that to me? Fu Yanzi. If you keep nagging, go out. Brother. Do you remember? Just half a month ago, right here in this study, you said if you couldn't bear ZHOU's harassment anymore, you could use some small tricks against him. Do you remember? I forgot. Brother. Am I still your real younger brother? I really hate ZHOU. Stop associating with him. Little 5, you may have some misunderstanding about ZHOU. Fu Yanzi's attitude was quite gentle. He said, I recently tried communicating with him and found that he's not as bad as you described. Try looking at him from a perspective other than seeing him as your former suitor. Or is it possible that ZHOU did break some principles in the past? You could try telling me. Fu You choked. If asked exactly what unspeakable sins ZHOU had committed, it seemed like nothing. Just pretending to be charming and arrogant in front of him, attempting a wall hug with phrases such as, man, you can't escape my grasp. He felt an eye ache just thinking about it now. He has low taste and uses despicable means. Fu You remembered, he once called a bunch of people to block Pei Ji in an alley and beat him up. That was indeed wrong on his part, but he has already paid the price for his actions. Fu Yanzi patiently said, did he do something exceedingly excessive to you? After finishing the cake neatly, making sure everything was clean, ZHOU handed the small cakes into the oven and tidied up the dining counter. Tao Shui was sprinkling chocolate beans onto the cookies. Has Momo ever made cookies? Made soft cookies. ZHOU thought carefully, Mr. Fu should have tasted them. Oh, Yanzi also got such luck. Tao Shui laughed, he's very picky, rarely eating others' food, seems like he likes your cooking a lot. Aha. ZHOU's cheeks turned slightly red as he washed chili leaves in the sink. Stay for dinner tonight. Tao Shui liked seeing ZHOU, wanting to stuff all the delicious food into his mouth. Auntie will make pot-roasted pork, would you like to try it? Ah. Looking at the sky outside, ZHOU originally planned to leave after studying for a while, but unexpectedly night fell so quickly, and he still wanted to leave, not being familiar enough to feel comfortable having dinner at someone else's house. Don't go, take a look, today I specially asked Aunt Wu to buy more vegetables. Tao Shui showed the extra ingredients she prepared in advance for ZHOU, enough for 4 people, specially prepared for you. With words spoken to this extent, refusing outright would be a slight embarrassment, so ZHOU said, then I'll call mom and ask. When she received the call on Sunday, Cui Lily was painting in her studio. It was so quiet around, and neither ZHOU nor Zhou Yuning would come in to disturb her at this time. The staff would directly call her work phone, so she was surprised when she received this personal call. After seeing the caller was Sunday, her surprise reached its peak. Hey. Mom. A spirited and decisive mom immediately echoed through the studio. Cui Lily paused for a moment and asked, what's the matter? Can I have dinner at Aunt Tao Shui's house tonight? You can eat wherever you want. Why are you calling me? Sunday's tone dropped slightly, so, am I allowed to? Yes. Cui Lily sighed, unclear about what exactly this child was up to. Just before ending the call, she inexplicably said, come back early, don't stay out too late. The kid on the other end became enthusiastic again for some reason, cheerfully exclaiming, aha. When Cui Lily hung up, there was still a faint smile hanging on her lips that she hadn't even noticed herself. Zhou Yuning had become independent early on and always made her own decisions, so all she had to do from childhood onwards was inform the butler when going out, never asking permission over the phone like, can I have dinner at someone else's house tonight? Moreover, the kid spoke with such clarity, as if not agreeing would make him upset for a long time. Already over 20 years old, and still, cute. Cui Lily's brush paused as she dipped it in paint, seemingly recalling something, and her smile gradually faded. After Sunday hung up the phone and nodded to Tao Shui, he looked quite happy. Tao Shui joked, you're still subject to curfew even now. No, I just wanted to let mom know. Sunday added, I've seen others do it like this. Having grown up without parents and been raised in an orphanage, during school days, he admired how his classmates would always check in with their families before going to each other's homes to play, but he'd never had the chance himself. So after crossing over, grabbing this opportunity started bothering the Zhou family, knowing full well that independence awaited him soon, such days were becoming less and less. Tao Shui and Cui Lily grew up together as inseparable friends. She could easily tell that Cui Lily wasn't particularly warm towards this foster child, although she didn't understand the behavior, interfering in someone else's family affairs was inappropriate. Let me take a look at your little pickles, Tao Shui proposed. The 2 Fu brothers were called downstairs for dinner by the staff, and Wu had already set the table. This meal wasn't prepared by the house chefs, but judging by the presentation, it looked pretty good. Sunday tried helping to serve the rice, but the Fu family butler stopped him, please let us do it. Still unaccustomed to the shift in class status, sitting down felt as though sharp nails had been placed on his chair, making him uncomfortable no matter how he sat. As Fu Youwu descended the stairs, he slightly twitched his nose and asked curiously, has our chef changed? Why does today's food smell so delicious? Sunday cooked several dishes at the Fu's house that day: tomato scrambled eggs, trio of earth, potato, green pepper, eggplant, shredded chicken in lily flowers, and small pickles, all highly appetizing. Just the aroma alone was enough to make anyone hungry. ZHOU personally prepared deep-fried pork rolls, sweet and sour pork ribs, and boiled a pot of fish soup. As the brothers took their seats, Fu Yanzi also commented, "This doesn't taste like Aunt Wu's cooking. Did you learn new recipes, Mom?" Momo cooked them. Fu Youwu's chopsticks heading for the tomato scrambled eggs suddenly veered off course to grab a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and put it into his bowl. Beside him, Fu Yanzi saw these actions and glared at him unhappily. How targeted his dissatisfaction was. Fu Youwu wore a look of indifference. He absolutely wouldn't eat anything cooked by Sunday, absolutely not. Once his stubborn younger brother got an idea in his head, there was no persuading him. Fu Yanzi gave up trying to deal with him anymore. If he won't eat, then don't eat. All the meat dishes were made by Mom, this meal was bound to cloy you. ZHOU hadn't noticed these minor details, laughing until the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes showed. I didn't expect Momo to cook so well either. What a good kid. Cooking well doesn't automatically make one a good kid. Always studying pots and pans has no future, Fu Youwu mumbled under his breath. He's only. Hey. Why are you stepping on me? You talk too much. Thinking that focusing on pots and pans is fruitless? Fu Yanzi served him a portion of the secret homemade pickles using communal chopsticks. Eat fast. Then I'll let the driver take you home. Humph. Fu Youwu grunted, saying discontentedly, that's not what I meant. After saying this, he finished off the small pickles and his eyes lit up as he added some more to his bowl. Fu Yanzi suddenly said, startling Sunday, who looked at him nervously. His expression was serious, savoring something in his mouth. After a while, he said, this tomato scrambled egg, is it supposed to be salty? Yeah, that's right. Sunday nervously replied, shouldn't tomato scrambled eggs be salty? Fu Yanzi's gaze toward Sunday was full of appreciation. When everyone else preferred sweet tomato scrambled eggs, unexpectedly meeting someone who favored the salty version brought him as much joy as meeting an old friend in a foreign land. How could that be? Tomato scrambled eggs should definitely be stir-fried with sugar. Fu Youwu slammed the table and stood up, stir-fried with salt. That's not authentic at all. Ah. If you don't like it, then stir-fry it with sugar. What's this nonsense about authenticity? How big a deal is it? Is this kid stuck in middle school or something? Chapter 26, My Brother Practices the Ruthless Path. Are you back? Chui Lily heard the door opening and turned around, seeing that ZHOU looked very happy. In a light tone, she asked, did you have fun? ZHOU thought for a moment and smiled. Chairman Fu praised my small dish as very delicious. I can tell he really likes it. Lily, I've never seen him say he liked anything before. Chui Lily said, your cooking skills are really good. And also, Aunt Tao's fish soup was creamy white, very tasty. She served me 2 big bowls. ZHOU patted her little belly sitting next to Chui Lily. I drank them all. Is it really that tasty? Don't overdo it. It's really delicious. ZHOU laughed sweetly like honey. I'll ask Aunt Tao how to make it another day and cook it for Mom when I come back, okay? Alright. Chui Lily laughed with some wrinkles appearing at the corners of her eyes, unable to resist pinching ZHOU's pointed chin. Deep into the night, after finishing his hygiene routine and preparing to sleep, the system started shaking him wildly. Updated. Updated. Comment section. Forget it. ZHOU turned over, you immediately send me a task as soon as I glance, so I'm not looking. Quickly check, or I'll shock you. You go ahead and shock me, I haven't refused your tasks, if you dare to shock me, I'll report you. In these days, ZHOU had somewhat understood the system's pattern. For instance, tasks assigned by the system always came with certain triggers, yet these triggers were rather random. But there are 2 things certain. First, keep a distance from the main characters. Second, avoid looking at the comment section. That way, the frequency of system-issued tasks would significantly decrease. Believing she had grasped the system's behavior, ZHOU's lips slowly curled upward with unrestrained laughter. I'll just patiently wait for Fu Youwu and Pei Ji to finish their storylines, then I'll be free. According to the original work's progress, they won't reunite until a few years later. So what, will you assign me tasks during those years they're separated? Are you really that inhumane? Why can't I? ZHOU. I advise you as a system not to oppress me too much. If I suddenly think wrong thoughts and jump off a building, where will you find such a beloved host? No matter how earnestly the system tried to persuade her, ZHOU firmly refused to deign to open her phone to look at the comment section. Adhering to the principle that doing less is better than doing more, ZHOU suppressed her already limited curiosity and even muted the system's babbling for some peace and quiet. Thus, she felt refreshed and invigorated the next morning as she went to work. The sun wasn't even up fully when she'd finished washing up, wearing a white singlet and big shorts, a towel draped over her shoulder, messy hair atop her head, slippers clicking on the floor as she headed to take care of her tomato plants in the garden. Bright red and full fruits hung on the vines, looking incredibly cute. First, ZHOU squatted by the roots, affectionately gazing at them for a while. Then, she picked up the hose to water them. Once the land had soaked up enough water, becoming muddy, she removed a few sparse weeds. Not long after, she ventured into the cucumber field and picked a few fresh cucumbers to mix with pickled vegetables for breakfast. Looking up, she saw someone standing on the second-floor balcony. Even though Zhou Yuning was standing there, ZHOU thought her older brother might almost fall asleep standing up. His hair wasn't particularly disheveled, but his eyes were bloodshot, the dark circles under his eyes looking like they had been punched hard. He stood on the balcony, holding a cup of something steaming, half-closed eyes looking down below. ZHOU guessed that the steaming hot thing might be some bitter coffee from the kitchen. "Good morning, big brother." She enthusiastically waved her arms. "Didn't you sleep all night?" "Ah," Zhou Yuning raised his eyes slightly to recall, "it seems like I didn't sleep last night." "What time did I come home last night?" "Will you work today?" "Yes." Zhou Yuning rubbed his head, looking at Zhou Mo's fair face with rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes. Even standing upright and looking up at her, there was joy in his gaze. He held the coffee, feeling deeply touched, shaking his head with a sigh. Being young is great. "What is this?" Cui Lily noticed that ZHOU was cooking soup as she walked downstairs and leaned in to sniff. "Smells so good. Soup with Chinese angelica root and goji berries." ZHOU replied, "A replenishing dish, cooked for 2 hours. Why did you suddenly decide to cook chicken soup?" On the weekend, ZHOU served a small bowl of soup to Cui Lily. He had removed all the chicken fat, and the broth was semi-transparent due to the long cooking time. It bubbled in the pot, making the soup extremely rich and flavorful. "Be careful, it's hot," ZHOU said. "Brother didn't sleep all night, this chicken soup will replenish his energy." As soon as Cui Lily took a sip, the warm soup slid down her throat into her stomach, making her feel more at ease. She glanced at ZHOU, slightly parting her lips. "I've frozen some in the fridge for you and Dad to eat when you're hungry later. You can use it to make noodles." Cui Lily set down the soup bowl and left without saying a word. "What's wrong? Why are you so glum early in the morning?" ZHOU was shaving when he saw his wife walk in with an overcast face, confused because she had been fine just moments before. Cui Lily gave him a glare, her almond-shaped eyes glaring fiercely, suddenly overcome by anger. With a slap, she covered the man's face with white shaving foam. "Why isn't Weekend my biological child?" It wasn't just that he wasn't hers, but he also happened to be from her third-life relationship, which made her attitude towards ZHOU seem awkward. She wanted to love the child dearly, but something inside wouldn't let her swallow this fact. ZHOU was surprised to be on the receiving end of such an outburst in broad daylight, yet he wasn't angry. Bemused, he wiped the shaving cream off his face and asked, "What got you so upset? Did Weekend do something to irritate you?" "Not at all. The child is very sensible." Cui Lily mentioned this matter, filled with frustration. "It's just a pity that Weekend doesn't have good fate and isn't born from me. Otherwise, I could spoil him endlessly." ZHOU understood exactly what Mrs. Cui was troubled about. Even if Weekend were the child from ZHOU's previous marriage, Cui Lily wouldn't have handled things like this. However, ZHOU only ever had Cui Lily as his wife in this lifetime. Thus, the child remained in an awkward position within the household. Because of this issue, ZHOU would never hold his head up high in front of his wife or child. This understanding child who always called her Mom around her made Cui Lily furious whenever she thought of it. Huffing angrily, she refused to eat breakfast. "You should find some time to talk to Weekend. How will you explain it to him? This child is so gentle and wise, he'll surely be heartbroken if he finds out." "But." "There's no but. Weekend is my biological child, and you must keep this buried deep within you. It cannot be revealed to others." "So your intention is not to tell him?" "Absolutely not." Cui Lily's eyes brimmed with tears, whether out of anger or sorrow. She clutched her own collar and said, "Big brother, we've put those past events behind us. When Mo came to our house as a child, he was so tiny. A child has nothing to do with those messy affairs. I've practically watched him grow up. I genuinely want to cherish Mo as my own child, but why does it always feel so awkward?" Seeing his wife shedding tears, ZHOU instantly forgot everything and scrambled around her, soothing her while pulling his pajama sleeve out for her to wipe her tears. Don't tell. Mo is such a sensible child, it's a wonderful thing. You can absolutely treat him as your real child with confidence. After all, the woman who gave birth to him has never been in my heart. I've forgotten what she even looks like. If you dared to have her in your heart, I'd have divorced you a long time ago." Cui Lily shoved him with fury and grabbed his sleeve to blow her nose forcefully. ZHOU looked at her helplessly but said nothing. Unaware of the heated argument going on in their parents' room, the ZHOU brothers were enjoying a peaceful morning. Weekend seemed to possess a kind of charm that could calm people down. Zhou Yuning had attended an online international meeting all night. The next morning, sitting on the couch, he was almost dozing off. Between his drowsy moments, he noticed Weekend placing a thermos bucket in front of him. "What's this?" "Chicken soup." Weekend spoke concisely. He glanced at the clock. You should still be able to sleep for another half hour. I'm leaving first. Given Weekend's constitution, which always resulted in car sickness, he usually commuted by riding his second-hand bicycle. He generally left half an hour earlier than Zhou Yunning. Carrying his little backpack, he looked like a kid heading to school. Bye. He asked me to come home and check on you. Pei Ji isn't as bad as you think. He also said he must visit you sometime. He said you are the type of person he most admires. Brother, what are you looking at? Following Fu Youwu's gaze, not far away on the bicycle lane was a very eye-catching and hard-working figure. Dressed in an expensive leisure suit, he was riding a bike that looked almost rusted while wearing a glaringly yellow helmet. On top of the helmet stood a small propeller about the size of a finger, spinning with the wind as if it were about to lift him off the ground. What a dorky helmet. Unaware that two men in a nearby luxury car were looking at him, Weekend happily rode his bike into the wind. The little propeller on his head whirred, his legs pedaling with all their might, nearly creating afterimages, making his lower half look like a fiery wheel, while his upper body remained still, creating quite a comical sight. After a long pause, Fu Yanzi snapped out of his reverie. What did you say just now? Fu Youwu squinted at his older brother, the alarm bells ringing in his mind. What's that look for? It's impossible. Fu Youwu muttered, your only love is work. Your lifelong hobby is to outperform others until they die trying. You practice the path of no emotion, it's impossible for you to break your vow. Chapter 27, Original Host's Mother. Zhou Yunning's birthday came in the blink of an eye. The 28th birthday celebration of Crown Prince Zhou was extremely grand, as they directly reserved a 5-star hotel. When changing clothes in a private room on the weekend, his mouth was slightly agape. It's been almost a month, host. Can't you get used to this? I can't get used to it, Zhou muttered while adjusting his tie and gazing at himself in the mirror. He exclaimed in surprise, I feel like Cinderella. More like Cinder Boy. Fine, Cinder Boy, Zhou said with a shrug, pointing at the Italian handcrafted leather shoes on his feet. This is my glass slipper, though I don't think it's very non-slippery because there's no tread on the soles at all. Let me try. After saying that, he began rubbing the soles of the shoes vigorously against the floor, creating a sharp, ear-splitting, screeching sound. The moment Zhou Yunning walked in, he saw someone who looked utterly foolish, sliding around in their leather shoes on the ground. What are you doing? Zhou laughed awkwardly, nothing. The guests have arrived, why aren't you coming with me to greet them? Zhou Yunning said, are you just playing by yourself? Are you not one of our family members? Zhou raised an eyebrow, slightly curling his lips upward with a smirk. Why aren't you coming yet? Stop smiling like a fool. Coming. With a mischievous smile, Zhou approached, brother, have you seen the gift I sent you? Not yet. Go back and check it out, will you? I placed it in a cardboard box. Take a look when you go home, I put a lot of effort into it. No time, I'll take a look later tonight. Got it. Zhou's hairstyle had been carefully styled, but since this child couldn't stop bouncing around, there was already a tuft of hair sticking straight up from his head. Zhou Yunning glanced at it, naturally pressing it down, walk properly. Okay. There were many people at the banquet hall, and under no circumstances could Zhou find a secluded spot to hide and show off his meals anymore. Zhou Yunning held him close, weaving through the crowd, having a drink with Mr. Wang, another with Mr. Zhang, and another with Mr. Lin. Why does a little guy like Zhou need to know so many commercial tycoons? Desperate to cry, he seized the opportunity while Zhou Yunning turned around to pay respects with wine, and quickly twisted his face to relieve the strain of constant smiling. But when he turned back, he saw a figure in a red evening gown behind the champagne tower waving at him. Frowning, Zhou stared at the woman for a long time but still couldn't recall who she was. Do you know who that woman is? Zhou murmured to the system, why does she look familiar to me? Original host's mother. Ugh. Cough cough. Inadvertently, Zhou choked on a gulp of alcohol, leading to a fit of coughing. Is something wrong? Too harsh alcohol. Zhou Yunning handed him a glass of milk and said, fewer people are near the dining table. You can sneak over there and eat something quietly. Zhou accepted the milk with a gleam in his eyes, then I'll take a break, brother. Don't tire yourself too much. And then he leaned closer, whispering to him softly, happy birthday, brother. After I leave, did the original host have any contact with his biological mother before? Zhou walked to the garden area, starting to rant furiously to the system once alone, why didn't I know about this? It wasn't even mentioned in the original story, right? Why? Calm down, the original story is written from the protagonist's perspective. Of course, the original host's affairs wouldn't be fully disclosed. Then why did the original host's mom suddenly pop up here when there wasn't a single piece of news beforehand? After scanning his surroundings and confirming that the woman in the red evening gown hadn't followed him over, he asked, what exactly happened? In fact, we can roughly guess the details. In the original work, after Fu Youwu and Pei Ji broke up and parted ways for a while, during that period, the original host continuously harassed Fu Youwu. Eventually, Fu's family acted to deal with the original host because they were thoroughly exasperated. However, the original host ostensibly remains a member of the ZHOU family, which means they can't just handle him at will. So what you're saying is, the original host made some grave mistakes that were discovered by the ZHOU family, resulting in them becoming estranged from him. Meanwhile, Fu's family disliked him for a long time and took advantage of the situation to push the original host away, correct? Pretty much, the ZHOU family isn't the type to abandon their own lightly. If the original host wasn't overly transgressive, they wouldn't have given up on him so easily. Ah. On the weekend, ZHOU frowned deeply in thought. Actually, he wasn't particularly eager to stay with the ZHOU family. Even if they were to expel him from Haicheng, he could still survive just fine. The only problem was that the original host had been blacklisted by most of the enterprises in Haicheng and couldn't find any work after being thrown out, so he had no choice but to take odd jobs. Although professions don't come with a natural hierarchy, in his previous life, ZHOU had been working hard manual labor all along. If there was a chance this time around, he hoped to do something more related to his expertise. So, do you know how far the original host got? I don't know, it's not mentioned in the book. ZHOU felt an extreme headache coming on. Even before meeting the biological mother of the original host, his mind wasn't this tangled. Originally, this was supposed to be ZHOU Yuning's birthday banquet. What was she doing here? He stood up to go back to the venue to look for that woman, but as soon as he took a step, he heard a familiar voice calling out behind him, "Mo." As he turned around, he saw the woman hastily rushing over while holding her skirt, exclaiming, "Why haven't you been answering my calls these past few days?" "I changed my number." ZHOU asked, "What are you doing here?" "Afraid Dad might see you." "I came to find you," the woman pulled on ZHOU's arm. "No, I mean how did you get in here?" "Recently, Mom has been living with a gentleman," Ewing added nonchalantly, "but why haven't you been sending me money lately?" "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" The woman glared at him, "You truly are ungrateful. The ZHOU family held such a grand celebration for their eldest son's birthday but never did anything like this for you. So biased." "What? I'm just a bastard, what more should I ask for?" "Ewing. How dare you talk like that?" Ewing continued, "At least you're your father's real child. Look at how none of the ZHOU family members actually care about you. In this world, the only person who really cares about you is me, no one else does." ZHOU's face turned colder. It seemed that the original host had been manipulated by her, so he didn't bother giving her any face either, saying bluntly, "Don't you have the faintest idea how I ended up here? Are you blaming me now, Mo?" Ewing stared with eyes filled with mascara smudges from heavy eyeliner. "If it wasn't for me delivering you to the ZHOU family back then, would you have had the good life you enjoy today? Should I thank you then? You drugged someone knowing fully well that it was destroying a family, and you don't mention it at all, right? For all these years, you've used my name to take so much money from the ZHOU family, and you still don't utter a single word about it." ZHOU rolled his eyes, "So what are you here for exactly? Today's ZHOU Yuning's birthday. Don't cause any trouble. I am your mother." Ewing grabbed ZHOU's sleeve, "What? Has that nasty woman Cui Lily enchanted you? Are you considering her your mom now? Before you call others nasty women, please evaluate yourself first." ZHOU said, "Starting next month, I'll give you 5,000 yuan per month for your support. That should be enough. Don't contact me anymore." 5,000 really isn't enough. Seriously? Is 5,000 too little? Do you eat gold every day? Far away in the garden, hidden in the shadow of the corridor, Fu Yanji leaned against a pillar, hiding partially behind it and a fake rock. The end of the corridor flickered with human silhouettes, indicating people could walk into this area at any moment. He placed his champagne glass onto the nearby sitting table, stepped away quietly, and closed off the small entrance to the garden while moving forward. Chapter 28, Let me introduce everyone, this is my younger brother. Yu Ying's arrival was completely unexpected. On the weekend, it wasn't just about dealing with emotional disputes among the main characters, but also ethical issues like the one presented by Yu Ying. To be honest, despite being so grown up, ZHOU barely remembered his biological mother from a past life, let alone the original protagonist's real mother. His experience interacting with women was limited to Cui Lily and Tao Shui, both of whom were reasonable and easygoing. As for Yu Ying, she clearly was not. She kept repeating herself, nagging endlessly, "Why haven't you sent me money yet? 5,000 isn't enough." ZHOU felt as if his head was swelling. "What exactly do you want? You're here just to ask for money?" He had no idea when or how the original protagonist became involved with Yu Ying. The sooner this issue was resolved, the better, otherwise, it could become troublesome if the ZHOU family found out. ZHOU's face suddenly paled. Besides, the ZHOU family weren't bad-hearted, they just had some awkwardness toward him because he was an illegitimate child. Nevertheless, they still treated him affectionately. In any case, during these few days at the ZHOU family residence, ZHOU genuinely experienced a familial bond he hadn't felt in 20 years. Emotion, something rare to him, felt precious. He didn't want to lose it now that he had tasted it. But the fact of being an illegitimate child hung over him like a sword poised to fall eventually. When that day came, ZHOU would have no choice but to leave. After all, they have their own lives. Seeing ZHOU's impatient expression, Yu Ying choked momentarily. She looked at his grim face as if he were ready to throw her out. Normally, whenever they met occasionally, he acted cautious and fearful, trying hard not to irritate her. Now, Ewing started feeling afraid. Isn't this just a check on you? Ewing said. Zhou Yunning is having a birthday today. I know your heart must hurt. He's my brother, I should be happy about his birthday. Why would it hurt? Even though Zhou Mo wasn't particularly smart, he could still tell good from bad. What was this woman who claimed to be the birth mother really saying to the original owner? Where did Zhou Mo go? Asked Zhou Yunning as he replaced his glass of white wine from a waiter's tray. I haven't seen him for quite some time. Fu Yanji stood next to him, hesitating, staring at his lifelong best friend for a long while. Why are you staring at me? Nothing, Fu Yanji replied. Still, Fu Yanji decided against intervening in other people's family matters. Moreover, knowing Zhou Yunning was older by 7 or 8 years, he surely knew about Zhou Mo being an illegitimate child, so did the whole Zhou family. It was simply a secret to outsiders. Pretend we didn't see anything, Fu Yanji thought to himself, slowly holding his wine glass, subtly moving toward the garden entrance. Better to distract Zhou Mo first. That woman appeared overly domineering. Zhou family's boy, with such a gentle character and soft temper, what if he gets taken advantage of? Weekend. He called out loud, immediately cutting off the ongoing conversation between two people inside the garden. They both turned their attention to the doorway. Your brother is looking for you, Fu Yanji stated. And this person is. Oh. Ewing approached with flattery, clapping her hands. Isn't this Mr. Fu? I used to only see you on TV, but you're even more handsome in person. Truly talented youth. Zhou Mo's complexion darkened even more, as if he'd swallowed a fly. Fu Yanji smiled, casually glancing at Zhou Mo. Interestingly, there was indeed some resemblance between them and Ewing. Although almost everyone from the upper echelons of Haicheng society was known to Fu Yanji, this woman named Ewing seemed unfamiliar to him. If he didn't recognize her, it meant she must be poor. Mr. Fu silently speculated but remained impeccable on the surface. He turned to Zhou Mo and asked, won't you introduce this lady? I am the wife of Lu Dong, the vice president of Nanhua Building Materials, Ewing interrupted quickly. You might remember him. Fu Yanji attempted to recall but couldn't even conjure up memories of Lu Dong himself, although he maintained false courtesy. Is that right? Weekend, your brother's looking for you. When Zhou Mo followed Fu Yanji away, he secretly exhaled a breath of relief. Before letting out all the air entirely, he retracted it back in. Had Fu Yanji heard anything? Zhou Mo's glances flicked sideways towards Fu Yanji, trying to find some hints from Fu Yanji's expressions. But he found nothing. Fu Yanji remained as ever, behaving like an understanding elder brother next door, with a slight sense of detachment, and even made sure Zhou Mo walked on the less crowded side as they moved along. However, Weekend didn't know why, but at the moment he really hoped that Fu Yanji would say something to him. Anything would do, even if Fu Yanji had overheard his conversation with Ewing, perhaps Fu Yanji could offer some advice. I've been looking for you for a while. Zhou Yunning noticed Weekend's slightly pale complexion and pulled him aside to ask, what's wrong? Don't feel well. Weekend tightened his lips and shook his head, no. A little later, come with me to cut the cake, Zhou Yunning said gently, you're grown up now. In your future job, it'll be inevitable to need connections. Let everyone get to know you, then your work will go more smoothly. Weekend was preoccupied with other thoughts, and besides, he didn't want to use the Zhou family resources for anything, so he was about to decline when he saw someone standing next to Zhou Yunning. Cui Lily had arrived without his noticing, dressed beautifully as ever. As the only mistress of the Zhou household, she was always stylish. Weekend didn't know the brand of her gown, but he knew it was expensive. The moon-white dress shimmered under the lights, embroidered with countless tiny diamonds. He remembered seeing the service staff wearing white gloves to carefully place the gown on a mannequin before transporting it to the Zhou house. Now, Cui Lily placed her handbag on the table, her gaze shifting between Weekend and Fu Yanji without a word. Weekend felt uneasy under her scrutiny. Mom, what's the matter? It's nothing. Cui Lily sighed, her eyes glittering with tears. Your brother wants you to join him, so just go along. It's just cutting a cake, it's not a big deal. After Cui Lily spoke, Weekend had no choice but to comply. He thought Cui Lily was acting strangely tonight, constantly glancing his way, leaving him confused. After stepping onto the stage, Zhou Yunning first thanked some of today's guests, then delivered a series of polished courtesies before moving on to the main subject. The cake today, I'd like to invite my younger brother to cut it with me. Standing under the spotlight, he looked at Weekend who was stiff with nervousness and smiled, I apologize to all of you, we've kept this gem hidden for so long. Weekend is a great kid, just a bit introverted. He gets tense around large crowds, come on, Mo, hurry up and stand by your brother. Originally, Weekend's reputation in the upper echelons of Haicheng wasn't very good since no one had formally introduced or acknowledged him as part of their household. This is my child. His academic performance was average, his working ability unremarkable. Recently, there were even some rumors linking him to the young master of the Fu family. Everyone in the social circle found this quite amusing. Today, ZHOU Yunning's mention on stage completely recognized Weekend as an heir to the ZHOU family, someone eligible for inheritance after Zhou Su's death. Weekend couldn't understand when he became so favored by ZHOU Yunning. Just last night, he had teased Weekend for inviting him out for snail rice noodles. He said that the smell of snail rice noodles reminded him of sewer pipes being broken. Weekend retorted and they almost got into a fight because of it. Why was he like this today? Weekend, who had just been berated by his birth mother, felt a lump rise in his throat. Come over here. Only then did Weekend walk into the spotlight. He had never received such attention before. For a moment, his eyes couldn't adjust to the brightness of the spotlight, but once they did, ZHOU Yunning already had his hand on the knife ready to cut the cake. What are you doing? If you cry now, I won't comfort you. ZHOU Yunning, smiling broadly while facing the crowd, whispered in his ear, so many people are watching. If you dare to cry, you're dead. Weekend scared himself out of shedding any tears. So harsh, this is my real brother. As the cake was cut, Weekend had gathered his feelings and was getting ready to leave the stage, when he saw Ewing standing by the buffet table staring at him darkly. Just like being doused in a bucket of cold water, Weekend felt icy cold all over. The warmth and gratitude from moments ago suddenly vanished. What exactly does this woman want? Chapter 29, Mom, this is for the Weekend handmaid. Where's the Weekend? After seeing off the guests, ZHOU Yunning couldn't find her younger brother anywhere and became somewhat anxious. She asked Mr. Lin, the butler, how come he's gone? The young master said he wanted to walk back himself, Mr. Lin replied. He said that there was no need for master and mistress to wait for him, he'd walk back on his own. So late, so far away, and he's walking back alone. ZHOU Yunning's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Seeing the boss a bit angry, Mr. Lin asked cautiously, should I send someone out to bring the young master back? No. The night breeze of summer was still a bit cool. Cui Lily had a thin shawl draped over her shoulders, looking elegant and affluent. Her high heels clicked crisply against the tiles with each step. You've worked hard today too, go home and rest now. But it's already so late, and ZHOU drank some alcohol. Go home first. Cui Lily patted her son's head. It's your birthday today, you've been busy all day for nothing. I'm grown up now, why celebrate my birthday? ZHOU Yunning smiled, then Mom, I'll go home first. I'll keep an eye out if I can spot ZHOU on the way. This kid really, how could he leave without even saying goodbye? Cui Lily watched her elder son's chattering figure disappear into the distance, and didn't know why, but her eyes began to well up with tears. Actually, when ZHOU Yunning was very little, she really hoped to have a younger brother or sister. However, Zhou Su pitied her for the difficulty of childbirth, and after having ZHOU Yunning, they stopped having children. The arrival of ZHOU was an accident. Initially, Cui Lily did not want this child in the house. But seeing him, so small, being shoved back and forth by his own birth mother, such a chubby little baby who needed to be carefully taken care of, made her heart ache. Ewing truly lacked any humanity. That little child cried until his face turned purple in her arms, nearly passing out. ZHOU Yunning herself was once that tiny too. So at the time, Cui Lily took what seemed like an absurd action. She picked up that child, comforted him in her arms, and said, your demands I will agree to, but from now on, you must never appear before us again. If anyone knew the truth about ZHOU's origins, Cui Lily would surely be laughed at. How could a girl who grew up as a spoiled daughter possibly raise an illegitimate child? At the time, she just thought that under the ZHOU family's care, the child would grow up healthily. But if left with Ewing, his future was uncertain. Though she couldn't treat the illegitimate child as her own, guaranteeing his basic needs wasn't a problem. It was just like picking up a random child from the street and raising him nearby. They were often working abroad these years, so weren't familiar with ZHOU. All they remembered was that he seemed rebellious. But recently, Cui Lily noticed otherwise. ZHOU was sunny, outgoing, full of endless energy, much like a small sun. Still, Cui Lily felt she might not have treated him well, now he was going back to his biological mother. I'm going out for a walk, I'll be right back. After pondering for a while, Cui Lily looked at her high heels. Take my slippers from the trunk. Though the green slippers didn't match her custom haute couture evening gown, they were comfortable enough. After Cui Lily changed into them, she stepped in place twice. Her feet, confined by high heels all day, finally relaxed. With that, she lifted her evening gown and walked out. When Ewing entered the venue, Cui Lily had already received the notification. Her every move at this party was captured by surveillance cameras, including her conversation with ZHOU in the garden, whose content was unknown. Her destination was a narrow alleyway. Following the route seen in the surveillance footage, Cui Lily turned a few corners, arriving at a rarely trodden place, dimly lit. The sound of people talking ahead grew louder, less a conversation than a heated argument. Before she rounded the corner, she heard ZHOU burst out loudly, what do you actually want? His shout was loud enough that Ewing seemed stunned, then heard ZHOU continue. Why don't you ever contact me during regular times? Now you only think of me when you're short of money. Wasn't the money I gave you enough? How much more do you want? Should I sell myself to you or something? Apparently, the system was startled by ZHOU and hurriedly consoled him with its cold mechanical voice. No need to get upset, it's not like she's your real mom, why get angry with her, stay calm, stay calm. You come today, blabbering on and on, asking me for money, why should I give it to you? That's not my money, that's the ZHOU family's. How dare you even take the ZHOU family's money? ZHOU, do you know what you're saying? I'm your mother. Do you think you're so great? Ewing shoved ZHOU, the ZHOUs don't treat you like a person anyway. So what if you take their money? You've taken it before, why can't you take it now? I was an idiot, a moron. Even knowing I'm an illegitimate child, they gave me money back then, but not anymore. What am I supposed to be? The ZHOU family has already done enough by raising me this far. What more could I ask for? Now, I just want to stay as far away from you as possible, because... ZHOU's emotions became agitated, and his voice choked with emotion. Because I thought they started to accept me. I knew I'm an illegitimate child, yet. I still wanted to belong with them. ZHOU tried his best to control himself, clenching both fists tightly. Maybe I shouldn't have stayed in the ZHOU family in the first place. I need to leave. No. If you leave, how will we complete the mission? Headquarters will shock you to death. I'm not joking, it'll make you lose control of your bladder and bowels. Leave. Ewing reacted extremely strongly to this. You want to leave? If you leave the ZHOU family, you're nothing. Why did I go through so much trouble to keep you there? Was it just so you could experience high society? ZHOU shook his head. Yes, without the ZHOU family, I'm nothing. So don't even dream of getting any benefits from them through me. You. Ewing raised her hand high, the slap seemed about to land. At the last moment, ZHOU felt someone yank his arm hard backward. A petite figure darted past him, followed by the sharp sound of a slap, and Ewing screamed as she fell backward. Chui Lily stood protectively in front of ZHOU like a mother hen defending her chick, her right hand gripping a light green slipper. ZHOU guessed Chui Lily must have used the slipper to deliver a harsh slap to Ewing. Indeed, when Ewing looked up, he saw a red shoe-shaped mark on her face. Your strength is quite impressive. How dare you hit my son? He's my son. Is that so? Chui Lily had never yelled so loudly, not even during her divorce with ZHOU. Go ahead and shout that ZHOU is your son all over town, and I'll find someone to lock you up in a psychiatric ward under the claim of delusional disorder, or better yet, we can take a paternity test. I've got 100 ways to make people believe your report is fake. That's my capability. You actually think someone like you, who only knows how to scheme and manipulate, could enter high society? You're nowhere near qualified. Let me tell you, Ewing, you'll never interfere with my family. ZHOU is my son, and even if you sue me in court, it won't change anything. As Ewing climbed to her feet, ready to strike again, Chui Lily stepped back with ZHOU. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll call security and have you declared insane. They'll lock you up in a psychiatric ward. And one more thing, if you ever dare to harass my ZHOU again, no company in High City will dare do business with Nanhua Building Materials. Chui Lily looked down at Ewing with disdain. It must have taken you a lot of effort to climb up the ladder at Nanhua Building Materials, pity you'll never rise higher than this. What are you waiting for? Go home. Still dazed, ZHOU was shoved into the car by Chui Lily. He hadn't even realized when she had suddenly intervened. Not until Chui Lily handed him a motion sickness pill did he gradually regain his senses. Thank you. The word mom caught in his throat, too embarrassing to say out loud. Holding the pill bottle nervously, ZHOU glanced carefully at Chui Lily, seeing that she acted nonchalantly, as though nothing had happened. He didn't want to bring it up either. Since Chui Lily wanted to act dumb, he wouldn't reveal her kindness. Zhou Yuning and ZHOU had already gone home, leaving the two of them alone in the car in an awkward silence. I heard from your brother and Mr. Lin that you get carsick quite badly. Yeah. He took the pill with water, his thumb absently rubbing the condensation off the water bottle. Did you ever see a doctor about it? No, it's an old problem. It's fine as long as I'm not in a car. I didn't even know. Chui Lily mumbled softly, and ZHOU didn't hear clearly, only giving her a puzzled look. Never mind, you've had a tiring day. Rest a bit. Oh. On weekends, ZHOU would never sleep in the car. If he fell asleep, there was an 80% chance he'd be woken up by the rocking. But since Chui Lily had said it, all he could do was obediently close his eyes and try to relax. So Chui Lily helplessly watched as ZHOU's complexion turned increasingly pale. His Adam's apple moved up and down as if trying to swallow something forcefully. If you need to throw up, just go ahead. ZHOU furrowed his brows and shook his head. It seemed like he was feeling terrible but didn't want to vomit inside the car because it would be hard to clean up. Thankfully, the hotel wasn't too far from home, so ZHOU didn't have to suffer for long. The moment the driver stopped, ZHOU rushed out of the car. Hey, are you okay? Humph. Chui Lily, pretend I didn't say that. Are you alright? Do you need me to call a doctor? She had no experience taking care of patients, so she was utterly at a loss, helplessly patting ZHOU's back. Are you alright? You're carsick this badly? I'm fine. In between retching, ZHOU still managed to reply, you can go back inside and rest. There's a bit of a smell here, so I'll clean up later. Forget it, let me ask Aunt Fong to make you some sugared water. Chui Lily let ZHOU sit on the couch, take a break for a while. After saying that, Chui Lily sent a WeChat message looking for someone. She told ZHOU to wait a moment while she went upstairs to change her clothes. Since she couldn't be called back, ZHOU gave up and simply sat on the sofa, rubbing his stomach which hurt after all the dry heaving. It seemed his weak constitution wouldn't allow him to travel far anytime soon. As he daydreamed, ZHOU felt a hand rub the back of his head. It was Zhou Yuning. He placed a cup of warm water next to ZHOU, then naturally sat down beside him and asked, "Car sick?" "Yeah." "What happened? How can you get carsick in a half-hour drive?" ZHOU held the water cup with both hands but didn't respond, asking instead, "Big brother, did you open your gift?" "Not yet." "Why aren't you eager to open your birthday present?" "It's just those usual things, watches, jewels, checks, no real meaning behind them." Zhou Yuning shrugged. "Let them stay there. I'll open them when I feel like it. Don't you even care about my gift?" ZHOU said, "I've prepared it for quite some time." Hearing that, Zhou Yuning became slightly curious. After all, the younger boy usually just transferred money via WeChat without showing any sincerity. He truly wanted to know what kind of gift this time around that had been prepared days in advance looked like. So Zhou Yuning took down the two neatly wrapped boxes placed by ZHOU and carefully scraped open the box marked number 1 with a wallpaper knife. When the box was opened, a sweet aroma of cake wafted out. Inside was a roughly palm-sized small cake with an unrefined shape. To prevent the cake from spoiling, ZHOU had even put 2 cooling bags inside the box. On top of the cake lay a large strawberry, with layers of chiffon cake sandwiching a layer of pudding. The pudding was almost overflowing, and the cream was smeared haphazardly, but it smelled delicious. I've only recently learned to bake cakes. My frosting skills aren't great, and the design doesn't look good either, but the taste should be decent. ZHOU stuck a candle in the center of the cake. Of course, it won't compare to the big cake at brother's dinner party, but please don't look down on it. What are you two doing sitting together? Chui Lily descended in her pajamas after changing. Seeing the two boys sitting tightly together whispering about something, she walked forward to ask. Zhou Yuning immediately raised his head, his eyes sparkling as though he instantly reverted to 18 years old. Excitedly, his face flushed red holding up the small cake. "Mom, look! Weekend made this cake specially for me." Chapter 30, I'm leaving. What's wrong? You've been spacing out. Tao Shui waved her hand in front of her eldest son. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Fu Yanji picked up his water cup, gently touching his lips with the water before putting it down again. Mom, have you and Aunt Shui always had a good relationship? Of course. We grew up together, went to school together, got married together, and even gave birth at the same time. How could our relationship not be good? Tao Shui sighed. We both had our first and second children around the same time. Fu Yanji carefully recalled, when his mother gave birth to Fu Youwu, he was waiting outside the operating room, but he never saw Aunt Shui. In fact, Aunt Shui was overseas at that time, returning half a year later with a child. Thinking about this, back then Aunt Shui Lily must have taken her newly born child named Zhou abroad for a while, returning 6 months later claiming she had given birth herself. Very few people would suspect Shui Lily of adopting a child without reason. But come to think of it, it is strange. When I was pregnant with Xiao Wu, I didn't hear any news about Lily having a child either. Then suddenly, half a year later, she appeared holding a baby, which felt quite abrupt. Tao Shui looked at him. Why do you suddenly bring this up? It's nothing. Just a random thought. Fu Yanji feigned nonchalance with a smile. I just remembered, during my childhood, I don't think I ever had much interaction with Zhou. Considering our family's close relationship, it shouldn't be like that. Zhou used to be a solitary kid who wouldn't socialize with us during family gatherings. You probably forgot. But lately, he's become more approachable and quite adorable. Tao Shui propped her chin on one hand. Oh, if only he were my biological child, it would be wonderful to pinch his little cheeks. Fu Yanji replied absent-mindedly, surely they're quite pinchable. Tao Shui was still lost in her dream of pinching Zhou's cheeks and hadn't heard what her usually steady eldest son said. Perhaps Fu Yanji himself wasn't even aware of what he had said. When he returned to his room, he immediately felt his phone buzzing in his pocket. He opened it to see a bunch of photos sent by Zhou Yuning, an extremely unappealing cake. Zhou Yuning, here's a look at the birthday cake my younger brother made for me. Photos. Zhou Yuning, who else doesn't have a brother making their birthday cake? Photos. Zhou Yuning, tasted it. Not bad at all, though the design is ugly. But it's called cute ugly, ugly yet adorable. Photos. Fu Yanji. Fu Yanji, boredom-induced nonsense. Zhou Yuning, just to make you jealous. Fu Yanji. Zhou Yuning has always been a generous and cheerful child, completely willing to share whatever she eats or plays with others. But tonight, something changed. She refused to let anyone taste the cake she made. She seemed 10 years younger while celebrating her birthday. So there she was, taking pictures from different angles with the cake. Afterward, washing her hands under the tap water and coming back to savor each bite like it was some high-class cuisine. Cui Lily mentioned wanting to eat some dragon fruit off the cake but was denied. Cui Lily. She pulled a whole dragon fruit out of the fridge, peeled it in front of her, cut pieces, and ate one with a fork. So stingy. With our great estate, how does she care about that little bit of fruit? She could just buy a whole orchard tomorrow. Where's Weekend? He went home earlier. Cui Lily straightened up, sighing, all right, let him rest tonight. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Weekend was crouched beside his little vegetable garden, examining his small tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, and peppers tenderly as if he were their doting mother. The evening breeze still carried a hint of chill. Weekend rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and started plucking leaves off the nearest cucumber plant. In no time, the cucumber plant was reduced to a bare vine with 2 prominent cucumbers hanging from it. Weekend broke off one cucumber, wiped it on his sleeve twice, then chewed it crunchily in his mouth. Fresh and sweet, the cucumber was refreshing, but Weekend wasn't paying attention to enjoying its deliciousness. Chewing blankly through the entire cucumber, he seemed to finally reach a decision. He tossed the remaining cucumber stub onto the ground. Let's go, he said. He had preparations to make for his departure. As night deepened and all inhabitants of the house returned to their respective rooms, Weekend rolled up his sleeves and fetched 2 vegetable crates from the small warehouse. He picked his tomatoes, cucumbers, and eggplants, carefully placing them inside the crates. He then uprooted the entire plants including roots and stems, bundling them into a woven bag. A patch of the lawn was bald, but Weekend found some grass seed somewhere. After loosening the soil, he planted the seeds, sprinkled a layer of fertilizer and watered them thoroughly. That completed the chores in the backyard, and it wouldn't be long before the area looked good as new. However, by the time all this was done, it was already late into the night. Weekend rubbed his sore shoulders and neck, then quietly went back inside. He took a shower, and subsequently dragged out a suitcase from the closet. He didn't have many belongings here, just a few big tank tops, big shorts, a pair of canvas shoes, and a pair of flip-flops, all of which he had picked up at the morning market. These clothes barely filled a fifth of the suitcase. Weekend sat on the floor for a moment in a daze, put the suitcase away, and pulled a backpack from the wardrobe instead. Into this, he stuffed his things and some documents. After that, he gave the house a thorough cleaning, wiping the floor spotless and arranging everything exactly like it had been on the first day he came. Weekend had previously worked part-time in housekeeping, so these tasks came naturally to him. Despite breaking a sweat with all the cleaning, his earlier shower turned out to be wasted effort. With the backpack in hand, he softly closed the door behind him. By now, the outside was already beginning to show the first pale light of dawn. Weekend had not slept a wink all night. Dazed, he sat on the sofa. The dim lighting and silent living room were quiet enough to hear the faintest sound of a pin dropping. Though he had moved houses several times before, and even in rather dire circumstances, this was the first time Weekend felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. A soft sniffle broke the silence of the living room, prompting Weekend to quickly wipe his face with one arm. Cui Lily had hardly slept all night, tossing and turning as she thought about things. ZHOU, on the other hand, passed out after drinking too much with business partners. She wanted nothing more than to kick him awake in frustration. She finally rose the next morning with prominent dark circles under her eyes when the sun lit up the sky. As soon as she opened the door, she smelled the distinctive aroma of Weekend's homemade pickles. Cui Lily sniffed appreciatively, calming down a bit from her sleeplessness-induced irritability. In slippers, she descended the stairs to see Weekend wearing an apron, one hand holding a pot, the other using a spatula to pour pickles into sealed jars. Seeing her come in, Weekend offered her a dry-lipped smile. His face, flushed from the heat of the kitchen, stood in contrast to his pale lips. Cui Lily hesitated at the sight of him, suspiciously asking, "Did you stay up all night working the land? Why do you look so haggard?" Indeed, he had stayed up all night working the land. Weekend sniffed again, perhaps due to the lack of sleep. How could he feel this tired right now? "Is it colder today? I'm feeling a little chilly. These are pickles. I noticed you both really like them, so I've made some and stored them in the fridge. They should last you for a while." Weekend opened the fridge to show her. It was stacked with bottles and jars of various kinds of pickles. As for wine, those things take time. I've summarized the preparation method and sent it to Aunt Fawn. If you want to drink some, you can ask her to make it for you. Cui Lily's frown deepened. She said, "Weekend, what exactly? I appreciate everything you've done for me over the past period of time." Weekend paused briefly, adding, "Thank you. What do you mean?" "It's just. I think I need to leave." Weekend strained to widen his eyes. "You know, my very existence isn't supposed to happen. Now that I'm leaving, you can go back to your life. Are you going to find your biological mother?" "No, I won't be searching for her." Weekend smiled through his tears. "Let's all live our own lives well from now on. Picking up his backpack, he said, I'm leaving. See you. Chui Lily's eyes reddened, her mouth opening and closing. You don't have to go. Weekend froze for a moment, laughing. Thank you, you're really kind-hearted. After saying that, he quickly turned his head aside. Chui Lily seemed to catch something shimmering fall down his face. Well, goodbye, he said. ZHOU didn't have work today, still snoring loudly in bed. Vaguely, something smacked and woke him up. He jumped off the bed, his right cheek burning hotly, his eyes still half closed as he mumbled, What are you doing, Lily? What Lily? You're still sleeping. Our son has run away from home. Huh? ZHOU snapped wide awake immediately. You mean who ran away from home? Weekend walked a stretch of road and struggled to unlock a shared bike, his eyes blurring as attempts failed repeatedly. It took standing in front of the bike for 3 to 4 minutes before he managed to scan the code successfully. Along the way, he was mostly occupied arguing with the bike sharing system. He'd never seen the system act so aggressively. I've already told you. You need to leave the ZHOU family. How are you going to complete your mission later? The headquarters will let me electrocute you. But how can I stay in the ZHOU family after all that happened? Weekend didn't even know when the original host and his birth mother hooked up, but he knew the original host had secretly given her a lot of money over the years. Sooner or later, he would have to leave anyway. Yu Ying's incident just hastened it. After all, if Yu Ying kept him, she might show up again, buzzing around like a fly, annoying even if not directly harmful. It would be better to leave now than to cause unnecessary trouble for the ZHOU family later. Anyway, I can still carry out my mission wherever I am. I'm just leaving the ZHOU family, it doesn't mean I'm leaving this world. Then what are we supposed to do? If you leave the ZHOU family, the difficulty level of your mission is going to skyrocket straight to hell. Headquarters will really zap you if you fail. They're already considering electrocuting you. This is all because of you. Why? Why do you think? Everyone in the system knows that I have a rebellious host who does everything against orders. Whatever you're told to do, you won't do, and whatever you're forbidden to do, you insist on doing it instead, constantly exploiting bugs in the task mechanism so that the headquarters hasn't been able to send you new missions for an entire week. The only reason you haven't been zapped yet is because of me, arguing fiercely with them. You're amazing then. Could you please save me some effort and just listen for once? Listening would make me a pushover. I'll let them zap you right now then. I'm tired of helping you dodge. No. Weekend took a breath and said, if it doesn't work out, could you buy me some time? Maybe after I quit today, you could let headquarters electrocute me. Chapter 31, Limited Weekend Special Edition Fireplace. A summer morning in August should have been bright and sunny, but it seemed as if a layer of dark clouds hung over the ZHOU family. Since her childhood, ZHOU Yuning usually packed herself away in her bedroom after waking up to get ready before coming out for breakfast. However, this morning Chui Lily burst into her room and yanked her out of bed, and now sitting in the living room, her hair was still disheveled. But she had no time to worry about her hairstyle, walking back and forth with her chicken nest hairdo. He was fine last night, how did he just suddenly run away this morning? It wasn't just this morning, he probably didn't sleep all night, Chui Lily said, raising her chin. Old Lin told me he had already turned over the small vegetable patch in the back garden, tidied his bedroom, and filled the fridge with newly made pickles. He must have decided not to say anything last night so you could enjoy your birthday, hence why he bid farewell this morning. But why? ZHOU Yuning scratched her hair. There must be a reason. His birth mother came looking for him. Chui Lily lowered her eyelashes and softly said, I don't know when they started contacting each other, but from the looks of it, they've been communicating for a while. Even more, Weekend once gave her money. But last night, Ewing asked Weekend for money, and he looked furious. It seems he already knew, that he isn't my biological child. So is he now going to Ewing? ZHOU furrowed his brows. Did he just leave like that? Not exactly. Chui Lily cast a cold glance at him. Perhaps he felt it inappropriate to stay here under this identity anymore. ZHOU trembled at his wife's glare but saw the sadness in her eyes and ventured to hold her hand. Do you mean you don't want Weekend to leave? Why didn't you stop him then? Chui Lily reciprocated his handhold hesitantly. I'm afraid he doesn't like being around me, you know I haven't been close to him these years. We've only lived together for a month since returning to China, so perhaps he has no feelings for me. Besides, Weekend used to be like a little cozy quilt following you around, calling you mom and showing concern for whether you're warm or tired, how much better than those two clowns. The more Chui Lily thought about it, the angrier she became. How could he just leave like that? And we didn't even fully explain this matter yet. I don't mind having one more child. Mom, are you really not bothered by Weekend? Not at all. Chui Lily was on the verge of tears. I cherish him very much. What bothers me is Yu Ying. Without her, there wouldn't be so much trouble. And you too. ZHOU was suddenly shoved by his wife and nervously lowered his head. All he heard was Chui Lily letting loose, since returning to China, you've barely said a word to Weekend. Of course he assumed we hated him. Me feeling awkward treating him well, that's not normal, right? Is he not your son? Well, I thought you'd be mad. How often am I mad over a child's issues? Chui Lily wiped her nose with tissues, tears falling plop plop. It's terrible now, my adopted good-for-nothing big son has run off. Where do I even find him now if he decides to leave? Snot sob. She threw the wet tissue, stained with snot, into the trash can and, completely losing composure, crumpled up another tissue. What to do if he doesn't want to stay home, what to do? He shouldn't have gone far. He might have gone to Fu Yenji's office to handle resignation procedures. Zhou Yuning squatted down and looked into Chui Lily's red eyes, saying, Mama, actually Momo is a very warm-hearted child. He may have done some bad things in the past, but he has grown up now. You need to trust that Momo really cares about you. Really? Of course, yes. Zhou Yuning sighed and said, he's actually a very insecure child, and you can see that, right? He likes this family very much, but he's unsure if this family will accept him again. What use is liking something if he has already left? I didn't even try to stop him at the time. Chui Lily wiped her tears. Call him quickly. The call couldn't get through. Weekend's phone was powered off. It had run out of power because it hadn't been charged all day. Weekend first plugged in his phone to charge upon reaching his desk and only afterward headed to HR. Because Weekend had the immense backing of Chairman Fu himself, who had personally brought him in as an intern, even the manager in the HR department wasn't to be trifled with and immediately called the chairman's office. Thus, Weekend was brought back once again to Fu Yenji's office. Zhou Mo placed his backpack on the ground and held in his arms Chai Gu, the Shiba Inu plush doll he had exchanged for with membership points during a lavish purchase at a coffee shop. He sat on the sofa with a dazed look as he stared at the secretary. Seeing that the boy's lips were pale and dry, cracked from lack of moisture, the sisterly secretary went to the tea room and fetched him a glass of milk, placing it beside him and saying, the chairman is currently having a meeting with Swedish corporate representatives. He wants you to wait here for a bit. Okay, Zhou Mo looked down at the milk but didn't feel hungry. He replied, thank you. You're welcome. If there's anything, let me know. After Fu Yenji finished the meeting and turned on his phone, he found several missed calls. As he was wondering about them, Zhou Yunning called again. Mr. Fu, is Zhou Mo at the company? Fu Yenji opened the door of his office and saw a person lying on the couch. He answered, yes, he's sleeping. A sigh of relief came from the other end, that's good. Did he behave unusually today? Today he came to resign, but was stopped by the HR department who brought him to my office. I was in a meeting earlier, and when I returned, he was already asleep on the couch. As Zhou Mo slept, his posture was peaceful. He curled up into a small ball, his face towards the backrest of the sofa, hugging tightly onto the Shiba Inu plush toy. Half his face was buried in its fluffy fur, leaving only a red ear tip exposed. He looked quite cute. Unconsciously, Fu Yenji's lips curved upward. He took off his coat and draped it over Zhou Mo, then couldn't help but pinch his bright red earlobe gently. The moment his fingertip touched it, he froze. This heat, it's like holding a personal electric heating pad. He's sleeping, don't wake him yet. Last night, it seemed he didn't sleep all night. Not right. Fu Yenji placed his hand on Zhou Mo's forehead, startled by the intense heat. Shaking him lightly by the shoulders, he whispered softly, Zhou Mo, Zhou Mo. Haven't I just said not to wake him? With his broad palm supporting Zhou Mo's neck, his head fell limply backward as Fu Yenji gave him another shake, still failing to awaken him. Your brother seems to have passed out due to fever. What? You can't wake him. No response. Fu Yenji wrapped Zhou Mo up tightly in the coat, making him like a little spring roll. One hand under his shoulder, the other supporting his knee bends, he embraced Zhou Mo into his arms. His forehead rested against Fu Yenji's chest, the scorching heat penetrating even through the fabric. Now anxious, Fu Yenji simply said, I'll take him to the hospital first. He called for the car to be driven to the company entrance. Zhou Mo remained unresponsive as Fu Yenji carried him downstairs, causing him even more anxiety. He instructed his assistant briefly, drive carefully. As the car started, Fu Yenji feared that if Zhou Mo became nauseous and vomited, the vomit could choke him, so he pulled Zhou Mo entirely into his embrace, letting him sit on his lap, with his chin resting on Fu Yenji's shoulder, hugging him in a childlike manner. How did he manage to get himself so feverish? On such a hot day, Fu Yenji didn't dare let the air conditioning blow directly on Zhou Mo, opening the window instead allowed warm air to flow in. Being surrounded by this little fireball made him break out in sweat before even reaching the hospital. When he reached to touch Zhou Mo's cheek, the temperature seemed to have risen further. He's really turning into a small furnace. Chapter 32, I've been waiting for you at the final stop for a long time. The car had driven for a while, and Fu Yenji felt the person in his arms seemed to move slightly. The little head that rested on his shoulder shook gently as if confirming his thoughts. He loosened his arm around Zhou Mo and asked gently, are you awake? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Zhou Mo didn't even know how he fell asleep, he was awakened by the swaying of the car. With great effort, he managed to open his eyes just a little slit and instinctively rubbed against Fu Yenji's neck. It's so cold, he mumbled. The air conditioning is set too low. The warm and soft face rubbing against his neck made Fu Yenji's mind go blank for a moment before he replied, the air conditioning isn't on, you have a fever. Oh. ZHOU responded drowsily, lying limp on Fu Yenji as if all his bones were gone. For a moment, he hadn't realized where he was. Fu Yenji thought that once ZHOU woke up, he could let him go since it would be inappropriate to stay so close in a conscious state. However, judging by ZHOU's behavior, he obviously had no such intention. ZHOU, do you know who I am? No. ZHOU's foggy little brain couldn't support him thinking about this question. But after a while, Fu Yenji felt his chest being pushed lightly by soft hands. Though unable to lift his head, ZHOU exerted some strength, though not much, akin to the weight of a fly's leg, and asked lazily, "Why are you holding me? You can't sit up by yourself." Fu Yenji enveloped his icy fingertips into his pocket and said, "Let's hold on like this for now. We'll go to the hospital. Is there any place you're uncomfortable?" After reacting for a while, the little stove answered, "My head hurts, my throat hurts, everything hurts. It is normal for someone with a high fever to experience body aches." Fu Yenji patiently listened to his mumbling and then asked again, "Anything else?" Suddenly convulsing, ZHOU replied, "I feel like vomiting." He probably had motion sickness. Fu Yenji glanced around and took out a briefcase from the back seat of the car, pulled out the documents inside and threw them back, opened the bag, and adjusted ZHOU's listless little head so that he could still lean against him. Then, he extended the briefcase in front of his face, "Go ahead and throw up." Although originally having distinct double eyelids, ZHOU's eyes were now swollen due to the fever. He half opened his eyes, extended his hand, and weakly pushed toward the bag, "Can't throw up." His stomach was empty, there was nothing left to vomit. ZHOU's delicate eyebrows almost knotted together as he looked very distressed. "Then, why don't you take a nap?" Fu Yenji suggested softly, negotiating with him, "I will send you over when we arrive at the hospital." With a pale face, ZHOU remained silent until the car stopped. Shaking faintly while leaning on the car door, trying to stand up, he said, "Thanks for your help." Everything before his eyes blurred between black and white, like an old television with no signal. A continuous buzzing sound resonated in his ears, every exhaled breath of hot air feeling as if it could scorch his trachea. Every inch of his body ached, and each step outside felt like walking on a tightrope. Suddenly, the sky and ground flipped over, and before he could steady himself, he stumbled. About to fall, he landed instead in a warm embrace. Before being swallowed by the darkness, he heard a faint sigh near his ear. ZHOU dreamed of himself as a 3-year-old child, barely reaching an adult's waist, speaking with a lisp, and running with tiny legs behind a woman. "Mommy, mommy, wait for me." The child spoke with a lisp and wobbled along behind the woman, panting heavily from the exertion. "Mommy, I'm not feeling well," the child said. "Mommy, wait for me." The woman suddenly stopped, and the child wasn't able to break in time, bumping into her but was shoved away. "What are you doing?" "Mommy, I can't run anymore." "Don't be so fussy. We'll miss the bus." The woman pinched his arm. "If we miss the big bus, I won't forgive you." Little ZHOU was pinched hard, covering his arm, his bright eyes brimming with tears. If only the woman had paid a little more attention, she might have noticed that the child had a fever. Unfortunately, she didn't. Little ZHOU followed the woman all the way, huffing and puffing while carrying his small backpack, and standing in the bus station finally gave him a chance to breathe easier. Just then, a large bus came driving into view. Before little ZHOU could catch his breath, the woman behind him gave him a shove, "Get on the bus." The steps of the bus were so high, and upon turning his head to look at her, ZHOU saw the conductor on the bus busy checking tickets. Neither of them seemed to notice this little shorty struggling to climb onto the big bus, or maybe they noticed but decided not to lend a hand. ZHOU threw his backpack onto the big bus and grabbed the handle with all his might, finally managing to get on board. He stood there and turned around, holding his little backpack tightly in his arms as he asked with a young hoarse voice, "Mommy, aren't you coming with me?" Perhaps because the child's expression was too pitiful, the woman softened her gaze slightly when she looked at him. She said, "You go on the bus first, Mommy will wait for you at the final stop." Children get half price on weekends. The conductor came over with a small notebook, asking both of them, "Did you buy the tickets?" He hasn't reached 1.2 meters yet. Haven't you said that children this tall are exempt from ticket fees? Exempted only means if you buy an adult ticket, then the child's ticket doesn't need to be purchased. So how about it, are you trying to exploit loopholes here? What a tiny kid. You just push him into any corner and that's it. How could you possibly charge another ticket fee? Do you think this is your car? Just stuff him wherever. What's the harm in letting such a small child have a seat where he can sit comfortably? No money. I'll leave my kid here. If you dare kick him off, the responsibility is all yours. Without even considering the conductor's attempts to stop her, the woman ran away quickly, leaving ZHOU standing inside the bus looking helplessly after her retreating back. As he turned around, he found himself making eye contact with the conductor. This conductor was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, robust in build. Standing before the diminutive ZHOU, she cast his small body under shadow. Little ZHOU instinctively took a half-step backward with his backpack still hugged tightly. "Little brat, sit on the step over there. There's no place for you on this bus." Little ZHOU obediently sat on the step while clutching his backpack tightly. This action was actually very dangerous, it was easy to get hurt during the ride. But at the time, ZHOU was merely a little boy who still had difficulty speaking clearly and knew nothing about bus safety rules. So he quietly sat there hugging his knees, curling up into a little ball. The cabin was stiflingly hot, the smell of gasoline, sweat, and the aroma of leek pancakes intermingled, causing a headache for the child. He was already suffering from a fever and experiencing motion sickness, which made the situation much worse after inhaling these odors. So uncomfortable. Little ZHOU covered his mouth with his palm, leaning wearily against the handle, his brows furrowed as he silently endured the discomfort. The conductor was happily cracking sunflower seeds while enjoying the cool breeze. Upon seeing ZHOU sitting there, she sneered and asked, "Kid, your mom left you here, isn't it because she doesn't want you anymore?" Hearing this, little ZHOU turned his head and glanced at her. His bright eyes seemed unfocused, and after a moment, a weak voice replied, "Probably. That's what I'm saying. Who would want a burden like you?" The conductor chewed on her sunflower seeds and continued mumbling, "Your mother wouldn't even pay 30 yuan for the bus ticket. Rather than letting you sit on the seat, she made you sit on the ground. Isn't she your stepmother?" "No. What I mean is, you've had enough now. Why bother a child with such questions?" Someone couldn't bear to see it and spoke up to stop her. "So what? Is he your son? Why do you care so much about protecting him?" The conductor glared fiercely, her eyes large and intimidating, baring her teeth as she scolded, "What are you doing? If you vomit in my bus, I'll beat you up. Anyway, your mom doesn't even want you." A child like this had never seen such intimidation. Even though he got beaten often at home, being terrified right now caused his entire body to shiver involuntarily, leading to accidentally choking on his vomit and coughing violently upon lowering his head. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, why suddenly start coughing? Chui Lily put down her water bottle, stepped forward, and brushed aside ZHOU's bangs to take a look at the child. "Are you choked?" ZHOU stood up and pressed the call bell next to the bed, helping ZHOU straighten up and smoothing his chest gently. "Let's give him some water first, his lips are dry." Chui Lily saw his coughing ease, so she picked up the cup on the bedside table, dipped a cotton swab in the water, and lightly dotted it on ZHOU's lips. When the cool cotton touched his lips, she noticed the boy's long lashes flicker, his eyes opened halfway as he hoarsely whispered one word, "Mommy." Chui Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "How is it, Momo? Do you still feel unwell? Does your head still hurt? The doctor will come soon, let him check you out, okay?" ZHOU mumbled on the weekend, "Why didn't you wait for me at the final stop?" His voice was hoarse and very soft, Chui Lily couldn't hear it clearly at first. She was just about to ask him to repeat it when ZHOU fell asleep again. ZHOU was startled. Just now, he had definitely woken up. How come he passed out again while leaning on him? He reached out to touch ZHOU's forehead and shook his head, saying, "He still has a slight fever." As soon as these words were spoken, the doctor came into the room. Seeing the doctor enter, Chui Lily anxiously said, "He woke up just now, but after calling my name, he went back to sleep. Did he faint or is he sleeping?" The doctor did not speak, walked over to ZHOU and took out a thermometer to measure his temperature, 37.8 degrees Celsius, it has dropped a little. Now he should be sleeping. You don't need to worry too much. He will wake up tomorrow morning. Shall we arrange some more tests? I can't help but feel he looks listless. Fainting was due to the fever and low blood sugar. There's no problem now. Remember to give him something easy to digest when he gets up tomorrow morning. After resting at home for 2 days, he'll be fine. Okay. Tomorrow, he may experience dizziness and coughing, but those are normal symptoms. The nurse will deliver the medicine. Remember to take it after meals. The doctor glanced at the examination form in his hand and replied, "There is malnutrition, his immunity is a bit low. When you go back home, remember to nourish him properly." Zhou Yuning had been raised fat and strong, yet there was malnutrition with ZHOU. Chui Lily felt a little ashamed when she thought about it. In theory, ZHOU's food supply from childhood should never have been lacking. How could he be malnourished? That's all. It's late now, you'd better get some rest early. If there are any issues, press the call bell. After the doctor left, the ward fell silent again. But not long after, someone pushed the door open. It was Zhou Yuning. He placed the thermos bag on the coffee table and took out the lunchboxes one by one to lay them down neatly. He asked softly, "Is he still not awake?" He woke up briefly just now, and then fell asleep again. What did the doctor say? The doctor said he was malnourished. Malnourished? Zhou Yuning looked confused. ZHOU had never lacked for food growing up, so how could he be malnourished? However, looking at this frail little body, it indeed seemed like he was suffering from malnutrition. Especially in the last month, he had been getting thinner and thinner. Who knew how it happened? I've asked Aunt Fong to send over congee made of millet tomorrow morning. You guys go back and rest. I'll stay here to watch over him. Zhou Yuning walked to the bedside and repeated the same action as ZHOU, lifting Zhou Mo's bangs to feel his forehead and shook his head, saying, still a little feverish. The doctor just measured it, 37.8 degrees Celsius. Fu Yanji said when they brought him here earlier, he was burning hot. Zhou Yuning sighed and pinched Zhou Mo's pale cheeks casually, poor little thing. Chui Lily quickly pulled his hand away and gave him a stern look, he's sleeping now, don't wake him up. Oh, Zhou Yuning replied unhappily. Chapter 33, Then let's go home. When he woke up on the second day of the weekend, his head felt like it had been hammered on, and his temples throbbed with pain. He tried to rub his head, but someone grabbed his right wrist. Don't move, you're still on 4. Zhou Yuning gently squeezed the slightly cool fingertips of ZHOU and inserted a freshly charged hand warmer under the hand receiving the drip. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Is your head hurting? Zhou Mo's bloodshot eyes hadn't yet faded, his double eyelids had turned into quadruple ones due to the heat. His expression was dazed as he looked away without speaking. You are such a fool, even though you're an adult you didn't realize you were sick. Fu Yanji said that when you were brought to the emergency room, you had already fainted from a fever reaching 40.3 degrees Celsius. You were almost as hot as a boiling kettle, steaming out heat. As Zhou Yuning scolded him verbally, her hands continued moving as she poured warm water into a cup and checked its temperature before helping ZHOU sit up. You need to drink more water recently, the doctor says you're a bit dehydrated. ZHOU sat up with support, feeling sore all over. Even his bones cracked painfully. His throat was hurting badly, and drinking water felt like swallowing blades, but he still slowly drank half a cup of warm water while holding on to Zhou Yuning's hand. Thank you. Seeing his pitiful condition, Zhou Yuning couldn't bring herself to lecture him anymore. She set up a small table board on his bed. Are you hungry? Not hungry. He had missed the hunger point, and now that his fever had just subsided, he felt nauseous and could not sense hunger. Ignoring his words, Zhou Yuning placed a small bowl of spinach liver porridge on the table board. Even if you're not hungry, eat a little. You can't keep an empty stomach, you'll need to take medicine soon. ZHOU held the bowl with his hand not on 4, tremblingly attempting to feed himself with a spoon. Watching his hand shake uncontrollably, Zhou Yuning, unable to bear it, took over his spoon. Let me feed you. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Zhou Yuning grabbed the bowl from him, stirring the rich porridge, then cooled a spoonful at her lips. Come on. Although it felt somewhat awkward for Zhou Yuning held the porridge bowl steadily, and with a red face, he had no choice but to finish the bowl of porridge using her help. But due to the various fever-reducing medicines he had taken this day and having skipped meals for so long, his delicate stomach struggled to adapt to digesting food. As soon as the porridge entered his stomach, he subconsciously gagged. Zhou Yuning placed the bowl aside, her hand instantly touching damp clothes and bony prominences. Pausing for a moment, she softly said, no rush. Eat slowly. You can't take the fever reducer on an empty stomach because it might hurt your stomach. She handed ZHOU a cup of sugary warm water. Drink this first. ZHOU remained quiet throughout the morning. Whatever his brother told him to do, he did, possibly because his throat was too sore to speak or perhaps because he didn't know what to say. Calmly finishing half a cup of sugar water, he placed the glass on the bedside cabinet, creating a light clink sound where the bottom touched the table. The porridge cooked by Aunt Fong smelled delicious. The pig liver was tender, and the spinach sweet and fresh. On a normal day, ZHOU would be able to slurp down 3 bowls paired with some salty side dishes. But today, his appetite wasn't nearly as good. Under Zhou Yuning's watchful gaze, he frowned and managed to swallow down half a bowl of thin porridge, after which he rested against the headboard, feeling quite nauseous. Zhou Yuning said nothing further. Seeing that he had no intention of vomiting, she got up to leave, grabbing her phone as if to make a call. Staring at the hospital room door shutting gently behind her, ZHOU looked down at the 4-tube system. I'm here. What's going on? How did I end up in the hospital? Alrighty then, let me explain everything to you clearly. First, you went to the company to complete your resignation procedures despite being ill, which was reported by someone in HR. Fu Yanji kept you in his office, and you passed out there. I passed out in his office. Yes, Fu Yanji shook you a few times, but you didn't wake up. So, he brought you to the hospital. He actually carried you here. The system was trying to be cheeky, but since the electronic voice lacked emotional variation, ZHOU remained very calm. If I had already fainted, how else would he have gotten me here, by throwing me on the ground and dragging me by my ankles? Then Chui Lily and others came, watching over you until now. But my goodness, host, you really impressed me. I've never met anyone who could get a fever so high that they almost needed surgery. The doctor said you were practically seizing. Sitting on the bed during the weekend, his clothes looked baggy on him, making him seem even more frail. A patch of blue and purple was visible where the needle had been inserted into the back of his hand. This sight was pitiable enough that the system also lost its playful attitude, only to ask, host, do you feel better now? Better. Weekend sighed, wondering why he became so sensitive with age, first running away from home, then falling ill at the company. Fu Yanji had been busy at work but still brought him to the hospital. Even the ZHOU family traveled all the way just to care for him. So fussy. Weekend mentally condemned himself. It was just a fever, nothing to be overly dramatic about. Noticing the medicine in the 4-tube was almost finished, he used his left hand to remove the needle from his right hand in an experienced manner. A dark red blood droplet flowed out along the puncture site. Weekend quickly pressed down on his hand and struggled to extract some tissues with both hands to clean up the blood dripped onto the table. When ZHOU Lily entered carrying a basket of fruit, she immediately witnessed the situation. Her eyes widened as she rushed forward, grabbing hold of Weekend's hand. "Why didn't you call a nurse before pulling out the needle? Look, it's bleeding." Startled by her sudden pull, Weekend was surprised for a moment before responding slowly, "I can handle it myself." "Handle what? It's already bleeding. Don't tell me it doesn't hurt." ZHOU Lily held his hand firmly and noticed how Weekend bowed his head without uttering a word. She changed the topic. "Is there any place else that feels uncomfortable?" Weekend shook his head. "The doctor said you might have a recurring fever, so you'll need to take more antipyretics regularly." "Did you eat breakfast?" "I did." Weekend's voice was hoarse. After a while, he responded, "Thank you." ZHOU Lily glanced at him, hesitating briefly, then sighed and looked down at the blue-tinged area where the needle had been on his hand. "Do you think you're not my biological child, which is why you don't belong in this family?" she asked. "And because of that, you wanted to leave, even cleaning up your belongings?" "Not entirely." Weekend tightly gripped ZHOU Lily's hand. Lowering his eyelashes, he felt the warmth passing through his palms. Given his current identity, wasn't he someone who occupied another's place? Although unable to comment on the previous host's actions, he fundamentally disagreed with them. Human emotions were so complex. Weekend didn't know what the original owner was thinking, nor did he know what unknown deeds had occurred between the previous host and Ying. If these things weren't clarified, he would always feel uneasy. "I shouldn't have been in contact with Ying." ZHOU Lily remained silent, looking down and pressing on the needle puncture on Weekend's hand. "I'm sorry for making you sad." Weekend slowly withdrew his hand. "I forgive you." ZHOU Lily continued, "I forgive you for being in touch with Ying, but can you also forgive me?" "What?" "For neglecting you all these years." ZHOU Lily, tears welling up in her eyes, added, "In fact, all these years, I couldn't accept anyone intruding into our family, but I didn't want the family to break apart either. So, I've suppressed my dissatisfaction all along. That dissatisfaction could be toward Ying or your father, and I apologize for possibly venting that on you, hence ignoring you for all these years. I admit I made a mistake too, inviting you into the ZHOU family without being fully prepared to adopt you. This led to you living like an outsider in our house all these years." ZHOU Lily wiped her eyes, continuing, "You know we haven't spent much time together over these years. Only recently, in the past month, have I come to hear that you had a bad temper, so initially, I wasn't very fond of you. But later, I discovered what a kind and lovely child you are, so I wonder what else I missed all these years. In the past month we've lived together, I've been happy every day." ZHOU Lily cried, saying, "Can I be your mom? If it's not too late." "Actually, you've missed nothing." Weekend gazed at ZHOU Lily, tears soaking his eyes as well. He thought he must be incredibly lucky, having traversed through time and space to finally encounter his long-unseen mother. "If you agree, let Mom give you a hug." Weekend couldn't hold back his tears any longer, and they streamed down. Leaning forward slightly, he stretched out his arms. ZHOU Lily instantly understood his meaning and excitedly embraced the young man's thin frame. "Good boy," ZHOU Lily gently patted the hair on Weekend's nape. "Mommy's good boy." Thus, when the ZHOU family father and son entered the hospital room, they encountered two bundles of crying. Though the two had already finished shedding their tears, their rabbit-red eyes clearly revealed their previous sorrow. ZHOU touched the forehead of Weekend, sighing with relief, "No more fever." Weekend's clothes were soaked several times with sweat and now clung wetly to his body, which wasn't comfortable. But in this warm atmosphere, Weekend didn't want to leave, so he sat among the blankets hugging his knees and obediently looked at his parents. After the fever, his face appeared pale and bright. When ZHOU looked down, the child seemed like a little golden retriever blinking moist eyes up at him. He chuckled and reached out to stroke the boy's face, not feeling uncomfortable anymore. "Not uncomfortable anymore," Weekend replied, still hoarse but looking much more spirited. "Can I be discharged?" "Dad." ZHOU was extremely pleased and instinctively glanced at ZHOU Lily, only to find her showing tender care while unpacking a small fruit box for Weekend, completely ignoring him. "The doctor said you can be discharged if there's nothing unusual after waking up. Does Momo not want to stay here? Shall we go home then?" Perhaps the two words, "go home," greatly comforted Weekend. In an instant, his headache disappeared, his legs no longer ached, and he could even go off to the construction site to pantingly carry a truckload of cement. "You might still have recurring fevers over the next few days. If our temperature doesn't drop later on, we'll have to give injections at home." "Okay." Weekend pulled back the blanket and got out of bed. Upon standing up, black mist swirled before his eyes, having stood too quickly and forcefully. After wobbling for a bit, ZHOU Yuning caught him firmly. "What's wrong?" "Still uncomfortable." "Stood up too fast," Weekend responded. "Let's go home. Change your clothes first, this one's all sweaty." You'll catch a chill as soon as you step outside, and catching a chill will mean more injections and medicine. ZHOU helped Weekend sit down and tossed the nearby clean clothes into his hands. Go ahead and change. I'll handle the discharge procedures for you. Chapter 34, Is Momo Really Not My? External Application. The general atmosphere after going home on the weekend changed. Almost every day was like this. Chui Lily, take medicine. Weekend, glug 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 glug. ZHOU, drink congee. Weekend, glug 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 glug. ZHOU, drink soup. Weekend, glug 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 glug. ZHOU even suspected that her unfortunate younger brother might have a reservoir installed in his stomach. Despite being sick, all the food prepared for him at home was either congee or soup, and almost everything he consumed throughout the day was liquid. Now he watched as Weekend gulped down an entire bowl of milk-white carp soup. Even though Weekend still occasionally had fevers these 2 days at home, this child seemed to have something unique about him. When he had a fever, his appetite was especially good. If you asked him what he wanted to eat during those times, he could recite a list of dishes for 10 minutes straight. As soon as the fever subsided, he couldn't even finish a bowl of congee. Burp. Weekend patted his belly with a full burp. ZHOU told Aunt Fong to quickly clean up the bowls, and then turned around to hear Weekend muttering, "Brother, want to have some midnight snacks?" ZHOU rolled his eyes. Now sitting on the couch, Weekend's face was flushed, with a fever patch on his forehead, making his face appear even smaller. He obviously still had a fever but somehow thought of food again. But ZHOU had learned from past experiences. On the first night after Weekend was discharged from the hospital, everyone in the family was asleep except for him who was handling the backlog of work in his study. Suddenly, he heard Weekend knock on the door, poking his little red-faced, big-eyed head inside, asking, "Brother, I'm hungry." When ZHOU felt his forehead, it was warm. He told him to lie back down in bed and instructed Aunt Fong to cook him something to eat. Weekend refused, pulling his hand insisting they go out to eat snail rice noodles. What kind of snail rice noodles are there so late at night? Seeing his thin, small brother sitting on the bed, looking up at him with pleading eyes, ZHOU eventually gave in. He fished out 2 fever-reducing pills from the bedside cabinet for Weekend to take, and then drove half the night to find a 24-hour snail rice noodle shop to pack something to bring back home. Watching Weekend sit on the dining counter slurping the snail rice noodles, comfortably swinging his feet, ZHOU also found the smell wasn't as unbearable anymore. Of course, it was still stinky, but seeing how much this child enjoyed eating, he didn't say anything to spoil the mood. However, that night this unlucky kid's temperature suddenly soared to 39, burning him into confusion, which infuriated Chui Lily almost enough to flip the table. So, ZHOU couldn't possibly be lenient again, absolutely not. Didn't you just finish drinking a bowl of carp soup? How can you be hungry already? It's all water, doesn't fill me up. Weekend leaned back against the couch, wrapped in a deep green blanket, looking somewhat like a small dumpling. I want to eat fried chicken. Impossible. This time I won't get a fever. Let Aunt Fong make you a bowl of noodles. But I want to eat fried chicken. Weekend touched his own bloated stomach, sighed, I've been drinking soup for several days. I want to eat meat. He cannot give in. To avoid being swayed by Weekend, ZHOU stood up to leave. Behind him, Weekend called out pitifully, just one piece, can I have one piece? Half an hour later, ZHOU helplessly brought in the delivery order for Weekend and hid in his study to eat, trying not to get caught by Chui Lily. The entire study was filled with the greasy aroma of fried chicken and honey mustard flavor. Watching Weekend eat piece after piece, ZHOU felt like his head was about to explode. Is it normal to have such a big appetite while running a fever? After finishing the fried chicken, Weekend even dipped the sauce from the box with steamed buns, eating the fried chicken box spotlessly clean. In order to destroy the evidence of the food delivery boxes, ZHOU promised Weekend to fold the boxes neatly and put them in his briefcase to destroy them the next day when he went to work. After eating until he was full, Weekend wrapped himself in the small blanket and returned to his room. After taking a shower, he lay down on his bed, truly feeling this was the life of a god. New chapter released. Weekend no longer had the energy to argue with the system. Having fully enjoyed his meal, he opened the comments section he hadn't checked in a long time, almost overwhelmed by the sheer number of responses. The last time he looked at the comments section, there were only a few hundred comments. Why had it jumped to nearly 3,000? Weekend widened his eyes and scrolled up, finding his own part. 987 upstairs, holy cow holy cow holy cow. Weekend isn't actually part of the ZHOU family. 994 up, how can an illegitimate son still be so lively? TSK. 997 up, but looking at the attitude of Weekend, doesn't he seem rather indifferent to his mother who is that mistress? 1004 up, who wouldn't feel indifferent if put in the same situation? Living comfortably as a young master for 20 years, then suddenly being told that you are the illegitimate child of this family, conceived under less than respectable circumstances. Who wouldn't have their composure shattered? 1005 up, Weekend hasn't been causing trouble for a while now. If he stays quiet and well-behaved, he's actually, not too, disgusting. 1006 up, let me make a simple analysis. Weekend's personality change occurred after the time when he got into trouble with big pay and was hospitalized. Could it be that during that time, he realized he wasn't a legitimate child of the ZHOU family. His transformation has been so rapid. An illegitimate child, Mrs. ZHOU isn't someone to be trifled with either. Giving him food is already a form of leniency. Despite all the antics at home, Mrs. ZHOU never really said anything to him. After knowing this truth, it must have hit him pretty hard. Looking at the differences between Weekend and ZHOU Yuning, one can easily see that the ZHOU family never took much care of this child, and he might even have been neglected at home. The numerous wrongdoings before could simply be his way of drawing attention. Upon realizing how ridiculous his behaviors were, making himself nothing more than a laughing stock, he began to reflect on himself, leading to these changes eventually. 1007 up, to be honest, I found the part where Weekend is about to leave quite heartwarming. This child still has a sense of justice. 1008 up, this child, when understanding, is really very understanding OAO. 1009 up, I was wrong. I shouldn't have criticized Weekend before. Poor child, if he had been born into a normal family, he probably would have been quite likable. Weekend doesn't understand why everything here seems to make perfect sense, despite the original main character never undergoing any form of reform or change. After finding out about his illegitimate status, instead of changing for the better, he grew even more outrageous. Weekend couldn't quite comprehend how others thought, and chose to simply continue browsing through the comments section until he came across something odd. 1011 up, fellows, I have a question, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. 1012 up, actually, I think. 1013 up, can we say this? 1014 up, what kind of riddles are you throwing, upper floor? 1015 up, well, the clingy behavior of Weekend when he fell ill, wasn't it just external application? 1016 up, speaking sincerely, if he has genuinely reformed, I'm willing to let him be my wife. After all, judging by ZHOU Yuning's looks, Weekend won't be ugly either. 1017 up, what are you talking about? 1020 up, damn it, did old Fu serve as a special forces soldier? How did he hold up? Weekend? What are you talking about? 1025 up, have you ever seen old Fu being so gentle to his younger brother? He could hug Weekend like he was cradling a kitten. 1026 up, holy crap. Could it be that old Fu has some ulterior motives? 1032 up, don't look at people with gay goggles please, okay? Old Fu, being such a classic cold-hearted careerist, how could he possibly take a fancy to Weekend? It's just ordinary care for a younger brother from a friend's house. Do you get it? 1033 up, exactly, if someone passed out in your office, what would you do, just throw them out? 1035 up, old Fu could have just asked his assistant to help. Or even better, he didn't need to be involved personally. However, he set aside his work to send that person to the hospital. Isn't that love? 1038 up, upper floor, your view on love is too narrow-minded. Taking someone to the hospital equals love. Perhaps old Fu is just kind-hearted and enjoys helping others. Once he dropped the person off at the hospital, he left immediately without waiting around. How could that be love? 1042 up, old Fu doesn't have a reason to stay, does he? Currently, there's no justification. Why would he linger in the hospital to accompany, with 3 family members of Momo already gathered there? As just a boss and elder brother of the friend's family, staying there would be awkward. 1057 up, right, plus, Momo is not critically ill anyway. In a few days, old Fu will definitely come visit Weekend. I'll bet on it. Weekend watched as they started another poll in the review area, will Fu Yanji visit Weekend in a few days? 1, yes. 2, no. This time, nobody backed down, and Weekend looked at the results which were almost equal. It's impossible. Weekend's eyebrows furrowed. What exactly did Master Fu do wrong? For no apparent reason, his good name was ruined. Host, actually, I also feel that Fu Yanzi might have some feelings for you. Nonsense, Zhoma interrupted the system's words. Fu Yanzi is just a person who appears cold outside but is warm inside. Don't look at people with gay goggles, our relationship is nothing more than revolutionary friendship. Oh. I think this time, those betting against his visit will definitely win. Doesn't Fu Yanzi have work to do? Why would he come see me for no reason? Weekend flipped over and pulled the blanket up. Sleeping. The next day, the 2 brothers from the Fu family came over to the ZHOU residence as guests. Chapter 35, the 2 of us are going to have a scandal. When the Fu brothers arrived, ZHOU Mo was sitting in front of the dining counter, gulping down her Chinese medicine. According to Cui Lily, this was specially prescribed by an old TCM doctor and was highly nourishing. It was bitter, sweet, sour, and spicy all at once. ZHOU Yunning just had to smell it and found it too pungent, however, ZHOU Mo didn't mind it at all, hugging a huge bowl that was about the same size as her face and drinking heartily. Hearing someone arrive, she even went to the door in her slippers holding the bowl. Then she saw the 2 Fu brothers, loaded with bags large and small. ZHOU Mo. Hey he, the one who bought stock 1. Who said they came to see me? What if they're here to discuss work with my brother? Oh my, brother Yan Ji, how come you brought so much stuff? Cui Lily welcomed them and instructed Uncle Lin to get slippers for them. Come in quick, where's your mom? My mom heard that ZHOU was sick and wanted to come over immediately to check on her, but there was still a pot of soup not quite done yet, which she boiled overnight, so she sent us over first. Fu Yanji today should have skipped work, dressed in casual, comfortable clothing. It was the first time ZHOU had seen him wear anything other than a suit, giving her a fresh perspective. Undoubtedly, Fu Yanji, who spends most of his time in an office, must also work out regularly. He has a great figure, broad shoulders, long legs, with no excess fat on his body. The outline of muscles subtly shows through his shirt. He's a walking clothes rack that looks good in anything. If he brushed his hair neatly and wore youthful clothing, he could pass as a college student. Fu Yuwu stepped out from behind his older brother and said, "Auntie Chui, we're intruding today." "No problem at all." Chui Lily greeted them and invited them to sit down. "Little Five, it's been a while since we last saw each other. How have you been?" Chui Lily chatted with Fu Yuwu while Fu Yanji relaxed and looked around. His gaze eventually landed on ZHOU, who was faithfully drinking medicine beside the dining counter. ZHOU was arguing with the system about the purpose of Fu Yanji's visit when suddenly the topic center walked over. As he passed by, he casually ruffled her hair before settling down next to her and asking, "Are you feeling any better?" "Much better." ZHOU forced out a dry laugh. "I heard it was you who took me to the hospital." "Thank you so much, it must have been a hassle. If you don't feel well in the future, you need to let others know. A situation like what happened a few days ago is very dangerous." "Okay," ZHOU nodded and continued raising the giant bowl to drink her medicine, gulping it down. Midway through, she suddenly remembered a specific passage from the novel she read last night regarding Fu Yanji carrying her to the hospital. ZHOU wasn't exactly small either, but being cradled in Fu Yanji's arms made her seem tiny. He feared that lying down would make her carsick, potentially choking on her own vomit, so he picked her up, letting her sit on his lap, her chin resting on his shoulder. Chest pressed against chest, their heat transferred seamlessly, and soon enough Fu Yanji was drenched in sweat. "Oh my gosh." ZHOU ducked her head to tactically drink more medicine, wondering why the pose seemed so strange, like hugging a child, not knowing how the people commenting were able to fantasize so wildly about it. The two sat awkwardly for a moment, then Fu Yanji noticed her face turning increasingly red, alarming him. He quickly reached out to touch her forehead. "Are you running a fever again?" "There's nothing wrong." ZHOU snapped her head back instinctively, almost toppling off the chair, but Fu Yanji swiftly pulled her back. Due to inertia, ZHOU ended up plunging straight into Fu Yanji's embrace. "Fu Yanji." ZHOU. "Ah, cruel heavens, just let me die already." "You too, what are you doing?" A melancholic voice sounded nearby. ZHOU hastily wriggled out from Fu Yanji's embrace, threw her bowl into the sink, and scampered upstairs in her slippers without even glancing at Fu Yuwu. Fu Yuwu's eyes followed ZHOU the entire time, filled with such resentment, it was as if he were a spurned female ghost watching her escape. ZHOU even doubted that if she were slower, Fu Yuwu would have crawled over, entwining her with his hair and dragging her into the well. "What were you two doing just now?" Fu Yuwu moved closer to his brother, wide-eyed and naive. "I saw you hug her earlier, why did you do that?" "That was an accident." Fu Yanji felt exasperated. "Could you stop imagining nonsense? Besides, even if there really is something between us, can you actually stop me?" "Why not?" Fu Yuwu looked around to ensure no one was near, then leaned in and whispered, "Besides, that ZHOU is not a good person anyway. You'd better stop associating with her, you'll end up learning all her bad habits. People can change. Your view of ZHOU is outdated. She might have done some wrong things before, but she has genuinely reformed herself. Moreover, the relationship between me and ZHOU is nothing more than what's appropriate for being friends siblings. So why are your cheeks red? There's absolutely nothing going on." The conversation ended with Fu Yanji getting extremely flustered, and he even warned Fu Yuwu, "We're in someone else's house. Auntie Chui has been kind to you since you were young. Even if you dislike her son, you need to keep up appearances." ZHOU stayed in her room for a while after the awkward encounter, but soon there was commotion downstairs. It turned out Tao Shui had arrived. Since Auntie Tao came especially to see her, ZHOU thought it would be improper to stay holed up like an ostrich. So she opened the door and walked out. Tao Shui was seated on the couch chatting casually with Chui Lily. Upon seeing ZHOU come down, Tao Shui warmly waved her over. "Mo. Come, let Auntie take a look at you." "Oh my, I was so worried when Yanji told me you were sick. How did you fall ill all of a sudden?" "The doctor said it was malnutrition compounded by catching a cold," Chui Lily explained to ZHOU. "She's been running a fever on and off these past few days. She feels better during the day, but her temperature spikes again at night. After drinking Chinese medicine for several days, she hasn't improved much. It's truly worrisome." ZHOU sat beside Tao Shui, who grabbed her hands enthusiastically. "Auntie has already prepared a soup for you. It's warming in the kitchen. Make sure to drink a lot during lunch." "Okay." As Tao Shui rubbed ZHOU's hands, as if they were prized walnuts meant for collecting value, ZHOU's smile nearly froze onto her face. She wanted to pull her hand back but hesitated due to politeness. The living room quickly filled with her forced laughter. Is there really no one to save her? Are all the people from the Fu family this enthusiastic? Help, help, please. Have you been feeling tired recently at work? Not at all. Does our Yan-ji give you any trouble? He can scold even his own father when he's busy, so if he has offended you in any way, please don't take it personally. No, no, no. President Fu, he is very benevolent. Fu Youwu, Pu. Fu Yan-ji. Benevolent? Tao Shui sighed, ah, so it is like this. What an innovative adjective. Using such a word for Fu Yan-ji made it seem like her handsome and elegant eldest son suddenly gained 200 pounds and aged 50 years. Oh ha 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 ha, yes, exactly. Realizing he had misspoken, ZHOU could only laugh awkwardly. President Fu is very good. He never makes things difficult for us at work. Fu Youwu glanced at his brother, snickering internally, humph, hypocrisy exposed. For 20 years, he'd been whipped with exams and certifications by a stern, iron-fisted disciplinarian. When will MOMO start school again? Will you need to live on campus once the vacation ends? Ah, I don't stay on campus. School doesn't start for another month. Mom. Perhaps realizing how awkward it was for ZHOU to be forced into conversation with Tao Shui, Fu Yan-ji interjected, didn't you bring something for MOMO? Why don't you show her? Oh, MOMO, take a look. This tea was specially blended for you based on your constitution. It's enough for 20 days, and you must drink it every day. Even though Cui Lily had already prepared plenty of drinks for her, receiving the tea still made ZHOU incredibly happy, revealing her neat set of rice-shaped teeth in a grateful smile. Thank you, Auntie. And here's some wild ginseng. MOMO can use it to stew chicken soup. And this is bird's nest. Store it in the fridge, MOMO, and eat it can whenever you're free. Think of it as a snack. Although Cui Lily had already provided these things, ZHOU was touched by Tao Shui's kindness and quickly forgot about the earlier incident where her hands were almost polished smooth. Tao Shui insisted on cooking a meal for ZHOU, who was promptly chased out of the kitchen. With Cui Lily absent as well, the living room now held only the three of them. There lay a mountain of gift boxes in varying sizes scattered across the floor. Her beloved big sister, Zhou Yunning, was still hard at work at the company. At this moment, ZHOU vowed she had never missed her older sibling as much as she did now. Fu Youwu was tolerable. Since he arrived, he hadn't said more than a few words to ZHOU. He had never looked kindly upon him, and ZHOU understood that. But what was strange was Fu Yan-ji, who sat nearby looking at his phone while tapping furiously as if he were incredibly busy. ZHOU always felt the atmosphere between them was odd, especially after knowing they had a revolutionary friendship in another world, where their names had even been paired for scandals. This made it seem even stranger. How could Fu Yan-ji, an attractive man with no shortage of charm, be interested in him? ZHOU knew better than to believe such nonsense. Being pulled into these kinds of pairings without consent made ZHOU feel like he had committed some sort of moral transgression. Anxious to escape this awkward situation, ZHOU stood up quickly, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, I'll take these things to the warehouse first. Young master, let me do it, offered Mr. Lin. No. ZHOU stopped the butler with a wave of his hand. Uncle Lin, you're getting on in years. Let me handle this small matter. Then I'll call. There's no need. I can do it myself. With his sleeves rolled up, ZHOU grasped 3 pockets in his left hand and 4 boxes in his right. He took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and exclaimed, Hoya. But ZHOU's body was still recovering from his illness. It felt soft and powerless, unable to lift the items. ZHOU had his former strength, capable of carrying 2 truckloads of cement alone when he was in peak condition, been left behind in another world? ZHOU couldn't believe or accept this fact. As he prepared to try again, he suddenly felt his right hand become lighter. Then, his left hand followed suit. Fu Yan-ji had taken everything from both of his hands effortlessly. And Fu Yan-ji seemed completely at ease, not even out of breath, as if the items were empty shells. He simply asked, where is the warehouse? What? This kid had the makings of a top-notch cement carrier. No. ZHOU's mind set off alarms. We're about to spark another scandal. Chapter 36, Old Master Fu of Ingenious Calculations. The warehouse was a small room next to the underground garage, with the air conditioning cranked up full blast. Fu Yanji let ZHOU stand on the steps and didn't let him come down further. He was arranging items in the warehouse when he turned around and saw ZHOU peering at him from the stairwell, making Fu chuckle. It's cold here, you'd better go back upstairs. It's not cold, ZHOU muttered as he followed by Fu's side, it's still a bit hot. Fu paused his steps, then reached out and swiped his hand over the back of ZHOU's neck, nearly making him bristle. What the heck are you doing? Why are you hot again? Ah. During dinner, ZHOU, also known as the Little Heat Furnace, was limited to make a temporary return appearance, with a cooling patch on his forehead. His cheeks were bright red as he noisily slurped noodles from a bowl. The soup base was chicken broth that Tao Shui had simmered all night long. ZHOU finished 3 large bowls of the noodle soup, leaving everyone else at the table watching in amazement, marveling at how energetic this kid could be even with a fever. Who else would have such a good appetite while running a fever? So stress-free. Satisfied. ZHOU wiped his mouth with a napkin and smiled. Auntie, Mr. Fu, please continue slowly. Seeing ZHOU's compliance, Tao Shui was extremely happy and said yes cheerfully. Mo, go rest for a bit in your room. I'll ask Uncle Lin to bring you some medicine later. Cui Lily furrowed her eyebrows, still somewhat worried. Come over here, let me feel your forehead. ZHOU moved closer. Because of the cooling patch on his forehead, Cui Lily had to touch his burning soft cheek instead. Not bad, it's not as high as it was the last few days. Tao Shui watched, eyes almost bulging. As soon as Cui Lily withdrew her hand, Tao quickly said, really? Let me check too. Fu Yanji. His mother has been longing for an excuse to pinch ZHOU's cheeks for quite a while now. Today she finally got her chance. Though ZHOU felt a bit odd, he obediently leaned his face forward for Tao Shui to touch the left side of his face. Ah. Tao Shui sighed contentedly, it's so soft. Warm and tender. He'd be even better if he gained a bit more weight. Seeing his mom reluctant to let go, Fu Yanji called out disapprovingly, Mom. Oh. Tao Shui snapped out of it, oh dear, you still have a low fever. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Nope, I'm full of energy. I can carry 30 kilograms of cement right away. Zhou Yun reminded, you'd better get some sleep now. We'll send the medicine to you later. Don't take a shower yet, wait until you're feeling better. For ZHOU, ignoring the last piece of advice about the shower was automatic, it wasn't possible for him not to bathe. Even if he was burning with fever, there should be no trace of odor on his body. Cui Lily, baby, listen to your big brother. ZHOU. Alright, got it. Just as ZHOU prepared to go upstairs, he was called again. ZHOU. It was Fu Yanji. The chairman coughed awkwardly, instantly regaining his composure, and spoke with righteous dignity. Come over here, let me check if you've got a fever. ZHOU. Oh, okay, he replied before moving his face closer. Fu Yanji quickly stretched out his hand and swiftly patted it, then withdrew it. You're indeed burning hot. Rest early. A look of righteousness crossed his face, impeccable to anyone sitting there, like a big brother sincerely concerned about his sick younger sibling. The fingers on his side curled rapidly twice, and his thumb and index finger rubbed against each other. Really soft. Fu Yanji remained expressionless but internally thought. Truly enjoyable to rub. What a peculiar family. Suppressing the strangeness in his heart, ZHOU returned to his room to prepare for a nap. Before falling asleep, he flipped through a novel since he noticed that Fu Youwu seemed unusually silent today, even smiling reluctantly. Although ZHOU was unfamiliar with him, Fu Youwu had always been rather close to Cui Lily, but today his interest was clearly lacking. Could it be that he and Pei Ji broke up? Can't you hope for better things for others? I don't mean it like that, ZHOU flipped back a few pages. He hadn't checked the romance development between the two main characters in a while and couldn't help but be curious now. Why are you suddenly so proactive now? Weren't you trying to exploit bugs in my task release rules? I was worried that if I did tasks for you guys, both the ZHOU family and the Fu family would team up on me. Then I wouldn't have a good end, ZHOU said as he happily opened the chapter, but now I think that as long as I don't overdo it, the ZHOU family should still protect me. The system intelligently filtered out parts about the protagonist's romance for ZHOU skimming through quickly. After flipping a few pages, he suddenly realized, oh, this is what happened. The two protagonists were about to face their first challenge in their relationship. The arguments before this were essentially minor squabbles. This time, a major incident occurred as Pei Ji's childhood friend came from their hometown to visit him. The friend was an absolutely straight guy who found his good buddy, with whom he'd grown up, had turned gay in college, and what's worse, had fallen for someone who looked delicate and frail. He didn't approve of Fu Youwu at all. Fu Youwu, being spoiled since birth, was very sensitive to such ill intentions toward him, thus creating mutual antipathy. Only Pei Ji remained cheerful and hospitable, busy organizing food and drinks for his buddy. Fu Youwu was a considerate kid who didn't want to spoil Pei Ji's mood, so he endured the hostility continuously. However, the friend went too far by secretly introducing a girl to Pei Ji. Despite Pei Ji not responding positively, Fu Youwu was infuriated and almost tore down Pei Ji's house. Originally, the book planned a few years of separation for the two. Ultimately, they both made compromises but developed a subtle estrangement, which gradually grew bigger with the frictions in daily life. Eventually, even something trivial like a piece of straw could topple their fragile connection. ZHOU glanced at his phone and snapped it shut with a slap. In this case, it was indeed wrong for Pei Ji's friend to overstep boundaries. That's true. After this, Pei Ji never contacted him again. ZHOU flipped onto his side, tucking himself into the blanket, waiting for a while until he heard the system ding-dong. Mission starts. Please help the protagonist solve emotional difficulties within 2 weeks and eliminate estrangements. P.S. Due to the host's prolonged idleness, the headquarters has set mandatory regulations. Hosts refusing missions will be punished with electric shocks. Previously, ZHOU could negotiate with the system or use excuses to delay punishment when declining missions. However, the headquarters had finally lost patience with ZHOU's slacking behavior. Feeling speechless, ZHOU rolled over and clicked accept mission. There was a rhythmic 3 knocks on the door. Holding his plush toy, ZHOU rushed to open the door, only to see Fu Yanji standing outside, holding a tray with a cup of water and a box of medicine. I've brought your medicine. Thank you. ZHOU symbolically stepped aside. Would you like to come in and sit down? After all, it wasn't right to just let Fu send the medicine and leave without offering hospitality, treating the chairman like a maid. Fu Yanji nodded and replied, sorry to disturb you. Then he placed the tray on ZHOU's bedside table. ZHOU's room was rather empty. Apart from the bed and bedside table, there was a desk by the window. Not much cluttered there, only some finance textbooks and a couple of extracurricular reading materials. On the balcony connected to the exterior were a few strawberry pots. Fu Yanji sat properly in the chair without looking around aimlessly, waiting patiently for ZHOU to finish his medicine. He had only come to deliver the medicine and intended to leave immediately after. Gradually, his gaze landed on the plush toy beside ZHOU. It was the 3rd time he saw this plush doll. ZHOU seemed to value this toy dearly, carrying it even during his runaway incident. When he fainted in his office, he clutched this toy tightly, and Fu Yanji had to use considerable force to take it away. Can I go back to work tomorrow? After swallowing the medicine, ZHOU cautiously asked Fu Yanji. After all, he had been the one who decided to resign and also wanted to return. People like Fu Yanji should find this kind of behavior repulsive. Of course, your position has always been kept for you, unexpectedly Fu Yanji responded readily. However, can your body handle it? Don't worry sir, I'm pretty sturdy. ZHOU flexed his arm, patting his bicep. If not for the large cooling patch on his forehead, his words might have sounded more convincing. Alright, I understand. Fu Yanji stood up to take the tray away and complimented casually, the plush toy is very cute. Its name is Mantu. Mantu? Fu Yanji raised an eyebrow, a very cute name. Yes, Mantu is the cutest Shiba Inu in the world. ZHOU hugged the plush toy in his arms, speaking as if showing off something, yet with a hint of indescribable melancholy. Mantu was actually an old Shiba Inu that ZHOU had met when he used to wander homeless as a child. Since ZHOU often fed it steamed buns, they became acquainted. Unfortunately, Mantu had been wandering for too many years and was already old with deteriorating health each day. At the time, ZHOU spent all the money he had earned from working part-time to send Mantu to the pet hospital, but unfortunately, Mantu could not be saved. Fu Yanji noticed ZHOU's mood had clearly dropped and roughly guessed what happened, so he patted ZHOU's shoulder. It would miss you too. ZHOU, who hadn't said anything yet. How did you know? I never knew the ZHOU family kept dogs before, but if I'm not mistaken, that must have been your adventure. Fu Yanji said, a meeting is always a kind of fate, it was also its luck to encounter you. Fortunately, this man's logic was self-consistent and sufficiently materialistic, otherwise wouldn't his disguise have been ripped off. Though shocked, ZHOU felt comforted inside and smiled slightly. Thank you. Chapter 37, His Coquetry. Guanggan wasn't very pleased that ZHOU went back to work so soon over the weekend, and she was still somewhat worried. The next morning, she even personally packed a small backpack for ZHOU filled with medicine, snacks, a neck pillow, and other odds and ends. The small backpack was stuffed full, making her look like a mother sending her child on a spring outing. Mo is an adult already, does he really need all this preparation? ZHOU sat there sipping coffee and reading the newspaper nonchalantly. Yanji has everything at his place, if you prepare too much, it might make him think you're not satisfied with his hospitality. Mo is going to work, relying on Yanji makes others doubt his independence. Chui Lily gave him a glare, and besides, you know what kind of person Mo is. He won't tell others when he's uncomfortable and just toughs it out. Stop sitting around, go check if Mo's herbal medicine is ready. ZHOU put down his coffee and clumsily filtered out the residue from the herbal medicine, pouring the juice into a thermos. Seeing Chui Lily bustling around in the living room, checking for creases on ZHOU's coat or if the porridge in the bowl was still warm, he tightened the cap on the thermos. The eyes behind his glasses slightly curved upward, small wrinkles forming. ZHOU and Zhou Yunning went jogging early in the morning. Zhou Yunning always believed ZHOU's thin frame was due to lack of exercise, so as soon as they got up, he dragged ZHOU who was busy planting in the backyard out for a run. With a good-tempered disposition, ZHOU just went along, until Zhou Yunning himself became exhausted while ZHOU happily ran 2 more laps around the neighborhood. This kid really had plenty of energy. He even rode his rusty bicycle to work, with Chui Lily standing at the door to see both kids off. When she turned around, she saw ZHOU still sitting in the living room and asked, "Are you not going to work today?" "I'll go later." There wasn't anything pressing at the company for ZHOU, an intern, so his first day of work was fairly leisurely. During the noon break, just as he was about to head to the tea room to make instant noodles, he received a call from the front desk. "Is someone looking for me?" ZHOU tidied up his desk. "Who is it?" "A wealthy matron claiming to be your mother." "Mother's here." ZHOU's eyes lit up and he quickly stepped out of the office. "I'm coming right down." Chui Lily had already packed ZHOU's small backpack full earlier in the morning. ZHOU couldn't imagine what Chui Lily would want now. Probably just missing him. With joy, ZHOU took the elevator down, only to find Ewing sitting on a sofa chair near the hall entrance, his originally rosy face instantly paling. It was Ewing. Indeed, after the unpleasant parting at a banquet a few days ago, Ewing wouldn't easily let this slide. ZHOU had known he'd eventually have to resolve this issue, but never imagined Ewing would come looking for him personally. Yet, today Ewing looked particularly worn out, dressed far more modestly. She didn't wear flashy jewelry as she had during the banquet but wore simple clothes, with barely any makeup done carefully. Her lipstick even smeared outside its boundary. What are you doing here? Rest assured, I'm not here to cause trouble. Ewing smiled weakly, looking around. There were many people entering and exiting the company, some glancing curiously at ZHOU. She said, do you really want to talk things out here? Having no choice, ZHOU reluctantly brought her to a nearby cafe where he once spent 300 yuan for a member card to buy a ZHOU doll, though he hadn't used it yet. He let Ewing order a drink, opting for just water, asking across from her, what's up? After that day, I heard you fell ill. Ewing asked, are you feeling better now? I'm fine. Seeing she remained silent for a long time, ZHOU couldn't help but ask, what's up? Need money? No. Ewing shook her head, do you know what ZHOU did these past few days? ZHOU furrowed his brows, a bit unclear about her meaning. He employed some tactics. My current husband was expelled from the board of directors by his company. Ewing chuckled bitterly, he's venting all this anger on me, blaming me for bothering you and upsetting the ZHOU family. But the money I brought home before, he certainly wasn't reluctant to spend it. You've come to complain to me? No, Ewing shook her head, sorry, I apologize to you. ZHOU nearly bit his tongue, how sudden was this woman? Where did this apology come from? Mo, I am your mother, you must forgive me. Ewing said, reaching out to grab ZHOU's hand, but ZHOU swiftly dodged. What do you want? If you don't forgive me, ZHOU will sue me for extortion. Ewing grew increasingly frightened and actually knelt down beside the table while holding on to ZHOU, I'm your mother. You can't just watch me go to jail, Mo. Is there any mother in this world who doesn't love her own child? Everything I've done was for you. Stubborn until the end, Ewing still didn't realize where she had gone wrong. ZHOU pulled her up from the ground, casually asking, Ewing, how many years has it been since we acknowledged our relationship? This young man seemed lost in thought, so Ewing didn't hesitate, replying automatically, we officially met since the year of your college entrance exam. Right, it's been 2 or 3 years, ZHOU continued with her statement, during these years, haven't I helped you enough? Plenty, but Mo, this is the last time. If you let me go this time, I promise to leave the country with him and never show my face before you again. Do you know the sentencing standard for blackmail? As ZHOU spoke, he observed Ewing's face turning ever paler. He went on, with all the money I've given you, a 10-year sentence should be sufficient, wouldn't you agree? But I am your mother. How can giving money to parents be considered as extortion? Is it just about the money? What else could it possibly be? After acknowledging their relationship for 3 years, roughly 1 million yuan had been taken from the original owner of his identity. The matter had so far only involved financial transactions, which indicated that the original owner hadn't made any major mistakes yet. ZHOU sighed with relief. You merely believe you are my mother, ZHOU said smilingly. Go ask anyone outside now, would they possibly believe such nonsense of yours? How come this innocent-looking child could smile so creepily? Ewing stammered, blood runs thicker than water. How could this be nonsense? Believe it or not, that's your choice. ZHOU showed no favor toward Ewing, memories flooding back of the biological mother who abandoned him at the station, not to mention Ewing dumping him at the ZHOU family home without caring whether he lived or died. Back in the days when the original owner passed the college entrance exam, Ewing tracked him down demanding money. Without considering the moral character of the original owner, Ewing clearly harbored no good intentions right from the start. Mo. Don't call me that anymore. ZHOU's expression turned repulsive. All the money I gave you can be considered as gratitude for bringing me into this world. Don't come looking for me anymore, our ties have run their course. Speechless, Ewing watched silently as ZHOU pushed the water cup closer, you enjoy it slowly. I need to go back to work. Ewing instinctively stood up and followed ZHOU a couple steps but saw he had no intention of turning around. She could only watch his figure recede farther and farther away. Mr. ZHOU, the young master has just come out of the coffee shop. It appears nothing unusual happened. A familiar voice came from the earphone. ZHOU pressed the silver fork onto the watermelon with a sound through his nose. You don't need to follow anymore. Go back. Yes, sir. When ZHOU returned to the company, it was already past mealtime. He circled around the cafeteria but found nothing appetizing, so he took a bucket of instant noodles from his desk to the tea room to prepare them. Having resolved this critical issue with Ewing earlier today, ZHOU felt unusually cheerful. While preparing the noodles, he extravagantly added a boiled egg. Pouring hot water into the bowl, the aroma of seafood soon wafted out, and ZHOU happily sat aside timing everything. Garbage food for lunch again. A familiar voice came from the door, sounding somewhat discontent. Didn't Aunt Chui prepare boxed meals for you? I remember Mom saying she planned to, but I told her I wanted to eat from the canteen, so she didn't bother. Why didn't you eat in the canteen then? Fu Yanji's company cafeteria was great, nutritionally balanced, very cheap with monthly subsidies. All things considered, it practically amounted to free meals. However, ZHOU couldn't shake off some deeply ingrained habits, buying discounted items subconsciously, opting for foods nearing expiration dates, and even choosing the cheapest dishes at the cafeteria before retreating to instant noodles when those ran out. It was as if this had become an integral part of his life. Shaking off such tendencies certainly proved a long and challenging endeavor. The fresh shrimp fishboard noodles taste great. ZHOU held up his instant noodles showing Fu Yanji the boiled egg inside. See, I even added a boiled egg. Very nutritious. Garbage for lunch. Fu Yanji said standing by the tea room doorway with his jacket draped over his arm. Nutritious my foot, this guy was at home yesterday with a fever patch stuck to his forehead. You're eating instant noodles right after you just got over being sick, Fu Yanji said seriously. I'll tell Aunt Shui on you. This person looked so serious about tattling, how could he look so much like a kid? But the fresh shrimp fishboard noodles are really delicious and smell amazing. What nutrition is there in that? You never eat properly, no wonder you're so thin and short. Weekend sore spot was touched on a weekend, instantly snapping, I'm 6 feet tall. Aren't you 5'11"? Hey. Weekend narrowed his eyes, it seemed like he was getting angry, his lips pursed and cheeks puffed up. I'm going to hate you. Pouting. Fu Yanji thought, expressionless. But seeing Weekend's expression, Fu Yanji couldn't help but laugh, walking over to pull him up. The instant noodles are confiscated. I'll have you accompany me for lunch. No. Japanese cuisine for lunch today. Fu Yanji enticed him, we'll have sukiyaki hot pot. Our capitalist is so extravagant. Weekend mumbled under his breath. And there's salmon sushi. And tempura. And yakitori, taiyaki, seafood salad, almond tofu. Alright let's go then, I'll be extravagant too. Weekend swallowed his saliva. There was no way around it, Mr. Fu's invitation was hard to refuse. Chapter 38, Fighting. ZHOU thought that today they would be eating takeout, but unexpectedly, Fu Yanji actually found a Japanese restaurant near the company with nice taste and an elegant environment. What do you want to eat? ZHOU took the menu and ordered a pork cutlet rice bowl, then passed the menu to the person opposite. Fu Yanji took it again and ordered a whole table full of dishes. Can we finish all of this? The portions at Japanese restaurants are small. Fu Yanji closed the menu and handed it to the waiter. You work for me, I must ensure your nutritional intake, it's part of our company's humanistic care. As he spoke, he lowered his head and used hot water to sterilize the chopsticks and bowls. After cleaning his own utensils, he pushed them in front of ZHOU and took ZHOU's chopsticks and bowl to clean them as well. He did so slowly and deliberately, rolling up his sleeves twice, exposing his distinctively boned wrists. ZHOU suddenly had some mischievous intentions and asked with a smirk, does Chairman Fu treat every employee like this? Our company headquarters, branches, domestic and overseas employees added together are as many as those in the neighboring university. Do you think I have the time? Fu Yanji didn't even look up, using communal chopsticks to put a piece of salmon on ZHOU's plate. Eat quickly, just consider this dinner as coming from a big brother. Thank you, big brother Fu. ZHOU smiled at him, showing off his neat white teeth, his dimples sweet enough to seem cloying. Fu Yanji noticed ZHOU digging into his food earnestly and couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of his lips. This kid was getting closer to him lately, what a cute child. How could he not be his younger brother? The prodigal son back home had disappeared again recently. Whenever Fu Yanji thought about it, he felt a headache, but there was nothing he could do. When the child grows up, the older brother cannot protect him forever. All he can do is make sure that foolish kid avoids too much trouble. His eyes fell once again on ZHOU's face focused intently on eating, sighing inwardly, this child is much more hassle-free. Both of them disliked talking while eating, and the private room was unusually quiet for a moment. The sudden noisy voices from the adjacent private room seemed particularly jarring, indicating that a group of people had just entered, loudly discussing what dishes they should order. Grandmother. The prices here are not cheap at all. ZHOU, do you have enough money? I've got plenty. There are several thousand yuan in this card, came the sound of a slap, it seemed like ZHOU placed the consumption card on the table and said proudly, come on. Anything you want, I'll pay for it. You're rich. Humph, it's all thanks to Dapei's young boyfriend. His skin looks so delicate and soft like he's 20 years old or something, who knew his family was also quite wealthy. Upon hearing a familiar name, ZHOU paused with her chopsticks and tapped the system. Can you detect who's in the next room? It turned out that Pei mentioned was none other than Wang Yu, that famous buddy. ZHOU instinctively looked at Fu Yanji and saw that his expression remained unchanged, with no particular reaction. It was true indeed, how could an ordinary person deduce from such a few sentences whom the people were discussing in the next room? Is there something on my face? Fu Yanji asked him. No, ZHOU shook her head, chewing the sweet beef in her mouth while secretly listening to the conversation next door. Oh my god, Fu Youwu, the overprotective older brother, was sitting right in the next room. They'd better not say anything too offensive, otherwise Fu Yenji's temper might explode, and he'd rip them apart. ZHOU glanced carefully at Fu Yenji again. Although Fu Yenji had been amicable and kind towards him these days, caring for him like an older brother, she still remembered how terrifying this man was in the original story, a tiger smiling while his ferocious nature remains, one capable of stopping crying children at night with mere fear. Even after the two protagonists' conclusion in the original story, if Fu Yenji scowled, it was enough to give Pei nightmares. Dappei really did find himself a man, you can't tell he had that preference. Have any of you seen Dappei's boyfriend? That guy looks so delicate and tender, like a little woman. His hands don't have a single callus, clearly never done any heavy work. So handsome. It's true, his family seems pretty wealthy too. Have you seen that tallest building around here? So tall, with maybe 30 or 40 floors. The entire building belongs to his family. Heard his brother also works there, as a senior manager. One pair of shoes costs this much. Wang Yu continued, you think with that much wealth, why does he stick around in that cramped rented house with Dappei? What exactly does he see in Dappei? Ask Dappei yourself. Dappei has fallen for this guy with all his heart. He can't stand to hear even one word of criticism, so we absolutely don't dare say anything bad about him in front of Dappei. Just yesterday, Dappei almost flipped on me. Good grief, they're nearly listing every detail about Fu Youwu except for his ID number. ZHOU had not yet swallowed her piece of fried pork chop when she suddenly sat up nervously, looking at Fu Yenji. Would old Fu lose his temper and rush over there to eat those people? But Fu Yenji remained calm. He finished the last bite on his plate and called the server over. After settling his bill, he told her, the store's payment system is broken. You can't use a recharge card and have to pay in cash. When you're done, tell the manager to prepare some complimentary dishes for each table. The server nodded and left with her tray. Are you the owner here? Little Five likes eating here after work, so I bought the place for him. But there's an operating time limit, sometimes he doesn't make it after work, so now he can eat whenever. An older brother is like a father, and paternal love is as immense as a mountain. ZHOU suddenly felt that Fu Youwu blowing up Fu Yenji's office over a relationship was quite rebellious. Are you full? A perfectly fine meal had been interrupted by those disturbing voices from next door. ZHOU no longer felt hungry and just nodded, I'm full. Fu Yenji ordered her a dessert. Take your time, I'll let you be late later. This counts as company-funded drama watching. ZHOU happily took a spoonful of matcha almond tofu, ready to see how Fu Yenji handled these people. You think why that rich man doesn't take Dappei out to live somewhere else? It's suffocating in that small rental apartment. Can the young master's body endure that? Who knows? On such hot days, they don't even turn on the air conditioner at home. That might not be a genuine second-generation rich guy. It can't be. Any item casually taken from his closet sold could keep us alive for a while. How could someone live so frugally? Maybe he eloped with Dappei. To me, this wealthy little prince is hard to maintain. Look how tired Dappei has become, working 2 jobs daily. I feel exhausted for him. What? Now does Dappei support that guy? Well, I haven't seen that kid go to work in the few days I've been at Dappei's house. The person spat as if disgusted, man, seeing a homosexual around all day makes me sick. Nonsense, Fu Youwu has taken a few days off recently. Yesterday, he personally told his brother, feeling embarrassed taking care of guests while being on leave, he was considering extending his internship period with ZHOU Yuning. ZHOU couldn't help but feel angry. Even though she wasn't familiar with Fu Youwu, she knew he wasn't a bad person, his character was somewhat arrogant, but it was wrong for others to speak of him this way. She was so upset that she couldn't eat the almond tofu anymore. She angrily stuck the little spoon into the almond tofu and, under Fu Yenji's shocked gaze, stood up and stormed into the next private room. Shut up. Do you know how to talk or what? Shit. Who are you? I'm your grandpa. Just as ZHOU was about to fight them, Fu Yenji directly lifted her up and placed her behind himself, coldly staring at them, you want to fight? Standing almost 6 feet 3 inches tall and long accustomed to a high position, he exuded immense pressure. The original aggressive aura from the young men inside dimmed immediately. Who are you guys, coming into someone else's private room uninvited? I'm the older brother of the second chair. After Fu Yenji finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the private room. ZHOU tilted her head, standing on tiptoe behind Fu Yenji, cursing through her teeth, why aren't you talking anymore? Weren't you enjoying yourselves before? Your mouths must have been smeared with shit because your words were so disgusting. Fu Yenji hid ZHOU further behind him, saying truthfully, in our family, education means treating everyone with respect at minimum, but I guess I raised my younger brother into a naive fool, friendly towards humans but not beasts. Smiling, he said, you're the freshman at neighboring Hailey University, right? Ironically, I just invested a gymnasium and a library for your school last year, half your campus was built with investments from Fu Corporation. However, today I personally heard you insult and slander the youngest son of the Fu family. Wang Yu swallowed, feeling a bit afraid, but still stubbornly held his neck stiff, so what? Can you cover the sky with one hand? Indeed, we cannot. But sending you 2 court summonses and arranging a talk with a school leader, I'm qualified for that. Fu Yanji pulled Zhou Mo's wrist. By the way, most of the enterprises in Haiqing City cooperate with us. I suggest that when you graduate, apply to some less popular companies. Having said that, he pulled Zhou Mo away. The girl looked very angry and struggled a bit as if she wanted to rush back to settle the score with them. You're quite indignant. How can you stay so calm? Anger won't solve problems. Fu Yanji sighed deeply. Although I'm not completely free from anger, I think our immediate goal is to find the right moment to make those people pay for their actions. When you see them suffer consequences for what they've done, your anger will naturally subside, won't it? I still feel it would be more satisfying if I beat him up. In a rule of law society, hitting someone isn't ideal, but I admit, I might lose control once I start. Fu Yanji slowly added, after all, I'm suppressing my rage. If I accidentally kill him by losing control during a fight, that would cause trouble. Zhou Mo was still puffing with anger. The things she heard earlier made her feel like her ears were about to be dirted. In fact, hitting could be an option too, Fu Yanji supplemented. When I cool down later, I'll give him what he deserves. By then I'll be calmer, so I can better gauge the force of my hits. He'll feel enough pain without being killed. Chapter 39, Big Brother has arrived. Mr. Zhou, I have prepared the contract and sent it to your email. Fu Youwu placed a stack of documents beside Zhou Yuning's hand. Also, I've booked your ticket for tomorrow's lecture in the capital city. Is there anything else you need? No. Zhou Yuning looked up at him, his eyes peering through silver-rimmed glasses. Have you been very busy recently? Fu Youwu hesitated. He indeed had taken a few days off these days, but it was due to family matters. Pei Ji's childhood friends who suddenly showed up were staying at his place. They were playing mahjong until midnight, filling the small rented apartment with smoke and alcohol odors. Fu Youwu felt like his head would explode. However, Pei Ji worked 2 jobs every day, waking up early and going to bed late. Usually, by the time Fu Youwu went to sleep, Pei Ji just returned home, and when Fu Youwu woke up, Pei Ji had already left. Once Pei Ji slept, he fell into deep slumber without realizing how noisy those people were. After a few days, Fu Youwu started to feel a little dazed. You look so pale, are you sick? No, thank you for your concern. Or are you facing any difficulties? No. This child could also be considered someone that Zhou Yuning watched grow up. When Fu Yan was young, he often led this boy to visit Zhou's house on weekends. Although they weren't very close back then, this child was like a half-brother. So Zhou Yuning consoled him, you don't have to feel too pressured. The work you've done during your internship has been quite good. Although this consolation didn't match what Fu Youwu needed, it clearly aimed wrong, but it still made him feel better. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Just as Fu Youwu stepped out of the office, he received a call from Pei Ji. There was some noise on his side, so he must have snuck to make the call while busy. His first sentence was, baby, how is work today? It's just normal. Fu Youwu turned a corner and walked into an empty tea room. Aren't you moving cargo right now? Why did you call me? There's nothing special, I just suddenly wanted to call you. Fu Youwu held a cup of steaming coffee and chuckled lightly, don't be sappy. Suddenly, Pei Ji lowered his voice, I'm telling you, I'm about to finish this part-time job. After this job is over, I'll rest for a few days. You've taken leave these days to accompany ZHOU, which is really hard work. You, take a few days off and play with them well. Fu Youwu's mouth slowly dropped down, feeling sour in his heart. This feeling was very strange, he didn't know how to describe it. Pei Ji seemed to sense that Fu Youwu's tone had significantly lowered, so he quickly comforted him, oh, they won't stay here for long, our time will be plenty, right? Fu Youwu's fingers involuntarily pressed on the handle of the coffee cup and mumbled in response, but isn't Wang Yu admitted to the university in Haiqing? You will have plenty of time to play together. But he will start school soon. I will start school soon too. Fu Youwu wiped under his eye with the back of his hand. Thinking about it, he felt wronged. It was fine to waste a few days because of those people, but Pei Ji even had to specially arrange time to accompany them. Do you always think they're more important than me? Little 5, please don't be like this. Pei Ji said, it's just that we haven't seen each other for a long time. If you are mature enough, if you really feel they are annoying, why don't you go stay with your brother for a couple of days? Are you crazy? Don't you know what I argued with my brother over you? You can let them stay in a hotel instead of driving me home. Apparently, Pei Ji's words triggered Fu Youwu's anger. He had never experienced such grievances before. How could he say he doesn't understand? Pei Ji spoke without thinking, regretting his words immediately after saying them. No, that's not what I meant. Do you think I'm causing trouble? Your friends come over and criticize me behind my back, do you think I don't know? Fu Youwu was no fool. He endured silently because he didn't want Pei Ji to think he looked down on his friends, bearing even their most disrespectful behavior as long as Pei Ji felt good about it. These days, he occasionally sent small gifts to them when Pei Ji wasn't at home. The quantity didn't matter, it was all about showing goodwill. But those people turned around and criticized Fu Youwu's gifts behind his back, thinking they were too cheap. He actually believed he hadn't acted properly, so he sent out items that seemed common price to him. However, the next thing he saw was them selling the gifts on a second-hand website. He had definitely noticed how they, these days, openly or covertly, alienated and ignored him. He might not care about it, but if Pei Ji continued to think his buddies were all honest and kind-hearted good men, there would be a serious problem. What? They even spoke ill of you? Pei Ji was shocked. They even spent your money? I've already said that you don't need to pay for anything for my friends. I did it on my own. That's all right. Fu Youwu hung up the phone with a snap. His breathing became uneven out of anger. After calming down in the tea room for a while, he managed to settle his emotions. But after working all day long, Fu Youwu was so exhausted that he could hardly lift his arms. It was night outside, and he didn't want to return to the house he shared with Pei Ji. Anyway, Pei Ji wasn't at home now. If he went back, he would surely encounter those people who would stare at him with greasy and greedy eyes, as if wanting to extract some benefit from him. Where should he go then? Fu Youwu walked aimlessly along the street with tears in his eyes. Should he go to his brother's place? Not long ago, he broke into his office because of Pei Ji. He didn't have the face to run to his brother again when something happened. What about going to Mom's? Mom always went on trips or flew abroad to see Dad. Going there now would likely end up with him arriving to an empty house. Would he end up staying in a hotel? Fu Youwu wanted to cry even more. Hey! While walking, he hadn't noticed that a car had been following him for quite a while. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Fu Youwu thought he might have misheard and hesitated to look back. It was Fu Yanji sitting in the driver's seat. The window was lowered, and he leaned out half of his head. His originally impeccable hairstyle wasn't as neat after being through a whole day. One arm resting on the car window, one hand gripping the steering wheel, he asked, "What are you doing here alone, Fu Youwu?" Tears streamed down Fu Youwu's face instantly as he cried and shouted in a faltering voice, "Big brother. Weekend. Fu Youwu." Fu Yanji drove calmly, focusing his eyes straight ahead. "Why did you bring him home with you?" "I'm going to visit Mr. Fu." Weekend, seated in the passenger seat, winked at Fu Youwu through the rearview mirror. "You even let my big brother drive you? Driving is one thing, but why are you sitting in the front passenger seat? Isn't that the main wife's special seat? This boy, Weekend, really has some skills. I don't have a driver's license, plus, if I sit in the back, wouldn't Mr. Fu seem like a driver?" Fu Yanji remained silent until Weekend finished his sentence and then grunted to express agreement. After a while, Fu Youwu watched helplessly as a tricycle overtook the Cayenne driven by his older brother. "Why are you driving so slowly?" "Fu Yanji, he gets carsick." "Alright then." The two of them also stopped at a supermarket on the way. They invited Fu Youwu to join them, but after considering carefully, he decided not to go with them, waiting in the car instead. Half an hour later, the two emerged carrying large bags of items. Fu Yanji opened the trunk to store their purchases, and suddenly Weekend opened the door next to Fu Youwu, climbed inside, and handed him a bottle of cola. The cola must have just been taken out from the fridge, emitting a cool mist, and droplets covered the bottle surface, making it feel damp to touch. "Thank you." Twisting the cap off, the bottle made a hiss sound. Summer soda was especially refreshing, and Fu Youwu felt much of the inner heat in his heart ease as he drank it. He exhaled deeply, seeing Weekend sitting beside him looking at him. "Why are you staring at me? Are you tired? Or didn't sleep well last night?" Weekend said, "Your dark circles look like someone punched you." Fu Yanji glanced at him through the rearview mirror. The streetlights were bright outside the car window, and a beam of light flashed across his face before quickly disappearing. When Fu Youwu met his probing gaze, he unconsciously straightened up. "I'm fine." Fu Yanji drove silently without saying a word. Weekend still got carsick quite severely, though at least now he didn't throw up under normal circumstances. Feeling uncomfortable, he swallowed the excessive saliva building up, leaned against the seat, and no longer spoke. If only they'd bought a grapefruit juice at the supermarket earlier, too. Weekend's Adam's apple moved once, still feeling nauseous. "There's juice in the mini-fridge." Weekend raised his hand and opened the small fridge by his feet. Sure enough, he saw a lemonade bottle sitting inside. Grinning, he unscrewed it to drink, catching from the corner of his eye that the person next to him was gazing at him wistfully. "Do you want to drink some? What's the relationship between you two now?" Weekend silently took back the juice he had offered, actually quite puzzled about his current relationship with Fu Yanji. Although those people in the comments section were already cracking their heads trying to ship them like crazy, wishing Weekend would immediately give birth to a whole soccer team for Fu Yanji. But Weekend didn't feel anything unusual in their interactions. Don't normal people all interact this way? Maybe it was just because he'd been misled by the comments section that made him think the atmosphere between them was strange. So he said, "Mr. Fu is such a kind and approachable senior, isn't he, Mr. Fu?" Fu Yanji grunted an affirmative sound. Fu Youwu didn't believe it for a second. His brother never randomly invited someone over for dinner at his house, let alone to his private apartment. It was Fu Yanji's personal territory after all. The private apartment wasn't far from the company. Fu Youwu had a head full of questions but couldn't find the courage to ask. This private apartment, while not particularly small, was designed as one household per floor, spanning over 300 square meters, more than enough space for Fu Yanji's needs. If there weren't any special circumstances, he generally lived here since the Fu family residence was far away from the company, and commuting would waste too much time. If you're very tired, go rest in the room first. Weekend carried the items into the kitchen, and Fu Yenji followed behind him, giving off an air that implied Weekend could do as he pleased. Fu Youwu, possibly feeling truly exhausted, hung his coat by the door before entering the guest bedroom. Fu Yenji went to take the cleaver to help Weekend cut the vegetables, but as Weekend was washing the ribs they bought, he glanced up and saw the distracted look on Fu Yenji's face. He promptly snatched the cleaver from his hands. If you're really so worried, why don't you go check on him? He should handle these problems on his own, I can't interfere too much. But he's hurt outside. The parents of the Fu family could be said to have had a consistently good relationship, never forgetting to care for their children despite being busy with work. Therefore, these two kids from the Fu family could be considered to have grown up smoothly without ever encountering any hardships. There might be very few people in this lifetime who could frustrate Fu Youwu like this. Fu Yenji put down the cleaver, dried the water off his hands, and then walked into the guest bedroom. The guest bedroom lights weren't on, and with the twilight setting in, the room was dimly lit. A large lump bulged under the covers, and Fu Yenji approached to see a crumpled ball of tissue tossed out of the bundle, soaked with tears and snot, landing heavily on his foot. Fu Yenji stopped, resignedly picking up the used tissue and throwing it into the trash bin. Fu Youwu only felt as if a portion of the bed beside him had slightly sunk, and then his arm was lightly patted twice. Little 5, Big Brother's here. Chapter 40, First Signs. In that instant, Fu Youwu couldn't hold it together anymore and sobbed while curling up in the blanket. Fu Yenji got up to close the bedroom door, then returned to uncover a teary-eyed younger brother from under the blanket. Fu Youwu looked just like ZHOU, his appearance delicate and clean-cut, almost like a gentle scholar. His nose and eyes were bright red from crying, yet stubbornly tried to pull the blanket back over his face when uncovered. Actually, I met Wang Yu today. Hearing this, Fu Youwu's sobs faltered slightly as he pulled the blanket down further, revealing two red rabbit-like eyes. You know Wang Yu? I was eating lunch at a Japanese restaurant near the company today. They happened to be in the next booth, and some of their conversation was overheard by me. What did they say? Fu Yenji reached for two tissues from the box beside the bed and wiped away his tears, cleaning him up just like in childhood before calmly saying, some unpleasant words you probably heard before too. Aha. During late-night mahjong games, they would often say things that weren't very polite, thinking Fu Youwu was asleep and couldn't hear them. But Fu Youwu had clearly heard everything. Then the next morning, he continued to greet them as if nothing had happened, choosing to overlook the subtle advantages they took. The blind favoritism shown by Pei Ji, without discerning right from wrong, made him feel aggrieved. His nasal passages felt constricted with acid, and Fu Yenji sighed as he gently wiped away the fresh flow of tears. So what are you planning to do now? I don't know. After crying, Fu Youwu's nose became congested, making his voice muffled. Can I stay here tonight? I don't want to go back. Of course you can. Fu Yenji said, Little 5, will you listen to what your older brother says? Fu Youwu nodded. I currently don't oppose you being with Pei Ji. It's my fault before for underestimating you, always thinking you were an immature child. But now I realize our little 5 has grown up, he already possesses the ability to love someone and bear the consequences. I shouldn't control you under the pretense of doing it for your own good. For that, I need to apologize to you. Fu Yenji spoke earnestly, genuinely sorry for the previous matters, but Fu Youwu's eyes welled up with more tears, causing water droplets to fall again. I'm sorry too, big brother. I shouldn't have impulsively argued with you. But there's one thing I need to make clear with you. Fu Yenji's tone grew serious. I know you really like Pei Ji. This is the first time little 5 has liked someone, right? Yeah. So I can understand how you feel. Even though you like Pei Ji, you absolutely cannot lose yourself because of him. Your feelings must not be compromised, do you understand? But I'm afraid Pei Ji might get upset. Fu Youwu complained wistfully, I don't want to see him sad. Do you think Pei Ji loves you? Fu Youwu nodded firmly in response, he loves me very much. If he truly loves you, Pei Ji would be even more distressed to see you unhappy. Fu Yenji stared seriously into his eyes and said, if he really loves you deeply, seeing you sad would cause him unbearable pain. So you really don't need to suppress your feelings because of so-called good friends of his. Fu Youwu remained silent. Have you ever tried talking to him about these issues, telling him about what his friends have done? No. There you go. Pei Ji doesn't know the true character of these so-called good friends of his. Think about it, if he realizes these people aren't worth associating with, he wouldn't feel conflicted or upset over these matters, would he? Yeah, Fu Youwu said through his tears, but in Pei Ji's heart, these friends seem to mean more to him than I do. He looked extremely disheartened. He finally managed to get a few days off, and the first thing he does is to spend time with his buddies. He never even mentioned coming to spend time with me. Fu Yenji ruffled his hair, that's definitely on him, let me talk to him about it next time we meet. Okay. Are you still feeling sad now? Fu Youwu's tone was still low, but he responded, much better. As soon as he finished speaking, his nose twitched. What smell is that? Smells so fragrant. Is it sweet and sour spare ribs? Just then, the bedroom door was tapped twice, and ZHOU poked her head out cautiously after being granted permission on weekends. Hey, are we eating? Over the weekend, Fu Youwu spent less than an hour cooking a complete table of 5 dishes and one soup that was visually appealing, fragrant, and flavorful. Sitting at the dining table, Fu Youwu nearly stared with amazement as he saw sweet and sour spare ribs, pot stick meat, chicken slices, stir-fried choy sum, spicy maozu, a Sichuan hot pot dish, and a bowl of winter melon shrimp soup. The rice was full-bodied, piled neatly in the bowls. Fu Youwu hadn't eaten much at noon and was already so hungry that his stomach was rumbling. Seated at the table, he subconsciously swallowed saliva. ZHOU did not mention what had happened earlier, pretending not to see his red-rimmed eyes, and stood up to serve him a bowl of soup. Here, drink the soup before you eat. At this moment, Fu Youwu didn't care about past grievances with ZHOU anymore. He blew on a pair of sweet and sour spare ribs and immediately put them into his mouth. The spare ribs were pre-cooked in a pressure cooker, making them soft and boneless. The sugar and vinegar sauce was perfectly sour and sweet, greatly boosting his appetite. Fu Youwu's eyes lit up while eating. So delicious, is ZHOU actually a chef? You like spicy food, right? Try the maozu. I seldom cook Sichuan cuisine, so I don't know how it tastes. Delicious. Fu Youwu happily blurted out without thinking, ZHOU, do you still like me? If not, I can dump Pei Ji and be with you. No sooner had the words left his mouth when a piece of pot stick meat was stuffed into it, and upon looking up, he saw Fu Yanji casting a cool glance at him. Even having dinner cannot stop your mouth. ZHOU froze there, awkwardly squirming. What was this sudden public execution? So embarrassing. He cautiously glanced at Fu Yanji, who seemed aware of something, using communal chopsticks to give him a piece of chicken slice. Ignore him, he's talking nonsense. The environment in the city's outskirts has always been poor, let alone after the rain these days when the water on the road hasn't drained yet. Every step made one's pants dirty with mud. The narrow alleys were filled with various cluttered items, and some unknown things hidden in the corners had already rotted and emitted a foul odor. After his phone call with Fu Youwu this afternoon, Pei Ji remained distracted all day. He knew he had said something wrong, but when he tried calling back, Fu Youwu seemed to have blocked him. He had worked uneasily all day, with something heavy on his mind. It was now the time for ZHOU to finish work. Pei Ji opened the door with pastries he waited under the scorching sun for an hour to buy. What greeted him was a mahjong table with 4 men gathered around playing. The room was filled with the pungent smell of smoke and alcohol, the foggy air due to lack of ventilation even though the air conditioner was on. As soon as he entered, he smelled a mixture of tobacco, sweat, and stinky feet, which made Pei Ji instinctively frown. The smell wasn't usually this bad when he came home. Big Pei returned. Did you not go to work tonight? Wang Yu enthusiastically greeted Pei Ji to sit down and reached for the pastry bag in his hand. You even brought food back. Don't touch it, it's for ZHOU. Pei Ji circled the house. Is he not home? Tisk, Wang Yu muttered, how should I know? I'm asking you. Has he come home today? Nope, Wang Yu said impatiently, do you think our rich second generation would bother living with us? His brother could cut off our paths with just a word. Big Pei, you need to wake up. He's someone we can't associate with anyway. He looks down on us from the bottom of his heart. Pei Ji placed a hand on his waist and dialed Fu Youwu's number, then looked at them after hearing their words. Have you spent his money? That. Wang Yu choked and said, it's from him. How can he not show any gratitude after our visit? It's not that. Pei Ji could hardly accept this. He gives you, and you take it, but you owe him nothing. Why are you shouting? He's rich and willing to spend his money on us. Why do you worry so much, Big Pei? What does worrying have to do with it? You ask him for money without even knowing him properly. Are you not ashamed? And also, did you say anything else to him? Otherwise, according to Fu Youwu's character, it definitely wouldn't be because of that money. He must have suffered secretly from you without telling me. Damn. What else can we say? If you weren't truly blinded by love for that second chairman, why protect him so much, sitting and waiting for you to play with? Upon hearing this, Pei Ji exploded immediately, kicking over their mahjong table. What kind of bull **** are you guys spouting? Shit. Are you crazy? Are you the crazy ones? How has he made you unhappy these past few days for you to talk about him like that behind his back? Your mouth must be full of shit, it stinks so much. Am I wrong? He's a homosexual, it's disgusting, with all the money from home pampering this disgusting habit. Who knows if he even has some diseases? I'm also a homosexual, and I'm not disgusting. Why don't you come criticize me then? Ah. Pei Ji swung a punch, directly knocking Wang Yu to the ground. The other guys were shocked and quickly stepped in to separate them. So, is this why he's been so gloomy recently? It turns out all of you were gossiping behind his back, criticizing him while spending his money. You're so noble, aren't you? Aren't you disgusting? You disgust me to death. Pei Ji. Now that you found higher circles, you look down on us, right? You're talking nonsense. How did I Pei Ji ever know people like you garbage? The 2 young men made quite a commotion fighting, soon attracting the neighbors. Pei Ji wished to beat to death this moron who had been bullying ZHOU behind his back. Big Pei, Fu Youwu called you. Pei Ji froze, throwing Wang Yu, whose nose and face were battered and bruised, forcefully to the ground before hurriedly picking up the phone and running into the bedroom. Hey, ZHOU. Pei Ji sniffed, why haven't you gone home? I want to stay at my brother's place for a few days. Fu Youwu lay in bed rubbing his stomach. The food was too delicious over the weekend, and he ate too much. Why didn't you tell me when someone bullied you? Pei Ji's tone was full of regret, sounding as if he would cry any second. I didn't know you've been feeling bad these days. I was afraid you'd feel troubled. How could I? I will always take your side. I understand. After that, there was a sudden silence between them, neither speaking. Like two clumsy snails slowly extending their feelers, touching each other momentarily before retreating back into their shells. I drove them away today. Pei Ji said, you can come back anytime you want. We'll see, I want to stay here at my brother's place for a few more days. Fu Youwu turned over and wrapped himself in the blanket. That's good. ZHOU, did what I said today hurt you? Knowing fully well that because of the tension between the two families over the matter with him, yet he still asked Fu Youwu to go home just for the sake of his so-called good buddies, Pei Ji now realizes how thoughtless his words were. However, there were many things that troubled Fu Youwu today that he found hard to express. For instance, both Zhou Yuning and Zhou ZHOU noticed he hadn't been resting well lately, but Pei Ji hadn't noticed. For instance, during one of his rare moments of free time, Pei Ji called him only to discuss matters regarding his friends. For instance, Pei Ji would specially make time to accompany his friends for a few days, but he never extended the same courtesy to Fu Youwu. For instance, the boundary between Pei Ji and Fu Youwu was always so clear-cut, as if even the tiniest amount of giving from Fu Youwu to Pei Ji would be regarded by Pei Ji as sinful. For instance, he would never become Pei Ji's first option no matter what happened. There were simply too many things that saddened Fu Youwu, and all that Wang Yu might have done was to expose all the underlying problems hidden beneath. As old wounds exposed under sunlight, they appeared even more grotesque and terrifying than expected. Today, his brother asked him, do you think Pei Ji loves you? Fu Youwu actually wanted to say, he loves me very much, but I also feel that he might not love me as much as I think. Chapter 41, I just saw ZHOU dressed in women's clothing, jumping around happily. I was wondering why I ran into Fu Youwu tonight. This event doesn't happen in the original plot where he returns to his brother's house. It's the butterfly effect. In the original story, Fu Yanji never took the main character home for dinner. So, Fu Yanji took a different route from the original storyline and ended up picking up a dispirited Fu Youwu. ZHOU nodded accepted this explanation, but this mission had some subjectivity. The system's final goal was to eliminate the impact of this event on the young couple, but ZHOU still didn't know if there were any unresolved issues left in their minds. The new chapter hasn't been loaded yet. Would you like to check tomorrow? ZHOU turned over and curled up under the blanket, saying, never mind, I'll go take a look. Where are you going? An hour later, ZHOU parked his bicycle in front of the bar where Pei Ji worked, patted the wrinkles out of his clothes, and walked inside. Despite the late hour, it was still bustling with people. The DJ music was deafening, even causing the ground to tremble slightly. With alcohol and lights numbing everyone's senses, this place could be a spot for releasing stress or possibly fostering trouble. This place was crazy, and ZHOU had once worked here before, serving people drinks, but he quit after only a few days. There was no other reason. Within 3 days, he was harassed 5 times, handed business cards 6 times, given room keys 7 times, invited to drink 8 times, and there were even a few instances where some rowdies slipped their hands inside his shirt. Beating them would require compensation for medical expenses, so he pretended not to see anything and quit shortly thereafter. Besides, in this life, ZHOU has spent much less time exposed to wind and sun, resulting in a face smoother and finer than in his previous life. Up close, one can't find a single blemish. Before long, he found himself surrounded by others trying to approach him. Hey handsome, do you want? No thanks. ZHOU stiffened his expressionless face, sidestepped, and disappeared into the crowd without a trace. He quickly located Pei Ji. Over these past months, Pei Ji had started working part-time at the bar and was now capable of bartending. He was currently busy behind the counter, serving only a handful of customers, though among them were some familiar faces. ZHOU thought he saw Wang Yu from the sushi restaurant earlier that day. ZHOU chose a corner partially hidden from view, sitting there secretly checking his phone while keeping an eye on Pei Ji's movements. Are you really mad about such a little thing? We've known each other for years. How long have you known Fu Youwu? One matter is one matter, you did wrong. Okay, even if I shouldn't have scolded him and shouldn't have spent his money, I suppose I've beaten him enough today. That's not enough, you need to apologize to ZHOU, otherwise, I'll consider our friendship finished. Impossible. Wang Yu slammed the table. Seriously, Pei, are you really falling for him? I wouldn't date someone I don't like. Am I some kind of pervert? He's a man. What good can come out of the two of you? You're delusional. So what if he's a man? Shouldn't you first think clearly about your own behavior? ZHOU, hiding behind the fish tank, smirked silently as the bartender responsible for his area noticed him and came over asking what he'd like to drink. ZHOU casually pointed to a drink on the menu, continuing to keep an eye on the situation nearby. F***K, why are you being so roundabout now? I'm not being roundabout. I'm just scolding you outright. Your brain seems messed up. If Fu Youwu made mistakes, you criticizing him isn't fair, my relationship with him is fine. If you scold him, it's equivalent to scolding me, and I certainly won't accept that. Pei Ji wiped the counter with a cloth, beginning to shoo the person away. Are you leaving or should I call security? Wang Yu glared at him, then stood up and left. ZHOU gulped down the alcohol that had just arrived, placing the glass loudly back down on the counter, and followed Wang Yu out. He went towards the men's restroom, and ZHOU followed closely behind. After Wang Yu entered a stall, ZHOU also pushed open a stall door and stepped inside. Still got that stubborn temperament. Do you think he's stupid or something? There are so many girls who like him, but he chooses to cling to a hard-headed guy. Now look, he's even changed the locks, which clearly means he doesn't want us living with him anymore. F***K. Hotel stays are so expensive. Are you paying for it? No way, we need to think of a way to drive Fu Youwu out, or else. Let Fu Youwu find us a place to stay. I heard he owns quite a lot of properties. Borrowing them for a few days should be fine. ZHOU spat silently at the thought from inside the stall. How to get rid of him? Depay treats the second chair like his eyes, and he can't bear anyone saying a word against him. Wang Yu paused for a moment, then said, what if we make Depay break up with this second chair? Depay has never dated a girl before, so why don't we set him up with one? Once he tastes the sweetness of that, Fu Youwu will be nothing. ZHOU sat on the toilet seat contemplating for a while, then suddenly stood up and opened the door and went out. Wang Yu continued cursing as ZHOU hurriedly walked out of the bar. Host, where are you going? Shopping. ZHOU smiled, like a cunning fox. He wants to introduce a girl to Pei Ji, doesn't he? In the original story, it was this particular girl who truly triggered Fu Youwu's explosion. Before Pei Ji met Fu Youwu, he had always been straight, iron straight. Fu Youwu had worked hard to change that. So even though Pei Ji and this unknown girl may not have had anything going on, it still ignited Fu Youwu's fury. The spoiled young master nearly burned down Pei Ji's house. If he really wants to introduce a girl to Pei Ji, then let it be me. ZHOU walked into a women's clothing store and picked up 2 large-sized outfits randomly. Fu Youwu would definitely not think I've got something going with Pei Ji, would he? Are you serious? For the mission, here I go. ZHOU shrugged and asked the shop assistant cheerfully, excuse me, do you have my size? Yes, we do. Do you have shoes in size 42? I'll help you find them. Do you have wigs? The wigs should be at the other store next door, you can go check there. Alright. ZHOU measured the women's shirt in his hand, smiling at the salesperson, can I use your changing room? Of course, you can. ZHOU spent no more than 10 minutes setting everything up. When he returned to the bar, he moved with such elegance and confidence. The beauty was dressed in a slightly masculine style, a deep blue cropped top exposing her waist with fringes at the end of the sleeves, the asymmetrical collar visually narrowing the shoulder width while showing off her delicate and slim collarbones. High-waisted straight-leg pants hid any male leg features, emphasizing long and thin legs. ZHOU combed his waist-length wig and added a beret hat to avoid people realizing the wig looked fake. While purchasing the wig, the clerk also gave him a sample of her own lipstick, and after seeing how well ZHOU applied it, she enthusiastically helped touch it up further. Thus, within just 10 minutes, ZHOU transformed into a tall, good-looking lady with an attractive figure, and the salesperson even complimented his looks, making ZHOU feel slightly proud. ZHOU adjusted his waist and put on sunglasses. The big shades covered half his face as he sat casually across from Pei Ji. Pei Ji was wiping wine bottles, glancing over at the new guest, asking, what would you like to drink? You decide. ZHOU glanced at the menu but didn't know what to choose, so he left it to Pei Ji and propped his chin on the bar counter, watching Pei Ji mix drinks. His gaze swept around and sure enough spotted Wang Yu looking over near the stage. Please enjoy slowly. ZHOU coughed twice, trying to sweeten his voice as much as possible, thank you. Pei Ji's entire body tingled with goosebumps when hearing the strange tone of ZHOU's voice, casting a glance at ZHOU, full of polite suspicion toward strange people. Why does this fine girl sound so strange? There must be some issue. Better not hurt her self-esteem. ZHOU sipped on the cocktail, it tasted surprisingly good, with a creamy texture and slight sweetness. Pei Ji then stopped talking to ZHOU and returned to his own tasks. This drink seemed very suitable for girls to consume, tasting less like alcohol and more like a beverage. After finishing the drink, ZHOU didn't hesitate to express his admiration, your bartending skills are pretty impressive. Pei Ji cast him a look, took out a bottle of lactic acid soda water from under the cabinet, poured it into a glass, added 2 ice cubes, and pushed another identical drink to ZHOU. ZHOU. You seem to have your own ideas about being a bartender. I'm not a bartender, I'm just helping out. Pei Ji picked up the glass ZHOU had drunk from and placed it aside, adding, if you want to try cocktails, I can ask the bartender to assist you. No, sparkling water is good too. ZHOU finished his second glass of sparkling water and casually pulled out a card from his pocket, waving it high. You're pretty cool. I'll come back for you tomorrow. Hey G, I have a partner. I know that. I'm gay. I admire your responsibility. ZHOU stuffed the card into Pei Ji's shirt pocket, flashed an evil yet charming smile. See you tomorrow, handsome. Are you having a muscle spasm in your jaw? What business is it of yours? Pei Ji had been given business cards by others recently as well, but he would usually secretly throw them away. He also intended to dispose of the card with the strange voice from this girl. As he took the card out of his pocket and was about to toss it into the trash can, his eyes scanned over the colorful card and hesitated. Sunshine Bento Box, Order Hotline, 139XXXXXXXX. Huh. ZHOU had been watching Pei Ji for quite a while. Seeing that tall beauty leave the bar, he eagerly followed her. Upon exiting the bar door, he saw the figure standing on the street side. He whistled lewdly, beautiful lady, are you alone? ZHOU turned around, seeing ZHOU behind him. Hidden behind the sunglasses, her eyes calmly inspected him. ZHOU was just a very ordinary-looking person, someone you wouldn't be able to find even if you lost them in a crowd. The shoes on his feet were ones the housekeeper Lin had once said he wanted to buy but was rejected because he claimed he had too many pairs. He remembered those shoes should cost at least 5 digits. Still complaining about Fu Youwu while using his things, doesn't he care if the shoes hurt his feet? ZHOU smirked inwardly. Yeah, I'm waiting for a car. How come you're wearing sunglasses at night? The lighting inside isn't comfortable. ZHOU sighed, seemingly inadvertently mentioning, anyway, it's just for the handsome bartender, I wouldn't come here otherwise. A handsome bartender? Are you talking about that guy you were just chatting with? ZHOU pretended to be suspicious. How do you know? No choice, because you're so beautiful, you attracted me the moment you walked in. ZHOU's sweet words flattered her before diving straight to the point. If it's the bartender guy you mentioned, he's a good friend of mine. Really? You know him? Seeing the delighted expression of the beauty, ZHOU felt even prouder. Sure. Let's exchange WeChat. Since you like him, I can give you his contact info. Oh, by the way, he's currently single, or maybe we could go out for dinner together someday. That's amazing. ZHOU was ecstatic, immediately pulling out her phone to scan the code. Thank you, you're really kind. Pfft, no need to thank. I hate seeing beauties caught up in love. ZHOU then asked casually, what's your name, by the way? ZHOU smiled, revealing small dimples on her cheeks. My name is ZHOU. After all this chaos, when he got home, it was already late at night. Afraid of making noise and disturbing others, he had taken off his 5-centimeter high heels before reaching home. Those shoes were unbearably hard, clacking loudly every time he stepped. By the time ZHOU got home, his feet were practically numb. Standing at the entrance barefoot, he hopped around trying to relieve the soreness in his feet. Just as he turned around, the entire living room lit up suddenly, blinding him momentarily. Then he saw Cui Lily standing on the stairs in her pajamas, with a face mask on. Her mouth was open so wide the face mask nearly slipped off. At first, ZHOU didn't realize what the problem was until Cui Lily's gaze stiffly shifted elsewhere. He finally noticed his current appearance. Mom, I'm not. You came back awfully late. How careless of you not to let the family pick you up. What if something dangerous happened? Cui Lily interrupted him hastily, covering his feeble explanation and turning away as though she hadn't seen anything. Mom, I really am not. Don't make excuses. Just go to bed, you've got work tomorrow. Mom. Go to sleep. No staying up late. Faced with the tightly shut bedroom door, ZHOU was speechless and helplessly called out, Mom, please don't misunderstand. I'm not a crossdresser. No one responded. ZHOU was lying in bed wearing glasses watching videos. Just as he saw his lover rush downstairs saying he was going to get some fruit, the man hurried back upstairs and jumped onto the bed. Honey. Cui Lily looked terrified. I just saw ZHOU hopping around joyfully at the entrance in women's clothing. Chapter 42, Black-Hearted Capitalist. Cui Lily was so agitated by the events of the weekend that she couldn't sleep all night. The shock to her soul last night was even greater than when the weekend ran away from home, and she sat on the couch in a trance like a ghost all morning, not knowing what she was thinking about. The two brothers who had just come back from their morning jog were startled by their mother. Mom, didn't you rest well? Cui Lily raised her head and glanced at Zhouma's outfit today. Because he went out to exercise with Zhou Yuning in the morning, Zhouma wore a set of light blue sportswear, looking very sunny and handsome. I seem to have had a strange dream last night. Cui Lily carefully scrutinized her beloved son's expression, seeing him washing his hands normally and then sitting at the dining table to prepare for breakfast. Her full stomach of doubt subsided a bit. Were you out playing last night? You came back quite late. I couldn't sleep at midnight, so I went out for a walk. Zhouma saw that her expression was odd, wanting to explain but not knowing how to start, so he could only say, it wasn't intentional what happened last night. Overwhelmed by emotion, I understand. No, it wasn't voluntary. I can empathize. Mom also had a phase when she wanted to try out neutral fashion styles, thought it was super cool. Liking pretty things is normal. ZHOU just laughed it off. When ZHOU was at work, he kept waiting for Wang Yu to send him a WeChat message, but there was no news from the other side. He estimated that Wang Yu probably had a breakdown talking to Pei Ji, and Pei Ji didn't want to see him again. If the plan cannot be carried out, he would only have to sell those few pieces of clothing on the second-hand website. They were quite expensive when he bought them back. ZHOU, what are you doing? Zhang Yu tapped the table in front of him. Don't space out, or Director Gan will find out, and then you're in trouble. Ah. ZHOU snapped back to reality. Sorry. The new intern might be quite well connected. This was a tacit secret in the entire office. Not to mention that a set of his clothes costs as much as their monthly salary. Reportedly, a few days ago someone witnessed the chairman hugging him urgently rushing out of the office, which made it clear that this child was extraordinary. Zhang Yu placed a thick stack of vouchers in front of ZHOU. These are the canteen accounts. Canteen? Yes, Director Gan said to let you manage the canteen's books in the coming period, and these are the company's historical vouchers over the past 5 years. Director Gan wants you to sort them out as soon as possible, latest by next Friday. ZHOU opened his mouth, sighed, ah. Work began to get busier. He would still have to squeeze time to stir up some trouble. ZHOU's previous job wasn't exactly very relaxing either, including but not limited to running errands, printing, going to the bank, collecting mail, others tossing the calculated accounts to him for recalculation, Director Gan checking the tax item account statements he prepared before submission, taking meeting summaries during financial department meetings, etc. Now, with the addition of 2 more tasks, ZHOU estimated that he would need to work overtime in the company. But he has been diligent since childhood. Knowing that he has an overwhelming amount of tasks, he did not complain. Instead, he picked up one voucher and dived into the pile of documents. Time flew by quickly, and it was the sound of his phone vibrating that pulled ZHOU's attention back. Wang Yu sent him a WeChat message. Wang Yu, Jasmine, what are you doing? ZHOU was repulsed by his nickname, his whole body shivered with coldness, suppressing his nausea as he replied, I'm at work. Wang Yu, where do you work? ZHOU. I carry cement on the construction site. Wang Yu stayed silent for quite a while without responding, and ZHOU didn't care, putting down his phone and continuing to calculate the accounts. After a few minutes, the phone vibrated again. Wang Yu, your job is pretty unique, huh? ZHOU, thank you for the compliment, bro, what do you do? Wang Yu, I'm still in university. ZHOU, ah. I thought you were already the father of 2 kids. Wang Yu. ZHOU held his phone and smiled, revealing 2 small dimples as he replied, sorry, I speak my mind, you don't mind, right? Wang Yu, don't mind. Wang Yu, when do you have time, we should go out and meet up. ZHOU, I have time anytime. Just listen to brother Wang. Wang Yu, okay, what do you want to eat, little sister, I'll treat you. Oh, ZHOU sat up and replied, I don't have any particular food preferences. Jinghut Pavilion is quite nice. Shit. Wang Yu threw his phone aside. He remembered that the other day at noon, Fu Youwu had treated them to lunch. They took advantage of Pei Ji's absence and deliberately chose an expensive restaurant, expecting Fu Youwu to lose his temper, but he remained calm. They took a taxi there, and the meal for 5 people cost 6 digits, all paid by Fu Youwu. What a shameless way to ask for money. But if this little wretch really wanted to eat, no problem, they could just invite Fu Youwu along and make him pay too. Wang Yu grinned smugly as he agreed immediately, sure, I'll take you to Jinghut Pavilion. Shall we meet tonight at 8 p.m.? ZHOU, alright, thank you, brother Wang. Wang Yu set his phone down on the table with an evil grin before picking up his ledger. Though confident in his plan now, Wang Yu would soon be forced to pay the bill later tonight with his own loan. Because these past few days were jam-packed with work, ZHOU couldn't stay late at the office at night. The schedule was tight, so he hastily ate some instant noodles in the tea break room during lunch. Unfortunately, Fu Yanzi caught him again. They looked at each other awkwardly, unsure what to say for a moment. Fu Yanzi helplessly sighed and almost laughed out loud, that's utterly nutritionless. I added a sausage into it, it's pretty extravagant, ZHOU replied. Fu Yanzi. Does your family not feed you properly? They do. Tears welled up in ZHOU's eyes, but these are fresh shrimp fish noodles. Fu Yanzi tried to confiscate the bowl, only to realize that the poor kid had already eaten half of it. No wonder the boy was so thin, how could eating instant noodles every day possibly be healthy? But when Fu Yanzi picked up the bowl, something seemed off. He'd had instant noodles before, yet this bowl was clearly different, the noodles were mushy, pale, and broken into pieces. It didn't look like normal instant noodles anymore but rather more akin to a noodle soup. This gave Fu Yanzi a strange foreboding. And this feeling grew stronger. Did you eat the bowl from yesterday? ZHOU suddenly choked up, pulling at his collar while looking everywhere but Fu Yanzi. Is it really from yesterday? Fu Yanzi felt his entire sense of right and wrong being tested. Can leftover food even be eaten? What if you get food poisoning? I kept it in my mini fridge, it wouldn't spoil. Out of concern for her precious son's health, Zhou Yuning had bought him a small fridge and every day she would send fresh juice and milk over. So, after wrapping his instant noodles in plastic wrap, ZHOU stored them in the fridge, reheating them in the microwave today for lunch. It wasn't spoiled, and it smelled quite fragrant. However, for someone like Fu Yanzi who had never eaten leftovers since childhood, ZHOU's behavior seemed suicidal. Do you feel unwell anywhere now? Eating overnight instant noodles, he would probably have stomach trouble later. Staring at the bowl of instant noodles Fu Yanzi was holding, ZHOU swallowed hard. I'm still hungry. Following his gaze to the pitiful state of instant noodles in his hand, Fu Yanzi firmly dragged ZHOU to the cafeteria. The boy really eats whatever he gets his hands on. What if he gets sick? Watching carefully, Fu Yanzi served ZHOU 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, then they ate together in the cafeteria. In truth, ZHOU preferred the plain white noodles in the corner of the cafeteria. They were cheap and filling, though bland, but every time ZHOU could eat until he was satisfied. However, the intense scrutiny from Fu Yanzi behind made ZHOU uncomfortable, like he could feel holes being burned into his back. Switching directions, ZHOU sensibly dished himself a large bowl of rice and also took 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. A wise man knows how to adapt. ZHOU thought the matter was over, but when he returned to the office late in the evening and started calculating accounts alone, a burly man dressed in black walked in wearing a Fu Group emblem tattoo. ZHOU instantly recognized him as the driver and bodyguard of Chairman Fu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The bodyguard stood firmly inside the office and said, "My boss told me to come collect all your instant noodles." His voice boomed loudly, making ZHOU feel under enormous pressure. He opened the drawer in his office cabinet where instant noodles were neatly arranged, varieties such as fresh shrimp fish noodles, tomato egg noodles, braised beef noodles, chicken mushroom noodles, Japanese pork bone noodles, and many other bagged types whose names he didn't know. With one sweep of his long arms, the bodyguard swept all the instant noodles into a box. "Our boss said that if he catches you eating instant noodles again, he will not only tell Mr. ZHOU, but also deduct your bonus." Huh. ZHOU immediately became anxious upon hearing about the pay cut. That's an abuse of power. "Our boss said that if you have a problem with it, feel free to report him to the police." With that, the burly bodyguard turned around with the box of ZHOU's instant noodles and left, leaving ZHOU alone in the office fuming helplessly at the now empty cabinet. Fu Yanzi. Immature. Heartless capitalist. Chapter 43, Bro. Get me out. Mo is coming home so late again tonight. Chui Lily glanced at the clock on the wall, which was almost 11, and asked Zhou Yuning, did he meet new friends outside? I'm not familiar with his social circle, but recently he has been quite close to Fu Yanzi, often having meals together. Upon hearing this, Chui Lily felt much more reassured. That's good. Yanzi is a reliable kid. Mo can learn a lot by hanging out with him. Zhou Yuning also understood Fu Yanzi. It was very comfortable to work with people like Fu Yanzi as partners. Businessmen value profits. As long as it doesn't affect their own interests, they will flatter you very nicely, but sometimes they are like smiling tigers who grin while wiping out the opponent's chips in negotiation. But these kinds of people aren't suitable for friendships. They are too distant, making them hard to get close to. Over all these years, there has only been Zhou Yuning as his close friend since childhood around him. Why hasn't he come home so late? Chui Lily couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Just as she said that, Zhou Yuning's phone rang. When he saw the caller display showed the police station, his eyebrows furrowed immediately. Hello, Zhou Yuning. Hello sir, it's Weekend's brother, right? Well, due to his involvement in a public brawl, a report has already been filed. Would it be convenient for you to come bail him out at the police station? Zhou Yuning. He almost couldn't believe his ears. What? Bro. Weekend's cry akin to a pig being slaughtered echoed from the other side. His voice sounded like he was still several meters away from the microphone. He shouted, I'm in the station again. Hurry up and get me out. With a snap, Zhou Yuning hung up the phone. Weekend squatted in front of the radiator and smiled innocently towards Mr. and Mrs. Fu Youwu. He asked, is Chairman Fu going to pick you guys up soon? The unexpected situation of the entire night left Fu Youwu dazed. Seeing Weekend smile foolishly, he instinctively nodded without even caring about his prejudices anymore. My bro will be here soon to pick me up too. Weekend seemed smugly satisfied for some reason. This is the second time he comes to take me out. And what exactly are you so proud about? Why did you do it? Pei Ji, crouching beside Fu Youwu, asked Weekend through one person, isn't doing this against your benefit? It really isn't to my advantage. I just purely didn't like how that guy acted, and I wanted to screw with him. Weekend had taken off his wig long ago and stuffed it into Wang Yu's mouth. Now his hair was a mess like a chicken coop, sticking out chaotically atop his head, appearing extremely unrestrained and unconventional. Is it because that man bullied Xiao Wu, and so you sought revenge for him? Weekend lifted his head buried in his arm and looked at Pei Ji as if he were an idiot. Of course not. Pei Ji and Wang Yu had known each other for so many years, there's no way they don't have some kind of sentiment between them. If Weekend didn't cut it all off in one go, this little troublemaker would surely keep bothering Fu Youwu sooner or later. The fact proved his mission was carried out exceptionally successfully. The system personally determined this emotional hazard had been eradicated by Weekend. You know now, right? Wang Yu is definitely not a good person. You two should live happily ever after and stop arguing, okay? Weekend earnestly advised, I'm not saying this because opening your mouths really matters. Why argue when you care so much for each other? A little more communication will solve everything. Fu Youwu handed him a tissue. Do you want to wipe the lipstick off your mouth? Oh, thank you. Weekend wiped the bright red lipstick off his mouth and continued consoling the young couple. You shouldn't be too embarrassed either. Consider it my gratitude towards Chairman Fu's care. I cannot simply watch his only younger brother suffering. Fu Yanzi happened to walk in just as this remark was made. After hearing it, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly involuntarily. However, when he saw that small figure in front of the radiator, his foot almost tripped over itself, nearly stumbling. Weekend was still wearing the woman's clothing. Her delicate collarbone and her smooth, round shoulders were carelessly exposed. Fu Yanzi took off his coat and covered it over Weekend upon seeing her. Weekend was daydreaming about the floor tiles when suddenly, something light and warm draped over her body. The familiar mint scent filled her nostrils. It was Fu Yanzi's smell. When Weekend looked up, she fell straight into a deep pool of eyes. Fu Yanzi maintained the posture of draping the coat over her while quietly watching her. His eye sockets were deeper than usual people's, combined with a pair of peach blossom eyes. So whenever he looked at someone quietly like this, it created an illusion where it seemed like the person was fully encompassed within his gaze. Your brother is parking outside. Fu Yanzi adjusted his clothing, and the large suit jacket completely enveloped Weekend without any gaps. His tone was unfriendly. How did your face get injured? You hit me. Where is he? At the hospital. Fu Yanzi. Well, this child isn't one to let others take advantage of them. Weekend, wearing Fu Yanzi's jacket, curled up a little more, burying her chin in the clothes. She yawned with her mouth wide open, feeling somewhat sleepy, as the smell of mint filled her surroundings from the jacket. Weekend. ZHOU Yuning walked into the room, lifting Weekend up and spinning her around several times to check on her. After pinching her arms and legs and confirming that she only had injuries on her face, he finally sighed in relief. But when he looked at the bruises on Weekend's mouth, he grew increasingly angry. Who hit you? You. ZHOU Yuning didn't know who you was, but still shouted angrily, where is he? I'll go take revenge for you. He's in the hospital. Weekend said quietly, brother, we might have to pay some medical fees. You truly don't let others take advantage of you, do you? After the two brothers finished the procedures, they led the troublemakers home. Weekend sat in the front seat, sipping lemon juice handed over by her brother, sighing comfortably. ZHOU Yuning, while starting the car engine, complained, Mom and Dad were scared half to death, worried something bad had happened to you. Relax, I'm very good at protecting myself, Weekend murmured after taking a small sip of lemon juice. So what exactly happened today? Actually, I didn't want to fight today. 4 hours ago, at Mirror Lake Pavilion. Just don't speak favorably about them later. Pei Ji had been coaxing Fu Youwu outside the restaurant for quite a while, yet Fu Youwu was still seething with anger. He grabbed the soft flesh at Pei Ji's waist and began scolding, do you really think I care about such petty money? It's just that seeing your foolishness irritates me. Tell them to leave immediately. Yes, yes, yes. Pei Ji didn't dare say anything more, merely responding lowly, I wonder why he invited us all here today. Is it really to apologize? Perhaps not. Inside the private room, there were only the two of them. Fu Youwu took the menu and ordered some dishes along with a pot of tea, acting like a regular customer. Meanwhile, Pei Ji couldn't help curling his lips upward at the exorbitant prices listed, like the tea costing more than 500 yuan per pot. What would you like to eat? Nothing in particular. Pei Ji lost his appetite just looking at the prices and shook his head repeatedly. Fu Youwu glanced at him once before ordering a few more dishes that Pei Ji liked, instructing the server to wait until everyone was ready before serving the food. It was at this moment that Yu and his group entered. Unlike previous occasions, Yu didn't bring his usual group of friends, he came alone this time. The first thing he saw upon entering was Pei Ji humbly pouring tea for Fu Youwu. A guy willing to spend money freely. Yu spat inwardly and then sat down smilingly, Mr. Fu has arrived. Have you ordered yet? I'm done ordering. Fu Youwu took a sip of tea and cut straight to the chase. What do you want me here for today? It's just that I've troubled you these days, so I feel a bit awkward. Haven't you guys quarreled, right? No, don't worry. We're fine. Fu Youwu really didn't have much else to talk about with him and wanted to quickly wrap up the conversation, so he called the server to serve the dishes. Mirror Lake Pavilion served delicate dishes, but the portions were small. Yu scanned the table briefly and then called the server again, picking more dishes as he added, some people are still coming later. Who? A newly acquainted girl. Yu winked at Pei Ji mischievously, which made him look even more sleazy, saying, Mr. Pei, you wouldn't guess, she knows you. S expression immediately turned grim, leaning back on the chair with crossed arms and throwing chilly glances at Pei Ji. In an instant, all Pei Ji's body hairs stood on end, his survival instinct kicking in and making him sit upright immediately. He stuck closely to Fu Youwu, cooing, anyway, I don't know her. Xiao Wu, I love you most, love you most, love you most. So disgusting. Even Fu Youwu was startled by his reaction, hurriedly drinking a sip of hot tea to mask his discomfort. Hey, what are you doing at the door? Come in quick. You couldn't bear to look at this couple anymore, so as soon as he saw Weekend approaching, he beckoned her inside, we're waiting for you, hurry up. Did I come late? I'm really sorry. The young couple glanced up at Weekend. This girl's voice sounds kind of strange. To avoid being recognized, Weekend pinched herself a little too hard, making her look somewhat odd. But that didn't matter. She adjusted the big sunglasses on her face, stood up, and shook hands with Pei Ji. Hello. Pei Ji's face was reluctant, but since it was a girl across from him, he had nothing to say. He could only lightly touch the fingertips of the hand Weekend extended. It was a polite way to greet while still maintaining proper boundaries. Weekend felt pretty satisfied. I haven't seen this young lady before. I came through Brother Wang's introduction. Weekend dipped her utensils in boiling water as she smiled and asked, Hey, are these dishes enough for us? Should we order more? That should be enough. It's no problem at all, I've already paid the bill outside. Weekend passed the menu to Wang Yu with a smile, saying, Brother Wang, feel free to order more if you'd like. You paid? Yeah, it's just a regular meal. How could I let Brother Wang pay? Let me take care of it instead. It didn't cost much anyway. Weekend pushed the menu closer to him again, asking, Brother Wang, what would you like to eat? Is your family well off? We have a bit of money. Weekend sat there fiddling with her fingers, smiling as she turned her head and said, Peach Jie just looks better under the lights of the bar. Actually, he doesn't seem nearly as handsome as you, Brother Wang. Mom, I'm sorry I lied. Weekend detested herself inwardly, but still kept smiling brightly as she asked, Brother Wang, this person is. This is Fu Youwu. Have you heard of him? He's the young master of Fu Group. And also my boyfriend. Pei Ji quickly interjected behind her, seemingly trying to confirm something by casually draping an arm over Fu Youwu's shoulders. An eyebrow hidden beneath Weekend's sunglasses lifted, but she wasn't about to make things hard for this honest boy. She raised her hand and removed her oversized sunglasses. Pei Ji and Fu Youwu burst out laughing, puff. Weekend. Chapter 44, Drinking that stuff with the big green bottle will cause an allergic reaction in some people. Fu Youwu's hand holding the chopsticks was trembling, and he looked at ZHOU on the Weekend, completely baffled, as if asking himself, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wasn't that curly-haired beauty across from him ZHOU from the Weekend? Isn't the person pointing at the menu and speaking with a peculiar voice to order Westlake vinegar fish also ZHOU? What's his plan? ZHOU finished ordering and sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea. She smiled amiably and said, let me introduce myself first. My name is Momo, I'm 21 years old, and I'm still in university. Pei Ji replied dryly, I've already talked to Brother Wang on WeChat, I want to meet this bartender. ZHOU propped her chin in one hand while absent-mindedly tracing the rim of her teacup with her index finger of the other. Her appearance looked very innocent, her eyes big and round, her pupils black like ink, and it felt like she could suck a person in just by looking at them. Although Wang Yu thought there were indeed some average aspects about this woman, for instance, her strange voice and unconventional figure, her looks were still quite acceptable. He hadn't seen many people as beautiful as her throughout his life. I don't have any other intentions. All of us here are men, but I simply want to get acquainted with you. ZHOU pulled out a business card from her pocket, placed it on the table, and nudged it forward slightly with her forefinger and middle finger. More friends mean more opportunities, right? Even if you're seeing someone, we can still be good friends, can't we? The fast food hotline card that ZHOU had given him last time had already been thrown into the trash. Pei Ji eyed ZHOU's business card. It had a light-colored main theme with golden patterns, looking rather innovative in design. However, Pei Ji suspected it was probably an advertisement for building materials or a business promotion. But when he picked it up. CEO of ZHOU Group, ZHOU Yuning. Private phone, 188XXXXXXXX. Pei Ji. Fu Youwu. Does your brother know how mischievous you are? The young couple didn't know what to say for a moment. Still, ZHOU continued talking, saying, actually, I can accept open relationships. This little brother seems quite handsome too. How about letting me introduce someone to you? Are you being polite or not? Even after being scolded by Pei Ji, ZHOU didn't get upset and instead laughed lightly, saying, oh come on, you're so ungentlemanly. Huh, miss, it's just a joke. Wang Yu quickly intervened to smooth things over. So, what does Ma Jie's family do? They run companies. The mall across from us belongs to my family. Isn't that ZHOU Group over there? Yes, it is. ZHOU put a piece of Westlake vinegar fish on her plate to cool it, never lifting her head and speaking calmly, what's wrong? Is there any problem? No problem. I only knew the CEO of ZHOU, ZHOU Yuning. Does he have a younger sister? I'm not going to inherit the family business anyway. Just lying at home spending money would be fine. There's no need to make an appearance outside. ZHOU continued to meticulously pick at the fish meat with her chopsticks, showing a look of disdain. This fish isn't fresh. It should smell so fragrant paired with rice, though. Staying true to her character of being a spoilt young lady, ZHOU swallowed her saliva while causing trouble verbally. It's obvious they didn't grasp the timing well. It falls short compared to our family cook. Brother Pei, why don't I arrange for some people to catch a few East Star groupers to be airshipped over another day? Absolutely fresh. Then we'll invite top chefs to come over for a full fish banquet, how does that sound? Hearing this, Wang Yu glanced at Pei Ji, his face appearing unfriendly. Pei Ji was spacing out, and he accidentally caught Wang Yu's jealous glare, giving him a start. Shouldn't you know that guy? From Fu's group, the second son. Aren't all of you rich second generations part of the same circle? Without thinking, ZHOU fabricated a lie, never met him before, I just came back from abroad. What did you go abroad for? To accompany my mother to organize an art exhibition. ZHOU took a bite of the fish roe puff and nodded in evaluation, this one's passable. TSK, my buddy here doesn't know his luck, always attracting these rich kids' affection. You seem to fancy ZHOU as well. Listening to Wang Yu's sour tone, ZHOU's lips involuntarily curved upward. She looked at Pei Ji's displeased expression and smiled without saying anything. You shouldn't speak nonsense. Hey, I was just talking nonsense. ZHOU likes you so much that he has cut off all ties with his family. Isn't it because of your charm? Wang Yu continued rudely, if you ask me, rich second generations are different. Even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if they cut ties with their families, wealth still leaks out from between their fingers. That's enough. If you ask me, everything about ZHOU is great except that he's a man and can't have children. Moreover, isn't it strange to be with a man? Big pay, how could you bring yourself to do it? Look how wonderful Majia is. Fu Youwu slammed the cup on the table and prepared to leave with a dark face. Sit for a little longer. ZHOU held him back, blinking at him, the dishes haven't been served yet. Aren't I treating you? Come on. Inexplicably, Fu Youwu actually managed to suppress his anger and obediently sat there. Young Master Fu usually had the temper to burst into Fu Yenji's office and cause chaos, but now he obediently stayed seated next to her after being held back by ZHOU. Actually, I think it's not that bad. ZHOU said, charisma is actually pretty good too. I think you're quite nice. Aren't you fond of Pei Ji? Just think he looks handsome. You look about the same. ZHOU glanced over him from head to toe and smiled, besides, isn't Pei Ji the one who likes men? He wouldn't look at me. You shouldn't say that, you're also very good. Really? ZHOU moved closer and blinked at him, do you really think I'm good? I'm so happy. Those big bright eyes blinked at him, making Wang Yu almost feel short of breath, his face instantly turning red. Ah. Wang Yu blushed, thinking. Let's call our child Mimi. What a cute girl, like a strawberry. Wang Yu leered and took a step closer to ZHOU. What should we do after the meal? Go to KTV? Have some drinks? Sure. ZHOU smiled, go to the bar. I'm allergic to those big green bottles in KTV. Fu Youwu. Pei Ji. It felt like watching an acquaintance poop. Really delicate skin. Can you drink alcohol? Not really. I usually drink juice. ZHOU pouted, that stuff isn't even as good as juice. Good, then let's go to the bar. ZHOU asked Su Laron for the address of a particularly expensive bar, the kind where looking at the price list makes your stomach ache. But ZHOU didn't intend to pay herself, inviting this person for a meal was already a massive financial hit. Moreover, Wang Yu, puffing his cheeks up to pretend to be wealthy, indicated on the way that he couldn't let the girl spend money alone, and now he was speechless facing the price list. Wang Yu. The alcohol here is really good, ahaha. ZHOU raised her chin, you choose. Although Fu Youwu didn't know what trick ZHOU had up her sleeve, he was genuinely curious and pulled Pei Ji to sit in a corner, watching Wang Yu batting his eyelashes at ZHOU. This guy seemed determined to capture the white rich and beautiful ZHOU, performing peacock-like courtship. ZHOU sat there unmoved, unfazed by Wang Yu's incessant chatter spewing saliva. My grades were excellent when I was in school. There were many girls chasing me, but as you know, I maintained my purity and never engaged in any inappropriate relationships. He was simply conceited. The girls greeting him were all secretly admiring him. ZHOU picked up a piece of pitaya and gave a light response, wow, really? You seem quite popular. That's right. And don't think I have no money now. Actually, I'm just lacking an opportunity. Once I get such an opportunity, I'll surely make a lot of money. Blaming fate for his lack of ability, maybe he would even end up spending the girl's money. ZHOU forked another piece of apple and responded, wow, you're actually a hidden gem. Of course. You might not know me now, but in the future, renowned entrepreneurs like Fu Yenji and Zhou Yuning and Haiqing will all have to carry my shoes. ZHOU pressed down hard on a strawberry with her fork, and the large, plump strawberry instantly turned into jam, its juices splashing onto Wang Yu's cuffs, shocking him with it. Yeah. ZHOU chuckled slowly, sorry. Don't think I did it accidentally, I meant to do it. Ah. What? Wang Yu didn't react for a moment, his brain almost drying up. So dry to just eat fruit like this. ZHOU put down her fork, bring me a bottle of Romani Conti. Upon hearing that ZHOU wanted to open a bottle of wine worth over 7,000, Wang Yu's eyes nearly popped out. He quickly interjected, young girl, it's not good to drink so much wine, is it? What's wrong? I drink like this at home too. You wouldn't be worrying about the price, would you? Wang Yu gave an awkward laugh, how could I? ZHOU used a bit more force and snatched the wine bottle. If you think it's expensive, we can end the gathering tonight. After all, my consumption level is like this at home. I can't lower my standard of living for anyone. How could I even talk about love then? Would I be helping with poverty alleviation? Sitting on the other side eating the fruit platter and enjoying the spectacle, Pei suddenly looked up. We're all adults here. Everyone should understand that dating is actually all about pleasing oneself, right? If I'm really not happy, I'm always ready to leave. Besides, you know your family's situation isn't good, but you can't expect me to adapt to you. You also know that I've never led a hard life. If one day I willingly follow you into a rented apartment, you mustn't let me down. Since Wang Yu wanted to hitch himself to ZHOU, he certainly didn't want to live in a rented apartment later on. Quickly smiling apologetically, he said, how could I? Your life won't be affected at all. ZHOU rolled her eyes inwardly and poured herself some wine, raising her chin. Good to hear that you understand. Why are you looking at me? Fu Youwu was seriously peeling a piece of chocolate to eat when he glanced up and saw Pei staring deeply at him, looking so serious as if he were about to cry any second. Unable to hold back his laughter, Fu Youwu asked, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Pei replied, grasping Fu Youwu's hand and squeezing it tightly. On the other side, Wang Yu stared at the long bill, his face twitching violently. Is there gold mixed in this alcohol or something? Chapter 45, Can I go home with you? Wang Yu thought he could get this girl completely drunk. But things didn't seem as simple as he'd imagined. This girl had already finished 2 bottles of alcohol and was still ordering a fruit platter from the bartender with normal expression. Her attitude suggested that she wouldn't leave unless she emptied the bar. I'm going to the restroom. Wang Yu stood up, holding his phone. He wasn't sure if his current balance would be enough, he'd need to borrow some money soon. However, he mustn't show any weakness in front of this girl, whose family background could guarantee him a lifetime of carefree living. Hey! As Wang Yu left, Fu Youwu immediately approached. What are you doing? Playing. ZHOU leaned on her elbow casually and replied, Wang Yu wants to introduce a girl to Pei. Are you aware of this matter? I absolutely won't accept it. Deeply loathe it. Pei quickly expressed his determination. Even if you don't accept it, do you think Fu Youwu will feel good about it? ZHOU glared at him, you also know that he doesn't feel secure around you. Yet, you can't see how these so-called brothers are actually bullying him. What should he do? After being honest with you, how would you feel? Do you think he looks down on your friends because he's a rich boy? Or do you think he is innately arrogant and can't get along with others? Not at all. Who Fu Youwu really is, I should know clearly by now. If you truly understood, then today you shouldn't have seen Wang Yu at all. If I don't wake you up completely, this matter will always remain a thorn in both your hearts. ZHOU's eyes grew wide. Let me ask you, if it hadn't been me who came today but another girl instead sending you subtle flirtations, could you ensure the same sense of security for Fu Youwu that you did today? Of course. I'd take him away right then. And you, what about you, Fu Youwu? If there were really another person present today, would you feel conflicted? Fu Youwu touched his nose and stayed silent. Answer my question. In a way, this sentence reminded everyone of Fu Yanji. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly rose, forcing Fu Youwu to unconsciously straighten his back and respond, actually, maybe just a little concerned. Just a little bit. After all, you know too, it was me who turned him gay. I'm scared he might actually like girls deep down, which makes me insecure. You cannot think that way. Pei quickly interjected, since we're together, it definitely means I like you. But what if one day you meet someone you truly like? My true love is you, and I've already met you. Upon hearing this, ZHOU quickly turned her face away, skewering a piece of honeydew melon with her fork and placing it in her mouth, deliberately avoiding looking at the affectionate couple. Annoying. Showing off their love all of a sudden. Ding dong. Congratulations, host completes the task. Eliminate the estrangement caused by this event for the main character. Please continue to work hard, and the final goal will soon be within reach. ZHOU leaned on her elbow and sighed. The final goal? It's uncertain when this will happen. These two without stimulation will never resolve their contradictions. This time, too, only scratches the surface of minor issues. Fu Youwu lowered his head red-faced. I understand, why shout so loud? Pei would always be a foolish big dog throughout his life. How could Go say he liked someone else? Go would simply wag its tail and run circles around you. What were you guys talking about? Nothing. ZHOU ordered a few more bottles of wine. She needed to get him drunk and go home fast since she had to work early tomorrow morning. Once home, she'd delete Wang Yu from her contacts list anyway. After all, there's no such second daughter of ZHOU Group in the real world. ZHOU's alcohol tolerance was legendary, capable of outdrinking experienced business figures who dominated in their industries. It wasn't long before Wang Yu began showing signs of drunkenness, swaying slightly and trying to lean against ZHOU. Pay the bill. ZHOU kicked him with her foot. Let's settle later, I've got plenty of money. 129,800 yuan. ZHOU held up the bill for him to see. Pay the bill quickly, I still need to work tomorrow. Are rich second generation supposed to work? Rich second generation still need to breathe. Pay the bill quickly, less talk. What's the rush? I know there's a hotel nearby with a nice environment. Why don't we go? ZHOU stared at him for 2 seconds, a slight smile playing on her lip-glossed lips, and then lifted her hand to remove her wig. What? Want to do something adult-like with me? I'm male. Surprise. So they ended up fighting. Fu Youwu sat obediently on a chair in the holding area, explaining the entire situation to Fu Yanzi while Zhou Yuning listened quietly from the side, occasionally glancing at ZHOU sitting properly on her chair. A large suit jacket enveloped her entire figure, the sleeves covering half of her palm. She noticed Zhou Yuning's gaze and gave an embarrassed chuckle. You, Zhou Yuning wagged her finger at her, you really know how to stir up trouble. I was just being chivalrous, seeing injustice on the road. Couldn't Fu Youwu and Pei Ji handle this matter themselves? Actually, I really should thank Weekend today, Fu Youwu interjected from the side. If it weren't for him, this situation might have turned out disastrously. So I truly appreciate his help. Upon hearing this, Weekend immediately puffed up his small chest, brimming with pride. You'd better not get too cocky. This summer vacation, you've already been arrested twice. Dad says that once you return, he'll have to ask you thoroughly about what's going on. Weekend visibly deflated. Go home. Alright. Fu Youwu had already followed Fu Yanzi to his car when Fu Yanzi looked at him and then glanced back at Pei Ji, asking, You're not going home? Ah. Fu Youwu looked up at him briefly. Pei Ji is waiting for you behind. Turning around, Fu Youwu indeed saw Pei Ji standing roughly 20 meters away, watching him walk off with Fu Yanzi. He stood there emotionless but seemed like a neglected child. So I'm going with you. Fu Youwu murmured to his brother, I've always followed you home since I grew up. Whether it was after playing out or attending dinner parties, whenever they said, going home, he always walked alongside Fu Yanzi. You already have your own home now. Do I? Pei Ji is waiting for you. Fu Yanzi leaned against his car door, looking at his younger brother who grew up in his arms, smiling gently and saying, Go ahead, I'll watch you leave. For no apparent reason, Fu Youwu felt a little urge to cry, but he didn't know why. Wasn't this his choice? And besides, everyone has their day. He couldn't live forever under the protection of his older brother. He was stepping out from under his brother's wings. As Fu Youwu took a few steps toward Pei Ji, growing closer, Fu Yanzi quietly watched him walk away. Seeing Fu Yanzi standing alone by the car door reminded Fu Youwu of how late it was, driving such a long way to bail him out. Now letting him drive back alone would make him seem somewhat pitiful. Like an empty nest elder. Fu Youwu hesitated, turning back to Fu Yanzi, Can I not go home with you? Fu Yanzi appeared slightly surprised, replying, Of course you can, this place will always be your home. In that case, I'll go back with you. I'm kind of missing home. It's fine to come back, but Pei Ji is waiting for you. Fu Youwu turned around and saw Pei Ji still standing there tall, far enough away that he couldn't make out his expression. But Fu Youwu guessed that Pei Ji probably wouldn't dare say a word. Like a left-behind child. This made Fu Youwu hesitate. On one side was the empty nest elder, on the other was the left-behind child. No matter which one he chose, he'd feel like neglecting the other. Stuck between them, he wasn't sure whether moving forward or backward was the right decision. At this moment, the ZHOU brothers chattered loudly as they exited, clearly debating something. Zhou Yuning rattled off a series of comments, and Weekend sometimes shot back a dissatisfied, I didn't. Weekend. Fu Youwu ran over, asking, Can I stay at your house tonight? Huh. Is that okay, brother Zhou? Are you two good friends now? Although they were jailmates now, calling them good friends seemed a stretch. Weekend smirked, glancing at the two figures far away and raising his eyebrows, caught between a rock and a hard place. Fu Youwu shrugged helplessly, issues between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Weekend nodded towards Zhou Yuning's car, get in. So Fu Youwu climbed into the Zhou family's car right before their eyes, with Zhou Yuning speeding off and blowing dust and exhaust at both of them. Fu Yanzi. Pei Ji. What happened? Completely baffled, Fu Yanzi looked at Pei Ji and asked, Would you like to come over to my place for a visit? Chapter 46, The King of Scrolls Can't Understand. Fu Youwu also didn't know why his brain had suddenly heated up and he decided to go home for the weekend. This was the quickest solution he could think of under the dilemma of not knowing what to do. If I don't return to anyone's home, then I won't have to worry about all these things. Towel, toothbrush. The Weekend handed him toiletries and asked, I want to cook some noodles, would you like to join me? Weekend had just been carsick and threw up again, it was Zhou Yuning who helped him get back. His stomach felt empty now, as if he could eat a whole cow. He remembered Fu Youwu hadn't eaten much either that evening. Fu Youwu, gripping the soft towel, replied, Thanks, but I'm not feeling very hungry right now. Well, okay then. Weekend didn't insist further. ZHOU sat on the couch watching TV and when he saw Weekend come down the stairs, he asked, Isn't ZHOU hungry? Weekend shook his head, he said he has no appetite. ZHOU didn't know what was going on in other people's homes, but the fact that his son could end up in jail twice a month was clearly unreasonable. Weekend seemed to be a well-behaved kid on the surface, so why was he actually so mischievous? But with guests at home, this obviously wasn't the time to educate the child. And besides, ZHOU didn't spend much time with Weekend, so he still felt somewhat apologetic towards him. He wouldn't even know where to start if he wanted to lecture him. And anyway. Chui Lily poked her head out from the kitchen. Mo, would you like another egg from your mom? Chui Lily was excessively protective. She couldn't sleep hearing that someone caused trouble late at night, so she anxiously waited by the door for Weekend to come back. ZHOU's furrowed brows were almost knitted together while Chui Lily served Weekend some already cooked noodles and sat by him, looking lovingly at her elder son eating, acting like a parent overly indulgent to her child. So you've been doing all those things lately just to let off steam for Fu Youwu? Chui Lily, sitting beside Weekend, softly asked, mentioning ZHOU. I've never seen him so determined before. He has never been as stubborn as his brother since childhood. He doesn't care too much about anything and often loses interest after 3 minutes in whatever he does, lacking persistence. It seems he really likes Pei Ji then. Truly not easy. Chui Lily said, they both obviously like each other, so why are they facing so many difficulties? To be together, a couple needs to adjust to each other. If they can adjust well, it is naturally a good thing. Mo, do you have anyone you like? Cough cough cough. Weekend choked on a mouthful of noodles. Mom, why are you asking this? You're not getting any younger either. When you meet someone you like, you can bring them home to have dinner with us. No, Weekend stuffed his mouth full, somehow feeling inexplicably nervous, really no one. By the way, Yan-ji is getting older too, over these years we haven't heard of him liking anyone either. Aunt Tao is anxious and is arranging blind dates for him. Huh. Yes, she's been looking around everywhere to find girls of suitable age who might be interested in introducing themselves to Yan-ji. We can't let him stay single forever, can we? Why are you so surprised? It's just that, how excellent must someone be to gain the favor of Chairman Fu? To be liked, you don't need to be particularly excellent. Chui Lily shrugged and said, Mo, you might be mistaking cause and effect here. It's not because of excellence that one gets liked, it's because one likes that person, making oneself excel. There was a ding sound from the microwave as Chui Lily got up to take the heated milk. I will give ZHOU a glass of milk. You should sleep early too, don't stay up too late. Kicking ZHOU's foot when she got near the couch, go to sleep immediately. In the dead of night, Fu Yanzi came out after taking a shower. It was already halfway through the night. The apartment was extraordinarily quiet. He knew it should be rest time. Staying up late obviously won't benefit the efficiency of tomorrow's work, but he was currently very excited, tossing and turning in bed unable to fall asleep. As for why he was so excited, he didn't know. He looked forward to going to work tomorrow morning. He had heard from his secretary that he was recently managing the canteen account books, which was a task requiring patience. That boy's actions were pretty steady, he should be able to handle the job. Should he let him try doing some investments later? Their family sent him there to learn, yet he only learned how to keep accounts. Or maybe he'll transfer him to the secretary's office tomorrow. Fu Yanzi lay in bed for a while, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He flipped over and sat up. After all, he still didn't know what the boy's career plan was. If he started forcing him with teaching, the boy might develop resistance. I'll ask him tomorrow morning. Weekend completed the mission given by the system, feeling lighthearted with no more important tasks on the horizon. He figured there wouldn't be any big demands from now on, small missions here and there could just pass the time when he had nothing else to do. Weekend, ZHOU called out to him, Director Gon wants you to go see her. Me? Weekend didn't have much work that required coordination. For a moment, he was confused, suspecting perhaps Director Gon wanted to criticize him for some mistake. He tidied his desk, mentally preparing himself for criticism. But as soon as he walked in, she asked, Weekend, what are your plans for your future? Weekend sat on the couch at a loss, unsure why this question was suddenly being asked. You don't need to feel nervous, it's just common practice to understand your potential at work. Just answer according to how you truly feel, Director Gonwei said. If conditions allow, I'd actually like to continue studying further. Weekend smiled somewhat sheepishly. You know, my undergraduate university wasn't great, and if possible, I'd like to explore a more comfortable learning environment. Besides, he had been working hard to make a living and hadn't had time to enjoy his school days before he ended up in this world. He thought he should still have that chance. I think you still seem uncertain. Well, with so many variables in the future, I don't really know how I'll end up. Weekend sighed, looking worried. It would be great if everything went smoothly, wouldn't it? Gonwei couldn't quite grasp what someone of his background was worrying about. She asked casually, is there any particular school you have in mind? Weekend shook his head. Then will you choose to study finance in the future? To be honest, I don't even know which industry I truly like. He chose finance before he came to this world because the university offered a scholarship, and they said the pay was good afterward. Not knowing much about it, he signed up casually. After all, studying anything was merely a way to make a living. As for this world's Weekend, he studied finance purely to compete with ZHOU Yuning for the family fortune. So, does this mean you don't really have a plan for your future? Weekend looked even more embarrassed. You can interpret it that way, yes. Then what do you plan to do with your life? Be a spoiled rich kid? Weekend hurriedly waved his hands. That's not my intention at all. I've always thought that leading an uneventful life is enough for me. After all, most people in the world are ordinary, and elite geniuses like Chairman Fu are too far above me to even imagine. I'll spend whatever I earn. In terms of consumption level, I'm still more suited to a monthly salary of 2,000. This morning, Chairman Fu clearly intended to promote him and take him under his wing, but now it seems this kid was pretty much a slacker. But I think you work quite hard. Living a hard-working life has become a habit for me. I can't think of anything to do when I'm idle. Weekend shrugged. To be honest, I don't think there are many people who can turn their hobbies into careers, nor do I think everyone really loves their lifestyle. We're all just muddling through life, right? How could we die otherwise? What if you have a family one day? Your current income might be enough for yourself, but it's clearly insufficient to sustain a household. What will you do then? Weekend clearly hesitated, saying, I haven't really thought about that. Humans are highly social creatures, you can't possibly live alone forever. Weekend stared absently at the mist rising from his cup of water. After a long pause, he finally replied, but I think living alone isn't difficult. At least, it wasn't difficult for him. It was just a little lonely, but when he got busy, he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. To put it plainly, I have extremely low material desires, an extremely negative outlook, and just get by day to day. I'm content as long as I'm alive. Fu Yanzi sounded surprised. Weekend was such a positive and cute guy. Normally, he should have plenty of ideas about his future. That's troublesome. Did he really say that? Yes, I felt like he was prepared to die at any moment during our conversation. I seriously doubt he hasn't even thought about how he might die. Is there any psychological issue? I'm not a psychologist. Fu Yanzi put down the file in his hand, furrowing his brows tightly. How can someone so young be like this? The king of grind couldn't comprehend it. But to be safe, we'd better get him a psychologist anyway. Chapter 47, Overtime Together. What's wrong? Overworking on weekends at the company. By the time he returned home, it was already dark. Although he had sent a WeChat message to his family earlier explaining that he'd be coming home late and they didn't have to wait for him, it was almost midnight, yet the house was still brightly lit. Chui Lily sat on the sofa with puffy, red eyes. A pile of crumpled paper balls lay on the coffee table, making it clear she had been sitting there crying for a long time. What's wrong? ZHOU was startled and quickly approached. Mom, why are you crying? It's nothing, Chui Lily replied with a muffled voice. Mo, when will you get a day off? Probably not until Sunday, but I might still need to work overtime. ZHOU asked again with some concern in his tone. Mom, what's wrong? It's nothing, Chui Lily shook her head, her wet, teary eyes gazing at ZHOU. Are you tired or hungry after being out so late? Would you like me to cook you a bowl of noodles? No need, ZHOU shook his head, trying to mention something cheerful. Tonight, I had hot pot with Chairman Fu, and then we both went back to the office to work overtime. I worked in his office tonight, and he even taught me a lot about the proposal he is handling. Did Mo enjoy it? Yes, very much. ZHOU glanced at her expression. Is Mom happy too? Mo's happiness makes Mom happy. Even after showering and lying down, ZHOU still thought Chui Lily's behavior today seemed strange, but he couldn't think of anything particular that should have made her upset. He turned over, picked up his phone, and opened the latest chapters of the novel he had been following. The story was written from two perspectives, Fu Youwu and Pei Ji, and ZHOU himself rarely appeared until these recent chapters, where he finally started showing up more. In the comments section, there were plenty of laughs regarding someone dressing up in drag, ha 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 XSWL, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After flipping through a few pages, he suddenly noticed that a large portion of the latest chapter was written from Fu Yanji's perspective. This was quite rare. While content outside of the main character's POV wasn't unheard of, it was uncommon. A whole chapter devoted solely to the secondary character was unprecedented. ZHOU quickly skimmed through it once. Then, he read it again carefully with disbelief. Who said I'm sick? From that night onward, subtly hinting to those around him that he didn't have any psychological issues became his biggest worry aside from overworking. Because of work, he politely declined Chui Lily's offer to take him to see a psychiatrist. At least wait until my probation period ends, he said. This kind of thing can't be delayed, Zhou Yuning urged on the phone, sounding extremely anxious as if ready to jump through the phone line. But I also can't die. If seeing a psychologist would truly reassure his family, ZHOU wouldn't mind going. However, right now, time was the main issue. Fu Yanji would soon personally go to France to discuss projects. There was also a planned team-building event at the end of the month organized by the company. ZHOU himself managed the company accounts and was busy all day, wishing he could live inside the office. How can I convince you that I'm really fine? You're so young, always just shuttling between work and home. Have you gone out to play with friends? Doesn't Su Laren hang out with you? It had been a while since ZHOU had seen Su Laren, prompting him to recall this. We haven't hung out many times. Plus, our interests differ, so we don't really click. But sometimes we chat a bit on WeChat. Don't you grow vegetables at home anymore? Big brother, it's almost autumn. Why do you lack vitality? Do I not have enough vitality? You seem overly preoccupied. ZHOU felt he was already lively enough throughout the day. So how come you don't have any hobbies? How about growing vegetables? The conversation ended with Zhou Yuning sighing in exasperation. ZHOU poured the cool water from his teacup onto a small plant on the desk, then prepared to head to the break room for another cup of warm water. Just as he pushed open the door, he saw Fu Yanji waiting for his coffee in the tea water room. Still working? Yeah, still got things to finish. ZHOU poured some warm water. Are you here alone? Yes, at this hour, secretaries and assistants have already gone home. If the boss hasn't left yet, how can the assistants and secretaries leave? ZHOU furrowed his eyebrows slightly, looking puzzled. Just loitering around after work is finished, wanting to leave after the boss just to show your dedication, which is actually an ineffective way of competing unnecessarily. Moreover, there are suspicions of using company resources for reimbursement and seeking triple overtime pay. Fu Yanji responded, if you have that time, it's better spent learning things to improve yourself. At least in my circle, people doing such ineffective competition are screened out in the first round. Understood. ZHOU may had a knowing expression on her face over the weekend. How much work is left? There are accounts to reconcile, slides needed for tomorrow's meeting, and today's canteen flow hasn't been calculated yet. Why don't you come upstairs with me? The coffee machine made a beep sound, and Fu Yanji picked up his cup. If you have any difficulties, you can always ask me. There were probably very few people left in the entire office building, so ZHOU may quickly nodded in agreement. Alright, let me go gather my materials. President Fu, don't you have anyone to share this load of work with you? Actually, there isn't much work left either. I'm just preparing for the trip to France in a couple of days. At this hour, going home wouldn't be productive anyway. It's better to read through some materials at the office. Oh, I see. ZHOU sat down on the sofa, opened her laptop. Then I'll start now. Time flew by as they worked together, and before they knew it, it was midnight. ZHOU was fighting off sleep, trying hard to flip through documents while drowsy, and Fu Yanji had already gone through the nth set of documents. The stack of files on his side table grew higher and higher, all materials he had reviewed. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed reading glasses perched high on his prominent nose, blue light from the computer screen reflecting off his lenses, giving him a rather stern appearance. He looked up to find ZHOU almost dozing off. ZHOU was hunched over scribbling nonsense on a draft paper, her eyelids heavy and nearly closing, when she heard a soft, click sound from the coffee table. Looking up, she saw a steaming cup of milk placed there. Ah, I fell asleep, sorry. No need to apologize, it's already 12 o'clock. Fu Yanji returned to his seat and said, drink the milk, then I'll send you home. ZHOU gulped down the milk quickly. Wait, let me finish this final calculation. 5 minutes later, Fu Yanji stood beside the sofa watching as ZHOU's side face pressed against the coffee table, her right hand gripping the pen instinctively dotting on the draft paper. He had gained a bit of weight recently, thanks to being taken care of by Zhou's family, his cheeks fuller than before. With his face resting on the coffee table, it was puffed out and slightly pursed, making him look like he'd be fun to pinch. ZHOU. Fu Yanji called her once. No response. ZHOU. Louder this time. Still no reaction. Fu Yanji stood still for a moment, sighed, and slid one hand under her chin to support her neck. Gently pulling her into his embrace, he wrapped the other arm around her knee. ZHOU mumbled something incoherent, causing Fu Yanji to stiffen momentarily, kneeling halfway down. After half an eternity and seeing no signs of ZHOU waking up, Fu Yanji straightened up. It's just like carrying my own younger brother. When he sent her to the hospital, he carried her for quite a while. One day more wouldn't make much difference. How does this kid eat? All the meat seems to grow on her face, not even adding any weight otherwise. He carried her to his restroom, carefully placing her down and tucking the blanket around her snugly. The air conditioner temperature was raised a bit, and Fu Yanji touched her forehead gently, then quietly closed the restroom door. Chapter 48, Next time we'll come together. I'm going. Yes, solitary man, midnight hour, secluded in a room, dark skies, and high winds. I haven't finished calculating the accounts yet. How did I fall asleep? ZHOU hastily picked up his shoes and put them on. Damn it, I still have one PP work to finish. It's needed for this afternoon's meeting. Come on. Is that the point? Where's my laptop, damn it? ZHOU rushed out like a tornado, just as Fu Yanji was carrying breakfast into the door, seeing a small gray rat dashing out. His messy hair nearly swept across Fu Yanji's eyes, making him instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them, the office was already empty. He stood there blankly for a moment at the sight of an empty office, then sighed. He handed over the breakfast to his assistant, and went into the break room to tidy up the bed. As it turned out, despite the kid's flustered state, he had neatly folded the bed with not a single wrinkle. Fu Yanji. All right. ZHOU woke up relatively early, with only a few people in the office. ZHOU immediately teased him upon spotting him burst through the door. Oh, little Zhou, did you go steal some eggs from the henhouse? The boy's hairs were standing on end. I still have work unfinished. ZHOU scratched his head, looking regretful. How did I fall asleep? You slept in the company last night? ZHOU kindly poured him a cup of hot water. That must be tough. Is there anything left undone? I can help you with it. It was just polite talk, rules that ZHOU understood well. So he shook his head frantically. No, I can do it myself. You carry on with your own business, brother Zhang. I'll help you. Didn't you eat yet? Go grab some food first, then come back and work. It's really not necessary. Before ZHOU could say more, Gan Wei tapped on the office door and called him out. What's wrong? Did you go steal eggs? ZHOU quickly pressed down his spiky hair and gave a dry laugh. Don boss, sorry to embarrass you like this. This is for you. Curious, ZHOU's eyes slightly widened as he looked at the paper bag, feeling somewhat confused. Little Secretary Yang sent it. Still groggy from having just woken up, each hair on his head was rebelliously sticking out in impossible ways. His clothes were all creased, his tie carelessly knotted. Normally very clean cut, with an immaculate wardrobe and workstation, it seemed now there was truly no time to fix himself up. But your outfit is the same as yesterday. Did you sleep here? Yes. Gan Wei nodded. Take the breakfast away. If you're too tired, you can get yourself a cup of coffee. If you're not used to the company's brand, order takeout. The place downstairs is good. Coffee. That bitter thing worse than life itself, which ZHOU would never spend money on. Moreover, watching Zhang Yu order takeouts occasionally, those cups seemed quite expensive. Taking the breakfast bag, ZHOU opened it to find 2 sandwiches as big as his palms and a steaming cup of milk. The rising steam moistened the inside of the paper bag. Sent by little Secretary Yang. So, it was from Fu Yanzi then. ZHOU smiled until his eyes closed, feeling fully satisfied. The finance department's busy schedule continued until Chairman Fu boarded the plane to France. ZHOU often encountered Fu Yanzi unexpectedly in various places during regular days, such as the company entrance after work, the tea room during lunch breaks, or the cafeteria past meal hours when hardly anyone was around. Though ZHOU couldn't figure out why their routes kept overlapping, or why the chairman would have spared time to make coffee personally. But every time he secretly ate instant noodles in the tea room, he'd always be caught by someone. Finally, Fu Yanzi was gone, and the era of noodle freedom came. Chui Lily also found some idle time, instructing Uncle Lin to deliver meals on time every noon. Though the chef's sweet and sour pork ribs smelled delicious, ZHOU realized he couldn't continue like this anymore. The flesh on his face had clearly increased, and recently Chui Lily developed a keen interest in pinching his cheeks from time to time, then let out a peculiar sigh of satisfaction afterward. You grow well under my care. Chui Lily sighed tonight after pinching his cheek. Look at you, white with a touch of red lately, much better complexion. I sure know how to raise you. ZHOU was lounging on the sofa, holding a plate of peaches, and upon hearing this, pinched the fat on his waist, muttering, my waist's gotten loose. After saying this, he put down the fruit plate, wiped his mouth, and stopped eating. Chui Lily, how could she see these things? She glared at him. What? What's going on? Do you want to lose weight? I've barely managed to get you back in shape after you lost 2 liang of meat. I don't look good when I'm fat. Who told you that? Our Momo looks cute even when a little chubby. Chui Lily patted his face. Finish your fruits. Who said you were fat? Honestly, it took so much effort to put that weight back on you. Your chin is still pointed. Weekend raised the silver fork and stared at the reflection on it for a while, then squeezed out a double chin, looking left and right. The jawline is still clear enough, I can eat a bit more. Not really fat yet. 5 gene heavier. The system replied coldly. You shut up. He never expected that after dinner, Fu Yanzi would call via video chat. Weekend had just come out from the bedroom after taking a shower. Seeing Fu Yanzi's video call, he didn't think too much and answered directly, Mr. Fu, good evening. Fu Yanzi was originally outside. He saw Weekend's face flushed with pink from the steam, his hair wet with droplets hanging down. Holding the phone, Weekend's youthful and handsome face nearly filled the whole screen. As Weekend moved slightly, his delicate collarbone under the pajamas revealed itself intermittently. Mr. Fu subconsciously checked around himself. No one was nearby. With a hint of apology in his tone, he asked, are you about to rest? Sorry to bother you. Not really, I just finished bathing. Weekend sat on the bed, smiling and asking, what's up? It's not an urgent matter. Fu Yanzi shrugged and switched the camera. Weekend realized he was indoors. The warm yellow light illuminated shelves filled with various cheeses. I heard that the cheese here is good. Aren't you fond of dairy products? I'll bring some back for you. What type do you like? Weekend's eyes immediately lit up as they were drawn to the assortment of cheeses. He leaned closer to take a better look. Wow, so many kinds. I'm not sure what kind you like, so I'll show them to you. In reality, Weekend hadn't eaten much cheese before. The only one he tried was a cheese stick shared by Zhang Yu in the office as a snack. He still remembered its taste, soft and chewy, full of milk flavor. But the thing was just too expensive to be on Weekend's shopping list, so he'd never indulged himself. I don't know which tastes good. From the other side of the video came some rustling sounds. Then, Fu Yanzi spoke a few sentences in French and was led into another room. I'll have them recommend something to us. Unsure which word triggered it, Weekend's smile widened especially sweetly. All right. Fu Yanzi kept the video facing the shelves as Weekend carefully looked at the various types of cheese, trying to understand the salesperson's gibberish on the other end. He says this is goat soft white cheese. You can mix it with vegetables or fruits, or spread it on bread. It has a mild taste. That server chattered on for a while and then cut a piece for Fu Yanzi to try. Fu Yanzi slowly chewed it. How's it? It's pretty good, but the shelf life is rather short. You need to consume it quickly. Weekend unconsciously swallowed once. The server started chatting again enthusiastically. Also, mozzarella can be baked. This attendant kept changing varieties to let Fu Yanzi sample. Now, he mysteriously pulled out a spray gun, spraying onto the cheese. Weekend watched enviously and commented, seeing this makes me hungry. Next time we'll come together. Really? Really? Fu Yanzi took a bite of the roasted cheese bread. This also tastes great. We should buy more since it keeps well. This is Roquefort, a type of blue cheese made from special sheep milk, Fu Yanzi explained. The server called it the king of blue cheeses. But Fu Yanzi sounded somewhat reluctant. However, its smell is somewhat. Does it smell bad? Yes, it smells unpleasant. But perhaps, like durians or stinky tofu, it may taste better than it smells. Fu Yanzi forced himself to try a bit. Weekend waited expectantly with wide eyes and soon heard Fu Yanzi pull 2 paper towels from the video. Tastes bad. Ha ha ha. Chapter 49. So what's in the little box? Weekend underestimated Mr. Fu's capability, and on the next morning, she received the present he sent via air freight. She was still dazed while sitting at the dining table. It has arrived so soon. Uncle Lin got people to move it back when they rose early this morning. There are also things he sent for you, go check them out. Zhou Yuning found it increasingly strange and muttered, when did you two become so close that he needs to bring you a souvenir whenever he goes on a business trip? Weekend sat at the dining table waiting for the butler to pour the baked cheese into the plate. The rich aroma of cheese instantly filled the room. Smelling it, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He has always been good to me, Weekend said. Uncle Lin had already instructed people to place the cheese in the freezer. Now there was only a palm-sized small box left on the dining table. Weekend felt curious and couldn't help poking the small box after drinking halfway through her glass of milk. What's in here? At this moment, Chui Lily descended from upstairs with a face mask on. Seeing Weekend fiddling with a delicate small box, she excitedly rushed over. Oh, who sent you this little gift? Weekend fiddled with it for a long time but didn't know how to open it. Flipping it over, he discovered a tiny keyhole on the back of the box and asked Zhou Yunning, where's the key? Zhou Yunning shrugged, didn't see any other keys, just these. Weekend shrugged, feeling a bit helpless but truly curious about what was inside the box. Chui Lily sat beside him, looking left and right, laughing, what's up? Did a little girl send you a present? Leader Fu isn't on a business trip. He brought this gift back for Weekend, Mom. He also had someone make a runway-style bag custom-made for you, Uncle Lin placed it in your wardrobe. Upon hearing this, Chui Lily immediately beamed with joy and cheerfully said, oh my, little Fu is too polite. I'll go take a look right now. Zhou Yunning seemed slightly dissatisfied that Fu Yanji could manage to amuse both his mother and younger brother so much first thing in the morning. Although sending souvenirs was normal, something still felt off to him. He had this sensation as if a sly fox smell wafted back from France. He sensed danger. Very dangerous. During lunch break, Weekend hid in the tea lounge and made a call to Fu Yanji, still tinkering with the little gift. His thoughts had wandered all morning, always unconsciously wondering what could possibly be inside this finely crafted little box. The call connected, and Fu Yanji's voice sounded a little hoarse, seemingly very tired. Good morning. Weekend was about to ask about the gift but swallowed it down upon hearing this voice. Instead, he asked, why is your voice so raspy? Are you sick? Fu Yanji softly chuckled twice, his breathy tone reaching Weekend's ears through the current. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. There's a 6-hour time difference between China and France. It's 5 in the morning here. Ah. Then I've disturbed your sleep. Weekend suddenly felt incredibly guilty, wishing to hang up the phone and pretend nothing happened. Then, I will hang up first. No need, I have a meeting in the morning anyway, so I should get up. A rustling sound came from the other end of the phone as if Fu Yanji were picking out clothes from the bed. Listening to it, Weekend's face heated up a little. Are you on lunch break now? Have you eaten yet? Without me, you would resort to instant noodles again, wouldn't you? No, Weekend countered, I ate properly. Uncle Lin delivered it, but it was a bit cold, so I reheated it in the microwave. Fu Yanji paused for a moment, good job. Commendation for you. Weekend wanted to laugh but felt this laughter made him seem like a big fool, so he pressed his lips tightly, trying to suppress the upward curve of his mouth. You don't even ask why I called you. I have a general idea, Fu Yanji replied, I've been waiting for your call. Otherwise, I would have put my phone on silent. Weekend asked, how so? Fu Yanji answered, because last night, I realized I forgot to include the key with the gift I brought for you. You wouldn't be able to open it. Weekend murmured, yes, then why didn't you tell me? Because I was waiting for you to call me, Fu Yanji said, it means you're looking forward to the thing I gave you, and it would make me very happy for a long time. Weekend. In that instant, his word struck Weekend's heart like a heavy hammer. He instinctively placed his hand on his chest, asking, what do you mean? That's what I mean. It's normal to expect a positive reaction when you send out a gift. What if I didn't call you? That would mean you don't care what I give you, and I might be a little disappointed. Weekend heard 2 beeps from the other end and quickly changed the subject. What are you doing now? Making coffee. I have meetings all day today. It's not good to drink coffee on an empty stomach in the morning, so you shouldn't do that every day. After saying this, Weekend felt a bit nagging, as everyone is an adult and doesn't need such reminders. Alright. Fu Yanji complied readily, I'll have some congee at the airport tomorrow morning. Hearing his suggestion well received, Weekend felt like bubbles were rising in his heart again. So, what exactly is in that box? It's not something valuable. I found it on my way home after the meeting the other day, and thought it would suit you, so I bought it. Fu Yanji said, as for what it is exactly, I'll give you the key when I come back, and you can see it yourself. Weekend listened silently for a long time, just nodding slightly, only remembering afterward they were on a phone call and Fu Yanji couldn't see any of this. ZHOU hummed a little tune while heading to the office to fetch water and was surprised to see a big, red tomato-like thing emitting heat as soon as he walked in. He exclaimed, what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? No, Weekend rubbed his red cheeks and fled in embarrassment. The fact proved that ZHOU might simply be a child who lacks patience. Over these 2 days, he had asked his brother more than once, when will Fu Yanji come back? Why ask me? I'm not his assistant. Why should I know when he returns from business trips? Isn't this a bit too intimate? ZHOU replied with an, oh, and said, but this isn't work-related stuff, and bothering his assistant wouldn't be good. Zhou Yunning looked at ZHOU speechlessly for a while and then asked, now you're being much better to Fu Yanji than me, your real brother. What's going on between you two? What's going on? I work at his company, it's normal to care about the boss. Besides, how can you say I don't care about you? Last month when I went abroad on a business trip for 3 whole days, you didn't even call me once. At the beginning of this month, I worked overtime in the company for 3 days straight, and you completely ignored me. A few days ago, when I attended social gatherings outside all night and didn't return home, you didn't care about me either. Stop. Weekend hurriedly stopped him, we're just brothers. Being too concerned about everything makes us seem too close, and that's something my sister-in-law should do. Then why are you being so attentive and caring toward Fu Yanji? Zhou Yunning narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling danger, right, almost forgot. You used to be a little thug, didn't you? Weekend's hair stood on end instantly upon hearing this. What are you talking about? You'd better be careful. Fu Yanji is not an easy person to deal with. If he finds out about your feelings, it'll basically be impossible for you to continue studying at Fu Company. I got it, oh yeah, I don't have any other intentions. Weekend returned to his room, buried himself under the covers. His phone rang with a WeChat message, Fu Yanji telling him his flight would land at 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Weekend ran barefoot downstairs shouting, brother. I won't go home after work tomorrow. I'll go to the airport to pick up Mr. Fu. Zhou Yunning. Weekend, you'd better be more cautious. Sometimes, he really suspected it was on purpose because there was no way to open the small box using all the methods he had thought of over these past 2 days. But if he were to use a more violent method and smash the box, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. So, he remained curious about what Fu Yanji gave him these past few days. He stood out among the crowd, white-skinned and conspicuous, like a celebrity. Fu Yanji spotted him immediately and smiled brightly, you're so anxious, you even came to the airport. Don't you get car sick? A little, but I didn't throw up. Weekend asked, where's the key? What, are you going to leave as soon as you get the key? No. Weekend grinned broadly, it's just that I'm really curious. I haven't been able to sleep for the last 2 nights thinking about it. What if the gift doesn't meet your expectations? How could that happen? Weekend widened his eyes, what is it? Tell me quickly. Fu Yanji finally took a key out of his coat pocket, and Weekend couldn't wait to open his backpack, take out the little box inside, and eventually open this small box he had been longing for all week. Inside lay a huge pearl, round and full, glowing softly under the light. Wow, Weekend exclaimed, what a big pearl. I originally thought about having someone make you a tie clip or a cufflink, but I couldn't think of what kind of accessory you'd like, so I just brought the pearl back and let you decide. No need to make it into an accessory, it's beautiful just as it is. Weekend took the pearl out and held it in his palm, smiling, look, a pearl in my palm. Fu Yanji looked at him with a radiant smile, gently saying, Feeling the vibration beside him, Weekend turned around, his eyes meeting Fu Yanji's gaze right away. Weekend touched his nose and quickly shifted his eyes, putting the pearl away like a treasure, and smiled, I'll take good care of it. Who knows what was on his mind? Fu Yanji keeps his distance from others and fears trouble. He didn't even bring Aunt Tao a gift when he went on a business trip, why send one to Momo? Zhou Yunning extended his fist to estimate, a pearl this size made my eyes dazzle when Weekend opened it. Is he treating Weekend like a little girl who likes shiny things? Weekend isn't a little girl, but he's a person, and everyone likes money. ZHOU opened the picture on his tablet with a blank expression, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the one from the auction in Paris that your mom wanted a few days ago. He formed an 8 with his hands, at least worth this much. Zhou Yunning, so, according to Weekend's statement, Fu Yanji was on a business trip abroad and saw something suitable for him, so he just bought it on impulse. Chapter 50, Spreading the Peacock Feathers. The life of this month of weekend internship was very carefree for him, but he would soon be starting school again and had to end his internship early. By then, it was already late summer. The cucumbers in the vegetable garden were ripe, hanging from the vines looking very tempting. On Sunday, wearing an old tank top and big shorts, squatted on the ground and pulled one off to crunchily chew. Baby, wash it before you eat, just rubbing it like that is not hygienic. Chui Lily squatted beside him with eyes fixed. No problem, we haven't used any pesticides, rub once and it's ready. Zhou Mo with a cucumber in his mouth, grabbed another one, Mom, taste this, it's very crunchy. Ah. This. Chui Lily looked at the cucumber hesitantly, Mom's afraid of getting a stomachache. Zhou Mo understood, grabbed the nearby hose and rinsed it with cold tap water before handing it to Chui Lily, here you go. Chui Lily took it and bit down crunchingly. It's delicious. It's fresh and crisp, much better than the small cucumbers she had eaten before. Chui Lily said, we can mix some pickled vegetables tonight. ZHOU watched from upstairs as his son and daughter-in-law squatted by the edge eating cucumbers, turned without expression and said to his eldest son, why don't we get your brother a whole farm so he can enjoy Farmville? Zhou Yuning buried at the desk dealing with documents. Dad, don't spoil him too much. Your brother likes farming so much, give him a farm to play with, let him raise a few cows and sheep, grow some fruits and vegetables, pass some time. Zhou Yuning leaned on his forehead, after a while said slowly, I'll contact them. On the weekend, he was accompanying Chui Lily lying on the sofa downstairs using cucumber slices for a face mask, and half his face's worth of cucumber slices were eaten by himself when he heard someone ringing the doorbell outside. It's Aunt Tao. Zhou Mo happily said, Aunt Tao. Why are you here? As soon as Tao Shui entered, she fondly touched Zhou Mo's cheek, oh dearie me, what have you been doing these days at home? Just staying at home, haven't gone anywhere. Zhou Mo bent over and handed Tao Shui a pair of slippers. Isn't Momo's internship period over recently? Yanzi invested in a resort villa, let's go play together. This trip started rather suddenly, and Zhou Mo didn't even have enough time to prepare anything before being enthusiastically dragged onto a car. Upon opening the car door, he saw Fu Yan sitting on the driver's seat in casual leisure wear. Good morning, classmate Chomo. Zhou Mo was holding a big bag full of cucumbers and cherry tomatoes. He became a little uneasy upon encountering Fu Yan's handsome face. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen Mr. Fu for several days, and now he still wasn't quite accustomed to seeing Fu Yan's face again so abruptly. Why do you keep staring at me? Zhou Mo bounced happily into the car, nothing. During this month, he has always been working under Fu Yan's supervision. The abrupt separation made both feel very uncomfortable. Especially Fu Yan, he hasn't felt right in every aspect of the company these few days. He wouldn't vent out on others this kind of irritation, instead, he vents out on his younger brother Fu Youwu. This man who normally never leaves finance news during the New Year celebration, has finally lost interest in work. So he starts torturing his poor unfortunate brother in creative ways. Why can't you make pickles? Why can't you bake cookies? Why does your cooking smell worse than shit? That's a bit excessive, I know my cooking is not good, but it doesn't taste as bad as that. Fu Youwu was almost on the verge of tears. Brother, you've changed, you're no longer the kind brother who used to gently comfort me. You two sat on the couch in front of a table full of takeout food, finding the meal tasteless. You've never complained about my cooking before. Now you prefer Momo as your younger brother. Fu Youwu also didn't eat, only grumbling there, I'm really sad, I don't feel welcomed back. You've grown up, don't be overly attached to home. Fu Yan suspected that if he kept feeling this way, he might just blast everyone in a meeting one day. In order to remain as a stable emotion boss, he quickly gave himself a 2-day vacation. After all, with such a cute little thing always around, having a sudden absence created some sort of withdrawal symptoms. You look very happy today. Weekend got on the car effortlessly, taking out a bottle of lemon juice from the mini fridge. You've never taken a day off, what special occasion is today? I am not made of iron, work-life balance is important. Fu Yanzi slowly started the car, and it's been a month since the resort villa opened. I want to take you to see it. Zhou Mo seemed like he hadn't gone out to play properly for a long time. When he heard this, he became interested and fastened his seatbelt in preparation to go. However, because of his susceptibility to motion sickness, Fu Yanzi had to drive very, very slowly, which resulted in the moms already arriving and getting ready to change into their clothes, while Fu Yanzi was still not even halfway through the journey. Actually, I can. ZHOU looked somewhat helpless. Drive a bit faster, it's better to have short, sharp pain rather than prolonged discomfort. No. Fu Yanzi had a serious and earnest expression. What if you get carsick and then you won't be able to eat? Sit back properly. But I don't get carsick in your car. Indeed, it was strange, as ZHOU, this seasoned traveler who only traveled by bicycle due to motion sickness, had greatly improved these past few days, especially when sitting in Fu Yanzi's car, sometimes even forgetting that he had motion sickness. You try driving a bit faster. I've really improved a lot recently, I promise. Fu Yanzi gave him a look, half believing him, and slightly increased the speed. After seeing that ZHOU showed no signs of discomfort, he finally drove more confidently. Even so, by the time they arrived at their destination, it was already afternoon. The two moms were wearing bathrobes having spot treatments. Seeing ZHOU come, Chui Lily waved quickly. Baby, did you throw up on the way here? Do you feel uncomfortable? ZHOU shook his head. No, Chairman Fu drives very steadily. Let's go to the restaurant for some food and then take a bath, okay? Mom went with Aunt Tao just now. It was very comfortable, and there will be a bonfire party tonight. Aunt Chui, please rest assured, I will take care of Momo. Fu Yanzi held ZHOU's arm. I remember there's also a sweat lodge in the mountains. Let Xiaoyang take you there, find him whenever you need anything. I'll take care of Momo. After sending off the two women, ZHOU was about to ask what the next arrangement was when he felt something lightly bump against his lower leg. Oh. It hit me. ZHOU looked down to see a small robot standing beside his foot. Hello, I am ZHOU, the smart robot created by Fu Group, your personal butler for this trip. ZHOU, nervous face. How cute. The system, which hadn't spoken for a long time, disdainfully said, Pfft. Dear Momo, your itinerary has already been arranged. Please follow me. How do you know my name is Momo? It was designed by the boss personally. Before ZHOU could finish speaking, Fu Yanzi kicked him, causing the electronic display screen that was just smiling cutely to immediately show OAO. ZHOU, why did you kick me? While saying this, ZHOU moved closer to ZHOU. ZHOU was put into trial use with Fu Yanzi before being officially launched, and seeing this now made Fu Yanzi angrier than ever. You're a server. Humph. I'm a robot. Robots love Momo. Robots want to cuddle with Momo. Squatting down, ZHOU hugged the little robot and looked at Fu Yanzi with bright eyes. He's so cute. Was it you who designed the program for him? Fu Yanzi opened his mouth but hesitated to speak. As long as you like it. Can you, ZHOU, do us the favor of leading the way? Sure thing. ZHOU cheered happily as he led the way ahead, introducing things to them along the way. This is the outdoor cinema, that is the restaurant, that area is the accommodation zone, and behind the mountain is the hot spring, which needs to be reached by cable car. After the couple returned to their room and changed into their bathrobes, they found ZHOU waiting for them at the cable car. Since lunchtime has passed, to ensure dinner can proceed normally, we have prepared afternoon tea for you, which is already at the hot springs. ZHOU lifted the small tray again. Have a sip of juice to tide yourself over. ZHOU, thank you. You're welcome, Momo baby. ZHOU likes polite people. ZHOU wants to be with Momo. As ZHOU spoke, his eyes emitted two hearts. Fu Yanzi. What's wrong with this little squash? Is the program broken? The cable car started moving slowly. ZHOU stared wide-eyed out the window at the scenery outside. In late summer, the leaves outside were still lush green, cool breezes swept by, rustling softly. ZHOU's hand gently touched the glass, lost in the enchanting scenery. His pale side face, cheeks slightly puffed up, rosy white skin, looked very tempting. Wow. He thought everything looked fascinating. What is this grassland used for? Why are you staring at me? Oh. Fu Yanzi suddenly came back to his senses. The ski run, he said. In winter, this place becomes a small ski resort, but because of the limited space, we only built 2 runs. Is it for tourists to ski on? For me to ski on. Fu Yanzi smiled, radiating a dazzling glow. I like skiing more. It's a pity that the ski runs here are too small, not satisfying enough. Do you like skiing? If you'd like, in a couple of days, I can take you to an indoor facility for some practice. ZHOU shook his head. I've never skied. That's perfect, then I can teach you. Fu Yanzi grinned, a private coach. Pfft. ZHOU kept running around inside the cable car with a look of nausea on his face. The peacock is displaying its feathers. The peacock is displaying its feathers. Fu Yanzi emotionlessly grabbed this tin little squash and ignored ZHOU's cries for help. Save me. Save me. Momo, save me. The peacock is killing the robot, as he proceeded to remove ZHOU's battery. ZHOU, save me, I'm dying. Fu Yanzi acted as if nothing happened, giving ZHOU a gentle smile. Let's continue. Chapter 51, Love Makes One Inferior. Up ahead is the hot spring area. ZHOU led the way, and after being reprimanded by Fu Yanji, she had indeed become much more obedient. She no longer dared to act lewdly around ZHOU. I'll wait for you outside, ZHOU, she said cheerfully. Call me if you need anything. There were many beautiful pastries on the small table next to the hot springs. ZHOU wasn't particularly hungry at that moment, so he flung off his robe and hopped into the pool. Upon submerging himself in the warm water, he let out a contented sigh. The water was warmly embracing. It felt like all fatigue disappeared upon sitting in this pool. Mr. Fu. Why haven't you come in yet? Asked ZHOU happily, patting the seat beside him. Come on in, it's super comfortable. So this was the comfort of soaking in a hot spring. Leaning back against the wall of the pool, ZHOU looked at peace. He never wanted to leave for the rest of his life. Seated on a chair, Fu Yanji's eyes swept over ZHOU's smooth upper body and slender waist, noticing the thin layer of muscle covering his abdomen. An energetic and youthful vibe radiated from him. And moreover, he was blindingly white. Fu Yanji silently averted his gaze. Mr. Fu, why don't you come down? I'm not soaking right now. Fu Yanji said. Don't soak too long even if it feels good. Come out after 20 minutes. He couldn't soak too long, which disappointed ZHOU somewhat, but one of his greatest virtues since childhood was listening to advice, so he responded with a nod, all right. Zhou Yunning was boasting just a few days ago about how they'd managed to make ZHOU gain 5 pounds, but where had those 5 pounds gone? ZHOU enjoyed himself thoroughly, his face turning rosy due to the steam, but Fu Yanji soon noticed that his complexion was slightly pale. An uneasy premonition arose within him. Weekend, he said, do you feel any discomfort? Huh? No, I'm just really sleepy. Is this normal? Shouldn't we go for a nap then? ZHOU slurred drowsily, his body beginning to slip into the hot water. Fu Yanji. This unlucky kid. Without waiting for a response, Fu Yanji quickly strode forward and yanked ZHOU out of the water. Water splashed everywhere, and despite still being disoriented, ZHOU asked with a silly grin, why am I so sleepy? Did they put sleeping pills in the water? ZHOU, Fu Yanji frowned seriously, can you tell the difference between dizziness and sleepiness? Ridiculous, I've never been dizzy before. Fu Yanji. Realizing it would be futile trying to reason with him, Fu Yanji stopped insisting and carefully helped him onto a chair, then found a clean bathrobe for him to wear. Bathing in a hot spring on an empty stomach can easily cause low blood sugar. You probably didn't eat anything sugary, so there are some snacks and fruits on the table that you can have. Oh, I see. ZHOU suddenly understood, reaching for a piece of cake and shoving it into his mouth, slightly choking as he did so. Fu Yanji poured him a cup of warm milk. Dizziness usually occurs in the back of your head, making you feel foggy or unwell, like heaviness in your head, Fu Yanji explained, using a dry towel to cover ZHOU's head and gently wiping it. Sleepiness is when you just want to fall asleep, feeling unable to keep your eyes open. ZHOU fidgeted, saying, Mr. Fu, I can wipe myself. You should finish eating first. Fu Yanji pressed him back down again. Here, you don't need to be polite. I am practically your older brother. You can call me Brother Fu. Okay. ZHOU replied softly, hesitantly calling out, Big Brother Fu. Hearing this, Fu Yanji's lips curled up into a faint smile. So, do you remember what I told you earlier? Of course. Replied ZHOU as he took another bite of the cake. But I've never been dizzy before. Fu Yanji could only think that the boy was fibbing, so he questioned further, what do you normally do when you're extremely sleepy? I fall asleep right away. ZHOU sounded rather smug. In fact, I sometimes even drift off while walking. Ha. Falling asleep while walking? Yes, I was very tired then. ZHOU, holding both cake in one hand and milk in another, continued chattering away. Later, a security guard on the street woke me up by pinching my philtrum. It hurt so much, they scratched my skin until it broke, ha ha ha. Are you sure that wasn't a fainting spell? No, I was just asleep, because I wasn't sick or feeling pain. How great youth is, you can just fall asleep anytime. So can you differentiate between fainting and sleeping? Yes, ZHOU confidently answered. If there's a big bump on your head, it's fainting, if there isn't, you just fell asleep. Are you prone to fainting? No, Weekend shook his head. I am healthy unless I have a cold or a stomachache that might make me topple over, but I'll wake up after a while. Fu Yanji stopped combing Weekend's hair, frowning tightly at the realization, this kid was indeed quite delicate. Not being able to distinguish between dizziness and sleepiness. That surely wasn't something a normal person should struggle with. Wasn't it an instinctive reaction? Moreover, Master Zhou's young master had been raised in luxury with people always around him. How could he have possibly fainted on the street and been saved by a security guard? Fu Yanji suppressed the odd sensation rising within him. Seeing Weekend was almost finished eating, he patted his back and asked, so, can you tell the difference now? Weekend felt like he still probably couldn't tell them apart clearly. Since childhood, all he knew was that when he got sleepy, taking a nap would solve everything. Whatever the feeling of foggy confusion meant dizziness, it had been this way for over 20 years with no particular issues arising from it. Yes, I can. Weekend answered without hesitation. Next time, definitely. Looking at Weekend's face, Fu Yenji immediately understood he was fooling around and sighed silently inside. Mothers pulled out a stack of masks from their suitcases and tossed them onto the coffee table. Each wearing one, the two ladies grabbed Weekend and pushed him down on the couch when they saw he had returned. Hey! Come and try on a mask with mommy. You've got nothing better to do right now. Chui Lily placed a hairband around Weekend's face, making two little ears pop up instantly on his head. Weekend tried to resist. Mom, I'm a boy. So what? Boys need skincare too, Tao Shui also chimed in, pinching Weekend's delicate baby face as chaos ensued. Oh my, this face, who'd think you're a boy if we didn't know your height? Weekend felt he had been insulted. But he had no evidence. While Fu Yenji went outside for a quick call, upon returning, he found Weekend surrounded by both moms, some unknown liquid smeared on his face. Even worse, Tao Shui tore open a packet and pasted the mask directly onto Weekend's face. Weekend looked like someone who had been put under a spell. He didn't dare move a muscle except for his eyeballs which darted about rapidly. Wow, treating Weekend like a girl. Among the 4 children of the ZHOU and Fu families, all 4 were grown men except for Weekend who appeared more delicate, thus falling victim to the mommy's plans. Weekend's gaze turned toward Fu Yenji, noticing this elder brother smiling merrily at the commotion from the doorway. He pointed at him quickly, Mom, brother Fu is still here. He often stays up late working overtime, his skin must be terrible. The mother's eyes snapped onto Fu Yenji instantly, and Tao Shui even retrieved another sheet mask. Sweetie, come here, let mommy apply one for you. Don't call me sweetie outside the house. Fu Yenji nearly lost it and attempted to leave. How about a sheet mask? This one is very moisturizing. Just give it a go. Tao Shui followed behind him non-stop. No. Fu Yenji opened the door, already stepping outside. You're 8 years older than Momo. If you don't take good care of yourself, while she blossoms, you'll look like an old man. Fu Yenji. Fu Yenji closed the door. Fu Yenji walked back. Fu Yenji sat down and leaned against the sofa defiantly, saying, do it then. Weekend watched all this unfold, stunned to realize how deeply affected Mr. Fu, the respected chairman of the Fu Group Corporation, was by age anxiety. The two boys, with small animal hairbands on their heads and masks plastered across their faces, looked utterly comical lying side by side. After the task was completed, the two satisfied mothers retreated to the screening room to watch movies, leaving the pair sitting next to each other listlessly staring at the ceiling. After a while, the white kitten hairband nudged closer to the black puppy one as Weekend whispered quietly, Brother Fu, actually, you don't need to be anxious. You are handsome, really. Fu Yenji cast a sidelong glance at him, really? Really? You're even handsomer than celebrities. In all my life so far, I've never seen anyone this good looking in real life. Weekend thought he needed to add earnestly, if I were a girl, I'd want to marry you. Fu Yenji threw him a skeptical glance. His expression was extremely serious, and it seemed he wasn't joking. Fu Yenji's face under the mask turned red, muttering something about, men can be too. What did you say? Nothing. Fu Yenji turned away, trying to console himself again and again. Step by step. Step by step. So you really don't need to worry, even if you grow old, you'll still be an aged gentleman with charm. Fu Yenji turned his head to look at him, eyes full of sorrow, I'm 8 years older than you. Tao Shui probably didn't realize that her casual comment had deeply affected her excellent, confident, calm under pressure eldest son. To her, that sentence might as well have been, look how Momo eats her food obediently, baby shouldn't be a picky eater either. But tonight Fu Yenji kept thinking, 28, 28. I'm 28 this year. In a few more years, I'll be old. I'll be old but Weekend will still be young. Weekend was at a loss for how to comfort him. All night, Fu Yenji checked the mirror 4 times to examine whether there were any wrinkles under his eyes. Weekend had already assured him, Chairman Fu has no wrinkles, no gray hair, and is in the prime of life at 28. Even if he were to die now, people would call it untimely demise. What matters most is, he felt that he, said. Damn. Wasn't Fu Yenji supposed to be all-knowing and always spirited in the original book? Now, he actually worries about his age one day. Chapter 52, Be Braver, Momo. On a weekend evening after dinner, ZHOU was lying in bed scrolling through the comments section on his phone when the system started rambling incessantly in his ear. There's a big difference between me, this kind of artificial intelligence, and ZHOU's AI. Would ZHOU console you? ZHOU wouldn't assign me a bunch of bizarre tasks and force me to finish them, ZHOU mumbled as he turned over. And if I don't complete them, it would shock me. It's already been said that there might be a time in the future where no tasks will be assigned to you, the system responded. Hearing this suddenly, ZHOU was somewhat puzzled, why? The sentiment in the comments section has shifted. Now many people aren't optimistic about the main CP anymore. Didn't I tell you before? Your task direction should follow the trend of the comments section. ZHOU felt curious and scrolled down to check the comments, only to be instantly overwhelmed by a barrage of opinions about the Civil Affairs Bureau. Comment 6233, of course. A mature man's romance really gets people excited. Comment 6234, Fu Yenzi, if you're not looking forward to it, I might feel a bit disappointed. Yo yo yo, I might feel a bit disappointed. Comment 6235, who understands? I never thought I'd see Fu Yenzi and ZHOU giving each other flirty looks. Squee. Flirty looks. Comment 6240, but by comparison, the younger pair seems so immature. What's the point of continuing such a relationship? Comment 6241, entirely supported by contrasting roles. The two are currently facing all sorts of terrible situations, now I exclusively look for content related to the older brothers couple. Comment 6242, it feels like ZHOU is becoming more self-aware while Depay is getting more obsessed. Comment 6243, self-aware. ZHOU is already completely obsessed with Fu Yenzi. Comment 6244, sisters, why do we date anyway? There should at least be emotional or economic value. Dating like this just drags both parties down. Breaking up early would be better for everyone. I feel exhausted just thinking about it. The wind shifts in the comments section every second. Just as they were complaining about Fu You's relationship being exhausting, the next moment. Comment 6259, nevertheless, Fu Yenzi and ZHOU have a baby football team for your mother. Comment 6260, Fu Yenzi and ZHOU have a reinforced platoon for your mother. Comment 6261, Fu Yenzi and ZHOU kiss right now for your mother. Comment 6262, can you calm down a bit? Maybe they're just good friends. Comment 6263, yes, if you have a fever, I'll hold you and take you to the hospital, but we're just friends. Comment 6264, yes, I'll bring you an 8-digit pearl necklace when I'm on a business trip, but we're just ordinary friends. Comment 6265, yes, despite my busy schedule, I specially ran to a century-old shop to buy you some cheese which I then air-freighted back, but we're still just plain old friends. ZHOU's mouth hung open, what? That pearl is actually worth 8 digits. Is that the focus? The system exclaimed. So expensive. You're too money obsessed, the system sighed. Recently, the system planned to reshuffle the missions and possibly not contact him for a while to assign new ones. If you need anything, remember to find me. Alright, I know, ZHOU tossed his phone aside and relaxed as if the system gave him a temporary vacation. He was about to turn on the TV and watch a movie when he heard someone gently knocking on the door. It was Fu Yenzi. Good evening, Fu Yenzi stood neatly dressed at the door, smiling brightly at him, are you planning to go to sleep? At the very sight of him, ZHOU instantly recalled the racy comments he had seen earlier and immediately blushed furiously. Why is your face so red? Are you sleepy? Not sleepy, ZHOU patted his cheeks trying to chase away any traces of impropriety, asking, what's up? There's a bonfire party tonight. Would you like to join? Sure. ZHOU happily agreed, and when they went out, he saw Fu Yenzi holding a coat in his hand, offering it to him. Evenings at the end of summer can still be a bit cold. Wear this. Thank you. ZHOU tightened the clothes around himself, catching a faint scent of mint. It was probably from the men's shower gel. Alright. ZHOU thought to himself with a reddened face. Part of the reason why the readers in the comments section misunderstood could be because of me. That night's bonfire party was held on a vast lawn. When the two arrived, the event had already been underway for a long time. Most attendees were young people who danced and sang joyfully around the fire. Neither of them was the type to wear their emotions on their sleeves. They simply stood quietly on the outer circle, watching. Fu Yenzi bought a wheel-shaped pancake from a street vendor and handed it to ZHOU. It was filled with red bean paste, which smelled both fragrant and sweet. The warm glow of the fire illuminated Fu Yenzi's face. ZHOU glanced at him and quickly turned away, because Fu Yenzi's deep eyes were gazing back at him. Not long after, the crowd dispersed, and they settled around the bonfire. A few people in grass skirts approached, and as the audience clapped tambourines and strummed guitars, they began playing simple but lively songs. The grass-skirted dancers swayed to the music. In the dim light of the fire, several couples embraced in the sound of the music while ZHOU lowered his head and took a bite of the soft pancake. The rich fragrance of red beans spread across his lips. ZHOU. Would you be braver? ZHOU seemed to understand what he meant and looked up at Fu Yenzi. Fu Yenzi was still looking at him, more accurately, his gaze had never changed. It was steady and tender, unwavering as it locked onto ZHOU. ZHOU didn't say anything but stared blankly at the red beans in the pancake, though his ears were already blazing red. He felt someone brush against his right hand. Moments later, his right hand was enveloped by another hand, large and slender. Like this, Fu Yenzi held his hand and asked softly near his ear, do you reject this? As he spoke, a gentle breath tickled ZHOU's ear, causing his face to burn even more. No, ZHOU shook his head, I don't reject it. Soon, ZHOU became so nervous that his palms started sweating, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. He wanted to tentatively withdraw his hand, but as soon as he moved, everything blurred, and his lips were gently covered by something soft. A fleeting kiss left ZHOU's eyes wide open. His brain, which wasn't sharp to begin with, instantly froze. Seeing this, Fu Yenzi's eyes sparkled like stardust. He looked at ZHOU seriously and asked, how about now? Do you reject this? ZHOU. He kissed me. ZHOU's mind was nearly overheating. Why did he kiss me? ZHOU, you don't reject me, do you? Fu Yanzi's voice was soft, looking into his eyes as if the world only had ZHOU. His gaze was sincere and passionate, and ZHOU couldn't meet it directly, nervously averting his eyes. Look at me, ZHOU. Fu Yanzi's other hand also gripped ZHOU's hand tightly, and the half-eaten pancake fell with a thud to the ground. This woke ZHOU up a little bit. I really like you, ZHOU. Fu Yanzi said each word deliberately, I think. You like me too, right? He truly had confidence that ZHOU liked him. As they gazed at each other, the surrounding noises gradually faded away, and all ZHOU could hear was his heart pounding fiercely. Be braver, Momo. Fu Yanzi smiled gently at him, if you take just one more small step forward, you'll be happy. ZHOU hesitated, his expression shifting. Really? Yes. Fu Yanzi lifted ZHOU's hand and lightly kissed the inside of his wrist. He said, I consider myself to have a natural talent for taking care of others. Would you give me a chance to take care of you? ZHOU stared at him, silent for a long time before picking up the dropped pancake. Seeing this, Fu Yanzi's heart sank. Did he not have any romantic feelings? What was I doing earlier? Should I apologize and call it harassment? If you don't like me, it's fine. Fu Yanzi hadn't finished his sentence when he felt his wrist being pulled down suddenly. A soft, sweet sensation covered his lips. ZHOU was really that sweet. Fu Yanzi thought. Chapter 53, Feeling happiness can also make one cry. What are you crying for? The warm fingertips wiped away the tears at ZHOU's eyes. How do you feel? ZHOU, with tears welling up in her eyes, could not speak and buried her face in Fu Yanzi's palm, nodding as she gently rubbed her cheek against his hand. Is this what it feels like to be happy? It makes you cry too. Fu Yanzi just felt heartache. He thought that this person in front of him seemed to be hiding so many things, it was like he was always behind a misty layer. He softly kissed the smooth forehead of ZHOU, holding the thin body of the youth while giving 2 comforting pats on her back. It's all over now, Mo. He said. ZHOU could no longer control her tears and buried her face into the hollow of Fu Yanzi's neck, the tears plopping onto his skin. From a certain perspective, Fu Yanzi seemed to have a real talent for loving others. That night, when he saw the red, swollen eyes of ZHOU after her bout of crying, he didn't say anything but asked Dodo for an ice towel instead. Dodo, hands on her hips, spun around a couple of times, wearing an expression of anger, Humph. Did you bully Mo? Why is she crying? Fu Yanzi said, I didn't bully her. If you didn't, why is she crying? She seems very sad. Fu Yanzi explained, she is crying because she feels happy. You cunning humans, don't try to deceive a robot, robots understand everything, Dodo replied sagely, if she were happy, why would she cry? Tears only come from sadness. Fu Yanzi took the towel and looked towards ZHOU who was still wiping tears secretly while staring out the window. For a long moment, he stayed silent. In truth, ZHOU wasn't quite sure why she was crying herself. She didn't much like this feeling and thought she was weak-willed. But when Fu Yanzi said those words, I really like you, the tears wouldn't stop, flowing uncontrollably. Crying more will hurt your eyes. Fu Yanzi placed the cold towel on ZHOU's face, covering her eyes with one hand. Do you want a hug? ZHOU quickly nodded, stretching her arms out to encircle Fu Yanzi's neck. Fu Yanzi sat on the bed, letting her sit on his lap, burying her face in his neck without saying a word. Her hot tears dropped continuously onto Fu Yanzi's chest. Oh dear, if you keep crying, your eyes will be sore. Fu Yanzi tenderly massaged her nape, why are you such a crybaby? You, what exactly do you like about me? ZHOU asked in a muffled tone, what makes me worth liking? Fu Yanzi paused silently for a while before replying seriously, I like everything about you. It's not because you're great or excellent. There's no reason for my liking of you. I'm just not worthy at all. You are. Fu Yanzi gave her earlobe a light kiss, our Mo, you're worth everything. In the depths of the quiet night, Fu Yanzi had just stepped out of the bathroom after showering. Already, ZHOU had cried herself to sleep, with reddened eye sockets and dried tears hanging from her lashes. He carefully approached and placed a neatly folded square towel lightly on her eyes. Before the cold compress had been applied for long, his phone buzzed twice, making him jump. Instinctively, Fu Yanzi observed ZHOU to see if she had woken up. Seeing her slightly furrowed brows but no signs of awakening, he exhaled a breath of relief and freed one hand to check his phone. It was a WeChat message from Zhou Yunning asking how ZHOU was doing today. Fu Yanzi, not good. Hot springs made her dizzy. Did she often faint before? Zhou Yunning remained silent for half a day until Fu Yanzi sent another question mark. Zhou Yunning, let me ask the housekeeper. Fu Yanzi immediately became irritated, as his brother, isn't this something you should know? Zhou Yunning, the situation is somewhat special and hard to explain right away. I'll go ask and let you know. After waiting for a bit, Fu Yanji saw Zhou Yunning reply. The housekeeper said he used to have a weaker constitution and easily caught colds during seasonal changes, but he really hadn't fainted before. Was he uncomfortable today? Have you seen a doctor? Fu Yanji answered, looks fine. I gave him some food, and he recovered. Zhou Yunning carried some self-reproach. This is my fault for not paying enough attention to him. However, Fu Yanji couldn't criticize Zhou Yunning too harshly. He was already doing well to care for Zhou Mo this way. After all, it was difficult to avoid some neglect growing up. Even Fu Yanji himself wasn't sure how he'd react if he suddenly gained a younger illegitimate brother. Zhou Yunning, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he often gets sick, it's really worrying. Fu Yanji, isn't there still me? You don't need to worry. Zhou Yunning was sitting on the sofa and upon seeing this message, wished he could crawl through the internet cable and give Fu Yanji a big slap. Bastard, precisely because of him, Zhou Yunning couldn't relax at all. Fu Yanji seemed not to sense his speechlessness, then sent another message, just work overtime peacefully, he has already fallen asleep. Zhou Yunning, how do you know he's asleep? Mr. Fu, make it clear. On Saturday night, Zhou Mo finally had a good sleep. The next day when the sun rose, Fu Yanji blew into his ear. Mo, wake up, it's time for breakfast. Zhou Mo scratched his cheeks and turned over. Breakfast weekday. I'm not eating. Zhou Mo turned over again, intending to keep sleeping. Puck. Fu Yanji kissed Zhou Mo's white tender cheeks, wake up, hurry up, can't skip breakfast. Can't I not eat? Clearly still groggy, when Fu Yanji kissed him, Zhou Mo subconsciously puckered his lips in response, unknowingly allowing himself to be taken advantage of several times before gradually regaining consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Fu Yanji smiling gently at him, and Zhou Mo's face instantly turned bright red. Save my life. For heaven's sake, he couldn't bear the shift in their relationship. Last night, when the mood hit, kisses and cuddles were acceptable, but now. Isn't it awkward? It was extremely embarrassing. Good morning, Fu Yanji ruffled his hair, get up and have breakfast. After saying that, Fu Yanji stopped paying attention to him, giving him some time to adjust, and went out by himself, leaving Zhou Mo alone burrowing under the covers with his messy hair. So is he, my boyfriend now? While washing up, Zhou Mo mumbled to himself, boyfriend? How should I call him? Old Fu. Brother. Old man. Darling. While getting dressed, he kept repeating to himself, how will I interact with him from now on? Should I act like usual? Will that seem too mature? Also, what does Fu Yanji see in me? Why did he? Oh my god. We kissed so many times last night. Is kissing such an easy thing to do? It seems indeed quite pleasant, hee. While happily laughing and changing shoes, he continued muttering, I should be confident and take the initiative later. How to say it? Good morning, boyfriend. Upon opening the door, he saw Fu Yanji waiting for him outside. The prepared lines instantly disappeared from Zhou Mo's mind, as he couldn't wrap his head around how to react. Our mothers are already waiting in the dining room. Fu Yanji said, after having breakfast, we'll go home, alright? I have a treasure I want to give you. This piqued Zhou Mo's curiosity, unable to resist asking, what treasure? Fu Yanji was very good at creating suspense, we'll talk about it once we're home. TCH. Zhou Mo rolled his eyes, if you don't want to tell, fine, I don't need to know either. In the dining room, Cui Lily noticed him immediately and waved for him to sit beside her. She put 2 shrimp dumplings on his plate and asked, honey, did you have fun yesterday with Yanji? As soon as she finished speaking, both Zhou Mo and Fu Yanji turned red, unsure of how to respond. Should I say that I kissed Fu Yanji a few times last night? Chapter 54, I'll eat. So, what's the treasure? Why can't you just tell me now? Stop teasing me, alright? On the way home, Zhou Mo kept asking Fu Yanji these 2 questions non-stop, even forgetting to be shy. He was completely fixated on figuring out what this treasure was that Fu Yanji planned to give him. As it turned out, Fu Yanji had truly read Zhou Mo like an open book. When they arrived home and Zhou Yuning greeted them, Zhou Mo didn't even notice because he was so preoccupied. This left Zhou Yuning feeling frustrated. Oh, so little Zhou Mo decides to forget his big brother after one outing, huh? Zhou Yuning narrowed his eyes, grabbing the back of Zhou Mo's neck and pinning him down, mercilessly kneading his cheeks. Let me check if there's any room for me in that little head of yours. Zhou Mo squirmed and cried out, no. Stop rubbing my face. Fu Yanji, who was originally about to get the treasure for Zhou Mo, immediately became anxious upon hearing Zhou Mo's yells, what are you doing? Let go. He reached out to rescue Zhou Mo, prying his newly acquired obedient and sweet boyfriend out of his older brother's grasp. Let go. Ow. Fu Yanji frowned as he gently rubbed Zhou Mo's reddened cheeks with concern. You've made them all red. Why were you so rough? Zhou Yuning glared at him. That's my younger brother, okay? I'll rub his face if I want to. Not allowed. Fu Yanji pulled Zhou Mo toward himself. Come on, let's see your treasure. Zhou Mo. Do you two really have to act so childish? Combined, you're already halfway to the grave. Zhou Mo. Zhou Yuning tried to stop him, but his adopted younger brother only gave him a regretful glance. Sorry, big brother. I'll be right back. Only then did Zhou Yuning understand the phrase, a married sister, or in this case, brother, is like water poured out. Forget that Fu Yanji hadn't even succeeded in fully claiming Zhou Mo yet. Even if one day Zhou Mo does fall fully into Fu Yanji's hands, at the rate things were going, Zhou Mo would soon turn into another Fu Youwu. Alarms instantly went off inside Zhou Yuning's head. He, Zhou Yuning, the executive president of ZHOU Group, might not have been able to match Fu Yanji academically or in their careers growing up, but when it came to relationship experience, he was still a step ahead of that old iron tree, meaning someone inexperienced in love. And there was no way he'd let Zhou Mo slip away under his nose. What kind of embarrassment would that be? The Fu and Zhou families lived in the same neighborhood, though far apart. Fu Yanji told Zhou Mo to wait here for a bit. Zhou Mo sat obediently in the pavilion, staring at his shoe tips lost in thought. Not long after, a fluffy little head intruded into Zhou Mo's line of sight. A light brown puppy wagged its tail and softly barked at him, its behavior almost feeling like it had traveled through time. Back then, during his childhood, he had encountered Mantu, Bun. At that time, Mantu also met him while he was almost dozing off by the roadside, placing a steamed bun next to his hand. Back then, it was due to that bun that Zhou Mo managed to gather enough strength to walk himself into the orphanage. The puppy before him now was a Shiba Inu pup. Not too far away, Fu Yanji stood with arms crossed, looking at the two of them with a smile in his eyes. Zhou Mo looked at the scene, and his nose tingled, he nearly wanted to cry again. How did you come here? Zhou Mo picked up the puppy in both hands. Is this you coming back to find me? The little puppy looked at him, tongue lolling. Zhou Mo held the puppy like a precious treasure. Walking over to Fu Yanji, he raised his head and gave him a peck on the cheek. Thank you. Fu Yanji tilted his face slightly, presenting the other side of his cheek, and grinned, this side too. Zhou Mo chuckled at his antics and very obediently kissed the other cheek as well. Yeah, now your Mantu is back. Fu Yanji embraced him with one arm and used the other to wipe away the tears welling up in Zhou Mo's eyes. Look, now you have parents, a brother, Mantu, and me. Cheer up, darling. We all love you. At that moment, Zhou Mo felt like he was probably the happiest person in the world. How could anyone be this happy? Even if he were to die right now, he would think it worth it. Truly. Let's not call it Mantu anymore. Let's pick a new name. Zhou Mo looked at the Shiba Inu thoughtfully. Let's call it Pang Pang, Fatty. Mantu had been skeletal when it passed away. All he wished for was that this little Shiba Inu would grow nice and fat and wouldn't need to rummage through garbage piles for buns to eat anymore. So be it, Pang Pang it is. Thus, the little Shiba Inu's name was finalized, but now there was a more pressing issue. Chui Lily was allergic to animal fur. She would start sneezing and crying uncontrollably upon contact with it. Over the weekend, while holding Pang Pang, she faced a dilemma. Mom can't spend too much time with Pang Pang. Zhou Mo frowned and said helplessly, what if I rent a place and live with Pang Pang? If sending him a dog made Zhou Mo move out of the Zhou family house, the Zhou family would explode, especially as his relationship with Zhou Mo could be jeopardized. Fu Yanji certainly wouldn't want to offend his girlfriend's or boyfriend's family on the first day of their romance, so he said very considerately, let me take care of it. Our two families are close by anyway. I'll walk the dog every evening, and we can stroll together. Zhou Mo didn't hear the calculating sound in Fu Yanji's voice, he just thought the matter had been perfectly resolved and happily bid Fu Yanji goodbye. They even scheduled dinner to walk Pang Pang together. Fu Yanji agreed happily, returning home with an extremely pleasant mood after bringing his bridge of love back. He even ordered someone to build a 3-story dog-house villa for Pang Pang in the garden, determined to treat this bridge of love well. Back at his own home, Zhou Mo didn't stay idle either. He diligently searched online for how to make pet snacks. After entrusting Uncle Lin with the ingredients, he planned to bake some dog biscuits for Pang Pang. Say and do, before long, the steaming hot cookies came out of the oven, smelling so good. The small bone-shaped cookies lined up neatly on the plate looked very appetizing. Zhou Yuning, who had just picked up his file folder and was about to leave, noticed that Zhou Mo's cookies were ready. He went over and asked, why are you baking cookies all of a sudden? Zhou Mo was sealing the little cookies into an airtight jar to keep them from getting damp. He casually answered, I'm making some to send over to Brother Fu. Brother Fu, huh? With a scoff, Zhou Yuning rolled his eyes somewhat contemptuously and said, let me taste. Hey. Don't. However, this act of stopping him completely infuriated Zhou Yuning, who reacted impulsively by grabbing a handful of cookies and stuffing them into his mouth. Why are you so stingy? What's wrong with me tasting one? I'm going to. After saying that, he grabbed another handful and said, I'll taste it. I'm not going to leave any for that Mr. Fu. ZHOU widened his eyes as he stared at the emptying cookie jar and glanced at his brother, who was gulping down water due to being choked by eating too many dog cookies. It was all over. ZHOU thought despairingly. Should he tell the older brother? Or... Chapter 55, actually, you still prefer ice cream, right? It was the weekend before school started again, and the one who was actually most anxious was the domineering president of his house because he felt that once the busy school days returned, he might end up neglecting him. During the past few days when they went out together for walks with Fatty, he looked very gloomy overall. I'm not even staying on campus. Weekend just smiled at this, amused. You should stop hanging out with ZHOU all the time. How come now you're so love-struck? Don't you have work to do too? Busy is one thing, but during those times when I was busy, you were always by my side. Fu Yanji sighed wistfully, what can I do? I can't possibly make you quit school and go to work with me, can I? Quitting school was definitely impossible. Fu Yanji, while claiming how reluctant he was to let go, meticulously prepared everything that Weekend needed for school and seriously warned him. Don't talk to anyone who has ill intentions towards you at school. I know. Weekend cheerfully leaned in to kiss his cheek. After several months, Weekend stepped back onto the university campus with a completely different mindset than before. Previously, his studies had always been rushed, focused entirely on cramming in classes and racing off to part-time jobs after school. It was the first time he'd ever wandered leisurely around the campus since growing up. It was then that he realized the sky was a vivid blue, the trees a lush green, and the students walking down the roads were relaxed, chatting and laughing freely. Weekend took a deep breath, and a sense of fulfillment spread through him from within. At midday, as the sun was blazing fiercely, Weekend was about to go to the school convenience store to buy a popsicle. Just as he entered, he saw Fu Youwu sitting on a chair inside, a cup of iced Americano by his side. When the doorbell chimed at his entrance, Fu Youwu instinctively turned around and locked eyes with Weekend. Even Fu Youwu could tell that Weekend had been in excellent spirits over the past few days. In the previous semester, Weekend had bleached his hair yellow, covered his eyes with his bangs, sporting a flashy, burial-style fashion and batting his eyelashes flirtatiously at him. Now it seemed like an entire rebirth. He dyed his hair black, exuding vitality, dressed in a white shirt and jeans paired with dazzlingly white sneakers. He'd even gained a bit of weight, looking fresh like a high school student. Fu Youwu unconsciously glanced down and noticed his dusty shoes. Good afternoon, Weekend greeted him brightly. It's too hot outside, so you're here cooling off, right? Fu Youwu didn't really feel like making small talk with anyone, but given that it was Weekend, he barely forced a smile and nodded. Weekend pretended not to notice his dark circles or the red bloodshot veins in his eyes and went ahead to buy 2 popsicles. As he walked to the door, he handed one to Fu Youwu, saying, eat something sweet, it will improve your mood. Life is already tough enough, don't drink coffee anymore. Weekend happily crunched on his popsicle, the sound of his teeth grinding against the ice making Fu Youwu feel his teeth ache. Fu Youwu accepted the popsicle curiously. He didn't recognize it, resembling one of those cheap 5-cent ice lollies from the fridge at home. Though he frequently saw Pei Ji buying these to quench thirst, the second compartment in their freezer was always filled with his usual creamy ice cream, which Pei Ji replenished regularly. The lollies sometimes ran out, but the ice cream never dipped below 4 boxes of that brand. That brand's ice cream came in 4 flavors. How do you even like these kinds of popsicles? Fu Youwu asked. These lollies are extremely refreshing, Weekend responded cheerfully. It's incredibly satisfying to eat one when it's hot. Haven't you tried it? Give it a try, it's really good. Fu Youwu tentatively took a bite, and it was indeed just frozen sugar water, sweet and utterly thirst-quenching. Thanks. You're welcome. Weekend continued munching on his ice lolly, relishing it like some rare delicacy. In no time, Weekend finished his entire popsicle stick and tossed the garbage into the bin. He said, Fu Youwu, actually, you still prefer ice cream more, right? Hearing this, Fu Youwu paused mid-motion, holding the ice lolly in his hand. Creamy ice cream tastes great. I've eaten it a few times, and I really like it, Weekend mentioned. But it's expensive. Fu Youwu replied. Ever since he realized that every time he finished the ice cream in the fridge, Pei Ji would automatically replenish it, he stopped eating it because it was costly. A box of ice cream almost matched half a day's salary for Pei Ji. So what? Weekend shrugged nonchalantly. You can afford it, Fu Youwu. Don't suffer needlessly, alright? Weekend had other matters to attend to that afternoon and left without chatting further with Fu Youwu, leaving Fu Youwu standing there for a long while. Eventually, he went into the convenience store, bought a pack of wet wipes, cleaned his shoes properly before heading out. Weekend had originally thought that this class would be an easy one, but he severely underestimated the difficulty of teaching at higher education institutions. He had to keep his eyes wide open throughout the entire class just to keep up with the professor's thoughts. When class ended, Fu Yanji offered to pick him up, but he declined. Because he wanted to go to the library to review some more. Fu Yanji. Alright then. Fu Yanji has always been fond of studious children, especially when it was his own boyfriend. So, he put down his phone and continued reviewing documents in his office until work hours were over. Then he slowly went downstairs to go home and walk the dog. In order to walk the dog with Weekend every day, Fu Yanji hadn't been staying at the apartment near the company these past few days. Instead, he drove an extra half-hour back to his parents' house each day. Tao Shui showed no objections, as she played happily with the little dog at home anyway, and it didn't matter whether her son returned or not. However, when he got home today, he found another person at home, Fu Youwu sitting on the grass playing frisbee with Fatty. He threw the frisbee far, and Fatty chased after it with all four short legs. After retrieving it, Fatty held the frisbee in its mouth, its tail wagging like a propeller, making Fu Youwu laugh heartily. Seeing this scene, Fu Yanji couldn't help but feel a bit comforted. It had been a while since he'd seen his younger brother so happy. "Brother! You're back!" Fu Youwu picked up Fatty, pinching its paw and waving at Fu Yanji. "When did you get this cute little dog?" "Not long ago." Fu Yanji handed his coat to the housekeeper. "It's called Fatty." Fu Youwu smiled, his eyes curving, pinching Fatty's paw to greet it. "Hello, Fatty. Really fits your name, you look so sturdy. Why suddenly decided to come home?" Fu Yanji asked. Fu Youwu's smile faltered momentarily, replying, "I missed you guys, so I came to visit." "Isn't that okay?" "It is. Call Aunt Zhang to make rice steamed pork for you, and you can have dinner here tonight." Fu Yanji took the dog leash and attached it to Fatty. "I'm going out to walk the dog now, you wait a moment." "I want to go with you." Fu Youwu followed behind his brother like a shadow. "Fu Yanji. What's wrong?" "All right." Fu Yanji relented, putting the dog bag on his shoulder and heading out with his younger brother. "Brother," once outside, Fu Youwu finally began, "I don't know what to do." Fu Yanji said nothing, just listened quietly. "I can't continue like this anymore." Fu Youwu took a deep breath and said, "I feel like this relationship is dragging both of us down." "Do you ever feel happy normally?" "What? Do you feel happy?" "If being in a relationship doesn't bring happiness, then there's no need to keep going." But we love each other." Fu Yanji looked at his younger brother who has suffered greatly in this relationship, sighed, and said, "If you really loved each other so much, why would you feel unhappy? Little 5, maybe you two should take some time apart to cool down." How could Fu Youwu agree? He was the one who first fell for Pei Ji, expending so much effort and using up so much energy. How could he give up just because it was deemed unsuitable, letting all his efforts go to waste? Maybe if they worked things out a bit more, it would become appropriate. No, they already tried working things out. Fu Youwu's eyes dimmed. At that moment, Fatty, who had been walking happily with its tail high, suddenly barked twice toward the front. Fu Youwu snapped out of his thoughts and, following the direction of Fatty's fierce barking, saw Weekend. Fu Yanji bent down to release Fatty's leash, and Fatty dashed forward like a small cannonball. Weekend squatted down, arms open wide, and Fatty leaped straight onto Weekend's knees, licking his face happily. Weekend felt ticklish and directly picked Fatty up. Regarding Fu Youwu being here, he wasn't particularly surprised, merely saying, "Good evening, little 5. Chapter 56, I'm lost, young man. What's going on?" Fu Youwu was wedged between two people, the fat dog's leash somehow ending up in his hand. On his left was ZHOU, and on his right was his brother. Neither of them said a word, but he just felt something was off. Definitely something is wrong. Fu Youwu's intuition told him. But what exactly was wrong? Fu Youwu, leading the chubby dog named Pang Pang and feeling utterly helpless, pondered to himself. He had separated the two of them, so why did he still feel like an outsider? "I brought some snacks. You guys haven't eaten yet, right?" ZHOU rummaged through her bag and pulled out a small jar. "These are little meat jerky pieces I made yesterday. They're barbecue flavored. Do you want some, little 5? Fu Youwu, yes. The meat jerky should still be eaten, after all, ZHOU's cooking was really delicious. "These are too hard," Fu Yanzi muttered. "They're like chew toys for Pang Pang." Pang Pang, noticing the three humans began eating while walking him, wasn't pleased. He bounced around and attempted to jump onto ZHOU, who, fortunately, hadn't added much salt when roasting the meat jerky. After rinsing off the seasonings from the surface with water, she slipped one into Pang Pang's mouth. Once finished, she couldn't help teasing Fu Yanzi, "So, you've tasted Pang Pang's chew toy?" "I'm just giving an analogy. Are you making fun of me again?" Fu Yanzi pinched ZHOU's cheek. "By the way, you mentioned a few days ago that you wanted to make some dog biscuits for Pang Pang. Did you forget?" Mentioning it reminded ZHOU. At first, she could still hold back her laughter, covering her mouth while saying, "Ha ha ha. Oh my god, I made dog biscuits for Pang Pang the other day. And guess what, my dear brother thought they were for human consumption. And he ate them all, ha ha ha. Didn't leave even one for poor Pang Pang." Fu Yanzi also chuckled at the story. "No. Ha ha ha." ZHOU almost collapsed onto Fu Yanzi, coughing intermittently. Cough. I really couldn't stop him." Fu Yanzi patted ZHOU's back gently. "Seriously, brother Xianing is such an adult, and he still competes with a puppy over food. Unaware of everything, Pang Pang remained innocent, wagging his tail and playfully whining beside Fu Youwu because this newcomer gave him tasty meat jerky today. And Fu Youwu no longer bothered to figure out what those two were whispering about. He simply sat by the lake and smiled dumbly while holding a bottle of mineral water. Come on, little Pang Pang, big brother will wash the meat jerky for you to eat. In the evening, as they parted ways at the crossroads, Fu Youwu played with the dog frisbee and ran around with Pang Pang, laughing until he was drenched in sweat. Fu Yanzi leaned down and gave ZHOU a quick kiss. Fu Youwu didn't see it. Instead, he engaged in a tooth-bearing contest with Pang Pang. ZHOU furrowed her eyebrows slightly, patting Fu Yanzi gently. There's a child present. His mood has been bad recently. Comfort him once you go home. Little Five needs more encouragement to improve his mood. Fu Yanzi found this utterly incredulous. Have I not already done enough comforting? Are those two okay lately? Fu Yanzi shook his head. I think little Five might be exhausted. You just need to console him when he talks to you. Don't ask questions or interfere unnecessarily. Little Five is grown up now, and he knows what he needs to do. ZHOU said, just provide positive emotional support. Recently, the system held a meeting, and ZHOU wasn't aware how far their relationship had developed. However, from what she observed in the convenience store, she deduced that even though Wang Yu, the main obstacle, was gone, there still existed an innate, insurmountable rift between the two that others couldn't intervene in easily. Moreover, he always believed that if these two really aren't suitable for each other, forcing them together would be a disaster. Their continuous hesitation would ultimately cost them both a lifetime. Understood. Fu Yanzi laughed. Stop worrying so much. Is there class at 8 tomorrow morning? Shall I pick you up for school? I'll ride my bike. Bicycle. You two, what are you chatting about and not coming home? Fu Youwu waited there patiently while holding the leash of the pet, growing a bit bored. I'm starving, bro. If we don't go home soon, I'll eat your dog. ZHOU giggled. Go back quickly. I'll go to school myself tomorrow. It's too far from here to the company, you can sleep in a bit more. Alright then, I'll go ahead. Fu Yanzi took the leash, muttering as he turned around, you ungrateful brat, you insisted on coming when I didn't want you to, and now you're hungry. That whole can of meat jerky has already been eaten by Pang Pang, glutton. It was so delicious last weekend. Can you ask him to make some more for me to take to school someday? No time on weekends. Tisk. As ZHOU watched this scene in front of her, she felt extremely delighted. Turning around to leave, she noticed a middle-aged man in a black suit standing under the streetlight looking at them. The man was tall and probably in his 40s with a few strands of white hair visible at his temples. Judging by his face, he must have been a handsome man in his youth. In short, he was a charming older man. Standing there, he scanned ZHOU up and down. She was taken aback, then gave him a friendly smile. Uncle, is there anything you need? The man looked at her, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? ZHOU's expression was full of concern. Many entrepreneurs retired in this neighborhood, some suffered from elderly diseases like dementia. Before this, ZHOU had helped an elderly dementia patient wandering in the community call his family, so maybe. This man didn't say anything, just staring intently at her, making her feel uneasy. Grandpa, are you lost? Would you like me to call your family to come pick you up? Fu Yuhang looked at ZHOU with complex emotions, shaking his head. 2 days ago Tao Shui called him and said that recently the house was in chaos due to her sons fighting over a romance. The conflict escalated to physical fights, even destroying their home, causing mayhem at their company as well. Because he was busy abroad with a project these past few months, Tao Shui hadn't dared to tell Fu Yuhan until now. But things have calmed down a bit. Fu Yuhan was suffering from a headache. He had always assumed it was Fu Youwu causing trouble, but he never expected it to be Fu Yanzi. Fu Yanzi, his eldest son who he was always proud of, had caused no trouble during his growth since childhood. And after just 2 years abroad. 2 years. Was this child rebellious enough to destroy the house for a love affair? What exactly happened to Yanzi in these 2 years? Fu Yuhan massaged his temple and scrutinized ZHOU again. Such a little lamb, did he graduate high school yet? How could he stir things up like that? He doesn't even seem manipulative, why does he look so familiar? Could it be that he misjudged earlier? Perhaps they were just standing close, not dating. After all, Fu Yanzi shouldn't stoop so low as to go after someone so young. Uncle, are you okay? Fu Yuhan stayed silent for a moment, then came up with a quick response. I really, lost my way. Huh? What should we do? I'll send you to the police station first. Being interrupted mid-thought, Fu Yuhan asked, confused, won't you, take me home? Not possible. My mom's waiting for me to have dinner. Weekend expressed seriously, or I can lend you my phone so you can call your family to pick you up. Don't remember their phone numbers. In that case, I will take you to the police station. Fu Yuhan. What do you plan to do? Are you being too kind-hearted? Ignore me, please. I'll wait here alone for a while. That won't work. Weekend frowned sternly. If you have Alzheimer's and something dangerous happens, what will you do? Come on, uncle. Let me take you to the police station where they will surely help you get home. I just wanted to ask for directions. Looking rather exasperated, Fu Yuhan explained, I haven't been back to China for a long time, and I got lost immediately upon arriving. Oh, how coincidental. My boyfriend's father also works abroad. Where do you live? Maybe I can give you directions, Weekend offered. Fu Yuhan casually mentioned a friend's address. That's my house. Are you a ZHOU's kid? Thinking about it, ZHOU should be this age right now. Yes, uncle, do you know my dad? His name is ZHOU, my mom is Cui Lily, and I'm called ZHOUMO. Weekend asked curiously, why did you mention my address? Sorry, it was a mistake. Fu Yuhan provided another nearby address. Oh, this one's easy. Just go straight along this road until the end, then turn right at the third house. That's my boyfriend's place, the guy who was just with me. Why would you want to find your boyfriend? Because I don't know the way either. Ask him, he knows the way. Fu Yuhan. Chapter 57, He has tried very hard. In the deep of night, the light in Fu's study was still on. Fu Yuhang was sitting by the desk, his brows furrowed, while Fu Youwu stood there with his head down, silent. I told you that your elder brother's personality doesn't seem like the kind to be caught up in affairs of the heart, and indeed, it's you who have turned our house upside down because of a romance. Tell me, what did we lack in raising you from childhood? Were you so lacking in love that you rushed off to become someone's nanny? Pei Ji is different. How is he different? Yes, his family background is poor and his parents are divorced. If you want to help with poverty alleviation, we could just donate money to him. Why do you need to get involved yourself? Fu Yuhang grew more furious as he continued, You. If your brother hadn't stopped me, I would have slapped you. Fu Youwu, being scolded, had tears welling up in his eyes. Recently, things weren't going well in his relationship, and being reprimanded like this made him even more depressed. The tears started falling uncontrollably. Hold back those tears. Fu Yuhang's expression darkened, look at how much worry you've caused your brother. When I went abroad, didn't I tell you to listen to your brother and not to give your mother extra stress? If your mom hadn't called me, I wouldn't know anything yet. Fu Youwu stubbornly stared at the ceiling, tightening his lips to prevent the tears from falling. Your brother is always busy with work and worrying about your affairs too. He's only 7 years older than you, and can't you feel sorry for him? Where do you think all the money you spend now comes from? Fu Yuhang was deeply concerned about these two brothers' relationship and earnestly said, he's your biological brother. Since our parents were busy with work, he brought you up himself. How can you make him worry so much? Fu Youwu, with tears streaming down his face, responded, I know I'm wrong. At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door of the study, and Fu Yanzi entered holding a plate of pastries, amused when he saw little Wu's pitiful expression, how come you're still standing here being punished? Seeing his brother, Fu Youwu immediately felt aggrieved, wah. No crying aloud. He instinctively straightened up. Hey, this thing requires Dad himself to handle it. Fu Yanzi placed the plate of pastries in front of their father and said, this is the fresh pea pudding I just made. After you finish eating tonight, go back and rest early. It's already late, why eat anything else? It's prepared by Mom herself. 2 pieces should be fine. Fu Yanzi grinned and winked at little Wu, it's not early anymore. I'll call someone to drive little Wu home first. Fu Yuhang waved his hand dismissively. Rather than see and feel annoyed, he let little Wu go quickly. After seeing off little Wu, Fu Yanzi sat quietly by the desk. You were too busy scolding your younger brother and forgot to scold you. Fu Yanzi laughed it off, letting one ear hear while ignoring the other, Dad, thank you for helping me keep it hidden. Why hide it? What's wrong with the ZHOU family's youngest son? If you're in a romantic relationship, your mother would be delighted. Why wouldn't you tell her? It's Momo who thinks it's inappropriate. Fu Yanzi said, Momo feels that Mom treats him very well usually. If one day we break up, Mom will feel sad. Does he think you'll break up one day? Yeah, Momo lacks a sense of security. Fu Yanzi very seriously said, I've been trying my best to convey how much I love him, but he still seems to prepare for leaving. That's what makes me most worried. Fu Yanzi could feel that ZHOU Momo was having a great time recently, but he also felt anxious. He kept trying to figure out where this uneasiness came from. You've always been a source of relief for us. I believe you can handle this matter properly. Weekend is a really nice kid, though he looks not very smart. He isn't. Fu Yanzi fell silent for a long time and then replied, he has tried very hard. Alright. Fu Yuhang didn't bother arguing with him further and continued, Weekend is the youngest son of the ZHOU family. I heard that the ZHOU family values him highly recently. Do they agree? Their family doesn't know. Fu Yanzi's expression became serious, they care a lot for Weekend. If Zhou Yuning finds out, she might skin me alive. Fu Yuhang. This I can't help you with. I can only help you deal with ZHOU. I'll take my time then, Fu Yanzi said, almost in tears. The next morning, Weekend didn't have any classes, so he went to the Fu family to play with Pong Pong for a while. However, just before heading out, Cui Lily called him back, Momo, it's getting into autumn soon. Let me take you to buy some clothes. Weekend replied, Mom, I have enough clothes. However, clothes that have been worn more than 5 times can be replaced with new ones. Mom hasn't been shopping in a long time, you should accompany her. Weekend. What kind of day was this? It was too extravagant. What is this nonsense about changing after wearing them 5 times? Weekend stared at the wardrobe filled with clothes that still had their tags on and fell into deep thought. You can consider this as accompanying your mom for a stroll. Chui Lily had already changed her clothes and put on her sunglasses. She even asked Uncle Lin to place the green little slippers that Weekend bought last time into the car. Chui Lily always took great care when dressing up Weekend. When Weekend used to work at Fu Corporation, Chui Lily would dress him up every day like a model heading to the fashion week. As autumn was approaching, Chui Lily noticed that Weekend's closet lacked a few good autumn outfits. She would never allow such a thing to happen. So they came to the same mall again. This time, Weekend had some leisure time to properly observe the structure of the mall, his eyes quickly landing on a milk tea shop on the first floor. He hadn't tried it yet, but he wanted to taste it. So, pretending not to care, Weekend casually strolled nearby and peeked inside. 20 yuan plus tax, forget it. What's wrong, do you want to drink bubble tea? Chui Lily walked beside him and glanced inside the store. The ingredients here aren't very good, but having it once in a while is fine. Xiao Zheng, go buy 2 cups of their signature drinks. No, 3 cups, get yourself 1 too. Weekend finally got the milk tea he wanted and happily held it. The warm, fragrant, and smooth drink also had perfectly distinguishable pearls, which had a satisfying chewy texture. Delicious. The moment Weekend took his first sip, his eyes widened in surprise. It really was super tasty. Chui Lily, being a rather concerned wealthy lady, drank only 2 sips due to fear of gaining weight, then kept the cup in her hand as if it were a fashion accessory. Meanwhile, Weekend enjoyed his milk tea with relish, losing all interest in looking at clothes. This world. How could there be something so delicious? Weekend let out a satisfied sigh. Indeed, you get what you pay for, and it wasn't without reason that milk tea was sold at a high price. He loved it so much. Not long after, Chui Lily noticed that Weekend seemed somewhat distracted, so she called him over. Momo, if you're bored, you can go downstairs and look around, it's livelier down there. Chapter 58, What's Wrong with Your Wrist? On the weekend, ZHOU took a sip of bubble tea and let out the third sigh of relief today. It's so good to be alive. He even thought of buying another cup, but considering Quillali's fear of gaining weight and that she could hardly drink much bubble tea, he ended up buying her a sugar-free Americano instead. Although in his eyes this kind of Americano was bitter enough to be hard to swallow, there was nothing he could do since Quillali liked drinking it. 1 cup of taro paste bubble tea, 1 Americano. ZHOU added, make sure the Americano is hot, thank you. After purchasing the drinks, he felt contented as he slurped his new bubble tea. However, soon after, he heard a quarrel between a young couple on the escalator which seemed to escalate more fiercely. Following them to the next floor, ZHOU gradually made out their conversation. Will you stop causing trouble? Are you crazy? Why make a fuss over such a trivial matter? I already saw that woman hugging you, explain yourself. Are you cheating on me? The man was seething with anger, like someone whose private affairs had been exposed in public. The anger and ferocity in his eyes grew increasingly intense. ZHOU had been observing him carefully and when he noticed the man lifting his hand, he instinctively pulled the girl aside. At that moment, he himself lost balance, didn't manage to grab anything, and tumbled down the escalator in a daze. Are you alright? Are you alright? Fortunately, the escalator wasn't operating at a high height, and seeing that ZHOU only fell harshly without hitting his head, the security guard quickly helped him up. Where did you hurt? ZHOU was about to speak when he felt an excruciating pain from his wrist. Instinctively grabbing his wrist, he turned pale and somewhat pitifully said, I spilled my coffee all over myself. My clothes are dirty. Dirty clothes can always be changed, but is there something wrong with you? The security guard asked. With a ghastly white face, ZHOU still shook his head. His eyes started searching for the girl he'd just saved. Upon finding her, he noticed she had slapped her boyfriend hard and shouted, how dare you hit me randomly? Break up. Violent man. Even though his wrist was painful, ZHOU couldn't help but mentally admire her bravery. The person is fine, ZHOU shook his head. Which floor sells men's clothing? Don't bother with luxury brands, something cheap would be fine. There's a store on the 3rd floor. I know it well, I'll show you. The girl quickly came over, full of apology, sorry for involving you, are you alright? Should we go to the hospital? Even if it was falling down from the escalator, there was no way not to have stumbled a little bit. But ZHOU just winced as he stood up, behaving quite normally otherwise, as if nothing happened, and even seriously educated the young girl. Your behavior earlier was too extreme. Your boyfriend is so emotionally unstable, what if he takes revenge later? Try to stay with family or friends these few days. Do not go out alone. The girl nodded, my brother will come to pick me up shortly. In the end, ZHOU declined the girl's offer to take him to the hospital. After asking the cleaning staff to clean up the mess, he went upstairs feeling dispirited and bought a white shirt set to change into. Here he was wasting money again. With a furrowed brow, ZHOU looked at his swollen red wrist. It hurt so much. Did he sprain it? He had subconsciously leaned on the ground while flipping down earlier, probably twisting it during that moment, causing immense pain. Quillali had already finished shopping and was waiting half an hour for ZHOU to return. Just when she decided to go find him, she saw him appear at the door. Looking at him closely, she raised her brows and asked worriedly, Momo, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Why does your complexion look so bad? ZHOU put his hand in his pocket and shook his head, no, Mom. Quillali suspiciously looked at him once and reached to feel his forehead, only to touch a hand full of sweat. She asked, you don't seem to have a fever. Are you really alright? Why did you change clothes? I accidentally spilled the bubble tea. The pain in his wrist became more obvious. Despite feeling the pain increase, ZHOU maintained a cheerful facade and earnestly said, Mom, I'm really fine. There's no need to worry about me. Quillali returned home with ZHOU, her doubts lingering. On the way, she repeatedly observed ZHOU's expression and extended her hand several times to touch his forehead. Although ZHOU's motion sickness wasn't as severe now, sometimes when his body wasn't feeling well, he would experience dizziness. Now, having to endure both the bone-piercing pain in his wrist and motion sickness, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Quillali noticed his furrowed brows and the constant movement of his small Adam's apple, realizing that his old ailment had struck again. There was always lemon juice and motion sickness medicine in their car, so she took them out and handed them to him with a look of deep concern. If I had known you were going to feel this bad, Mom wouldn't have brought you out. What can we do now? ZHOU slightly curved his lips, it's alright, Mom, it's not that bad. But I can't even unscrew the lemon juice bottle. ZHOU's injured right hand remained hidden in his pocket. When Quillali wasn't paying attention, he quickly opened the medicine and swallowed it directly, throwing the little bottle of lemon juice under the car seat. When Quillali looked over, ZHOU smiled at her as if nothing was wrong. I'm feeling much better, thank you, Mom. Quillali still didn't fully believe him. Once they got home, she immediately sent ZHOU upstairs to rest, even having Uncle Lin bring lunch up for him. Worryingly, she said, Baby, if you're feeling unwell, you must tell Mom. As ZHOU was lost in thought hearing these words, he smiled at Quillali, I know, Mom, don't worry about me. This wrist is getting more painful. Initially, it was just a dull ache, but later on, the pain became excruciating. After shutting the door, ZHOU began grimacing loudly in his room as he watched the swelling form on his wrist. He fell hard earlier, his back hurt, his thighs hurt, and his arms ached too, probably bruised all over. But the most painful part was his wrist, which had already numbed from the intense pain. Looking at the swollen wrist, ZHOU thought to himself, this shouldn't require a trip to the hospital, right? It's such a minor injury to go to the hospital for, people might think I'm being overly delicate. He pressed his lips together and searched through the bedside drawer for a bottle of red flower oil. Pouring some onto his palm, he winced as he massaged his wrist. With every rub, the excruciating pain increased, and before long, cold sweat soaked his newly bought clothes. The pain blurred his vision, and in frustration, ZHOU threw the red flower oil back into the drawer. This is completely useless. Blinded by the pain, ZHOU rubbed his eyes with one hand, only to realize his hands were covered in red flower oil. In an instant, tears streamed down his face, making him even angrier. Feeling foolish, ZHOU buried himself angrily under the blanket. Let me sleep. Sleeping will fix everything. Sleeping will make the pain go away. ZHOU originally thought the piercing pain in his wrist would keep him awake, but perhaps due to his youth and vitality, his eyelids grew heavy as soon as he lay down. He drifted off shortly after, falling into a deep slumber. When he woke up 4 hours later, his wrist was swollen and numb, but when he tried moving it, the pain was still there, though not as intense as before. Feeling somewhat smug, ZHOU muttered, see? No need to go to the hospital. Who would have thought I could handle this? By the time it was time to walk the dog, ZHOU climbed out of bed, enduring the pain as he changed into a clean set of clothes and grabbed a leftover bun from lunch. Though it was dry and hard, it still tasted fine. Biting into the stale bun cheerfully, ZHOU headed out for a date. Fu Yanzi was waiting for him at the same crossroads, while Pango obediently sat beside him. Upon seeing ZHOU, Pango wagged its tail like a propeller and pounced towards him. ZHOU happily petted his head, hey, Pango, how come you're getting fatter? Fu Yanzi disagreed, that bun is so dry. Can't you eat something else? It's fine, ZHOU mumbled as he tossed the last piece of the bun into his mouth and grinned as he approached Fu Yanzi, let's go. Unexpectedly, Fu Yanzi furrowed his eyebrows and his expression turned serious instantly. Lifting ZHOU's right hand gently, his tone was unexpectedly grave, one ZHOU had never heard before. He asked, ZHOU, what happened to your wrist? Chapter 59, I Still Love You, Momo. Pang Pang was tied to a pillar of the pavilion, greatly restricted in movement, unable to run around on the lawn and play frisbee. However, at this moment, it wasn't overly anxious, just lying quietly on Joby's feet, occasionally wagging its tail. Fu Yanji's eyebrows were almost knotted together, it's worse than I imagined, there's a possibility it might injure the bone, let's go to the hospital. But I think there's no problem, it's not as painful as it was in the beginning, I think it will get better in a few days. Joby. Fu Yenji suddenly called him, and this made Joby pause, because Fu Yenji had never called his name with such a serious tone. In recent days, he had been calling him Momo all the time, and this sudden formality made him uncomfortable. It even made him feel a bit nervous. You should start cherishing yourself. It's not a big deal to go to the hospital if you feel unwell, and no one would criticize you for that. Right to the point, Joby choked up, and after half a day, finally stammered while touching his nose, I just don't think it's necessary. It's so obvious that you could live more comfortably, but you always manage to make life harder for yourself. You could have eaten in a canteen, yet you still settle for instant noodles. Leftover instant noodles from last night could have been thrown away, but you still heat them up in the microwave and eat them. And didn't you know that your wrist might be fractured? Why didn't you say anything? Are you afraid of something? Or are you punishing yourself? No, Joby shook his head nervously, not. Have you ever been bullied before, Momo? Fu Yenji's tone was serious, as if he were attending some international conference. He squatted down, his line of sight slightly lower than Joby's. He looked up at Momo and stared into his eyes. If you feel comfortable, why don't you tell me about it? It was Joby who avoided his gaze first. He couldn't talk about it. How could he explain these childhood experiences that were completely incompatible with the identity of the original main character? He would be taken as a mental patient. Fu Yenji already thought he was mentally unstable. When Fu Yenji saw he didn't want to talk about it, he asked again, then why didn't you tell Aunt Chui at that time and let her take you to the hospital? I didn't think it was that serious, I wouldn't die anyway, Joby muttered quietly, Mom brought me out, she'd blame herself. After hearing this, Fu Yenji felt like his heart had been flooded with vinegar, instantly feeling soft. One hand lightly held Joby's arm as he said, we can't put this off anymore, I'll take you to the hospital. He suddenly felt a little at a loss because their family's relationship was quite good, so Joby's growth trajectory was almost transparent to him. Aside from his parents' long-term absence, there was no substantial childhood trauma, and the ZHOU family had never mentioned that he lacked food or clothing, so how could he develop such a severe self-destructive tendency? Precisely because he didn't know where this psychology stemmed from, letting Joby believe that he was truly loved became the hardest challenge troubling Fu Yenji these days. He praised Joby over and over again, affirming him in any trivial matter in daily life. Even when Joby ate an extra half bowl of rice, he had to praise him, yet Joby was still so uneasy. So in his eyes, figuring out how to care for Joby well seemed to be a much more complex task than running a company. On the way, Fu Yenji remained silent. Joby looked at him several times. Several times, he wanted to open his mouth to start a conversation, but then didn't know how to begin. His uninjured hand unconsciously scratched the seatbelt. Finally, when Fu Yenji stopped the car, Joby finally blurted out the question, I'm sorry, are you thinking of breaking up with me? Fu Yenji heard this and simply couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? I'm sorry, don't be mad, please don't break up. I can change. Really? I'll be more careful from now on. So you think I was angry earlier? Fu Yenji felt like his blood pressure was about to explode. Why do you think I'm angry? You haven't said a word. Momo, listen to me. Let's see a doctor first, and check how your hand is doing. If it really is a fracture, there could be lifelong side effects. Joby actually didn't know what to do either. To be precise, he had been surrounded by anxiety since the very beginning. He could endure pain alone, but having another person showing concern for him made him very restless. All sorts of questions ran through his mind. Am I bothering him? Am I too fragile? Is he losing patience? What should I do? How do I stop Fu Yenji from being upset? What should I do? What should I do? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. He bit down hard on the soft flesh of his cheek until a metallic taste spread in his mouth. Suddenly, he felt despair creeping in. See? I am definitely not a good romantic partner. In time, Yenji Fu would surely get tired of this. Yenji Fu could tell from his expression that he was lost in random thoughts again, so he pulled the person into his arms and stroked ZHOU Mo's back twice. Don't overthink it, Momo. Suddenly, he was startled as this person, who had been fine just a second ago, started holding his breath, stiffening in his embrace like under some kind of spell. Fu called out to him several times with no response, which scared Fu enough to pat and stroke his back again, even pinching his cheeks to stop him from biting himself. Momo. What's wrong with you? Let go, you're going to bite through. There's nothing wrong, I'm not mad, I still love you, Momo. Look at me, do you know who I am? This call of Momo seemed to awaken Weekend's consciousness. Just as he managed to pull himself momentarily out of his chaotic thoughts, he felt Yenji Fu's lips gently touch his earlobe. Breathe, Momo, don't hold your breath. Breathe, open your mouth, take a deep breath, there's nothing wrong, I'm here, I'm here. Weekend felt relieved as if receiving a pardon, gasping as air rushed into his trachea, causing him to cough violently. Fu held him and patted his back while hearing him cough heavily, then freed one hand to unscrew a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Weekend. Here, slowly, drink some water to soothe your throat. Weekend drank 2 sips of water with Fu's help, feeling a little drained as he leaned against Fu's shoulder, panting for breath now and then, occasionally choking and coughing with a blank look. Fu called out to him several times with no response. Momo, Momo. Can you hear me? Weekend's eyeballs finally moved slightly, squeezing out a weak sound, Fu could feel the person in his arms trembling faintly, furrowing his brows deeper as he made Weekend sit on his lap, touching his left wrist. Sure enough, his heartbeat was frighteningly fast, thumping about 140 beats per minute. Fu felt alarmed but kept silent, hugging Weekend, allowing him to lean on his body while gently massaging his back. Are you feeling better? Momo. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Look at me. When Weekend's heartbeat slowed down a little, Fu stopped. Your brother called me. Yanji Fu glanced at his phone, speaking softly and gently, almost cajoling, he cares about you very much. Should we tell him you're at the hospital? Weekend stared straight ahead, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Why did Momo get injured? Because today you were playing frisbee with Pang Pang when we came out for a walk, right? This reason works, asked Fu Yanji. Will he blame you? No, because it happened during the game with Pang Pang, and if anyone is to blame, it's only Pang Pang. Weekend nodded again, then let's say that. After briefly informing ZHOU, Fu Yanji finally managed to get his young master registered at the hospital. Following the doctor, Weekend went for an x-ray, which confirmed a crack in the bone. As they were about to put plaster on it, ZHOU arrived. How did it happen? Yunning looked rather disheveled, having probably rushed over after hearing the news, directly putting on clothes over his loungewear. Seeing his younger brother pale with pain and cold sweat all over, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. What did the doctor say? Did it fracture? Not that serious, Weekend said softly, just a crack. How much does it hurt? It's okay, Weekend extended his left pinky finger for comparison, a little bit, just a tiny bit. Oh no, how did this happen? Zhou Yunning sighed looking at the plaster on his brother's arm, his face full of worry. Do you need to be hospitalized? Big brother, it's not that exaggerated. As soon as Zhou Yunning entered, Fu Yanji seemed to vanish, only to be found in the hospital smoking room puffing cigarettes, ashtray beside him nearly piled up like a small mountain. Having known each other for many years, Zhou Yunning had never seen Fu Yanji smoke. Most businessmen knew how to smoke a bit. If General Manager Zhang or General Manager Wang offered a cigarette during business meetings, Fu Yanji could perhaps accompany them, but he'd never smoked privately. Why are you hiding here? It's time to go back, Zhou Yunning said. Where's Memo? I bought him something to eat first, I'm worried he might get carsick and unable to vomit if he feels unwell. I've made an appointment with a psychologist for Memo. Fu Yanji extinguished the cigarette but in his hand, see him next month, you can help me persuade Memo then. Does Memo really need a psychologist already? Fu Yanji's face looked like an unfreezable ice block, and Zhou Yunning had never seen him wear such an expression before. Memo's issues are relatively severe. Other people's concern towards him makes him very anxious, and once he feels anxious, he'll unconsciously hold his breath. Did you notice that? Zhou Yunning realized the severity of the matter. He has always been a very reassuring child, never causing anyone worry. That's the problem, have you ever seen him actively express where he is uncomfortable? Fu Yanji asked. The injury on his wrist today wasn't from a fresh fall, but from rolling down the escalator at the mall during lunch. For the entire afternoon, did anyone notice anything unusual about him? No. Zhou Yunning didn't dare to think further. Even though it was only a bone crack, it still must have caused a great deal of pain. How could Memo endure the entire afternoon in silence inside the room? His psychological problems require professional intervention. It's no longer as simple as us saying we care for him anymore. Fu Yanji took out a small pack of gum and popped 2 pieces into his mouth. Was he abused by anyone before? It's impossible, Zhou Yunning replied decisively, although when Memo was younger, he indeed found it unbearable to be around Memo. He merely kept his distance. Memo was always taken care of by nannies, and he occasionally checked up on how Memo was doing. Nannies came and went, but Memo always remained well-fed and healthy. Moreover, there was old Lin, the longtime housekeeper overseeing everything in their villa. There was absolutely no chance for Memo to have been abused. Don't chase him with questions when you get home, it will make him tense, Fu Yanji thought for a while, and don't tell Aunt Chui that Memo fell this noon either. A person who stays in a cold environment for too long will not feel warmth when suddenly immersed in hot water, instead, they'll experience piercing pain, Fu Yanji said, go back to accompany him quickly. We've both left for too long and he will start overthinking things. Don't underestimate his active mind despite how playful he appears normally, he just doesn't know how to articulate himself. So, when will it be possible to pry open this little clam's mouth? Chapter 60, You Have to Believe Me. Chui Lily was heartbroken when she learned about Zhouma's injured wrist. She held Zhouma's little piglet paw in her hands and scrutinized it for a long time. Does it hurt, baby? Kazi, Zhouma was munching on an apple that Zhou Yunning had peeled for him. Upon hearing the question, he shook his head. No pain, I can't feel anything now. How could you be so careless? Chui Lily said, then, are you going to school tomorrow? Let's take a day off. With your right hand injured, you won't be able to write. Zhouma shook his head. I can still listen with my ears, it won't affect my class attendance. Oh dear. Seeing his mother wanting to nag again, Zhou Yunning hurriedly sent Zhouma away. Momo, go to sleep early. Isn't there an 8 a.m. class tomorrow? I'll send you to school tomorrow. Okay. ZHOU held up the half-eaten apple in his hand. Good night mom, good night brother. As he left, he encountered ZHOU who had just come home from work and casually replied, good night dad. How's your arm? It's no big deal, I will be able to carry cement in a few days. Why do you always have that cement on your mind? The next morning, Chui Lily stewed spare rib soup for ZHOU and asked Aunt Fong to braise a big pot of chicken claws and pig trotters for him. She called it nourishing with similar shapes, referring to using pig trotters to help the healing process of human arms. ZHOU raised the braised black pig trotter in his left hand and the plastered arm in his right hand, happily asking Zhou Yuning, brother, does it look like? Zhou Yuning looked at ZHOU's carefree face, feeling complicated. Yes, one is braised trotter, the other is boiled trotter. You're just happily dumb. Could such a childlike son really have psychological problems? Not minding the greasy breakfast at all, ZHOU cheerfully sat at the dining table chewing pig trotters. Zhou Yuning sipped a cup of coffee watching him eat. The mobile phone placed on the table suddenly buzzed twice. Lowering his eyes, Zhou Yuning saw. Fu Yanzi, I will send ZHOU to school in a while. Zhou Yuning. I disagree. Fu Yanzi, I am just informing you. I have already told Momo. Zhou Yuning, nonsense. I arranged everything last night with Momo. Without another word, Fu Yanzi sent over a screenshot. Fu Yanzi, Momo, let me send you to school. I am going in the same direction anyway. Momo, okay. Zhou Yuning slapped his phone on the table and asked, Momo, didn't we agree last night that I would send you to school? ZHOU paused mid-bite, looking up at him with a lost yet innocent expression. Save me. I forgot. You probably prefer spending time with your older brother Fu Yanzi. Lowering his eyelashes, Zhou Yuning sighed, forget it, it doesn't matter if I go to the company alone. You two should get along well. But brother, please let me explain. Before he could finish speaking, the doorbell rang. Fu Yanzi, dressed neatly, visited uninvited and urged ZHOU to hurry up and follow him. ZHOU. Never before have I understood Fu Youwu so deeply. Who can save me? Unfortunately, Fu Youwu was saved by someone the last time, but ZHOU wasn't this time. He found himself caught between the two people, suggesting, how about I ride a bicycle? You're in no condition to ride a bicycle with that injury. Afraid of falling down. Zhou Yuning lamented helplessly, do you even care about yourself? It doesn't matter to me who you go with. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Yanzi interjected, that's right Momo, come on, your brother said it's fine. ZHOU moved his feet, alright then, see you later brother. Seeing the situation, Zhou Yuning chuckled in frustration, Momo, I think you just briefly loved me. Don't think like that brother. ZHOU used his left hand to give Zhou Yuning a heart sign, love you. There was another reason why Fu Yanzi insisted on sending ZHOU to school today, he wanted to have a good talk with ZHOU. Once in the car, ZHOU was immediately handed a bottle of lemonade with its cap already opened. ZHOU took a sip, it was sour yet sweet, super refreshing. ZHOU, I still need to explain to you, Fu Yanzi started the car slowly, I didn't want to break up with you yesterday. ZHOU curled his right index finger and nodded, I just felt heartbroken. You always hide your pain, I'm your boyfriend, you should tell me. But telling you wouldn't reduce my pain at all, it would only make you worry alongside me. ZHOU dropped his gaze, staring at the tips of his shoes, silent. If you ever feel like talking to me about anything, I'd be very happy, Fu Yanzi said. So don't think it's a bother. I love you and would never find you annoying just because you're unwell or in a bad mood. Your parents and brother also think the same. ZHOU responded with a soft I didn't talk in the car yesterday because I was heartbroken, so heartbroken that I didn't know what to say. Fu Yanzi continued gently, if you knew that one day I had a fractured wrist and endured the pain silently for an entire afternoon, wouldn't you feel heartbroken? Of course, you need care. You need care too. Loving someone is like nurturing a flower. Fu Yanzi thought he might need a long time to nurture this flower named ZHOU, showering him with lots of love and companionship to uncover his buried secrets, to understand how much hardship he endured and the journey he took before coming into his life. Fu Yanzi. ZHOU softly called his name, almost inaudible if not listened carefully, thank you for telling me all this, I actually understand. But can you stop thinking I'm mentally ill? I really don't have any mental illness. Cough, we'll talk about this later. How can we talk about this later? Hey. A slight disagreement arose between ZHOU and Fu Yanzi over visiting a psychiatrist. Believing that, I'm just lazy and a bit of a slacker, but I'm physically and mentally healthy, ZHOU firmly rejected Fu Yanzi's arrangement for a psychologist consultation. On the other hand, Fu Yanzi believed in, since the fee has been paid and we've come so far already, please oblige me, emphasizing the necessity of having psychologists available to at least reassure everyone. Wasting money. Although reluctant, ZHOU could not resist Fu Yanzi's nagging like an old mother hen, there's nothing wrong anyway, right? If I go once, I won't need to go again, will I? Just a checkup. Of course, if there's nothing wrong, there'll be no need to go again. With the hope of settling this once and for all, ZHOU eventually agreed to Fu Yanzi's request, which greatly pleased Fu Yanzi. In return, Fu Yanzi promised to grant ZHOU a small wish. In fact, I don't have many wishes, just one tiny request. ZHOU leaned closer to Fu Yanzi and whispered, even if there are some issues, I'm not mentally ill, you must believe me. Chapter 61, Oh no, it's over. ZHOU didn't quite understand why the fact that her hand was broken seemed to be a huge deal in their family. Everyone was incredibly nervous. On Saturday afternoon, when school was dismissed, Zhou Yuning personally drove to pick her up. The first thing he said upon seeing her was, let me take your backpack. It's not heavy. Didn't your hand just break? Even if her hand was broken, it wasn't her shoulder. ZHOU pouted and directly threw her bag into the back seat. See, it's really not a big deal, big brother, can you chill out a little? Mr. Zhou Yuning, the executive CEO of ZHOU Group, felt very unhappy being criticized by his younger brother for lacking relaxation but dared not show it too much. On the way, he silently observed Zhou Mo's expressions. Zhou Mo was holding a bottle of unopened lemonade and staring at the car air freshener deep in thought. Zhou Mo. Zhou Yuning called her name, do you want me to open the bottle for you? Can't you unscrew it? No need, I don't feel like drinking right now. He almost always had to drink some lemonade every time he took a ride, or else he would get carsick. Zhou Yuning looked at him, his heart sinking. Was it really so hard to say, help me open it? Fu Yanji said he would instinctively hold his breath. Zhou Yuning observed him for a while longer, but seeing no abnormalities, he opened the lemonade for him, drink it. Oh, thank you, big brother, Zhou Mo cheerfully replied. And there it was, he had started holding his breath again. Zhou Yuning instantly got a headache, but didn't know how to relieve the symptoms. He could only open the window and gently rub his back with a dry throat. It's okay. Our parents aren't home today, Zhou Yuning continued. Shall we go eat something delicious? What Zhou Yuning referred to as delicious were things usually forbidden by Cui Lily, stinky tofu, spicy hot pot noodles, beef jerky, fried skewers, and other things that Zhou Mo loved but were unhealthy. Normally, Cui Lily was vigilant about preventing these foods, rich in gutter oil and nitrites, from entering the Zhou family house. But usually, Zhou Mo listened well. Except during the few days she was sick, asking for junk food because nothing tasted good otherwise, she obediently ate healthy meals at home. Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up immediately, excitedly saying, let's eat. So, Zhou Yuning had the car stop near the University Snack Street. As soon as they got out, the smell of fried food wafted over with the wind. He couldn't help but worry, if Zhou Mo got an upset stomach from eating this, wouldn't their mom skin him alive? Boss. A large portion of stinky tofu please. Zhou Yuning watched helplessly. Well, let her indulge herself once. So, with great excitement, Zhou Mo led Zhou Yuning around, trying every single stall on the street, stinky tofu, fried chicken cutlets, boiled sticks, sweet rice cakes and brown sugar. Although he saw her excitement, Zhou Yuning still found it difficult to dissuade her from eating less. By the end of the street, Zhou Mo had stuffed her stomach full and still held a stick of grilled squid in her hand, muttering under her breath, so delicious, it would be worth dying after this. Zhou Yuning was sipping on a cold Americano when he heard this remark, nearly choking himself to death, cough cough cough. What are you talking about, kid? Zhou Mo laughed twice and sipped on her fruit tea happily. Mo, Zhou Yuning said, if there's anything making you unhappy, you should tell your older brother. Don't keep it bottled up inside. Huh? Zhou Mo looked at him, expression somewhat startled, then smiled again, I'm happy, really. Zhou Mo held up her purple grape bubble tea, which sparkled in the sunlight. She said, being able to drink such tasty fruit tea is already something worth being cheerful about. Dad. Fu Yanji walked into the garden and stopped beside Fu Yuhang who was bent over his flowers. He was speechless for a moment. You killed another batch of plants. Nonsense. Fu Yuhang raised his eyebrows, that was on purpose. I simply didn't like them, so I made sure they died. Fu Yuhang, second head of the Fu family, with Tao Shui being the main head, the former chairman of the Fu group, and the overseer of overseas branches, had a little-known hobby, raising flowers. But apparently, Mr. Fu lacked any real talent for gardening. In his horticultural endeavors, he faced repeated failures but also kept persisting despite them. Moreover, this gentleman preferred expensive and rare orchids instead of regular plants. Another batch had died. Fine. Fu Yuhang wanted to see Zhou Mo again. This might not be feasible. Fu Yanji brought up the subject and started having a headache again. He said, his condition hasn't been good lately, I want to wait until he stabilizes a bit before I let him meet you. If they were to directly have him meet the parents on the weekend, Fu Yanji really doubted whether he would endure it. Fu Yuhang listened to this and turned to look at him, his hands still full of damp soil. He asked, is that child sick? Yesterday, his wrist bone was fractured, but I'm more worried about his mental state. He lacks too much security, it's severe enough to require a psychologist's intervention. You need to take good care of him. He is a very nice kid. Fu Yuhang turned back to tend to his orchids, you should let him know that you love him. That's what you should do. Fu Yanji nodded softly. Do you think he likes you? It's not like you're making all the efforts alone, right? No. Fu Yanji recalled with a laugh. Why did Zhou Mo respond to his affection even though his cheeks were red with shyness? Even if being so nervous that he couldn't breathe properly, he still responded. Why was his wrist injury unnoticed by everyone else except for him? If ZHOU intended to hide it, he could have concealed it perfectly. Actually, Fu Yanji could understand. All the vulnerabilities and softness ZHOU had shown him were subtly conveying one message. Save me. Then what exactly happened to him? Fu Yanji was full of worry, until in the evening, when he held Pango at the street corner waiting for ZHOU's arm was hung up, the other flailing as if a propeller waving at him. Pango also barked at him, wagging his tail. From a certain angle, he and Pango were quite alike. Does your arm hurt today? Fu Yanji asked. No. ZHOU replied, a fractured wrist isn't that serious. Fu Yanji picked up Pango, speaking in a tone usually used for toddlers. Pango, oh, your father suffered greatly yesterday. Ah, it wasn't that bad. Pango, give daddy a kiss. Saying this, Fu Yanji hugged Pango, trying to make his dog face touch ZHOU. Pango looked excited, growling as he attempted to jump onto ZHOU but was firmly held down by Fu Yanji. His 4 legs were struggling forward. ZHOU had already prepared to catch Pango with both hands, but someone suddenly grabbed his waist from behind, then Fu Yanji tilted his chin upwards and kissed him. Woof. Close your eyes. ZHOU's hand rested on Fu Yanji's shoulder, his heartbeat quickened with Fu Yanji's breath, enjoying the soft sweetness on his lips, the sounds of the kisses echoing in his ears. He didn't dislike this feeling, rather, he felt somewhat excited. After an unknown amount of time, Fu Yanji stared at him, wiping his slightly swollen, red lips gently with his fingertips. His gaze was deep, staring at ZHOU who was panting heavily due to shortness of breath and lay limply in his arms. He wrapped ZHOU tightly in his arms. Suddenly, he thought he was a real gentleman to have contained himself until now. Such a soft and adorable wife. Fu Yanji's gaze made ZHOU a little scared, burying his head into his chest. Why you, don't look at me anymore. Okay, I won't look. Fu Yanji leaned closer to him. Does my dear Mimi want another kiss? ZHOU looked at him, his face so red it looked ready to explode, lowering his head. Let's rest for a while, I'm tired. Alright. Fu Yanji agreed immediately but refused to release ZHOU. It wasn't until Pango woofed a couple of times towards a direction that ZHOU looked along Pango's gaze. And saw Zhou Yunning standing at the corner, dumbfounded, wide-eyed in astonishment, looking utterly frozen with shock, her mouth gaping open wide enough to fit an entire egg. Ah! Startled, ZHOU directly sprang off Fu Yanji, plastering himself against the wall. Fu Yanji was also startled by this unexpected situation, following ZHOU's gaze to see nothing but Zhou Yunning's menacing expression. Oh no! Fu Yanji thought. Today, his son would probably have to answer for this. Chapter 62, Why don't you scold me? The scene was chaotic for a moment. Zhou Yunning leaped up and went straight to Fu Yanji, and it was the first time ZHOU had seen someone jump so high. Fu Yanji stood there like a fool, motionless, just waiting for Zhou Yunning to strike him. Pang Pang barked furiously at him, trying to bite Fu Yanji's trouser hems and urging him to run. Brother! 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 ZHOU stepped in front of Fu Yanji immediately, shouting, Brother, calm down. No violence. Fu Yanji. You bastard. I trusted you with my heart, but you played tricks on me. That's my brother. My biological brother. Zhou Yunning lunged forward while struggling. He's so young and you still dared to take advantage of him. Damn it. I'll fight you today. ZHOU directly held Fu Yanji, blocking himself between them. Brother, don't do this. I didn't do anything unusual, I'm just asking why recently before dinner you've been sneaking out. Turns out you're secretly meeting Fu Yanji. What do you mean by sneaking out, big brother? We are a couple. Fu Yanji slightly curved his lips, saying, yes, brother, we are. Who calls you brother? It's not like that. Who do you call brother? He got so angry that he started talking nonsense. It wasn't surprising as all the blood in his body seemed to rush to his head. Seeing Fu Yanji made him angrier by the second. Mo. Come home with me. ZHOU still kept holding Fu Yanji. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunning noticed that his eyes were filled with tears which were threatening to fall. His eyes looked red, making him look pitifully pathetic. His lips were tightly sealed until they turned pale. He stubbornly shook his head toward Zhou Yunning, then tears streamed down his face with a soft plop. Zhou Yunning. In an instant, Zhou Yunning softened, as if having taken a silent poison, scolding words couldn't come out of his mouth. I haven't scolded you, why are you crying? Oh, stop crying. Fu Yanji lowered his head to look at him, tightening the hands that were holding him, brushing his fingers against Mo's neck. Feeling his heartbeat racing, he quickly pulled him to sit down, embracing him in his arms. Mo, breathe through your mouth, don't hold your breath, be a good boy. Fu Yanji rubbed his back tenderly. Breathe, open your mouth quick, don't be afraid. Zhou Yunning saw this and forgot about being angry, also coming over to smooth out Mo's chest. What's wrong? Don't hold your breath, quick, open your mouth. ZHOU looked at Fu Yanji with tear-filled eyes. Fu Yanji's expression softened, he continuously rubbed his lower back, then suddenly coughed, leaning lightly on his shoulder for breath. How is it possible? Before Zhou Yunning finished speaking, Fu Yanji glanced at him disapprovingly, putting Zhou Mo's wrist that wasn't injured on Zhou Yunning's hand, letting him feel Zhou Mo's rapid heartbeat, still pounding hard. Zhou Yunning was completely speechless. We weren't fighting, Zhou Yunning softly said, Mo, don't be scared. Brother, you don't need to treat me like a child. I am an adult, Zhou Mo said, I know what I'm doing, really, I like Fu Yanji a lot. I did it willingly. Although it was voluntary, Zhou Yunning still felt so infuriated. Now he finally understood how Fu Yanji felt when provoked to a boil by Fu Yuwu. How could anyone laugh seeing their younger brother being seduced by another guy? No, I'm worse than Fu Yanji, after his brother was enticed, he ended up enticing mine. Shit. The clown turns out to be me. Zhou Yunning thought about this and again began to get irritated. But then he noticed his brother sitting in Fu Yanji's embrace, still panting lightly, clearly not yet recovered. Swallowing down this anger. One day I will end up with breast nodules from anger. If Fu Yuwu had shown vulnerability and weakness like Zhou Mo just now, would Fu Yanji have already given in earlier? Zhou Yunning pinched Zhou Mo's wrist, feeling his gradually decreasing heart rate. He squeezed his younger brother's slightly cool fingertips, asking gently, are you feeling better? If you're better, let's go home. When Zhou Mo heard this, his face changed immediately. He leaned closer into Fu Yanji's arms. Going home. That means being locked indoors without going out. Feeling Zhou Mo's movement, Fu Yanji unconsciously tightened his arms around him, feeling as if his heart was about to burst with emotions. Wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. I won't lock you up, Zhou Yunning wasn't sure how to express himself, let's go home for dinner, or mom will call soon. Mo's emotions swung dramatically over the weekend, and he was still a little out of breath. He was sluggish overall. Seeing his listless state like a piece of wood, Fu Yanji felt heartache and embraced him with both arms, saying, let him have a little more time. Once the aunt calls, we'll just say that we're having dinner at my house. Who goes to your? Zhou Yunning glanced at Mo, swallowing the rest of the sentence. Forget it, take a breather. Mo, do you feel dizzy? Mo shook his head and leaned on Fu Yanji without a word. After a while, Mo asked in a slightly hoarse voice, will you two remain good brothers then? We will. Fu Yanji quickly responded, Yunning and I grew up together from childhood. We won't break apart easily, right? In an instant, Zhou Yunning caught Fu Yanji's warning glance. Though feeling extremely reluctant, calming Mo down was more urgent, so he gritted his teeth and admitted, yes, we are good brothers. Through clenched teeth, he added, lifelong good brothers. Fu Yanji, ha 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 ha. Zhou Yunning, hee hee ha. Mo stood between them and expressionlessly made a scoffing sound, then moved away from Fu Yanji. Putting on airs. Mo wasn't quite satisfied that everyone seemed to regard him as some fragile item. He remained silent all the way home. Finally, just before reaching home, Mo stopped in his tracks and walked back to Zhou Yunning. Why don't you scold me? Zhou Yunning was startled, stepping back a couple of paces, asking, why should I scold you? I conspired with your best friend. Why don't you scold me? Brother, I merely scolded Fu Yanji a few times, but then you looked teary-eyed and had breathing difficulties, how could I dare scold you? Zhou Yunning even suspected that if he'd spoken more then, Mo would have fainted right there. If you scold me, I'll listen. Mo murmured, why don't you scold me? So how do you want me to scold you? Mo planted his hands on his waist, pointing a finger and raising his eyebrows, Mo. You dare to be dating at your age. Break up immediately or don't come back home. Zhou Yunning. Chapter 63, will this health insurance cover it? ZHOU hadn't been home these past few days, he'd been working overtime at the company every day. So at night, it was only Cui Lily waiting for the two children to come back for dinner. But today she noticed that her eldest son's expression was off. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Cui Lily asked with concern. Should I ask Aunt Fong to cook another dish for you? Zhou Mo held his spoon and looked over here. Mom, Momo. Zhou Mo stomped on Zhou Yunning's foot under the table, causing Zhou Yunning's face to turn pale as he glared at Zhou Mo. Momo he. Zhou Mo stomped on his foot again. Momo. Another stomp. This brat. Momo shouldn't eat spare rib soup anymore. That stuff is high in purine. Also, just because a bone is broken doesn't mean we should overdo it with spare rib supplements, it's targeted incorrectly. In one breath, Zhou Yunning let it all out before his foot got crushed further by Zhou Mo afterward. He glanced at Zhou Mo with a look full of grievance and reproach. Oh, it's because of this, then Momo, tomorrow Aunt Fong won't make spare rib soup. How about we have salted pepper spare ribs? Zhou Mo smiled at his mom showing 8 white teeth, good. Try some pig trotters first, Aunt Fong stewed them for a long time, they are very fragrant. Cui Lily placed a soft pig trotter onto Zhou Mo's plate. Eat some vegetables too to replenish your vitamins. Thank you, Mom. Zhou Yunning silently ate the rice in his bowl. Seeing how uneasy ZHOU seemed, he scooped a small portion of egg custard into his brother's bowl with a clean spoon. Brother, eat. Ho ho. Zhou gave a cold laugh, cleaned up his meal, and then limped upstairs without saying a word. Did you argue with your brother? Cui Lily quietly asked ZHOU after he had gone. No, Mom. ZHOU shook his head, perhaps brother simply felt neglected. After the meal, ZHOU specially baked some soft cookies and heated a cup of milk to bring upstairs. Zhou was sitting in the study reading a book when he saw ZHOU bringing snacks up the stairs and gave him a side-eye glance, refusing to acknowledge him. ZHOU put the items down in front of him and grinned. Brother, want some dessert after dinner? I just baked them. Humph. Zhou scanned the cookies baked by ZHOU, which had chocolate chips sprinkled on them, then asked, are they just for me or does Fu Yanji get some too? Of course, they're just for you, answered ZHOU. Only then did Zhou deign to pick up a piece. The cookies baked by ZHOU were always quite good, aromatic, soft, with an intense chocolate flavor. That's more like it. Fu Yanji doesn't really like chocolate, ZHOU said sweetly. Zhou. How long have you two been together? Not long, answered ZHOU, just from the last time we went to soak in hot springs. The hot springs. Zhou remembered. Last time Fu Yanji came to pick them up for play, both he and Dad were too busy with work to go, but who would have thought? Just that once. That fox took advantage right there. Brother, ZHOU carefully observed his expression and said, I really do like Fu Yanji, and Fu Yanji likes me too. You are my brother, so I hope I can get your support. Zhou ate the cookie in his hand without speaking. I know I might be going through a bit of a situation right now, said ZHOU with his head lowered. Lately, I haven't been able to control my emotions well, but I believe it's temporary. I'll try to overcome this issue and actively see a psychologist. So, please don't worry about me any longer. Listening to this, Zhou couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, that his younger brother had truly become an independent adult. He reached out and patted Zhou's head and sighed, love yourself first before loving others, Momo. Brother hopes you will be happy. Brother, then you won't oppose us anymore. I never intended to oppose you. I'm just upset because Fu Yanji isn't someone like Pei Ji. We've grown up together since we were young, and I know he's actually a pretty great guy. The psychological counselor Fu Yanji scheduled was on Sunday, and he specifically postponed a business trip to accompany ZHOU. Normally, even when ZHOU fell ill, he wouldn't go to the hospital, let alone such a high-end psychological clinic. As soon as they walked in, the warm and bright interior decor caught his attention. Wow, Fu Yanji, ZHOU exclaimed, we're so bougie. Fu Yanji. Seeing a psychologist makes you bougie already? Just answer whatever the doctor asks you, no need to be nervous, I'll wait for you outside, Fu Yanji said. It's nothing serious, it's just an illness like any other. Got it. ZHOU lifted his little face and marched into the clinic with his head held high. An hour and a half later, ZHOU came out looking disheartened. Seeing his expression, Fu Yanji was startled and quickly approached. What happened? What is it? ZHOU frowned and asked pitifully, Fu Yanji, can this be covered by health insurance? What happened? The doctor who saw ZHOU was a woman, whom he addressed as Dr. Song. She appeared very intellectual and mature, and when she came out, she was holding a freshly printed report. Mild depression, moderate anxiety, Dr. Song said. No need for medication intervention at the moment, the family just needs to monitor emotional changes closely and schedule follow-up visits periodically. ZHOU's face still looked woeful, resembling a bitter gourd. Doctor, how serious is his condition? One cannot assess mental health using simple criteria of severity. We have to consider how well the patient themselves can cope. ZHOU is quite strong, I believe he will be able to adjust himself. However, one point is that he avoids talking about his past, something significant must have happened that affected him deeply. Dr. Song pushed up her glasses on her nose bridge and said, our life experiences shape our unique personalities. ZHOU's personality now has much to do with his past, possibly making him optimistic, resilient, and full of vitality. But inevitably, it also binds him to those childhood experiences throughout his life. Chapter 64, Am I that kind of arrogant rich guy? All appearances are deceptive. Fu Yanji looked at ZHOU who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in front of him, hugging a huge tub of ice cream, laughing loudly while watching a comedy. Fu Yanji thought with a smile on his face, all appearances are deceptive, he is just pretending to be happy. ZHOU, he ha 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 ha. Just look how realistically he's acting. Fu Yanji's heart ached, the smile was just his protective coloration. He. Mo. Fu Yanji reached out to pat his head, his eyes full of pain, if you don't want to laugh, you don't have to. ZHOU. I think the one with the problem is you. I'm not eating anymore. ZHOU lifted the giant bucket of ice cream onto the coffee table, indeed it was lifting it, as ZHOU had spotted this 10-kilogram bucket of ice cream at the supermarket when he returned from the clinic with Fu Yanji. After much internal deliberation alone, ZHOU finally expressed his idea indirectly to Fu Yanji. ZHOU had said at the time, we could just buy a small one too, anyway, big or small they taste the same, right? How could Fu Yenji possibly listen to that? Plus he was just coming out of the clinic and still feeling upset, so without minding whether eating too much ice cream would be bad for his stomach or not, he waved his hand decisively, buy it. So, Fu Yenji bought all the flavors of bucket-sized ice creams, including matcha, peach, plain, vanilla, coconut, chocolate, and more. The weight of all these ice creams amounted to almost one whole ZHOU. On their way home, it was so cold in the car that they didn't even need to turn on the air conditioning. Why aren't you eating anymore? In fact, ZHOU wanted to switch to another flavor because eating too much plain ice cream would feel greasy. However, no matter what, he had to finish the plain one first before trying other flavors, otherwise it would be wasteful. I also kind of feel like eating ice cream now. I want to try the matcha flavored one, is that okay? Fu Yenji asked. I think you can try the peach flavor. Alright, Fu Yenji agreed readily, then please help me get some. By the way, you can eat at most 3 scoops of ice cream, no more than that. ZHOU followed advice very well, nodding happily and heading into the freezer to fetch the ice cream. Try it. ZHOU held a small bowl and scooped out a light pink-colored ice cream. I guarantee you'll love it, because I've never eaten such delicious ice cream. While talking, ZHOU swayed his head back and forth, making Fu Yenji laugh. Fu Yenji took a bite from ZHOU's hand and found that the peach-flavored ice cream was sweet and fragrant, with some sweet and sour peach bits mixed in. It was truly very delicious. Right? ZHOU looked somewhat proud, taking several bites from the bowl of ice cream. He then felt someone pinch his chin, looking up subconsciously, only to feel something cool covering his lips. Fu Yenji licked ZHOU's corner of his lips, smiling, this is sweeter. With a red face, ZHOU shoved a large bowl of ice cream into Fu Yenji's hands and rushed away with thuds. Fu Yenji sat there laughing non-stop. Hee, my boyfriend, I kiss him whenever I want. But 6 whole buckets, each 20 pounds of ice cream, even if ZHOU and Fu Yenji ate them as meals, it would take them a while to finish. To avoid wasting food, ZHOU spent the entire afternoon studying ways to make ice cream until his sister Zhou Yuning called asking why he hadn't gone home yet. When ZHOU answered the phone, he was making an ice cream bread, a matcha-flavored one. The soft bread with rich creamy ice cream in the middle tasted aromatic, but since ZHOU had already consumed excessive amounts of ice cream at noon, Fu Yenji deprived him of tasting the trial samples, and all the trials went into Fu Yenji's stomach instead. Eating so much made ZHOU scared for a while, and Fu Yenji even put the remaining trial samples into the fridge and wouldn't let him eat them anymore. Why haven't you come home yet? Ah, it's quite late. ZHOU was about to leave after removing his apron. It's quite late, so just sleep here. Fu Yenji snatched his phone. Will spend the night with me today. Zhou Yuning, what? That's correct. Why trouble him this late at night? My place is closer to their school, I'll directly take him to school tomorrow. Fu Yenji glanced at the watch, even arriving at your place would be midnight now. Can you bear to see Mo go through this? Zhou Yuning got so mad that her head pounded, saying, give the phone to ZHOU. Fu Yenji handed over the phone, and ZHOU picked it up. Hello, brother. Mo. Zhou Yuning tried her best to keep her tone smooth. Where are you two now? At Fu Yenji's apartment near his company. ZHOU replied. Since it's so late, you should stay there for now. Zhou Yuning deliberately emphasized the word temporarily. You should stay in the guest room, lock the door at night, and no kissing with Fu Yenzi. Before the words had even fully escaped her mouth, Fu Yenzi made a mischievous "choo" sound near ZHOU's ear, loud enough to scare him and cause him to give him a playful punch on the shoulder. Zhou Yuning seemed to have heard that over the phone, shouting so hard her voice cracked. Did you hear that? Absolutely not. Okay, brother. In truth, ZHOU actually wanted to tell his brother how fun it was to kiss his boyfriend, but he didn't dare to do so. Zhou Yuning's current attitude towards him was like that of an overly protective father who is watching his yet unmarried daughter, and probably in Zhou Yuning's eyes, Fu Yenzi's image had transformed from a mature, steady tycoon into some punk guy with dyed yellow hair riding around recklessly. If ZHOU told his brother what he truly thought, Zhou Yuning would likely show up at Fu Yenzi's house immediately, leading to both him and Fu Yenzi suffering a tragic fate similar to the butterfly lovers or birds flying separately. It's time to sleep, Fu Yenzi said while tidying up the table. We can continue when we come back after school tomorrow. ZHOU readily agreed, but upon heading to the restroom, he discovered Fu Yenzi hugging a blanket toward the master bedroom. I think I'll sleep in the guest bedroom, ZHOU said. Why? Fu Yenzi looked quite unconvinced. You're my boyfriend. Who else should you sleep with if not me? It's completely natural for us two to sleep together. It's all happening too fast, I'm not ready for this. We've only been together for less than a month. So what? I'm not going to do anything. Besides, haven't we already slept together once that night at the hot springs? Upon hearing the words, not doing anything, ZHOU's face slowly turned red. Well, that still doesn't make it okay. After Fu Yenzi's resistance proved futile, he begrudgingly returned the blanket to the guest bedroom, though ZHOU soon noticed that Fu Yenzi hadn't prepared a pillow for him. Why don't I have a pillow? Fu Yenzi started fitting a pillowcase onto the new pillow, his eyes flickering nervously. I thought, you wouldn't need one. Why wouldn't I need one? What am I supposed to use as a pillow without it? My arm. Fu Yanzi answered resolutely. ZHOU. You're just daydreaming again. At 11 o'clock p.m., the apartment fell silent. After exchanging goodnights, ZHOU found himself lying in bed in the guest bedroom unable to fall asleep. He attributed this to the absence of ZHOU plushie. Tossing and turning in bed to try to relax, about 10 minutes passed before he heard a soft knock on the guest bedroom door. ZHOU jumped up quickly and went to open the door, only to see Fu Yanzi clutching his stomach, pale-faced. What happened? Startled, ZHOU pulled Fu Yanzi closer, feeling his forehead and back. What's wrong? Stomachache? Fu Yanzi frowned tightly, nodding his head. Did you eat too much cold food today? ZHOU paced anxiously. Where's the medicine cabinet? Find some medicine. Warm water, warm water. Fu Yanzi held on to ZHOU who was running around like an ant on a hot pan. Even with his stomach hurting so badly, he didn't forget to flirt. His pale lips kissed ZHOU's wrist from the inside. Nothing serious, you sleeping with me will be enough. ZHOU. Don't believe in Fu Yanzi's lies for a moment, placing him back in the main bedroom and giving him a cup of hot water to drink first. He then searched everywhere and found 2 unexpired antacid tablets to give to Fu Yanzi. Then he went straight to the kitchen to cook some pumpkin yam porridge. So busy that Fu Yanzi couldn't hold him back, Fu Yanzi, trying to look suave in pajamas revealing sculpted clavicles and abs, leaned against the kitchen island counter while ZHOU was bustling around. Despite his apparent disarray, Fu Yanzi had carefully styled his hair in the bathroom beforehand, making him look delicate yet fragile, much like a beautifully adorned peacock showing off its feathers. ZHOU shot him a glance and shooed him back to bed. If your stomach hurts, lie down properly. Why are you acting crazy? Fu Yanzi, oh. Once ZHOU had finished serving the porridge, he brought it into the bedroom where Fu Yanzi was wearing anti-blue light glasses and looking at something on his tablet. Whenever Fu Yanzi was working or studying, his expression was always very serious. ZHOU was initially deceived by his seemingly professional demeanor, assuming him to be a stern and distant tycoon. But in fact, boys remain young at heart forever. Are you still in pain? ZHOU was still a little worried, so he leaned over and reached out to touch Fu Yanzi's stomach. Instead, he felt Fu Yanzi's well-defined abs. Your figure is really great, ZHOU couldn't help but feel them again. At this moment, Fu Yanzi suddenly felt that his daily workouts and the money spent on the gym were all worth it. As ZHOU watched Fu Yanzi drink the porridge, despite feeling somewhat guilty and empathetic, he couldn't help but chuckle. They say, out of 10 powerful tycoons, 9 have stomach issues. It looks like even our tycoon didn't escape. Regardless of who it is, when one gets busy enough to lose track of day and night, forget meals, and occasionally indulge in heavy drinking, their stomach won't be healthy. ZHOU's cooking skills had always been commendable, but because he was afraid Fu Yanzi wouldn't digest too much at night, he only made a small bowl of warm porridge. After drinking it, Fu Yanzi felt much more comfortable in his stomach. I'll take good care of you from now on. ZHOU lightly rubbed Fu Yanzi's abdomen through his sleepwear. Only 27 or 8, having poor stomach health would deprive you of a lot of fun. And, ZHOU, do you really think I'm a stereotypical tyrant tycoon? Fu Yanzi pinched ZHOU's nose. In your eyes, am I the type that smirks with sinister charm and threatens someone into compliance? ZHOU wanted to laugh. But ZHOU dared not, stifling his laughter until his face began twitching. If you want to laugh, go ahead and laugh. Ha 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 ha. To tell the truth, my initial impression of you was indeed ha 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 ha. Wait a second, Fu Yanzi, how do you know these things so well? Ha 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 ha. Haven't you watched too many dramas? Ha 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 ha. You should try not to open your mouth so wide, I can see your tonsils. Chapter 65, The Dominant CEO Plays Scratch-Off Lottery. In ZHOU's eyes, very romantic things include but are not limited to, holding hands with her boyfriend to watch a movie, going to a restaurant with fairly good reviews together with her boyfriend for a check-in, shopping for a couple's matching outfits together, purchasing some couple-themed furniture together, and buying scratch-off lottery tickets together. Fu Yanzi was usually very busy at work, so busy that he would often be nowhere to be found. To ensure the quality of their relationship, he asked ZHOU to make a wish list that they could use in the future when they go out on dates. However, when he saw the last item on the list, he became completely silent. You want us to go scratch off lottery tickets together? At that moment, ZHOU was getting ready to put on her shoes to attend a tutoring class. Recently, her family had enrolled her in an English tutoring class with a specially hired foreign teacher. Every time she went, she was filled with excitement. Hearing this, she turned back matter-of-factly. Of course, these exciting scratch-off lotteries should only be done by couples together. Fu Yanzi. If you're interested in this kind of thing, I can take you to Macau. If you go to Macau, your moral values might get distorted, it's just gambling there. Big gambling can ruin one's health, it's very hard for a person to control their desires. What if we end up bankrupting ourselves over there? Fu Yanzi countered, impossible. If I could just easily go bankrupt like that, then all the efforts of these past few years have been wasted. I'm not going, said ZHOU, I just want to play scratch-off lotteries. Alright then, Fu Yanji thought as he planned to buy her a carload of scratch-off tickets one day so that she could scratch them all at once to her heart's content. And we need to sit by the roadside while scratching, only then does it feel the most real. After putting on her shoes, ZHOU waved goodbye to Fu Yanji. I'm off, see you. Goodbye. Fu Yanji leaned over and pecked ZHOU's cheek. I'll have a meeting at the company tonight, so after you go home, you can just walk pup outside. Understood. ZHOU didn't expect how efficient Fu Yanji was. On Sunday evening, he specifically spared half a day to accompany ZHOU to watch a movie. Even though both the ZHOU family and Fu family had private audiovisual rooms, ZHOU still thought watching a movie outside felt different from watching it at home. As it turned out, it wasn't much different at all. Fu Yanji had already bought popcorn and cola, and they were walking towards the cinema. ZHOU obviously put considerable thought into this date and selected a recent highly rated youth romance film. By the end of the movie, it moved many audience members to tears. The dark environment, dim lighting, and two people sitting close together made Fu Yanji feel that the atmosphere was perfectly set. It was the perfect time for them to kiss, but when he turned his head, he noticed ZHOU had already fallen asleep leaning her head back, mouth wide open and saliva almost dripping down. Fu Yanji. I'm really speechless, I really am. ZHOU herself didn't know when exactly she fell asleep, only that when Fu Yanji woke her up, the movie was already ending, and people were starting to leave. She yawned, her tear streak still visible in the corners of her eyes. So unfortunate. Didn't see anything. Her tone was quite regretful. What a waste of a movie ticket. But in such a dimly lit environment, with soothing music, and a plot more drawn out than an old lady's foot-binding cloth, who could resist falling asleep? Fu Yanji could. Not only did he not fall asleep, several new photos appeared in his phone's photo album showing ZHOU sleeping soundly with her mouth wide open inside the cinema. Still, Fu Yanji said nothing. What do you want to eat tonight? ZHOU yawned again, thought for a moment, and answered, I want to eat rice noodles. Fine. Fu Yanji was about to take out his phone to order a restaurant, but he felt ZHOU tugging at his clothes. I want to eat from that place. Following ZHOU's pointed finger, Fu Yanji saw a simple signboard that read, Yunnan Crossing the Bridge Rice Noodles. Below the glass door, there was a printed poster stating, 15 yuan per bowl. Alright. Since neither of them could handle overly spicy food, they ordered 2 bowls of rice noodles without extra spice and sat waiting on small stools. First, ZHOU stood up and walked around the shop, nodding her head for some unknown reason. Then, she walked near the kitchen entrance and took a peek inside. Boss, ZHOU said, can you cook 1 bowl softer? Sure thing. At first, Fu Yanji didn't understand ZHOU's intention until the rice noodles were cooked and served. The softer cooked rice noodles were placed in front of him, and ZHOU looked happy as she said, eat. Fu Yanji's heart melted instantly, softer even than the freshly cooked rice noodles. What do you want to do after dinner? Play scratch-off lottery. Weekend still had scratch-off lottery on her mind over the weekend. I saw some at the entrance of the cinema. Fu Yanji thought it best to let Weekend play as much as she wanted here, otherwise she'd keep thinking about it. So when the two finished eating, drenched in the scent of rice noodles, Fu Yanji was already prepared to rent out this entire scratch-off lottery stand. But all Weekend did was pick 4 tickets and then give 2 of them to Fu Yanji, inviting him to sit down with a coin and start scratching. Fu Yanji. Do you not want to buy more? You don't understand. Weekend feigned profundity. This is a high-stakes gamble, you know. Turns out both their luck was pretty bad, and none of the 4 tickets won. Weekend. Boss, 4 more please. The pair began scratching again in silence. Still, not 1 ticket won. Weekend paused silently for a moment, got up to leave, but Fu Yanji held her back, asking her to sit down again though she wasn't too pleased. I'm done. We're unlucky today. Boss, hand that whole stack over. Fu Yanji slapped that thick stack of scratch-off lottery tickets, resembling a brick, next to his hand. We're here, so scratch. How should I put it? Weekend's expression became complicated. Was our dominant CEO, for my sake, spending lavishly, waving his big hand, and leasing an entire scratch-off lottery booth? While they were diligently scratching their heads, Weekend heard a murmuring nearby, That man playing scratch-off lottery looks like our company chairman, doesn't he? Have you ever seen the chairman? Did you forget? At the employee conference. Now that you mention it, yeah, it really does look like him. But it can't be, right? Chairman Fu would be sitting on the street smelling of rice noodles while playing scratch-off lotteries. Isn't that too down-to-earth? But he does look really similar. Should we go say hi? Even if it isn't him, we get to take a closer look at a handsome guy. Oh no. Weekend didn't dare think further, as a social death moment for Fu Yanji was about to come. At this point, she wished to bury her head into the scratch-off lotteries rather than face this scene. Imagine, the prestigious chairman of Fuxing Group actually playing scratch-off lottery on the street side. How rare this sounds. Good evening. Fu Yanji seemed completely normal, without any hint of embarrassment at being discovered, instead smiling very elegantly as he asked them, are you shopping around here? Yes, we couldn't believe it's really you, the girl looked thrilled, never expected to see you here. I really admire you, it's such a joy to meet you. Originally, I only got to see you once a year at the employee meeting. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to join us for dinner? It's a coincidence, I'm here with my boyfriend watching movies nearby. Boyfriend? Male. Weekend, sitting at the table across from them, was dying of embarrassment. Well, coming out now could also work. He was already ready to introduce himself when unexpectedly Fu Yanji continued without looking toward him. We've already eaten. Fu Yanji casually took 2 scratch-off lotteries from a pile and handed them to the girls. Wish you good luck. Chapter 66, Are You a Dog? How is it possible that none of these have won anything? The Weekend had spent so long scratching the lottery tickets that their hands felt numb. Neither of them seemed to have any luck, having scratched for such a long time without winning a single prize. Disheartened, ZHOU attempted to drag Fu Yanji away, but it appeared Fu Yanji was still reluctant to leave. It's impossible. Fu Yanji stubbornly said, from a probability theory perspective, this doesn't make sense. From a metaphysical perspective, it makes perfect sense, ZHOU persuaded him, let it go. We probably aren't destined to win this kind of lucky money. Let's go back and do business honestly. Fu Yanji still wasn't convinced, boss. Boss, earlier a handsome guy gave us 2 scratch-off tickets, and we both won. Can we exchange them? The boss couldn't help but laugh, sure. How much? Oh wow, not bad at all. I'll transfer the money to you guys. ZHOU and Fu Yanji watched as the 2 little girls walked away, feeling an overwhelming sense of defeat. Now from a probability theory standpoint, it makes sense. Fu Yanji continued, and from a metaphysical point of view, it also makes sense. We're just unlucky, there's nothing we can do about it. Fu Chairman's first venture into the sports lottery industry ended in failure. As if covered by a dark cloud, ZHOU tried to console him, it's okay. Our ability to earn money doesn't necessarily correlate with good luck. I still trust your ability to make money. Fu Yanji was waiting for the fruit tea he bought for ZHOU. Upon hearing the words, he sighed and said, alright, I guess one shouldn't dabble too much in these kinds of things. Fu Yanji didn't lack the rewards from the scratch-off tickets, actually, such games weren't very appealing to him. However, his competitive spirit as the king of overachievers since childhood compelled him to win something. Simply put, he lost due to his own stubbornness. Holding his fruit tea, ZHOU and Fu Yanji strolled through the park as the evening breeze carried the humidity of the river towards them, refreshing their hearts momentarily. They sat by the riverside for a while, watching the sunset together. At dusk, the horizon was bathed in tangerine red colors like a blazing fire, extraordinarily beautiful. Immersed in gazing at the clouds on the horizon, ZHOU suddenly noticed Fu Yanji taking a photo of him with his phone. In the picture, ZHOU's face was reddened by the sunset, his expression serene as he gazed into the distance, the shadow cast by his long eyelashes underneath his eyes making him look particularly beautiful, almost like the sunset itself. Fu Yanji. After realizing Fu Yanji was photographing him, ZHOU simply smiled and mysteriously said, do you want to stretch out your hand? Huh? What's going on? Despite being confused, Fu Yanji obediently did as instructed. ZHOU's smile revealed his dimples, as he fumbled in his clothes pockets, then in his pants pockets, and finally pulled out a bright red rose which he placed into Fu Yanji's hands. I give it to you. Illuminated by the sunset, the rose looked even redder, lying there alone in Fu Yanji's palm. Dewdrops were hanging from its petals, sparkling brilliantly. Surprised, Fu Yanji asked, when did you buy it? When you were buying the fruit tea, ZHOU closed Fu Yanji's palm gently with his small hands wrapped around the larger ones. He said, I've always wanted to give roses to someone I like, no need for many, one will suffice. One should give roses to the person they like, no need for many, one will suffice. Fu Yanji quietly repeated it in his heart. Yes, he seemed to never have given flowers to ZHOU, which indeed was his mistake. Fu Yanji was extremely fond of this sudden gift, holding that flower and admiring it from every angle all night long, and even changed his WeChat profile picture to a photo of this rose. But aside from being unlucky, Chairman Fu might also not be proficient in photography. When photographing ZHOU, he didn't notice, but when taking the flower's picture, the angle chosen was extremely old-fashioned, very reminiscent of a middle-aged housewife's exclusive profile picture. So some meticulous employees would notice that Chairman's WeChat profile picture suddenly changed from his business portrait to a blooming flower symbolizing prosperity. Furthermore, he even specially snatched the vase from photo placed the rose inside. At that time, Fu was watching TV, ZHOU was tinkering with her little oven in the kitchen. Fu turned his head and saw his eldest son take down the vase from the antique cabinet in the study and bring it to his room. Not long after, he saw the vase waving before him, containing a solitary red rose. Did ZHOU give it to you? Fu chuckled, only giving one rose. Your charm isn't great either, huh? You don't understand, Fu Yanji said profoundly, you should give a rose to the person you like, no need for many, one will suffice. One rose is more than enough. Look at how you gloated when Weekend gave you a single rose last time. Can you be a little more mature? Why are you becoming more and more like your younger brother? Fu Yanji's expression turned solemn, Dad, your scolding is so harsh. Hey! You little brat. You don't understand anything. A man over 50 doesn't comprehend the romance of us young people. All you know is making money, you're nothing but a cold money-making machine. Fianzi. Wake up. Haven't you been possessed by some strange force? I am very clear-headed. Fu Yanji hugged the vase, saying expressionlessly, Dad, you've been back in the country for such a long time now. Haven't you even given Mom a bouquet of flowers yet? Are there no longer any traces of romance in your life as an old married couple? Your mom doesn't pursue those things. Fu coldly laughed, your dad has never had a love-addled brain. I wouldn't waste time on meaningless matters either. Who's like you, getting dumber with every bit of romance, soon your IQ will turn negative. Fu Yanji shot back with a sneer, Mom will soon start caring. Fu suddenly got a bad feeling. Mom. Fu Yanji whispered something to Tao Shui that Funli faintly heard, something about surprise, novelty, effort. Then he heard Tao Shui roar fiercely, Fu. Get your sorry butt in here. Coming, my dear. Fu quickly fled into the kitchen, just in time to encounter Fu Yanji striding out victoriously holding the vase. Unable to restrain himself, Fu scolded. You little whelp. You won't even listen after being told a few words. Must stir up trouble between me and your mom. If you're around, this family might fall apart. And you're gloating too. Fu Yanji. Are you really a dog? You're a real dog. Chapter 67, Fu Yanji, do you want to die? Regarding the psychological examination results, ZHOU did not tell Fu Yanji and his family the truth. She just told them that it was due to a bad mood, but obviously, none of the ZHOU family believed her. After all, this kid had a record. Besides, Fu Yanji was known for being quite enduring. Zhou Yuning was sure he hadn't told the truth. After repeatedly asking about the examination results and obtaining Fu Yanji's promise that he would not tell Cui Lily, Fu Yanji finally revealed the truth to him. So serious? Asked Zhou Yuning with a serious expression. Does he need to take medicine? The doctor said Momo is resistant to talking about his childhood experiences, so these test results are temporary. They asked us to prepare for the worst-case scenario, but I think Momo's mood in the past few days has been okay. The doctor said there's no immediate need for medication at this stage, but we should be careful about worsening conditions and try our best to keep him happy. That evening, ZHOU received a gift from Zhou Yuning, a huge Lego toy set. After consulting all of his friends, Zhou Yuning decided that this was the best thing to cheer up a 20-year-old boy, an aircraft carrier-shaped Lego toy set, made of thousands of bricks, laid out in front of ZHOU. ZHOU stared blankly. He didn't know how to start. I heard boys your age should really like this kind of thing, said Zhou Yuning, patting ZHOU's head. Play with it, just pass the time at home since you don't have class today. Faced with the diagram, ZHOU was completely at a loss. Thus, over the entire week, the issue of how to assemble this Lego became the biggest worry for ZHOU. He almost always carried around this project, whether in his room or next to the coffee table in the living room. Eventually, even moving it into Fu Yanji's study where Fu Yanji worked and he could play with it while waiting. How do you put this together? ZHOU lamented. Is something missing? What should I do? Fu Yanji watched as ZHOU scratched his head in frustration, gritting his teeth at the sight. That big idiot Zhou Yuning, this present seemed to have only increased ZHOU's anxiety instead. Need help? No thanks. ZHOU replied. Fu Yanji sized him up silently after a moment, convinced that ZHOU truly did not need assistance, though if anything, he just felt too embarrassed to ask. Then he picked up another file on the desk and began reading. The more he read, the angrier he became, not because of work keeping him from spending time with ZHOU, but at the nonsense proposal before him. It was complete garbage. After nearly a week of persistent effort, the aircraft carrier was beginning to take shape. All that remained was perfecting some details. Finally, ZHOU relaxed, deciding to grab a few scoops of ice cream from the fridge, when suddenly he heard someone ringing the doorbell. ZHOU opened the door with his ice cream in hand and saw Fu Youwu. It's been a long time. ZHOU bent down to fetch a pair of slippers for Fu Youwu. Your brother is in the study. Fu Youwu was also surprised to see ZHOU here and asked, what are you doing here? Visiting. ZHOU answered, there's ice cream, what flavor do you want? Any will do. Fu Youwu changed into slippers and went inside to find his brother while ZHOU returned to prepare some ice cream for Fu Youwu. Knowing he'd probably like matcha and peach, ZHOU filled a large bowl full. Just as he was carrying the bowl to the door, he heard a crack and stepped inside just in time to see a part roll right by his foot, leaving Fu Youwu standing there frozen and Fu Yanji looking shocked. The toy that was almost finished now lay in ruins. ZHOU. Shit. Fu Yanji watched ZHOU standing calmly, staring at the ground, sensing something ominous. Swallowing dryly, he said, let's help you reassemble it. Brother. Fu Youwu exclaimed guiltily. ZHOU remained quiet for a while. As Fu Yanji began doubting whether he was having another anxiety attack, ZHOU turned around with a smile, it's not a big deal, you two go chat, I'll clean this up myself. Sorry, ZHOU, Fu Youwu couldn't have imagined stepping onto Legos spread across his brother's study floor, knowing how much effort must have gone into building it. Feeling deeply apologetic, he suggested, why don't you scold me? There's no way you're not angry. It's nothing serious. ZHOU tidied things up again and smiled. In the worst case, I can reassemble it, right? It's such a small matter anyway. Even if left casually on the ground, I'd accidentally step on it myself, so it's not your fault. On the weekend, after tidying up his things, ZHOU found himself a small corner and continued building with the Lego blocks. In fact, Fu Yanji felt that he was still a little upset. Sitting silently without a word, his mouth pouted involuntarily, looking like a child who lost an argument. It wouldn't have been a problem if he had just thrown a temper tantrum. Fu Youwu sat cautiously next to ZHOU, glancing at him, then looking towards his brother, unsure of what to do. After thinking for a moment, Fu Yanji handed over the bowl of green tea and peach ice cream sitting on the coffee table. Go eat in the living room. I need to talk to ZHOU about something. ZHOU remained seated as though he hadn't heard, continuing to focus on his building. Fu Youwu hesitated, but then was gently nudged by his brother. Fu Yanji gave him a glance urging him to leave. Once Fu Youwu left, Fu Yanji sat on the floor right next to ZHOU and watched him build, saying nothing. Since ZHOU had already worked on this once before, he now had some experience, making it easier for him to handle this time around. Soon, he successfully built a small part and placed it aside, only to find Fu Yanji picking it up and disassembling it completely within seconds. ZHOU. What are you doing? Fun, Fu Yanji grinned mischievously. ZHOU ignored him and proceeded to work on the next part. However, as soon as he finished, Fu Yanji snatched it from him and dismantled it again into pieces. Stop messing around, it's really annoying. ZHOU's voice carried a hint of resentment. Fu Yanji didn't respond, he simply sat quietly beside him. ZHOU grew slightly annoyed at his behavior but merely hugged his belongings and retreated to another corner, resuming his focused construction. It seemed Fu Yanji also abandoned his prank-like behavior and went back to working on his documents. Without any disturbances, ZHOU built rapidly and soon completed 3 parts. He was just about to assemble them when suddenly, a pair of long and clean hands reached out to grab his creation. Not only were the Legos dismantled thoroughly, but they were cruelly dumped right in front of him, scattering all over the floor with a clatter. By this point, Fu Youwu had already finished his bowl of ice cream and decided to explore more flavors. Opening the fridge, he was startled by 6 large tubs of various ice cream inside. Whoa! Ice cream as a snack in his older brother's house was surprising enough, let alone such a massive amount. The entire refrigerator's cooling compartment was filled with nothing but these tubs. As Fu Youwu was contemplating trying another flavor, a sudden yell erupted from the study. Fu Yanji, are you trying to die? Oh no! A fight broke out. Chapter 68, Have you ever been bullied? You. ZHOU was furious, pointing at Fu Yanji for half a minute but couldn't insult him with words. Instead, he said, you're doing this on purpose. Fu Yanji actually admitted it. What is he up to? ZHOU stood there, breathing heavily in anger while Fu Yanji observed him. Seeing that he had no signs of an anxiety attack, Fu Yanji let out a sigh of relief. I'm going home, I don't want to stay here anymore. After packing his things, ZHOU was about to leave. Fu Yanji wouldn't allow him to escape the issue again, so he held on to him. ZHOU, I did it on purpose. Not only will I disassemble it this time, but every time I see it, I'll disassemble it again. ZHOU was shocked. Why? There must be a reason. No reason. Just simply feeling annoyed. Ah. ZHOU instantly flared up in anger, that thing is troublesome. It takes a lot of effort to put it together. I know. Knowing it, and you still disassemble it. Yes, I'm determined to disassemble it. Why? Just simply annoyed. Back to square one. ZHOU felt as if he was about to die from rage, his heart thumping, and turned around to leave. But Fu Yanji clung onto him tightly. Where does this guy get such strength from? ZHOU was stuck where he was, unable to take a single step. Damn, Fu Yanji's bull strength allows him to carry 2 bags of cement in one breath on the construction site. After struggling in place for half a day without any movement, ZHOU got even angrier. Let go of me. No. Stay here and assemble the building blocks. After assembling them, will you dismantle them again? Yes. Ah. Being firmly restrained by Fu Yanji, with no way to go and nowhere to release his anger, ZHOU took several deep breaths before finally losing control of his temper. Fu Yanji. Are you tired of living or something? He kicked Fu Yanji. Am I too nice to you? Even after being kicked, Fu Yanji didn't get angry, he just smiled and looked at him. What are you smiling for? After venting some frustration, although ZHOU was still quite upset looking at him. Fu Yanji kissed him gently on the corner of his eye. Do you feel better now after letting off steam? Startled by the kiss, Fu Yanji seized this gap to give another light kiss on his lips. Mo, you can throw a tantrum. I'll comfort you. Saying this, Fu Yanji lightly pecked his lips again. Do you feel a little better now? ZHOU paused, then started blushing. I kicked you just now. It doesn't matter. Fu Yanzi gradually tightened his arms around Zhouma's waist, raising his chin with one hand, and pressed a deep kiss upon him. Why does he have to treat him like this? Thinking this, Fu Yanzi bit down lightly on Zhouma's neck, leaving a faint tooth mark. You need to learn how to express your anger, mo. Looking into Zhouma's eyes, both of their faces flushed slightly. Fu Yanzi seriously asked, what exactly are you afraid of? Zhouma sat on the couch, resembling a child confused by their parents' arguments at home, not even looking at his phone, anxiously glancing at the clock. Why hasn't there been any sound inside? Did someone get knocked out? Did Zhouma knock my brother unconscious? Nah. Fu Youwu stood up and took a couple of steps towards the study. Should I go check? What if Zhouma turns around and beats me too? Pei Ji said Zhouma's punches really hurt. Just as Fu Youwu hesitated, the door to the study suddenly opened, and Zhouma shot out like the wind, so fast no one could tell. The front door was heard opening, followed by a loud bang shutting it closed. He ran away. Deciding to first check on his brother in the study, Fu Youwu went in only to find Fu Yanzi tidying up the things Zhouma had dropped on the floor. Brother! Fu Youwu shouted in surprise, why is your face so red? Are you sick? Fu Yanzi raised his hand to touch his own face, never mind. Though Fu Youwu didn't get angry after being dismissed, he quietly helped Fu Yanzi clean up. Who would have thought Fu Yanzi would stop cleaning up after a few moments, throwing the items back on the ground. You keep cleaning, I'm going to take a shower. Ah. Fu Youwu found it strange. Oh, okay. When Zhouma returned home, his cheeks were still red, meeting Zhou Yuning who had just come back from work at the door. How come you're back so early today? Zhou Yuning found it odd, isn't it usually not coming home until dark? Well, I just decided to come back. On the weekend, his face was still red, and Zhou Yuning was a little worried. He reached out to touch his face. Are you running a fever? Do you feel dizzy? No. The weekend shook his head vigorously. No. It was better not to shake his head because Zhou Yuning immediately noticed the teeth marks on his neck. Pulling down the weekend's collar, he asked with a dangerous tone, Momo, tell me where these bite marks come from. Oh no. The weekend realized it was bad. He was in trouble. Late at night, Zhou Yuning still couldn't put his mind at ease, so he called the weekend into his room for a heart-to-heart talk. He gave him a chair to sit on while he sat on the bed and spoke seriously, Momo, when do you two plan to tell both sets of parents and have a meal together? Well, we haven't thought that far ahead. Weekend sat on the chair, legs tightly closed, avoiding Zhou Yuning's gaze. Isn't things as they are now fine? Can you show some common sense? Fu Yanzi is a strong-blooded man, one day he might just take everything from you. You can't keep hiding this from your parents forever. How long do you think you can hide it? We're both adults. Momo, don't you want mom and dad to feel happy because of your happiness? But we're both men. Weekend leaned close to Zhou Yuning's ear and whispered softly, even though there was no one else in the room, it seemed like he was dodging someone or maybe just feeling guilty. I don't want mom to worry. You don't need to worry about that, mom will bless you. Zhou Yuning said, you shouldn't be afraid, Momo. We all. Stop holding your breath, open your mouth. As he listened, the weekend took a deep breath. Can you stop being so pessimistic? Or is there something you're hiding from your brother? Were you bullied as a child, something I didn't know? Weekend opened his mouth but stopped, hesitating to say something. We all care about you very much, don't feel burdened, just speak freely. Zhou Yuning consoled him softly. Does he, like me? Of course. The me right now? Yes. Zhou Yuning said, don't have such worries. As long as you're still yourself, we'll always care about you. Were you ever bullied? At school? Or at home? Weekend looked at him with an expression like he wanted to say something. Were you bullied by anyone? After repeating the question a few times and just as Zhou Yuning was about to give up, he heard the Weekend suddenly whisper softly. Yes. Chapter 69, Younglings Weekend Chronicles. Weekend is the most quiet and well-behaved child in our orphanage. The young child sat on the sofa, his two little feet naturally hanging down. His canvas shoes were worn and frayed at the edges. Little Weekend looked down at his shoes, his hands twisting the corner of his clothes as he quietly listened to the director speak. And Momo had a fever when she first arrived here, so she doesn't remember her biological parents. Therefore, you don't need to worry about Momo being distant from you after returning home. Once you take her back, you will be her mom and dad. This child, why doesn't she talk much? The woman from the couple asked, pointing at her own head, is there something wrong with her, up here? Ah, this child is introverted, but she's actually very smart. She can read picture books by herself already. I see. The middle-aged man squatted down and asked Weekend, Little Weekend, how old are you now? Weekend looked at him with big round eyes and timidly replied, 5 years old. 5 years old, huh? The man asked again, do you still remember your previous parents? Little Weekend pressed her lips together, her eyes glancing away, and after a while, she answered, I don't remember. The couple exchanged glances, and the woman still seemed a bit concerned, this child is too introverted. We prefer more lively ones. Boys who are too lively can be troublesome. Besides, Weekend is the prettiest child in our orphanage. Look at her appearance, she could be a child star right away. The director picked up Weekend and pushed her forward a bit. Go on, Momo, talk to uncle and auntie. If they like you, you'll have a home later. Weekend took a few steps forward and spoke in a tender, slightly hoarse voice. Uncle, auntie, hello. Hello, Momo. The woman pulled Weekend's thin little hand and asked, your name is so special, who gave it to you? It was Aunt Director. Why did they give you that name? Because Aunt Director said I came here on a weekend, so my name is Weekend. Do you remember your previous name? Weekend replied, no, I don't remember. Although this child was pretty, she was indeed too frail and introverted, appearing somewhat vacant. The couple still seemed dissatisfied, showing no smile on their faces. After all, adopting a child cannot be based solely on appearance. They then asked, who does Momo usually play with in the orphanage? Mantu. Mantu? Is there a child in the orphanage named Mantu? Mantu is a stray dog outside our orphanage. Momo named it, and she usually plays with Mantu. Not with other children. Well, also with them, but Momo likes animals more. The director smiled and said, Momo, haven't you recently learned a new children's song? Perform it for uncle and auntie. Sure. The man immediately agreed. What songs has Momo learned? Sing it for us. A fox's big talk. Weekend replied. Can Momo sing it for us? Weekend stood firmly, mustering her courage and opened her mouth. I, the fox, never tell lies. Just as the children's song began with its first line, the door of the office was violently pushed open, and several children ran in shouting loudly, Director Auntie, don't adopt Weekend. Don't adopt him. Weekend is a bad kid. Don't adopt him. The innocent children's song was interrupted, and those few people inside were bewildered by the sudden burst of children. Weekend's expression remained calm, he didn't cry or fuss, only standing quietly beside and refuting faintly, I'm not. His voice was so soft that it was quickly drowned out by the other children's clamor. It was still the director who reacted first, ushering the other children out. Shoo, shoo, what do you know? Go outside. Who let you come in? Really, you shouldn't adopt Weekend. A leading boy said, Weekend is a bad child, he steals things. Weekend said, I didn't. I saw it with my own eyes. He stole food from the kitchen, snacks from ZHOU, and even my notebook. Weekend retorted, they're mine. His voice was too low, and no one could hear it. The director chuckled nervously and tried to smooth things over with the couple. Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. The couple, who were already wavering, became even less willing to adopt Weekend. Seeing their hesitance, the director said, children quarreling and having misunderstandings is very normal. There are many things in the orphanage, and it's just a matter of taking the wrong thing. It wasn't taking the wrong thing, that was my own. The director, holding Weekend, pinched his bottom subtly, and Weekend shut his mouth. But Weekend is a bad child, a thief. That's right. If he were a good child, why would his parents abandon him? Weekend isn't a girl, nor is he disabled like ZHOU, he's just bad. Right. Bad child. The children's malice was both innocent and cruel. Several tiny hands stretched out pointing at him with their index fingers, making Weekend feel somewhat scared. He suddenly felt chest tightness and shortness of breath but couldn't understand this sensation at such a young age. He just felt fear, wanted to refute for himself, but couldn't manage to speak. His little body froze in place. He actually wanted to say, I don't know why my parents abandoned me. But he couldn't open his mouth. Director, I think we should check another orphanage. The couple stood up and put on their coats. This child might not be the one we had in mind, we don't have the destiny together. The director tried to persuade them to stay, but failed, and could only send a couple away from the orphanage. Turning back, she scolded the group of children severely, you few kids. What did you come in here to cause trouble? Go back and copy numbers, each one 10 times. Weekend was about to leave when the director kicked him from behind. He stumbled forward, feeling a sharp pain in his tender palms. And you? Why are your hands so dirty? Are we lacking food or clothing for you? Did we let you be a thief? Hold out your hands. Both of Weekend's small hands were scratched. He was just pondering which hand to stretch out when the director suddenly grabbed his right hand and picked up a branch from the roadside. With a snap, Weekend instantly welled up with tears. The director glared at him furiously. She never liked this child. Last year, he suddenly collapsed unconscious at the orphanage gate. When he woke up, he didn't remember his mom and dad, where his home was, or even his name. It was as if he had taken advantage of the orphanage. But unfortunately, the director couldn't throw him out, there was a record filed with the Public Security Bureau. Adopting other disabled children would at least bring substantial subsidies and donations from society. But she didn't want this orphanage to support an extra mouth for no reason. Since he was kept, the director thought that finding an adoptive family wouldn't be hard for such a pretty child. But it turned out that almost all families were scared off by his character in the past year. The more the director thought, the angrier she became. Do you know how rare this opportunity one gave you is? So many children want this chance but can't get it. The director hit him again fiercely with a snap. Why steal? Why be a thief? Snap. Why can all the children play well with others except you? Snap. Several slaps later, Weekend's right hand swelled high up. The scratches split open, seeping blood that dripped down through his finger gaps and fell onto the ground with a drip. Speak. Why don't you speak? The director bit her teeth and squeezed Weekend's body. Are you a mute? Weekend just stared blankly at her, holding his bleeding hand while looking up at her. Tears rolled down his face uncontrollably, but he couldn't utter a single word. He opened his mouth, but tears flowed even more profusely, unable to speak. You won't talk, huh? Fine. The director shoved him. Go outside and stand in punishment. You're not allowed to speak tonight until you apologize. So Weekend stood in the courtyard watching other children playing games. He looked down at the wounds on his hand, his fingers twitched involuntarily, sending a fiery pain through his body. Not daring to rub the blood onto his clothes, he simply held up his palm upward forming a small container, waiting for the blood to accumulate before quietly pouring it onto the little grass patch. Fortunately, the wound wasn't serious. After pouring once, it stopped bleeding. He hung his hand at his side, smiling smugly. Weekend, physically strong. As dusk slowly fell, the smell of dinner wafted out from the kitchen. The children in the yard lined up to wash their hands before eating. In no time, the yard was empty, but Weekend still stood there. A hint of cool night breeze brushed past, and Weekend pressed his growling stomach with the back of his hand. Weekend should go find the director to apologize. But Weekend didn't steal anything, so why should he apologize? Weekend stood in the yard, peering longingly through the window at the children inside eating dinner. The dessert today seemed to be bananas. Each child would get half a banana. Weekend wanted one too, even though his fruit always got snatched away by other kids. It didn't matter. Weekend would go and apologize to the director. What if he could eat a little banana tonight? Weekend stepped toward the cafeteria just as the director came rushing out of her office on the phone. Weekend followed her, trying to open his mouth to apologize. Ah. No sound came out. Weekend felt like crying because he couldn't speak. Was he going to be mute forever? The director was already busy, seeing Weekend trailing after her like a shadow, not saying a word. She got even angrier and kicked his small behind. Weekend landed with a thud on his bottom. What do you want? Who told you to come here? Go back to your punishment. But I'm so hungry. Weekend pointed to his stomach. It hurt a little. There's no food for you today. Get back outside. With that, the director hurried away, leaving Weekend alone outside the canteen. He flicked his nose gently. Fine, smelling it is as good as eating it. Yeah, Weekend was now full. As the night deepened, Weekend still hadn't been given permission to return to the dormitory, so he stayed outside obediently. It was getting colder, and Weekend pressed his growling belly again. Tonight was the fourth time he reminded himself, Weekend is already full. But his stomach kept grumbling. Weekend started to feel discouraged. After who knows how long, he felt a bit drowsy, letting out a yawn. Just then, something wet brushed against the back of his hand. Woof, Mantu, Bun, the dog, circled around him and dropped a piece of bun soaked in soup on his hand. The bread might have been left over for quite some time, and the soup had gone slightly sour, but for this hungry boy, it was a rare delicacy. Weekend sat down on the ground with Mantu, a child and a dog huddling together for warmth. His small hands tightly clutched the food. Woof, Mantu nudged Weekend's hand with his head, urging him to hurry up and eat. Weekend put the food into his mouth, chewing hard but finding it hard to swallow. With one hand patting his chest, he tried deep breathing and finally let out his first choked cough, which was followed by a series of incessant coughing fits. Supporting himself on the ground, Weekend coughed until everything turned blurry. Mantu paced anxiously around him. After a while, Weekend settled back down, feeling suddenly much lighter in his chest. He happily said, Mantu. This afternoon scared me a lot. I thought I'd become mute, but it turns out I'm not. Weekend continued eating the bread, breaking off half of it and feeding it to Mantu. Then, pointing at his chest, he added, Here, it doesn't feel stuffy anymore since you've come, thank you, Mantu. Weekend swallowed another bite of the bun and said, The bun Mantu gave me also tastes good, and my tummy doesn't ache anymore. He pointed at his stomach as he spoke. After a pause, he whispered, All right, maybe it still hurts a little bit, but only just a little. In the evening breeze, the child and the dog embraced each other warmly. The little one held the dry food in both hands and nibbled on it, suddenly laughing softly with twinkling eyes, yet no one knew what he was so happy about. As a result of spending the whole night outside with Mantu, little Weekend might have caught a cold. He woke up frozen, and even hugging Mantu didn't help much. Shivering all over, he stumbled and fell again on his bottom. Sniffing his runny nose, Weekend looked at Mantu and solemnly said, Mom says moving around will make you warm. Mantu woofed twice. So, let's sweep the floor. Every time Weekend sweeps the floor, he stops being cold. Without wasting any time, Weekend fetched a broom used by the children for cleaning from the toilet. While it was still dim in the morning light, he worked hard in the courtyard until he was utterly exhausted. Placing the broom beside him, he plopped onto the ground, panting heavily. His little face was red as fire, sweat soaking the hair above his forehead. He mumbled groggily, "I can't take it, Mantu, how come I'm still so cold? Why's the sky spinning?" Mantu placed a half-rotten green pepper next to him, and Weekend picked it up, tearing off the rotten part and crunching it into his mouth. The raw sweet pepper had a slight sweetness, and after eating that half, Weekend's mood improved significantly. He had regained some strength, so he took out the trash he had swept together, then sat down to rest with Mantu while waiting for the other children to wake up. Not long after, they heard Weekend's hoarse voice say, "Mantu, my stomach really hurts." "Wait, my whole body also hurts," Weekend said, "it feels like someone is whistling in my ear." For a moment, Weekend couldn't even hear the bird calls clearly, feeling lightheaded as if he was about to faint. He grabbed Mantu's head and asked, "Mantu, am I sick?" "Yeah, I must be sick. I don't feel well at all." Weekend got up from the ground unsteadily and said, "Picture books say that when kids get sick, they should ask mom to take them to see a doctor. Maybe asking the director would be the same." Weekend stumbled toward the director's room door, knocking on it. After waiting a long time, his burning forehead touched the cool doorframe, which helped restore some of his senses. Hearing no movement inside, he asked Mantu again, "Is it too early? Is Aunt Director still sleeping? But I'm so dizzy." Weekend gathered his courage and knocked on the door again. Finally, after waiting for over 10 seconds, the door opened. He looked up at the director, but because his head was heavy and his feet were light, he fell backward onto his bottom once more. "What are you doing here so early?" "Aunt Director, I'm sorry for disturbing you so early." Weekend's voice was hoarse. "But I'm not feeling well, my head is spinning. Can you take me to see a doctor?" "Oh, just a headache. You're probably sleepy. Go back to bed and sleep it off." The director yawned, waving her hand dismissively, "Go back to your bed." "Ah, am I just sleepy then? But my whole body also hurts." "You're sleepy, that's all. Sleep it off." The director slammed the door, leaving a confused Weekend sitting on the ground. He glanced at the closed door and then at Mantu waiting nearby. "So, let's go back and sleep for a bit." And so, early the next morning, Weekend finally returned to his little bed. He neatly folded his dirty outer clothes, changed into his pajamas, and collapsed onto the bed, falling instantly into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Mom was holding him and singing a lullaby. Unconsciously, Weekend smiled in his sleep. Chapter 70, Weekender's Weekend Chronicles 2. Once again, when the Weekend opened his eyes, it was dark. His body still hurt, but he felt light as if the discomfort had lessened significantly. The children in the same room each held an apple, and the sweet aroma filled the room. Weekender looked at them, swallowed hard, then got dressed and walked to the cafeteria. Unfortunately, all the kids in the cafeteria had already left. Only a chef uncle remained, cleaning up the leftovers that were about to be thrown away. He noticed a little boy standing by the table, so short that he couldn't even see over it. The boy stood on tiptoe trying hard to see the food on the table. The chef took a bowl, poured the remaining cabbage soup into it, leaving only half a bowl of thin broth. There were a few floating pieces of cabbage leaves with 2 small tofu blocks no larger than fingernails. The chef let him take the bowl outside since the cafeteria would soon be locked. Afterward, he could simply wash the bowl and place it on the windowsill. So, Weekender sat on the steps outside the cafeteria entrance with his meal, holding tightly to a cold bowl of cabbage soup, and tasted it with almost devout reverence. Salty yet sweet. The cabbage leaves were sweet, and the tofu was soft. Weekender sipped the soup from the bowl again, and his eyes lit up. "It's delicious." He wanted more tomorrow, but then, ugh. Weekender looked silently at the soiled clothes and the bowl he had just vomited on. Eventually, he decided to stand up, tidy himself, wash the bowl clean, and put it on the windowsill. He returned to his room, picked up his small backpack. Weekender's going to the hospital himself. Like a brave little soldier, he puffed up his chest and sneaked out during the guard's phone-checking moment, meeting Mantu, the dog, at a corner alley. Momo knows the way. Weekender had once walked alone from the final stop to the orphanage. His memory was good, roughly remembering the buildings along the route. Momo and Mantu began their journey towards the hospital. They moved intermittently until finally reaching the hospital late at night. Weekender clutched a pancake he'd picked up earlier, there was only a tiny tooth mark on it. When Momo saw the red cross symbol marking the hospital, he proudly flexed his chest and put his hands on his hips. "Isn't Momo great?" Mantu barked softly in agreement, woof. "It seems like little animals aren't allowed inside the hospital, Mantu has to wait here for me patiently." "I'll come find you after I'm treated," said Weekender earnestly. "Then, I'll pick up bottles to make money to buy Mantu sausage." Mantu barked twice in approval. In Weekender's mind, seeing a doctor was simply a 3-step process. 1. Arrive at the hospital. 2. See the doctor. 3. Get cured. Thus, he didn't think this task was particularly difficult. However, reality left him stunned. As soon as he entered, there was a spacious hall. Since it was flu season, the hospital was packed, queues stretching endlessly. Where were the doctors? Weekender scurried around the hall, failing to spot any doctors. Where are the doctors? With short legs, Weekender circled the lobby. The emergency room was bustling even at night. With severe flu affecting mainly children and elderly people, cries from sick children echoed throughout. Following these sounds, Weekender went toward them. Kids always said that Dr. Uncle was terrifying. They cried whenever they saw him. Therefore, places where kids cried usually meant that Dr. Uncle was nearby. If that was the case, Dr. Uncle could save Momo. Weekender arrived at an area filled with children, some being held by adults with large white paper stuck to their foreheads, others having IVs inserted into their hands and sleeping quietly in mother's arms while producing faint crying sounds. Others surrounded in groups with constant touch to their heads or hands, some even tearing up. Momo stood there wide-eyed with curiosity. What were those big white things stuck to their foreheads? At the orphanage, teachers would sometimes put a towel on their forehead when kids fell ill and said that would help lower fevers. Wasn't the white big paper something like a towel? Momo stood in front of a woman holding her child and stared intently at the kid. Why were these children's hands fixed by a little box? Would Dr. Uncle also fix Momo's hand this way? The mother was originally holding her child, soothing the feverish child to sleep, when she noticed that a small kid had suddenly appeared by her side and was staring at her. Although the illness of her child made her extremely irritable, as soon as she saw this child's appearance, all her anger vanished. This child looked pitiful, his height did not even reach the length of other people's legs, he was alarmingly thin, his cheeks were flushed, and his lips pale. Judging by his appearance, it seemed he might have a fever. His drooping eyes glistened from the high fever, watching her with a look filled with curiosity and inquiry. Even if she felt restless, she couldn't stay angry at this child. So, she asked softly, "Little friend, where's your mom?" "My mom sent Momo to the car, then she waited for Momo." Weekender replied. "Is that so?" she said while resisting the urge to criticize this mom for being too reckless. How could she let her child come alone? "Then what are you doing here now?" "Looking for your mom." Weekender shook his head and answered, "I'm not looking for my mom, Auntie." "Is your little friend sick?" "Yes, there's been a seasonal flu change recently. He has a slight fever." Momo touched his own cheek and replied, "Momo doesn't have a fever." "The little friend, you should have a fever. Remember to see the doctor properly." Momo nodded proudly, saying, "Momo knows how to see the doctor." "Yes, Momo knows how to see the doctor. Momo is so cute and needs to recover soon." The mother gently patted his burning little face. "Momo is so thin. Auntie will give you something to eat." She took a cheese stick out of her bag and handed it to Weekend, also reminding him about his wound. "Remember to ask Uncle Doctor to treat your wounds." "Thank you, Auntie." Weekender happily bowed to her and began wandering around blindly in the department, looking for the doctor. Surprisingly, he really stumbled upon a doctor coming out to use the restroom. Weekend quickly followed behind. Doctor Uncle, Momo came to see you." "Doctor?" He stopped his hurried steps, squatted down, and touched his head. "Little friend, do you know me?" Momo shook his head. "You're a doctor." "Momo has come to see the doctor because Momo is sick. But your mom needs to register you first, and then you can find me. Momo can do it myself." "Do you have registered?" "What is registration?" "It's like all the little friends outside waiting to see the doctor. You need to line up first, then come back to find me." "Where are the parents accompanying you?" "I'll queue up, okay?" Momo seemed cheerful, happily saying, "Dr. Uncle, see you later." The doctor didn't think much of it after seeing how delighted he was but noticed his feverish complexion wasn't good. So, he entered his office and grabbed a fever patch for him. "Just wait here for a moment, dear." "Okay." Weekend found a chair to sit on and started playing with the new fever patch he just received. Not knowing how to use it, he copied what he'd seen others do and stuck the patch directly on his forehead. But the patch fell right off. "You need to peel off the protective layer beneath first," the mother kindly reminded him, "then stick it on your forehead." Weekend obeyed, following the steps carefully, and finally placed the cooling patch onto his head. Instantly, a refreshing chill spread through his previously foggy brain. "Wow! This is so comfortable." Weekend grinned happily, saying, "It feels really great." The mother holding her child watched with sympathy and asked, "Dear, how many patients are ahead of you?" How many more?" "How about the number when you registered?" Momo didn't register. Momo, with a large fever patch on his forehead, smiled and said, "Momo planned to wait until all the other children have been treated before troubling Dr. Uncle." "If you don't register, the doctor won't see you," the mother said seriously. "And do you have any identification or money?" Weekender paused, then nodded. "In that case, you need to find your family members to bring you to see the doctor. Can Momo not do it alone?" That mother seemingly couldn't bear to deny him again, so she called a nurse over and whispered something into her ear. The nurse glanced at him and led him to the doctor's office. "Dr. Lee, this child has no guardian accompanying him and hasn't registered. He seems so pitiful, what should we do?" The doctor who had just given Momo the fever patch had finished with his previous patient. Upon hearing this, he placed Weekend on the examination table to check his heartbeat and pupil reactions. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he pinched Momo's already thin little cheeks. "You little kid, how did you come here alone?" "The picture book said if I am sick, I need to see the doctor." Weekend answered. Where are your guardians? Ah. What is a guardian? Your parents. Weekend shook his head and said, I can come without parents. That won't do. Without parents, Uncle will have to send you to the police. Dr. Lee noticed the wound on Weekend's hand and asked further, how did you get this injury? Have you been abused? No, Momo was not obedient, so the teacher punished Momo. Momo should apologize, but couldn't speak. Momo is a bad child and deserved to be punished, cough cough cough. As he continued, Weekend started coughing with phlegm in his voice. Dr. Lee frowned as he touched Momo's forehead again, it was scorching hot, and slightly dangerous. Momo, do you live in an orphanage? Did you run out yourself? Yes, Momo shouldn't have run out, but Momo felt unwell and my stomach hurt a lot. Also, I threw up everything I ate. My teacher told me I should sleep it off, but I ran away because the picture book said I should see a doctor. Momo rubbed his little belly with a pitiful look, Momo is seeing the doctor now. Dr. Lee pieced together Momo's jumbled words and sighed deeply, I'm sorry Momo, there isn't much I can do for you. First of all, you didn't register, and I don't know about any allergies you might have to medications, which poses too big of a risk for me to treat you. Listening to this, tears slowly brimmed from Momo's eyes, can't you save Momo? I'm sorry. Dr. Lee took out a 50 yuan note from his wallet and placed it in Momo's small backpack, do you know how to take a taxi? I'll arrange someone to drive you back. Repeat what you just said to the medical teacher at the orphanage. She will then take further actions. But Momo. I'm sorry little buddy, I have to rush to treat another kid. Go home quickly. Weekend looked at the doctor uncle and then the nurse sister, jumped down from the diagnosis desk, and bowed to them both, thank you. As he came out of the treatment room, the auntie holding the child nearby just happened to remove the 4-needle. Weekend stood there and watched, seeing that the auntie held the child tightly and pressed his constantly wriggling hands caused by the removal of the needle. But strangely enough, the auntie herself was crying, gently stroking the child's cheek while sobbing. Weekend stood there for a while, until an off-duty nurse changed into casual clothes and led him away. On the way back, Weekend suddenly said to the nurse sister, Momo is feeling better. Seeing the pale face of the child, the nurse also found him pitiful and carried him, buying him a cup of milk at the convenience store. Momo was very happy, because during this journey today, he had received many things. Holding a cup of milk in both hands, he slowly drank one sip at a time. So fragrant. Momo, is that your name? The nurse sister patted Momo's head, after going back, remember to nourish your body well, eat plenty every day. Your physique is too weak. Weekend nodded and replied, yes, with his tail wagging while trailing behind the older sister. Then he glanced at her, adding, Bun and Momo should eat plenty. It was beginning to turn hazy again. Weekend had spent an exhausting day. He told the nurse, Momo feels sleepy, and immediately rolled his eyes shut, falling asleep. The nurse was surprised by how fast he fell asleep, shouting, Momo, Momo, can you hear me? For a long time, a faint sound floated over from Momo, yes. After a while, the nurse asked again, Momo. Are you dizzy? Momo feels so sleepy. Alright, then take a nap, and I'll wake you up when we arrive. The sister said. Okay. However, Weekend didn't sleep for long. When they reached the welfare house entrance, he suddenly pushed the sister and leaned over with a vomit sound, throwing everything out. In fact, there wasn't much, just some acid water and the milk he'd drunk earlier. Cough cough cough. The sister held Momo in one arm and pressed the doorbell of the orphanage with the other hand. The security guard who opened the door saw that it was Weekend, and his expression immediately turned sour. Ouch, where have you run off to? Everyone at the orphanage has been so worried about you. This is your orphanage's child. How do you carry out your work when a sick child like him isn't brought to the hospital by you? If something bad happened, who would be responsible? This is a life we're talking about. Weekend, leaning against the nurse sister, was already drowsy and his eyes were rolling back. The director came over, covering himself with a coat and putting on a smile full of apology. Oh my, I sincerely apologize for troubling you all. This child belongs to our orphanage. He ran away after we scolded him for throwing tantrums. I'm truly sorry. The child's body is uncomfortable, he got a bit moody. Before the nurse could finish her sentence, she felt the small body in her arms suddenly going limp. His little head fell backward as he fainted straight away. Startled, she hurriedly checked his breathing and heartbeat, his body was burning hot, but his hands were frighteningly cold. The nurse shouted at the stunned two people, what are you standing there for? Call an ambulance. Only then did the director come to his senses, no need to call the ambulance. The child has poor health, our medical room has equipment. This kind of situation happens frequently, and we have experience. Handing the child to us is fine. You're insane. A child this small, with such a high fever. It's extremely prone to cause febrile seizures which can cost lives. You also know how it might lead to death. Our medical teacher has ample experience in handling such situations. You meddle without consideration, and if anything happens to the child, we will surely demand compensation from you. Without allowing any dissent, the director directly took Weekend from them, thank you for bringing the child here from so far. The rest can be handled by us. Stop meddling in things that don't concern you. After saying this, she carried the unconscious Weekend back into the building. Weekend couldn't recall when he woke up, just remembering that when he did, he was lying on a bed in the medical room with no one around. Is anyone there? His voice came out dry and hoarse. Weekend clutched at his neck, making a painful face. My throat really hurts. Auntie. Just as these words left his mouth, the door to the medical room was pushed open. The director stood there holding a bamboo stick. It twisted and coiled like a venomous snake in a children's book. Weekend, who told you to arbitrarily go to the hospital? Why are you being so delicate? Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused me? No. No hospital. I won't go. Weekend gave a shiver, springing up from the bed like someone had pressed a button, then plop, he fell down beside it, panting heavily as he leaned against the edge of the bed. After quite some time, he struggled to get up and turn on the light in the room. Instantly bathed in brightness, it dawned on him that this was home, not the nightmare clinic from his childhood. Perhaps due to the words ZHOU Yuning spoke to him before bedtime, even though he admitted he had once been bullied, he didn't know how to tactfully express the matter of crossing worlds so they would accept it. The result was that Weekend simply nodded while ZHOU Yuning grew angry, jumping around and demanding to know who that bastard was. In fact, Weekend wanted to tell her those bastards were from another world, but found it hard to start, so he only told him, even though someone bullied me before, it's all in the past now, I don't want to remember it anymore. This vague response clearly didn't make ZHOU Yuning believe, so Weekend quickly yawned to show that he needed to sleep, possibly because he thought too much about countermeasures right before sleeping, causing him to have nightmares all night. Outside was still pitch black. Weekend gazed at the thick darkness outside lost in thought for a long time, then he grabbed a jacket from the wardrobe and hurried out. By the time he reached Fu Yanji's place, it was already midnight. The fingerprint lock for this apartment had long been set up for Weekend, so he directly entered and rushed to the lit room. There sat Fu Yanji with glasses on, busily tinkering with something. Weekend immediately turned his office chair around and threw himself into his embrace. Fu Yanji was holding half-constructed Lego blocks when suddenly he felt someone jump into his arms, instinctively tightening his grip, confusion filling his eyes behind the lenses. Out of nowhere in the dead of night, a wife appeared in his arms. Chapter 71, Come and Stay With Me. What's wrong? Fu Yanji placed his right hand on Zhou Mo's nape, pulling him closer. He could feel his racing heartbeat. At this time of night, Momo is wearing only a pajama set, and his hands are freezing. Zhou Mo just held onto him tightly, not saying a word, burying his face in Fu Yanji's neck. Seeing Zhou Mo like this, Fu Yanji didn't say anything for a long while, he simply embraced him quietly until his heartbeat gradually steadied. Only then did Fu Yanji gently rub the back of Zhou Mo's head. Are you still scared? It's not that I'm very scared. I'm here, Fu Yanji said. Momo, look at me. I'm here. Zhou Mo hugged his arms even tighter. Let me guess why Momo has come to find me so late. Fu Yanji rubbed Zhou Mo's cold hands, but they weren't warming up after some time, so he pressed Zhou Mo's fingertips against his skin and slowly said, Did Momo have a nightmare? Zhou Mo nodded. Yes, Momo had a nightmare and got scared, so he came to find me, Fu Yanji chuckled. You haven't quite gotten used to being my boyfriend yet, huh? Huh? Why do you say that? If you have nightmares, give me a call, and I'll come myself, no need for you to come looking for me. Fu Yanji noticed Zhou Mo's perplexed expression as he picked up the phone on the table and said, Watch carefully how I handle this. Hey. Fu Yanji. Fu Yanji held the phone to his ear, with the other arm encircling Zhou Mo's slender body. His tone was vivid, Fu Yanji. It's me, Zhou Mo. I've had a nightmare, and you must arrive at my place within 10 minutes, or else there'll be trouble for you. Zhou Mo burst out laughing at his bossy but playful tone, feeling much lighter inside. Try it. Repeat what I just said. Forget it, let's skip this. Nope, give it a try. With a soft smile in his eyes, Zhou Mo took the phone and held it to his ear, softly whispering, Fu Yanji. You need to sound more confident. Alright, Fu Yanji. Good. Fu Yanji patted his head encouragingly as if giving him support while waiting for him to say the next sentence. I had a nightmare, please come stay with me. Not quite right. Fu Yanji corrected him, you should tell me to get here within 10 minutes. But that's too short a time for you to make it. Who cares? Fu Yanji urged him. Say it quickly. Limit you to arriving within 10 minutes or else, there will be trouble for you. Only then did Fu Yanji seem satisfied, leaning forward to kiss Zhou Mo's cheek happily. There, that's the spirit. Zhou Mo turned around and saw Lego toys given by ZHOU Yuning scattered all over the desk. He asked, why aren't you sleeping yet? Playing with this thing at such a late hour when you need to work tomorrow? Because today I accidentally broke Momo's Lego set during the day, so tonight I wanted to fix it for him and cheer him up in the morning. But I wasn't mad anyway. Zhou Mo paused after a moment of silence. Okay, maybe I was a bit annoyed for a second, but I'm fine now. Still, he needs comforting, Fu Yanji replied. Then, Fu Yanji asked again, tell me the truth, Momo, does playing with Legos help you relax? If it's making you unhappy, we can stop. ZHOU hesitated, and then shook his head. He couldn't understand those pieces. Every time, his ears would hurt, and his forehead would ache as he scratched his head furiously. Then we won't play anymore. Fu Yanji gathered the things together. They're for my brother. Don't worry about it. We can store them away and play whenever we feel like it later. No need to rush through fixing them. ZHOU nodded in agreement as he watched. Then, Momo, what do you usually do when you're stressed or feeling down? Cook. Fu Yanji blinked. Aha. ZHOU confirmed, nodding again, when I feel stressed, I really enjoy cooking. So, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, but the lights were still on in Fu Yanji's apartment. Just to let ZHOU cook to his heart's content, he called a 24-hour supermarket delivery service and ordered a big table of ingredients. In 2 hours, ZHOU cooked 8 dishes and 1 soup. At 5 in the morning, Zhou Yuning was still deep in a sweet dream when suddenly the ringtone of his mobile phone pierced through the silence. Wrinkling his brows, he picked up the phone with drowsiness all over his voice and said, "Hello, this is Zhou Yuning. Big brother." The sound of ZHOU came through from the other side of the microphone, and although Zhou Yuning's consciousness hadn't completely returned yet, he subconsciously raised his tone, Momo, what's up? It's like this. Wait. Zhou Yuning gradually became more alert, glancing at the caller ID on the phone and immediately snapped to attention. Why are you using Fu Yanzi's phone to call me? And when did you go over to his place? Momo came over to my place and cooked a meal. Fu Yanzi took over the phone. There's too much food here for us to finish alone, so hurry over. Our Momo was still at our place yesterday evening. How did he end up at your place? Did you abduct him? The weekend shouldn't be complaining. ZHOU's voice protested slightly. Fu Yanzi isn't a bandit, big brother. Your perception of him could use some adjustment. He is a bandit. Zhou Yuning actually wanted to say, damn it, Fu Yanzi was an old bandit who had abducted their adorable and obedient younger brother not only once but had also made him get up early in the morning just to cook an entire table full of dishes. Our younger brother should be our little darling, not become a cook at his place. So, are you coming or not? Sure. Zhou Yuning ground out through gritted teeth. And so, Zhou Yuning spent half an hour rushing over to Fu Yanzi's place. When he arrived, ZHOU was still cooking, the spatula practically sending sparks flying. Fu Yanzi simply sat there watching him at the dining table as 8 courses and 1 soup had already turned into 10 courses and 2 soups. Seeing this, Zhou Yuning immediately lost his temper. Fu Yanzi, it's bad enough that you let my little brother cook you breakfast this early in the morning, why so much food? Are you some kind of emperor that needs such an extravagant breakfast? You're going to eat yourself to death if you keep this up. Upon hearing Zhou Yuning's voice, ZHOU paused briefly while multitasking, raising his head to glance, happily saying, Big brother's here. I've just finished frying the ribs, come try them. Zhou Yuning couldn't help feeling somewhat smug. See? My little brother still cares about me the most, he'd think of letting me have the first bite whenever something tasty is ready. Fu Yanzi, sitting on the side with a freshly poured cup of soy milk in hand, shrugged indifferently. Is it good? Not bad. Wow, that's great. So, ZHOU picked up a piece and fed it to Fu Yanzi, saying, try this, even my brother said it's good. Zhou Yuning. You two are really crossing the line. Chapter 72, Falling Off the Horse. On the weekend, Zhonggan finally stopped after making 12 dishes, sat at the dining table and picked up his bowl of rice to prepare for dinner. Zhou Yuning looked at this large table full of dishes and his expression was complex. Momo, are you planning on entertaining guests? Yes, Fu Yanzi added a piece of wood-ear meat to Zhou Yuning's bowl and smiled, isn't it because you're here? Zhou Yuning. I just suddenly felt like cooking. Before realizing it, Zhonggan had made so much food. Looking at the entire table, he began to worry slightly, will we waste some? No. Fu Yanzi expressionlessly stated, we can eat it in the next meal. Leftovers? Zhou Yuning opened his mouth but said nothing more. However, he suddenly noticed that Fu Yanzi's bowl contained millet porridge while his and Zhonggan's contained white rice. He found this a little strange. Why is your staple food different from ours? Oh, his stomach isn't very good, eating something too greasy in the morning would make him feel uncomfortable. Zhonggan explained. Zhou Yuning then noticed that several dishes beside Fu Yanzi were rather light vegetable stir-fries. Zhou Yuning. In that case, I also want millet porridge. Fu Yanzi took over his bowl, poured the untouched rice back into the rice cooker, and then served him a bowl of millet porridge. Seeing him being so generous, Zhou Yuning didn't know what else to say in complaint and could only quietly pick up his bowl and start eating. Alright, even if I squeeze in, I'm still an outsider. After the meal, Zhonggan packed up a few dishes for Zhou Yuning to take as lunch at the company, which Zhou Yuning happily accepted. The whole pocket of lunch boxes was filled when Zhou Yuning was leaving and noticed Fu Yanzi still in his loungewear, feeling somewhat puzzled. It's already this late, aren't you going to work? I didn't sleep well last night, I'm not going today. Oh my, Fu Yanzi actually skipped work to sleep in. This was almost rarer than the end of the world. I slept with Zhonggan last night, Fu Yanzi added, do you know how comfortable it is to sleep with Zhonggan? Never mind, you wouldn't understand, being a single old man. ZHOU. You really shouldn't be this outrageous. Really. Zhonggan came out from the kitchen, holding an insulated bag, and said, "Brother, this is the ice cream bread I just made. When you get to the office, you can put it in the fridge and eat it as dessert after your meal." "Thank you, Momo." "Fine, at least this post-meal dessert was only made in one portion, especially made for him." Judging by that, Momo still cared about this brother of his. After seeing off ZHOU, Zhonggan gave Fu Yanzi a dissatisfied glance and asked, "Why do you always provoke him?" He should be used to it by now. Fu Yanzi shrugged indifferently, then embraced Zhonggan's shoulders. I'm so sleepy, let's go back to bed together." Zhonggan was held down and laid on the bed. Fu Yanzi hugged him, one hand resting on his waist as he pinched the soft flesh on his side. "You've gained a bit of weight, but you're still too thin, Momo. Eat more in the future." Zhonggan recalled the 3 bowls of rice Fu Yanzi had just consumed and fell silent, answering, "Fu Yanzi, I always feel like you see me through some kind of pitiful filter." Fu Yanzi denied, "No way. There's no way there isn't." Zhonggan pouted his lips and covered Fu Yanzi's deeply affectionate eyes. "Go to sleep quickly." Neither of them had rested well the previous night. With the dimly lit room and their lover right beside them, they embraced each other and fell asleep shortly. Fu Yanzi also dreamt. In his dream, he was in an unfamiliar environment, strange streets, an unknown courtyard. He pushed open the door and saw a tiny kid sitting on the ground, hugging a bony stray dog. As he approached and took a closer look, his breath stopped. This thin and pale child resembled the younger version of Zhonggan. "What are you doing sitting on the ground? It's so cold," Fu Yanzi said. The little boy glanced at him, pale-faced, and replied, "Let me sit for a while. Momo doesn't have any strength left." "Momo?" Fu Yanzi repeated his name. "Your name is Momo?" "Yes." The child responded, "My name is Zhonggan because the director auntie found me on a weekend, so I'm called Zhonggan." Fu Yanzi stared at him, slowly raising his hand to touch the boy's cheek. "So, your name is this? I thought it had some special meaning." "It's like this, but let me tell you honestly, I actually don't want to be called ZHOU. The child lowered his voice and said, "Before, at Mom's place, she always called me a bastard. Though I don't know what a bastard is, I feel like that must be my name." ZHOU said when parents name their children, they always put some hope in the name. ZHOU continued, "So if my name is Bastard, then my mom hoped for me to be a bastard. I still really like this name, but I could only tell the principal that I forgot my real name," ZHOU explained, "otherwise, he might send me back to Mom. She once said I was her burden." Actually, when Mom pushed me onto that bus, I knew early on that she didn't want me anymore," ZHOU added cunningly, "but I pretended not to know, so Mom wouldn't feel troubled." The child's eyes dimmed as he spoke, "But I shouldn't have randomly found an orphanage. I've caused the principal a lot of trouble. But principal said that when I grow up and earn money, I can repay them. I'll definitely repay them with my earnings. And give more to other orphans." ZHOU whispered carefully, "Big brother, promise you won't tell anyone what I've said today." Fu Yanzi had unknowingly already lifted little ZHOU into his arms. As he touched ZHOU's injured little hands, his eyes welled up with tears. "Momo, you don't actually need to use your money for others, just spend it on yourself. Momo has enough to spend. Okay, Momo, when you grow up, you'll earn money to buy yourself delicious food, beautiful clothes, and remember to go to the hospital when you're sick instead of toughing it out." Fu Yanzi held the child gently and softly said, "In the future, Momo might endure quite a lot of hardship alone, and have to walk a long distance on his own, but don't worry, I'll wait for you somewhere." At the final stop, waiting for Momo? Yes, not only me, there will also be Momo's father, mother, and older brother. We will all wait for you at the final stop. Fu Yanji's eyes watered as he touched ZHOU's head. "So, can Momo bravely complete the journey ahead all by himself?" ZHOU cheerfully responded, "Yes, I can." "Why are you crying, big brother?" "Big brother should have known earlier," Fu Yanji said bitterly. "Why did I just notice now?" Completely mismatched childhood experiences, unfounded feelings of inferiority, and even self-abusive tendencies that ZHOU himself hasn't yet realized, these certainly don't match the mindset one would expect from a well-raised young master. ZHOU, it's no longer just ZHOU anymore. Chapter 73, I'll cook today. Fu Yanji hadn't actually slept for very long. After being startled awake from a dream, he couldn't fall back asleep. So after tucking ZHOU back in bed, he walked to the study to go over some documents. But his efficiency was terrifyingly low. Half an hour had passed and he hadn't absorbed a single document. He sighed and took out a cigarette from the drawer and lit it. Honestly, doubting ZHOU's true identity based on just a dream seemed completely absurd. But he truly couldn't think of any other plausible explanation for ZHOU's changes and peculiarities. He remembered that ZHOU used to have a very brash personality. When did he change? Fu Yanji exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze darkening. It was when he was hospitalized after being beaten by Pei Ji. If this were still the same ZHOU, why would his personality have changed so much? Dissociative identity disorder? But the new personality wouldn't have such a clear life trajectory. Yet if it were something like soul swapping, that was far too contrary to materialism. Fu Yanji was thoroughly puzzled. Fu Yanji. ZHOU stood barefoot at the door of the study, drowsy-eyed but with his right hand raised as if complaining somewhat. My wrist hurts a little. Fu Yanji. Fu Yanji extinguished the cigarette and pulled ZHOU over to sit down in a chair. He examined his arm left and right, asking, your injuries haven't fully healed yet, right? Did you get tired from cooking 12 dishes today? ZHOU felt both sleepy and in pain, unsure whether to sleep first or take care of his wrist first. He yawned, tears forming in the corner of his eyes, but still managed to grumble, why did you come out here to smoke? I couldn't sleep. ZHOU wrinkled his nose, appearing dissatisfied. I just had a nightmare. Were you scared? It was okay. ZHOU suddenly recalled, laughing cheerfully, then I dreamed of you, and I found the dream wasn't so unpleasant anymore. Fu Yanji's expression grew complex. Could it be that they had the same dream? Why have you been smoking so often lately? It doesn't smell good, a bit foul. I'll quit in the future. Fu Yanji looked at him and asked, do you want to go to the hospital? ZHOU closed his eyes, hesitated for a while before replying, I'm not sure, but I don't think it's bad enough for the hospital. So I came to ask you. After a moment, he added grumpily, didn't you say that I should tell you whenever I feel unwell? Sure, Momo did the right thing. Fu Yanji inspected the unusual condition on ZHOU's wrist and discovered there was no swelling. He pinched lightly, but ZHOU didn't seem to show much pain. He said, go back to sleep then, Momo. I'll call the doctor and ask. As he spoke, he gently touched ZHOU's cold ankle, reproaching slightly, you didn't even wear slippers. There's no floor heating at home in autumn either. It's just a few steps. I'll carry you back. Fu Yanji lifted ZHOU up, carrying him horizontally. What? Why? I'm not a kid. ZHOU woke up half-heartedly from sleep. Not being a kid means you can't be carried anymore. Boyfriend can't hug boyfriend. Fu Yanji bounced ZHOU up a bit, saying gently, sleep for a bit longer, I'll call you for lunch. Alright, anyway, they'd hugged countless times already. ZHOU accepted it well, directly preparing to drift off in Fu Yanji's arms without forgetting to remind him, after you make the call, remember to come back to sleep early, haven't you also not slept all night? Alright. Fu Yanji replied softly. When Fu Yanji laid ZHOU back in bed, the originally sleeping ZHOU suddenly propped himself up halfway, kissing Fu Yanji on the lips. The sudden sweetness froze Fu Yanji in place, and then he heard ZHOU say. I love you. I love you too, Momo. Fu Yanji tucked him in well, giving him a peck on the forehead and said, have a good dream. ZHOU hummed in agreement and then drifted into sleep, thinking he probably wouldn't fear nightmares anymore now since Fu Yanji would protect him in dreams. Nope. Fu Yanji observed ZHOU's peaceful sleeping face and his relaxed brows, deducing that he shouldn't be dreaming anything horrifying again. Still, he couldn't interrogate ZHOU too directly, which might disturb him. His recent state had just started to improve, he couldn't be disturbed anymore. Good morning, Director Fu. Secretary Yang saw the boss look refreshed after taking a day off, guessed the boss was in a good mood today, and immediately brought out all the processes stuck these past few days, what documents needed the chairman's signature, what procedures required the chairman's approval. Fu Yanji expressed how easygoing it felt to handle these tasks, even finding them somewhat boring. But recently, things have indeed been busy with several overseas projects. Fu Yuqing secretly came back from abroad, and a lot of work couldn't be carried out. He'd probably have to fly back a few more times in the near future. Annoying, Fu Yanji muttered. Dai Ran is also going on this project. Fu Youwu was eating lunch in his office today. Curious about the documents he was reading, Fu Youwu leaned over. I'd like to follow up on this too. Can I join? It involves traveling abroad. Can you be away for that long? Just take leave from school. Besides, there aren't as many classes in my third year anyway, Fu Youwu said. Didn't you tell me before to learn from Dai Ran? Why aren't you letting me go now? I'm not saying you can't go. Fu Yanji replied, wouldn't you miss being apart from Pei Ji? I remember persuading you too, you used to be inseparable. But this is work. I can't give up work just to stay with him, can I? Fu Youwu moved closer. Brother, can you let Dai Ran take me along? You said before he's capable enough to become a CEO. Just let him take me under his wing. I want to participate in this project. The team members have already been decided. So what? I'll tag along anyway. I don't need overtime pay. I'll cover my own expenses. Fu Yanji looked at his younger brother and suddenly asked, I noticed you've changed a lot lately. Is everything alright between you and Pei Ji? Nope, nothing wrong, Fu Youwu answered. We're still the same. He's busy all day long. What kind of conflict could we possibly have? Even though it felt strange, Fu Yanji was somewhat comforted by his younger brother's transformation. So Chairman Fu waved his hand, approved. Delighted, Fu Youwu went home to pack his luggage. That evening after work, ZHOU happened to be walking his dog Pao Pao around below Fu Yanji's building. When Pao Pao saw him, the dog excitedly leaped towards him. Fu Yenji patted Pao Pao's head a couple of times and asked ZHOU, is your wrist feeling better? Much better. ZHOU replied, maybe I was just exhausted. I thought removing the cast meant I was fully healed. Guess I still need to be careful moving forward. So, let me cook tonight. Fu Yenji suggested, how about noodles? You know how to cook. Does anyone who has studied abroad not know how to cook for themselves? Chapter 74, Why are you nosebleeding? On the weekend, ZHOU noticed that Fu Yenji had been acting a bit strange recently, always asking some rather odd questions. For example, when he returned home after class yesterday, Fu Yenji was sitting on the sofa feeding Pang Pang dog biscuits. Upon seeing him sit down, Fu Yenji asked, Momo, what do you think of materialism and idealism? ZHOU. Poor guy, as a science student, he had only encountered things like materialism in high school electives and university lectures. When asked this out of the blue, ZHOU thought Fu Yenji wanted to discuss some philosophical issue, so he crammed philosophy for over an hour before going to bed. The next day, Fu Yenji didn't even mention it. What ZHOU didn't know was that Fu Yenji's worldview had been reshaped in just these few days. Today was a rest day, and ZHOU took the opportunity to return home. He hadn't been back to the ZHOU residence for several days. Chui Lily was missing him so much she had called him multiple times. You've been staying at Yenzi's place lately, it's not good to trouble others too much. Aha. I get along quite well with brother Fu. Since that night when he stayed at Fu Yenji's place, ZHOU couldn't go back anymore. He had also tried returning home, but during his first attempt, Fu Yenji called him in the afternoon saying he had stomach pain. ZHOU went back. During the second attempt, ZHOU hadn't even reached the foot of the building when Fu Yenji called him back again, saying he lost his watch and asking where ZHOU had placed it. ZHOU went back. During the third attempt, ZHOU hadn't even mentioned leaving yet when Fu Yenji got up reluctantly and said, other boyfriends cohabit, I haven't even asked you to be together all the time. We already see each other less because I'm always at work while you're always at school. Besides, I'm 7 or 8 years older than you. What if you encounter a young and handsome guy at school and leave me? ZHOU. Can you stop worrying about all those unnecessary things? Then tell me why you like me. What do you like about me? I like that you're rich. ZHOU replied earnestly, so you should work hard, stay rich. If you stay rich, I'll continue to like you. So if I go bankrupt, you'll dump me? If you go bankrupt, I'll carry cement to support you. Fu Yenji was speechless, can you forget about your cement? Stay at home tonight, Mom has asked Aunt Fong to fry pork ribs for you, okay? Chui Lily said, Aunt Fong and Uncle Lin really miss you. Alright, ZHOU happily agreed. Anyway, Fu Yenji was working today, in the office at noon. Momo, you're over 20 now, shouldn't you start looking for a partner? Chui Lily leaned closer, gossiping, Mom has a secret to tell you. Aunt Tao told me she thinks Yenzi might have fallen in love lately. Pfft. ZHOU sprayed out his soda and quickly wiped his chest and the table, looking shocked at his mom, how did Aunt Tao find out? It's not that hard to notice, right? Yenzi usually acts all work-focused, almost treating the company as a second home. Recently, not only has he taken frequent leaves, but he also punches out of work extremely punctually. Does the chairman have to punch out at the end of the day? Is that the point? Chui Lily said, Shui Tao says that Yenzi recently looks radiant. There must be something off, there isn't even a coffee smell from working overtime every day anymore. So is Fu General Manager's normal state a tired corporate drone immersed in coffee? Pretty much. Yenzi used to always have a cold face, even Yunning found it hard to approach him. Thinking about Fu Yenji being anxious about their 8-year age gap this morning, ZHOU felt they seemed to know two different domineering tycoons. Oh wow, when can our Momo bring a girlfriend home? Then Mom will be content. ZHOU turned red and asked his mother, Mom, we still have plenty of time for dinner. How about we watch a movie? Good idea, what movie? Watch Brokeback Mountain. So ZHOU found a movie in the home theater and invited not only Chui Lily but also dragged his father ZHOU who was making tea in the study, directly shutting the two elders in the screening room. Hopefully, works of art could subtly influence their thoughts. Fu Yuhang came to work today. They ate takeout together in the office at noon. Fu Yuhang asked again about his recent relationship with ZHOU. Fu Yenji proudly smirked, we're doing great. I'm planning to deal with ZHOU these days, Fu Yuhang said seriously. Once he agrees, your relationship will be fine. You've dealt with the least authoritative person in the ZHOU family. Fu Yenji replied expressionlessly. Still, ZHOU is the head of the ZHOU family, right? You're wrong. Look at your position in our family, ZHOU's position is even lower than yours. Fu Yuhang fell silent, awkwardly drinking water, that is indeed pretty low, huh? I'll handle it myself. Fu Yenji quickly ate a few bites and began busy again, I must personally impress Uncle ZHOU and Aunt Chui to show I'm sincere. Alright. Fu Yuhang didn't want to bother him anymore and went back to his own office after eating. The company's affairs had started to pile up recently. Fu Yenji glanced downstairs and saw the greenery leaves starting to turn yellow and fall. He thought about taking one day off to accompany Momo to watch the maple leaves in the western suburbs over the weekend. Thinking of this, Fu Yenji lowered his head and resumed working hard. Initially, he planned to stay here overnight, but as dusk approached, Momo arrived with a thermal bucket. Ginseng red date chicken soup. Momo sat next to him, looking somewhat concerned. You've been pulling all-nighters for several days now, haven't you? You sneak back to the office to work while I'm sleeping. Fu Yenji was worried that Momo might have nightmares again. You sleep here tonight. Momo pushed open the door of his resting room. I'll sleep here too. Weren't you going home tonight? Fu Yenji asked. Momo felt a little uneasy as he touched his nose. What could he say? He admitted that he was already used to sleeping with Fu Yenji and couldn't sleep alone. If Fu Yenji found out, he would probably be boasting on cloud 9. Hey, never mind. Momo took off his shoes. Just drink the chicken soup, rinse up, and go to sleep quickly. Alright, Fu Yenji agreed, then ladled a small bowl of chicken and soup, cooling it down. Here, have a few sips, it's well cooked. Good. Momo happily drank 2 mouthfuls from Fu Yenji's hand. Since Momo didn't bring pajamas, Fu Yenji gave him one of his shirts to wear. Because of their obvious difference in build, when Momo put on the shirt, it revealed his collarbone and half of his shoulder, while the hem of the shirt hung down to his thighs, exposing long, pale legs. Momo remained oblivious, lowering his head and fumbling with the buttons as he said, You have quite broad shoulders. How do you train like that? I want to look like that too. Fu Yenji's eyes nearly bulged out. Why are you always staring? Why are you nosebleeding? Chapter 75, No matter how much money, I will not leave him. No matter what. ZHOU was somewhat unhappy because Fu Yenji preferred to spend the night on the outside sofa rather than sleep with him, which made him very dissatisfied. Oh well, they've only been dating for such a short time, and already he's drifting apart. ZHOU tossed and turned in bed at midnight. Initially, his intent was to accompany Fu Yenji because he saw how tired he was, but now it seemed counterproductive. How could one sleep well lying on the sofa? Why doesn't he want to sleep with me anymore? Am I not comfortable enough to hold? ZHOU unconsciously pouted, feeling increasingly reluctant as he thought about it, so he got out of bed. Unexpectedly, Fu Yenji wasn't even on the sofa, he was still taking a shower in the bathroom inside the office. What is he hiding from? Wait. ZHOU glanced at the soup pot he brought today, noticing there was still a layer of wolfberries floating on top. Ah. This afternoon he had class, and he just mentioned it to Aunt Fong via WeChat to prepare some blood-nourishing soup to bring for Fu Yenji to drink. Who knew she would add so many wolfberries? Besides, Fu Yenji normally has excessive internal heat, wouldn't this cause nosebleeds? ZHOU immediately covered the soup pot and hurried into the room to call Aunt Fong. Hello. Aunt Fong, what did you put in the soup you prepared for me today? Didn't you say that your friend who stays up all night needed some blood-nourishing soup? I added deer antler and wolfberries. But don't worry, I've already scooped out the deer antler in advance because leaving it too long isn't good. My goodness. She even added deer antler. Aunt Fong. My Fu Yenji seems like you're going to oversupplement him to death. All I asked was for you to stew a soup, why did you put so many ingredients? Aren't these 2 ingredients the best for nourishing the kidneys? I heard staying up all night is bad for the kidneys, so I added more. But Fu Yenji doesn't look like someone whose kidneys are in trouble at all. ZHOU felt a lump in his throat. What should we do? That. Was it my mistake? Sorry, little master, Aunt Fong has no education, I don't know about tonics or anything, I just kept adding things. Haven't caused any harm, right? ZHOU sighed in response, it's fine. I underestimated the situation, I should have called the family nutritionist and let her make it instead. Indeed, people shouldn't always take shortcuts. Fu Yenji took an undetermined length shower before coming out. Finding the restroom completely empty with no human trace, just as he wondered if he should call ZHOU suddenly returned from outside the door, carrying a small black bag in his hand. Where were you? ZHOU touched his nose, blushing fiercely red, you just finished your shower. Fu Yenji said, sleep early, we have classes tomorrow. ZHOU dumped the contents of the small bag onto the bed, causing everything to clatter down. As Fu Yenji looked at the items he bought, his eyes widened instantly. With his face flushed, ZHOU tried to appear domineering, I'm your boyfriend, why do you prefer showers when you're stressed and won't find me? You big coward. As it turns out, ZHOU underestimated Fu Yenji, he originally thought 1 box would be enough. Not nearly enough. The next day, Fu Yenji still got up early for a meeting and conveniently requested the entire day off for ZHOU's school. In high spirits, full of energy, by noon he tried to wake ZHOU. Got hit. You're not human, ZHOU grumbled with his face buried under the covers. Sitting on the bed with a bowl of porridge in hand, Fu Yenji didn't dodge the hits from ZHOU, simply agreeing with him, it's my fault. You clearly have no intention of changing. ZHOU cleared his throat and said, my throat hurts, and my waist and thighs hurt too. You don't love me, I said no, yet you persisted, even going further. I love you. Fu Yenji brushed away the stray hair from Zhou Mo's forehead, checking his temperature with his hand, finding no abnormalities, then continued, if we don't finish what we bought, isn't it a waste? Zhou Mo struck him again, what kind of absurd reason is that? Can't we save it for next time? Next time we'll buy new ones. Zhou Mo. You're disgusting. Don't act cute. How about getting up, eat something, and then go back to sleep? As Fu Yenji observed Zhou Mo's expression, sensing that he was about to get upset, sure enough, the next second a pillow was hurled at Fu Yenji. Enraged, Zhou Mo yelled, damn it. Nowadays being decent means you can't scold anyone. You're a moron. Get out. The kanji is on the bedside cabinet, remember to eat it. Fu Yenji, fearing that Zhou Mo might run a fever from discomfort during his first weekend together, reached out once more to check his temperature. Seeing no abnormalities, he finally left with ease to deal with work matters. So annoying. Zhou Mo turned over, unable to sleep anymore, enduring the soreness in his waist while getting up to change clothes. That bastard Fu Yenji. I was just trying to help him relieve some stress, and look at him acting like a starving tiger who hadn't tasted meat in years, as if he wanted to devour me alive. Truly, this must be what they mean when they say, an old house catches fire. Struggling through pain, Zhou Mo got dressed. From now on, I'll only buy one of those things at a time. Damn it, I thought one box would last for ages. I want to go home. There's no way I can get close to him again for at least the next month. Shit. He's not human. Zhou Mo chugged the kanji from the bedside cabinet, furiously flung the door open, and spotted an elderly man sitting familiarly on the couch. Taking a closer look, it was apparently the same dementia-suffering old man who lived in their residential area not long ago. After exchanging glances, Zhou Mo slammed the door shut instantly, causing Fu Heng to panic-stricken and escape. Crap, seems like I've gotten my son into trouble. My son said his fiancée shouldn't know yet about them, but now I know their relationship. Oh dear, if the eldest son finds out about this, he'll probably strangle me to death. Zhou Mo was properly dressed, covering his head with the hood of his sweatshirt and tightening the drawstring firmly, yet red marks still showed through. Uncomfortably, he covered them with his hand. Are you here to see Director Fu? Fu Heng replied. Yes, I'm the Chairman Fu's driver. Director Fu, Uncle Fu. Zhou Mo tentatively called out his name. What? What Uncle Fu? You've mistaken the person. Embarrassed, Zhou Mo supported his sore waist as he walked back into the restroom, then pulled out a picture frame. The photo had 4 people, obviously a young Fu Yenji, a young adult Tao Shui, a child Fu Youwu, and a young adult Fu Heng. It definitely couldn't be the driver uncle, could it? Found it in the chairman's bedside cabinet in the resting room. Covering his face, Zhou Mo felt like he was going to cry. Uncle, so you already knew? Ah. Fu Heng realized there was no point hiding anymore today and nodded, yes, indeed. A battle-tested veteran who could charm anyone in business clearly lacked experience dealing with daughters-in-law, and even pulled out a business card. Let me. Uncle. Don't give me checks. I genuinely like Fu Yenji, no matter how much money you offer, I will never leave him. No, I'm giving you my. I really love him, I won't leave because of money. Afterwards, Zhou Mo's tone was firm, his words seemed more like reassurance to himself, no matter how much money. No matter how much money. No matter how much money. But child, your expression suggests that maybe you seem truly regretful. Chapter 76, How do you know I want to eat these? Little Zhou, Uncle wants to discuss something with you. Zhou's face showed he was all ears. Your thing with Yenji, I've known about it for a long time, but he doesn't want you to know that I already know about the 2 of you, Fu Yuxing said. So can you pretend not to know that I know about the 2 of you? Yes, exactly like that. Fu Yuxing sighed helplessly, this kid was too sharp-tongued. If he found out that he'd slipped up, he'd surely mock him endlessly. Should I pretend that I don't know you've been here today? Yes. Fu Yuxing added, he worries about you and is afraid you might get nervous. After saying that, Fu Yuxing glanced at his face once more. How are you feeling right now? I've been much better lately, That's good, huh? They both fell into an awkward silence, so Fu Yuxing quickly found an excuse to leave. Zhou couldn't go anywhere because his waist and legs were sore, so he had no choice but to stay in the lounge using Fu Yenji's tablet to memorize words. When he got to the 50th word, Fu Yenji came back. Aren't you going to sleep anymore? It's all your fault. Zhou glared at him and pulled open his hoodie. You just kissed me. What were you doing sucking on my neck? I'm not some duck neck from Zhuowei. Fu Yenji touched the bruise on Zhou's neck which was both dark blue and red, and his eyes darkened a little as he made a low noise, it's my mistake. I wanted to go home, but now how am I supposed to go back? Then don't go back. Fu Yenji leaned down and gave a small kiss to Zhou's cheek and responded, is Momo staying here tonight? Zhou looked at Fu Yenji's expression and knew that he wasn't thinking anything good, so he directly blocked his mouth and pushed him away, no, Fu Yenji. He said seriously, I almost died last night, I really can't tonight, let me rest. Are you some kind of animal? I won't do those things again. Fu Yanji's hand probed toward Zhou's waist. Does your waist still hurt? After I finish my work tonight, we can take a walk with Puffy. Walking with Puffy could be okay, but Zhou, who was massaging his own waist, replied resentfully, it hurts badly. Alright then. Fu Yanji looked a little regretful. I'll have someone drive you back to the apartment. Order whatever food you like from the auntie. Wait for me when I come home after work, alright? Oh. Zhou responded with one word. Don't eat ice cream when you go back, it will make your stomach upset. I know. When Fu Yanji's work was paused, by the time he finished his shift it was already past 6 o'clock. On the road, he gave Zhou a call. I'm going to the supermarket, do you want anything special? How about some fruits? Do you want grapes or strawberries? Strawberries aren't very expensive either. Turning a corner, he saw Pei Ji comparing the prices of 2 bottles of vinegar. Ah, brother Fu. Fu Yanji said, good evening. Are you coming to buy vegetables? Buying some fruit to take home. Fu Yanji nodded at Pei Ji and walked toward the imported fruit section, picking up 2 boxes of strawberries and cherries and placing them in the cart before calling to ask, do you want to eat anything else? He didn't know that Pei Ji was following behind him, standing outside the imported fruit area and peeking inside, only to retreat upon seeing the terrifying price tags. Lately ZHOU hasn't been at home. Alright, I'm done shopping, didn't buy too much. Fu Yanji pushed the shopping cart and stuffed another bag of cheese sticks and a box of yogurt inside. Don't wait for me to eat. Pei Ji watched Fu Yanji walk far away and turned around again to look at that expensive fruit section. When Fu Yanji was checking out, Pei Ji caught up with him. Brother Fu, I have something to ask you. What's wrong? Fu Yanji was slightly surprised by Pei Ji's sudden arrival. ZHOU went abroad today, on today's flight. Fu Yanji arranged the items, but before he could say anything, Pei Ji hurriedly offered to help carry his things. Pei Ji suddenly choked on his words. What was he going to ask? With such a huge gap between them, wasn't it quite obvious? Lately, ZHOU has changed a lot. Pei Ji said. Recently he started focusing on his studies and career, no longer centering everything around you, so you're feeling the difference. Fu Yanji filled in the sentence without expression. I didn't mean that. It's just that. I just feel that the gap between you two is too big. You can't provide ZHOU with a better life. Pei Ji was speechless after being reprimanded, holding the things in silence. Pei Ji, my brother has never suffered from the time he was born until now. The time he chose you is the hardest time for him. He can accompany you to live in a rental house for a while, but you can't let him live in a rental house for his entire life. The monthly salary of your part-time jobs now cannot afford even one pair of shoes that ZHOU used to wear. Do you think it is necessary to continue doing these part-time jobs? Why can you endure physical hardships but refuse to swallow your pride and ask others for a way up? What are you being so dignified about? You have many shortcomings in your character which ZHOU has alled, yet you do nothing for him. Don't say how much money you've spent on buying him something or another. Do you think he cares about those? You underestimate him too much. Fu Yanji opened the car's trunk, put the items inside, and then said afterward, I've said my piece, what you want to do afterward is up to your choice, don't you have a premonition already? Premonition about what? Is it the feeling that their relationship has become precarious? Pei Ji lowered his eyes and watched Fu Yanji drive away. Before Fu Yanji even reached the door, he smelled the aroma of food. The door was left slightly open, and Puffy squatted by the entrance, wagging his tail as he yelped and bounced toward him. Fu Yanji placed the items he had bought on the ground, surrounded by the smell of food, and said, I'm back. ZHOU Mo wielded the spatula, not bad, I came back at noon and asked Auntie to teach me how to make peppery salted pork ribs. I'm trying to make it for you. Can't you make peppery salted pork ribs? I can, but it doesn't taste as good as the ones Auntie makes. ZHOU Mo wearing an apron glanced at him once, then went back to the kitchen and started fiddling with the pot, picking out a piece with the spatula. Taste this and tell me if the seasoning is right. The freshly out of the pan peppery salted pork ribs were a bit hot, with a crisp surface. Taking a bite broke through the crispy crust revealing tender meat inside, and the scent of peppery salt filled the mouth instantly. Delicious, Fu Yanji commented. What tasty things did you bring back? Fu Yanji lifted up the shopping bag, first putting some items into the fridge, taking out strawberries and cherries intending to wash them for dessert after the meal. Then, he saw ZHOU Mo craning his neck to take a look over there. He thought ZHOU Mo would complain about wasting money on expensive items since ZHOU Mo had mentioned several times on the phone not to buy too much. But to his surprise, ZHOU Mo just grinned happily. How do you know I want to eat these? Chapter 77, You, a cold machine only good at making money. Wow, what wind has blown you back here? On the weekend when he returned home, Zhou Yuning was standing on the second floor, his hand on the railing, looking down with an expression full of disdain and his tone very sarcastic. Do you even remember there's a home here? You're about to change your surname to Fu. Big brother. ZHOU scratched his head embarrassedly, don't tease me anymore. Zhou Yuning took a deep breath at seeing his younger brother's foolish look. Goodness, initially, when Fu Yanzi was driven nearly to a cerebral hemorrhage by his love-addled younger brother, Zhou Yuning hadn't felt much, and he was even gloating. He never thought that karmic retribution would come so quickly onto himself. What happened? Did you fight with Fu Yanzi? Zhou Mo scratched the back of his head, not really a fight. Could you and Fu Yanzi actually have disagreements? Zhou Yuning thought it was incredible, what's going on? Tell me. A man in his 30s is like a wolf at its peak strength. Zhou Mo covered his face, this week had been utterly chaotic, days and nights mixed up, and now his lower back was aching slightly. He simply couldn't stay at Fu Yanzi's place anymore. He was already tired and frustrated every day, then today while Fu Yanzi was cooking, an extra dish of greens was added, which upset Zhou Mo. I already said I don't like eating green peppers. Zhou Mo sat there, unhappy all over, why do you still cook it? Neither of us likes it, we'll end up wasting it if we can't finish it. It's a bell pepper, darling. Fu Yanzi put a pair of chopsticks full of bell pepper into Zhou Mo's bowl, try it, this bell pepper isn't spicy. I didn't know that was a bell pepper, Zhou Mo got even angrier after seeing this, not knowing why, I don't like eating bell peppers. All the bell peppers in the lunchbox I brought to school yesterday were left untouched, did you not know that? Sorry Momo, I didn't notice. Fu Yanzi transferred the bell pepper from Zhou Mo's bowl into his own, then let's not eat bell peppers anymore. Zhou Mo looked at the dish of bell pepper stir-fried meat and still seemed quite unhappy, a bit annoyed for no reason. So, he reiterated, I don't like eating bell peppers. Noted. The two stared at each other for a moment. Fu Yanzi looked at his resentful yet somewhat regretful appearance and suddenly said, Momo, are you trying to start a quarrel with me? Zhou Mo nodded, adding, a quarrel that doesn't harm our feelings, though. So Fu Yanzi slammed his chopsticks on the table, Zhou Mo. It's just some bell pepper. If you don't want to eat it, fine. What's bothering you? How could it not bother me? You haven't paid any attention. The bell pepper in my lunchbox yesterday wasn't touched at all. Wasn't the meaning clear enough? And today, since you cooked personally, why must you include bell peppers? So what about bell peppers? They are nutritious, although they may not be very tasty, can't they still be eaten? Why must you be so picky? Is this even a matter of being picky? I've already said I don't like them. I've never liked bell peppers since childhood. One whiff of that smell makes me want to vomit. You could have told me directly that you don't like bell peppers, why twist things around like this? If you had said it straight out, wouldn't I have avoided cooking them? You're such a straight man. Why can't you be more considerate towards me? You don't really like me. Your eyes are only on your work. Work? I've been very punctual with my job recently, no overtime. I always come back home to be with you. Is there still something you're dissatisfied with? Is that being with me? Does that count as being with me? You're almost like a robot programmed to function everywhere, bedroom, study desk, bathtub. Have you tried anywhere yet? Ah, so you're upset because of that. Lying next to you, who among men could resist? I'm still a young man full of vigor. If you really can't bear it, maybe we can reduce the frequency in the future, right? You're always like this, talking about reducing the frequency but never actually doing so. I can't go on living with you. I'm leaving. Saying that, Zhou Mo stood up and slammed the door, taking the backpack from the shoe cabinet at the entrance along with him. Fu Yanzi. Lu. Left? Did he bully you? Well. Not exactly bullying. He bullied you. Split. He's not suitable for you. Zhou Mo. I haven't even said anything yet. I told you that guy's unreliable. Just stay at home today. If he dares to come, I'll drive him out. Zhou Mo laughed nervously, well. It's not really necessary. It's not that serious. The two brothers were sitting in front of the bar counter in the basement of their house. A glass of chilled spiced wine was placed beside Zhou Yuning, and Zhou Mo poked the perfumed pear on the plate with a small fork occasionally. Zhou Yuning had prepared drinks and snacks, ready to watch the drama unfold. After Zhou Mo explained the ins and outs, the smile disappeared from Zhou Yuning's face. Then came his twitching mouth corner and speechless expression. You too. Are you just bored? Shit, originally wanted to have some fun, but ended up being force-fed dog food. Do I look like some cheap person? Zhou Mo finished the cocktail in one gulp and slammed the cup on the table as if he had made some kind of determination, I'm staying at home tonight. Will Fu Yanzi not come looking for you? He probably hasn't realized yet. That's where you underestimate him. Zhou Yuning leisurely got up, since mom and dad aren't home today, let's go eat out. What shall we eat? Zhou Yuning said sarcastically, eat bell pepper stir-fried meat. Zhou Mo. His older brother does have a natural talent for sarcasm. Zhou Yuning still has some conscience left, so he didn't make things difficult for his younger brother regarding food. He took him to a Cantonese restaurant and booked a private room. And during the time when Zhou Mo went to the bathroom, he ran into Chairman Fu who was out entertaining clients. Fu Yanzi looked like he had been drinking a bit, with a slightly flushed face. Upon seeing ZHOU, he quietly pulled the boy into the private room for a hug before going back to continue entertaining the guests. ZHOU immediately softened. Wah wah wah. What a pitiful guy. In the morning, he argued with me, and by evening, he has to entertain clients and drink so much alcohol. Working so hard to earn money to support the family, so what if he overdid it a bit last night? Zhou Yuning stood leaning against the door, arms crossed, and saw how spineless ZHOU was, snorting coldly. If I had known he would come, I wouldn't have bothered. Bro, isn't he so pitiful, being so miserable and still having to entertain clients, drinking so much wine? Zhou Yuning glanced at him and said, don't be naive. Fu Yanzi has a great tolerance for alcohol. He can make enough from one business dinner to buy 2 villas. But his stomach isn't good. Drinking will make his stomach uncomfortable. What's the use of earning money? You're just a cold machine only good at making money. Zhou Yuning. Tired, let's just destroy everything, quickly. Did you see just now? He didn't say a word when he saw me, just hugged me and left, like he had some grievance or something, so pitiable. ZHOU covered his mouth with his hand. Wah 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 wah. I want to bully him a bit. Zhou Yuning. Damn, so my cute little brother is actually a pervert inside. Chapter 78, Aren't you coming home with me? The weekend meal lasted over 2 hours. Zhou Yuning was sitting quietly watching his phone, eating gui ling gao absent-mindedly with a spoon. He didn't rush ZHOU, and casually reminded him, these kinds of social engagements usually take quite a while. ZHOU glanced at him and said, I'm not waiting for him. Stubborn till the end. Zhou Yuning ordered a few more digestion-aiding snacks, letting ZHOU slowly eat. When ZHOU was on the last dessert, Shanjia cake, Fu Yanzi opened the door. Leaning against the doorway, Fu Yanzi looked at ZHOU as if he were rather wronged. Didn't we agree to pretend to have an argument without really hurting each other's feelings? Pretending to argue, now I'm pretending to go home. You should pretend to be angry and wait 3 days before picking me up. 3 days is too long. ZHOU gave a strained smile, damn, give me a few days off at least. No ox gets tired unless the field it plows is bad. Fu Yanzi sat next to him and began playing with his wrist as he started complaining, you're deliberately doing this. You don't want to stay with me anymore. ZHOU noticed something was off about him, so he held Fu Yanzi's face with both hands. Seeing that his complexion was flushed and his gaze scattered, he asked, Fu Yanzi, did you drink too much? How could he possibly drink too much? His alcohol tolerance. Fu Yanzi nodded, extending 2 elegant fingers, a bottle of red, a bottle of white. So much. And you mixed them? Are you trying to kill yourself? Does your stomach hurt? ZHOU anxiously probed towards Fu Yanzi's stomach, why did you drink so much? Doesn't the chairman need to drink as well? They forced me to. Zhou Yuning. Shit, unbearable. Who dares force Fu Yanzi to drink? Just fooling my innocent and adorable younger brother. What should we do? Let me make you some sober-up soup then. Aren't you going to come home and stay with me? He asked pitifully, then clung onto ZHOU, hugging him. Mo, I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Because even when we pretended to argue, I should have still yielded to you, Fu Yanzi said, in the future, after just a couple of arguments, I will apologize. Zhou Yuning. I really want to beat both of you up. So you aren't coming home with me tonight? ZHOU hesitated and looked at Zhou Yuning, I've already promised big brother. Zhou Yuning coldly said, that's right, Mo has already promised to stay at my place. Fu Yanzi's eyes lowered, his long lashes casting a shadow beneath them, alright then. It doesn't matter if I return alone. If my stomach aches, I can order takeout myself, and if it gets cold, I can reheat it. Zhou Yuning couldn't bear it any longer. Zhou Yuning thought they were nauseating. Zhou Yuning wanted to leave. How about you come back with me to the ZHOU residence tonight? ZHOU quickly suggested, if you stay at my house tonight, I can still take care of you. Then tomorrow, we can return home together. Zhou Yuning, hey. Did I agree to that? Big brother. ZHOU glanced at him pitifully. Fu Yanzi followed along, big brother. Who do you think you're calling big brother? There's no way I believe that bastard Fu Yanzi actually got drunk. Shit, I've never seen him drink excessively. Zhou Yuning stopped the car, go in and ask Aunt Fong to prepare another room. I'll share a room with him. No. Fu Yanzi had his head down, unable to clearly see his expression, but apparently, ZHOU was pouting slightly and seemed somewhat displeased. He went to ask Aunt Fong to cook a wake-up soup for Fu Yanzi. You'll stay on the second floor, eastern side, Fu Yanzi on the second floor, western side. Zhou Yuning said, it's late, time to sleep. Then. Aren't you going to give Fu Yanzi some respect money? He called you big brother already. Zhou Yuning. The hell, I'll give him a huge smack. How dare he kidnap my little brother and I still have to pay him respect money. I'll give him 2 explosions. I'll give him 2 invisible kicks. Tisk. Although ZHOU was slightly resentful, he still had to obey Big Brother's command, so he helped Fu Yanzi inside the house and washed a towel to wipe his face. Then, he felt Fu Yanzi trying to push something into his hand. "What's this?" "My salary card." Fu Yanzi lowered his head, his face rosy from the alcohol fumes, and said, "Isn't the salary card supposed to be handed over? But I also have other cards for stock dividends and funds, some real estate and investments. One day, when I get my agent to organize them, I'll hand them all to you." Weekend chuckled as she patted Fu Yanji's face. "Old Fu, you're scattering all your fortune just by drinking wine. Handing it over to my wife is the natural order of things, isn't it? You don't need to give it all to me. I can make my own money and spend it on myself." Fu Yanji was extremely stubborn about this. "No, I'll give it all to you, then you give me pocket money every month or get me a secondary card. This isn't right, you have large expenses every day for work." "No. We'll talk about it when you sober up. I'm very clear-headed now. Sober enough to scatter all his fortune and insist on getting her to give him a secondary card. This isn't right, it's your money." Fu Yanji looked a little wronged. "Are we really splitting what's yours and mine? Are we so estranged?" "That's not what I mean. I don't care. You give me a secondary card." Weekend. "What a clever little quirk of yours, insisting that someone else manages your money. Isn't it better to let an agent manage it?" "I'll do it for you." Weekend first complied. "You drink the wake-up soup first and go to sleep quickly." "All right." After receiving a precise answer, Fu Yanji obediently lay down and asked Weekend, "Aren't you coming with me?" "Don't act cute, my brother is here. If he finds out, he'll explode." Weekend kissed him gently on the forehead. "Good night. If you're uncomfortable at any time, call me immediately. I feel sad in my heart because you're not staying with me." Weekend looked at her boyfriend lying in bed expectantly, suddenly feeling a bit surreal. Damn, the image of the overlord boss has collapsed beyond recognition. But he looked genuinely pitiful this way. "So I secretly sleep here, my brother probably won't find out, right?" Late at night, Zhou Yuning finished handling his official duties and came out to grab a bottle of sparkling water. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw a tall figure wearing a sleeping robe getting water. Looking closely, Fu Yanji had a normal complexion, without any sign of being drunk. "Shit, you dog. I knew you weren't drunk." Fu Yanji glanced at him unsatisfied. "Keep your voice down, Momo is sleeping. How did you two stick together again?" "Shit, I know Fu Yanji is a tricky one. One day, our innocent and adorable Momo will be swindled into submission by him." Chapter 79 A Spicy Hot Pot. Based on what you said, Zhou Mo's condition these past few days can be considered quite good. His conversation with me earlier also seemed relaxed. He even talked about some things regarding his interaction with his family. In the clean and bright consultation room, Dr. Song held a medical record in one hand and said, "But I think he isn't telling the truth, rather, he is holding something back. From the results, his situation hasn't improved, and he might be more anxious. We don't recommend directly questioning the patient as it may upset him." "What should we do then?" Fu Yanji asked. "Does he have any tendencies of self-harm or suicide at home?" "Family member, please don't worry too much. His condition isn't as bad as you think. He is fine, eats well, sleeps well, and recently started buying himself good things. He would express if he feels uncomfortable in any way. So how could there be no improvement at all? One possible reason is that the patient has become extremely sensitive. He knows what kind of state you expect him to achieve, so he performs some actions accordingly to meet your expectations." Dr. Song explained. "For example, Zhou Mo bought good things for himself, which might not be because he genuinely needed them but because he thought you'd hope to see this side of him." Fu Yanji's expression turned somewhat pale. He said, "I already know what he is thinking. Momo currently has a mistaken perception that he sees himself as an outsider. He thinks that everything around him will eventually be taken away, so he is always walking on eggshells." That's understandable. This sense of homelessness prevents him from accepting everyone's kindness, Dr. Song stated seriously. "However, there is one point that you need to particularly pay attention to. The love and family warmth Momo receives now are silently healing him. But if he loses these one day, he might break down. And we can't guarantee the outcome at that time. Mr. Fu, curing a deeply wounded soul is a long process, so you must have patience." Zhou Mo was unaware of their conversation and just sat on the steps outside the clinic looking at the scenery on the street. Raising his hand, he caught the first fallen leaf of the year. It's late autumn. Zhou Mo examined the leaf in the palm of his hand and felt as though someone patted his head. "What are you doing sitting here? Aren't the steps cold? What did the doctor tell you?" "The doctor said that your recent condition is good, and advised you to keep it up," Fu Yanji said. "What do you want to eat tonight?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mo replied, "I want hot pot." "Alright, let me book a table for sliced meat hot pot." "I don't want sliced meat." Zhou Mo pointed towards a bright red sign not far away that read, "Authentic Sichuan hot pot." "Aren't you unable to handle spicy food?" "Not very capable of eating spicy food," Zhou Mo responded, "but I really want to try it. It smells delicious." As it was dinner time, a very strong aroma of red oil mala flavor floated out of the restaurant. They looked at each other in surprise, hesitated for a moment, and Fu Yenji relented. Alright, let's go. Get shrimp paste, tripe, 2 plates of beef, I also want chrysanthemum greens, ZHOU ordered while browsing the menu with Fu Yenji. Also duck intestine and 2 bowls of tofu pudding. Fu Yenji solemnly told the server, we'll take a pot. Yes, we want a pot and then another 2 bowls of plain water. Thus, 2 people who couldn't handle spiciness decided to visit the hot pot place for the thrill, and they exclaimed while eating. Mo, ugh. My mom said we should go home tomorrow, ugh, for dinner. How does auntie even ugh, know that I'm with you? Did you ugh, tell her? Shit, it's so damn spicy. Not ugh, my dad returned from overseas a few days ago, ugh. Mom suggested that both families should have dinner together to get acquainted. Fu Yenji gulped down a large glass of soy milk. Didn't you already meet him? ZHOU continued shaking his head, pretending to be foolish on behalf of Fuxing. Yuxing, no, I didn't. You don't have to cover for him anymore. I already checked the surveillance feed. ZHOU. How did your uncle react? My dad really likes. Open your mouth when you breathe, don't hold your breath. Fu Yenji had a slight headache, wondering when ZHOU could correct his habit of holding his breath whenever he got nervous. In short, don't be nervous. Both my parents like you very much, you need to be more confident. Should we make it public? What? I mean coming out. Sooner or later, we need to let our parents know. Fu Yenji didn't expect ZHOU to be so proactive sometimes. On the surface, it seemed like he was always pushing their relationship forward. In reality, at every crucial moment, it was ZHOU who pushed things along. Sure. Fu Yenji's parents wouldn't worry. Tao Shui had said more than once that as long as Fu Yenji brought back a partner, male or female, she'd be happy. The hardest ones to deal with were Zhou Su and Chui Lily. Directly telling them would surely come as a shock. So, let's prepare them mentally first, and when I see the right time, we'll come out. Okay. The 2 of them looked spirited and had prepared for tomorrow's dinner. But due to eating too much spicy hot pot, they both ended up in the hospital the next day getting treated for acute gastroenteritis. ZHOU lay on the hospital bed, and 4 in his hand, still laughing. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that not only do we share the same bed at home, but now we're neighbors in the hospital too. Ha 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 ha, don't be so funny. Fu Yenji there felt somewhat awkward while also having an 4 in his hand. The mighty boss losing face. Speechless. Which mighty boss from a good family got defeated by a single meal of spicy hot pot? And yet ZHOU was still laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha, weakling yet loves to play around. ZHOU's symptoms were slightly better than Fu Yenji's. Except for having a weaker immune system and being prone to colds during seasonal changes, his health was generally fine. It was different for Fu Yenji. In recent years, his obsession with work had given him occupational diseases, smoking, drinking, coffee, and staying up late. These habits had already caused some issues with his stomach. After one spicy hot pot meal, he was directly incapacitated. On the way to the hospital, ZHOU was both concerned and amused. I already told you to eat teapot, why did you get a stomachache twice because of me? If your stomach is bad, why did you still accompany me to eat ice cream hot pot? Fu Yenji responded dejectedly, I was just curious. Good grief. Word spread, chairman of Fu Group Corporation, due to curiosity, tasted a few bites of spicy hot pot and ended up urgently seeking medical help for gastroenteritis at midnight. This kind of news would surely be surprising to outsiders. Chapter 80, You Take Care of My Money. When Zhou Yuning called, the 2 were holding bowls of congee and toasting in the hospital room. Zhou Yuning on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat exasperated. Zhou Yuning, our parents are here waiting for you too. What are you doing? Where are you now? Don't tell me you overslept again. Not that, big brother. ZHOU couldn't help but laugh, we're in the hospital. Why go to the hospital? Are you not feeling well? Is Fu Yenji with you? What happened? Not that, big brother. ZHOU looked back at Fu Yenji who was still rubbing his stomach. I'm okay, but it seems like Fu Yenji is not. Oh, then it's fine. What are you doing? ZHOU was dissatisfied. What's wrong with him? It's just, we had a spicy hot pot together ha 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 ha. Even as ZHOU laughed there, the phone also carried Fu Yenji's laughter. The 2 laughed rhythmically, sounding really joyful. Zhou Yuning. Does getting sick make you this happy? Good grief, always looking for trouble. No one understands this bilateral condition of theirs. Then are you not coming today? Do I need to come take care of you? ZHOU looked up at the drip progress and replied, no need. It's almost over here. I'll take care of Fu Yenji. Say hello to Uncle Fu and Aunt Tao for me, sorry, I can't make it today. After hanging up the call, ZHOU called the nurse to remove the needle, then climbed onto Fu Yenji's bed after taking off her shoes, laying her head on his shoulder and placing a hand over his stomach. Does it still hurt? It's not a big deal. Fu Yenji grabbed ZHOU's hand and kissed it lightly. Don't blame yourself, Momo. I actually wanted to try how the spicy hot pot tastes too. Haven't you tried it before? I haven't had it for a long time. When I was in middle school in the country, I used to go out for hot pot with your brother often. But later, when I went abroad for study, it was hard to find good hot pot. Don't rich people just hire a chef to cook hot pot at home? Or open a hot pot restaurant near where you live? Fu Yanji. Dear, we are wealthy, not nouveau riches, let's not be extravagant. After returning to China, you kept drinking alcohol and staying up late, so you missed eating such delicious hot pot. Zhou Mo finished his sentence for him. Fu Yanji patted her head. Momo, do you want to go abroad for studies in the future? Holding Fu Yanji's waist, Zhou Mo heard this question and slowly lowered her eyelashes. I don't know yet. Do you have no plans for your future right now? Aha, Zhou Mo nodded. It's quite lackadaisical, isn't it? We shouldn't call it lackadaisical. Fu Yanji hugged the person in his arms and said, this is good too. If you have no plan for your own future, it also means whatever happens in your future will be uncertain, and such life is truly nice. No way. How is it, no way? From my childhood till now, I've known that I would inherit the family business, win awards before graduating from junior high school, accomplish certain achievements before finishing high school, complete certain goals before university graduation. Such life has little challenge. Zhou Mo. Do you think this lacks challenge? Don't you feel the same? You clearly know all that will happen to you in the future, walking step by step, this kind of life can be seen through to the end. Fu Yanji continued, the only challenge I've encountered since growing up is you, because I never know what you will say next. Am I that unpredictable? You're indeed very complicated. Zhou Mo. Stop talking about this. So, do you still have feelings for ZHOU? No, never. Zhou Mo covered his mouth, stop bringing it up. Really, please, I beg you. Fu Yanji blinked and said, you even sent him a truckload of roses once. You've never sent me a truckload of roses. You only gave me one flower. That was in the past. When I didn't know any better. Just children playing house, sending a truck of roses, so what? Fu Yanji paid no attention to that and chattered on, you must still have feelings for ZHOU, but you can't catch up with him, so you settle for being his sister-in-law since you can't be his boyfriend. Zhou Mo pinched his waist, say it again. Then why didn't you send me a truckload of roses? I don't have money. Zhou Mo said, I stopped spending the family's money from this summer vacation. That truckload of roses was bought with the family's money, and the rose bouquet I gave you was bought with my own money, they're different. Really? Really? Zhou Mo raised 3 fingers, I swear. What I did before was just for fun, but what I feel about you is genuine. When will you give me access to your credit card then? Zhou Mo. Are you no? The doctor didn't give you anesthesia, did he? I really want you to take care of my money. Fu Yanji looked serious, there will be professional trustees to manage finances anyway. You just need to occasionally ask me about the details of expenditures. What expenditure details? For example, Fu Yanji provided an example after another, I spent 100 yuan buying firecrackers today, you should immediately call me to ask where those 100 yuan went. Today, I had dinner with colleagues and spent 5,000 yuan, you should call me to ask where that 5,000 went. He asked after giving an example, isn't that sweet? Where is that sweet at all? You don't understand. I've earned so much money that I've lost the thrill of spending it. You need to control my cash inflow. I only have so much money in hand every month. Spending it makes me very happy. I'll give you another example. If there's something I really want, I could buy it right away, and maybe it wouldn't be as fresh anymore. But if I save my pocket money for several months to buy it, then I would be very happy. Zhou Mo. Fu Yanji, do you have some sort of bad habit? Fu Yanji wore an expression of, it's useless to talk to you. I won't manage your money. Zhou Mo said coldly and mercilessly. You are a chairman. If you go out to have dinner with employees and need to call home for permission, don't you think it looks weird? Is Fu Group going to go bankrupt? Impossible, they will only envy me. Chapter 81, then I'll lock you up. Ultimately, because the 2 mothers were truly worried about their child, they came to Fu Yanji's house late in the evening with bundles big and small. The arrival was sudden, catching them completely off guard. On instinct, Zhoma covered the hickey on her neck. Fu Yanji smoothly handed over a tube of concealer to Zhoma, then plastered on a fake smile, pushing open the door with an open tone, Mom, Aunt Cui, how could you come without giving us a heads up? We haven't prepared anything. Ah, how dare we let 2 patients entertain us? We should take care of ourselves. Where's Momomo? Cui Lily looked around. Momomo is, using the bathroom. Ah, using the bathroom. Tao Shui beckoned the 2 men at the back to hurry and bring the things inside, we asked the chef to prepare some bland but digestible dishes. Fu Yanji quickly went over to help, nodding, Dad, Uncle Zhou. Only now did Zhoma make her appearance slowly, coming out promptly, Mom, you're here. Momomo, how come you came out of the master bedroom? You shouldn't go into other people's main bedrooms casually. Yanzi loves cleanliness more. Is that so? Then I'll be more careful next time. Zhou Yuning and Fu Yuhang sat on the couch and looked back with a knowing smile but didn't say anything. Pretending indeed. Few people visited Fu Yanji's house normally, making the once empty place seem livelier. ZHOU picked up Pang Pang, who was running around recklessly on the floor, and petted him a few times. Fu Yanji, on the other hand, took a few trays of fruit and placed them in front of the elders, tying his apron and busying himself in the kitchen. Then he was kicked out by Cui Lily and Tao Shui. Let your dad do it. You're a patient, you need to rest well. I've already recovered. Fu Yanji said. Even if you've recovered, sit down. Tao Shui said mysteriously, your father, that useless man, can only deal with your uncle ZHOU. Aunt Cui is the most important one. As long as Aunt Cui nods, everything will be fine. Mom, how could you? You brat, do you think your little tricks can escape my eyes? Have you forgotten what I used to do? Fu Yanji was caught off guard. Yes, Tao Shui, a retired female special forces soldier who worked in High City Armed Department after retirement and is now retired, contently staying home to be a rich housewife baking cakes or pancakes. So, Tao Shui, a former soldier, and Cui Lily, an artist, being friends was also quite rare. Listen, come talk to me and Aunt Cui. Zhou Yuning watched helplessly as his entire family conspired against his brother, and in a flash, he stood up. What's wrong with you? Fu Yanji, let me tell you, my brother, you. Quick as lightning, ZHOU covered Zhou Yuning's mouth. Ah, my brother is tired, he's tired, I'll take him to rest. I'm not tired. You are tired, you're tired. ZHOU forcibly dragged Zhou Yuning away, turning into the audiovisual room, directly pressing Zhou Yuning down. Let go of me. Not possible, not possible. ZHOU smiled and said, let's watch a movie. What movie am I going to watch? I have to keep an eye out. How about Romeo and Juliet? Zhou Yuning. Damn it, this kid knew how to threaten others too now. Over there, Fu Yanji attentively cut an orange for Aunt Cui and handed it to Cui Lily. Aunt Cui, please try it. Oh my, thank you, Yanji, you're such a thoughtful child. Our Yanji is the most understanding child, often coming home to see us, and during holidays, he even takes us out for trips. Is that so? Such a filial child. Yes, such a filial child, I can hardly believe how filial he'll be to his mother-in-law in the future. Right, a child as good as Yanji should be liked by many people. Any situation yet? Cui Lily blinked at him. Situation. Fu Yanji smiled and said, I already like someone, he likes me a lot too. We're just planning when to meet our parents. Oh my, that's wonderful. Cui Lily beamed with joy. Yanji, if there's any news in the future, remember to tell Auntie will give you a big red envelope. Fu Yanji silently lowered his head, seeing Aunt Cui's innocent and kind expression made him really hesitant to tell the truth. Mom. After locking Zhou Yuning in the audiovisual room over the weekend, she saw Cui Lily sitting between Tao Shui and Fu Yanji with a beaming face. She went over enthusiastically and peeled another orange for her. During these few days I've stayed here, Fu has taken such good care of me. Cui Lily said, oh dear, our Momo has never really had many friends since childhood, so we're reassured to leave her with Yanzi. Now seeing how much fun they have together makes us feel at ease. It's time for dinner. Fu Yuhang stood by the kitchen door calling them. Go eat quickly, I'll wash my hands. Cui Lily nudged the two kids and walked towards the restroom. Turning her head, her smile instantly vanished. The guest bedroom in Fu Yanzi's house was right opposite the bathroom. Cui Lily pushed the door open and went inside. The guest bedroom didn't even have its sheets laid out, there was only a neatly cleaned mattress. Cui Lily. How rude. Mom. Zhou Yuning suddenly appeared behind Cui Lily, shaking his head at her. Don't ask, don't say. Let's wait until Momo feels like talking about it later. Cui Lily looked at the empty guest room, sighed, and quietly said to Zhou Yuning, your brother will be happy, right? At least from what we see now, he and Yanzi are happily fooling around all day. She didn't know what they were finding so amusing. As long as he's happy. Cui Lily sighed. Late at night, after Fu Yanzi bid farewell to both sets of parents, he came back into the bedroom holding one hand of the Weekend, the other clutching a tablet reviewing documents. Weekend also had a phone in hand learning vocabulary. Suddenly, he snapped his phone shut. I think this isn't working. We should just have an open conversation instead. What's wrong? Fu Yanzi didn't lift his eyelids, reaching out to pinch Weekend's earlobe. Don't you think our current strategy is somewhat problematic? It feels like we're deceiving my mom. It can also work. Do you have any other ideas? Weekend thought for a while, then lay back down. No. I'm thinking, what if we break up in the future, would it harm the relationship between both families? Fu Yanzi's expression shifted as his fingers started pinching Weekend's cheeks. Why do we have to break up, Mr. Weekend? One cannot prepare for everything, but one must be prepared for the worst. What if I suddenly change my mind and stop liking you? I'll lock you up then. Weekend? What? I'll lock you up. Fu Yanzi smiled and finished his sentence, until you start liking me again. Oh no. Weekend froze on the spot. How did his tycoon boyfriend suddenly become obsessed with control? I'll be on a business trip next week. Fu Yanzi changed the topic. You focus on your studies at home, and when I come back, I'll take you to see the red maple leaves outside the western suburbs. Weekend stared at Fu Yanzi, suppressing the strange feeling bubbling up inside him, and lied back down. All right then, I'll wait for you at home. Chapter 82, do you have the guts to say that? In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps onto Zhouma's face. Zhouma furrowed her eyebrows and moved Fu Yanji's arm from her body, waking up in his embrace. Are there any early meetings today? Fu Yanji's voice was slightly hoarse as he had just woken up. Zhouma closed her eyes and dozed off. Sleepy. What? Zhouma suddenly woke up, still hearing the system's scream echoing in her mind. What are you doing? You scared me half to death. Zhouma mentally cursed at him. I was only out for a month-long conference. Just a month. A month. And you too. So what if we're together? Hit me with lightning. Zhouma made a tisk sound, turned around in Fu Yanji's arms, and buried her face in his chest. Just sleep for a little longer. It's still early. Fu Yanji held her tighter and set an alarm clock again. My God, host, you're truly amazing. You've conquered the big boss of our book. Zhouma curled the corners of her lips and couldn't help but feel somewhat proud. Fu Yanji really likes me. Yeah, Fu Yanji super likes me. Fu Yanji lowered his head and looked at Zhouma, who seemed deeply asleep, hesitating to say something. So you went to a meeting, what were the results? Do I need to keep playing matchmaker between Fu Youwu and Pei Ji? I have my own boyfriend now, I don't have time for them anymore. Not quite, Fu Youwu and Pei Ji still need your attention, the main office has decided. They command Mr. Zhouma. Stop. Zhouma timely interrupted him, I'm not taking it, I need to sleep. Host, if you don't complete the task, you'll be electrocuted. Then electrocute me. It didn't seem like Zhouma's illusion as Fu Yanji tightened his arms around her. She opened her eyes and looked over only to see Fu Yanji's knitted brows without any sign of waking up. Zhouma felt she was imagining too much, continuing the bicker with the system. Now that Fu Youwu is less love-crazed, why do you want me to pair them up again? They're not suitable for each other, this would harm both. Won't you listen to my announced tasks? No. Cough, the main office unanimously decides, the Weekend Rescue main CP mission is closed. Thank you, Weekend, for your dedication during your term, we will issue rewards according to your performance. Wishing Weekend and Fu Yanji eternal happiness. I'm retiring. Not completely. The mission ends when Fu Youwu fully parts ways with Pei Ji. That'll happen sooner or later. Fu Youwu doesn't have much romance on his brain left. So, what's the reward? Representative. What? Cough, safe sex representative. Zhouma. Is this a reward for me or Fu Yanji? Then we won't disturb your sweet morning any longer, goodbye. Zhouma got up and saw indeed a large box full of condoms in the wardrobe room, as tall as half a person. She unconsciously opened her mouth wide. This. When did you buy so many? Fu Yanji followed behind her, leaning against the door frame with a profound look in his eyes. Were you this proactive? No. Zhouma hid the items behind her back. How did you wake up? It's not yet time for work, right? Andy, is there something you're hiding from me? No, nothing. Zhouma started sweating coldly. Why was Fu Yanji being so sudden? Really nothing. Nothing. Zhouma's eyes wandered. Oh, it's almost time anyway. What should we eat for breakfast? Noodles. Andy, I'm your boyfriend. If there's anything, please tell me. Zhouma felt a bit disheartened. How could she explain? He wouldn't believe such a mystical thing. Who knew? Fu Yanji's next sentence would be, whatever it is, as long as you say it, I believe you. As Fu Yanji said these words, he was still in his pajamas, just woken up, with a little hair messiness that far lagged behind the usual refined appearance of Director Fu. He looked at Zhouma with a devout, sincere gaze that made her unable to make eye contact. All right, then wait a moment while I prepare. Zhouma smiled. Once I get ready, I'll tell you. I'll tell you where I come from, those past memories I cannot bear recalling, even if they sound absurd, I'll tell you because you said you would definitely believe me. On Saturday noon after class, I was going to have a quick meal at the school cafeteria. Unexpectedly, outside the canteen, I met Pei Ji dressed in a full-body mascot costume handing out flyers. At that moment, he had just taken off his heavy mascot head and was sitting on the steps drinking water with big gulps. Weekend looked at him for a second, nodded slightly, then turned towards the cafeteria entrance to leave. Hey, Weekend, Pei Ji called him back. Can you wait for a second? Weekend stopped but didn't think they had much to discuss. Do you know when ZHOU is coming back to the country? Weekend shook his head. Are you, as his boyfriend, really clueless about his return time? He's very busy recently, no time to send me messages. Pei Ji looked somewhat aggrieved. I can't get in touch with him. Oh. Weekend let out a light laugh and said slowly, now, do you understand how it feels when you can't reach your boyfriend? Pei Ji suddenly paused. His face darkened almost immediately. They'll be needing at least a month for their company project, probably by November he should be back. Weekend eyed him and asked, do you feel it now? Pei Ji nodded his head. How does it feel? If this is ZHOU's choice, then all I can do is wish him well. Pei Ji lowered his head, I have nothing, I have absolutely no ground to keep him. You shouldn't say that, Weekend deadpanned, though you may have nothing, you've got a pile of debts. Oh, not only do you have those debts, you even still dare to bring it up. Pei Ji started to cry, why are you being so mean? Your words really hurt. Am I wrong though? Weekend continued, if there's a way for you to improve, why don't you try it? You might succeed, if you take a gamble on ZHOU's behalf. I'm afraid ZHOU won't wait for me. You always overthink everything. Weekend shook his head, do you really believe ZHOU isn't waiting for you right now? Just as the sentence ended, Weekend's phone rang. He happily picked it up, hello. I ate at school today. No, I'm not eating junk food. But I am craving KFC, hahaha. I've got classes later, so I won't come back home. As Weekend walked further away, Pei Ji gazed down and tightened his grip on the plastic bottle in his hand. An opportunity to rise? He actually had one. Chapter 83, I miss him so much. On the weekend, ZHOU squatted on the ground watching Fu Yanji pack his luggage. Unable to hold back, she said, take a few thick clothes. It rains a lot there, don't catch a cold. Fu Yanji took out a thick overcoat from the wardrobe and threw it into the suitcase. At the same time, he pulled ZHOU up from the ground, what's wrong? Are you going to miss me? What makes you think I'll miss you? You're coming back anyway. ZHOU glanced at him and said, make more money, Mr. Fu. Fu Yanji. Can't you say something sweet to me? ZHOU sat on the bed, looking down at him with an air of superiority. Without any emotion, she cooperated, oh, you're going on a business trip, I will miss you, wah, I can't bear to part with you. Fu Yanji. Never mind then. I'm leaving now. Remember to take this nutritional supplement. Fu Yanji placed a small medicine box beside ZHOU, it's about to change seasons soon. Remember to add more clothing. The flu is quite severe, so remember to wear a mask when you go out. Okay, I understand. Don't worry. ZHOU saw him off to the door. If anything feels uncomfortable, give me a call, alright? Fu Yanji was truly worried and gave ZHOU a lot of instructions, you must give me a call. Understood. After Fu Yanji had already walked out the door, he turned back and kissed ZHOU's forehead, take care of yourself. Understood. The door closed softly. Pang Pang, who was chubby, wagged its tail as it circled around ZHOU's feet. ZHOU casually picked up Pang Pang, Pang Pang, your daddy has gone on a business trip. Pang Pang let out a woof. It seemed easy for ZHOU to adapt to life without Fu Yanji, but unexpectedly, every second of his business trip was unbearable. Am I a bit out of line thinking like this? ZHOU stuffed a dog biscuit into Pang Pang's mouth, looking worried, Mr. Fu has only been gone for a few days, and I already feel sick because of missing him. Tisk, love brain. With no expression on her face, ZHOU cut off the connection with the system and continued holding Pang Pang's dog head, saying, I can't be too focused on love, let's go for a walk outside, we can't always stay home. Pang Pang stared at him with incredulous eyes. I can't sleep, all I see when I close my eyes is him. ZHOU looked aggrieved, let's go for a walk. Maybe by the time we come back, I'll be tired enough to fall asleep. Pang Pang directly lay down in the doghouse, refusing to communicate. Come on, good boy Pang Pang, just accompany me this one time. ZHOU dug out a dog leash from the shoe cabinet, flipped out a red and green floral dog coat for Pang Pang to wear, and also wrapped himself in a big coat after confirming neither human nor dog would catch a cold. He opened the door, let's go. Pang Pang lay down right there, looking half dead, staring straight at ZHOU, as if saying, I won't move even if you try anything. ZHOU paused, looked back at Pang Pang, suddenly picked him up, hooked his foot against the door to close it, let's go. Pang Pang. Woof. You are indeed a dog. In the evening, there were really not many people in the neighborhood. ZHOU led Pang Pang around the building twice and then bought a grilled sausage sitting on the bench under the street lamp. Taking a bite, the greasy texture made him feel nauseous, so he fed the whole sausage to Pang Pang. Pang Pang, this is more like it. ZHOU sat quietly under the street light for a while, went home, took a shower, and it was already late at night. Thinking Fu Yanji should be during his lunch break now, he made a video call to him. But the angle of the camera when the call connected was strange, Fu Yanji seemed to have placed the phone under the table. Just as ZHOU was about to ask, he saw Fu Yanji put his index finger on his lips, ZHOU. At that moment, ZHOU realized Fu Yanji's meeting hadn't ended yet, so he quietly listened to Fu Yanji's full English speech, practicing his listening skills while doing so. There's no way around it, Fu Yanji's pronunciation is very standard, and sounds great. Lying in bed, ZHOU thought while listening, with him, I should pass my IELTS exam easily. What is this? Why do I understand every word individually, but can't comprehend them all together? Could Fu Yanji speak slower? When Fu Yanji finished the meeting and looked at ZHOU on the screen, he had fallen asleep. Fu Yanji's gaze softened unconsciously. Hey. Fu. A blonde, blue-eyed foreigner patted his shoulder from behind and said in broken Chinese, I saw you looking at your phone during the meeting. Is there something urgent? Fu Yanzi showed him a picture of Zhou's sleeping face on his phone, but only for a quick glance before he took it back. This is my lover. I'm still getting used to being apart from him. Wow. He's your lover. He's so cute. Upon hearing this, Fu Yanzi unconsciously straightened his back. I'm really happy to hear your good news. Your lover looks great. He's called Zhou. Fu Yanzi continued, he's wonderful, and I love him deeply. That's fantastic. The foreigner added, I always thought you were someone who kept emotions inside, but now it seems you're very good at expressing your love. Yes, I want to give him a lot of security. Fu Yanzi said, but he's often uneasy, so I've been working hard to express my feelings. Maybe you should encourage him to go out and make more friends. If his life revolves only around you, it might make him anxious. This comment woke something in Fu Yanzi. Yes, it seemed that Zhou never had any friends. At his age, shouldn't boys often hang out with their friends? He really shouldn't let Zhou's world be only about him. He should help him meet new friends. This was a serious issue. Even Fu Yanzi himself, claiming to be unsociable since childhood, had a few friends like Zhou Yuning. Ah, of course, he and Zhou Yuning probably weren't friends anymore now. But Zhou really had no friends at all. That didn't seem normal. You've really helped me a lot. Fu Yanzi looked serious. I've never thought about encouraging him to go out and meet people. He's really cute. When I have a chance to come to China for business, can you introduce us? I think we could become good friends. The man in front of him was a well-known local playboy, gender-neutral, but Fu Yanzi respected both his work ability and character, which allowed them to chat easily. However, this did not mean Fu Yanzi would introduce his innocent, naive wife to him. It wouldn't be good if Zhou got influenced poorly. What if he learned some strange things from him? Chapter 84, MOMO, You've made progress. The night before Fu Yanzi returned home, Zhou caught a cold. He was very upset about this because he hadn't been to any crowded places, and the only possibility was that he had been infected by a classmate at school. When he got home, he already felt a bit of soreness in his body. Being cautious, he measured his temperature with a thermometer, which showed 37.5 degrees Celsius. He then took 2 fever-reducing pills from the medicine box. However, he didn't expect that his fever worsened in the middle of the night, making him feel immense pain all over. Not possible. Zhou touched his forehead and threw the thermometer back onto the bedside table, curling up under the blanket with a troubled look on his face. Why me? What's going on? Previously, when Fu Yanzi and Zhou Yuning mentioned that he was frail, he hadn't really felt it, but now he realized that it was somewhat true. He did have a weak constitution. Zhou lay down for a while longer, and then, as if making a decision, he picked up his phone and called Fu Yanzi. Hey, MOMO, Fu Yanzi answered quickly. The background noise on his side was a bit loud, but soon it became quiet. He must have moved somewhere private. What's wrong? Still awake at this hour? Did you have a nightmare? Zhou sniffed and replied, no. Are you sick? I can hear some hoarseness in your voice. Zhou replied, sounding rather lethargic, I have a slight fever. Fu Yanzi's tone instantly turned serious, you're running a fever. Check how high it is. There are fever-reducing pills in the drawer under the coffee table, take 2 first. I'll arrange for someone to go care for you, and I'll be heading back right away. It's just a low-grade fever. Zhou's voice still lacked energy, you don't need to rush back. I can take care of myself. How could I let you deal with this alone? Fu Yanzi said, it's fine, MOMO. The main part of our meeting has concluded. We're now waiting for tonight's thank you dinner, and skipping it won't make much of a difference. Zhou sighed. Now that he thought about it, maybe he shouldn't have called Fu Yanzi after all. He suddenly said, even though I feel a little sorry for you being sick, I'm also kind of glad. Huh? Why are you happy? Zhou asked. Because you told me when you weren't feeling well. Don't you think that's a form of progress? Zhou coughed twice, but a smile flickered across his face. Take care on your way back. Alright, MOMO, sleep now. I'll send someone to keep you company, and if you feel too uncomfortable, they'll take you to the hospital. Got it. Zhou said, bye. After hanging up, he took another 2 pills, wrapped himself in the blanket, and lay down. Perhaps because of the comfort of knowing someone was concerned for him, what would normally feel excruciating when sick now wasn't so unbearable. What he never expected was that Fu Yanzi actually summoned Zhou Yuning directly. When Zhou Yuning entered the house laden with large and small packages, Zhou was standing by the kitchen island spooning yogurt into his mouth. Wrapped in a dark green blanket, seeing his brother approach, his flushed eyes glanced towards the door. The brothers exchanged a glance, and Zhou Yuning instantly grew furious, you're running a fever. How can you eat ice cream? I only ate 3 scoops. When you have a fever, eating ice cream helps cool it down. You don't care about your stomach anymore. Who told you that having a fever allows you to eat ice cream? Aren't you cold? No, I'm not cold, Zhou obviously felt slightly defiant. Ice cream cools fevers effectively. ZHOU Yuning. How stubborn could this kid be? Go lie down. Taking advantage of his brother's outburst, ZHOU quickly shoved the last bite of ice cream into his mouth, wiped it off, and fled with the blanket around him. ZHOU Yuning had originally brought porridge for ZHOU, but upon entering, seeing his brother indulging in such a cold item, feeding him hot porridge afterward could potentially make him throw up. So, he placed the thermos bucket in the kitchen and went inside to check on his younger brother. I'll measure your temperature again. ZHOU Yuning held a thermometer gun and measured ZHOU's ear. You have a mild fever. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? At first, it hurt quite a bit, but it feels better now. ZHOU rubbed his nose. Brother, Fu Yanji sent you here. Yes. ZHOU Yuning still sounded a bit irritated thinking about it. So why, instead of calling me when you're sick, do you prefer to make an international call to Fu Yanji? Isn't it far more convenient for me to take care of you than Fu Yanji? Fu Yanji said that I should tell him whenever I don't feel well. Doesn't that conflict with giving me a call? ZHOU immediately shook his head timidly. No conflict, no conflict. You lie down and sleep for a while. I'll stay with you today. ZHOU Yuning pressed ZHOU to lie down. If the fever doesn't subside by tomorrow morning, we'll go to the hospital, got it? Alright, alright. ZHOU nodded quickly. Brother, where will you sleep tonight? How about sleeping? With your flu, you might spike a fever anytime in the middle of the night. Do you think I'd dare to sleep? ZHOU Yuning looked at ZHOU, still somewhat worried. You fell ill once in summer and now again in autumn. Your immunity is really bad. Next time, let mom find an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor to prescribe a few formulas to help you boost your health. Okay. ZHOU readily agreed and patted the spot beside him. Brother, lie beside me. ZHOU Yuning. When the younger brother grows up, he needs to give way to the elder, and anyway, my little brother already has a boyfriend. ZHOU Yuning's expression was complicated. Sleep quickly, I'll be in the living room. Then I'll get you a blanket. There's no need. Just tell me where it is, I can get it myself. It's in the cabinet of the guest room. ZHOU turned over and lay down, waving at ZHOU Yuning. Good night, brother. Good night. ZHOU Yuning may have forgotten that his younger brother was quite peculiar. He became particularly excited when he had a fever unless a high fever knocked him out directly, otherwise, he just couldn't sit still. At 3 a.m., he woke up after being disturbed by some rustling sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he saw ZHOU tiptoeing through the living room, carrying a cloth. What are you doing? ZHOU Yuning asked. That, ZHOU touched his nose. I want to mop the floor. Huh? ZHOU Yuning sat up on the couch, doubting whether he heard correctly. What did you say? I want to mop the floor. ZHOU Yuning. Are you crazy? ZHOU Yuning looked at the thermometer gun showing 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit and said, utterly speechless, do you feel like your body isn't in pain? Not too bad, but I really want to mop the floor. Could you lie down and rest for a moment instead? ZHOU Yuning sighed, looking helpless. Doesn't Fu Yanzi have a robot mop? Is there anything you want to eat? I can ask someone to prepare something for you. I'd like to eat bananas. Chapter 85, missing him after a few days. Things seemed to suddenly become very surreal. ZHOU Yuning watched her younger brother, who had one hand holding a banana and the other a vacuum cleaner, doing housework, and she felt like she was in a dream. I mean, can't you take a break? ZHOU Yuning looked somewhat helpless. Do you know that you're sick right now? What exactly are you doing? ZHOU chewed the last bite of his banana and said, it's fine, I don't feel anything. ZHOU Yuning took her thermometer gun and measured ZHOU's ear again. She discovered the temperature had risen further, which made her blood pressure surge instantly. Go back and lie down, ZHOU. But I can't tell why. Seeing the terrifying look on ZHOU Yuning's face, ZHOU timidly drew his neck back. All right then. As soon as ZHOU lay down, he started coughing a bit, deeply buried in the bed and coughing intermittently. Listening to this made ZHOU Yuning uneasy. Seeing that ZHOU had no intention of sleeping after lying down for half a day, she threw his jacket at him. Let's go to the hospital. ZHOU didn't love going to the hospital, something Fu Yan had already mentioned. However, he hadn't expected ZHOU to agree so easily this time, getting up and changing clothes very smoothly and even bringing along his medical insurance card. Seeing that ZHOU still had some spirit left, ZHOU Yuning pulled out a cooling patch from the first aid kit and stuck it on his forehead. She then dutifully drove the car while sitting at the steering wheel. ZHOU was wrapped in a blanket, showing a face flushed with fever, and sniffled as he gazed outside. Take a nap if you're sleepy. ZHOU shook his head. I'm not tired. Does your body hurt? A little bit. ZHOU Yuning, that's considered pain. Alright. Are you dizzy? Not dizzy, but... Hearing this, ZHOU Yuning turned her head and saw that ZHOU's complexion was pale. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyebrows were furrowed slightly as if in agony. I feel a bit nauseous. 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 ZHOU Yuning glanced around inside the car and finally pulled out her briefcase. Throw up here if you need to. ZHOU. Forget it, vomit. ZHOU Mo covered his mouth as he let out a dry retch. Just focus on driving, no need to care about me, I can hold on. If you feel too uncomfortable, just throw up, there's no need to endure it. Understood, just drive faster. ZHOU Mo's condition turned out to be a bit more severe than expected. By the time they arrived at the hospital, he didn't have much energy left. The doctor quickly arranged for a ward and administered an antipyretic injection. Even when he was asleep, he continued to cough involuntarily. Zhou Yuning felt heartbroken watching him. A nurse came into the ward to insert the antipyretic needle. Even though ZHOU Mo was asleep, the nurse still hesitated, concerned that moving might make the injection off target. Asleep? What if the insertion startles him awake, and he moves, causing it to go off course? Zhou Yuning thought for a moment and held ZHOU Mo's hand firmly. Proceed, I'll hold him down. His wrist was so thin, with just a thin layer of pale skin covering the bones. The needle marks from the injections he received for gastritis 2 days ago hadn't yet disappeared, and now another needle was being inserted. The moment the needle punctured the skin, ZHOU Mo woke up startled. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Zhou Yuning looking at the back of his hand with concern. You can sleep now, the nurse said. Thanks, Zhou Yuning nodded toward the nurse. Glancing down, she saw ZHOU Mo staring at her without blinking. His dark eyes looked oddly serious, prompting a sense of puzzlement within Zhou Yuning. She reached over to cover his eyes. Sleep, why are you staring at me? For some reason, ZHOU Mo lightly smiled, and faint dimples emerged at the corners of his mouth. He gently took her hand away. Thank you, brother. There is still inflammation in his body, plus this flu, which makes his case more severe compared to others. Let's observe him in the hospital for these couple of days, the nurse said. Do not let him go outside where he might catch a chill, nor should he eat spicy or stimulating food. Zhou Yuning recalled how uncontrollable ZHOU Mo's piggy instincts became when he ran a fever, coupled with his restless nature, sighed deeply, and adopted a serious expression. Controlling his diet shouldn't be that challenging. That's true, Zhou Yuning responded, not a challenge for him, but quite the challenge for me. When ZHOU Mo fell ill, every time he relaxed, he would feel pain all over. Lying down in bed now, he drifted off drowsily, without the strength to even lift his arms. Zhou Yuning's phone rang with a ding-dong sound. It was Fu Yan sending him a text message, informing him that he was about to board his flight. He also reminded Zhou Yuning that ZHOU Mo might experience nightmares when running a fever, so he needed to pay extra attention. He looked at the sleeping ZHOU Mo, whose only anomaly was a slightly paler complexion, and thus replied to Fu Yan, understood. When the weekend came again, ZHOU Mo woke up during the day. He first sat on the bed and stared blankly for a moment before noticing Zhou Yuning walking out of the door with a thermos bucket in her hand. He still hadn't fully grasped the situation. You're awake. Eat and drink some porridge. ZHOU Mo looked at the golden millet porridge, swallowing saliva but seemingly having no appetite. I want to eat. Impossible. Zhou Yuning stood straight, arms crossed, looking like someone impervious to persuasion. Don't even think about it. But eating plain porridge really? That's not an option either. Zhou Yuning told him very seriously, I tell you, fried chicken, cola, hamburgers, snail rice noodles, and small hot pots, these are impossible now. But after you recover, I can take you to eat as much as you want. But I. Absolutely not. Can't you give me a little pickled vegetables? ZHOU Mo couldn't help asking anymore, even if it's just porridge, you should give me some pickles, right? Salt. Pickles. Yes, ZHOU Mo held the porridge bowl, pitifully said, a small mixed cucumber would be fine too. Good grief, defiant but not completely overdoing it. Still, Zhou Yuning was quite pleased that her brother could make some requests, willingly agreeing in going to the hospital cafeteria to pack 4 mild dishes back to the ward. After being full and satisfied, lying on the hospital bed made ZHOU Mo feel a bit bored. Looking at Zhou Yuning, he asked, brother, aren't you going back to work? Zhou Yuning flipped the tablet in her hand, showing a bilingual electronic document. ZHOU Mo pursed his lips, do you not have meetings today? Online meeting through Tencent meeting app. Oh. ZHOU Mo nodded, continuing to lie down, trying to grab his phone to play Candy Crush. It was immediately confiscated by Zhou Yuning. Close your eyes and sleep. I've slept for a long time already. Clearly, ZHOU Mo wasn't entirely agreeable, I can't fall asleep now. If you can't sleep, rest your eyes. I can't lie down here any longer. You have to. Zhou Yuning showed no mercy, you're the sick one now. ZHOU Mo sighed deeply, lying down with his hands behind his head and gazing at the ceiling. Mumbling, he said, patients also need to stay healthy, brother. When will Fu Yan return? Several days haven't seen him, I miss him so much, he. Zhou Yuning returned ZHOU Mo's phone to him. You might as well look at your phone then. Chapter 86, Can't Get Sick Again. This time, Fu Yanji's business trip was to a very faraway place. Although he was sitting on the plane, his heart had already flown back to the country. He didn't know how ZHOU Mo was now, was her illness serious or not, has the fever subsided? As soon as he got off the plane, he directly threw his luggage to his assistant and rushed to the hospital himself. He dared not imagine how pitiful ZHOU Mo must be right now. She finally opened up to him, and when she was sick and uncomfortable, she knew to confide in him. But at that moment, he wasn't by her side. She must be feeling unwell and still not daring to tell Zhou Yunning, enduring everything alone with difficulty. Fu Yanji was almost heartbroken by imagining these scenes. He hurried to Zhou Mo's ward, looking windworn and dusty as he pushed open the door of Zhou Mo's room. Mo. Zhou Mo was playing cards with Zhou Yunning, absorbed in it, and her face was plastered with many strips of paper. Fu Yanji. Upon seeing Fu Yanji returned, Zhou Mo directly threw down the deck of poker cards and took the opportunity to mess them up. Not playing anymore, my boyfriend is back. Hey. Little brat. I was about to win. Zhou Yunning was angry. You're cheating. Who is cheating? Zhou Mo jumped up immediately and hung her whole body on Fu Yanji. My boyfriend came back, so I gave you a chance to win. The person in his arms had their face plastered with paper slips, which moved slightly as they spoke. Fu Yanji hugged her heated body gently but disapproved of her actions. Still running a fever, why are you restless? Am I being boring? Zhou Mo turned her head. Her face was full of paper slips, leaving only a pair of glittering eyes visible. Were you tired on the road? Fu Yanji shook his head and said, not tired. Because he rushed back to see Zhou Mo, he didn't feel the fatigue at all. Then he asked Zhou Yunning, what did the doctor say? There is a bit of respiratory infection. Haven't you heard her voice turn hoarse? In the next few days, she may need to receive injections every day. Respiratory infection, but how come there's no cough? How come there's no cough? She was coughing quite severely, just now she even vomited from coughing. I asked the doctor for a bottle of cough syrup, it helped a little. Looking at the two who seemed inseparable, Zhou Yunning rose, taking his coat and tearing off the bunch of paper strips on his face. I am really puzzled, whether she is seriously ill or not. She bounces around like nothing happened, unable to stay still. Once you hold her down, she gets uncomfortable all over, but once she starts moving, she seems fine. You've worked hard. Go home and rest well. You're putting on an act, isn't that my own younger brother? Zhou Yunning shot him a glance and said, if there's anything, call me. I'll go back to work at the company first. Are you not going home to rest? Zhou Mo asked him. Senior worker B, no holidays. Well then. Zhou Mo couldn't help giving him a thumbs up, good job, brother. Not good, bitter life. Sometimes Zhou Yunning felt like he was a cursed existence, just a tool man. But seeing his little brother's pitiful appearance, he truly found it hard to say anything harsh. So he went back to work. How are you feeling now? Fu Yanji placed Zhou Mo on the bed and touched her forehead. Is there any place where you feel unwell? Cough, no problem. Zhou Mo was still restless while sitting on the bed, reaching out to try and grab the banana on the bedside table. Fu Yanji broke one off for her and handed it to her, asking, how come you suddenly had a respiratory infection? It's your fault, you smoke. Fu Yanji. Invitation to answer questions, currently in the US, just got off the plane, a big pot just landed on my head. You let me breathe in secondhand smoke, hence I got a respiratory infection. While eating the banana, Zhou Mo kept chatting, and her cheeks puffed up into a small lump due to the bananas stuffed in them. Tell me, isn't it your fault? I have never smoked in front of you. Fu Yanji didn't want to bear this false accusation and tried to rebut. How could I not smell it at all? Zhou Mo lay down with half-eaten banana still in her hand and held her chest, looking pitiable. Poor me, followed such a man, a heavy smoker, leading to respiratory infections every day from secondhand smoke. If this continues, I might end up with pneumonia, lung cancer, and die. Before Zhou Mo could finish speaking, Fu Yanji already covered her mouth with one hand to stop her from continuing. She could only stare at him reproachfully with her beautiful eyes. I'll quit. Fu Yanji was helpless. Is quitting smoking not enough, little ancestor? Satisfied with the answers he had received over the weekend, Zhou Mo coughed twice. She had only managed to eat half of the banana before losing her appetite. The bananas that Zhou Yunning bought were unusually large, as if he feared his younger brother would go hungry. Zhou Mo wasn't used to leaving food on her plate. Even when she couldn't finish something, she'd force herself to eat it. She planned to rest a bit and then eat the remaining half of the banana later, but Fu Yanji naturally took it from her and ate it in just a few bites. Did the doctor say when you'll be discharged? Tomorrow, cough cough. Zhou Mo pointed to her throat, it still hurts here a little. Fu Yanji replied, does talking hurt too? It does, Zhou Mo said, but I can't stop myself. I always want to talk. Although Zhou Mo was usually quiet, Fu Yanji had seen how restless she became when sick. He didn't doubt for a second that if allowed, Zhou Mo could till the abandoned hill behind the hospital in one night. Can you take a nap then? I can't fall asleep, Zhou Mo answered. The doctor said he'll come soon to insert a peripheral 4 catheter. I've never had that before. Does it hurt? I've never had it either, Fu Yanji said as he took off his coat. His body had always been strong since he was young, his immunity was excellent, and he rarely ever caught a cold. He continued, it's probably because you need daily injections these few days, and the doctors are worried your hand can't handle too many needle pricks. Oh, ZHOU said while suppressing the itch in her throat, then I don't mind the pain, but having the 4 catheter will really delay my work. What kind of work do you need to do now? There was truly no work that needed doing right now. After pondering for a moment, ZHOU seriously told Fu Yanji, I feel like washing dishes right now. Washing dishes isn't good. If not that, I can cook. Fu Yanji sighed. If that's not possible, let me sweep the floor, at least. Again, Fu Yanji sighed, do I look like someone who should sweep the floor? Lie down and sleep. ZHOU lay down and noticed the dark circles under Fu Yanji's eyes, which made her heart ache a little. Then stay with me and sleep for a bit. Alright, Fu Yanji lay down and immediately hugged ZHOU, sleep. I'll wake you up when it's time for the injection. Fu Yanji's embrace always gave such a sense of security. Compared to kisses, ZHOU might have preferred being held by Fu Yanji more, it made her feel incredibly comfortable. Not long after, both of them began to drift off to sleep. In her drowsy state, ZHOU felt Fu Yanji stroking her hair and whispering in her ear, you can't get sick again, mo. Sure. ZHOU silently responded in her heart. Chapter 87, Sign me up for a tutoring class. Fu Yanji gradually realized that ZHOU's ambition seemed even stronger than his. She was watching online classes on a tablet, and 4 needles still on her hand, and the voice of the foreign teacher came through. Fu Yanji suddenly felt like all his academic qualifications were useless. I mean, our majors are relevant, why don't you let me teach you instead of signing up for a tutoring class? ZHOU just finished her class and saw Fu Yanji complaining there, although she thought this complaint was completely unnecessary. How much would you earn in an hour? How much does it cost to sign up for a tutoring class? Can you calculate this account? But, am I not your boyfriend? If you're my boyfriend, then surely these teachers will be more professional at teaching me, ZHOU said, we're not experts ourselves, Fu General Manager. Don't think about those useless things, focus on making money to support our home. Fu Yanji. Cut it out. ZHOU almost depleted her small savings by signing up for these tutoring classes. Her entire summer income from part-time jobs and internships went into it. As she put it herself, investing in oneself is never a loss. She packed her extracurricular life tightly, participating in all kinds of competitions and research projects, and also signed up for an English class, making herself busier than Fu Yanji. Yet Fu Yanji felt some comfort. At least ZHOU was now striving hard to become better. Recently, he hadn't heard any strange voices speaking to him anymore. Sometimes Fu Yanji even doubted whether the voices he had heard while hugging ZHOU to sleep that morning were just illusions. However, ZHOU's English foundation wasn't particularly strong, and when communicating with foreign teachers, there were obvious obstacles, which made her look a little worried after class. You have very average foreign teacher skills. ZHOU didn't catch it, this kind of average foreign teacher skill wasn't cheap. Upon hearing Fu Yanji's words, she perked up her ears, have you hired a foreign teacher before? Not exactly. Growing up in international schools and living in a bilingual environment, Mr. Fu admitted honestly, but I can help you contact a teacher. Fu Youwu has hired foreign teachers. Little Wu didn't have great grades, so they hired the top-tier teachers for him. Really? ZHOU instantly cheered up, coughing twice, cough. Cough. It should be quite expensive, cough, cough. Fu Yanji carefully reconsidered and nodded, yes, quite expensive compared to the small savings you accumulated over the summer. Or maybe your brother could do it, he has been abroad as well. I wish I could rob someone, ZHOU sighed earnestly, can I borrow a little money from you, Fu Yanji? Fu Yanji, who was brainstorming on how to secretly finance ZHOU's tutoring costs, was taken aback by her sudden request, feeling a bit too lucky. Look, I'm also studying right now, so I don't have a considerable income, and my English level lags far behind that of my peers. Could you lend me some money so I can enroll in a better tutoring class? ZHOU seemed a bit embarrassed, but she knew Fu Yanji would certainly lend it to her. The feeling of asking for help made her feel awkward, but she felt like she had no other choice. She had already stopped using the ZHOU family's money, the card had long been hidden in a small box under her bed. Will you give me a receipt? Or shall I write you an IOU? When Fu Yanji heard ZHOU say such things, he suddenly felt like he'd been scolded. What a joke, around him were many rich young masters splashing cars, watches, houses, and luxuries like water in their relationships. But here he was, in a romance where his partner asked to sign up for a tutoring class, and even borrowed money from him. Sign up. Fu Yanji said, I'll find someone to contact for you, whatever you want to learn is available. If necessary, I'll fly to overseas to bring my old professor back to teach you one-on-one. Shut up. ZHOU glared at him. She knew he wasn't joking. Since Fu Yanji was now treating love like a spendthrift prince, spending 8-digit amounts on buying large pearls as engagement tokens was one thing, but now he wanted a renowned master of finance to personally tutor her. This realization truly made ZHOU understand the 4 characters, study has no limits. After being discharged from the hospital, she didn't idle around either, seriously looking for the right foreign teacher for herself, thirsting for knowledge during each class. Fu Yanji even set up another desk in the study especially for her and allowed her free access to his documents and books. Well done. ZHOU found herself completely buried in the study, unwilling to leave. This day, Fu Yanji was on leave. He planned to bring ZHOU for a review this weekend as he had been coughing slightly lately, though not serious, it was still quite annoying. ZHOU didn't mind and cheerfully recounted what he had experienced recently. That teacher's class is super interesting, and I understood it too. He taught ZHOU before, so his teaching skills should be decent. Right? Now, if they speak a little faster, I can understand most of it, but I still can't afford to daydream. As soon as I get distracted, I lose track again. When we have our next meeting, I can bring you there to listen in. Our overseas spokespersons all have very standard pronunciation, and the content is also solid. Really? That would be great. ZHOU looked quite happy, and Fu Yanji's expression softened involuntarily as he watched him. So, did Momo make any new friends at the tutoring class? Yeah, all the classmates are nice. But if I talk about friends, wouldn't it be too fast? How could anyone become friends in just 2 or 3 days? That would be way too chummy. Actually, you could take the initiative to make some friends, go out to play basketball or camp when you're free. Aha, said ZHOU, after the midterm exams, our class will have a gathering. I want to participate, but I don't have many friends in the class, so going alone might feel awkward. Is there no one to go with you? There might be some, but since I don't live on campus, my interactions with classmates only happen during group assignments. I think that day will probably just be about eating. Then Momo should tidy up well when the time comes. Even if it's just to eat, you need to be an elegant centerpiece. Fu Yanji believed that with such an attractive person, it would surely be impossible for someone to let him sit quietly in the corner without talking to him. By then, someone will definitely come to chat with you, so have some confidence in yourself. ZHOU straightened his posture and answered, all right. The willingness to make friends and ability to study hard indicated some ambition. It seemed he held hope for his future. Taking this opportunity, Fu Yanji further asked about ZHOU's plans for the future. I want to study hard, ZHOU said. Studying finance is actually pretty interesting. I want to get better at it, and later, if there's an opportunity for studying abroad, I could do that. Sure, studying abroad is fine too. At that time, I can arrange a good internship position for you. Not necessarily in ZHOU Group or Fu Corporation either, since there aren't that many great companies around. So, how about your career planning? Does Momo have any idea of what job you want to do? ZHOU shook his head. The point where he felt quite disheartened was that he really wanted to improve himself and find a good job in the future. However, due to his limited horizons, his perception of employment in the financial industry was mainly restricted to civil service exams and working as a white-collar employee in large companies. Although he had been inquiring around, he hadn't gained much insight. Then it occurred to him that his boyfriend, Fu Yanji, was also from the financial sector. ZHOU, so, I'd like to ask you. Fu Yanji pondered for a while, both hands holding the steering wheel, eyes firmly focused on the road ahead. After a while, he said, actually, I still recommend you study abroad to broaden your perspective. By that time, you will naturally have some plans for your future development. You can't rely on me to learn the truth of this industry. I'm afraid my words might carry some subjective bias, affecting your judgment. Momo, you've now reached a stage where you have some room for trial and error. You can give it a shot, and if it doesn't work out by then, we can always explore other options. Fu Yanji added, if you think studying abroad is the way to go, you can start preparing for the IELTS test and competitions now. By then, I can find someone to write you a recommendation letter. I am glad that you are making plans for your future. Feeling a bit lost right now is also normal, but don't rush. We can take it slowly. Chapter 88, Let's Break Up, Page E, Secondary CP Chapter. While the weekend was still busy with tutoring classes, Fu Youwu finally ended his work abroad and boarded a flight back to the country. This was what Fu Yan told ZHOU that night. He's finally coming back, how come I feel it has been so long? Fu Yan answered, only a month. Oh. ZHOU nodded, he will go see Page E. We should eat together when we have time, as if meeting him again for the first time. I even prepared a red envelope for him. What for? Reword for calling me something else. ZHOU said reasonably, although it feels weird for him to call me sister-in-law, he can now call me brother. From now on, call me brother ZHOU, and I'll look out for him. If he fights with Page E again, I'll beat him up for ZHOU's sake. Fu Yan felt glad inside but said nothing. He only replied, don't bother. They're in newlywed bliss after being apart. Now they're too busy being sweet to each other. We'll meet them once they both have time. Actually, Fu Youwu didn't spend much time in sweetness with Page E. Page E came to pick him up at the airport, but Fu Youwu didn't feel as happy upon seeing him as he'd expected. I've cooked at home, we just need to reheat the food before eating. Page E took over Fu Youwu's luggage and, looking at him with concern, asked, did you endure a lot this past month in a foreign country? Why do you look thinner? I'm not used to the foreign cuisine. Upon hearing Page E's concern, Fu Youwu began to feel happier. Maybe the lack of emotion earlier was from the fatigue of catching the flight. He actually liked Page E a lot. What do we have at home to eat? Pei Ji answered, almost everything. I quit 2 part-time jobs recently. One of our professors recommended a decent internship in our field. It may not pay as much as before, but if I get promoted after graduation, the prospects are good. If I work hard now, I will earn a lot in the future. That's great. The instant Fu Youwu heard this, all the fatigue from his overtime travel disappeared. I've been telling you to do less of the tiring, unrewarding manual labor. Such an internship is a long-term solution. What does it matter if you make a little less money now? Hey, how come our big pay suddenly became so sensible? Excellent. Fu Youwu linked arms with Pei Ji. I'm starving, let's hurry home and eat. Pei Ji scratched his head shyly. Well, in the future, there might not be much money left to buy you things. I don't lack money, Fu Youwu said happily. As long as you care about me, that's enough. Pei Ji always felt he owed Fu Youwu something. Such a young master accompanied him to live in a cramped rental apartment that was cold in winter and hot in summer. He was constantly worried that he hadn't provided better conditions for Fu Youwu. They might have a very tough time for quite some time in the future. But in Fu Youwu's eyes, seeing Pei Ji progress and dedicate thoughts to a real career was what he most hoped to see. That evening, they made 4 dishes and a soup. Pei Ji also bought cherries and strawberries he saw in the supermarket that day. He made a ring with leaves, placing it on Xiao Wu's finger. With deep sincerity, he said, I've decided. In the future, I will earn big money and buy the most beautiful wedding ring for Mr. Fu Youwu. Will we marry? Of course we will marry. Seizing on the alcohol buzz, Pei Ji grinned like a simpleton, buying the most beautiful wedding ring in the world, purchasing the biggest house in the world, gifting it to my best Xiao Wu in the world. Fu Youwu slipped the leaf-made ring onto his finger and smiled, then I'll tentatively accept your grand plan. The two finished eating without even tidying up the table and went to bed early. Pei Ji had to wake up early the next morning to go to work, and Fu Youwu didn't want to hold him back. As soon as Pei Ji left, Fu Youwu planned to clean the house before heading off to school. However, unexpectedly, after finishing washing the dishes, the doorbell rang loudly. The harsh sound reverberated through the entire room, startling Fu Youwu so much that his hand shook. The bowl he held slipped from his grip and shattered into pieces with a snap. The doorbell continued ringing. Fu Youwu stared at the broken shards on the ground and suddenly felt an inexplicable unease. That night, Pei Ji returned very late, tiptoeing into the door. The moment he turned on the living room light, he saw Fu Youwu sitting on the sofa watching him. He was startled momentarily and laughed. Why haven't you slept yet? Don't you have to work tomorrow morning? Fu Youwu's eyes were rimmed with redness, unblinkingly staring at him. What's wrong? Your mother, she came to see me today. Pei Ji's cold sweat suddenly streamed down as he looked at the expressionless Fu Youwu and instantly thought of 2 words. Finished. My mom, did she say anything to you? Fu Youwu shook his head and said, Auntie didn't make it hard for me, but Pei Ji, you have never told your family about us, right? Pei Ji's throat went dry, unable to utter a word. Today when Auntie came, I just found out. We've been together for so long, and she still didn't know our relationship. She only knew after Wang Yu found her yesterday. Fu Youwu tilted his head slightly, seeming incredulous, unable to understand, his voice trembling. Why, Pei Ji? Am I someone unworthy to be mentioned? It's not that way, Xiao Wu, let me explain. I'm listening. Go ahead. Pei Ji paused for a moment, then added, I've never told my mom because I was afraid she wouldn't accept it. Anyway, dating is only a matter between the two of us, isn't it? My mother has poor health. Pei Ji's mother is a straightforward rural woman. Fu Youwu had heard him mention this before, divorced early in life, she worked hard alone raising her child, and now her health wasn't good either. Fu Youwu didn't blame Pei Ji, but he felt disappointed. Love never comes with a scale to measure who contributes more or less. There's no reason why since Fu Youwu has sacrificed everything for Pei Ji should equally give back. My brother actually approved of you. He initially disagreed with our being together because he didn't want me to ruin your life out of a whim. Pei Ji quickly nodded. I know, Chairman Fu is a really good person. But what did Auntie tell him today? Kid, you're really a good person, but our Pei Ji is different. Our family really doesn't have such conditions. If he falls for a man, his entire life will be ruined, won't it? Let him go. Please, can you? He's my only son. But why does everyone think that I would ruin your life? Xiao Wu, listen to me, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, don't be sad. I'll persuade my mom, don't worry. Pei Ji walked over and hugged him. I'll make you happy, I'll let you lead a well-off life, don't worry, I promise. Fu Youwu closed his eyes, feeling some despair. It's late. Let's sleep. That night, neither of them fell asleep. Pei Ji tightly held Fu Youwu in his arms, his back tightly pressed against Pei Ji's chest. Fu Youwu's eyes shimmered with tears, large droplets landing softly on the pillow. In the afternoon of the next day, as soon as Pei Ji stepped out of the internship company, he saw Xiao Wu waiting for him by the door with a cheerful smile, holding 2 movie tickets in his hand. Let's watch a movie together. He looked just like in many nights past when he waited for Pei Ji to finish work, smiling happily, as if none of the troubles in the world could reach his heart. Only now did Pei Ji realize how they'd been together for so long, yet he seemed to have never accompanied ZHOU to watch a single movie. He was always busy, working part-time jobs, earning money to buy things that ZHOU didn't even need. Despite ZHOU telling him many times that he didn't need those, Pei Ji persisted stubbornly in making money, buying gifts home. It seemed like he was doing it for ZHOU's benefit, but in reality, every time Pei Ji spent money on ZHOU, he felt his backbone straightening up a little. You see, even if we're together, I can still give you a very rich life. You see, it was indeed correct to be with me, and I can meet your family's previous conditions too. You see, I'm not that bad. Since I've already treated you so well, you mustn't leave me. Now Pei Ji realized that he had been completely wrong. ZHOU. Pei Ji reached out to hold his hand, but Fu Youwu dodged swiftly. I've wanted to watch this movie for a long time. Fu Youwu's tone sounded almost playful. Big shot, even if you have a part-time job later, at least spend an hour watching this movie with me. Pei Ji watched him and felt as if ZHOU was gradually moving further away from him. The movie could be considered extremely dull, a very typical youth pain-themed film. By the middle of the film, half of the audience had left, but Fu Youwu sat there watching attentively without moving. Sitting beside him, Pei Ji felt like a criminal waiting for the final verdict. In the dim light of the cinema, when the movie ended, Pei Ji heard soft sobbing coming from beside him. He placed a tissue in Fu Youwu's hand and tried to hug him again, but once more Fu Youwu dodged. This movie isn't all that great. Fu Youwu's voice trembled with a hint of tears as he muttered, I thought it was going to be good based on the reviews, but this is so boring. Let's watch another one next time, Pei Ji said after a moment of thought, we'll go right now and you can pick another one we'll watch instead. I don't want to watch anymore. Fu Youwu wiped away his tears, I'm tired. Let's just go home. Pei Ji thought he must be an idiot, he was a complete dumbass. On their way back, Fu Youwu wasn't very cheerful, but Pei Ji didn't know how to console his lover. Instead, he began sharing some of their old joyful memories. Do you remember? When we were in high school, your school was next to ours. You were short and skinny back then, and I thought you might have been malnourished, so I often took you out to eat fried street snacks. Fu Youwu responded with a small sound. He had grown taller late, and even in high school, he remained quite short, making him the butt of many jokes. Back then, Pei Ji, like a naive young fool, thought Fu Youwu was being abused, so he would often take him to indulge in little feasts. Even though those street snacks tasted great, they weren't very hygienic, causing Pei Ji to suffer from diarrhea every now and then after eating them. Yet seeing Fu Youwu not gaining any weight despite these feasts made him even more determined to try new ways to feed him. Back then, though Pei Ji hadn't yet amassed debts to pay for his mother's medical treatment, he also didn't have much money in his pocket. However, he'd always treat Fu Youwu to meals with an air of simple generosity. Later, after learning about Fu Youwu's family situation, Pei Ji just laughed cheerfully and asked if the street snacks tasted good, saying he'd get the recipe for healthier ones at home. Whenever they lost at basketball and Pei Ji ended up bruised all over, he still rode his bike across the entire city to deliver Fu Youwu's birthday present late into the night. Fu Youwu was already half asleep when suddenly, someone threw pebbles against his window. Walking out to the balcony, Fu Youwu saw Pei Ji, pushing a bicycle whose rim was bent, flashing a white-toothed smile, saying, Happy birthday. I'm the first one to wish you, right? The birthday gift was an ugly knitted keychain shaped like a little tiger. When Fu Youwu questioned him about it, Pei Ji simply scratched his head dumbly, aren't you a tiger sign? In theory, Fu Youwu, with his happy and comfortable upbringing, shouldn't have been moved by such a simple thing. However, that knitting keychain, which was indeed terribly ugly, couldn't possibly have been made by a machine. It could only have been painstakingly created by a clumsy teenager under the weak light of an old bulb every late night after school. Fu Youwu realized how hard it was for him not to love Pei Ji back during high school. Pei Ji was so honest, so passionate. Pei Ji continued talking, do you remember the summer after our college entrance exams? You told me you wanted to be with me, and I was shocked. How could someone like you possibly like me? Walking along, he noticed Fu Youwu had stopped moving beside him. Turning back, he saw Fu Youwu crouching on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Pei Ji suddenly stopped speaking and hugged Fu Youwu's shaking body, wiping away the tears streaming down his face. ZHOU, can we? Let's break up, Pei Ji. What? Break up? Fu Youwu lowered his head, tears dripping onto Pei Ji's hand. Go find what truly makes you happy. This whole time, haven't you been exhausted too? To be precise, Pei Ji never imagined things between them would end this way. Fu Youwu loved him deeply, he knew this. If Fu Youwu loved him so much, why break up? When it clearly caused so much pain, why break up? Really, I'm not saying this out of anger. Fu Youwu shook his head through sobs. Forget it, Pei Ji. There are far more important things than love in this world. I've already broken my family's heart enough. Fu Youwu's hot tears rolled down, drop by drop falling onto his hand, scorching his skin painfully. But Pei Ji clung to his hands tightly, unwilling to let go. His eyes were bloodshot red as he stared at Fu Youwu's tearful face, feeling a stabbing pain in his heart. If you're this upset, do we really have to break up? Breaking up with you is painful, Fu Youwu sniffled. But being with you doesn't make me happy either. He had stubbornly pursued their relationship fueled by that initial love, but eventually, the feelings faded. No matter who made the compromise first, it would always feel unfair. Only after the love faded did reality show its grim face. Wasn't being together supposed to bring happiness? Peiji opened his mouth, but realized he couldn't utter a single sound. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gripped Fu Youwu's hand tightly, his knuckles turning white. He still wanted to try and keep him. Can we not break up? Is that okay? Anything I did wrong, I'll change. Okay. Can you not leave me? Fu Youwu shook his head, tears falling instantly. Peiji, let's break up. There are more important things in this world than being together as a couple. We can't continue dragging each other like this. Do you understand what I mean? But. Peiji looked at his eyes, pleadingly asking, does it have to be this way? We'll get married, really. We don't love each other as much as we think we do. Fu Youwu cried as if trying to release all the grievances and dissatisfaction built up over so long. I've been waiting for you, always waiting for you, Peiji. I've waited for you for such a long time. It's impossible for you to abandon everything and be with me, and it's also impossible for me to willingly live a hidden life of poverty with you forever. Don't you see that yet? I really love you, Peiji said, looking at him with tears welling in his eyes. Sorry, ZHOU, sorry for making you wait so long. We will make it work. I've already found a job. You've said you'd wait for me, right? Until I'm officially on board. When I am, I will. How long am I supposed to keep waiting, Peiji? Peiji suddenly stopped talking as he stared at Fu Youwu, feeling as though his heart was breaking. I'm 21 this year, the best years of my life. Are you asking me to spend them just waiting? Waiting until your job stabilizes, waiting until your mom accepts me, waiting until you climb the career ladder. How much longer must I wait? And do I not have my own career? Why can't it be you waiting for me? Fu Youwu continued, I don't want to wait anymore. My life shouldn't be like this. I shouldn't lose everything I take pride in because of one relationship, and I don't want people thinking I lack judgment. I don't want to break up either, Peiji, but I can't see any future with you. I really can't see any future with you. Yes, I'm sorry. I think we should both move on. We all have our own lives. Please stop forcing yourself, alright? Fu Youwu added, I actually regret rushing to change you so easily, making you so busy for me all this time. But after 6 years of knowing each other, I thank you for your companionship during this time. At least there were some moments where we were truly happy. Let's break up, Peiji. We should both go find our own paths now. Chapter 89, MOMO, where are you going? The main couple broke up. After the system delivered this shocking news, ZHOU's pen slipped, ruining the list of words he had just copied down. But he was too stunned to care about that and instead asked the system in shock. What? Even according to the original storyline, they shouldn't break up until after graduation. This is because your arrival has caused a series of butterfly effects. Originally, you were meddling between them, along with all of Fu Yanji's obstructions. They were both focused on dealing with you too. Now you too. ZHOU asked, so what should we do now? ZHOU likes Peiji so much, he must be very upset. I didn't expect this either. I thought the main couple breaking up would still be a long way off. What should we do now? Your mission is over. My mission is over. Hearing this news, ZHOU felt a little dazed and asked, is it really over? Then what will I do from now on? Yes, you can now live your life peacefully. Just keep one thing in mind, Peiji and Fu Youwu are at the center of order. Absolutely nothing can happen to them. If anything happens to them, it might draw the attention of the headquarters. ZHOU looked uneasily at Fu Yanji beside the other desk and asked the system, then what should I do? Should I go back? Host, that's up to you to decide. What does that mean? ZHOU wanted to ask the system further but realized they were already disconnected. No matter how he shouted, the system didn't respond. He was extremely anxious, and as he raised his head, he saw that Fu Yanji had already put down the file in his hand and was staring straight at him. What's wrong? ZHOU was startled by his gaze and asked, what's wrong with you? Where are you going? Fu Yanji asked him. What am I going anywhere for? A strange feeling flashed through ZHOU's mind. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here, aren't I? MOMO, you can have your little secrets, but there are some things you can't hide from me. Fu Yanji said, otherwise, I will get very angry. This was the first time Fu Yanji had expressed his feelings with such serious language. Subconsciously, ZHOU felt intimidated, thinking that his identity as an outsider might have been exposed. He instinctively took a step back and leaned against the chair back. Why are you being so aggressive? It's late. Let's sleep. Fu Yanji tidied up the documents on the table and patted ZHOU's head. I'll give ZHOU a call, it won't take long. Go take a shower first. Seeing him return to his usual self, ZHOU finally relaxed and nodded obediently. After taking a shower, he climbed into bed, playing Candy Crush while waiting for him. Meanwhile, Fu Yanji was making a phone call in the living room, partially to verify whether the conversation between ZHOU and the strange voice inside him was real. If the situation was true, then he believed he might be closer to the truth. Besides, if ZHOU had really broken up with Pei Ji, he probably needed someone by his side now. Hey, big brother. The sound on Fu Youwu's side seemed somewhat noisy, which made Fu Yanji involuntarily ask, what are you doing now? Are you still outside so late at night? Fu Youwu's voice still sounded relatively calm. I'm on my way to the hotel. I'll stay there tonight and go home tomorrow. Did Pei Ji kick you out? No, Fu Youwu replied, I packed my things and moved out myself. I'm afraid that if I wait until tomorrow, I might soften again. Big brother, you were right. Pei Ji and I really don't suit each other, I understand that now. Hearing his feigned light tone, Fu Yanji felt heavy-hearted. How do you feel now? Do you want me to accompany you? I'm not a child anymore. Fu Youwu laughed lightly, don't worry. Although I'm still a bit sad, I also feel very relieved. After a long pause, Fu Youwu added, just a little bit sad, okay? Then when you get to the hotel, have a good sleep. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, ZHOU. You can cry secretly in the blanket tonight, no one but me will know. There was silence on the phone again. Fu Yanji patiently waited and then heard Fu Youwu say with an obvious sob, okay. Alright, then good night, ZHOU. Good night, brother. Fu Yanji hung up the phone, feeling a headache coming on. Not only had his brother really broken up with his partner, but it seemed that the situation with ZHOU over the weekend had also become complicated. Judging by ZHOU's behavior, he didn't seem inclined to tell him the truth, but how was he supposed to get ZHOU to open up? What is this, center of order? What about the main couple? How do you go back? Back where? Is ZHOU going to disappear? Is he truly vanishing or will he revert to how he used to be? Then what will happen to my ZHOU? Fu Yanji's head was full of doubts and anxiety, and there was no way for him to vent these feelings. On top of all that, he couldn't even smoke. If the little master smelled it, he would start coughing into his chest and accuse Fu Yanji of trying to murder him. Headache. Aren't you going to sleep yet? ZHOU stood at the doorway watching him. His demeanor was no different from usual. Fu Yanji waved him over. Mo, come here for a moment. What's wrong? ZHOU walked over and allowed himself to be hugged by Fu Yanji. I just called ZHOU. He told me that he broke up, Fu Yanji said. Ah, how could this happen? ZHOU exclaimed in surprise. In fact, I knew from the very beginning that ZHOU and Pei Ji wouldn't last long. Their understanding of each other is just too different. How can they stay together like this? ZHOU and Pei Ji are not people from the same world. Being together wouldn't have brought them any good outcome. As ZHOU listened, something felt off, but that's not always true. If someone genuinely likes the other and chooses the right way, then it can still last. Fu Yanji said meaningfully, is that so? Of course. If Pei Ji were like you, this wouldn't have happened at all. ZHOU continued, if I were Pei Ji, I would do everything in my power to make myself worthy of ZHOU. I wouldn't care about dignity, self-respect, or others' opinions, those are things only rich people worry about. So that's how you see it. ZHOU didn't realize he'd been coaxed by Fu Yanji and confidently believed he was making sense, therefore, even if their perceptions are different, if one side is mature enough, they can still have a pleasant relationship. Pei Ji's mistake was his youthful arrogance. Mo makes a good point. Fu Yanji touched the slightly cool arms of ZHOU exposed outside the blanket. It's late now. Won't you go back to bed, Mo? I'll pick ZHOU up tomorrow morning. Would you like to come along? We can go together, but we mustn't act overly clingy since ZHOU has just gone through a breakup. We shouldn't upset him. Agreed. Chapter 90, I have a little money. Early on Saturday morning, the weekend started with a huge bouquet of flowers ordered for ZHOU. Delicate green paper wrapped around bright sunflowers, their petals adorned with dewdrops that shimmered under the soft morning sunlight. Fu Yanji leaned against the kitchen island counter with a cup of soy milk in his hand, lips pressed together without speaking. Do you think it's beautiful? The weekender asked him. It's perfect for someone like ZHOU who just went through a breakup. It looks pretty good. I got you another one, placed in your study. I'll go check it out right now. Fu Yanji's face lit up instantly. The weekender reminded him from behind, hurry up, we need to leave soon. The weekend sent an enormous bunch of red roses. Fu Yanji first put the flowers in a vase and placed them on his bookshelf. Though such a large bunch of red roses didn't entirely match the minimalist decor of the study, Fu Yanji found himself growing increasingly fond of them. Had he not been rushing to pick up Fu Youwu, he might have even considered how to arrange the flowers more aesthetically. Thus, when the weekend hugged that big bouquet while going to pick up Fu Youwu, due to the eye-catching sunflowers, Fu Youwu didn't even notice the passenger in the front seat but immediately saw the sunflowers in the weekend's arms instead. Why are you here too? Fu Youwu was wearing a pair of sunglasses, looking supremely cool. He was quite surprised when opening the door of the passenger seat and realizing there was someone inside. I came along with Brother Fu to see you. The weekender smiled brightly and handed the flowers over. For you, your new life is about to begin. Fuyuwu glanced at the weekend and then looked at the composed expression of Fuyanzi, feeling somewhat uneasy. Thank you. After getting into the car, the weekend noticed Fuyuwu's oversized sunglasses and asked, why do you wear sunglasses? You're acting like you want to be a star or something. Fuyuwu. Yesterday night, his older brother had said that it would be alright to cry a little quietly in his blanket. He believed those words. As a result, this morning both of his eyes were so swollen they couldn't open fully. It was supposed to be only his brother knowing this, right? Now everyone seems to know. Fuyuwu adjusted his sunglasses coldly, keeping his little face tight. It makes me look handsome, so I'm keeping them on. Even if your eyes are puffy from crying, I wouldn't make fun of you. If I ever experienced a breakup, I'd probably find it hard to hold back my tears as well. Though what he said seemed harsh, the weekend's expression was indeed sincere, his big eyes directly looking at Fuyuwu, as if saying, I'm not mocking you, I'd really cry if I went through a breakup. Fuyuwu. Do you have no emotional intelligence at all? Fuyuwu said, do you have to expose me? The weekend hadn't expected to hurt his self-esteem and chuckled awkwardly, sorry, I am not eloquent. Anyway, do you want some juice? There's some in the small fridge. I want watermelon juice. We've got it, Fuyanzi made it freshly this morning because he knew you liked it. The weekend helped take out a bottle of fresh red watermelon juice and took out a bottle of orange juice for himself. Halfway through the journey, Fuyuwu suddenly said, Weekend, I can tell you've been doing pretty well lately, you don't need to keep your eyes glued on me anymore. Yes, you used to fancy me, isn't that common knowledge? A truckload of roses, ceaseless love letters every day, and gifts on each Valentine's Day. Weekend. Fuyanzi. Even though I've broken up now, I have no plans to start dating again. You should look around to see if there's anyone better for you, there's no point in waiting for me. Fuyanzi. That's true, I admit, there aren't many people in this world who are better than me, but we should all look forward, right? One day, you'll encounter someone you truly like, and you should also look around and see if there's anyone who likes you. You're not bad either, surely there will be someone who loves you. The driver, Fuyanzi, who hadn't spoken throughout, suddenly said, Fuyuwu. Hey. Brother. How do you speak to your sister-in-law? What? Fuyuwu almost doubted his own ears, what sister-in-law? The weekender helplessly covered his face, this unlucky kid, why did he bring up old matters in the car? Based on Fuyanzi's personality, could he resist? Even if no one provokes him, he starts things on his own, much less when Fuyuwu's words kept hitting his heart. The car slowly drove into the residential area where the fuss lived. The weekender realized he hadn't been home for a long time either, so he asked Fuyanzi to drop him off at an intersection. I'll go back first, see you. Alright, see you. Fuyanzi lightly squeezed his wrist and said, I'll have someone bring over Puffy this afternoon, we can walk the dog together in the evening. I can walk it by myself in the evening. The weekender glanced at the frozen figure of ZHOU in the back seat and said, you should spend more time with him, he's such a pitiful kid. There's mom to take care of him. The weekender gave a warning look, someone just got out of a breakup, is it appropriate for both of us to be overly sweet like this? Fuyanzi replied with a glance, it's because he talks too much. Weekend, no way. You'd better stay and accompany him properly. Fuyanzi looked at him and said reluctantly, are you really pushing your boyfriend away? Weekend, fine, you give me your word, you'd better stay and take good care of him properly. Fuyanzi released his hand and left, his figure seemed ruthless. There was no choice. For the mental health of the poor protagonist, if Fuyuwu couldn't bear it and jumped off the building, wouldn't that just ruin the world? Of course, Fuyuwu wouldn't jump off the building. When someone else is heartbroken, refraining from flaunting affection is a kind of kindness. When the weekender opened the door of the ZHOU family residence, Zhou Yuning was about to head out for social engagements, all dressed up. Seeing the weekender arrive, he paused momentarily. Well, look who's here. The very first sentence came sharp and sarcastic, but the weekender had long been accustomed to it. How could you come without even asking me to pick you up at the entrance of the complex? Did you even know the way? The weekender helplessly answered, brother. You remember I'm your brother now? Little brat, you haven't been home for weeks. I've been busy, enrolled in some cram courses, and they've been ongoing non-stop. Cram courses? Don't choose ones that are too cheap, those places mislead students. Zhou Yuning said while putting on his shoes, study hard, the little money you earn yourself, can buy you what kind of decent cram courses. Ah. The weekender answered, Fuyanzi enrolled me. My younger brother, you're taking cram courses and he's paying the fees. I'll enroll you in a few more. Brother. Do you think these are Chinese cabbage that you can enroll in as many as you want? You want to tire me out? Besides, Fuyanzi and I made an agreement, he pays for my classes, and I cover the household expenses for daily groceries and meals, it's quite fair. Zhou Yuning stared at the weekend, worriedly saying, is he not feeding you? What? Look at my healthy complexion, do I look like someone who can't afford food? But you don't have a part-time job or any income right now, how do you? I let Fuyanzi teach me stock trading, borrowed some capital and bought a bit of stock, and now I've gotten my capital back. I actually have a little money on me now. The weekender proudly pulled out his bank card. Chapter 91, Fu Youwu, what do you see in him? Oh, Momo's back. Chui Lily descended the stairs with a click-clack of her high heels. Why has Momo come back? No classes today. Nothing to do today. On weekends, Chui Lily always looked so well-dressed and polished, even styling her hair into an elaborate updo, wearing a light green cheongsam paired with a white outer shirt, making her appear particularly elegant. Are you going out today, Mom? Yes, I am. Chui Lily said with a smile. Lately, I've been quite into pottery making. Mom keeps rushing off to the pottery studio these days. It's true. Why don't you come along? Your dad and I have to go to work, and there won't be anyone at home anyway. Sure. The weekend responded cheerfully, he had never tried pottery before. Isn't it just playing with mud? And he had always been a master at that since he was little. The pre-arranged companion for Chui Lily turned out to be Tao Shui. So, on the weekend, he waited by the entrance of the housing complex for Tao Shui and Fu Youwu, who appeared with his shades on, acting all cool. Weekend. Fu Youwu. Where's your brother? He's gone to work. A business van came just in time, perfectly seating all four individuals. The two mothers sat up front discussing their nail polish designs while the two children in the backseat kept talking non-stop. Clearly, Fu Youwu wasn't entirely comfortable with the weekend's new status, looking at them with a complicated expression. Don't look at me like that. The weekend whispered secretly in his ear, your brother and I are freely in love, not some kind of replacement romance. Besides, you don't even look like your brother. Impossible. Fu Youwu said firmly, my brother only loves work. T, is there really anyone in this world who truly loves working? Are you insane? Your brother just likes earning money. My brother genuinely loves working. You simply don't understand him. How can I not understand him? Your brother complains more about his job than any ghost would. I don't believe there's someone in this world who actually enjoys working or going to the office. Isn't everyone just after the cash in their pockets? You simply don't comprehend his aspirations. How can I not understand? Do you think your brother is such a hard worker because of some grandiose ideal? Fu Yanji told me that his lifelong goal from childhood was to earn a lot of money and then crush whoever annoyed him by throwing cash at them. Fu Youwu. So this is what my brother has been striving for over 20 years, to write a book called The Growth History of Human Elite. Good grief, this world is finally crazy beyond what I could imagine. When they arrived at the pottery studio, both mothers had already changed into their pottery clothes and gloves, preparing to get started. They rented another room, stepping away from the mom's sight but still gathered together whispering. But I still don't get it, any aunt in the company would turn around and run away upon seeing him, living like a loner all day. Unless, doesn't someone of his level as CEO usually attract heaps of admirers? Now, why are you with him and what exactly do you see in him? Is Fu Yanji that mean? I haven't found him to be. In fact, he's extremely gentle, don't spread false rumors. Fu Youwu. He's totally double standard. Why? I will never enter a relationship unless I find someone like my brother. Listen here. Over the years, there have been some unfortunate cases where people lusted after his looks, but lately no one has dared to approach him anymore. Do you know why? Actually, the weekend was also curious why Fu Yanji, who was almost 30, hadn't ever been in a relationship. Thus, driven by curiosity, he leaned in closer to ask, why? Since kindergarten, my brother has always been, a bit unconventional. Huh. Even though I wasn't born when my brother went to kindergarten, my mom told me that once, during nursery school, a little girl thought he was handsome and gifted him handmade crafts every arts and crafts session. But being shy, she wouldn't directly tell him, so she would just shove the items into his hands and then run away. My brother thought the girl was asking him to throw the garbage away. Weekend. Countless words distilled down to one, Yes, my brother even thought he was being very gentlemanly helping the girl throw away the garbage several times. But after a while, he got upset and seriously tried to communicate with the girl, there's a trash can at the back of our class, don't give me the garbage anymore since I've already helped you many times. Today will be the last time I help you, next time please throw it away yourself. Poor little girl. Weekend said. My brother also suffered badly. It said that the little girl cried her eyes out upon hearing his words, drawing all the classmates to come over, accusing him of bullying others. My poor brother, who was only 4 years old then. According to my mom, she specially asked for leave from her workplace that day to pick up little Fu Yanzi from kindergarten because he had been wronged so much that his eyes were red like 2 boiled eggs. He kept clinging to my mother's neck, sobbing and insisting he was innocent. Fu Youwu said, he truly believed he did nothing wrong and stubbornly demanded an apology from the little girl. How could anyone treat him as a garbage bin? Poor thing, Weekend cupped her cheeks, looking full of compassion. Right? That little girl was really pitiful. Are you talking about Fu Yanzi? Weekend interrupted like a doting parent. That's just kids not knowing any better, Weekend continued. What about elementary school? Surely by then he understood some things. Fu Youwu followed up. By 5th grade, there were already letters of confession in his desk drawer. Opening it felt like unwrapping a blind box, revealing colorful love letters. Did he read them? How could he not? Don't think that his calm demeanor hid his curiosity. He would eagerly open them to see what they wrote and even pointed out typos. Honestly, these 4th graders copied love letters from online but made tons of mistakes anyway, leading my brother to try figuring out which sentences came from certain books. Nope, turns out most girls that age copied cheesy quotes from romance novels featuring tycoons like, "If you agree, I'll give you my life." If you ask me, my brother has incredible learning abilities, absorbing anything, including cheesy phrases, making his speech strangely bizarre for a period. And it earned him quite a beating with a feather duster from my mom. Elementary school kids lack judgment skills anyway. If they want to learn, let them go ahead. And then junior high began. My brother loved sports, so many little fangirls brought water to the playground daily, waiting for him, but my brother thought. Surely he didn't think they were selling water. No, Fu Youwu shook his head, it was worse than that. At the time, ZHOU brother was good friends with my brother. So whenever someone sent water, drinks, or chocolates, Fu Yanzi would pass them on to ZHOU brother. Back then, ZHOU was still an innocent boy who never guessed a trick behind such kindness, leading him into a plump round boy during middle school thanks to all those sweet treats. Meanwhile, my brother remained lean and fit. Weekend didn't expect that his story involved another friend. He replied, "ZHOU is in great shape now though." My brother told me it took a long time before ZHOU's abs came back. Only when ZHOU studied abroad in the UK did he manage to get his six-pack due to surviving British food. Is British cuisine really that bad? It's hard to find words describing how bad British cuisine really is. It's like eating food straight from the soil as its original form. Sometimes, I even doubt whites have no sense of taste. Fu Youwu groaned, reminiscing his unpleasant experience abroad. And this isn't even the end yet, wait until we get to college. More stories. So many more. This is just what I know. Weekend continued, what happened in college? After starting systematic physical training, Fu Yanzi attracted attention from the same sex. Weekend paused. Do you know how open foreigners are? Back then, while walking down the street, my brother frequently received suggestive glances from Americans who are open-minded about everything, thinking perhaps it was some unknown custom, something like throwing flirtatious looks at foreigners, but later on realized it wasn't just custom. To avoid harassment from those foreign fans, the few years he spent studying abroad turned out to be the most disgustingly dressed period of his entire life. Chapter 92, You Should Be Nicer to Yen Ji in the Future. Originally, the weekend was for accompanying mom to do pottery, but little did she expect that she would end up listening to gossips about Fu Yen Ji all afternoon. When the pottery teacher finally arrived, the two calmed down and began shaping clay, but ZHOU Mo's mind was still filled with the gossips Fu Yen Ji had shared earlier. He looked somewhat cute when he acted this way. While making pottery, ZHOU Mo kept suppressing her laughter, finding him both pitiful and adorable. As a result, the vase ZHOU Mo shaped turned out hideously ugly. Fu Youwu scrutinized ZHOU Mo's finished product for a long time before confidently saying, "You've shaped a pillar." "That's a vase." The pottery master then came over to collect their works, noticing ZHOU Mo's creation. He asked her, "Did you shape a pillar?" "My creation is a vase." Since it takes more than a month to fire pottery, ZHOU Mo gave him Fu Yen Ji's home address. When they stepped out of the room, the two mothers were sitting by the stove drinking tea, clearly having waited for them for quite some time. However, Cui Lily didn't seem particularly interested. Instead, she was staring at a piece of roasted rice cake lost in thought. "Mom, thank Auntie." As ZHOU Mo took the tea water handed to her by Tao Shui, she asked, "What are you thinking about? You haven't moved an inch." "Oh dear, your mom has been absent-minded all afternoon." I asked her if she felt unwell, but she said no, Tao Shui said. "Mom, do you feel unwell?" "No." Cui Lily shook her head, her expression complicated. She remembered. Yun Ning from his house had told her. Weekend once liked Fu Xiaowu, wasn't it? Cui Lily looked at the two children huddled together peeling longan berries and her mind started to get muddled. They've been close for the whole afternoon. Wasn't Mo with Yen Ji? How come now she's so close with Xiaowu? Previously, she liked Xiaowu, suddenly liking Yen Ji now, this was strange. Ah. Could it be because she couldn't obtain Fu Xiaowu's affection, then became darkened and decided to pursue Fu Yen Ji instead, aiming to become his sister-in-law just to get closer quicker since she couldn't have him as hers? Earlier, Tao Shui mentioned that Xiaowu had just broken up, yet they are still getting along closely now. Does this mean Mo has started making her move? Then what about Yen Ji? This cannot be allowed. Wah, this grilled rice cake tastes really good. Try dipping it in condensed milk. ZHOU Mo was enthusiastically bringing Fu Youwu a small plate of condensed milk when suddenly she heard Cui Lily let out a scream. Ah! ZHOU Mo startled, almost tipping the small plate onto the table. Fortunately, she quickly steadied it and asked, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Written all over Cui Lily's face was, "Rescue," as though she was about to be driven crazy by three people's romantic entanglements. What could be done about it? What Mo is doing is wrong. Is she playing with Fu Yen Ji's feelings? Poor Yen Ji. But, Mom, let me peel some chestnuts for you and Aunt Tao, these chestnuts are super sweet. At the same time, isn't it also normal to like two people? Chui Lily began trying to convince her conscience, Momo has grown up already, why can't she want both of them? Relationships are after all based on mutual feelings. Momo is a good child. Momo really is a good child. She wouldn't make Ji or ZHOU sad. Absolutely not. Chui Lily was nearly tormented into tears by her own imagination, seeing how carefree ZHOU still appeared. She couldn't help but feel a bit angry, not knowing who to blame, and thus went home to tell Zhou Yunning. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunning almost choked herself trying not to laugh. What? Weekend is playing both sides? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I saw Momo giving chestnuts to ZHOU, serving her condensed milk, even pouring her tea. Zhou Yunning said, Momo is just accustomed to taking care of others, if I were sitting beside him, he'd pour tea for me too. But it's different when he sits with Fu Yanji. Momo doesn't even need to serve himself food. It's because Fu Yanji is the one taking care of Momo, Zhou Yunning sighed. Although he was extremely upset that Fu Yanji had lured away his beloved younger brother, judging by Fu Yanji's behavior, this boyfriend was actually quite decent. They both really like each other, there's nothing dramatic happening here. You can relax, Mom. How can I relax? Those two kids from the Fu family may seem smart on the surface, but in reality, they're as simple as they come. It's Xiao Fu's first love, it wouldn't be good if Momo hurts him. Chui Lily paced back and forth with worry, right now, I am pretending not to know about their relationship, and I cannot go advise Momo. You should help me go persuade him, he shouldn't be playing with someone's feelings. Mom, does Weekend look like someone who would play with other people's feelings? Does he even have the mind for that? And look at Ji, does he seem like someone who could be played with? Although Mom doesn't know how Ji and Momo interact, Mom knows that Ji loves Momo immensely. Chui Lily said, if he loves so much, he can get hurt easily, and this mustn't happen. She might have overestimated Weekend a little too much and underestimated Fu Yanji a bit. Combined, Ji and Weekend together might seem tricky, but Ji alone accounted for 900 tricks of them. But now, Chui Lily seemed to truly believe that Weekend was playing around with the affections of both Fu family brothers. Zhou Yunning wiped his cold sweat, this was awkward. If Chui Lily really ended up imposing some sort of poor victim filter on Ji, wouldn't Ji then effortlessly overcome the greatest obstacle within the ZHOU family? It would be too easy letting this guy walk off with such a great achievement. Mom, I'll help you talk to Weekend, but I feel you might misunderstand him. In the future, we must treat Ji better. Zhou Yunning remained speechless. Weekend's vase arrived at home by express delivery after a month. At the time, Weekend was at class, not at home, and it was Fu Yanji who received the package. Weekend had almost forgotten about it, so he told Ji to open the package and take a look. It's a treasure in the shape of a pillar, Ji honestly replied, a rather large pottery pillar. You should send me a photo. Ji obediently took a photo for him and called him while he was at it. This is it, Momo, where did you buy it? Were you deceived or something? It's so hard. At this point, Weekend recognized it as his own vase and immediately got angry, this is a vase. It's the vase I made especially for you. Rare, artworks are indeed precious. Which master created it? Are you replicating some original artwork? Damn, you caught on quick. Weekend pressed him, is it ugly? Not ugly, not ugly. Ji looked at the ugly vase and tried to convince himself to like its appearance, but couldn't succeed. So, he started lying shamelessly, really not ugly, Momo, maybe you should change majors. Let's study pottery. I'll donate your debut piece to the National Art Gallery. Chapter 93, Make Some New Friends. But the vase was truly ugly. Fu Yanji wasn't quite at the point where love blinded him, so he could only grit his teeth and force himself to say, it's beautiful. Zhoma stood in front of his desk, munching on an apple with one hand and holding her waist with the other, watching him arrange flowers. The roses were bought by Zhoma after work, but because of their overly saturated color, despite Fu Yanji's best efforts, the result still looked incredibly ugly. There was a peculiar beauty that something was off. Still stubbornly, Fu Yanji placed the items on the desk, look, how beautiful it is. Zhoma, while crunching on the apple, said, your taste is terrible. Fu Yanji. I have a school reunion today. Zhoma threw the apple core into the trash can, I might come back late tonight, don't wait for me. It's too late, I'll still go pick you up. Fu Yanji heard this, but still felt somewhat uneasy, what if you drink too much? I will take a taxi. Zhoma put on her coat, besides, it shouldn't be too late, I'll end early and come back. Fu Yanji didn't want to restrain her, he only hoped she would enjoy herself at the school reunion and make some more friends. He couldn't help but remind her, if you drink too much, don't forget to call me, I'll come pick you up. Got it. Zhoma waved at him, see you. Fu Yanji looked at Zhoma's retreating figure and sighed deeply, suddenly feeling like an old father watching his child grow up. Sending the child out every day, then keeping the dog company at home. Fu Yenji looked at Pang Pang, who was flipping onto his back begging for a pat. Pang Pang, why don't we go out for a walk? Pang Pang. Don't bother. I'm serious, let's go. We'll just run around in the stairwell, look at how fat you've gotten, I'll take you to lose some weight. Fu Yenji really couldn't stay still, and once he had strapped the leash onto Pang Pang, they started running back and forth in the stairwell. This was the first time ZHOU attended a school reunion. She was a bit nervous, as half the people in the class she couldn't name, so she quietly sat in the corner drinking juice, occasionally reaching for the cold dishes in front of her. Eating and listening to the students chat, the cold dish in front of her hadn't been passed around for a long time, so ZHOU had eaten a lot. Wanted to eat the little fried meat pieces across from her. ZHOU stuffed a piece of cucumber in her mouth, expressionless, thinking, there's only one shrimp left in the dish, it wouldn't be nice if I ate it. Can I take a bite of fish instead? Probably no one will notice me. Why are you always eating cold dishes? The little girl sitting next to ZHOU noticed this situation first, and used public chopsticks to place a large piece of fish on ZHOU's plate, which was the freshest and most tender part of the fish belly. Eat it while it's hot, don't be shy. Thank you. ZHOU was grateful, started eating the piece of fish, and returned the favor by placing the last shrimp on the little sister's plate. You should eat it. After starting this, it became easier for ZHOU to take food. The little sister came over to talk. Weekend, I remember you, last time for group homework, I was the reporter for the group in front of you. Ah, yes. Today, why is no one with you? I don't live on campus. ZHOU said. And there aren't many people I know either. Not living on campus, so no roommates, also very few acquaintances at school. ZHOU thought about it and sighed, can I make any friends here? Should I try to actively greet them and immerse myself in the crowd? It would be awkward if no one talks to me. Oh dear, situations like this require your own initiative. Sitting alone like this, everyone assumes you like being quiet. The little sister seemed to see through ZHOU's embarrassment, directly pulling her to the center of the crowd, shouting loudly, everyone. Let me introduce someone. ZHOU. This is Weekend, do you all recognize him? He's the only cutie in our major. Oh, I know, I saw him in the cafeteria the other day, I never dared to confirm. Brother, you're really handsome, why didn't you ever come play basketball with us? I collaborated on group assignments with him, he's got strong abilities. Not going to drink a little? Come on, fill him up, fill him up. Let me introduce again, I'm Zhuang Jie, he's Lu Zhao, and this one is Zhang Dalan. Zhuang Jie pointed at himself saying, if you weren't commuting, we should now be roommates. That's right, that's right. We even have a bed for you in our dormitory. Although it's piled up with junk now, don't worry. In the future, if you're bored at school, you can come find us, Zhang Dalan said, how come we never noticed you before? Your presence was too low back then. The original owner probably didn't attend classes much, which explained the low presence. Weekend chuckled awkwardly. Weekend suddenly became the center of attention. After a few drinks, he already felt dizzy and tried to confuse the situation by switching to juice but failed. Classmate, my alcohol tolerance is just average. Can I secretly replace the wine with grape juice? Pretend you didn't see. The classmates. You are truly funny, ha 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 ha. Not possible. Not possible. Weekend's face turned red, not possible, if I drink any more I'll be over the limit, really not possible. It's impossible. I've seen you at your home banquet, you drank so well. You even got my dad drunk. Lu Zhao raised a beer bottle and said, don't try to fool us. My dad praised you, saying you were quite skilled at drinking. Ouch. You have been hiding something this whole time. Weekend. I guess people shouldn't show off their little smartness, there will always be one day when they fall flat on their faces. This isn't it. If only I hadn't showed off my abilities, what should I do now? I'll sneakily pour some juice into it when they aren't looking. Weekend, why does your wine smell like grapes? This is wine made from grapes. Why don't I have it? Because yours isn't grape wine. How is that possible? We didn't buy any grape wine today, let me taste. Hey. You're cheating. Dalan. Fill him up, this guy's cheating. Hey. These boys got so excited as they kept drinking. Eventually, Weekend stopped playing clever tricks either and directly gulped from the bottle. Later, he even courteously helped female classmates hail taxis home. Then, they went to karaoke, rented a private room, and started howling like wolves. Weekend had never seen such an intense atmosphere. Sitting inside the karaoke room, Weekend almost froze as he watched those guys clutching the microphones and belting out their hearts. He completely forgot to drink his own alcohol. Today, we dedicate this song to our newly recognized good friend, Weekend. Breakups should be dignified. Hey. Hey. Weekend immediately called for a stop, change the song, how do you send songs to someone like that? What would you like to listen to? Congratulations on becoming rich. Chapter 94. Look at me intimidating you. Fu Yenji couldn't sleep at night worrying, having called Fatso the dog countless times to force him to play a game of frisbee, he finally received ZHOU's call in the evening. ZHOU even sounded a little lisping on the phone. Hello. ZHOU groaned pitifully, why did it take you so long to answer my call? Are you done over there? Should I pick you up? Fu Yenji stood up from the bed immediately, threw a coat over himself and picked up the car keys from the shoe cabinet. I got lost. Zhouma's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. I can't find my way home. Fu Yenji. Mo, how much alcohol have you consumed? I forgot, I just kept drinking, and I drank with newly acquainted friends. Do you have someone beside you right now? Where are your friends you were drinking with? They passed out. They're still in the private room. I asked the server to take care of them, but I need to go home. You're waiting for me at home. Oh, I gave a tip to the server. Zhouma sniffled, suddenly burst into tears. 500 yuan. I tipped 500 yuan. How many jobs would Fu Yenji have to work to earn 500 yuan? Fu Yenji was laughing while tearing up. This attitude made him think that Zhouma might have given 5 million as a tip instead of 500. 500 yuan, 500 yuan, damn, I am such a luxury lover. I have been ultimately corrupted by the opulent capitalist lifestyle, starting to live extravagantly. Fu Yenji activated his positioning to find Zhouma and started the car, trying to communicate with Zhouma. Mo, is there anyone else around you? Hand the phone to him. There is a little rat, give the phone to it. Let me catch it. Fu Yenji, don't touch anything dirty. His voice almost cracked. Alright, it's too cold outside, go somewhere indoors. I see you have a KFC 50 meters to your right. Go inside and sit for a moment, I'll be there to pick you up soon. Okay. Zhouma happily answered over the phone. Shortly after, Fu Yenji heard a plop sound. What happened? Zhouma whimpered, I fell down. Does it hurt? Can you get up? Zhouma seriously said, I tore a large piece of skin off, but I managed to get up myself. Am I not impressive? You're impressive, Mo. Seeing Zhouma's position getting closer to KFC, Fu Yenji said, give the phone to a store employee once you enter, then find a seat. I'll be there soon. Alright. Zhouma handed the phone to an on-duty server. Here. Excuse me, I apologize for disturbing you this late. Please give this drunkard a glass of milk in front of you. I will come and settle the bill immediately. He didn't finish before Zhouma interrupted loudly saying, I want a full bucket meal. Fu Yenji. Get him another full bucket meal. As of now, Zhouma hasn't performed any incomprehensible actions due to intoxication, but Fu Yenji didn't underestimate him. After all, he is relatively unpredictable, no one knows what his next move could be. But Zhouma turned out to be more worry-free than he imagined. After receiving the full bucket meal, he sweetly thanked the server, thank you. His red cheeks exposed a set of white teeth, making anyone feel warm-hearted upon seeing it. You're welcome. When Fu Yenji arrived, Zhouma was enthusiastically munching on chicken wings at the window seat. After going to the front desk to pay with his wallet, Fu Yenji walked back and criticized him, little drunkard. Zhouma grinned holding both chicken wings in his hands. What's funny? Why did you drink so much? I tried mixing it with juice, but the taste of the juice was too strong, I was discovered. Zhouma's voice clearly dropped at the end, so, I couldn't escape. Watching Zhouma crunch on fried chicken made Fu Yenji a little speechless. His appetite always came unpredictably. Generally speaking, shouldn't drunk people be unable to eat anything? Another 2 egg tarts. There was nothing Fu Yenji could do, and he started scanning the code on the table to order. Didn't you eat during today's gathering? What are you talking about? Do you think I ate too much? No, I'm just asking. I did eat, I ate a lot. But earlier I drank too much and vomited in the KTV restroom, muttered Zhouma, I'm heartbroken. It's really annoying. You're going to throw up again soon. Fu Yenji patted Zhouma's bulging stomach, trying to negotiate with him. Let's pack a few egg tarts for breakfast tomorrow, okay? Zhouma sighed, following Fu Yenji means never having enough food. You're almost bloating yourself to death, your stomach is full of alcohol. Is drinking and eating using the same stomach? Fu Yenji couldn't help but laugh in frustration. What? Are you a cow with 4 stomachs? You're not allowed to say that. Zhouma covered Fu Yenzi's mouth with his hand, attempting to silence him because he didn't know how to counter it. I want to eat. No way. Fu Yenzi firmly rejected him. That made Zhouma mad. People who are drunk make no sense at all. As he passed by Fu Yenzi, he angrily stomped on Fu Yenzi's foot hard. You don't even love me. The sound of pain escaped Fu Yenzi's lips as he quickly got up and picked up the egg tarts packed at the front desk to follow Zhouma. He then noticed Zhouma standing under a street lamp with his arms stretched out straight, legs positioned one before the other, bending over, forming a very bizarre posture. What are you doing? I'll do a backflip and scare you. He was trying to perform a backflip to intimidate me. Fu Yenzi. Will you stop fooling around? Let's go home. Who do you look down on? Zhouma immediately became unhappy. Wait for me. I've traveled south and north over the years. I've even split my legs on the streets. A simple backflip. I learned how to do that when I was 12 years old performing stunts on the street. Just wait. As soon as Zhouma bent over and pushed from his legs, Fu Yenzi hadn't even had the time to prevent him, but there came a, yo, sound followed by a perfectly executed backflip. The movement was so fluid and fast that Fu Yanzi didn't have the time to close his open mouth. I told you, am I amazing or what? I'm going to do several more in a row. And so, ZHOU started flipping like a firewheel on the street, creating an incredibly strange scene. ZHOU flipped ahead Hyohyng while Fu Yanzi tried his best to stop him from behind. Come back. Stop. Shit, you're going to fall somewhere else. Fu Yanzi sprinted behind ZHOU the whole way. Am I crazy for picking up a retarded boyfriend? Can you take a break just for once? Hold on. ZHOU suddenly stood still, hugging a trash can and retched, vomiting. Fu Yanzi stood next to him, patting his back until he threw up all the alcohol, and then extended the bag of egg tarts he bought. Now you can eat them. Chapter 95, Stay by my side, don't go anywhere. Okay. The weekend turned out to be more eventful than he had imagined. It took Fu Yanzi great effort to finally bring this little troublemaker home, only for the chaos to start again as soon as the door closed. Today's song is dedicated to the best boyfriend in the world, Mr. Fu Yanzi. ZHOU held a shoe up to his mouth as a microphone. Betrayed my love. You carry the debt of a guilty conscience. Fu Yanzi. I appreciate that you consider me the best boyfriend in the world, but I didn't betray anything. Don't blame me falsely. Come on, lift your arm, let me change your clothes. What are you doing I won't change? Dirty, dear. Fu Yanzi said, let's take a shower, change clothes, and go to bed, okay? No, I haven't finished acting drunk yet. Fu Yanzi chuckled with frustration. You know you're drunk, right? What? Do you look down on me because I'm drunk? No. Fu Yanzi sighed and said, it's not early anymore, we need to rest. I was actually happy today. ZHOU slurred drunkenly to Fu Yanzi. Do you know why? Fu Yanzi grabbed ZHOU with one hand and started filling the bathwater with the other. Yeah, I can roughly guess it. Momo can hang out with friends more often in the future. Not at all. ZHOU pouted and said, because Fu Yanzi came to pick me up today. He came, so I was happy. In fact, before. I've also been drunk, but no one came to pick me up. So I waited and waited, from dark until dawn, I waited until the flowers wilted. Why did you come so late, Fu Yanzi? Sorry Momo, I'll come pick you up every time in the future, Fu Yanzi said. Listen carefully now. ZHOU lay on him and said, actually, the time when I broke my hand, it was deliberate, hiccup. Am I too coquettish? I know, Fu Yanzi gently touched ZHOU's back of the head and said tenderly, Momo isn't coquettish. Then can I be a little coquettish in the future? Just a little bit, okay? If you're unhappy, then never mind. Of course, you can be however coquettish you like. Thank you for saving me. ZHOU wrapped her arms around Fu Yanzi's neck and kissed his side neck lightly. I really like you. I like you too, Momo. Fu Yanzi checked the water temperature and asked, shall we take a shower first? But ZHOU clung on to Fu Yanzi, refusing to get into the bathtub. As soon as she felt herself being touched, she began yelling, murder. Help. Fu Yanzi is trying to drown me. Help. Help. We'll just soak for a bit, wash quickly and come out, the water level is very shallow, Momo. No. ZHOU's hands gripping Fu Yanzi's neck tightened, her whole body pressed against Fu Yanzi's, even climbing higher. No. Look, the water only reaches my knee, hasn't Momo soaked in hot springs before? It's exactly the same depth. Still, ZHOU clung tightly to Fu Yanzi's body, and once she noticed him bending over, she would shout, help. No. I won't get in. It's okay, Momo, I'll stay with you. No, sorry, I won't go in. Fu Yanzi, I'm scared, I beg you, I won't go in, sorry. ZHOU buried her entire face into Fu Yanzi's chest. Feeling his heartbeat accelerating again, Fu Yanzi's heart sank slightly as he said, then we won't shower. Let me rinse a towel to wipe Momo clean, okay? ZHOU raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes at Fu Yanzi's words, quickly nodding, wiping is fine. Thus, Fu Yanzi settled ZHOU on the bed and quickly washed a towel. Upon returning, he found ZHOU lying flat on the bed in the shape of a character, spreading herself as much as possible. What are you doing? Shoo. ZHOU whispered mysteriously, I'm a grilled mushroom. Hurry up and drizzle some oil on me, or I'll burn. Fu Yanzi. Indeed, one cannot expect a drunk person to sit still quietly for a moment. He undressed ZHOU, taking a towel to wipe her up and down. The situation where his drunk boyfriend lay completely naked should have been full of passionate intimacy, but at this moment, he had no such thoughts. ZHOU was ruining the atmosphere. She kept babbling about frying eggs later. Listening to this, Fu Yanzi got a headache. What eggs do you want to fry again? By 7 o'clock, fry 80 eggs. The boss lady wants to sell them in sandwiches. ZHOU counted on his fingers, then I can earn $30, enough for 3 days' meals. While listening, Fu Yanzi asked, can Momo eat enough with $30? Not enough, ZHOU calculated. I fry eggs for the boss in the morning, run errands for classmates after class, and wash dishes in the canteen at night. In a month, I can make 5,000 altogether. 5,000 should be plenty for Momo to eat. Nope. 5,000 is used to pay back 3,000 to the orphanage, leaving 2,000 for monthly tuition savings. ZHOU placed Fu Yanji's hand on his stomach and said pitifully, I'm hungry here. The doctor in the medical room said I need to eat more or I'll get sick. Fu Yanji stroked his stomach, feeling something indescribable inside, then Momo should eat more. At the canteen, a meal costs $10. I can eat instant noodles instead, saving 7. Why save $7? To buy a bouquet of roses for Fu Yanji. Fu Yanji's eyes immediately reddened, staring into ZHOU's clear, glistening eyes but feeling some timidity, and said hoarsely, why was Momo afraid of water just now? ZHOU got stubborn now, I wasn't afraid, I dislike it. If you dislike it, why didn't you say so when we went to the hot springs? ZHOU replied, I dislike it too, but I couldn't say. If Fu Yanji had known, he would have been disappointed. You can express your own needs, I won't take you to the hot springs anymore. At this point, ZHOU seemed not to recognize him and bargained, don't tell Fu Yanji. Okay, Fu Yanji took a deep breath and continued asking like self-flagellation, Momo, why do you dislike water? I made a mistake, a little kid pushed me into the lake, and the director scolded me. ZHOU stood up suddenly and said, that's all in the past. Now I have Fu Yanji to protect me. I'll protect you. Fu Yanji wrapped him up in a bathrobe, let's skip frying eggs tonight and go to bed, okay? No eggs means an empty stomach. You won't starve. Fu Yanji will take you home and cook food for you. Fu Yanji said, Momo won't starve anymore from now on. ZHOU then said, then I'll give Fu Yanji an award for being a good boyfriend. Okay, Fu Yanji tucked ZHOU in tightly, turned off the lights in the room except for a dim bedside lamp. Fu Yanji sat by the bed and looked at him, asking, did Momo endure a lot of hardship in the past? Not really, I was very happy back then. Happy even without enough food? Did someone stay by your side then? ZHOU shook his head, no, but every day I learned new things, drank clean water every day, and that was something very delightful. He was really skilled at finding joy for himself. Fu Yanji looked at him, brushed the stray hairs on his forehead to one side, and said, how about Momo staying by my side forever? Eating enough every day, learning new things every day. Learn new things, and help more kids from the orphanage. Okay, Fu Yanji readily agreed, looking at ZHOU with an expression even he himself hadn't noticed, exceedingly careful, as he said, then stay by my side, don't go anywhere, okay? Does that mean you're going to imprison me? ZHOU pulled out a tie of Fu Yanji's who knows where and said, come on. Tie me up, then do whatever you want. ZHOU's eyes sparkled brightly, excitedly holding the tie and urging, hurry up. Tie me up quickly. Fu Yanji. Chapter 96, Unthinkable. It hurts, it hurts. Weekend woke up on Saturday morning and found himself in pain all over, too scared to move. He moaned while snuggling in Fu Yanji's arms and asked, why am I in so much pain? Did you secretly hit me when I was drunk? No. Fu Yanji had woken up when Weekend just started waking up. After feeling Weekend's forehead and making sure he wasn't uncomfortable, Fu let out a sigh of relief. He had sweated profusely last night from all the antics, afraid that Weekend might run a fever. So why does my waist hurt so much? Did you take advantage of me being drunk last night? You did backflips around the house last night and twisted it, Fu Yanji said, opening his eyes with evident exhaustion. Who could understand the chaos from last night? Weekend didn't even sleep properly, insisting on hugging the dog as well. And before Fu realized it, the dog got washed. Not only did he wash the dog, but he also paraded it around the room, declaring that they should crown Pang Pang as the Grand Master of the dog religion. Poor Pang Pang, Fu thought, deciding to give him a can of dog food later to compensate for his poor little heart. It's impossible, I never act crazy when I'm drunk. Fu Yanji looked at him and smiled. Fine, no arguing with him. So, did you take advantage of me last night anyway? Weekend asked, it was such a good opportunity. Why didn't you seize it? Considering how excitable you were last night, even harder to handle than a pig during New Year's, do you think I'd have any chance to touch you? Oh, alright then. Weekend seemed somewhat regretful, I thought we might have had some romantic interlude. I simply couldn't manage any flirtation while watching someone perform backflips like a fiery wheel. Fu Yanji got off the bed, took out several clothes from the wardrobe, and handed them to Weekend. I ordered the cook to prepare some millet porridge. Do you feel like having some? Would you like to try a bit? Is there pickled cucumber? Weekend asked while getting dressed. Logically speaking, people suffering from a hangover would experience many symptoms such as an unbearable headache, nausea, vomiting, dizziness. But Weekend clearly showed none of these, and he even seemed to be in good spirits. This kid has boundless energy day and night. Sighing, Fu Yanji put a bowl of millet porridge in front of Weekend. Eat. So did I do anything strange last night? Fu Yanji hesitated, his expression complicated. What happened? How should I describe your behavior last night? Even if I called the police, they wouldn't complain about anything. Fu Yanji said, so Weekend, aren't you planning to apologize to Pang Pang? Pang Pang. First, Fu took him out for a half-hour walk, and then, in the middle of the night, the entire dog was sleeping soundly until Weekend suddenly pulled him out of his dog bed, gave him a bath, and then paraded him through the room multiple times. Perhaps it was Fu's wrong perception, but Pongpong's face today indeed looked exhausted. Weekend felt deeply sorry and personally opened a can of dog food for Pang Pang. However, this foolish little dog completely forgave Weekend. Where there is food, there is love. Having been given his treat, he wagged his tail and happily jumped towards Weekend. We're going home today. After finishing a bowl of millet porridge, Weekend served himself another bowl and said, Mom says she needs to talk to me. Yes. Suddenly, Fu Yenji remembered something. Isn't it your birthday soon, Weekend? Weekend froze, holding his spoon, remembering the date on his ID card, and replied, Indeed, my birthday is coming. After their return from abroad, it would be the first birthday of the youngest son in the ZHOU family, which naturally had to be celebrated grandly. Chui Lily summoned Weekend to try on his evening gown. Weekend originally didn't care much about it, but when he returned home, he was shocked by a lineup of gowns. My God! Weekend walked around the dresses in circles. Too extravagant, too extravagant. Oh, dear, we'll dress our baby like a little prince. Chui Lily beckoned Weekend to change clothes and said, What about this white one? Weekend replied, It's not stain resistant. You won't have to do any work at the banquet, so what's this talk about stains or not? Chui Lily said, I think this white one looks good. Honey. Honey. Doesn't Weekend look great like this? ZHOU replied, Weekend looks great in anything. Your dad talks nonsense. Chui Lily said, Mo, I don't have much to give you for your birthday. How about a car? Weekend struggled to reply between changing clothes, Mom, I don't have a driver's license. No driver's license. Just get one. Weekend fell silent. He didn't think someone who gets carsick could obtain a driver's license. Although he no longer got sick on short trips, there was no guarantee that driving wouldn't make him feel the same. Just hire Mo a driver outright. No. Weekend shrieked, absolutely cannot live so capitalistically, we must firmly resist extravagance and waste. ZHOU. Mo, you're the second generation rich. That's still not okay. Weekend stiffened his neck, determinedly preserving whatever integrity he had left. This absolutely won't do, I can't be swayed by capitalism's sugar-coated artillery shells and forget my fine qualities of hard work and perseverance. So is there anything you want? Weekend thought for a moment and replied, get a birthday cake. You buy it for Weekend. Fu Yenji wasn't sure how to remind Zhou Yuning about this matter. For one, he didn't know when Weekend's real birthday was. If he went all out like this, would Weekend even be happy? Even if he wasn't, he probably wouldn't say anything. Why are you here moping? Zhou Yuning asked, did you and my brother have an argument? Are you breaking up? Do you want a refund? Never. Well then, there's nothing wrong. You've been standing guard outside my door in the morning, what do you want to say? If we celebrate Mo's birthday this way, will he be happy? What's unhappy about that? Zhou Yuning thought this question was ridiculous. Who wouldn't be happy from a surprise? But Weekend's stubborn personality might lead him to believe this wasn't his surprise. No, from the start, he'd already concluded that it wasn't his surprise. He'd participate in the birthday celebration as an observer, maybe even celebrate someone else's birth with them. The original Weekend did indeed deserve to be remembered, but... When is my Mo's birthday? Maybe he doesn't even know himself. Chapter 97, Go After a Star. I'm back. Zhoma hung her backpack on the rack by the door and saw Fu Yenji still wearing an apron cooking in the kitchen, so she smiled and patted Fu Yenji's butt. You're so sexy. Fu Yenji. Zhoma was getting more and more bold. And quite adorable. Mr. Fu remained calm, continuing to stir-fry while glancing back and catching Zhoma sneakily opening the fridge and trying to steal some ice cream, like a little rat stealing oil. Put it back. Zhoma silently closed the fridge door. TCH. After Fu Yenji served the prepared dishes on the table, Zhoma obediently sat beside the table waiting for the meal to start. Although he looked cute and obedient, Fu Yenji could tell there were some mischievous thoughts brewing as his eyes kept darting around, so she asked, what did you do today when you came home? Trying on formal wear, Zhoma replied with an exaggerated 8-shaped gesture. I tried 18 sets. In the end, Mom said the first one looked the best, so we decided to use the first one. Fu Yenji placed a serving of celery into Zhoma's bowl and asked as she glanced at his expression, Momo, do you have any plans for your birthday? Nope. Zhoma replied, just having a meal and cutting the cake. How else would we celebrate? Moreover, it wasn't even his birthday. Stabbing at the rice in his bowl, Zhoma sighed, wondering how the original Zhoma was doing now. Right now, everything is going well. The system suddenly spoke, startling Zhoma into fumbling with his chopsticks holding a piece of braised meat. It dropped with a smack onto the tabletop. He nervously glanced at Fu Yenji, who was still focused on eating and didn't look over, so he exhaled in relief. Zhoma communicated to the system, so it seems like I haven't had the chance to thank him, and probably won't in the future. But why are you still here? Haven't my tasks all been completed already? Why are you rushing me? ZHOU asked, I don't mean anything by it, I'm just asking. Alright, actually this book hasn't finished yet, so I can't leave. When will it finish then? Humph. I'm almost leaving. You don't need to be in such a hurry. Come to think of it, ever since ZHOU arrived in this world, the system had always been with him. Now hearing that the system was about to leave made him feel surprisingly reluctant to part, though sometimes the system was indeed annoying. ZHOU asked again, can you help me relay a thank you message to the original ZHOU? That's impossible, I don't have access to the original host's world. Host, does this mean you've already decided to stay here? Yes, my love is here. While eating, Fu Yanji involuntarily let her lips curl upwards, disguising her smile as she poured soup. I've eaten enough. Fu Yanji placed a bowl of soup in front of ZHOU, saying, eat slowly. I'll have an online meeting shortly. ZHOU nodded. He truly has nothing left to say about you, host. Make sure to live well from now on. Also, there's something, remember to disconnect if you two decide to do that thing. I keep hearing everything. ZHOU immediately turned bright red. Recently, Fu Xiaowu often visited Fu Yanji's house, frequently returning home with ZHOU, casually watching TV shows or playing games together. The two of them would often sit in front of the sofa, each embracing a bucket of ice cream, laughing foolishly. Fu Yanji tried to integrate herself into the youth culture, but found that some of the jokes in their shows didn't resonate with her generation, so she eventually stopped trying. When Fu Xiaowu visited, Fu Yanji simply prepared fruit for the two of them to eat and then retreated to deal with official business. However, today when she came out to fetch water, she discovered the two heads huddled together murmuring about something, and ZHOU occasionally bursting out with shouts, wow! So handsome! This is also handsome! So handsome! Fu Yanji approached holding a glass of water and asked, what are you guys looking at? Ah, it's nothing, Fu Xiaowu adjusted the photos on the tablet to show Fu Yanji, a new boy group Aura recently debuted. This is their lead visual member. Doesn't he look great? He's only 18 years old, younger than us. 18 years old. Fu Yanji frowned, sensing something inappropriate. At this age, shouldn't he be studying? How come he's already working in such a chaotic place like the entertainment industry? Maybe because he's too handsome, Fu Youwu exclaimed, he looks like a 3D model. Can I be reborn this way if I do good deeds in this life? Fu Yanji finally took a closer look at the person on the tablet, who was indeed quite good-looking. However, he soon noticed that the person to the right of the photo looked familiar. I know this person. ZHOU butted in, he's so handsome. Fu Yanji. So handsome, why don't you make him your boyfriend? This sentence was clearly not as friendly, and Fu Youwu and ZHOU exchanged glances. ZHOU quickly softened her tone, even if he is handsome, no one can match my boyfriend, he's the most handsome man in the world. He doesn't even need a styling design to debut. Even in pajamas, he can appear on magazine covers. Wow. Fu Youwu was dumbfounded, really, she's good at talking. Fu Yanji was about to leave with his water cup. You know him, is he a rich second generation? Why would a rich second generation become a star? Fu Youwu stared at this photo for a long time, but it does look familiar. He is Inshi's younger brother. I've had a few collaborations with Inshi and met him. How come you two suddenly started looking up stars? The TV just showed their video and I got interested so I looked it up. I see. Fu Yanji drank some water, remained silent for a moment, then returned to his study. After a while, he came out and asked the two young people on the sofa watching TV, do you want to be star chasers? I'll have someone buy concert tickets for you too. Fu Youwu's ice cream was still in his mouth when his brother suddenly proposed. 1,000 words converged into one sentence, huh? Isn't it that you're jealous to the point of encouraging the weekend chaser? It's fine to have nothing to do sometimes, right? Try it out, maybe you'll find a favorite star, said Fu Yanji, you should try everything while you are young, you both still have time now. Fu Youwu replied, but usually girls chase stars. Who set this rule? Fu Youwu. Indeed no one set this rule. Are you not afraid that ZHOU might fall for someone else? Fu Youwu asked. ZHOU quickly shook her head to express loyalty, but unexpectedly Fu Yanji snorted coldly. If I don't even have this much confidence, how can I date with MOMO? But they are young, average age 20. Fu Yanji. Chapter 98, Fu Yanji. The concert was the day before the weekend birthday. It surprisingly snowed in Haicheng that day. The weekend eventually didn't go to the concert, but Fu Youwu went, taking his purchased glow sticks and banners through the VIP channel. He came back bouncing with excitement, saying he wanted to be an agent. Weekend? You have a one-track mind. You don't understand, you weren't there. There's no way to describe the impact. Fu Youwu excitedly waved his glow stick. You wouldn't understand the feeling when everyone sings together. I'm going to make stars. I want to create stars. Then why don't you become a star yourself? You're pretty good looking. He sings terribly, and he can't act without laughing. Fu Yanji said expressionlessly from the side. From a young age, every time he performed on stage, he laughed halfway through, unable to hide what he truly felt. Don't expose me. You as an agent, this industry heavily values experience and connections. No problem. I can handle it. Fu straightened his back. With my older brother here, are connections even an issue? Fu Yanji looked at him, exasperated. You've never had perseverance for anything since you were little, changing dreams 800 times already. Do you think the entertainment industry is so easy to break into? I don't care. Weekend. If a child wants to try something, let them. You're just protecting him again. Fu Yanji glared, seeing Fu Xiaowu's pitiful face and ultimately not being able to bear down hard on him. I'll contact an entertainment company. We don't have any connections in the entertainment industry. Saying this, he walked into the study with his phone. That's fine. Weekend watched as Fu Xiaowu eagerly started preparing for his agent certification, feeling quite gratified. Knowing what one wants to do gives motivation, which is a good thing. Unfortunately, he still lacked a clear career plan. Perhaps he does need to see more of the world to understand what he truly wants. Fu Xiaowu brought this today. Fu Yanji placed a gift box in front of the Weekend. It's your birthday present. He prepared it carefully for a long time and decided to give it to you early. That's great. Weekend couldn't wait to open it and found a magnified version of Chai A Gu doll, looking cute and having a soft texture. Weekend happily hugged the doll, burying their face in its belly. I'll sleep with this tonight, Weekend said. Now I have 2 dog dolls. Fu Yanji. What am I supposed to do if you sleep with a dog? I don't care. He became increasingly willful, but Fu Yanji couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, he strangely indulged in Weekend's quirks. That night, watching Weekend hug the big dog doll onto the bed left him unsure what to do. You like those dogs less and less. Fu Yanji complained. Weekend held one doll in each arm, even moving his feet to touch the other one, completely buried in a pile of Shiba Inu dolls. Lying happily in bed, he pretended not to hear Fu Yanji's words. He was doing well lately. Fu Yanji thought, after his birthday, he could take him to Dr. Song for a checkup, expecting good results. He now had 3 dogs in total, but only Pang Pang, as the only living one, still received special affection. Weekend sat on the ground vigorously rubbing Pang Pang's head, causing Fu Yanji some distress watching. Mei, go to sleep early, we have to get up early tomorrow morning to celebrate your birthday at home. Fu Yanji pulled Weekend over and kissed his forehead. Would you like me to cook you some birthday noodles tomorrow morning? Weekend cheerfully answered, yes. He smiled, showing his small fangs. Then sleep early, don't be late tomorrow morning. Weekend promised verbally, saying he'd fall asleep right away, but he couldn't stay still. In the middle of the night, he gently tugged at Fu Yanji's hair while lying on top of him. Fu Yanji woke up from being pulled. What's wrong? Fu Yanji grabbed his hand. Why aren't you sleeping? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? I'm hungry. Weekend whispered into his ear. He probably wasn't worried about who else might be listening because it was just the 2 of them. The hot breath blew onto Fu Yanji's ear, prompting him to restrain Weekend's restless hands. Then I'll cook you some noodles. I want to eat barbecued meat. Hearing this, Fu Yanji slowly woke up, looking down at Weekend. He saw Weekend staring at him with wide eyes glowing in the darkness. His small Adam's apple rolled up and down once, showing that he was swallowing saliva. I want to eat barbecued meat. Weekend repeated. Then let's not have too much spice. Sure. Thus, the 2 big foodies got out of bed in the middle of the night, changed clothes, and went out to find a 24-hour barbecue restaurant. Surprisingly, they found one near their neighborhood. When they arrived, the boss was about to close up. Just as he was about to turn them away, Fu Yanji slipped him a tip. The boss, please come in. I'm just about to stock up on ingredients so you'll get the freshest meat of the day. Then we'll take 2 plates of pork belly, 2 plates of fatty beef, and 2 plates of steak. Weekend pointed at the menu. And I also want to try the grilled mushrooms. As Fu Yanji listened, he seemed to recall something and suddenly chuckled softly. Weekend thought his laughter was rather strange and gave him an odd look before continuing to order, also, this, and 2 plates of lettuce. The barbecue restaurant served quickly, and not long after, all the dishes they ordered were ready. Weekend couldn't wait and brushed a layer of oil onto the grill. The marbled beef sizzled as it hit the pan, making mouths water with just the sound. Weekend first wrapped a piece of grilled beef and shoved it into Fu Yanji's mouth. My grilled meat is the best. Poor Mr. Fu, he hadn't experienced such rugged barbecue dining methods before. The lettuce-wrapped barbecue beef was a huge bite stuffed directly into his mouth, leaving him no room to speak, only able to while nodding. Does it taste good? Fu Yanji nodded. He suspected Weekend was trying to choke him. By the time he finally swallowed the giant bite, another big lettuce wrap was shoved at him, accompanied by a proud smile on Weekend's face as if to say, see? This is how I spoil you. Fu Yanji nearly rolled his eyes white from being choked. This affection felt a little too heavy. When the 2 had eaten until they were almost full, it was already midnight. Patting their bellies, they walked back home, enjoying the cold winter air. Weekend giggled happily all the way, but his teeth were chilled by the wind. Be careful not to inhale too much cold air. Fu Yanji covered his mouth. Your throat has only been better for a short while. I'm really happy, Fuyanji, Weekend said cheerfully. I absolutely adore you. You being happy is all that matters, Fuyanji said. Next time we come out to eat barbecue, I'll wrap it for you. Back at home, Weekend rubbed his frozen fingertips, then placed the leftover meat packed for Pang Pang into his dog bowl. Watching Pang Pang eat with delight, he couldn't resist ruffling the dog's head roughly. Sleep early, okay? Okay. Coming. Weekend rushed back into the bedroom and snuggled under the covers, stealing a quick kiss from Fuyanji. Good night. Good night. Weekend always slept quietly, hardly moving all night. Whatever position he fell asleep in, he would wake up in that same position. But the next morning, Fuyanji was woken up by a startled scream from Weekend. Looking at Weekend, there was an unfamiliar fear and caution in his eyes that Fuyanji had never seen before. Fu. Fuyanji. Weekend retreated to the corner of the room, his eyes full of terror and vigilance, like a small animal bristling its fur. Chapter 99, Back. What? When the Weekend opened his eyes on Sunday morning, all he could see was a ceiling covered in mold spots. Lying in the familiar yet strange small bed, he cautiously observed the surrounding environment. The summer heat and mugginess caused him to sweat with stickiness. On the old calendar hanging on the wall, it read. July 24th. Am I back? Have I returned to the day before the construction site accident? ZHOU supported himself as he sat up. His bunkmate was still asleep below, snoring so loud that it could be heard throughout the room. ZHOU sat on the bed for a long time, then pinched his arm hard. The familiar sunburn mark was there on his arm, his fingers were cracked and peeling, far from being as smooth and fair-skinned as they used to be. A large red spot appeared on the skin where he had pinched it, and a dull pain sensation felt like a knife cutting through him. This is not a dream. Then what about Dad and Mom? What about my brother? And Fuyanji? Is this all fake? ZHOU stared wide-eyed, his complexion deathly pale. When he got out of bed, his legs felt weak, and he accidentally tumbled to the ground with a loud thud. The noise woke up some of the other sleeping workers, but ZHOU paid no attention. Shaking and limping, he headed towards the door. As soon as he pushed the door open, clouds of dust billowed across the construction site. No, this isn't right. Last night. Just 4 hours ago, wasn't I eating barbecue with Fuyanji? Yes, it was winter, we went out into the cold wind together, so why? Brother ZHOU. Qiao Xiaodo rubbed his eyes as he approached ZHOU's side. What's wrong with you? Are you alright? I saw how hard you fell just now. ZHOU suddenly turned around, his face ghostly pale, his eyes bloodshot as if about to drip blood. His ghastly complexion instantly woke Qiao Xiaodo up fully. Holy crap, Brother ZHOU, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Should I take you to the clinic? ZHOU didn't answer. He fixed his gaze forward at the dusty construction site, looking a bit unhinged and terrifying. I know. With trembling tones, ZHOU spoke, it's a dream. It's a dream, right? How could someone play me like that? It must be a dream, that's it. Where's my mom? Where's my brother? ZHOU continued, his voice tinged with sobbing. Where's Fuyanji? I need to find him. You don't have a mother. Or a brother. Qiao Xiaodo grabbed onto ZHOU, who's Fuyanji? What are you talking about, Brother ZHOU? Are you trapped in a nightmare? Why don't you go back to sleep? ing messing with me, ZHOU muttered. Right, sleep. Once I wake up from the dream, things will be fine, once I wake up, Fuyanji will be there. Qiao Xiaodo led him back to bed and instructed him, we start work at 6, Brother ZHOU. Don't oversleep. ZHOU turned away from him, eyes tightly shut as his teeth unconsciously bit into the soft part of his mouth. Right, a nap will fix everything. Do you think I want to stay here? I have a home. At Fuyanji's house, ZHOU anxiously paced back and forth, kicking over the coffee table in the living room. Fuyanji. Why are you keeping me locked up here? Fuyanji hadn't changed out of his pajamas yet. Looking at ZHOU's explosive state, he felt as if he'd been through a nightmare but couldn't wake up from it. He said, you can't go anywhere until my real Weekend returns. You know. ZHOU stared at him, disbelievingly saying, you know, he isn't me. I know, Fuyanji said. I don't care, just behave and don't do anything extreme. You don't want to stay here, do you? This is my damn body. I'll die, and then I can go back. It's impossible, Fuyanji replied. Don't count on meaningless actions. You'd better pray that ZHOU comes back soon, or else, I can't guarantee what I might do. Even though Fuyanji outwardly didn't seem overly emotional and remained very calm, perhaps due to his excessive composure, his presence became somewhat intimidating. Though ZHOU wanted to lash out, he didn't know where to start, so he sat on the sofa, cursing under his breath. So what should I do now? Fuyanji thought, what should I do? Didn't Mo promise not to leave? So what's happening now? What about ZHOU's system? He couldn't reach it. I need to know exactly what's going on right now. ZHOU sneered derisively, what? Didn't he tell you? Fu Yanji stayed silent, staring at him. Actually, it's quite simple. Have you ever heard of reincarnating in another's body? I left after being hospitalized following an altercation with Pei Ji this summer. Someone told me that I am merely a minor character in this world. No matter what, I would never find happiness, and my ending would be rather grim. They asked if I still wanted to stay here. Of course, I didn't. Weekend continued, so I left, but I didn't expect someone to occupy this shell of mine after I was gone. It means nothing to me anyway, I've already grown tired of this place. I don't know the Weekend you're talking about, but I did learn a bit about him once he took over my body, an orphan who had been abused at an orphanage since childhood. He's now the same age as me, currently working on a construction site to earn tuition. He died in an accident there. Dead? Yes, he was killed when a brick fell on him at the construction site. Apparently, there wasn't even a memorial set up for him. They just cremated him directly. So where is Weekend now? I have no idea. Weekend shrugged, stop asking me, alright? Brother, I want to go back too. In that world, I have a family and someone I love. Hey. I'm about to get married. Do you understand? I really can't stay in this place for even one more second. How do you know all about Weekend's background? Did someone tell you? Who told you? I'm not sure if you can grasp it, but it's called a system. Weekend answered, each person who travels across dimensions carries a system with them. It assigns us tasks, which are the price we pay for our rebirth. The strange voice Weekend had heard while conversing before belonged to the system. Can you connect with your system right now? I've tried many times already, but it's useless. Weekend said, it's like the system has disconnected. There's no way to reach it. Hey, let me explain it this way, each world we live in is actually interconnected by countless stories. Your brother Fu Youwu and Pei Ji are two of the main characters, and we're just side characters. Main characters are crucial to the function of this world. Perhaps you could look for breakthroughs through these two. Weekend didn't finish his sentence when Fu Yanji's phone rang. The caller was Zhou Yuning, urging Fu Yanji to bring Weekend home quickly because his mother had already prepared longevity noodles for him. Fu Yanji pressed the speakerphone button, and the words from the other end reached Weekend's ears. He sneered slightly, oh, so they remembered my birthday. Mrs. Zhou personally cooked longevity noodles. That's fresh. Mo isn't feeling very well today, so going out might not be suitable. Not feeling well. Is he sick again? Man, I knew this kid was frail. Look how many times he's been sick in the past 6 months. Fu Yanji, are you taking proper care of my little brother or not? Listening to the scolding voice on the phone, Weekend remained silent for a long time. We won't go today. Go. Weekend suddenly exclaimed, why should we not go if everything's ready? Let's go. Mo, weren't you saying you're not feeling well? If you're not well, just rest. No, I'm fine. It's Fu Yanji who's full of crap. Weekend said, I'm coming over now. Chapter 100, Center of Order. Mr. Zhou, take a seat and rest for a while. Chao Xiaodo patted the spot beside him. You should rest. I'm scared by how much you're working. Zhou Mo held a water bottle that had been flattened by hot water and sat next to Chao Xiaodo. What's wrong with you today? Why are you not speaking? Chao Xiaodo asked, when I called you to get up for lunch, you didn't say anything. Zhou Mo pointed to his throat and shook his head, can't speak. You have this problem where you lose your voice easily. Have you been to the hospital? If it keeps happening, let's go see a doctor. It might be something serious. Zhou Mo hesitated, then nodded. He thought he still wanted to go back, there were his family and his loved one. Maybe in the near future, he would make some friends, but it was never truly his place. Would there ever be an opportunity for him to return? Would the original owner agree? Zhou Mo buried his face in his knees, thinking, what should I do? Pretend it was all just a beautiful dream, now the dream is over. But why? He thought he had never done anything wrong his entire life. Why does he deserve this? Zhou Mo stared at the ground, lost in thought. Chao Xiaodo noticed his face looked terrible, as if he might faint at any moment. He cautiously suggested, Mr. Zhou, why don't you take the day off? Rest for a day. Your complexion doesn't look good. The construction site is dangerous, you don't want to get injured again, it would be a loss. Zhou Mo looked at him and nodded. He realized he had to live well, even though Fu Yanji wasn't by his side anymore. If he let himself die just because life returned to normal, he would be living worse than before. Zhou Mo stood up and patted Chao Xiaodo on the shoulder to indicate that he was fine. Then he went to ask the foreman for leave and headed straight to the bus stop to go to the hospital. By the time he left the hospital, it was already noon. Carrying the supplements and medicine prescribed by the doctor, Zhou Mo stepped out when he received a call from the orphanage. Trying to speak, only a hoarse sound came out, his throat hurting terribly, so he just put the phone to his ear and listened to the director. Mo, how's work recently? Zhou Mo replied with a soft, Auntie really didn't want to bother you, but there's no choice. It's summer now, right? We need to buy the children some summer clothes, but we're short, just a little bit. I don't have money, ZHOU said painfully, massaging his throat. Go find someone else, I don't have money. How could you not have money? Didn't you just get paid? How come you don't have money? Listen, buy the kids their clothes first. Are you buying clothes for them or me? The children's needs are covered by specific donations, ZHOU said, looking at the bag of medicine in his hand. And besides, I really don't have money. How is that possible? Where did your money go? To the hospital for treatment. ZHOU rubbed his stomach that was churning from hunger. Maybe you should stop calling me. I don't owe you anything, and I haven't eaten at the orphanage either, aside from borrowing a bed. Haven't the funds I've given you over the years been enough to cover the cost of a bed? Cough, cough. You're young, what illness could you possibly have? You should endure a bit more. The director's tone changed suddenly. The orphanage raised you, and this is how you repay us. ZHOU sighed, looking at the test results that clearly showed various abnormal values. The doctor's warning still echoed in his ears, so young, yet already so sick. Not eating properly and staying up late, how will you manage later in life if you keep ignoring your health? At this rate, you won't live past 40. I've said it, I don't owe you anything, ZHOU stated firmly. I will not give you another penny in the future. You should know better. M.O. You ungrateful white wolf. Let her say whatever she wants. ZHOU hung up the phone as the bus arrived at the orphanage. He got off the bus, walked into the narrow alley, and casually picked a wooden stick from the abandoned trash can, weighing it in his hands. The director, along with her large, fat son, lived in the orphanage. As a child, ZHOU had endured countless beatings from that fat boy. Since he had decided to live for himself, it was time to settle the score for those old grievances. Otherwise, he would never swallow this grievance. ZHOU wiped his face. I must survive first, survive, and then I'll find Fu Yanji. He rubbed his sore throat and sighed, my throat hurts so much. Fu Yanji drove with the original owner to the ZHOU family residence on the weekend. The place was already set up with decorations, ribbons, balloons, and small gift boxes everywhere, clearly showing how important this day was for the ZHOU family. When they entered, the original owner looked around and said to Fu Yanji, you guys seem to take him pretty seriously. Fu Yanji glanced at him, warning him, don't say anything random. Do you think I'm stupid? Mo's back. Chui Lily happily went to hold the original owner's hand, but he quickly dodged her. She didn't seem to mind. I've cooked you some noodles. On your birthday, don't you have to eat longevity noodles? Come taste them. The original owner nodded, sure, I'll try them. Zhou Yuning followed behind Chui Lily, looking at the original owner, feeling more and more strange as she watched. She approached Fu Yanji, did you two have an argument? Fu Yanji shook his head. Mo, would you like to try? Chui Lily said, Mom made 2 egg dumplings in here. The original owner replied, I never eat egg dumplings. Ah. Chui Lily's smile faded as she looked at him, disappointedly saying, I remember you liking egg dumplings so much. You must have remembered wrong, the original owner said, picking out the few egg dumplings from his bowl and adding some chili oil instead. Why are you all staring at me? Let's eat. Zhou Yuning watched the original owner, hesitating but ultimately not saying anything. She dragged Fu Yanji outside alone. There's something off about the weekend, Zhou Yuning started immediately, he seems really strange. Fu Yanji nodded, you noticed. Zhou Yuning anxiously rubbed his head, pacing in one spot, saying, in fact, these past few months, with such a big change in Weekend's personality, I've had my doubts too. I've considered every possibility, but nothing makes sense. Tell me straight, does Weekend have multiple personalities? Fu Yanji thought for a moment, you can interpret it that way, but the truth is far more complicated than you can imagine. You might say the previous Weekend and the current Weekend are 2 different people. And today, the previous Weekend has returned. But where my Weekend has gone, I do not know. Zhou Yuning seemed even more frustrated now, kicking a trash can. I knew this kid had switched. So what do we do now? Damn it. What kind of mess is this? How come you're not worried? Before Zhou Yuning could criticize him further, he suddenly noticed Fu Yanji's expression, a scary one he'd never seen before, almost murderous. I think I have a plan now, Fu Yanji said. That day, the system had mentioned something to Mo about the main character being the center of order. If anything happened to the main character, it would attract the attention of headquarters. He needed to find an opportunity to communicate with this so-called system to figure out where his Mo had gone. For now, let's leave Weekend here and make sure someone watches over him. Where are you going? I'm going to find Xiao Wu and Pei Ji. Chapter 101, but I really miss him. I mustn't fight. On the weekend, I snuck into the orphanage with a stick, the ashes of Mantu were still buried here. If I take Mantu's ashes, then I'll leave. I mustn't fight. Again in my heart, I warned myself, even for myself, no one is backing me up now. But is this it? What can I do about all the grievances I've accumulated from childhood? Fu Yanji, what should I do? Following my memory, I walked to the big tree behind the orphanage, where Mantu's little urn of ashes was buried underneath. Yes, taking Mantu with me would be fine. I can't fight. Damn, I feel so powerless. As I was digging the hole, I kept thinking, even without Fu Yanji, I can still survive well in this world. I'm still going to college. After graduation, I can find a job. Even on my own, there's nothing terrible about that. Yes, I can survive alone just fine. I can. Didn't I make it through those first 20 years too? Even if Fu Yanji told me not to die, weekend. After digging for a long time, I didn't see Mantu's small ash jar. Just as I was wondering if I had dug in the wrong spot, a sudden chuckle came from behind me. Are you looking for the ashes of your dead dog? I abruptly turned around and saw the son of the director standing behind me, arms crossed, looking down at me with contempt and disdain written all over his face. What an oddity, running all this way just for a dog's ashes. ZHOU. I looked at him, eyes bloodshot. Half kneeling on the ground, I held the little pit with both hands. Where are Mantu's ashes that I buried here? Why should I tell you? It's just a dog's ashes. You stole them. What's worth stealing about a dog's ashes? Suddenly, ZHOU kicked me into the pit. What kind of look are you giving me, weekend? All these years you've eaten and used our things, and yet you talk to me with this attitude. This is the orphanage. You know this is the orphanage, and the children here have all been abandoned. What are you, weekend? You're the one who came seeking help. ZHOU stepped on my body, pressing hard. Am I right, little vagrant? Why such a ferocious look, weekend? Dare you glare at me again? Scumbag. Filth. In the moment the slap landed, I grabbed the wooden stick beside me and swung it forward. With a howl of pain from ZHOU, he was instantly knocked down and I threw a punch as I pressed him to the ground. What did you call me? And who do you think you are, Mr. ZHOU? I don't owe this orphanage anything. Another punch followed. Everything I owed, I've paid back. Do you really think you can bind me for life because of a sleeping place as big as a palm during my childhood? Another punch went down. Dreams. Like you could rise above your station. You were born to rot in the muck, spat ZHOU a mouthful of blood at him. You can't even protect a damn dog, you harbinger of death. You have no right to judge me. Weekend lessened the force on his fists, but after a few punches, ZHOU's teeth were already showing signs of looseness. Gathering all his strength, ZHOU rolled onto the ground, pulling Weekend down with him. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked Weekend hard in the stomach and yanked his hair, smashing his head violently against the tree. There was a resounding bang, and a streak of blood trickled from Weekend's forehead. Little bastard, do you really think getting into university makes you a dragon leaping through the gate? ZHOU's punches rained down like hailstones. He had grown up eating well and being strong, and the director had sent him to learn boxing. Despite Weekend being someone relatively good at fighting, he never managed to gain any advantage over him. Weekend barely had time to shield his stomach amidst the haze. Do you intend to kill me? Weekend looked at him, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his sinister gaze akin to that of a demon emerging from hell. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. I fear no death. Anyway, I'm no longer an unregistered person. You can definitely kill me and spend the rest of your life in prison. Shut up. ZHOU kicked Weekend's chin with a powerful blow, causing a stream of blood to be thrown across the ground, leaving a chilling trail behind. Weekend was directly kicked down, his entire upper body falling into the small pit he had dug earlier, lying completely motionless. Shit. ZHOU, also covered in injuries and breathing heavily, kicked Weekend. Damn it, don't die yet. He leaned closer to examine but was suddenly blinded by a gust of dirt and sand. Weekend quickly sprang up from the ground, kicking him down and fleeing. ZHOU didn't have time to see clearly, only noticing that Weekend was holding a package when he left. What's going on? That damn dog's ashes, weren't they already thrown away by me that day? It hurt so much. Weekend was trying his best to pick up speed, but every part of his body throbbed with pain. He had lost count of how many wounds he had sustained and could only rely on his determination to keep running forward. The blue building ahead was getting closer and closer. Weekend clutched the package tightly as he collapsed the moment he stepped into the police station. The duty officer was shocked at the sight and hurried over to help the blood-soaked person up. Young man, what's the matter? Do you need an ambulance? Weekend shoved the package in his arms into the hands of the policeman, forcing himself to stay conscious. I want to report, cough cough, the head of the Blue Sky Orphanage, cough, fraud, embezzling social assistance funds, cough, and child abuse. But my evidence isn't complete, cough. I don't have much time left. I need the police to continue investigating, cough. Perhaps during the fight, his stomach had been injured. Weekend spat out a mouthful of blood onto the white floor tiles of the police station. The crimson blood was especially glaring against the pristine white tiles, drawing the attention of several officers who rushed over immediately. An older officer said, "Don't worry, we will definitely investigate this. Xiao Wang, go call an ambulance. Zhao. Take your team with me, economic investigation team, get ready. Hurry up. Don't worry, don't move, the ambulance is coming right away." Weekend grabbed the officer's hand and said, "I only have 300 yuan. The young officer wiped the blood from the corner of Weekend's mouth. Don't worry about it, the police station will cover it for you, comrade, just hang on, the ambulance will be here soon. But it hurts so much. Weekend's vision grew darker and darker, his focus scattering. The officer quickly held his hand. Comrade. Hold on, the ambulance is coming. But I'm so tired. I really wanted Fu Yanji to see that I can take care of myself now, but I've ended up like this again. I miss him so much. Weekend's eyes closed as he fell into the abyss of darkness, a single tear silently rolling down from the corner of his eye. Chapter 102, That's My Brother. When Fu Youwu regained consciousness, he found himself tied up. He and another person were bound to two chairs, back to back, in a pitch-black environment where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. What was going on? Fu Youwu looked around. Clearly, he had been preparing to attend the birthday banquet this weekend when he suddenly lost awareness while walking on the street. Could it be that he'd been kidnapped? He tried struggling for a moment but ended up waking the other person. Pei Ji. Fu Youwu instantly recognized Pei Ji's voice and asked, what's happening? Why are you here too? ZHOU Wu. What's going on? We've been kidnapped. I don't know. I was walking down the street when I was suddenly taken here. Fu Youwu said, are these kidnappers demanding ransom? Why did they tie you up too? Our family hasn't made any enemies, so why? Suddenly, there were footsteps echoing in the room, each step very clear in the quiet and dark room. They then realized someone else was in the room with them, but the darkness prevented them from seeing anything, they could only determine the direction by sound. Do you want money? My family has money. Call my brother, call him, whatever amount you want is fine. Fu Youwu's voice trembled as he spoke. Big brother, don't get upset. We will definitely pay the ransom for you, Pei Ji said. The man didn't say anything. After a short pause, the footsteps stopped, and both of them suddenly felt a chill on their bodies. The sharp smell of alcohol hit them. That lunatic was pouring alcohol all over them. No. What exactly do you plan to do? Is it revenge or ransom? It's not necessary. Just call my family, and we'll give you the money. Let ZHOU Wu go, let ZHOU Wu return to fetch the money. I'm his boyfriend. He wouldn't abandon me. Let him return with the money while I stay here as your hostage. ZHOU Wu. Fu Yanzi suddenly spoke up, and those two words felt like an assurance to Fu Youwu, who gradually calmed down. Don't be afraid, ZHOU Wu. Fu Yanzi stood about a meter away from them. A faint flame appeared as the lighter illuminated half of Fu Yanzi's face intermittently. He gazed at Fu Youwu with a gentle expression and said, when has your brother ever hurt you? Brother, big brother. There are some things that can't be explained in just a few sentences, but I need your help with something. Fu Yanzi approached them step by step, holding the lighter. Don't worry, I'll apologize properly after this and make up for it. Brother, don't be like this, I'm scared. Fu Youwu pleaded, what's wrong with you? Your state scares me. Are you okay? Fu Yanzi seemed eerily calm but also somewhat off-kilter, making Fu Youwu feel unfamiliar with him. However, he didn't retreat. He persisted in asking, brother, are you alright? Pei Ji's eyes darted around, ready to knock Fu Yanzi down, chair and all, but just as he was about to move, Fu Youwu shouted at him, sit still. My brother won't harm us. Even though Fu Youwu didn't know what his brother was planning to do, he believed his brother had reasons for doing so. If these reasons could lead to sacrificing his dearest younger brother, then it must have been significant for him. For all the years his brother worked tirelessly for him, why couldn't he make some sacrifices for his brother? Even if his brother wanted to burn him alive. Brother, this isn't related to Pei Ji. Fu Youwu said through tear-filled eyes, I can write a farewell letter claiming it's my suicide, but Pei Ji can't. Pei Ji has a family. His family won't let this rest quietly. If you murder him, you'll end up in jail. Do you really want Zhoma waiting outside for you? It's not because I like Pei Ji that I say these things. Fu Yanzi continued, think about it carefully, think about your future. If not for yourself, consider Zhoma, he loves you so much. By now, Fu Yanzi had already walked up to them, the flicker of light flashing as he wiped the tears off his younger brother's face. I'm sorry, ZHOU Wu, Fu Yanzi said, after this is over, I'll explain everything to you thoroughly. Brother, what's wrong with you? At the very moment the lighter slipped from Fu Yanzi's grasp, it seemed something struck his wrist. The lighter flew out and landed in the corner. Then, Fu Youwu and Pei Ji heard a very distinct sound of electric current passing, one that sent shivers down their spines. Then, the tall figure that had been standing there crashed to the ground. Brother? Fu Youwu called out, nudging his foot forward and bumping into Fu Yanzi lying on the ground, brother. Are you alright? Someone. Help. Is there anyone here? The door was violently pushed open, and several of Fu Yanzi's bodyguards rushed in. The lights were turned on, and ZHOU Wu finally realized they had been in Fu Yanzi's bedroom all along. Fu Yanzi was lying on the ground, his fingers twitching involuntarily, eyes tightly shut, unconscious. What happened to my brother? After untying the ropes, Fu Youwu collapsed beside Fu Yanzi and shook him a few times. Tears dropped onto Fu Yanzi's face as he cried, "Call an ambulance. Hurry. CPR, who knows how to do CPR?" The bodyguards tore open Fu Yanzi's clothes and discovered a white burn mark on his chest. They replied, "It's electrocution. My brother was just standing here fine, how could he have been electrocuted?" Fu Youwu sobbed, "What should we do?" "Take him to the hospital quickly." A few bodyguards lifted up Fu Yanzi, who was still unconscious, but at this moment Fu Yanzi seemed to be regaining strength and slowly raised his hand to pat Fu Youwu's head. "Don't be afraid." Fu Yanzi said hoarsely, "Your brother made the right bet. Sorry Xiao Wu, I scared you. Brother, go to the hospital." Fu Yanzi listened, and his palm fell weakly once again as he slipped back into unconsciousness. Just before being shocked, he heard that familiar electronic voice in his head. "The system is connected, person posing harm to the main character has been detected and stopped. I made the right bet." How did this happen? Fu Youwu tried to stand up and follow his brother but was held back by Pei Ji, who smelled his clothes and said, "Change your clothes, it's dangerous like this. My brother would never hurt me." Fu Youwu picked up the lighter from the corner and flicked it open, revealing a flame-like electronic fire. "That's my brother, why is this happening, Wu?" He could no longer hold back, covering his face and crying. Chapter 103, I'm unpopular. How is the weekend going now? This was the first sentence Fu Yanji said after reconnecting with the system. The system was still reeling from Fu Yanji's series of operations and, hearing Fu Yanji's accusation, it replied, "I can't reach him right now. Why has this situation occurred? Didn't the weekend agree to stay here? Why did he vanish, and how do we get him back?" A string of questions left the system at a loss for words, somewhat uneasy. But it quickly sensed something was off. "You can hear the weekend talking to me. Answer my question first." The electronic display of the system quivered in fright, as if returning to the fear of being controlled by its boss. "It's our fault. The plot has significantly deviated from the original version, causing fractures in space. Due to the weekend's time travel, there have been massive chain reactions that not only affected the main characters of the novel, So you cleared him out?" No. The system answered, "We've been making some adjustments based on these changes, but, sometimes the adjustments fail. What needs to be done to bring the weekend back? We're doing our best to repair it, but the world the weekend is in already has a time difference. If we want him back, we'll need him to die again." Fu Yanji. Do you realize how severe his anxiety is? This accident will worsen his psychological issues. Where's your professionalism in such accidents? Fu Yanji was nearly driven crazy by these incompetent systems. "I put in so much effort to nurture the weekend into what he is now, and because of one mistake from you, all previous efforts are wasted. Is there really no other way? No one's mental state would remain intact after dying twice. There isn't any other solution at present. In that case, shall I go with him? If I die here and switch identities to accompany him? That's not possible. You're the main character. If you were to die, it would create a large-scale chain reaction affecting countless main character couples. Does that mean I'm pretty important?" Fu Yanji let out a cold laugh. "Then go tell your leaders and whatever headquarters you have to hurry up with the repairs and bring the weekend back safely to me. Otherwise, I'll jump off a building or throw myself into a river. Anyway, any method will do. According to your reasoning, my disappearance would cause you a lot of trouble, wouldn't it?" Fu Yanji said, "Bring my love back safe and sound, otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do." While Fu Yanji negotiated with the system, Fu Youwu remained in the hospital room guarding his brother, sitting beside the bed and crying softly and helplessly. Fu Yanji had always played the role of the backbone in their lives. When they were young and their parents were busy working, it was his brother who raised him. With this sudden incident, he truly didn't know what to do. "Little Five, eat something." Pei Ji placed the kanji he had packed from downstairs next to Little Five. The doctor said there's nothing serious wrong with Mr. Fu. But in the room, there were no wires around. How could my brother possibly get electrocuted? Fu Youwu looked incredibly heartbroken. How painful must this have been? My brother, he was supposed to accompany the weekend for his birthday tonight. The banquet is about to start soon. Why don't you call the weekend first and let him know? Fu Youwu agreed and took out his phone to call the weekend. "Weekend, there's an issue with my brother. He's already in the hospital and can't attend the birthday banquet tonight." A voice came from the other end of the call, startling Fu Youwu, who then hung up and said, "He said he knows, and asked me to take care of my brother." As night fell, the ZHOU family's residence began to bustle with activity. Their youngest son was hosting his grandest birthday feast yet, with elder relatives and friends all present. Yet, the weekend remained hidden in his room, refusing to come out. Cui Lily sat on the couch upstairs looking somewhat glum and asked Zhou Yuning, "What's wrong with your younger brother today?" Zhou Yuning struggled to find an explanation for the weekend's condition and simply replied, "He's always like that." Has Momo encountered something unpleasant? Today he seems completely different, someone who never eats spicy food. During dinner today, he specifically chose Sichuan cuisine, and his mood was bad too, shutting himself in the room. "Mum, the situation is very complicated, it's hard for me to explain." But I still want to ask you, if the weekend loses his temper today, please don't take it personally. How could that be? What can make your brother happy? Zhou Yuning felt that the weekend wouldn't be happy today. The acknowledgement he had been yearning for was obtained by someone else, and even worse, in his name. Who would be happy about this? Zhou Yuning suddenly felt like the world had become extremely screwed up. Over the years, Cui Lily had barely spent time with the weekend, whereas he wasn't like that. Although he might not have watched the weekend grow up, he certainly knew him quite well. This little bastard may have had a terrible attitude, but he wasn't bad at heart. After all, they were brothers. The hand or back, it's all flesh. Call your brother out to cut the cake, said Cui Lily. At least he needs to come out to blow out the candles to celebrate his birthday, otherwise he won't be happy all year. Without needing Cui Lily to call, after a while, the weekend opened his bedroom door and descended the stairs with a gloomy face. A huge 4-layered cake was placed at the center of the banquet. The weekend ignored those who tried to approach and instead pulled Zhou Yuning to an isolated corner and whispered to him, "When did you notice there was someone else inside me?" Clearly, Zhou Yuning didn't expect the weekend to suddenly start talking to him, so he could only honestly answer, "The day you left the hospital, your eating habits, interests, and accent were all different from before." The weekend looked at him, eyes slightly red-rimmed, "So you just calmly accepted my departure without thinking about the reasons?" In fact, haven't the three of you ever truly accepted me?" The weekend said. "I'm not likable, I admit I have many flaws, but I never meant to harm you." "I'm sorry, Momo." "Don't call me Momo," the weekend said, looking at him. "In another world, I already have a family where my parents love me very much, and I also have a loving partner. We're about to get married, and I don't want to stay here." He continued, "This place makes me sad." "Momo, Xiaoning. Come cut the cake," called out Cui Lily from afar. The weekend glanced in that direction and said, "Isn't he really popular? Right?" Zhou Yuning remained silent. The weekend looked at Zhou Yuning, dressed in dazzling attire, wearing on his wrist a diamond cufflink given to him as an 18th birthday gift by Cui Lily. Zhou Yuning only wore it during significant occasions to show its importance. "So today, are you genuinely glad for my birth, or are you regretful for not being able to celebrate his birthday?" Chapter 104, Criminal Responsibility. "Get up, Momo." A ray of sunlight fell on the face of Zhouma, warm and dazzling. Zhouma raised his hand to rub his eyes, opened them, and saw Fu Yanji sitting by his side, with the light shining behind him making it impossible to make out his expression. "Hurry up and get up, I'll drive you to class." "I'm back." Zhouma propped himself up and sat down. "I just had a terrible nightmare." His tone was full of grievance, as if he were a child who had been bullied outside. "You scared me to death, Fu Yanji. I thought I would never see you again. How could that happen?" Fu Yanji patted Zhouma's head. "I've always been here. As long as you still remember me." Zhouma's smile suddenly disappeared. "What do you mean?" "Take care of yourself, Momo. Go to the hospital when you're sick. Even if you don't have much money, try to eat healthy. Even if I'm not around anymore, you still need to take care of yourself." No. How could that be possible?" Fu Yanji. Zhouma couldn't bear it anymore. He lunged forward but missed, only grabbing the edge of Fu Yanji's clothes. When Zhouma opened his eyes and looked forward, all he could see was the white ceiling of the hospital and an innocent nurse he had pulled onto him. "You're awake." The nurse changed his foredrip. "You just got out of danger last night. You can't be discharged yet. After this bottle is done, you can eat something." "Why haven't I gone back?" "You can't be discharged yet," said the nurse. "By the way, there are some fees to be paid. You need to contact a friend to see if anyone can come to take care of you." Zhouma shook his head. "No one. Then hire a caregiver. You can't continue like this. Many parts of your body are fractured." Zhouma kept silent, clutching his lips. He had only 300 yuan on him. Which caregiver would want to take care of him? After the nurse finished changing the drip, she left. Zhouma leaned against the bedhead, looking pale, eyes closed, seemingly listless. He needed some food to replenish his energy, but he didn't know who he could ask for help to buy some food. So hungry. Zhouma thought, what about finding Chao Xiaodo? No, he's probably working now. Wait. Zhouma looked at his phone, July 25th. He remembered being hit by a brick and time traveling around 12:30 p.m. today. It was already 12 o'clock now, even if he rushed there, it might already be too late. But if he wasn't there, Chao Xiaodo would be injured. Unlike him, Chao Xiaodo had elderly grandparents to look after. In a hurry, Zhouma called Chao Xiaodo. "Xiaodo. I'm in the hospital right now. Can you help me out for the afternoon?" Chao Xiaodo, known for being a man of righteousness, immediately agreed, saying he would come over right away. Zhouma watched as the time passed 12:30, silently sitting there staring blankly at the clock on the wall. The moment for time travel had passed. The hospital was so far from the construction site. Damn it, I'm so tired. Leaning against the bedhead, Zhouma began to doze off. He still felt a bit disoriented, perhaps due to excessive blood loss or hunger, which made him feel weak overall. The neighbor auntie noticed how pitiful the boy looked and handed him a steamed bun. The kid looks so skinny, his face is so pale. Eat it, replenishing your energy will make you recover faster. ZHOU pinched the white flour bun given by the auntie, smiled weakly at her, his voice hoarse and feeble. Thank you, auntie. The white flour bun was delicious, freshly steamed, fluffy and soft. ZHOU took a bite and slowly chewed it in his mouth. The nurse had reminded him earlier not to eat too quickly since his stomach had been severely damaged. But this bun tastes so good. As ZHOU continued eating, his nose started feeling acidy, tears uncontrollably streaming down, wetting the bun with plunk plunk sounds. How could I forget the time travel timing? I should have woken up earlier. I shouldn't have slept for so long. Now, how am I supposed to go back? ZHOU arrived at 1:30, carrying a lot of packages and spending a fortune on buying a box of milk for ZHOU. Standing at the door of ZHOU's ward, he started gasping for breath. Phew, I'm exhausted. Such hot weather. Holy crap, brother ZHOU, what happened to you? Did someone beat you up? It wasn't entirely David Chow's fault for being so startled. After all, ZHOU was already skinny enough to be a bit scary. Now, sitting on the bed, he looked like a folded smartphone. In his hand, he clutched half a steamed bun that he hadn't bitten into much. Though only lightly injured, with just a few scratches on his arm and an foredrip, there wasn't a single unharmed spot on his face or neck. To top it off, below his nose was an oxygen tube. As ZHOU stepped closer, he burst into tears. My brother ZHOU. Why are you using oxygen? What happened to you, brother ZHOU? Oh, my poor brother ZHOU. ZHOU could only stare silently. Calm down, ZHOU, I'm still alive. Spit, spit, spit. Don't say such things. My brother ZHOU will live for 100 years. ZHOU glanced at ZHOU who sat beside his bed, wiping away silent tears. A smile finally surfaced on his face. When I was dead before, this kid must have cried a lot more. What a genuine guy. Why aren't you eating, brother ZHOU? Let me open your milk. ZHOU shook his head and wrapped up the leftover half of the bun in a plastic bag. The doctor said I shouldn't eat too much. Who did this to you? How cruel. You reminded me. ZHOU said, there's no way these medical fees should be covered by me. I will pursue legal procedures. Rest assured, we won't suffer any loss. It was critical last night. How could there not be losses? That must have been very painful. Not painful anymore. ZHOU replied, to be precise, it doesn't hurt as much. I estimate the police will contact me soon. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, a knock was heard at the door. ZHOU looked up to see two young officers dressed in police uniforms entering the room. ZHOU reacted even more drastically, springing up, Comrade policeman, please take a seat. Hello, Mr. ZHOU, Officer Wang sat next to him, I heard that you've already passed the danger last night. How do you feel now? Being hospitalized, of course, means pain. ZHOU added from the side, Officer, the medical expenses and emotional damages must be compensated, right? Look, Mr. ZHOU is merely a poor student struggling to make ends meet. With injuries this severe, he can't work anymore. Don't worry about this part. We'll follow due process accordingly. As for the information I provided you. Yes, we came specifically for this. The materials you gave us were extremely crucial to cracking the case. Through our investigation, it was found that ZHOU and his mother are involved in significant amounts of embezzlement, their crime established. However, regarding what you said about child abuse. They abused me, but no one else. And unfortunately, I currently don't have any evidence, ZHOU said. Could you tell me how many years they would get sentenced for embezzling this amount of money? 3,690,000 yuan, which would likely result in a sentence of over 10 years in prison or even life imprisonment. But we also checked the surveillance near the orphanage, finding that your conflict with ZHOU falls under self-defense. ZHOU's harm to you constitutes a criminal case, so you may hold him accountable criminally. ZHOU nodded, I will file a lawsuit against him. Chapter 105, Everything will be alright. You've been busy for so many years, and I've never seen you rest. Now you're here in the hospital, unable to move, it's a good opportunity to recuperate. ZHOU said as she peeled an apple for the weekend. The police said the case has been mostly handled, and the injury report has already been sent to them. They told you to focus on getting better. Just a small piece is fine, the doctor said not to eat too much. ZHOU said from the side. ZHOU cut the apple into quarters, removed the core, and placed it in ZHOU's hand. The next director of the welfare home, ZHOU said, we need to find someone reliable. The children are innocent. I think after this incident, the relevant departments will be more careful when selecting directors, ZHOU replied. You don't have to stay here with me tonight, ZHOU said. Go home. Your grandparents are still there, aren't they? They must be worried since you haven't returned for several days. I told Grandma I'd take care of you, ZHOU said, sounding a little jealous. She instructed me to take good care of you. When you're discharged, come to my place, she'll make dumplings for you. What kind of filling? ZHOU tentatively asked. Pork and green onions, ZHOU said. Good, ZHOU agreed cheerfully. You should go home now, I'll be fine alone. You've worked hard these few days. Go back and rest well. Maybe take a shower, it's hot outside, and it's inconvenient to bathe in the hospital. Alright then, ZHOU said. Call a nurse if you need anything. I'll visit you again tomorrow morning. By the way, Grandma mentioned that they stewed pork ribs today. I'll bring some for you tomorrow. I can't eat meat at the moment, ZHOU faintly smiled, his lips pale. I'm on a restricted diet. Don't worry about me, go home and rest. Alright, ZHOU carefully examined her elder brother Zhou's complexion, muttering, you're going to become as thin as a chopstick. Zhou's smile vanished as soon as ZHOU left the room. He was holding an apple he had taken only one bite of but couldn't continue eating because of his stomach feeling blocked. Reluctantly, he put the apple in a plastic bag. In the bed to his left was a grandma, the same grandma who had given him a white bread bun when he woke up. Seeing how ZHOU was refusing food again, she said, Child, why aren't you eating again? How can your illness get better if you keep doing this? ZHOU helplessly responded, Grandma, I just can't eat. Oh dear, the grandma whispered sympathetically as she took out a thermos from her bedside cabinet. What do you think this is? ZHOU leaned over to look. In the thermos was a thick white porridge-like substance. Once opened, a strong aroma of rice wafted out. I'm not sure. Is this porridge? This is the rice oil my daughter-in-law made for me, very nourishing for the spleen and stomach, Grandma said. Your stomach has been upset lately, sometimes even bleeding. It must be hurting your spleen and stomach. Here, try some, it's easy to digest. ZHOU shook his head. Grandma, it's inappropriate. My friend will bring me food. What's inappropriate about it? Seeing how likable you are, and knowing no one takes proper care of you while you're hospitalized, I mean, your friend is still young and doesn't know much about nursing patients. Grandma laughed kindly. My daughter-in-law made a big pot for me, more than I could finish. Won't you share a bit with Grandma? It's really delicious, fragrant rice oil. Let's split it between us. After hesitating for a long time and seeing the earnestness in Grandma's eyes, ZHOU nodded. Alright, thank you, Grandma. He used the plastic takeaway container that ZHOU had bought him to scoop out a small bowl of rice oil. Over the past few days, he hadn't eaten or drunk anything substantial, he threw up whatever he ate and had relied solely on intravenous nutrition. A warm bowl of rice oil slid down his throat, and though it instinctively made him nauseous, he endured it because Grandma was watching. Once he got through the initial discomfort, it became easier. Unconsciously, he managed to consume half a bowl, which was more than what he'd eaten in the last few days. Are you feeling any better? Grandma asked. Yes, thank you, Grandma, ZHOU nodded. After finishing dinner, Grandma went downstairs with her husband for a walk. With nothing else to do and the time being early, ZHOU decided to call Officer Wang. Hello, Officer Wang, I'm really sorry to bother you so late. Oh, it's you, ZHOU. Are you feeling any better recently? Has your condition improved at all? Much better. The doctor said I can be discharged the day after tomorrow and that I should rest at home. Standing by the window, ZHOU lost himself in thought looking at the night scenery outside. That's good, did you receive the compensation money? Actually, you could stay in the hospital for a few more days. I've already received it. ZHOU said, I want to ask about ZHOU and his mother. Oh, Zhang Zuelan has been detained. The sentencing result for Zhang hasn't come out yet, he's still in the holding facility. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Yes, I do have a question for him, I wonder if it's convenient. Of course, come by after you're discharged the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. The day ZHOU was discharged was rainy, ZHOU came to pick him up. He had bought a box of milk for middle-aged and elderly people for Grandma, who kept holding his hand and saying, Little one, are you fully recovered? You still look drained. Are you still not eating properly? Why were you discharged so quickly? Grandma, I'm mostly fine now. ZHOU said, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Wishing you a quick recovery. What a kind young man, why isn't there anyone to care for you? It's not like that, Grandma. I have parents, an extremely loving brother, and a deeply devoted partner. It's just that they're all far away and couldn't make it here. Grandma didn't have the heart to expose the truth, he had been in the hospital for several days, and apart from his friend visiting him every once in a while, no one else had shown up, not even a phone call. This child must have encountered some misfortune, there were almost no family members around. So, Grandma held his hand and patted his bony fingers, protruding due to how thin he was, everything will pass, everything will be alright. ZHOU nodded, yes, it will get better. Currently, ZHOU could be considered fairly well off. The police had helped him recover all the money Zhang had extorted from him over the years and also obtained a large sum of compensation. However, upon receiving this amount of money, ZHOU suddenly didn't know what to do with it. As soon as he stepped out of the hospital, a car drove past him, splashing water onto his pants leg. ZHOU lifted his leg, and his already low mood grew even heavier. Damn, such bad manners. Zhou Xiaodo bent down to check but found no significant damage. She then told Zhou Mo, let's go, Mr. Zhou. I can hold off at most until Zhang Hu goes to prison, Zhou Mo muttered under his breath. Chapter 106, I ought to keep him company. Fu Yanji has been hosting banquets much more frequently in the past few days. Fu Youwu, seeing him busying himself back and forth, was a bit confused. My brother doesn't seem like the type who would invite others for dinner without reason. But Fu Youwu didn't dare to ask. Lately, his brother had appeared normal on the surface, but Fu Youwu felt that he was somewhat erratic. The system was also flustered, unable to figure out what kind of variant Fu Yanji was. After being electrocuted that day, he lay in the hospital for a day, and it seemed as if he had received some kind of golden finger upgrade. He locked himself in the study for an entire night and came up with a banquet guest list. The system nearly had a heart attack upon seeing it. 60% of the people on the list were protagonists from novels, and the remaining 40% were significant characters closely related to the protagonists. Gathering this crowd together could lead to disastrous consequences. Perhaps the world itself would collapse, something that wouldn't be so easily repaired. What should we treat them to tomorrow? Cantonese cuisine. Fu Yanji chuckled while discussing with the system, causing unease within the latter. There's no problem, we can take our time thinking about it. I have extensive social connections. After dealing with these waves of guests, there will be more. How did you know our character lineup? This is easy to guess, right? Fu Yanji said as he began planning. The day after tomorrow, I can invite them to watch a circus performance, remove the barriers directly. We are trying our best to repair things already. Show mercy. How many days? 3 days. Tomorrow let's charter a yacht, party. 2 days. 2 days. The latest 2 days. We'll need time to get the two back in place and fix the bugs. Wah. Sir, please be merciful, I'm just an employee. Good, then it's 2 days. Fu Yanji said, don't let me down. Fu Youwu stood hesitantly outside Fu Yanji's door with a tray of fruit, making up his mind as he poked his head inside. Brother. Fu Yanji had just lit a cigarette when he saw Fu Youwu come in. He stubbed the cigarette out in the ashtray and asked, what's wrong? It's so late, why aren't you sleeping? Weren't you arguing with Zhou Mo recently? I haven't seen either of you contacting each other lately. Fu Yanji shook his head and replied, no, don't worry. I've noticed Zhou Mo ignoring people lately. He's been in a bad mood lately, keep your distance from him, Fu Yanji said. Lately, he had lost weight significantly, his eye socket sunken. Seeing Fu Youwu lower his head and keep his distance, he sighed and took a set of car keys from the desk drawer, sliding them across the table. Though I know this doesn't make up for anything. Fu Yanji continued, I still hope for your forgiveness, little five. There really wasn't another way, and I frightened you, I'm sorry. Fu Youwu placed the fruit plate next to Fu Yanji but didn't accept the keys. He just shook his head, looking as if he might cry, can't you tell me why? Everyone's behavior has become so strange lately, and I don't want things to be like this. There's a reason, but it's not something easily explained in a sentence or two. Fu Yanji said, I'll find an appropriate time to tell you, but not now. I'm 21 years old now, I can help. What if I can help? You've helped me enough already. Fu Yanji said, weren't you always wanting that Rolls Royce? Brother bought it for you, stop being upset. Fu Youwu stood there stubbornly, refusing to accept it. It seems you won't accept my apology. You don't have to buy me a car. An apology alone would suffice, otherwise, you're making me look materialistic. Fu Youwu muttered under his breath while playing with his fingers, I am very magnanimous, I'll consider it as though you made a rather extreme joke, and I won't hold it against you anymore. Also Pei Ji, I'll personally go apologize to him when I have time over the next few days, this incident has nothing to do with him, but surely he got startled as well. Fu Youwu nodded, he's already unrelated to me. I know, but propriety cannot be neglected. Fu Youwu looked secretly at Fu Yanji and asked, brother, have you broken up with Zhou Mo? Fu Yanji unconsciously retorted, why say that? Look, you've been inviting people for dinner every day recently, and they're all young, attractive business elites, or famous young stars and celebrities from the entertainment circle. Are you, dumping Zhou Mo and looking for someone else? That won't do. Zhou Mo may have had a bad temper before, and his taste was, average, but he's been much better recently, good-tempered, considerate, and so cheerful. You can't let him down. The undertone of Fu Youwu's words was, I like this sister-in-law, you can't replace her with someone else. I won't, Fu Yanji said. I'm not breaking up with him. We just have something to take care of lately, so we can't be together. Things will be fine after a few days. But Zhou Mo hasn't seemed right these past 2 days, Fu Youwu said. Zhou Ge said that Zhou Mo recently found a hotel to stay in, not going home or back to your place. Even when he visited several times, Zhou Mo refused to see him. Is Zhou Mo arguing with Zhou Yuning as well? He might just not want to see them. Then Zhou Mo must feel uncomfortable inside. I want to keep him company, Fu Youwu whispered. The pain of a breakup is too hard to bear, I know it. I think Zhou Mo probably needs someone by his side now. Fu Yanji. We haven't broken up. But for the last few days, you didn't go to see him, and neither did he come to see you. You're always going out to dinner with other young men and women your age. How is he supposed to feel? If it were me, I would be in excruciating pain. Perhaps, in this world, the only person that ZHOU looked upon favorably was Fu Youwu. Though it's unclear what exactly drew ZHOU to this foolish younger brother. Well, both are pitiable individuals. I'll ask someone to buy some fruit cakes, which you can take back to share with ZHOU. If you don't want to stay in the room, you can go shopping or play ball. Just call Secretary Xiao Yang and let him arrange it. Fu Yanji said, you should keep him company properly. He shouldn't make any more strange moves towards you. What strange moves? Fu Youwu asked, puzzled. I'll make him a love lunch and send it over. Fu Yanji. Fu Youwu grinned and took the car keys from the desk. I'm borrowing the car then. Thanks, brother. Initially, the intention was to let the original ZHOU feel a bit of warmth, but Fu Yanji hadn't anticipated that Fu Youwu would immediately hit him with his culinary skills. Fu Yanji gave one last warning to his retreating figure, don't cook by yourself. Chapter 107, you don't like yourself at all. Who's there? Just awakened on the weekend, ZHOU looked thoroughly disgruntled. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Fu Youwu standing outside, his right hand holding a fruit cake and his left some fruits and snacks. Fu Youwu grinned at him cheerfully. It's you. ZHOU said, what brings you here? My brother said you've been in a bad mood lately. Fu Youwu strolled into the room naturally. The place was a complete mess, with empty beer cans scattered all over and takeout bags piled high on the table. There was a heap of unidentifiable clothes on the bed. ZHOU was usually quite tidy, but now everything was in disarray. He asked, what's going on with you recently? Anything bothering you? I've got a lot to be unhappy about. ZHOU grabbed a beer can from the coffee table, popped it open with one hand, and chugged it down. Fu Youwu didn't hesitate either and picked up a beer can for himself. You might as well go back after sitting here for a while. I'm not really in the mood to entertain guests right now. Am I still considered a guest? Fu Youwu muttered unhappily, I thought you and my brother were together, which would make us family already. After hearing that, ZHOU fell silent for a moment. He placed the beer on the table and mumbled, what's so great about him anyway? Why do you all like him so much? Huh? Who? Never mind. Fu Youwu didn't care that ZHOU wasn't showing any smile. He cut a piece of the small cake and fed it to ZHOU, saying, you once told me that eating something sweet helps when you're feeling down. When I came, I was even considering whether I should buy you a bouquet of flowers. But then again, I figured you might think I'm wasting money if I did. Do you want flowers? Shall I? Weren't you always pretty annoyed with me before? What are you doing now? That single question made Fu Youwu fall silent momentarily. He said, a long time ago, we really didn't have much in common. I just thought you were strange back then, but I had no ill will towards you. So now you have changed your perception of me. Human hearts are all made of flesh, Fu Youwu said seriously. Now that you're being sincere, plus you weren't a bad person earlier. Hey, try this cake, it's delicious. ZHOU took the sliced fruit cake from his hand reluctantly, as if reluctant. Was I insincere before? Not exactly insincere. Fu Youwu replied earnestly, I'd say that at the time, you simply didn't know what you wanted. You said you liked me, but I could clearly see no love in your eyes. Is that so? Of course, Fu Youwu said while peeling an orange, but since you started dating my brother, that situation has improved a lot. Haven't you noticed how, from childhood till now, you've always been seeking approval from others? Weekend unconsciously argued back, how could I possibly seek validation from others? Still denying it, huh? Do you remember our first meeting? It was at the violin competition. Since you lost and got second place, you've always held on to that grudge because only first place gets a trophy. You're always like that, too competitive. Whenever ZHOU praised me, you'd get angry. That's impossible. I just don't want to lose. But you cared less about how you played the violin and more about winning that trophy, Fu Youwu said. Then, you said you liked me. At that time, Uncle ZHOU and Aunt Shui were abroad, and ZHOU had gone overseas for study, leaving only you behind. I could understand what you were thinking, just too lonely, maybe. Among peers, the only one you could talk to was me. But. Fu Youwu covered his face with his hands, your methods of courting someone were too basic. In the future, if you meet someone you like, you shouldn't chase them like that. Seeing that ZHOU remained silent, Fu Youwu continued, ZHOU, I've always felt that you don't really like yourself. I don't know why you think that way, but based on my experience, the starting point of any relationship should be oneself. In the future, you don't need to be so fixated on seeking approval from others. Show more concern for yourself. This is the lesson I learned after breaking up with Pei Ji, so. Fu Youwu placed the peeled orange in ZHOU's hands, with a sincere expression and eyes looking at ZHOU who lowered his head, do you currently have someone you like? ZHOU suddenly looked up at him and shook his head, it's not like that between me and your brother. Don't pretend, you're not weekend, I can tell. Fu Youwu lowered his head and peeled another orange for himself. You're the original Weekend from the start, am I right? How did you know? We pretty much grew up together, didn't we? You suddenly changed so much, even went out to fry donuts. How could I not be suspicious? Fu Youwu said, Weekend, do you have a split personality? It's something like that, Weekend replied. You could say it's a soul exchange. Wow. That's amazing. Fu Youwu's eyes sparkled instantly. So where were you before? In another dimension. Weekend said, there, I had a family. Fu Youwu nodded. That's best of all, people who grow up in a loving environment won't cling to others' approval. But I don't know how to go back now. Weekend scratched his hair. I'm almost getting married. I'm so anxious about going back to get married. My brother must be figuring things out for you, Fu Youwu said hesitantly, but swapping souls, such a fantastic thing actually happened. But this is a good thing for both you and Weekend, you know, Weekend and my brother love each other deeply, they're all over each other. He's really good at being able to handle Fu Yanzi. Yeah. Fu Youwu's cheeks bulged as he chewed the orange. My brother loves him so much, I can see why he has been losing weight recently. It's because of her. That's true. Weekend looked despondent. Anyway, no one in this world wanted him back, and he didn't want to stay here either. How could he return? He truly couldn't bear staying another day. Fu Youwu had been observing his expression, and then suddenly said, Oh, I think you're just not using the right way. Aunt Chui and Uncle ZHOU are actually good people, they've just not known you long enough. If you really open up sincerely and stop saying those spiteful words or doing those spiteful things, they would like you. Fu Youwu stuffed the last bit of orange into his mouth. Besides, whether anyone cares about you or not isn't important anyway. If you want others to respect you, you must at least respect yourself first. Weekend stared at him and hummed an acknowledgement. There you go, Fu Youwu said, let me tell you, I've always had some inexplicable trust in my brother. Although I don't understand how exactly your soul exchange happened, you two will definitely swap back. For now, just eat what you need to eat, drink when you feel like it. Anyway, it's the other Weekend's money you're spending, and let me tell you, that Weekend's crazy about money. Fu Youwu leaned closer to him, whispering mysteriously, my brother said that all your expenses these days will be reimbursed by him. What a great opportunity, you should go out there and splurge. He spoke enthusiastically, looking expectant, but Weekend sighed inwardly as he watched Fu Youwu. Maybe it was exactly because of this that he had been so persistent with Fu Youwu before. Weekend crushed the can in his hand, watching Fu Youwu laugh stupidly, and shifted his gaze away. He couldn't wait any longer. Weekend thought, the system wasn't reliable at all. Tomorrow, can you come out for a walk with me? Weekend asked, we'll go jogging early in the morning. There's a nice little park nearby. Come find me early, 6 o'clock in the morning, okay? Chapter 108, Farewell. What are you here for? Zhang, who had also looked more haggard these days. His stubble bristled on his face, looking somewhat unkempt. Despite the provocation from ZHOU, ignored it and sat directly opposite him. Zhang, who was restrained by handcuffs at this moment, glaring ferociously at ZHOU while continuously cursing, you little bastard. When ZHOU was very young, he did sometimes wonder why the other children harbored such malice toward him. Later, he gradually realized that Zhang Hu, the bully of the orphanage, had played a crucial role in this bullying that left no evidence behind. But the current ZHOU was no longer naive enough to try to change their thoughts. Where are the ashes of Mantu? ZHOU came straight to the point, I buried it under the tree. Why didn't I see it when I went to look? On what grounds should I tell you? You haven't realized your position yet. Zhang Zuelan has already been imprisoned, and the sentencing for you hasn't come out yet. I can write you a letter of understanding. ZHOU said expressionlessly, as long as you tell me where Mantu's ashes are. You shouldn't think of deceiving me, I'll verify it myself. Zhang Hu gave him a glance, and for once, an expression of unease appeared on his face. In your sophomore year, you buried it under the tree, I dug it up, and threw it away. ZHOU wasn't surprised by the result, but hearing it with his own ears still made it somewhat unbearable. He just took a deep breath, leaned back in the chair, and unconsciously covered his stomach with his right hand. It still hurt a bit. You don't even spare a dog, ZHOU said. I underestimated you, where exactly did you throw them? In the trash. So many years have passed. ZHOU thought expressionlessly, they're not recoverable now. Good. ZHOU just leaned there motionless. Zhang Hu started to look impatient. Hey. What about the letter of forgiveness? Ha. ZHOU couldn't help but laugh, revealing sarcasm as he slightly tilted his chin upward and looked at Zhang Hu, mocking him, don't tell me you actually believed it. I'm not some irredeemable villain, but I'm certainly not a good person either. I don't have any noble qualities like keeping promises. ZHOU leaned closer, his pitch-black eyes fixed intently on Zhang Hu. Do you know how many years you get sentenced for fraud combined with intentional injury? Your mom is already inside, she probably won't ever get out. And so will you. ZHOU said, jealous of me? I got into college, and I'll have a good job, a family, a future career, and when you get out, you'll be 40 or 50. Where do you think you'll end up being better than me? ZHOU. ZHOU gritted his teeth and said, I won't let you go. ZHOU stood up and looked down at him from above, saying, you won't find me. I'll be at a height you'll never reach. You enjoy these prison years then. ZHOU paused and cursed, scum in the gutter. ZHOU ultimately couldn't stay at ease and came to the police station to find him. Just out of the restroom, with part of his collar wet and his face damp, ZHOU hurried over to support him as if supporting a living Buddha, worriedly asking, Brother ZHOU, are you feeling unwell again? My brother ZHOU is doing fine. ZHOU put down the hand that was on his stomach. Weren't we going to eat dumplings at Grandma's house? Yes, you need to avoid certain foods. I remember, and I asked Grandma to boil some noodle soup for you. ZHOU. So all I get is noodle soup. To have noodle soup is pretty good already, you can't eat much of it anyway. ZHOU took out a medicine box from his backpack, pinching out a big handful of pills. Take your medicine first. ZHOU obeyed and fetched a glass of warm water at the police station to swallow the big handful of pills. And he felt full. Poor brother ZHOU, at the peak of my time, I could finish 3 bowls of rice by myself. ZHOU said, once you recover, I'll treat you to barbecue. ZHOU just smiled without responding. ZHOU's grandparents were old, and ZHOU specifically bought some fruit and tonics when he visited, though ZHOU complained about wasting money. ZHOU didn't listen and carried the milk and fruit to his home by himself. ZHOU's family was quite impoverished, which is why he worked at a construction site during the holidays, but he was not lacking in love. Though his parents passed away early, he had his grandparents. ZHOU met them a few times. They were 2 very amiable elders. They were very considerate, making sure not to mention eating dumplings while ZHOU ate noodle soup. Instead, they cooked a large pot of noodle soup placed on the dining table for everyone to eat together. There wasn't even a single side dish because ZHOU had mentioned that ZHOU was avoiding salty food recently, including pickles. On the weekend, ZHOU felt quite guilty because his actions had caused the family to not eat well at lunch. After finishing lunch, he didn't stay longer but instead handed a pink envelope to ZHOU with an air of mystery. A girl from our class asked me to give you this love letter. She said you should wait until midnight tonight to open it. The rosy envelope was decorated with heart-shaped stickers. ZHOU had never received a love letter before, nor did he realize anything strange about delivering one during the summer weekend. His eyes were shining as he looked at ZHOU. Really? Who is it? You'll find out when you open it tonight, ZHOU replied. Make sure to read it at 12 o'clock, the person said it's for the sense of ceremony. Okay. ZHOU smiled as he looked at him, patted his shoulder and said, study hard, dummy, then you can do less physical labor in the future. Hey, I've always been working hard on my studies. ZHOU protested, after we're done with this busy period, let's go to the library together. ZHOU looked at him with tears welling up in his eyes but remained silent. He hugged him and patted his shoulder. Work hard, buddy, I'm counting on you. Of course, when I succeed, I'll get brother ZHOU a big official position. I'm leaving now. ZHOU said, goodbye. Goodbye, brother ZHOU. Years later, ZHOU still couldn't forget that scene. That day, he watched ZHOU's figure disappear around the corner of the alley, and with that turn, it became a permanent farewell. That damn ZHOU had put all his savings on a bank card inside the so-called love letter. Fu Yanji only slept for 2 hours last night but was awakened early in the morning by Fu Youwu's phone call. Fu Youwu's voice trembled over the phone as if he had been greatly shocked. Brother, ZHOU, he slashed his wrists in the hotel room. What? It's true. Last night he told me he wanted to take a walk with me today. When I arrived, he had already. Now I'm at the hospital, brother, ZHOU lost so much blood. Send me your location, I'm coming right away. Fu Yanji rushed out without even changing his clothes, grabbing his car keys and heading toward the door. Don't be afraid, little 5, I'll be there soon. Chapter 109, It Was a Dream. Fu Youwu sat alone outside the emergency room, his head bowed. The top half of his body was mostly wet and covered with an alarming bloodstain. This was from when he had just pulled ZHOU out of the bathtub. Water dripped down his clothes, forming a small, pale red puddle on the white floor tiles. He heard hurried footsteps and looked up to see Fu Yanzi dressed in pajamas. Fu Yanzi didn't look much better, his eyes were bloodshot and stubble had grown on his face. How's it going? Fu Youwu shook his head. It's been 30 minutes already. The doctor said there was too much blood loss and they're still trying to save her. Fu Yanzi stood outside the emergency room door, staring at the crimson warning light for a long time before finally contacting the system. What if something happens to ZHOU here? That would be very dangerous. We need to urgently call the host back, but even so, she will still die unexpectedly in that world. The system was also rushing around anxiously. What can we do? My colleague says ZHOU won't return until tomorrow at the earliest, if that's the case. If that's the case, my ZHOU will have to experience death once again, right? She must be declared dead in her own timeline for her soul to be released. It's extremely time-sensitive. If she returns too early, the original owner's soul will be pushed out. Fu Yanzi sat next to Fu Youwu. It was December and the hospital corridor was slightly cold. One of them was in pajamas, the other soaked, but sitting together, neither felt the chill. I should have known I couldn't rely on the system for anything. What if my ZHOU doesn't come back? What should I do? What should I do? I need to think of a way. A cold hand grasped Fu Yanzi's palm. Looking up, it was Fu Youwu. He held his hand, patting his hand back lightly. Everything will be fine, brother. Just as those words left his mouth, the emergency room light went out and a doctor in a white coat came out. Fu Yanzi almost jumped off the chair, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the doctor. The doctor removed their mask and said, thankfully, it was discovered in time. In the future, you'll need to be more careful and give her more blood-replenishing nutrients. Relief washed over Fu Yanzi, but his legs gave out. Fortunately, Fu Youwu supported him from behind. He watched as ZHOU was wheeled out, her face so pale that the rise and fall of the blanket under her couldn't be seen. She is out of danger now, family members don't need to worry, the doctor said. You too, might want to change your clothes as well. Fu Yanzi sat motionless while Fu Youwu tried supporting him multiple times. Despite feeling weak in his legs, he eventually managed to steady himself against the wall and walked to ZHOU's ward. Seeing her lying there, he didn't dare to touch her hand. Little Five, I'll stay here with her in the hospital. Fu Yanzi handed the car keys to Little Five. You go home, change your clothes, and rest properly. You've worked hard this morning. Don't forget to take a hot shower and avoid catching a cold. Fu Youwu took them, nodded, then left. For a moment, silence enveloped the ward. Fu Yanzi didn't know how much time had passed, until the pale hand wrapped in gauze on the quilt moved. Slowly, it rose and placed itself over its eyes. Rubbing one's eyes upon waking was always ZHOU's habitual little action. But Fu Yanzi beat her to it, gently holding her wrist to prevent any large movement that could cause the wound to split open. Gently, he observed the person on the bed, his breathing slowing down. ZHOU's eyelashes flickered and gradually opened. She didn't know when tears had filled her eyes. Fu Yanzi simply stared at her like many mornings when she had awoken in his arms. Yanzi. ZHOU's voice was hoarse and weak. I really had such a long, terrible nightmare. Fu Yanzi looked at her, his tone firm. It was just a dream. It's all over now, Momo. After waking up, ZHOU received a warm bowl of soft corn porridge, which Fu Yanzi personally fed her due to her injured wrist. ZHOU noticed that Fu Yanzi was still wearing his pajamas and asked, did I have an accident? Fu Yanzi bent down and blew to cool the corn porridge in the spoon. He said, the doctor said you lost too much blood. When we get home, I'll help you recover. With each spoonful of the warmed corn porridge, ZHOU's eyes stayed locked on Fu Yanzi, not swallowing it, causing Fu Yanzi to wait a long time for her to eat the food, leaving the next spoonful untouched. Don't play with your food, Fu Yanzi said. Do you not feel like eating? Not hungry yet. ZHOU looked at him, eventually giving in, placing the bowl on the bedside table and adjusting the pillow. Then you sleep a little longer, get more rest. ZHOU moved over to make space. Come with me. He hesitated for a moment, then said, I've missed you. With those words, even if Fu Yanzi were made of stone, he couldn't refuse. So, he slipped off his slippers and climbed into bed. As soon as he was under the covers, ZHOU held onto him tightly, immovable, as if wanting to melt her whole self into his embrace. Don't squeeze too hard, Fu Yanzi returned the embrace, saying, it's enough that I hold you. Don't use too much force, or the wound might reopen. ZHOU didn't reply but tightened her grip further. Momo, look, I'm right here, Fu Yanzi softly consoled her. Are you still scared? It's all over now. You've already met him. ZHOU loosened her grip slightly, lying quietly in Fu Yanzi's arms. How is he? He's a really nice person, just a bit short-tempered, Fu Yanzi replied. He said that in another world, he found loving parents and a very wonderful partner. They're about to get married, so he's eager to go back. That's truly great news, ZHOU responded. Will Momo still feel uneasy from time to time? Maybe a little, ZHOU whispered. I'm afraid the system will send me back. I don't want to return. ZHOU recounted the events from her own world in detail and added, I never want to fight with anyone again. Getting punched in the stomach hurts a lot, but the rice oil from the old lady tastes good and soothes the stomach. She buried her face deeper into Fu Yanzi's chest and continued, I admit, I've always been unlucky from childhood. Not many good things have happened to me, but many kind people helped me along the way. I'm grateful to that old lady. I'm also grateful to her. ZHOU started rambling aimlessly again, drinking the rice oil makes my stomach feel so comfortable. After I'm discharged, I can cook it for you. I'll cook it for you. You just need to rest well. I've fallen behind in my schoolwork by several days. Can I catch up? I'll enroll you in tutoring classes. But what if they send me back again? I'm still a bit afraid. It's fine. They shouldn't dare anymore, Fu Yanzi stroked her hair, smiling. I have something on them. Chapter 110, I am sad. For me. ZHOU pointed at himself, incredulous. Yes, he asked me last night to give this letter to you. Fu Youwu leaned in closer for a look and said with surprise, even though the evidence is clear, I still feel somewhat incredulous. Isn't this really multiple personality disorder? Fu Yenji was stirring a bowl of red date porridge for ZHOU. Upon seeing the situation, she lightly kicked Fu Youwu. You should stop teasing him. I didn't, Fu Youwu said with grievance, then I'll go to class first. Get well soon. ZHOU opened the letter. There were not many words left for him by the original owner. Hello, I temporarily don't know how to address you, so let's just start with you. I've been observing for a few days now, they all say that you are a good person, so I can rest assured leaving this body to you. But remember, don't forget to put a face mask on my face every 3 days, it's what I'm most proud of. Fu Yenji loves you very much, I have examined her for you. In these few days when you were absent, she became frantic in various ways, almost burning her younger brother alive. Cui Lily, ZHOU, ZHOU Yuning are all good people. They also like you deeply, genuinely appreciating your soul, and this has nothing to do with me. Of course, this does not mean I am worse than you. It's just my character isn't suitable for them. Now, I've found my own place in another world, where there are family and lovers. I'll live a good life. So you don't need to feel guilty about me. I should thank you for giving me the chance to leave here. Now, I am living every day happily, and I hope you will too. So, ZHOU, go ahead and embrace everything you love and who loves you. From the day you came into this world belongs to you. Don't be afraid, your new life has already started. Farewell, miss me not. What a cool letter. ZHOU carefully read the letter from beginning to end, then carefully folded it back and placed it in the envelope. The porridge stirred by Fu Yenji had finally cooled down. She scooped out a spoonful and brought it to ZHOU's lips. ZHOU wrinkled his eyebrows upon seeing the dark red porridge and pushed the spoon away, not hungry. You should eat something even if you're not hungry. The doctor said you are feeling a little weak right now. It's you who feels weak. Okay, I feel weak. Will you eat some after I finish mine? Fu Yenji said, come. Didn't you used to love eating? ZHOU didn't know why but just looked at the food and lost his appetite. But seeing Fu Yenji holding it up insistently, he took a half mouthful but couldn't swallow it down. They locked eyes in silence. You. The doctor didn't prescribe you any stomach-irritating medication, did they? Why are you losing your appetite? ZHOU swallowed that mouthful of porridge, lay down again, and pulled the blanket over. I'm done. You eat it. He simply wouldn't eat, and Fu Yenji had no way around him. So she put the porridge away and discussed with ZHOU, alright, I'll make you stir-fried pig liver when we get home at noon, along with tomato-braised beef short ribs. What do you think? ZHOU tossed off the blanket, can I go home? The doctor said you only lost too much blood, and once awake, you would be fine. We need to replenish your blood and energy, Fu Yenji said while taking out a large bag of Chinese medicine from the bedside table. We also need to drink herbal decoctions when we get home. But very soon Fu Yenji realized things weren't that simple. After observing for several days, she found that it wasn't only ZHOU's decreased appetite. His sleep quality had also declined. He used to eat and sleep like a little pig. On the first night of returning home from the hospital, he got up in the middle of the night and turned over. To his surprise, there was no one next to him. Such events almost gave Fu Yenji a shock reaction. The moment she missed her arms around him, she immediately woke up, running out of the room barefoot. She saw ZHOU sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dazzling city lights outside. On the ground, he was feeding Fatty a few pieces of dried meat. Fatty was obediently sitting in front of ZHOU waiting for the feed. How did you wake up? ZHOU glanced at her. Why aren't you sleeping? Why aren't you sleeping? Fu Yenji walked over and sat next to ZHOU, hugging him. Are you having insomnia? ZHOU nodded. Can't fall asleep. Can't fall asleep, so you come out to feed Fatty with small pieces of dried meat? Fu Yenji's hand enveloped ZHOU's icy ankle. Where are the woolen socks I bought for you? Why don't you wear them? I forgot. ZHOU lowered his gaze and told Fu Yenji, I miss it a bit. But its ashes cannot be found anymore. You can imagine he is by your side, Fu Yenji said. Although you cannot bring the dog's ashes here, his soul can follow you across time and space to this place, it's just that you can't see him yet. Perhaps he has been following you all along. Fu Yenji, as if trying to convince ZHOU, patted the head of the fat dog. Perhaps Fatty can see him, isn't that right, Fatty? Can Fatty see Mantu? Fatty barked, woof. Fu Yenji, see? He says, yes. ZHOU smiled a little through her tears streaming down her cheeks, which were then kissed away by Fu Yenji. Do not be sad, Memam, I am here, aren't I? ZHOU looked at him, suddenly pushed Fu Yenji onto the carpet, straddling him and looking into his eyes. Fu Yenji, do you want to have sex with me? What? Fu Yenji froze for a moment. It's about doing that kind of thing. ZHOU began tearing off Fu Yenzi's clothes, looking impatient. Don't you like me? Let's do it right here until we are both exhausted, come on. No, Memam. Fu Yenzi tightly held on to his own clothes. You're still very weak now and need rest. Why not? I think I can. The actions in your hands don't stop. ZHOU looked increasingly eager. Do you not want to be together with me? Why? We still have a whole box of condoms unused. I want them today. Memam, when you get better, we will, okay? Why not? ZHOU appeared unhappy, her red eyes misty with tears. Wouldn't you enjoy that act? I want it now. If you want to vent your emotions, you could cry instead. With these words, ZHOU's emotions burst forth like floodwaters breaking a dam, sobbing uncontrollably into Fu Yanzi's arms. I don't know what's wrong with me, ZHOU cried. Woo, Fu Yanzi, I can't eat or sleep. I'm not happy, I really can't be happy, why is that? Fu Yanzi comforted ZHOU, rubbing her back gently. It's just an illness. Shall we go see a doctor tomorrow? This is normal, anyone can get sick. Feels bad now, but she'll feel better later. But it really hurts so much, ZHOU sobbed, out of breath. I've endured it so many times wanting to commit suicide there, but I couldn't do it. I thought of you, I didn't want you to be sad either, I wanted to live well for you, but I really can't endure it. Why does life feel so bitter? I really don't want to continue like this anymore, it's so painful. I understand. Fu Yanzi held ZHOU tightly as she shook with crying, feeling as if his heart was being carved with a knife. The boy who had been weary for over 20 years finally let go of the tight string inside his heart, letting the years of pent-up emotions drown him like a flood, making it hard for him to breathe. Chapter 111, Dogs Cannot Sleep on the Bed. Pang cannot sleep on the bed. Fu Yanji pulled up one corner of the blanket, helplessly sitting on the bed looking at ZHOU. Meanwhile, ZHOU was standing barefoot on the carpet, tightly hugging Pang in his arms. His eyes were still red from crying, and his body kept trembling. He wasn't crying now, but his nose was stuffed up, and his voice sounded muffled. Moreover, he had recently lost a lot of weight, his thin frame in the pajamas looked like a bag of hemp hung on a bamboo pole. Really not allowed? Fu Yanji almost softened at this, but considering ZHOU's porcelain doll-like constitution and already weak immune system, he hardened his heart and said, it will get dirty, and there are bacteria. ZHOU stood there, hugging Pang as he stared at Fu Yanji. How about we let Pang sleep on the floor? I can bring its doghouse in. Fu Yanji proposed solution number 1. But I want to hug him. ZHOU replied, looking pitifully at Fu Yanji. I want to hug Pang while sleeping, but I don't want to leave you either. I also want you to hold me. I'll go clean Pang. Upon hearing this, Fu Yanji immediately scrapped all his previous solutions 2 through 5, got up, took over Pang, kissed ZHOU's forehead. No problem, once I clean Pang, it'll be fine. You go back to bed and lie down. I'll come with your dog afterward. ZHOU grabbed Fu Yanji, then I'll go with you. Knowing that ZHOU likely didn't want to leave even for a moment, Fu Yanji acquiesced. He bent down, found ZHOU's slippers from under the bed, and placed them by his feet. Like a little shadow following closely behind, ZHOU trailed after Fu Yanji, sitting on a small stool while watching Fu Yanji use a pet moist tissue to thoroughly clean Pang. When Pang was placed back into ZHOU's arms, it shook its head vigorously and then wagged its tail before licking ZHOU's face. Fu Yanji frowned darkly and used another disinfecting moist tissue to wipe ZHOU's face. Pang isn't dirty, ZHOU murmured softly. But there are bacteria. Fu Yanji tapped Pang's doggy head seriously and said, your dad's immune system is weak now. No licking his face or pooping in the blanket. Otherwise, I'll spank your dog butt. Not sure if it was his imagination, Pang seemed to have rolled its eyes at him. Shall we go back to sleep now? Fu Yanji asked. ZHOU hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although he wasn't sleepy yet, Fu Yanji needed rest, and he had to work the next day. Fu Yanji was also exhausted. These days, he hadn't slept a full night. Once lying in bed, he embraced ZHOU, trying to drift off to sleep. In the darkness, ZHOU tried to contact the system with wide eyes. Gone. ZHOU was somewhat puzzled and attempted several times more. No connection could be made. Strange. ZHOU stroked Pang's fur, wondering why the system disappeared without him understanding clearly what happened. But soon after, ZHOU encountered a new problem. He wanted to hug both Pang and Fu Yanji. Pang had already fallen asleep in his arms. Fu Yanji hugged him from behind, which gave a very secure feeling. But ZHOU felt a bit uncomfortable holding Pang since it was so tiny. After careful deliberation, he gently pushed Pang to the side and turned around, burying himself completely in Fu Yanji's embrace. The corners of Fu Yanji's lips hidden in the darkness lifted slightly upward. After this incident, Fu Yanji clearly felt that ZHOU had become harder to take care of than before. The old wounds ZHOU used to hide would easily ulcerate and fester when left unchecked, appearing shiny on the surface while being utterly corrupted inside. Now ZHOU's wounds were exposed, though excruciatingly painful, they were thankfully easier to treat. The present-day ZHOU was straightforward but spoiled, hundredfold harder to look after than before. The next morning, ZHOU sat beside the dining counter, muttering complaints to Fu Yanji that he wanted to drink room-temperature milk. Not possible, our milk is always in the fridge, drinking cold milk directly will give you diarrhea. Fu Yanji held his stern expression firm on this matter, refusing to budge. But warmed-up milk has a gamey smell. ZHOU hugged Pang in his arms while rubbing its doggy head. I just want room-temperature milk. I didn't say cold milk, so why are you mad at me? Fu Yanji. You should eat something first to fill your stomach. You didn't eat much yesterday. Let me take out the milk and let it sit for a while. On the plate was toast and fried egg he'd just baked, along with some cherry tomatoes and blueberries. ZHOU glanced at it, picked up a blueberry, popped it into his mouth, and got up to walk away with his dog. Fu Yanji. Is there anyone who can handle this? Let him be hungry then, dad alive, fasting, what if I end up starving you to death? Fu Yanji, with a darkened face, took out some mangoes and peaches from the fridge, cut them into pieces and placed them in front of ZHOU, eat some fruits, and then get dressed and go out with me. What for? To see a doctor. So Fu Yanji led ZHOU back to Dr. Song's psychological clinic. 3 hours later, they walked out with a diagnosis report stating severe depression and severe anxiety, along with a big bag of medication. Fu Yanji even got scolded by the doctor as ZHOU tried multiple times but failed to interject. Sitting in the car after leaving, Fu Yanji started to doubt himself, am I really not good at taking care of ZHOU? How come things are getting worse? ZHOU looked at him and pinched his hand lightly, it's not your fault. I lied when I saw the doctor before, that's why the two diagnostic results differ so much. I've already explained to the doctor. But Fu Yanji said, I didn't notice the changes in your emotions in time, it is my mistake, and I deserved being scolded. ZHOU pouted and shook his head, it's not true. Fu Yanji has done well enough, it was because. So, Momo, whenever you feel unhappy in the future, you must tell me, or let me bring you to see a doctor. This is normal, everyone needs to see a doctor sometimes, whether it's for physical or mental health issues. It's not being overly delicate, it's a need, Fu Yanji said, are you feeling better now, Momo? ZHOU shook his head. Then let's go back and take the medicine. Dr. Song's prescription should be taken on time, and so should the Chinese herbal medicine prescribed by the old Chinese doctor. And you need to eat more. Recently, you've been eating too little. After thinking for a moment, Fu Yanji added, if one day we run into Aunt Shui, seeing how thin you have become, she might think that I haven't taken good care of you during these days. Aha. ZHOU sat with his legs together, hands resting on his knees, listening to Fu Yanji speaking. So what do you want to have for lunch? If you don't want to eat the food I cook, I can call the cooking aunt to come to our house, or we can dine out together. But we can't eat rice noodles or spicy hot pot. Then, let's just go home and cook. Chapter 112, Fu Yanji, why do you keep stealing my dog's biscuits? When Zhou Yuning was coming over, the first reaction of the weekend was nervousness, fidgeting restlessly. In these few days, Fu Yanji had been handling work at home and dared not leave the weekend alone for too long, so he kept an eye on him while he paced back and forth. Mo, take a break. Does brother not know? The weekend asked, will I mess up? Zhou Yuning has always known. Fu Yanji pressed the weekend onto the sofa, the coffee table was filled with fruits and snacks that the weekend usually loved to eat. He said, he likes you very much, there's no need to be nervous. After speaking, he brought over the Chinese medicine that had just been boiled, drink the medicine first. The weekend took it over and drank it under Fu Yanji's intense gaze. Fu Yanji then stuffed a red date candy into his mouth, after which he went back to the kitchen to wash the bowl. Just then, the doorbell rang. Fu Yanji threw the bowl into the sink and hurried to the living room, telling the already standing weekend, stay sitting, I'll go open the door. Zhou Yuning was as well dressed today as ever, looking like he had just come back from some large conference. His left hand held a box of milk and bird's nest, his right hand carried a box of fruit. As soon as the door opened, his eyes immediately swept past Fu Yanji searching the room and instantly located the weekend. The weekend felt somewhat uneasy, instinctively bending down to pick up Pango who was playing with a ball on the ground, softly saying, brother, you're here. Oh my. Zhou Yuning immediately kicked off his shoes and walked quickly into the house, this complexion, what happened? Where's my younger brother's chubby cheeks? That white and tender face. Why has it become thin? Zhou Yuning was about to reach out when Fu Yanji stopped him. Seeing that Zhou Yuning was still the same as before, the weekend relaxed a little and touched his own cheek, it seemed like indeed there wasn't much fat left. I said, do you even know how to take care of him? My younger brother could be raised by anyone, he eats whatever is given to him. He can finish a small pot of rice in one meal. The weekend. He hasn't been feeling well recently. Fu Yanji said, no appetite. That's because you don't know how to cook. Zhou Yuning threw his coat on the sofa and said, today I will cook, let you taste the skills of a British overseas returnee. I won't believe it. And Zhou Yuning believed it. He prepared 5 dishes and 1 soup according to the weekend's taste, none of which were spicy. After eating 2 bites of rice, the weekend started playing with the grains in his bowl. The beef brisket Fu Yanji had put on his plate got pushed aside by him. Fu Yanji transferred half of the weekend's rice to his own bowl, leaving only a small amount for the weekend. Finish this. What's wrong? Are you sick? Zhou Yuning was startled by his listless expression, lowering his head to examine him closely. Why isn't this child eating? He used to be a big eater. The weekend. Annoying. These are all you can finish. Fu Yanji knew better now where the weekend's limit lay and persuaded him. The beef brisket stewed by Zhou Yuning tastes good, would you like to scoop some to mix with your rice? Only then did the weekend nod and reach out to ladle the soup. Zhou Yuning noticed a black wristband on the weekend's wrist, which stood out prominently against his pale skin. He opened his mouth as if to ask but closed it again. After the meal, the two were washing dishes. The weekend offered to help but was declined by Fu Yanji. Fu Yanji said the weekend could watch some TV, and then closed the door with Zhou Yuning. Fu Yanji showed him a screenshot of the weekend's medical record on his phone. This serious? Shoo. Fu Yanji whispered, that's why he hasn't been eating lately, having to eat a big handful of medicine every day, along with the traditional Chinese medicine I have specially prescribed, filling his stomach completely every day. Moreover, the type of medicine he takes severely damages his appetite, but there's no other way. What can be done? I heard that people with this illness cannot be left alone. I bring him to work with me, Fu Yanji said. He doesn't want to go home recently, also worrying Aunt Shui will get concerned upon seeing his condition. He's also anxious himself, thinking he looks unattractive. Poor thing. You go out and keep him company for a while first, I'll boil some rice oil for him. Fu Yanji reminded, don't be overly cautious with him first or he'll feel pressured. Just interact with him normally as you usually would. When Zhou Yuning walked into the living room, the weekend was watching a movie. A comedic actor in the TV drama was making exaggerated and hilarious gestures, but the weekend looked puzzled, not understanding where the joke was. Shall we play a game? Zhou Yuning sat down beside him, rummaging through the drawers of the coffee table for 2 game controllers and said, if you lose, I'll make you plant 2 more eggplants in your little vegetable garden this coming spring. And if you lose? How could I lose? You might, said the weekend, what if? If that happens, I'll cook for you 2 tomorrow evening. In the first round, Zhou Yuning lost. Looking at the screen with the "You won" logo flashing, the weekend turned his head over curiously, staring straight into Zhou Yuning's eyes, who looked unconvinced. He said, what? Best out of 3. Zhou Yuning lost the second round. And the third. Fourth, fifth. Ah, no more. You little devil, how come you're so good at games, he complained, tell me, what do you want to eat tomorrow? Your big brother will cook it for you. The weekend puckered his lips, hesitated for a while, and said, can I have tomato and beef brisket stew? It seemed the tomato and beef brisket stew served earlier tonight received recognition from the weekend. Hence, Zhou Yuning said, since big brother is going to make tomato and beef brisket stew for you, can you eat more rice? The weekend thought about it for a while, then nodded. That's great. Zhou Yuning was in high spirits. Seeing a tin of bone-shaped dog biscuits on the coffee table, he took the tin, opened it, and ate one. Before eating, he felt fine, however, as soon as the biscuit entered his mouth, Pango, who had been lying on the ground ready for a nap, immediately sprang up and started barking fiercely at him. Zhou Yuning paid no attention and said, I've been meaning to ask, where did you buy these biscuits? Why can't I find them anywhere else? Or are they homemade? They taste pretty good. The weekend looked at the tin in his hands and said complicatedly, brother, maybe you shouldn't eat those. What's wrong? What's the harm in having a couple of biscuits? Your dog is possessive, and so are you. At that moment, Fu Yanji was walking out of the kitchen drying his hands. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yuning held up the tin and asked, have one? Fu Yanji said, why do you keep stealing my dog's biscuits again? Zhou Yuning. Chapter 113, Moving House. Brother, stop being sad, said Zhou Mo at the weekend, offering a plate of freshly baked, steaming hot little cookies in front of Zhou Yuning. These are the cookies I just baked. I replaced the pet cheese with my own cheese, specially baked for you. Zhou Yuning might not want to see these little cookies again for the next year, but he still took them and placed them on the coffee table, his expression still ruminating on life. The ingredients for the cookies that Mo baked for Pang Pang are very simple, only vegetable powder, flour, cheese, and chicken breast meat. They're also edible for humans. Edible for humans? Zhou Yuning's expression resembled an abandoned concubine in a deep palace. Have you tried them? How could I eat dog food? Zhou Yuning. Zhou Mo sat on the carpet looking at both of them, a little at a loss, quietly reaching towards Pang Pang's cookie jar but was gently hit by Zhou Yuning on the back of the hand. I just wanted to taste the flavor. Zhou Mo awkwardly rubbed his nose. You won't eat human cookies, so go try the ones for dogs. Seeing it was noon and the congee in the kitchen wasn't ready yet, Fu Yanzi said to Zhou Mo, go take a nap first. After you wake up, drink some congee, okay? Zhou Mo hugged Pang Pang and sat there without moving, pretending not to hear. This was a silent protest. There was nothing they could do because Fu Yanzi's arrangements were mostly disagreed with by Zhou Mo, 99% of them. Sleep at 9, wake up at 7, the times for breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, and midnight snacks were all fixed. Nap at 1 p.m., wake at 3, go out before dinner to walk the dog and stroll around while walking Zhou Mo too. Zhou Mo just wanted to lie down. The night before, he even tried negotiating about going to school with Fu Yanzi, but ended up being lectured a lot. However, Fu Yanzi didn't have the heart to discipline him. Fu Yanzi gave Zhou Yuning a look for help, but Zhou Yuning indicated that he couldn't assist much either. However, he had thought of a better person. My mom. After Fu Yanzi managed to coax Zhou Mo back into the room finally, Zhou Yuning suggested to Fu Yanzi, Mo listens well to my mom. That's because he's too sensible and dare not make a fuss. Occasionally indulging in a tantrum isn't good? Fu Yanzi asked. Then you can't bear to discipline him, leaving him starving? Is that kindness or cruelty? Zhou Yuning proposed, listen, you need to work at the company as well, Mo can't be left alone right now. So let Mo come home during the day and you go pick him up later. It'll be troublesome if he takes a car ride since he gets motion sickness. While standing at the doorway speaking, they soon heard a loud vacuum cleaner running inside. When Fu Yanzi pushed the door open, Zhou Mo swiftly scurried under the duvet like a little mouse, closed his eyes pretending to sleep while covering his traces. The vacuum cleaner was still operating on the ground. Fu Yanzi. Zhou Yuning. After taking away the cleaning cloth, unwashed clothes, vacuum cleaner, and even the floor-sweeping robot from the room, Fu Yanzi looked back and found Zhou Mo peeking through half-closed eyelids, seeing him turn around then quickly closing them. After stepping out of the room, Fu Yanzi sighed helplessly, I'll figure something out. Even though this is what he said, Fu Yanzi really started considering moving house when late that night, after waking up once more, he found that Zhou Mo had disappeared again. Hurrying out to search, Fu Yanzi saw Zhou Mo standing in front of the French window, leaning his head against the glass gazing at the traffic flowing under the building absent-mindedly. Even when Fu Yanzi came beside him, he hadn't noticed. Mo. Only then did Zhou Mo turn his head to look at him. Looking at the clock, it was 2:30 a.m. He asked, why aren't you sleeping? I woke up. Zhou Mo answered, then turned back to gaze at the scenery downstairs. What are you thinking about? No. Zhou Mo seemed to realize he wasn't answering the question directly and added, I'm not thinking about anything. Has Mo been unhappy recently? Scratching his face, Zhou Mo responded, I should be quite happy. Fu Yanzi picked up Zhou Mo straight away, who didn't react much but just leaned silently against his chest. Fu Yanzi said, let's go back and catch a few more winks. Still remaining silent, not until Fu Yanzi put him down and tucked him in did Zhou Mo sit up to look at Fu Yanzi, as if proving something, I really haven't been thinking about anything. Alright, I understand, Fu Yanzi replied, Mo just woke up a bit bored. Next time if you wake up and don't know what to do, you can wake me up first. Alright, Mo replied. I'll go get you a glass of milk, Fu Yanzi said as he ruffled Mo's hair and turned on the projector in the bedroom. You can start by picking a movie to watch. Seeing that the movie had begun playing, Fu Yanzi stood up and walked into the living room, where he closed the partially opened window and stood pensively by the French window for quite some time. Then, Chairman Fu once again flexed his financial muscle and purchased a villa between Cui Lily's house and Tao Shui's place, a two-story structure with a small garden. It was already fully renovated at the time of purchase, and Fu Yanzi had the furniture placed inside before moving Mo over. He said, Mo will be more relaxed when he's on his own turf. Pang also moved house again, this time his doghouse was even larger. Thrilled, he happily ran around their new home. Zhou Yuning also bought Mo a few small fish to put in an aquarium to ensure there'd be something to occupy him when Fu Yanzi wasn't home. This way Aunt Cui has someone to talk to, and if Mo wants company, he can visit Aunt Cui or my place, Fu Yanzi said. Mo nodded in understanding. You haven't been to work lately. I've been less busy recently, Fu Yanzi replied. Plus, work is exhausting. I just wanted to slack off for a few days. I won't do anything stupid, you don't have to watch me so closely, Mo said. That night, I just wanted to open the window to let in some fresh air. Why let in fresh air in winter? Mo stopped speaking after that. Fu Yanzi didn't take Mo's words seriously and instead began gathering all the sharp objects in the house, even replacing cups, bowls, and cutlery with plastic ones. However, Mo rarely entered the kitchen these past few days and thus hadn't noticed the change. He only thought it strange how there were always people around the house. Whenever Fu Yanzi had urgent matters to attend to outside, either Aunt Cui or Aunt Tao would come over. Mo had never been left alone. He often sat in a rocking chair by the window hugging Pang, gazing blankly at the snow scenery outside. No matter what he did, he could not summon any energy. One day, Fu Yanzi placed the herbal medicine he'd brewed specially for Mo in front of him, but Mo's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, which fell into the soup with a plop. I don't want to be like this anymore, Mo muttered resentfully. I wasn't like this before, why am I changing so much? This is just the healing process, Fu Yanzi said earnestly while holding his hand. It doesn't matter if you've changed, it doesn't matter if you're feeling weak. Even insomnia or loss of appetite are all normal, Mo can afford to be vulnerable for a little while. Chapter 114, Chocolate Waterfall. Over the weekend, the puppy was well taken care of. It had grown strong and chubby and was also very good at being affectionate, often wagging its tail to ask for snacks. It seemed like weekends were made for raising animals or plants. The 5 goldfish that Zhou Yuning bought him had all become plump, and even the 2 potted flowers in Fu Yan's study flourished with great vitality. However, he didn't seem particularly skilled at taking care of himself. On this day, Cui Lily came here and brought a scarf she had knitted specially for the weekend. She also knitted one for Fu Yan, but she made no mention whatsoever of the romance between the two, acting as if she knew nothing. Of course, she had noticed that something was off with her younger son's condition lately. On that night, she had gone to ZHOU Yuning's room to ask him, and she left with red eyes. She should have realized something was wrong earlier. Does it look good? Chui Lily asked. It looks good, Weekend said, the scarf knitted by mom is the best. He buried his face in the soft scarf and said, it's also very warm. What has Weekend been doing at home recently? Chui Lily asked. Lying around, watering flowers, attending online classes, raising goldfish, and also taking care of Puffy. But most of his day was spent idly daydreaming. Fu Yan tried many times to find Weekend's interests, like driving him to work out, play basketball, paint, watch movies, or even go skiing, but it turned out, he seemed only interested in doing housework. Not necessarily because he liked it, more accurately speaking, Weekend wanted to do housework out of instinct, and whenever he had spare time, he would sweep the floor, mop it, or wipe the table. Yesterday, he even tried to unplug the charging source of the robotic vacuum cleaner so that he would have a chance to work. When Fu Yan found out, he pretended that nothing had happened. Weekend, New Year's Eve is coming up soon. Are you going home? New Year's Eve? Weekend glanced at his phone. Indeed, New Year's Eve was approaching, but couldn't he spend it with Fu Yan? Weekend looked up at Fu Yan, and instead, he said, go wherever you want to go. Mom, I'm dating Fu Yan. Can we celebrate together? Chui Lily. Fu Yan. Both had anticipated that Weekend might make their relationship public someday, but they never expected it to come so suddenly, catching them completely off guard. Without any warning. Both of them had already thought about how to ease into the topic, but this sudden development had left them speechless. Fu Yan didn't dare to look into Chui Lily's eyes, creating an awkward atmosphere that lasted until someone knocked on the villa door. Weekend simply said, I'll go open the door. As soon as Weekend left, Fu Yan dropped to his knees with a thud and looked at Chui Lily, saying, Auntie. What are you doing? Chui Lily quickly helped Fu Yan up, saying, good child, get up, you can't do this. I know you both like Weekends a lot, but I genuinely love him. I took advantage of my experience over Weekend's innocence to guide him. Weekends is just barely over 20, knows nothing, and if there's anything you're not satisfied with, please vent your anger at me. He can't take much stress right now. Fu Yan added, and he can't leave me either right now. I know. Chui Lily said, I understand everything, get up, I'm not angry. You know. Chui Lily supported Fu Yan up and said, I figured it out last time I visited your apartment, otherwise, I wouldn't have let Weekend stay alone there for so long. You've always been a reliable child since young, naturally I'm relieved having weekends with you, but... Chui Lily's eyes watered up, and her voice choked a little, my time with Weekends isn't very long, only about half a year, and I'm still a bit reluctant to let him go. In the future, I will often bring Weekend back to see you. Fu Yan said, Weekend relies on you a lot too. I've always regretted not spending enough time with this child growing up. No problem. Fu Yan said, he's very resilient, he has managed fine on his own until now. If you could be with him more often, he'd be happier. However. Auntie Chui, I have a small suggestion. What? With regards to Weekends, you can appropriately supervise him a bit more. You've indulged and spoiled him a little too much, and Weekends is aware of that. Fu Yan added, actually, he hopes someone can discipline him a bit more too. In his view, that's a form of care. Chui Lily covered her face, but I can't really say no to Weekends, and besides, this child is already so understanding, there's no need to manage him. You could be stricter with some dietary habits and daily routines. It's rather embarrassing, but I can't control Momo either. It's not because I don't want to, it's because he just doesn't listen to me, Fu Yan said helplessly, that's why I also wanted to ask for your help this time to adjust Momo's diet, because his recent eating habits have been unhealthy. A few days ago, I took him to the hospital for a checkup, and many indicators came back red. You could try being firmer. Momo will feel that he is being cared about. I see. During their quiet conversation in the living room, Weekend and ZHOU Yuning had already set up a 1.5-meter chocolate waterfall on the kitchen table, and the rich aroma of chocolate was spreading through the room. That's right, ZHOU Yuning, the overly indulgent parent, had moved over a huge chocolate fountain for his younger brother. When heating the chocolate, he even let Weekend sit there with marshmallows, cookies, and some fruits laid out on the table. In front of the waterfall, a bowl of cold water was placed. The warm chocolate cascaded down, forming a magnificent chocolate waterfall. Weekend sat there holding a small bowl in one hand and a skewer in the other, his eyes glowing as he exclaimed, wow. Eat. ZHOU Yuning placed the sliced fruit plate in front of Weekend, who eagerly skewered a piece of banana, rolling it in the chocolate cascade before cooling it in the water, then popped it into his mouth. Is it good? It's delicious. ZHOU Yuning prepared only a small amount of snacks and fruits, almost each kind was just a couple of bites. This was because Fu Yan had told him beforehand that Weekend's meal before the main course must be limited. If Weekend ate too much, the mischievous child would skip the main meal entirely, disrupting the entire day's eating schedule. However, after finishing those, Weekend clearly still wanted more, gazing at ZHOU Yuning with big, dark eyes that made him squirm inside. No, Zhou Yunning said, Fu Yan said you shouldn't eat too much during this meal. Weekend pouted silently but kept clutching the skewer, a silent form of resistance. Zhou Yunning added firmly, no, if you eat too much now, you won't have room for the main meal. I'll just cut some fruit myself then, Weekend said, sounding pitiful. His pitiful expression made Zhou Yunning's resolve waver slightly. Just as he was about to turn around to open the fridge and take out some more fruit, Cui Lily intervened, no. Mom. We're going out for dinner in 2 hours. No more eating. Cui Lily turned off the chocolate waterfall by the dining table, grabbed the skewer from Weekend's hand, and put it away, it's final. Seeing Weekend's disheartened face, Zhou Yunning tried pleading on his behalf, Mom, Momo. No pleading, Cui Lily declared firmly, pinching Weekend's cheek gently, go change clothes, we'll go for a walk, then pick up your dad and Uncle Gu for dinner. Fu Yan observed Weekend's expression quietly. He noticed that despite Weekend's evident discontent and silent defiance against Cui Lily, he didn't appear genuinely upset. On the contrary, his mood seemed quite good, one of the few good ones he'd seen lately. Fu Yan knew asking Cui Lily to manage Weekend had been the right move. Cui Lily, hurry up and change clothes, wear more layers. Weekend's silent rebellion failed, but Fu Yan saw that he wasn't particularly sad either. In fact, he seemed fairly cheerful, an uncommonly good mood these past few days, making Fu Yan confirm that letting Cui Lily handle Weekend was indeed the correct approach. Chapter 115, I want to go back to the way I was before. The two families once again gathered for a meal. Everyone spoke openly about the young couple's situation, and surprisingly, their attitudes towards the two were remarkably consistent. Respect, blessings, no interference. Tao Shui even dramatically pulled Zhou Mo aside to give her the heirloom safety pin traditionally reserved for the family's daughter-in-law. Zhou Mo was startled and took several steps back. Auntie, I can't accept this. I can't. What's wrong with that? Auntie likes you, dear. Take it. When will you two get your marriage certificate? Fu Yanji replied from beside, we'll need to go abroad. When Mo's condition improves a bit, I'll take him overseas to register our marriage and relax at the same time. Right now, his health is too poor for long-distance travel, I'm worried he might have trouble adapting. Zhou Mo grumbled, I'm not made of paper. You're tough all right, Fu Yanji said as he placed a piece of taro pastry on Zhou Mo's plate. Finish this. Zhou Mo had eaten too much during dinner, so Fu Yanji cancelled his late-night snack. At home, Zhou Mo looked regretfully at his chocolate fountain machine and tried to inch closer several times. You should head to class. Fu Yanji reminded Zhou Mo, go quickly, your teacher is waiting for you. If you can still eat something after class, I'll cut you half a banana. Zhou Mo agreed and returned to his desk with a tablet. Seeing Zhou Mo in good spirits, Fu Yanji also felt reassured and began handling the accumulated official duties from the past few days. Unexpectedly, an hour later, after Zhou Mo finished class, his little face fell again. What's wrong? Fu Yanji quickly approached, pulling Zhou Mo over to sit down. What happened? You were fine before class. Zhou Mo still seemed unhappy. He said, I can't remember the words. I clearly memorized them, but I keep forgetting them. Zhou Mo continued, I wasn't like this before. I used to be fast at memorizing. I can't keep up with my foreign teacher's speed anymore. What should I do, Fu Yanji? What should I do? I can't even study well anymore. Then what about the future? The delayed reactions caused by depression greatly impacted Zhou Mo. Sometimes, even when Fu Yanji spoke to him normally, Zhou Mo would need a moment to respond. How much more challenging was it with the rapid speech of the foreign language instructor? His brain simply couldn't process the information fast enough. Fu Yanji felt waves of sadness in his heart. The former Zhou Mo was vibrant and lively, like a blazing little sun, never having a moment of rest. Now, however, Zhou Mo had become unrecognizable to himself, unable to accept the disparity. He wanted to get better, but he kept encountering various problems. His suffering had been hidden too deep. Fu Yanji embraced Zhou Mo, gently stroking his back. It wasn't like Zhou Mo had suddenly changed one day, he had been sick for quite some time already, and it was only now erupting. It's okay, Fu Yanji lightly kissed Zhou Mo's earlobe, speaking with a relaxed tone. Mo must just be tired. Maybe sleeping will help. When I'm tired, I can't work either, otherwise, I'd make mistakes too. Zhou Mo rested his chin on Fu Yanji's shoulder without saying a word, looking utterly dejected. Mo, go to sleep. Once you wake up, I'll give you a foreign language lesson, alright? I promise you'll catch up. Zhou Mo replied, I can't fall asleep. In that case, I'm sleepy too. Can Mo accompany me to sleep? Zhou Mo finally nodded, okay. Should I carry you, or can you walk yourself? Zhou Mo got out of Fu Yanji's arms, put on his slippers, and said, I'll walk myself. In fact, Fu Yanji wasn't entirely in favor of giving Zhou Mo sleeping pills, but his insomnia was truly severe, sleepless nights piled up one after another. Fu Yanji had tried many methods, such as melatonin, milk, or working out with Zhou Mo in the evenings, but none managed to successfully send him to sleep. Dark circles under Zhou Mo's eyes hung heavily, making him look frightening. With no other options left, Fu Yanji sought the doctor's help for sleeping medication so Zhou Mo could at least get a full night's rest. Sitting on the bed, Zhou Mo accepted a glass of warm water from Fu Yanji, swallowed the sleeping pill, and lay down. Fu Yanji laid down next to him, holding him close. Go to work tomorrow, Zhou Mo said. You don't need to watch over me all the time, you have your own career, too. Is my career more important than my boyfriend? Zhou Mo said, why are you worried about me? What can happen if I'm alone at home? Can I go back to school? This was the second time over the weekend that Zhou Mo had expressed his wish to return to school, and Fu Yanji fell silent. He truly didn't know how to refuse Zhou Mo again, but his current condition wasn't allowing him to go back to school, his somatization symptoms were severe, and he occasionally experienced auditory hallucinations. Even when he was sitting there reading a book fine one moment, he would suddenly run up to ask Fu Yanji why he called his name earlier. That night, after discovering Zhou Mo getting out of bed in the middle of the night to open the window, Fu Yanji asked Dr. Song for advice. Dr. Song warned Fu Yanji that if Zhou Mo ever exhibited any self-harm behaviors, it would be necessary to send him to the hospital. Fu Yanji thought that if they sent him away so hastily, Zhou Mo might completely break down. Zhou Mo still hoped that things would get better, that he could return to being his old self, capable of taking care of his little garden with his small hoe. Fu Yanji simply couldn't leave him alone like this, neither did he have the heart to tell Zhou Mo that he had already reached the point where he needed to take a leave of absence from school. I've arranged a deferred exam for Mo. Can Mo rest for a bit before going back for the test? Fu Yanji gently pinched Zhou Mo's earlobe and said, you've missed many classes, so you probably won't rank first in the final exams this time. That's right. The effects of the medication started to set in, making Zhou Mo feel drowsy. I've missed so many classes. It's okay. I borrowed course notes from your professor, you can review them tomorrow. I want to go back to how I was before. It's unbearable being like this every day. I don't want you all treating me with such caution. He detested his current state, he was constantly trapped in negative emotions, suffering from physical symptoms such as hand tremors, dizziness, and rapid heartbeat. These made it nearly impossible for him to do anything other than read a book. But now, even reading seemed impossible, leaving him only capable of hugging Fat Cat while spacing out. Maybe when spring comes, everything will be fine. When spring arrives, perhaps he could turn the soil in the small garden outside and plant eggplants that his brother liked, peppers that his mother favored, potatoes that his father enjoyed, and tomatoes that Fu Yanji loved to eat. Zhou Mo's voice gradually grew softer until it faded out completely. Fu Yanji looked down at Zhou Mo, who had fallen asleep, afraid to move a single muscle, and used his phone to turn off the lights around the house. With his head resting on Fu Yanji's arm and his hand draped over Fu Yanji's waist, Zhou Mo clung closely to him. Fu Yanji sighed inwardly, lightly brushing his lips against Zhou Mo's face. Get well soon, Mo. Chapter 116, I'll take good care of you. It was rare for Haicheng to have such a heavy snowfall. By the next morning, the ground outside was covered in silver, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but white snow. Fu Yanji also returned to work on this day. This morning, he was dressed in a suit when he saw Zub and Pong Pong staring out the window at the snowy scenery outside, so he walked over and pulled Zub up, eat breakfast first, then take your medicine. Another red date porridge. Zub looked dissatisfied, but didn't say anything, only quietly sitting there with the spoon carefully feeding one grain after another into his mouth. Fu Yanji sat by the dining table watching him. You're going to be late, Zub said. I'm the chairman, no one will monitor my attendance. Zub pouted and sarcastically said, so great, aren't you? Fu Yanji chuckled at being teased, getting up to open a can of meat for Pong Pong. ZHOU 5 is coming to our house today, when it warms up in the afternoon, you two can go play in the snow. Although Zub was originally from a southern province and hadn't seen snow very often, Fu Yanji had guessed his longing for winter fun. He lowered his head and continued to stir the congee in his bowl. He said, ZHOU 5 has his own things to do. ZHOU 5's off today, Fu Yanji added, he came specially to see you, he's worried about you too. Muttering under his breath, Zub said, just a sickness, and everyone in the family knows. Seeing his mood beginning to dip again, Fu Yanji changed the subject. That big glutton kid said he wants to eat the jerky you make, soon someone will deliver the ingredients, you can cook lunch yourselves. After speaking, he added, but you don't have to eat what he makes. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Zub saw Fu Xiaowu getting out of the nanny car, holding a large bunch of bright red carnations. Fu Yanji. Zub. This is for you. As soon as Fu Youwu entered the room, he shoved the flowers into Zub's arms. Some snow had fallen onto the carnations, and Zub caught them in his hands before they melted, feeling their icy chill. Thanks. Zub hugged the large bouquet earnestly, saying, thank you for the flowers, it's the first time anyone has ever given me flowers. Upon hearing these words, Fu Youwu shot Fu Yanji a reproachful glare, what's going on? Even if Pei Ji was that poor, he would send her flowers every now and then. How does his brother handle being a boyfriend? When I was careless, Fu Yanji suddenly remembered that for several months, it seemed like Zub was the one always giving him flowers, while he had somehow forgotten about it altogether. Instinctively, he thought ZHOU wasn't the type who'd appreciate flowers, and so never thought to give flowers as gifts during holidays. Actually, that sentence ZHOU said during their date, "If you want to give roses to the person you love, you don't need a lot, just one bouquet is enough," was hinting at him. Realizing his mistake, Fu Yanji pounded his chest in regret, wishing he had done things differently. How could I forget something so important? I truly deserve to die. In fact, ZHOU had no such intentions, it was all Fu Yanji's excessive overthinking. ZHOU actually didn't care much about fresh flowers, he just wanted to buy some for Fu Yanji. Whether or not he received any himself didn't matter at all. With an expressionless face, he brought the bouquet back inside, generously offering that he could share the chocolate waterfall with Fu Youwu. ZHOU placed the flowers Fu Youwu gave him on the coffee table, taking out a small medicine box from the drawer. After swallowing a few pills with water, Fu Yanji only reminded him, "Don't forget to eat your breakfast." "Then I'll head to work first." Fu Yanji kissed ZHOU as usual, causing ZHOU to merely blink without changing expression. The roads are slippery today, be careful on your way." Fu Yanji said to Fu Youwu, "Call me if there's any problem." This was Fu Youwu's first time being alone with ZHOU since he came back. He'd heard from his brother earlier that ZHOU hasn't been doing well recently and might need his care. But looking at ZHOU today, apart from talking less, there seemed to be no difference. From the cupboard, ZHOU pulled out the 1.5-meter tall chocolate fountain machine, once again inviting Fu Youwu, "Do you want to join me?" The scent of chocolate filled the house again. ZHOU held up a piece of banana coated in chocolate and handed it to Fu Youwu. "Bananas taste good." "What's so good about bananas?" Fu Youwu didn't say anything, just took it, and said, "Thank you." "My brother doesn't let me eat too much," ZHOU said, "keep it a secret for me." Fu Youwu finally realized what was wrong. His expression remained wooden throughout their conversation, and his tone lacked any fluctuations, as if he were reading without any emotion. "Why doesn't my brother let you eat?" In Fu Youwu's memory, his elder brother didn't seem like someone with such a strong control freak tendency to even restrict ZHOU on such trivial matters. "He does it for the sake of my health." "Then why do you still sneak eating?" "If I don't eat, my mood gets bad." ZHOU was munching on a piece of fruit, his cheeks puffing out slightly, "But I can't eat too much, otherwise Fu Yanji will worry." "Would you indulge more if he weren't concerned about you?" ZHOU paused his chewing, staring into the void as if deep in thought. When Fu Youwu waved his hand in front of him, ZHOU finally turned back and said, "He will never stop worrying." That's true." Fu Youwu rested his chin on his hand, watching as ZHOU stopped eating after only consuming fruit pieces no larger than the palm of his hand. He said, "My brother really cares about you, I've never seen him treat anyone else like this." I know," ZHOU replied frankly, "because I'm his boyfriend." He added, "Fu Yanji loves me a lot." With that, Fu Youwu felt a sudden intake of dog food without doing anything. ZHOU pushed the plate of fruits, cookies, and marshmallows towards Fu Youwu, signaling him to eat. "You're not eating anymore." Fu Youwu noticed how this person had eaten only 2 bananas and 1 small slice of apple, each bite finishing quickly in a small mouthful. ZHOU shook his head, "I'd throw up if I eat any more." "What's going on here?" In just a few bites, Fu Youwu finished everything on the plate, prompting ZHOU to turn off the chocolate fountain, somewhat disappointingly saying, "Looks like you don't like chocolate either, you barely dipped anything." "Ah, right." Fu Youwu took care to wash all the dishes clean while watching ZHOU meticulously cleaning the machine. He couldn't help but find it amusing, how ZHOU went through so much trouble just for 3 tiny fruit bites, spending an hour heating the chocolate, preparing the fruit platter, then washing the machine, all for a fleeting moment of joy that lasted less than 5 minutes. "I won't make this for you again in the future." This sounded a bit like pouting. ZHOU himself realized it too, explaining, "I don't want to make chocolate for you." "No, it's not because I don't like you, it's because you don't like it." "Not exactly. What I mean is..." His mind seemed unable to keep up, influenced by the morning medicine, leaving ZHOU appearing dull and slow, far from his usual quick-witted self. After trying and failing to explain himself clearly, he felt defeated, continued washing the equipment in his hands with sagging shoulders. "Never mind, I'm sorry." "Are you saying you brought out this machine specially to entertain me?" Fu Youwu asked. ZHOU glanced at him while holding the gloves, nodding, "You're Fu Yanji's brother, I'll take good care of you." Chapter 117, ZHOU, "You're not someone who lives for the day." Fu Youwu soon realized that ZHOU was really making an effort to entertain him. Entertaining guests had never been difficult for the old ZHOU. He could quickly list what needed to be done and arrange Fu Youwu's schedule in a very reasonable way, making Fu Youwu's stay fulfilling and fun. But the current ZHOU seemed somewhat clumsy, even a little cute. Fu Yanji did not hire a live-in nanny because the current ZHOU was a bit afraid of strangers, and would hide in his room all day when they came over. So now, only Fu Youwu and ZHOU were sitting on the sofa, silent for quite a while. Perhaps ZHOU also felt it wasn't good to leave him alone, but no matter how fast his brain worked, he couldn't come up with any topics to chat about. So he lifted up Pang Pang in his arms and handed him to Fu Youwu. "Hold him for a while." "Ah. Thanks," said Fu Youwu. Holding Pang Pang is quite warm. ZHOU looked serious, filled with anticipation as he waited for Fu Youwu's response. Oh, it really is warm, Fu Youwu pinched Pang Pang's chubby dog face, then said, but isn't he a bit too fat? Clearly overweight. Zhou Mao's mouth slowly drooped downward, and suddenly he didn't want Fu Youwu holding Pang Pang anymore. But Pang Pang is very cute, Fu Youwu said. In that case, you can hold him for a bit. Zhou Mao's tone was like reluctantly conceding something major, making it seem as if letting go of Pang Pang was already being exceptionally generous. When Fu Yanji came home after work, he bought a bunch of roses, intending to make up for what he owed Zhou Mao. After all, during a romantic relationship, one would still need a bouquet of flowers, wouldn't they? However, as he parked his car at the entrance, he saw Zhou Mao, Fu Youwu, and Pang Pang building a snowman in the yard. Fu Youwu remembered his instructions and made Zhou Mao wear a lot of clothes, a down jacket, thick gloves, scarf, hat, and cotton mask. However, Zhou Mao's movements were still somewhat slow. When Fu Yanji approached and took a closer look, good heavens, Zhou Mao wore a thick coat underneath his white down jacket. Because he was so bundled up, squatted there in a circle, it was hard at first glance to distinguish between him and the rolled-out snowballs. Mao, Fu Yanji squatted down to see Zhou Mao who was intently rolling a snowball. Why are you wearing so much? I made him wear it. Fu Youwu said, I was worried he'd catch a cold. Didn't you say he's fragile these days? Aren't you hot? Zhou Mao shook his head and replied, not hot. He was almost completely covered by Fu Youwu, only showing a pair of eyes. Fu Yanji reached into Zhou Mao's cap and felt around, confirming that he hadn't broken a sweat yet, finally putting his mind at ease. At this moment, however, Zhou Mao slowly told him, I'm just a bit cold in my feet. Fu Yanji then noticed Zhou Mao's shoes. It rarely snows in Haicheng during winter, and even with today's unusual low temperatures of just a few degrees below zero, they hadn't purchased very thick cotton shoes. But Zhou Mao's situation might be different. Even indoors with floor heating, he would still get ice-cold feet, let alone wearing thin shoes in the snow. It's my fault, Fu Yanji pulled Zhou Mao up, let's go inside and warm up. We'll buy a pair of cotton shoes tomorrow. Zhou Mao clearly didn't want to leave, so Fu Yanji tried pulling again but couldn't move him. Zhou Mao turned around and told Fu Yanji, the snowman isn't finished yet. You'll get diarrhea if your feet are too cold. Zhou Mao looked at Fu Youwu and repeated, the snowman isn't finished yet. Fu Youwu momentarily didn't understand why Zhou Mao said this to him, but he heard Fu Yanji saying, little five must be tired and needs to rest. Mao doesn't have to keep company with him outside. Oh. Zhou Mao got up with Fu Yanji's help, dizziness setting in from standing up too quickly. He started to feel unstable for a moment, but luckily Fu Yanji was next to him to steady him. What just happened? Was it dizziness or sleepiness? Asked Zhou Mao. It was dizziness, Mao. Will it be fine if I sleep for a while? No, Mao still needs to eat well, take medicine on time, avoid staying up late, and wait until Mao gets healthier to feel better, Fu Yanji asked again. Mao remembers now. I remember. Zhou Mao stomped his foot, pointed at his own foot, and tilted his head to tell Fu Yanji, my feet feel numb. Mao has been squatting for too long, Fu Yanji said, I'll rub your feet when we go inside. After having his needs met twice over the weekend, Zhou Mao still showed no reaction. He followed Fu Yanji into the house, took off his shoes, and bent down to straighten Fu Youwu's slippers. He still looked preoccupied. What's wrong? Fu Yanji asked. Is there something you want to say? Is little five tired because of me? Of course not. Fu Youwu caught up from behind, I just wanted to go out and play, it wasn't because of that. I was happy you were playing with me. Zhou Mao's face remained expressionless as he responded after a long pause with an oh. As soon as they entered the living room, they could smell the rich aroma of meat wafting from the kitchen, mixed with the scent of cumin. Fu Yanji sniffed the air and said, did Momo make dried meat today? Is it for Pang Pang or little five? It's for little five, Zhou Mao explained, dried meat for Pang Pang can't have salt or seasoning. I see, Fu Yanji didn't hold back his praise. It smells really good. Little five cut the meat, and I seasoned it, Zhou Mao added, because my hands shake, little five was afraid I'd hurt myself while cutting, so he did it. He cut a lot of meat because we also need to prepare some for Mom and Aunt Tao. Fu Yanji replied, you worked hard this afternoon. Can I try some? Fu Youwu stood nearby looking conflicted. You can, Zhou Mao readily agreed. Taste how it is. Fu Yanji picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. In the instant the meat touched his tongue, it felt like he'd been struck by something. With years of experience in navigating society, he managed to control his expression in a flash. He couldn't believe how excessively salty the meat was, it would probably kill someone who sold salt. Fu Youwu covered his face, Zhou Mao's bad memory had caused him to add salt 3 times, making it unbearably bitter with saltiness. Zhou Mao said, it still tastes like before. Fu Yanji thought carefully, it's really, goes well with rice. Dried meat is a snack, it doesn't need to pair with rice. Zhou Mao corrected him seriously, let me taste a piece. Hey! The 2 brothers of the Fu family both reached out to stop his hand. Zhou Mao pulled back, looking slightly hurt. Can't I eat it? Of course you can. Fu Yanji racked his brains for a reason, but, your traditional Chinese medicine requires dietary restrictions. You should avoid eating too much cumin. Let me wash the meat and then you can eat it. That'll ruin the taste. There's nothing we can do about it, we have to take care of our bodies, Momo. If you still want to eat dried meat, you can. Fu Yanji pulled Zhou Mao toward the study as he walked and kept turning back to give Fu Youwu frantic signals to hide the dried meat. Fu Yanji led Zhou Mao into the study, where he had hidden the roses he bought. There for you, Fu Yanji shoved the bouquet of roses from his desk into Zhou Mao's arms. We still need lovers to exchange roses on weekends, right? Thank you. Zhou Mao responded, thinking that he should be happier now, so he added, I'm glad you gave them to me. Although his expressionless face didn't exactly match his words, Fu Yanji paid no attention to it and simply said, you can place them in your vase. Zhou Mao looked carefully at the roses in his arms, but suddenly noticed the receipt Fu Yanji had forgotten to remove from the bouquet. He meticulously counted the numbers on the receipt, trying to find the decimal point. But there wasn't one. This bouquet costs 5,009 yuan. Zhou Mao stared at Fu Yanji and flatly accused him, you're extravagant, you're not someone who lives for the day. Chapter 118 Absolutely not. In the evening, Zhou Mo sat in the bathtub while Fu Yanji moved a small stool to sit by it. He held a shower head and rinsed Zhou Mo, who looked up with a snow-white smile and seemed like he wanted to say something. What's wrong? Fu Yanji asked. I want to take a bath by myself from now on. Zhou Mo proposed his idea, I don't want you to help me. Why? Fu Yanji applied some shower gel without even raising an eyelid, and asked, why do you not want me to help you? I'm already 21, not a kid anymore, Zhou Mo said, it makes me feel useless. No. Fu Yanji refused, I can't be at ease letting you bathe alone. What is there not to be at ease about? Fu Yanji didn't say anything, just stared at him as if giving Zhou Mo a glance for him to figure out by himself. Zhou Mo became uneasy. He touched his nose sheepishly and said, I won't faint. The last time was right after I got discharged from the hospital, wasn't it? When Zhou Mo had been recently discharged from the hospital, he once fainted in the bathroom. Due to exhaustion, he collapsed with a bang on the floor while bathing. Fortunately, Fu Yanji had been guarding by the door and prevented a potentially serious outcome. Fu Yanji said nothing. After drying Zhou Mo's hair with a hairdryer, he made Zhou Mo stand on the scale. Look, you're not yet 110 pounds. Fu Yanji pointed to the number on the scale, when Mo reaches 120 pounds, then you can bathe by yourself, okay? Okay. He has some small opinions of his own, but he listens well. Almost everything Fu Yanji says to him, he would follow, but tonight he seemed a little difficult to deal with. Fu Yanji told Zhou Mo to go lie back in bed while he warmed up some milk. But when he came back with the milk, Zhou Mo had changed into his shirt and was waiting for him in bed, looking at him with innocent eyes when he entered the room. Fu Yanji stepped back a step like Tang Sanzang mistakenly entering spider-web cave, with a solemn tone, no. Why not? Just no. Fu Yanji placed the milk on the bedside table with a straight face, drink your milk, have some medicine, and let's sleep. Zhou Mo raised his arm, encircling Fu Yanji's neck, leaning his whole body against Fu Yanji, emitting heat continuously. Not long after, Fu Yanji was sweating profusely, do you not like me anymore? I like you, Mo. Fu Yanji said helplessly, but you can't handle it right now. You look down on me, Zhou Mo's expression was very aggrieved, hurry up. Fu Yanji stood straight and firm despite Zhou Mo clinging and moving around on him, staying unmoved. It's 9 o'clock, time to sleep. No. Zhou Mo hugged him tightly, noticing that he did not move an inch, his eye rims began to turn red. He said firmly, you just don't like me anymore, you think the current me makes you nauseous. Fu Yanji loudly declared his innocence. How could a man in his late 20s not have any needs towards his partner? Zhou Mo asked, or is it that you now have a new partner? Impossible. You've wronged me. Then come on. Zhou Mo looked pitifully at him, just make me happy, okay? Right now he seemed somewhat numb, with little emotional fluctuation. He wanted to get some pleasure through this way, and Fu Yanji agreed to his will. As the clock's hand slowly pointed to 10 o'clock, Fu Yanji wiped the sweat off Zhou Mo's forehead, that's good, go to bed early. Having said that, he rose to go take a shower, only to unexpectedly be pulled by Zhou Mo, what are you doing? Is it over? Fu Yanji said, go to bed early. Zhou Mo didn't give up. He threw the set of covers on the bed away directly, pulling Fu Yanji down, their lips meeting. They tussled until the wee hours of the night. Fu Yanji rose quietly to pat Zhou Mo's face, whispering softly, Mo. Zhou Mo's eyes were tightly closed, dizzy and unconscious. Fu Yanji sighed, well, anyway, he finally calmed down. In the following few times, no preventive measures were taken, and Fu Yanji worried that Zhou Mo might develop a fever over the weekend. Therefore, he carried Zhou Mo into the bathroom to wash him again. By the time they lay down to sleep, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. Usually on weekends at this time, Zhou Mo would wake up from a nightmare, but now he was dazed and faint, which made Fu Yanji somewhat worried. He closely monitored ZHOU's condition throughout the night. Sure enough, when the sky started to brighten, Fu Yanji touched ZHOU's forehead for the 16th time, and it felt slightly warm. Mo. Fu Yanji called his name a few more times, and ZHOU's brows moved slightly as he hoarsely asked, "What is it?" "You have a slight fever. Do you feel any other discomfort right now?" ZHOU answered, "I just want to sleep, or maybe I'm dizzy." "It's my fault," Fu Yanji said with some guilt, "maybe it's inflamed. Shall I call the doctor to give you a shot?" ZHOU didn't answer, just muttering something under his breath. Even after Fu Yanji leaned closer to listen, he couldn't make out what was being said, because ZHOU fell asleep shortly after. When the injection was administered, ZHOU woke up again. He looked up at the drip bag and seemed to remember something, then quietly said to Fu Yanji beside him, "I want to discuss something with you." His voice was still a bit hoarse. Fu Yanji picked up the lukewarm water that had been prepared early and placed it near ZHOU's mouth to let him drink. Then he asked, "What is it?" Recently, ZHOU had become quite capricious. Normally, he would do whatever he wanted without asking for approval, and Fu Yanji understood that these were trivial things, so he left him alone. For him to voluntarily start a conversation, it probably wasn't about anything good. "I don't want to take medicine anymore, can I stop taking it?" ZHOU carefully observed Fu Yanji's expression and quickly changed his tone, or maybe switched to another kind of medication. Upon hearing this, Fu Yanji immediately felt angry from deep within, but he patiently asked, "Why?" "It feels so bad," ZHOU complained, "my brain is sluggish, and I can't think clearly." "What are you thinking?" Fu Yanji said sternly, "ZHOU, I'm telling you, no matter what, you must never stop your medication arbitrarily. The consequences could be serious. Did you hear me?" Fu Yanji rarely spoke to him so seriously, and ZHOU was momentarily frightened, mumbling, "But it really makes me feel terrible." "Absolutely not." Fu Yanji reflected if his tone was too harsh, so he softened it, saying, "The discomfort is only temporary. Don't you, Mo, want to get better quickly?" ZHOU mumbled, "I was just discussing it with you. If you don't agree, fine." Chapter 119, Collapse. ZHOU seemed fine over the weekend, except for some lower back pain and weakness in her legs. She had no major issues otherwise. With a cooling patch on her forehead, she squatted down to open a can of meat for Pango. Pango sniffed it, licked some broth twice, and then stopped eating. "Come eat." Fu Yanji served the millet porridge that he had prepared and let it cool slightly. Pulling out a stool, he called to ZHOU, "Drink this bowl of porridge and take your medicine after you finish." ZHOU went over, sat down, but looked back at Pango and said, "Pango doesn't seem energetic today. It's not hungry. You should eat first." Fu Yanji pushed a small dish closer and said, "I'm not going to work today." "Why aren't you going to work again? Aren't you feeling unwell?" "We'll rest at home properly today." Fu Yanji thought for a moment and said, "I've already asked my assistant to buy your cotton shoes, they'll be delivered soon. If you're fever-free by this afternoon, we can go play in the snow tomorrow." ZHOU looked somewhat displeased and drank only 2 sips of the millet porridge before placing it aside, refusing to drink more despite all the persuasion. Fu Yanji was helpless and pulled her over to the scale, saying, "This is unhealthy, step on it and let me check." "Look, a 179 centimeters boy weighing 108 pounds, do you think this is normal?" ZHOU shook her head silently. Fu Yanji sensed that something wasn't right with ZHOU's mood but couldn't figure out why just yet. He pulled her back to the dining table, discarded the cooled millet porridge, refilled a warm bowl and pushed it forward, "Eat a few more bites. We'll stop when you feel nauseous." In reality, if it weren't for the nausea, ZHOU wouldn't have put down his chopsticks. He really wanted to improve himself, but looking at the golden millet porridge in the bowl still made him feel like his stomach was churning. After forcing down half a mouthful, he stood up from his chair abruptly, pushing away Fu Yanji's hand as she came to check on him, and ran to the sink where he immediately started vomiting. Fu Yanji quickly rushed over and held her firmly, stroking her back continuously. After throwing up the millet porridge she'd drunk earlier, acid followed. ZHOU coughed while retching, as if trying to expel the disobedient organ itself. This sound alone was frightening. Fu Yanji also noticed that ZHOU often got choked by her own vomit, coughing and choking repeatedly when she felt uncomfortable, making her look like she might pass out any second. Cough, cough, cough. ZHOU was choked again, leaning on the edge of the sink limply. "That's enough, don't force it anymore," Fu Yanji consoled, rubbing ZHOU's chest. "Do you want to throw up more? Why don't you rinse your mouth?" ZHOU was completely exhausted. After pushing Fu Yanji's hand away, she dry-retched again, seemingly rejecting food entering her digestive tract physiologically. For the first time, the tall Fu Yanji, who was nearly 6 feet, found himself at a loss of what to do. ZHOU's eyes started to sting, especially when she saw Fu Yanji holding the water cup, kneeling beside her silently without speaking. She felt an even stronger urge to cry. How can you not go to work? Isn't it the busiest time at year-end?" ZHOU asked through tears, looking at her through a misty veil. "Am I becoming your burden now?" She didn't want to stay home doing nothing forever, nor did she want Fu Yanji to sideline her career to care for her. But why, oh why am I so useless, ZHOU? Why haven't I recovered yet? Why? Why am I so fragile? Is it true that all sick people must have someone accompany them? There isn't anyone who has the obligation to take care of me indefinitely. Can't I handle it myself? Can't I support myself? If I'd never met Fu Yanji, would I be unable to survive? But Fu Yanji owes me nothing. Why do I keep clinging to him like a lifeline? Why can't I let go? Desperation and despair overwhelmed ZHOU like a tide, catching her completely off guard, with no warning signs. She could do nothing but immerse herself in this despair, curled up in the corner of the sofa, helplessly crying. Mo. The usually poised Fu chairman, smooth-talking in business circles, didn't know what to say to her. He glanced at the black wristband, 3 fingers wide, around ZHOU's wrist. It was a scar left from her previous wrist-cutting incident. It hadn't healed completely, even though it had been such a long time because ZHOU, even now, subconsciously kept scratching at it. By the time either ZHOU or Fu Yanji discovered it over the weekend, her wrist was once again a mess of blood and raw flesh. The scar beneath the wristband now looked horrifying and impossible to look at directly. I don't understand, didn't I already take my medication? Haven't I been seeing the doctor on time? I haven't lied about anything. Why am I still like this? Why haven't I improved at all after such a long time? ZHOU looked at the once confident Fu Yanji, now wearing casual house clothes, squatting there holding a water cup with a lost expression. This kind of helplessness she'd never seen in Fu Yanji before. So even someone as capable as Fu Yanji couldn't remain unaffected in this rescue effort. So I've really dragged him down. I'm begging you, Fu Yanji, I'm begging you, please go focus on your work. You can't keep putting everything, absolutely everything, on me alone. You're going to wear yourself out eventually. The cold wind howled outside, but the house was warm from the underfloor heating. Despite this, Fu Yanji felt a chill inside his chest because he didn't know how to handle ZHOU's emotions either. All the knowledge he had accumulated through years of schooling, all the experience he gained battling in society, all those competition awards displayed proudly in his room, none of them had taught him how to comfort a collapsing lover. ZHOU sobbed pitifully, and Fu Yanji felt as though his heart would break into pieces. Even the embrace that usually calmed ZHOU instantly was useless this time. He could only hold her tightly in his arms, each sob cutting into his heart like a whip. Fu Yanji gripped ZHOU's wrists to prevent her from scratching her wounds out of sheer emotion. At this point, ZHOU was almost exhausted from crying, leaning against him and saying faintly, "Go to work." His voice was so soft it disappeared into the air the moment it left his lips. Fu Yanji asked again, "What?" "Go to work," ZHOU said, her eyes hollow, her throat hoarse. Fu Yanji embraced her more tightly to make sure she wouldn't fade away. She choked again against him, "I'm dying, I'm going to die. Please Fu Yanji, stop staying with me. Go to work. I beg you." No. Fu Yanji held ZHOU tightly, confining her in his arms as he said, Mo won't die. As long as Mo doesn't do something stupid, you'll live to be 100 years old. ZHOU leaned silently against him for a while before speaking, "Leave, Fu Yanji. Go to work. Let me be alone for a bit." Chapter 120, Memo. Fu Yanji sent ZHOU back to his room, and ZHOU lay down again, covering himself with the quilt. Fu spent 10 minutes checking the house for potential safety hazards, ensuring there were no sharp objects or flammable materials. He locked all the windows and balconies on the second floor and took away the sleeping pills that ZHOU kept on his bedside table. There will be a cooking ant coming at noon to prepare lunch. If you're hungry, eat some. The doctor will also come this afternoon to give you another shot. Fu Yanji then touched ZHOU's slightly feverish forehead gently. "If your fever worsens, call me. If you don't want to call me, it's fine too. I've saved the doctor's contact information in your phone." ZHOU lay in bed watching Fu Yanji open the drawer and take away his sleeping pills, saying, "I already said I won't commit suicide." I know," Fu Yanji softly kissed ZHOU's forehead as if kissing a fragile gem. "I love you so much, Momo." ZHOU's eyes watered up again, burying his face in the quilt and muttering, "Goodbye," to Fu Yanji. Fu Yanji glanced back at him one last time before gently closing the door behind him. As soon as the door shut, tears poured from ZHOU's eyes. The car had driven off a ways. Fu Yanji stared out at the receding cityscape through the window, a wave of frustration washing over him. His eyes turned bloodshot, ultimately unable to hold back. He raised a hand to wipe away the tears spilling from the corners of his eyes. Instead of heading to the company, Fu Yanji went to Dr. Song's clinic. Occasional emotional breakdowns, Fu Yanji explained. He also does things to hurt himself, but, it seems unconscious. Fu Yanji opened his memo book which detailed ZHOU's daily conditions for the past few months. November 30th. Diagnosed with severe depression and anxiety. The doctor gave him a bag of medicine. After taking the medicine, Momo lost interest in eating. Slept only 3 hours and woke up due to nightmares. December 1st. Shaky hands broke a cup and hid in the room crying secretly. Took medication normally. Got up at 1:30 a.m. to check on the sleeping dog. Probably didn't sleep the whole night. Only drank half a bowl of millet porridge all day. December 2nd. Threw up upon waking up in the morning. However, the mood was not bad today, brought him outside to try painting. Fell asleep while attending class. December 3rd. Fainted because of not eating dinner combined with insomnia. Scared me to death, he wouldn't wake up even when called repeatedly. Why doesn't he want to eat anymore? Momo has been hospitalized several times this year. December 4th. Today he secretly scratched his own wound. His wrist is so thin, already bloody. What should I do? How can I save him? December 14th. Last night he got up and opened the window while I was sleeping. My apartment is on the 22nd floor. What if he really jumps down? December 15th. Momo keeps getting mysterious bruises on his body recently. He's pinching himself secretly, I know. No person can truly feel what another is feeling, just like I can't completely share in Momo's despair. But I understand, because he is my love. I bought a lot of red flower oil and placed it in his bedside cabinet. December 20th. Yesterday evening Momo ate 7 sleeping pills without me noticing. What should I do? Does Momo really not want to live anymore? December 22nd. He's lost more weight again. A man nearly 180 centimeters tall, how can he be so thin? The doctor says Momo has anorexia. What should I do? Should I try to make different dishes? Will he eat more? Dr. Song read the whole month-long memo from start to end, addressing Fu Yenji who looked a bit haggard. Mr. Fu, caring for a patient with depression is very tormenting for family members. I don't think it's tormenting to care for him, Fu Yenji said with reddened eyes, all I feel is heartache. If being alive is really that painful, isn't it selfish for me to insist on keeping him in this world? If every moment of life for Momo was pure agony, should he really let go and allow him to go? If Momo really wanted to die. Did you leave him alone at home? Dr. Song asked. Yes. Fu Yenji stared at his phone screen, showing a string of data transmitted by Momo's bracelet, constantly monitoring his heartbeat. They moved here on their first day, and he made Momo wear it right away. Are you not afraid that he will have suicidal thoughts when you're not around? Dr. Song said, I've encountered patients with the lowest will to live. Even if we locked them in an empty room, they would still bang their heads against the wall. If Momo really reaches that point, then I'll respect his wishes, Fu Yenji said, with redder eyes, but banging his head against the wall would hurt so much. You cannot give up on him. I haven't given up on Momo, Fu Yenji felt heart-wrenching just by thinking about it. What should I do now? He suffers every day. He suffered from hunger for so long as a child, and he loves eating so much. But now he can't even drink a bowl of millet porridge. What should I do? Does he really not want to live anymore? Should I let him go? But I can't. Momo is only 21 years old, his life hasn't truly started yet. There are so many things he hasn't done. He's about to be happy, how could he? My suggestion is, start appropriately distancing yourself now. You can try trusting him once. Dr. Song adjusted his glasses, the meticulous care you provided these past few days might have put pressure on him. He's afraid of becoming your burden. The more detailed and gentle Fu Yenji was, the more painful it was for Zhouma. But what if he tries something while I'm not there? Dr. Song mentioned this issue when I talked with Zhouma before. Dr. Song said, Zhouma also mentioned that you've neglected a lot of work to take care of him. He doesn't want this illness to delay you, perhaps some of his suicidal behaviors are just to give you back your freedom, but he also can't bear losing you. You know, people who truly want to die can't be stopped. Zhouma has been at the edge of the cliff so many times, but why didn't he jump? Because you're here. Dr. Song continued, so he chose to live. We could say his rationality fights with the disease every day. Fu Yenji, listening to all this, simply asked, could it be that he doesn't believe I love him deeply? He does believe it. Similarly, he loves you too, but exactly because he loves you too much, he doesn't want you to lose yourself in this relationship. I think Zhouma wants you to love yourself first before loving him. This fool. Fu Yenji chuckled lightly, yet tears fell down. So the passionate night they had yesterday wasn't because Zhouma was bored and wanted to amuse himself, but not for that reason. It was for Fu Yenji. He was afraid Fu Yenji would get lost in this routine daily life, always pondering over how to take care of Zhouma better. He feared more that Fu Yenji would one day get tired of it all and leave. So last night's act was both a warning and a plea from Zhouma. Every tear shed by Zhouma was for Fu Yenji. A person who despises oneself wanted his lover to love himself first. Love others as you love yourself. Has Zhouma achieved this? He placed himself in such a low position. You need to let him feel that you became better because of his existence. Only then will he dislike himself less, Dr. Song said. In all my years of practice, I've never met such a special kid, so please be more patient. He is positively taking medication, hoping to stay with you for a few more years. I understand, thank you. Fu Yenji was interrupted by the vibration of his phone before he could finish speaking. He saw it was the family doctor calling, quickly apologized to Dr. Song and hurried out of the door. As soon as he answered the call, the first thing he heard was, Mr. Fu. You asked me to come this afternoon to check on Zhouma's physical condition. I've arrived. But Zhouma isn't at home. Chapter 121, it covered me all over. When Fu Yenji heard the news, he almost fainted, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, he grabbed the wall in time and managed to calm himself down with gritted teeth. Didn't you call him? Weekend's phone was on the bedside table at home, he didn't take it with him. You go to the study now, turn on the computer. There's surveillance footage from the entrance of the villa there. Check when he went back, Fu Yenji added, his voice trembling. Also check all the bathrooms, rooms, wardrobes, bathtubs, take a look everywhere. Okay. The doctor responded and began searching through the villa. Fu Yenji called Zhou Yuning while rushing toward the underground garage, asking, are you at home right now? Yes, what is it? Did Weekend come back? Fu Yenji's tone was unusually panicked. Weekend has disappeared. Is he with you? What? Zhou Yuning stood up instantly, ignoring Cui Lily's strange looks as he grabbed his coat to rush out. He's not here. That's impossible, with how unsteady Weekend is now, there's no way he could have gone out by himself. Exactly. Fu Yenji stepped on the gas pedal, the engine roaring. When I left, he just had a breakdown. I'm afraid he might do something stupid. Can you help me search around the neighborhood? All right. Zhou Yuning, hearing the sound of Fu Yenji's engine, warned him, drive carefully. If anything happens to you, Momo will be unable to survive even if he is found. I know, Fu Yenji replied briefly before Zhou Yuning hung up, then yelled inside, Uncle Lin, quickly gather some people to search for Momo around the neighborhood. I'll go to the property management office to check the surveillance. What's wrong? What happened? Cui Lily asked anxiously. Is there something wrong with Momo? Fu Yenji just called. He said that Momo went out alone and has disappeared. Zhou Yuning pushed open the door. Mom, don't worry too much. Momo is an adult now, he'll be fine. I'm going out first. Uncle Lin, hurry. Fu Yenji also wasn't idle. He called the property management office next and reviewed the surveillance recordings from earlier after parking his car by the side of the road. He carefully examined them, seeing Weekend had rushed out in a hurry without even changing his shoes, simply putting on a down jacket. There was also something bulging in his arms, though it wasn't clear what. Fu Yenji replayed the progress bar multiple times, noticing Weekend seemed to have bolted out because of some sudden emergency. For a moment, he actually felt relieved, but soon anxiety surged again. Weekend had been so weak these past few days, sometimes even dizziness after standing for just a short while. Outside, it was freezing. And he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. The phone rang again, it was Zhou Yuning. Hey. I checked the security cameras at the property office. Weekend took a taxi out of the community, and will need to contact the police station to check the subsequent street-level camera feeds. His phone isn't reachable. Zhou Yuning remarked sharply. He didn't bring the phone either. How could you leave him alone at home? It was his mistake. He shouldn't have left Weekend home alone. While driving, Fu Yenji kept glancing at passers-by on both sides of the road. He'd considered letting Weekend go, but now realizing the consequences, he knew he couldn't accept this reality. If anything were to happen to Weekend. Zhou Yuning and his team had searched every inch inside and outside the residential area. Uncle Lin was repeatedly reviewing the surveillance sent remotely by Fu Yenji, attempting to identify the taxi plate number among the heavy traffic in the city center. When they looked up, they saw Fu Yenji's car arrive, only stopping momentarily at the gate before Fu Yenji burst into the house. Pang Pang wasn't there either. A bucket of cold water splashed over him, making him shiver. Weekend had taken Pang Pang with him. Why? Was he running away from home? But why did he leave without bringing anything? What's going on? Any news? Zhou Yuning asked. Your assistant came by earlier and is now leading a search party outside the neighborhood. Weekend doesn't have much strength, he can't have gone too far. But it's so cold now. He hasn't eaten, and he still has a fever. What if he collapses somewhere and can't get up? Fu Yenji thought about it and felt close to breaking down. Weekend's body was already so fragile, this strain would probably lead to another cold. How could he bear having let Weekend stay alone like this? I'll search myself. Fu Yenji turned his head and saw a white figure slowly walking over at the intersection. Weekend was wearing a pair of slippers, and there seemed to be something stuffed in his down jacket, making it bulge. He looked down at the road, and when he looked up, he saw a crowd blocking the entrance to his home. Hey. Weekend didn't understand what was happening yet when Fu Yenji rushed over and grabbed him tightly before he could ask anything. Fu Yenzi's angry voice broke through. Where did you go? Why didn't you tell me first? Fu Yenzi had never lost his composure like this before. Glancing down at Weekend's frozen red feet, he pulled him inside, leaving Zhou Yuning and the bodyguards outside exchanging bewildered glances. Weekend was stunned by Fu Yenzi's outburst, still unable to react before being dragged indoors. Why did you go out alone? Why are you dressed so lightly? Why didn't you take your phone? Fu Yenzi sounded as if he were about to lose his mind, each question accompanied by an overwhelming wave of fear that made him break into a cold sweat. You've scared me to death, I thought you were going to commit suicide. Where did you go? Zhou Yuning leaned against the doorframe, pressing his ear against the crack and listening carefully to Fu Yenzi's furious voice. He pounded on the door and shouted anxiously, Fu Yanzi. Calm down and talk to Weekend. Don't upset him. Weekend gazed at Fu Yanzi blankly, as if he hadn't yet grasped the situation, his lips tightly pursed. However, Zhou Yuning's words were like fuel to the fire, causing Fu Yanzi's anger to flare up again. Speak. Why did you run off by yourself? Startled by Fu Yanzi's shout, Weekend trembled, shook his head, and pulled Pang Pang out from under his coat. As the down jacket opened, it revealed a mess inside, with Pang Pang still dozing in Weekend's arms. Weekend finally realized the trouble he'd caused and explained pitifully, Pang Pang got sick, vomiting and having diarrhea. I took him to the pet hospital, but why is it so expensive to treat a dog? And he messed all over me. Fu Yanzi. I'm so dirty now, Fu Yanzi. Weekend looked at himself, drenched in foul-smelling stains, more devastated than Fu Yanzi. I need to shower and change clothes. I have to wash now. We can talk after I finish, I can't stand it anymore. Fu Yanzi. Chapter 122, Rest Well. The door of the house was opened again. The moment Zhou Yuning saw Fu Yanzi, she reproached him, he has just come home, and you scolded him without hearing his side of the story. Fu Yanzi lowered his head and handed Zhou Yuning a pair of slippers, feeling extremely guilty. You clearly knew he hasn't been in good condition recently, yet you still yelled at him. What if you end up upsetting him? It's my fault, Fu Yanzi said with his head down. You go rest for a while. I'll go upstairs and give Zhoudou a bath. As soon as they entered the room, Zhoudou had already changed out of the pajamas that were dirted by poo-poo. He was sitting on the bed wrapping cling film around his wrist. Fu Yanzi squatted down, grabbed Zhoudou's cold ankle, and asked, why didn't you change your shoes before going out? I was in too much of a hurry. Zhoudou pulled back his foot, not allowing Fu Yanzi to warm it further. I need to take a shower now. Shall I accompany you? No need, Zhoudou said softly, looking down. At the pet hospital, I drank half a bottle of carbonated Coke. I won't pass out while showering. Although Fu Yanzi didn't insist on helping him bathe, he firmly took Zhoudou's ankle into both his hands and rested his forehead against Zhoudou's knees. He said, I'm sorry. I lost control earlier. Zhoudou looked down at the back of his head. He realized slowly that his behavior today had really frightened Fu Yanzi. Indeed, anyone would have been shocked. Fu Yanzi must also be very tired these days, being with someone like him couldn't possibly be easy. But Zhoudou's mouth pouted slightly, still feeling aggrieved. Poo-poo wasn't energetic today and refused to eat. I was scared, I feared he would die because when Manta left me, he was the same way. So I rushed him to the pet hospital and forgot to bring my phone, which is why I didn't call you. I understand that Momo was too scared, said Fu Yanzi, holding Zhoudou's icy ankle and trying to warm it up, but failing. He continued, Momo, you wore too little clothing, and you're sick too. Didn't you take a taxi on your way back? His eyes fell on the bruises on Zhoudou's hand, where he'd received too many IVs recently. These marks were close to becoming scars. Zhoudou, noticing Fu Yanzi's cautious look, felt as if needles were piercing his heart. He explained, I didn't have enough cash on me, but I did manage to get a ride from a taxi driver for part of the journey. Once I couldn't afford it anymore, I asked the driver to drop me off. Why didn't you borrow someone's phone and call me? Fu Yanzi added, or you could have gone back to your mom's place, Chui Auntie would have given you money for the taxi fare. In the worst-case scenario, you could have told the driver to wait for you while you went home to get the money. Momo kept silent and looked down. Lifting his head to meet Momo's eyes directly, Fu Yanzi said earnestly, Momo, by intentionally making yourself uncomfortable, you are also deliberately causing discomfort for me. Momo, with tears welling up in his eyes, muttered, I'm sorry. Sorry, Fu Yanzi, whose hands were still gripping Momo's ankle, finally made him feel some warmth. Momo, can we move slowly? This process might indeed be painful, but let's not rush, okay? Momo nodded, hoarsely saying, all right. For the first time in a long while, Momo decided to try bathing independently. Fu Yanzi had warned him not to bathe for too long, just a quick rinse. Momo listened obediently and came out after 10 minutes. At that time, Fu Yanzi was still waiting outside. Momo proudly said, see, I told you I could do it myself. Yes, Fu Yanzi smiled. Momo can do it alone too. When Momo went downstairs, he found Aunt Chui Lily had arrived, carrying a small pot. Curious, Momo approached and discovered it contained a bowl of shrimp custard. The first thing Aunt Chui said upon seeing him was, Momo, how could you run away from home again? I didn't. And you say you didn't. You didn't even bring your phone, don't you know Xiao Fu was almost terrified out of his wits? Next time, don't dare do this again. Besides, you're weak right now. It's so cold outside, what if you fainted somewhere? What then? How would that make Mom worry? Chui Lily's admonishments were gentle, but she managed to make Zhoudou lower his head. Sitting in front of the dining table, he listened silently as Chui Lily scolded him from every possible angle, his eating habits, sleeping schedule, frequency of exercise, even his medication regimen. By the end of it all, Zhoudou was close to tears, gazing at Fu Yanzi with shimmering eyes. Seeing Zhoudou's expression, Fu Yanzi felt a pang of sympathy and was about to speak up on his behalf when Cui Lily turned her attention to him. Little Fu, you sit down there too. I've got some things to say to you as well. You said you could take care of Momo, didn't you? Auntie trusted you, but look how you've been taking care of him. You're neglecting yourself so much that you think Auntie and your mom are disabled. Or is it because we're old that you're starting to ignore us? Fu Yanzi was speechless, bowing his head sheepishly. You don't even have a job. Cui Lily continued. Trisha and I, two housewives at home, idle our time away baking cakes, while here you are, struggling to take care of Momo. Look at your chin, so sharp it could cut through glass. Tell me, both of you together, are you two ever going to become reliable? This cannot go on. Zhou Yuning found it quite amusing watching the two sitting side by side at the table with their heads lowered, but it seemed like Cui Lily was settling old scores now. He didn't join the scene, quietly retreating to the kitchen to start cooking instead. It didn't take long for Cui Lily to bring out a small bowl for Zhoudou. As she spooned out the egg custard, she said, Here, Momo, your mom made this egg custard especially for you. Look at how thin you've gotten recently. Yanzi, just hold on for a moment, Auntie also brought over some fish soup. Yun Ning, would you heat it up for him? Though Zhou Yuning wasn't exactly thrilled about becoming an impromptu cook, he accepted the challenge without complaint, tying the apron around himself. With great determination, he vowed not to disgrace his dignity as someone who had studied abroad in the UK, swinging his spatula with fervor in the kitchen. Of course, Fu Yanzi couldn't leave Zhou Yuning to do all the work alone. Seeing Zhoudou slowly savoring the egg custard bite by bite, he decided to assist in the kitchen. Before long, Zhoudou finished the egg custard. His appetite seemed pretty good today, so he even served himself another half bowl. To everyone's surprise, Cui Lily called out from the doorway to the two in the kitchen, You said Momo wouldn't be able to eat anything, but look, he's eaten 2 bowls of custard already. At that moment, Fu Yanzi paused mid-chop, sensing something amiss. He walked over to Zhoudou and reached out to touch his forehead, only to quickly withdraw his hand. It was burning hot. Right, Zhoudou had been running a low-grade fever since the morning, and after all the commotion, it seemed to have worsened. This temperature. Fu Yanzi looked at Zhoudou with complicated emotions. How could someone still manage to eat despite such a high fever? The higher the fever, the more the appetite. I feel a bit dizzy now, Zhoudou admitted with a red face, tilting his head up to look at Fu Yanzi. I guess it's probably dizziness, but it doesn't feel too bad. Fu Yanzi grabbed the thermometer and took his temperature immediately, 41.2 degrees Celsius. Stop eating, go back to bed and rest. I'll call the doctor to come check on you. Fu Yanzi set aside the bowl, though Zhoudou looked somewhat reluctant. Upon seeing Fu Yanzi's darkening expression, he closed his mouth, turning to his mother and brother. He's so warm. Cui Lily exclaimed, concern spreading across her face. How could he possibly feel comfortable with such a fever? Go back to bed right now, Momo, and I'll call the doctor over. If necessary, we'll head straight to the hospital. Zhoudou touched his cheeks thoughtfully, then declared firmly, I'm not sick. Not only did he insist he wasn't sick or uncomfortable, but he even wanted to rush into the kitchen to stir-fry some dishes. Fu Yanzi, not wanting to argue, simply wrapped his arm around Zhoudou's waist, hoisted him up, and carried him straight to the bedroom. What are you doing? Zhoudou protested, slightly irritated. Why are you carrying me? Just listen to me and get some rest. The doctor will be here soon. Fu Yanzi gently placed Zhoudou on the bed and covered his eyes with one hand. Go ahead and sleep for a while, I'll stay here watching over you. But I really want to cook. Zhoudou tried bargaining, just 3 dishes, I haven't cooked for ages. Fu Yanzi frowned, silent for a moment. No. Well, what if? What if Aunt Cui comes up to watch you? Fu Yanzi proposed teasingly. At the mention of this, Zhoudou quickly drew his neck back. Just moments before, he'd received a lecture from Mom and definitely didn't want another round. You don't need to distract yourself by working now. What you need most right now is rest, Fu Yanzi explained patiently as he drew the curtains shut. The doctor will be here soon, and you might need an injection. Upon hearing these words, Zhoudou quietly pulled the blanket higher, tucking himself in snugly, muttering softly, all right. Chapter 123, 10,000 yuan. Cui Lily was worried about Zhouma over the weekend. After eating a few bites of lunch here, she still lingered outside Zhouma's door, wanting to go in and take a look. Mo isn't sleeping now, Fu Yanji said as he walked over with 2 bowls of Chinese medicine. If you want to see him, you can go in. What did the doctor say? It's just that his immune system is low. He had a slight fever this morning, and after going out just now, it got worse because of the wind. The doctor said to first give him a fever-reducing injection and see how it goes. If the fever doesn't come down by tonight, we'll have to send him to the hospital. Ah, that's how it is. Why did you prepare 2 bowls of Chinese medicine? Fu Yanji's tone carried a hint of helplessness as he said, Mo usually drinks 1 bowl and throws up another. Auntie, I just called the housekeeping auntie to clean up the guest bedroom. If you're worried tonight, you can stay and rest here. Alright, thank you for your consideration. Fu Yanji pushed the door open, and saw Zhouma with an 4 drip in one hand and holding a tablet in the other watching a movie. Chui Lily followed behind Fu Yenji, right in the blind spot of Zhouma's line of sight. When Zhouma saw him, he handed over the tablet, pointing at the food on the screen with a flushed face due to fever and said, "I want to eat this. Ice cream cake." "Yep, exactly," Zhouma replied, "can you bring it back for me when you finish work tomorrow? You might not even have a fever gone by tomorrow, and eating this will definitely irritate your stomach." Fu Yenji scolded him with a frown, "You already have so much medication in your stomach. If you eat something cold, you'll end up with gastroenteritis and will need another injection. It won't be like that, if I hold it in my mouth for a longer time, it'll turn warm when I swallow it." Zhouma noticed that Fu Yenji was completely unswayed. "I don't really want anything else, but I really want." "No way." Suddenly, Chui Lily's voice interrupted them. "It's 41.2 degrees Celsius already, and you're still thinking about eating ice cream? Do I look like an ice cream to you?" Zhouma widened his eyes, helplessly staring at Chui Lily who emerged from behind Fu Yenji, and he hadn't even noticed when she arrived. "I told you why you keep getting sick, you always bully Xiao Fu because of his good temper." "But I didn't, I just wanted." Zhouma tried to defend himself. "Eat what? Tomorrow Xiao Fu will go to work, and you will go home." Chui Lily firmly declared beside Zhouma, "It's decided from now on, you'll wait until Xiao Fu finishes work to pick you up." "Mom." Zhouma looked at Chui Lily, intending to argue for himself, but as soon as he looked up, he caught Fu Yenji smirking slightly at the corner of his mouth. "You set me up," Zhouma gritted his teeth and accused. "How could I?" Fu Yenji brought the medicine bowl closer. "Drink the medicine." "I won't drink it." "Aunt Chui, mo he." Fu Yenji hadn't finished speaking before Zhouma slapped a hand over his mouth and quickly gulped down the medicine, then returned the bowl to Fu Yenji. No throwing up, mo has done pretty well today." Fu Yenji kissed the bitter lips of Zhouma lightly. "Rest well." That night, Chui Lily stayed directly in the guest room. Zhou Yuning didn't have any objections, quietly sneaking a glance at the sleeping Zhouma before leaving. When Zhouma regained consciousness again, he found himself in a pet hospital. The veterinarian was leaning down to examine a dirty little dog lying on the bed and said, "This dog is old, and it has a lot of illnesses. You should mentally prepare yourself. Is there no other way?" It was right after school. Zhouma still hadn't taken off his backpack. He stared at the feeble dog on the medical bed, tears brimming in his eyes. "It can be cured, I'll treat it, no matter the cost, doctor, I beg you to save him, doctor." Looking at the veterinarian, Zhouma's voice trembled, slowly bending to his knees but was pulled up immediately by the vet. "Is this a stray dog? For a stray dog to live this long is already quite amazing." "No," Zhouma shook his head, "ZHOU is my little dog, it's not a stray." "What? Is this your dog? So thin, skin and bones only, are you taking proper care of it? Have you bought dog food for it? Such severe malnutrition. Now pretending to care so much, who are you trying to impress?" Once the vet realized that, they instantly became angry. Zhouma opened his mouth, dumbfounded. "Can't ham sausages do? How can a dog eat such salty things? Don't you know?" Zhouma truly didn't know. Looking at ZHOU lying listless on the medical bed, tears filled his eyes. "Doctor, can you save it? I beg you, please, please, I will take very good care of it, seriously, I plead with you. It's not that we won't treat it, but Mantu is already very old, the chance of survival is very slim. Besides, even if you spend a lot of money to save it, it won't live much longer. But it still needs to be saved." Zubomo couldn't help crying and grasped Mantu's paw. "It can't not be saved, it just can't. I only have it. Please, doctor, save him." "All right then." The doctor felt pity seeing his tears, so finally relented. "You go back first and get your family to prepare 10,000 yuan. In the meantime, this little dog will stay here." Where would Zubomo find 10,000 yuan? He was only 15 years old now. The boarding school fees were all earned by picking up trash after school and working during winter and summer vacations. Occasionally, he had to give out hundreds of yuan to ZHOU. Where could he find 10,000 yuan? Zubomo slumped down at the entrance of the pet hospital, hopelessly pulling his hair. What should he do? How could he possibly come up with 10,000 yuan? "How did you just come back?" A roommate saw Zubomo staggering into the dormitory with his school bag, and quickly approached. "Quickly, lend me your homework for copying." With an unhappy expression, Zubomo glanced at the roommate and took out his exercise book from the bag to pass over. Seeing his pale lips, the roommate quickly opened Zubomo's drawer and found a candy to put in his mouth. As the sweet candy melted in his mouth, Zubomo finally recovered somewhat, sitting on the stool, pointing out a few wrong places. "I'm not sure about these questions. You'd better modify them so the teacher doesn't catch you." "All right," the roommate said. "Are you not going to work tonight?" "I am. I'll go change clothes and leave immediately." Where to find 10,000 yuan? Zubomo found the boss of the barbecue shop. Dinner time was coming soon. The boss was very busy, but finally, Zubomo caught him at the door of the restroom. The boss was a rough-looking middle-aged man who asked gruffly, "What's up?" "Boss, can you advance my salary earlier?" Zubomo asked, looking down. "I have urgent use for it." "Advance salary? How much? 10,000 yuan. As soon as the words left Zubomo's mouth, the boss pushed him hard, that big fist directly hitting Zubomo's shoulder, making him stagger backward. What the hell? Are you really asking for it? Are you playing a joke on me? We already gave you the job out of pity, any person finds out you're only 15 and I'd have to close down. And you want advanced pay? Are you stupid? Boss. Zubomo hurried to follow up, I really need the money, seriously. Can you prepay me? I promise I will work hard in the future. If 10,000 is too much, any amount will do. Seriously, anything, less payment also works. Slap. The boss delivered a resounding slap, shut up. Stop wasting my time. I don't want you anyway, if you weren't cheap labor, I would have kicked you out long ago. Listen up, if you're fit to work, stay, if not, leave. With his head hanging low, the imprint of the slap was clearly visible on his face, half of his face swelled up. Kid, let me tell you, you'd better work hard for me and stop fainting in front of the customers and scaring them. Or next time, you're out. I was just tired. Zubomo mumbled under his breath, dissatisfied. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the barbecue shop work ended. With a rumbling stomach, Zubomo watched the leftovers from closing being discarded and gulped, about to move forward when he saw the boss dump the leftover food into a dog bowl for the yellow dog. What are you still doing here? There's no meal service for you. Dogs can't eat heavily greasy and salty food, they'll get sick. What does that matter to you? Should I feed you instead of him? Now, get lost. After being scolded again by the boss, Zubomo shrank back and didn't dare to speak further. Seeing the yellow dog eating happily, he didn't dare to make another comment and walked away. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the street was empty, and Zubomo's last meal was the steamed bun soaked in hot water he ate at noon in the dormitory. His stomach was empty now, protesting constantly. Stop barking, okay? I truly have nothing to give you. Honestly, I need to pay Mantu's medical fee tomorrow, there's absolutely nothing in my pocket right now. Gurgling. Zubomo pressed his stomach while trying to negotiate with himself, can you please not make noise? I really have nothing to give you. Suddenly, his vision blurred, his legs went weak, and he fainted beside the lamppost. His head made a loud bang as it collided with the lamppost. In that instant, Zubomo felt like his head might split open. Ah! Zubomo clutched his head, no, it really hurts. Apparently, people shouldn't randomly doze off, they really will fall. Gurgling. His stomach rumbled in response, and Zubomo felt weak in the hands and feet, powerless. If he continued like this, there was no way he could make it back to school. His gaze slowly landed on a small box atop the trash can. Inside the small box were a few pieces of fried tofu. As Zubomo stared, he swallowed hard. They probably weren't dirty. He picked it up and saw that the fried tofu was still covered with a layer of red oil, making his tongue tingle just by looking at it. Zubomo glanced around for water but found none, so he used 2 fingers to pinch a piece, his face flushing with excitement as he exclaimed, let's see what I've discovered. A kind soul left some stinky tofu. The stinky tofu was cold, and the red oil spicy. One bite made his lips turn bright red instantly, and he kept opening his mouth to blow out air, talking to himself happily as he sat under the lamppost holding a bowl of red oil stinky tofu. I guess eating chili does have its benefits, at least I'm not cold anymore. After I finish these pieces, I'll go back to school. Should I look for more part-time jobs? And when will I have time? From 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Who would want me? Chapter 124, Momo, I have experience. It turned out that on weekends, a child who was not yet fully grown indeed had a tough time finding work. Even tutoring jobs were scarce for him, and the most he could do was to help the cafeteria owners wash vegetables at 4 in the morning, earning only 20 yuan a day. Counting the salary from his part-time job at a barbecue restaurant at night, he could make 70 yuan a day. But, that's still nowhere near 10,000 yuan. While washing oil greens on one side, Weekend cried and thought, after class, I should go see Mantu, bun. I didn't go yesterday. Mantu must miss me. Did the doctor say we need to buy some dog food and canned food for Mantu? Weekend pulled out all of his money from his pocket, more than 240 yuan. 40 yuan would be used to improve Mantu's diet, and the other 200 would have to go towards medical fees. As for eating, let's talk about that later. Weekend swallowed his saliva, neatly arranging the vegetables he washed on the table. Class was about to start, and as he walked, he planned in his mind, 70 yuan a day, more than 2,000 yuan a month, saving for 5 months. Can Mantu wait for me for 5 months? Where else can I earn some money? Just as he reached the cafeteria entrance, he overheard 2 uncles smoking together. Their teeth, yellowed by the smoke, made an unpleasant impression. Pfft. Let me tell you, there are still more poor people these days. People who value money over their lives wouldn't dare earn that kind of money. What happened? My second uncle's son went to a boxing gym a while back to serve as a sparring partner for some rich young masters. The guy got beaten so badly he almost couldn't walk. Ah. That much suffering. How much did he earn? The cafeteria uncle took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled the smoke slowly. 500 yuan an hour, but if you get injured, they will cover the medical expenses. But that's no good. Isn't that just being a punching bag for them? No, no way. I won't do it. Yeah, we're not. Excuse me. Weekend timidly asked from behind them, where is the boxing gym you mentioned? The uncle crushed his cigarette underfoot. He recognized this kid, the one who came to help with washing vegetables yesterday. Though skinny and small, this child was strong, except for occasionally walking wobbly or flipping through garbage bins. Otherwise, he had no major issues. Why are you asking about this? The uncle stared at him sharply. Young ones like you should study properly, not inquire about such things. You've gone mad for money. Do you value money more than your life? Weekend quickly shook his head and revised, I'm just curious, I want to take a look. He said, I've always liked boxing since I was a child. Truly. I have lots of experience. John who learned boxing and always came to hit me, doesn't that count as having experience? I'm experienced in taking beatings. The uncle began shooing him away, feeling bony bones upon touching Weekend's shoulder. You can like whatever you want. Go. Go to class. If you really cannot eat properly in the future, come find me at the cafeteria stall. I'll only charge you for the ingredients. Could you just tell me where the boxing gym is? The uncle glared at him again, you're still thinking about this nonsense. Go. Go to class. Weekend kept thinking about it throughout class. If he got beaten up by them, then Mantu's medical fees would be covered, and Mantu could live. The more Weekend thought, the more antsy he felt. Thus, during a break, little Weekend flipped over the wall for the first time and skipped class. There weren't many boxing gyms in the city. Those attractive to wealthy second-generation heirs were certainly luxurious, making it easier to find the remaining few. Weekend ran around asking each gym until he finally found one with potential at noon. A muscular man greeted him, wearing a dark green vest that stretched over his bulging biceps and chest muscles. His body was incredibly massive. The muscular man scrutinized Weekend up and down and asked, Are you serious? Boxing sparring? Do you even know what we do here? This isn't just accompanying someone to box. I know, it's like a punching bag, right? I can handle it. Your small frame. A couple of punches might kill you. No, we definitely don't want you. I can handle it, Weekend insisted, defending himself with wide eyes. I've got tons of experience. There's a person close to me who learns boxing. Every time he hits me, I haven't died. The muscular man. So you're proud of it, huh? No, you're still a kid. We can't let a kid do this anyway. I'm not a kid. Weekend tucked his school uniform collar inside his coat. I am already 19, don't assume I'm a kid because of my small size. I have dignity too. Let me see your ID. I lost my ID, and I'm in the process of getting it replaced, Weekend said stubbornly. I'm really an adult. Don't you believe me? I really don't believe you. You. Weekend thought carefully, alright, let me give you a free shot at me next time, then you'll see if I don't have experience. Seeing that the man still wasn't convinced, Weekend started to beg, wah, big brother, my only family member is sick and needs medical fees right now. I'm truly desperate, wah. There's a session this afternoon, come try it out. By evening, Weekend finally appeared at the pet hospital, battered all over, handing over 1,000 yuan he had just earned to the vet, 500 yuan as hard-earned wages, 300 for medical fees, and the last 200 from his savings. Here's 1,000 yuan first. When can Mantu have the surgery? No surgery needed, the vet said. He's just old, not critically ill. We will gently take care of Mantu's wounds first, then add some nutrition. Surgery should only be done as a last resort. Oh. Weekend pulled out another 40 crumpled yuan from his pocket and handed it to the doctor. Then buy some dog food and canned food for Mantu. The doctor looked at the nearly torn-up 40 yuan bill, then saw the pale, thin child with bruised nose and face in front of him, and pushed the money back. Keep it for yourself first. The hospital will figure out how to feed Mantu properly. Will he be full enough? Yes, Mantu is eating well here. The doctor said, wouldn't you like to stay and keep Mantu company, go inside and take a look? No. Weekend quickly shook his head. I still have a part-time job to do soon, I need to leave. Chapter 126, Will you be my little dog again next life? Kid, money isn't earned this way. The boss of the boxing gym was biting a toothpick, handing over an ice bag to ZHOU. You've been beaten up 4 times in 3 days. Are you made of iron? ZHOU tilted his head and smiled at the boss despite his missing teeth. Hee, thanks, boss. After saying that, he took the ice bag and winced as he held it against the bruise on his cheekbone. You shouldn't come tomorrow. Take a good rest, the boss patted ZHOU's head, aren't you still a child? Doesn't your family care for you? My family member is hospitalized. Anyway, I ordered takeout. Have a meal here before leaving. Thanks, boss. May the boss get rich. ZHOU hadn't eaten proper food for several days. The last time he had such warm and proper food was the month before last, when the canteen boss celebrated his birthday, and the uncles and aunts in the canteen took him along and had a big feast. But ZHOU's teeth were a bit loose after being hit, so he could only hold a bowl and eat rice with tofu. The boss put a piece of tender chicken into his bowl and said, "Study well when you go home. Study is your way out, do you understand? Don't work in this industry anymore." ZHOU chewed rice in large mouthfuls. "I'll stop coming once I save enough money." "How much more do you need?" I mean, you've earned quite some here these few days. How much more do you need?" ZHOU carefully calculated, "I still need 500 yuan. The boss looked at ZHOU sitting there holding a bowl of rice, then took over his bowl and refilled it. ZHOU smiled at him twice and finally had a full meal. When leaving, the boss also gave him a large drumstick, patting ZHOU's shoulder and said, "Study hard, eat well. You're still young." Thanks, boss." ZHOU didn't take out the drumstick until he walked far away, preparing to take a few more bites. When he opened it, something wrapped in a plastic bag fell out. He opened it to find 7 neatly stacked bills and a note. "We are settling the cost for the past few days where you helped us pick up parcels, take out orders, and clean. The remaining 200 yuan is for you to buy something nice to eat." ZHOU was so happy that he wanted to jump around. Now, he'd saved enough for Mantu's medical expenses. He could also buy some canned dog food to improve its diet. It seemed like the temperature would drop soon. He'd have to find a good place to build a doghouse for Mantu. Mantu was also someone's puppy. ZHOU thought everything through, cheerfully heading to the pet hospital, but was met with terrible news. "It's still too risky," the doctor shook his head beside the gasping Mantu. "It lacks nutrients, plus its old age, keeping it alive is too risky." ZHOU widened his eyes as he looked at Mantu on the sickbed. It was so dirty, so old, far from being as pretty as other Shiba Inus. Now its bones jutted out as it became frail, even its breathing was laborious. "Isn't there any other way?" "There isn't. It's too old. You know that, right? A dog living this long is already great." The doctor, looking at the teetering ZHOU, said, "It's in so much pain now, we suggest euthanasia." With tear-filled eyes, ZHOU looked at Mantu. Mantu seemed to sense it, lifting its tired eyes and glancing at ZHOU, letting out a whimper in its throat. "Doctor, can I buy a can of dog food?" "The best kind," ZHOU, as if making a resolution, added while looking at the doctor, "it must be the best." The doctor deeply glanced at ZHOU, went into the warehouse, found a can of dog food for ZHOU, handed it over, and left the room to give them some space. ZHOU wiped his tears, opened the can of dog food for Mantu, tore the roasted chicken leg given by the boxing gym boss today into pieces and mixed it with the dog food, placed it near Mantu's mouth, and tearfully smiled, "Eat, our Mantu has become a dog that has tasted canned food." Mantu wasn't energetic, but seeing the dog food in ZHOU's hands, it still propped itself up and licked some broth. ZHOU leaned on the bed watching it, extending a hand to stroke Mantu's doggy head, realizing that Mantu collapsed after only eating a few bites. "Sorry, Mantu." ZHOU said, "Sorry, it's only now that I let you taste dog food. I probably don't know how to raise puppies either, which is why I raised you so thin. You're a small Shiba Inu, wandering outside for so many years, surely many people wanted to adopt you, right?" ZHOU looked at Mantu through teary eyes and said in a choked voice, "Why did you pick me to be your master? I couldn't even give you a stable place to stay." Mantu licked the back of ZHOU's hand with its lowered head, gazing at him with weary eyes. "I'm so grateful that you've accompanied me as I grew up. Thank you for being there for me all these years when I was in pain." ZHOU held Mantu's paw, feeling his nose sting painfully as he cried, I can't let go of you, Mantu. You're all I have." Suddenly, ZHOU remembered many things. When he was 3, he wandered on the street and Mantu placed a dry piece of bread in his hand, saving his life. At 5, Mantu accompanied him when he ran out of the orphanage to the hospital for treatment. Every time the dean locked him in the dark room, Mantu would secretly pass him food through the window. Whenever he was punished to stand outside, Mantu would come near him when all the children were asleep, cuddling to keep him warm. ZHOU wasn't without thoughts of finding a new family to adopt Mantu. After all, such small Shiba Inus are easy to find owners for. However, each time, Mantu would sneak back. ZHOU realized that he couldn't properly take care of it, but sometimes he still wondered anxiously, "Why do you always follow me?" Mantu would usually bark towards ZHOU, then wag its tail fiercely as if saying, "You're still alone, I don't feel safe about leaving you." In other words, all of ZHOU's memories over the years had a part of Mantu involved. But he had to admit, Mantu was very old. "But the doctor says you're in a lot of pain now, and he said you can't be cured." ZHOU moved closer and said, "Mantu, are you in a lot of pain? If so, I'll let them set you free. If you agree, could you lick my hand?" ZHOU stared at Mantu, not knowing what he expected. After a while, Mantu slightly bent its head down, letting its moist tongue touch ZHOU's hand, creating waves of coolness. ZHOU's tears flowed like broken pearls, dropping one by one onto the bed in the clinic. "Alright, Mantu, since you can't hold on any longer, I can't keep you either." ZHOU hung his head, unable to control his emotions anymore, but But I haven't taken care of you enough yet, I haven't bought you good dog food or canned food, I haven't gotten you a warm doghouse. I really can't bear it, Mantu. What am I supposed to do without you? How did you end up following me? Even when I tried to get you adopted, you'd always run back. Why did you choose me? ZHOU gripped Mantu's paw. I'll be 16 soon. I'll be able to make more money soon. You could have waited just a little longer. His sobs made him look so pitiful. Mantu simply rubbed its head against ZHOU's palm, its throat making faint sobbing sounds as tears seeped out of its eyes. If Mantu, you will still be a puppy next life, will you find me? I'll study hard, I'll take good care of myself. Then I'll be able to earn money, buy you the best canned food and the most comfortable doghouse. ZHOU touched Mantu's head, tears almost soaking through Mantu's body, and said, we promised, right? If you are a puppy again next life, you must find me. Mantu, you must find me. As ZHOU wept uncontrollably, crying to the point where he could barely catch his breath, he felt something lightly touching his cheek. Carefully looking, he saw Mantu's paw lifting gently, wiping away ZHOU's tears, followed by a low whimper. That sound seemed to say, okay. Chapter 127, It Happened to Me Again. Fu Yanji was woken up by ZHOU's crying on a weekend night. He had never seen ZHOU cry so hard before. Quickly sitting up, he turned on the bedside lamp and saw that ZHOU's eyes were tightly closed, his snowy little face soaked with tears, gasping for breath and showing signs of difficulty in breathing. Startled, Fu Yanji gently shook ZHOU with his hand, but since he wouldn't wake up, he hugged him and shook him more vigorously. Mo. Mo. He then reached out to pat ZHOU's cheeks. Since ZHOU still couldn't wake up from the nightmare, he finally pinched the middle of ZHOU's upper lip. In the end, with hugging, patting, and coaxing, he managed to wake him up. What happened? Did you have a nightmare? Fu Yanji wiped the cold sweat off ZHOU's forehead. Seeing his empty gaze fixated on nothing, he turned his face towards himself. What's wrong, Mo? Feeling ZHOU's abnormally high heart rate, he pulled him close into his arms again. ZHOU's face buried against Fu Yanji's chest, he slowly massaged his back, softly saying, it's fine, it's okay, if you want to cry, you can have a good cry, I'll keep it a secret. Ho Mao, ZHOU mumbled, I want to see Ho Mao. Ho Mao. Suddenly, Fu Yanji remembered about Pangu being sick today. ZHOU must have been scared, which led to having nightmares tonight, so he said, the puppy is fine now. Didn't the doctor say earlier that he just caught a chill, and would be better tomorrow? No. Holding on to Fu Yanji, ZHOU's body slightly trembled, speaking somewhat neurotically, no, Ho Mao's ashes, Ho Mao helped me preserve evidence, the ashes are gone. Tears welled up in his eyes almost instantly, I failed to protect the ashes, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Though Fu Yanji didn't know the entire story, he could roughly guess what might have happened, as he embraced ZHOU and consoled him, it's alright, Ho Mao won't blame you. But Ho Mao is just a dog. ZHOU wiped his tears and got up wanting to step down, and Fu Yanji quickly got off the bed, placed ZHOU's cotton slippers at his feet, and draped an overcoat over ZHOU's body. Sure enough, ZHOU went to check on Pangu. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Pangu was sleeping soundly in his own little doghouse, snoring alternately louder and softer. This puppy loved sleeping flat on its back with 4 legs up, exposing his soft little belly. Take a look, Fu Yanji put ZHOU's hand on Pangu's tummy, isn't it warm? Isn't it soft? Just touch it and it feels all greasy, you're feeding him too well. I'm giving Pangu healthy food. ZHOU lightly touched Pangu's stomach, seemingly not finding it enough, and held him in his arms, feeling much more reassured afterward. Fu Yanji made no mention of the earlier nightmare and simply left ZHOU alone with Pangu to sort through his emotions. While caressing Pangu's chubby little face, ZHOU said, he really has gained some weight. Yeah, any heavier and it won't be healthy anymore, Fu Yanji said, also lazy, walks 2 steps then lays down, walks 2 steps then lays down, impossible to drag, it's a fat and lazy dog. Not really, dogs don't need to be too energetic, ZHOU said, they just need to be happy and healthy. Right, dogs can be a bit lazy too. But when the weather gets a bit warmer, we should take Pangu for a medical checkup, ZHOU said, too fat, will also affect his physical health, right? Of course we should take him for a checkup. Fu Yanji reached out to touch ZHOU's slightly warm forehead, frowning slightly, thinking he might still have a slight fever, so he gave ZHOU a kiss, are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare something for you? Not hungry. ZHOU didn't let go of Pangu. Can we go back to sleep then? Pangu will be lively again tomorrow morning. No, I want to hold him for a while longer. Seeing ZHOU holding him and refusing to let go, Fu Yanji didn't insist further. He only went outside and cut half an apple into small pieces and placed them on a plate, have some food, okay? How about the apple? Only then did ZHOU pick up a piece of apple and let it enter his mouth. As soon as he bit into it, the crisp sweetness exploded with juice in his mouth, the sweet apple fragrance filling his mouth. ZHOU finished one piece and started on another. New paragraph starts here. Seeing that he was finally able to eat something, Fu Yanji felt a great sense of relief. During the weekend while eating, he suddenly said, I will definitely give my puppy a very comfortable environment. The puppy can eat canned dog food every day and sleep in a warm doghouse. The puppy will be very happy. On the weekend, with tears in his eyes, he looked at Pangu sleeping soundly in his arms, and that little dog face seemed to really overlap with the skinny Mantu's. "We will never eat garbage again," he murmured. In one breath, during the weekend, he ate 3 pieces of apple and did not show any signs of discomfort, which made Fu Yanji feel relieved. After washing the small plate and putting it back in the kitchen, he came back to call for the weekend to go back to sleep. But instead, he saw the weekend sitting there stiffly hugging Pangu, with a look of wanting to cry but no tears. "What's wrong? What is it?" Fu Yanji quickly asked. Pangu, the expression on the weekend's face was extremely distraught, feeling like he was about to burst into tears anytime soon. "Pangu pooped on me again." Fu Yanji. The weekend was such a clean child. Whenever Zhou Yunning came back from working out without taking a shower and tried to get close to him, he would definitely receive a glare, yet he got pooped on twice by Pangu in one day. One could only imagine how distraught he must have been. Help. Help. Even if it's just a puppy, it shouldn't poop all over people carelessly. I need to take a shower. Chapter 128, It Really Tastes Bad. After that weekend, life became about going to the daycare every day on time. Every morning, Fu Yanji would send him home when he went to work, and pick him up again when he finished. He usually spent his days at home drawing with Chui Lily and occasionally baking some cookies with Tao Shui. Although he didn't have much artistic talent, it was still a relatively fulfilling routine. However, painting and baking were not really his interests. Sometimes during weekends, he would stand by the window gazing blankly at his desolate little vegetable garden. Then one day, as Fu Yanji was sending him to the ZHOU family's house, they immediately saw a greenhouse set up in the small garden of the ZHOU residence. "Fu Yanji. Don't you have nothing to do anyway?" ZHOU stood behind them with his briefcase, sounding authoritative. "Go ahead, grow whatever you want." ZHOU had originally thought that with winter here, he would have to wait a while before being able to start gardening, but ZHOU built a greenhouse. He immediately got absorbed into this new project inside the greenhouse, even refusing to leave when Fu Yanji came to pick him up later. He started planting there, chili peppers for his mother, eggplants for his brother, potatoes for his father, and tomatoes for Fu Yanji. "So why don't you plant something you like?" At that moment, ZHOU was squatting with his head down and looked up at Fu Yanji. After hesitating for a bit, his face turned slightly red as he said, "All right then, let's also plant some Chinese cabbage." "Yanji said you've been eating ice cream at home. Chui Lily brought this up again just before dinner one day. How can you always be eating cold stuff? Won't your stomach get upset? Why do you keep eating cold things? I heard that people with anemia sometimes crave cold food. Baby, are you anemic?" At that time, ZHOU was picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Hearing her words, he silently put down his chopsticks. "Probably not, I'm just craving it." "Chui Lily. You still should eat less. What if you catch a cold and get sick? Why don't you weigh yourself after we finish eating so I can take a look?" ZHOU was very obedient. After putting down his chopsticks, he silently stepped onto the scale. Chui Lily fell deep into thought looking at the number 106. "Why have you lost 2 pounds? I guess from running a fever a few days ago." ZHOU touched his nose nervously and gave a dry laugh. "I think my fat is burning off. Ha ha ha. This isn't good." Chui Lily frowned anxiously, saying, "Let me hire you a nutritionist. Miss Chui Lily has exceptionally strong execution capabilities." The next day, ZHOU found out when he returned home that there was already a nutritionist waiting at home, who reportedly was British Chinese. Just hearing the word British filled him with an uneasy foreboding. "This nutritionist works with stars to adjust their bodies," Chui Lily said. "Look at how rosy-lipped and white-toothed these celebrities all become. They must be reliable. He says his name is Ivan." By lunchtime that day, ZHOU was served a plate of hard-to-eat nutritional meal. At first glance, the dish arrangement seemed pretty good, colorful and rich in nutrients, well balanced between meat and vegetables. But it tasted awful. Logically speaking, ZHOU, such a straightforward boy, could eat anything as long as it wouldn't kill him, regardless of whether it tastes good or bad. But today's nutritional meal exceeded his tolerance range. After tasting it once, he just couldn't bring himself to swallow it anymore. "What's wrong?" Chui Lily took a peek forward, then quickly understood. "Teacher Ivan, Momo doesn't eat bell peppers. Next time you prepare the meal, please avoid adding bell peppers." "Bell peppers enhance immunity," Ivan replied awkwardly in broken Chinese. "It's appropriate to eat some occasionally. There are many foods that boost immunity, you don't necessarily have to eat bell peppers." Chui Lily pushed a small plate towards ZHOU. "Momo, you can take the bell peppers out." "Oh, alright." Seeing that ZHOU still refused to eat even after removing the bell peppers, Chui Lily felt puzzled. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Or don't you want to eat? This looks pretty good to me, don't you like it?" ZHOU was trying to figure out how to politely and tactfully tell Teacher Ivan that the meal was really unappetizing. He hesitated for a long time holding his chopsticks before finally saying, "Teacher Ivan, may I ask what inspired you to make this dish?" "Inspiration? A vegetable salad, we combined bitter lettuce, cucumbers, cherry tomatoes, and lettuce, then poured our specially made sauce over it. Our goal is to restore the original flavor of food. Frowning, ZHOU said, so if your goal is to restore the original flavor of food, isn't the sauce somewhat unnecessary? It's necessary. The sauce contains nutrients you need to intake today. Then why don't you drizzle some sauce on this steak? We've already added a bit of black pepper and salt. The steak is meant to restore the original flavor of the food itself, Ivan said. Did you not taste the fresh aroma of the beef? All right. Unable to argue further, ZHOU forced himself to eat, asking Ivan as he left, will we have the same thing tomorrow? Of course not, your menu changes daily. That's good. ZHOU tactfully suggested to Ivan that he wasn't accustomed to Western cuisine. Could they have Chinese food for tomorrow? Ivan agreed and commented, you're just the only one who doesn't eat bell peppers, you're the least picky customer I've ever met. ZHOU, were all the customers you met before extremely picky? Yes, whatever I prepared for them, they refused to eat. Every time there was waste, so fussy, no wonder they had to hire me. Ivan sincerely praised him, you are really not picky. Could it be because I'm polite? After eating Ivan's lunches for a week, ZHOU felt like his face might turn green by the end of it. That evening when Fu Yanji came to pick him up, ZHOU nearly cried, can we not have lunch at Mom's place tomorrow? What's wrong? ZHOU spoke through his tears, the meals made by the nutritionist Mom hired are so terrible, really awful, the worst things I've ever tasted. ZHOU's recent aversion to eating had improved somewhat, and he could manage to consume a little now, having previously relied on nutritional infusions. Fu Yanji had been constantly worried about his lack of nutrients and even considered inviting Ivan over to cook dinner for ZHOU. After hearing what he had to say, Fu Yanji understood the situation. Since ZHOU experienced suffering from illness after crossing timelines, Fu Yanji indulged every one of his whims. The sudden assault on his palate was hard to take. But Fu Yanji also knew that ZHOU was usually not a picky eater, so if he complained, it must truly be bad. Is it really that bad? Fu Yanji chuckled, should I come over and try it tomorrow at noon? Don't doubt it. ZHOU said indignantly, beware, his food will punch your tongue. Chapter 129, Who gave you this scarf? The next day, Fu Yanji arrived at the ZHOU family for lunch as agreed. Cui Lily said she was very happy and had asked Yvonne to prepare a two-person lunch. Yanji, you've really worked hard taking care of Momo these past few days. Come on, have some nourishment. I see that Momo is doing quite well recently. Look, her face isn't as thin as it used to be. It's effective. On the dining table were 2 servings of fruit and vegetable salads and steaks. Fu Yanji quickly glanced over everything. All of these foods are relatively safe choices, just eating the ingredients themselves wouldn't taste bad unless something went wrong with the sauce. Fu Yanji didn't believe they could be too bad. If Yvonne is so popular in the circles of nutritionists among the upper class, there must be a reason. Even if it's not good, how bad could it possibly be? Fu Yanji picked up a piece of greens and ate it, his face instantly turning green. He felt like some foreigner had slapped his tongue. A piece of greens should simply taste like greens, but where did this sweet yet slightly bitter flavor come from? However, years of honing his professional poker face in the business world let him control his expression instantly. Smiling warmly, he said, very special indeed, this flavor gives me a very healthy feeling. Yes, I blended some ingredients into the dishes. Vegetables and fruits are the best seasonings. Yvonne felt like she had found 2 true appreciators of her work. Mr. Fu, you're not picky about food either. Yvonne, have you ever tasted your own cooking? No, but it gets good reviews in our country. My colleagues often compliment my meals for being nutritious and delicious. Perhaps it just doesn't suit Chinese tastes much. Yvonne replied. What a great grudge. You've been misled badly by people from your country. Finally, Fu Yanji understood why celebrities liked inviting her as their nutritionist. If even something that tasted bad on weekends was still edible, those celebrities couldn't eat a thing. Consider it dieting. Fu Yanji endured the discomfort and took Momo home after lunch. He said to Momo, let's find another nutritionist next time. Has this Yvonne ever tasted her own cooking? Is there really no one telling her about this issue? Ms. Yvonne used to adjust diets for stars during body management periods. As everyone knows, most stars lack a proper sense of taste. Neither of them had eaten their fill at noon, so Fu Yanji decided to take Momo out to dine at a restaurant. When they returned, they noticed that red lanterns had already been hung in the mall, and festive music played through the sound system. Momo listened and turned back to tell Fu Yanji, it's almost spring festival. Yes, Fu Yanji said, we'll start our vacation around Little New Year. Did you buy any New Year goods? New Year goods? Fu Yanji thought for a moment. The butler always prepared them in advance, then stored them directly in the warehouse. So he said, the butler will handle it. The spirit of New Year comes only when you prepare the New Year goods yourself, Momo said. Why don't we go to the supermarket and buy what we need? Sure. Although Fu Yanji didn't fully understand the difference between shopping himself versus the butler handling it, seeing Momo's enthusiastic look made him equally joyful, so he followed Momo to the supermarket. We need couplets, window decorations, lanterns, and fireworks. Fireworks are banned inside Haicheng City, or else you'd end up in jail, Fu Yanji quietly reminded him. After all, Momo didn't want to have legal trouble again. Really? Momo regretfully said, New Year without fireworks is truly a bit boring. Don't worry. There's an annual fireworks show in Haicheng every year. Fu Yanji paused for a moment before firmly saying, we can watch it at the square. Alright then. Momo compromised but still muttered a bit, then let's buy red lanterns and snacks for the new year. Good. Fu Yanji pushed the shopping cart obediently behind Momo. Seeing Momo pondering over which chips to choose from the snack shelf, he asked, what's the problem? Which flavor should I get, plain or cucumber? Plain tastes better, but cucumber has a refreshing quality. Kids make choices. Fu Yanji reached out, grabbing 2 packs of each flavor and tossing them into the cart. This stuff won't expire anyway. I also want grapes, Momo pointed to the fruit section, the purple ones please, the purple ones taste better. Okay. You're buying so much. Chui Lily watched Fu Yanji moving items out box by box and couldn't help but say, will all of this be eaten? Momo said these are New Year goods. We'll buy them and everyone can eat them over the next few days, it will all be finished. In Zhou Mo's hand was also a shopping bag. Once they entered the room and Fu Yanji went over, she pulled out a scarf. When did you buy this? Fu Yanji was quite surprised, did you buy it for me? Yeah. Zhou Mo draped the scarf around Fu Yanji's neck, this way it's warmer. You never wear thick coats, can your overcoat really keep you warm? It keeps me warm, my overcoat is great against the wind, but wearing the scarf you bought me makes me even warmer. Fu Yanji took the scarf, draped it around his own neck, and admired himself in the mirror, then asked Zhou Mo, does it look good? Zhou Mo carefully looked over Fu Yanji's entire outfit, feeling that this 50 yuan scarf just didn't match with Fu Yanji's 50,000 yuan ensemble. She reached to take it off, never mind, this doesn't look good. I'll buy you another one later. Hey. Fu Yanji wouldn't let her, he pulled the scarf from Zhou Mo's hand and put it back on, I like this one, there's no need to buy another. I'll wear this when I go to work tomorrow. It really doesn't look good, it's so scruffy. It looks good. Fu Yanji neatly folded the scarf and stored it away, pushing Zhou Mo out, let's go eat. The next day was the employee conference at Fu Corporation, mainly for annual summaries and work reports. Fu Yanji arrived early at the company since Dai Ran and Gan Wei, among other high-level executives, had some work processes they needed him to approve. When Fu Yanji lowered his head to sign, Gan Wei, who had been observing him for quite a while, finally couldn't resist her curiosity, Mr. Fu, why are you still wearing a scarf indoors? Aren't you hot? Fu Yanji curled up the corners of his mouth, showing an expression of, I've been waiting for you, not at all, does this scarf look good? The 2 people present were both shrewd individuals. Seeing Fu Yanji's expression, they all started giving compliments, it does look pretty good. This looks pretty fashionable. Yeah, see this uneven design. It actually has an artistic feel. After their praise, they waited for Fu Yanji's next reaction. To their surprise, Fu Yanji was also waiting for them, resulting in 3 pairs of eyes staring at each other. Fu Yanji raised an eyebrow, and then. It just looks pretty good. Gan Wei tentatively opened her mouth and asked, Mr. Fu, where did this scarf come from? Oh, this was a gift from my lover. We went to the supermarket to buy New Year goods yesterday, and he happened to see it and bought it for me. He said he was worried about me getting cold, he loves worrying, haha. Gan Wei. Dai Ran. Oh, I haven't introduced my lover to you yet. It's Zhou Mo, who interned under you during the summer vacation. Gan Wei. Is there anyone who can do something about this? Is there anyone? You don't intend to wear this scarf during the employee conference, do you? Dai Ran asked. Can't I? Does our company have a rule against wearing scarves during employee conferences? Fu Yanji adjusted his scarf in front of the mirror and walked out, let's go, they're ready. Chapter 130, Master Zhou, watch me carve a flower for you. Because this year's New Year was a little special, Chui Lily and Tao Shui, 2 close girlfriends, had unexpectedly become in-laws over the past year. So they decided to celebrate the holiday together, and the venue would be the small home of Fu Yanji and Zhou Mo, which was close to both their places. Wow, how did this little puppy get so fat? Chui Lily was allergic to animal fur, so whenever she came here before, Fu Yanji would lock up Pong Pong in advance. However, today she arrived early and saw a chubby little ball crouching on the floor wagging its tail at her. Pong Pong, upon sensing that Chui Lily was giving her good vibes, raised an overly enthusiastic grin and started moving closer. Pong Pong. Zhou Mo picked her up and put her back in her room, Mama is allergic to dog hair, so don't go near her. It's fine, it's fine. Chui Lily liked the cute little pudgy dog immensely, rubbing her hands together before trying to pick her up. It's just sneezing. Mama has already taken allergy medicine. Oh, Mama wants to take a look at the little fat dog. What has it been eating to become so plump? Is it healthy? Little Pong Pong stuck out her tongue and wagged her tail while resting in Chui Lily's arms. We've done the physical examination, the doctor said everything is normal, but we should control her diet from now on. ZHOU comfortingly said, she is a very healthy little dog. Yes. While hugging the puppy, Chui Lily casually asked, what about your health checkup report? Did you see a doctor these days? ZHOU began to sweat cold beads on his forehead, feeling immediately intimidated by Aunt Chui's questioning. My. Aunt Chui, Mo's situation of anemia and malnutrition has improved somewhat, but it's still below the normal values. Her throat is no longer inflamed. She gained 3 pounds this morning when weighing herself without breakfast. Fu Yanji thought for a moment. Recently, Mo's mood has also been pretty good. That's good. Chui Lily smiled widely. Come, sit down and eat some nuts. Oh, I know that Yanji is the most reliable. After lunch, 8 people gathered around 2 mahjong tables, but Zhou Mo's recent brain reaction speed was slow. He frequently lost his tiles during the game, resulting in losing more than 800 yuan in the afternoon, making him increasingly frustrated. In contrast, Fu Yanji at the other table seemed perfectly at ease. Zhou Mo noticed that he had won multiple hands in a row, and despite being frustrated inside, he couldn't help feeling proud. My boyfriend is just smart. Again, Zhou Mo spurred himself forward. Although he kept losing and Fu Yanji kept winning, overall, it was as if they weren't really losing money since whatever Fu Yanji earned could make up for any losses, hence he urged everyone to continue playing. Before dinner, while wrapping dumplings, Zhou Mo secretly asked Fu Yanji in the kitchen, how much have you won today? 1,700 yuan, what about it? Did you win? Zhou Mo looked crestfallen and said, I lost 1,400 yuan. Ah, what's the big deal? Fu Yanji stuffed the cash in his pocket into Zhou Mo's pocket frankly, saying, submit it. After dinner, let's keep playing. Then, as if to comfort Zhou Mo, he added, the extra 300 yuan can buy us a hot pot meal. Zhou Mo remembered their disastrous last hot pot experience and replied, hot pot costs 300 yuan, but hospitalization costs 3,000. Fu Yanji was speechless. Let's eat the clear broth instead then. Zhou Mo felt warm inside and collected the money happily, good. Tonight, they specifically gave all the chef nannies a vacation. The 4 of them were responsible for preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. However, seeing the younger generation already standing firmly on their own feet, Tao Xue decided to give the 4 elders a day off, observing to see what delicious dishes these children could prepare. Each person had to prepare at least 1 dish, and whoever cooked the best would receive a reward with the biggest red envelope. Once Fu Youwu heard this, he wasn't pleased. I don't know how to cook. If you don't know, then learn. Tao Xue kicked him lightly but firmly. You think you're unique? When you leave for school, if you don't learn to cook, you'll starve. Isn't that terrifying? Can't you just buy food with money? Fu Yanji and Zhou Yuning exchanged glances and gave him a faint smile. Young man, disbelief will cost you. Which of your elder brothers and your Zhou brother isn't wealthier than you? Yet each one of them has developed excellent cooking skills through hard work. Fu Yanji even learned to use a frying pan with ease. While Fu Youwu was still hesitating, complaining whether he should scramble eggs or stew cabbage, Zhou Mo had already started stir-frying caramelized sugar. Zhou Mo hadn't worked at home in these recent days. Every time Fu Yanji saw him picking up a mop or a kitchen knife, he would nervously ask if he was sick or upset somewhere. Despite Zhou Mo repeatedly assuring him that there was nothing wrong, he simply wanted to find something to do. Fu Yanji didn't believe it, and even had someone build a greenhouse in his own garden so he could go there on weekends and grow some vegetables. Zhou Mo, don't be ridiculous. This is a rich neighborhood villa zone, not happy farm. But with the greenhouse already set up, Zhou Mo was still delightedly carrying a small hoe every day to work on the land, leaving cooking tasks entirely to the hired chef. Yes, Yvonne had been fired and left with tears streaming down her face because she had to say goodbye to the 2 courteous patrons she had encountered. Yvonne wiped her tears while saying, you guys are really nice. You never scold me when you eat my food. Could it be that your food just doesn't suit their tastes? How could that be? As long as it's nutritious, the pleasures of taste are secondary. Both Fu Yanji and Zhou Mo. I just helped an actor adjust their body condition, but I have to change jobs again. I think you might fit better working back in the UK. And so Yvonne tearfully departed. Of course, that was all secondary. What mattered was that Zhou Mo pulled out all the stops for this New Year's Eve dinner, preparing his last resort 4 signature dishes. Squirrel mandarin fish, pineapple kung pao meat, garlic shrimp, assorted stir-fried shrimp. When the other 3 people were planning to get by with simple scrambled eggs and stir-fried pork threads, Zhou Mo had already finished his work, and eventually even took out 2 radishes to carve flowers. Fu Yanji couldn't understand how Zhou Mo could master so many skills. Under his clever hands, a vivid golden dragon made from a carrot was completed. Zhou Mo placed the golden dragon on the plate of squirrel mandarin fish. This is called fish leaping through the dragon gate. The rest exclaimed, wow. Then Zhou Mo cut the white radish into several small pieces, carving each into different shapes of a dragon, which were then placed inside the pineapple kung pao meat, creating the visual effect of a white dragon surging through the dish. This is called dragon soaring over 4 seas. Wow! ZHOU then took out a red radish, carving it into a massive flower placed at the center of another dish, with minced garlic shrimp arranged neatly around the edges. This one symbolizes wealth blooming. Wow! Finally, he carved an elegant little white flower, with the stamen being a bit of carrot, placed on the assorted stir-fried shrimp dish. This represents returning to simplicity. Oh my, Fu Youwu gawked helplessly. In contrast to these 4 dishes, each featuring both artistic plating, aroma, and color coordination, his stir-fried cucumber eggs, scrambled eggs with leeks, and tomatoes with eggs looked utterly insignificant. Even the cold mixed beef made by his older brother and the red braised trotters made by brother ZHOU seemed to pale in comparison. No way. I want to try too. Zhou Yuning had lost a lot of money to Fu Yanji in mahjong earlier that afternoon and clearly wasn't convinced. I'll prepare a few dishes too, I can also carve flowers. It's a matter of pride for our family. Fu Yanji tried to dissuade him nearby, don't insist, don't insist. I'll carve flowers too, it doesn't look that hard, just wait a moment. Chapter 131, Fee for changing the title. It turned out that being able to carve radish flowers on the weekend still required some basic skills. Zhou Yuning, this half-baked amateur, was struggling with himself and ended up carving a long worm. This is a dragon, Zhou Yuning said seriously, emphasizing, this is a dragon. But your so-called dragon has neither scales nor dragon horns. Pointing at the radish, he said, saying you carved a worm is already quite kind. At best, it's just a radish with 2 points carved on it. This abstractness. Are you doing art or what? Who says a dragon can only have scales and horns? Don't you dare define what a dragon should look like. A dragon can be anything. How come you started defining the value of radish carving? Fu Youwu stuck his head out, Zhou brother, if you keep going like this, you should perform on the Spring Festival Gala. Zhou Yuning. I won't let my younger brother hang out with you anymore. Alright, it's a dragon. ZHOU stepped in to support Zhou Yuning. My brother did a good job, look how smooth this radish is cut. Even though he supported him, the fattest red envelope finally landed in ZHOU's hands. It was the first time since growing up that ZHOU had received such a thing. The envelope was stuffed full. ZHOU blushed as he occasionally looked into his pocket, then glanced again. It won't get lost. Fu Yanzi gave him a dumpling, glaring and angrily saying, who made these ugly dumplings? What an eyesore. They're not ugly. His younger brother defended from where he was sitting, you all hit me hard tonight. I'll never cook again. No one said anything about you, Fu Yanzi replied, don't use this as an excuse to be lazy. I don't care, in the future when I go abroad, I will eat out every day and spend all the money you earned. Brat, try eating all of it, and I'll starve 8 of you. ZHOU shoved the dumpling given by Fu Yanzi into his bowl, ignoring the broken skin, he bit down and felt something hard inside bump against his teeth. It was a coin. Fu Yanzi was still arguing with his younger brother, young rogue, you just don't listen to me, even if you can't cook, you won't starve to death when you go abroad. Moreover, how can a man who doesn't know how to cook be considered a good man? Not knowing how to cook means one is not a good man. Stop defining what a good man is. ZHOU. You two are really interesting. After dinner, ZHOU mysteriously called Xiao Wu into the room and closed the door. What's up? What's up? Xiao Wu couldn't contain her curiosity and asked while showing off a plate of watermelon. Xiao Wu, ZHOU took out a stack of money, if you call me sister-in-law, I'll give you a fee for changing the title. Fu Youwu. I have money, I have plenty now, ZHOU said while taking out a bunch of banknotes, I specially went to the bank yesterday to withdraw it. Call me, and I'll give you a fee for changing the title. Fu Youwu looked at the red bills in ZHOU's hand and asked, 1 call equals 1 bill. Yes. Go ahead. Fu Youwu rolled up his sleeves, determined to bankrupt ZHOU tonight, making him have to fry donuts on the street again tomorrow. Sister-in-law. 1. Sister-in-law. Another 1. Fu Youwu shouted sincerely, passionately, resonantly, and resolutely. Each shout came from deep within his heart filled with admiration and respect, almost shouting directly while hugging ZHOU's leg, sister-in. What game are you two playing? Fu Yanzi pushed the door open, the scene inside was shocking, ZHOU holding a stack of cash, and little Fu standing beside him yelling loudly until her face turned red. What game is this? Fu Yanzi walked over and looked at both of them, giving a fee for changing the title, just giving 200 or 300 yuan would suffice. No need to give too much. And with that, Fu Yanzi collected the money from ZHOU and stuffed it back into his own coat pocket, that's it, no need to give too much. Why are you so stingy? Fu Youwu immediately got angry, ZHOU said 1 call equals 1 note. Big brother. Don't be so stingy. You weren't like this before. Times have changed. Fu Yanzi stood firm like oil refusing to mix with water, now, I am also a person with a family, I can't be so extravagant. You're not poor anyway. These are 2 different things, we need to have the awareness to think of dangers during times of peace. In case I go bankrupt in the future, ZHOU will have to carry cement to support me. Good grief, good grief. A married older brother is water splashed away. He might as well stop calling Fu Yanzi and start calling Zhou Yanzi instead. Give him a husband's surname. Besides, we're not even married yet. You have to wait until I buy Zhou Mo a ring before you can call him sister-in-law. Is it going to be so procedural? Of course. In fact, from a certain perspective, Fu Yanzi could also be considered quite a traditional person. For example, he had been very insistent on having a wedding ceremony. He had mentioned it several times in the past few days. In his eyes, not having a wedding was like getting married for nothing but loneliness. It would be irresponsible and even sinful. Although Zhou Mo had expressed that he didn't care either way, Fu Yanzi wouldn't listen and outright rejected Zhou Mo's opinion. His stance was very clear: the wedding must happen. Not only must it happen, but it also has to be done with great fanfare, attracting everyone's attention. You can call me brother-in-law after we get married, Fu Yanzi said confidently. And when you study abroad, I'll buy you a house as your changing title fee. Fu Youwu. Yes. Big brother was dropping gold coins left and right. Little Fu, ecstatic, prepared to splurge the 200 or 300 yuan he'd just received. Zhou Mo poked his head out from behind Fu Yanzi and said, then I'll go find my brother and ask him for a changing title fee too. Fu Yanzi was older than Zhou Yuning by a few months. If he called him brother, would Zhou Yuning even accept it? Fu Yanzi guessed Zhou Yuning would probably lose his temper, raging uncontrollably. Fu Yanzi wasn't sure he'd be able to control him. Let's skip that, Mo, Fu Yanzi said. Don't let your brother lose a sibling and have to pay money. I think he might kill me. My brother never kills anyone, Zhou Mo said seriously. He hasn't killed me all this time, has he? Fu Yanzi. You should change into your clothes now. We need to go out. Where to? Aren't we going to play mahjong and win our money back? Don't you want to watch fireworks? Fu Yanzi said firmly. High City always sets off fireworks at different squares every year, and this year, they're just near our house. Chapter 132, Welcome to Northeast. When they reached the empty field, Zhoma noticed something was off. Why are there so few people? Nobody wants to come out and watch fireworks on New Year's Eve. Why would the organizers choose to host a fireworks show at this time then? Fu Yanji looked at Zhoma with a curl at the corner of his lips as he reached out and tousled Zhoma's hair. You just enjoy it. Isn't it better with fewer people? Zhoma might still be unaware now that declaring a fireworks show in the city center involves a lot of processes, requiring relationships and connections to be smoothed out. Even less would he know that this fireworks display tonight, without any publicity or forewarning, is only for him. Or perhaps he actually knows, but chooses not to ruin the atmosphere created by Fu Yanji. Fu Yanji was right, you just need to enjoy the moment, no need to think too much. Until the quiet night sky was broken by a beam of white light, which exploded into a stunning white flower in the horizon. Then, countless dazzling fireworks successively bloomed, instantly filling the entire night sky. Zhoma simply tilted his head, staring intently at the fireworks display. But in Fu Yanji's heart, the brilliance in Zhoma's eyes shone more brilliantly than the fireworks. He said nothing, did nothing, but quietly accompanied Zhoma through the entire firework performance until the last firework faded away. Zhoma couldn't help but say, it's over. Miss Mo, if you want to see more, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future, Fu Yanji said. Next year during the Lantern Festival, Valentine's Day, Mid-Autumn Festival, I'll set off fireworks for you. Alright? Alright. Now that the fireworks show is over. Can I kiss my lover? Fu Yanji smiled, his eyes brimming with Zhoma's figure. After the Spring Festival, time seemed to pass much quicker, at least that's how Zhoma felt. However, he didn't have the chance to witness the maturation of his young seedlings because Fu Yanji said he wanted to take him on a trip. Trip? Zhoma carefully considered these unfamiliar two words. To tell the truth, his first 20 years were lived too hastily, and he had never been on a trip before. But there's nowhere I really want to go. And besides. Chairman Fu, don't you have work? Fu Yanji replied seriously, for many years as a chairman, I've never allowed myself a break. The first couple of years, I even went on business trips overseas on New Year's Day. Now that I'm in love, why can't I let loose a little? But what about your work? Cough cough, isn't my father back from China? At this moment, Fu Yuhang was furiously working in his office dealing with the backlog of work from the end of the year, muttering under his breath while working. That son of his, Fu Yanji, who he thought would always be reliable and worry-free, ended up hiding a huge amount of unfinished work. What the hell? Zhoma thought he was too lovesick. Fu Yanji's eyes bulged wide, thinking that Zhoma was unreasonable. So what if I fall in love, if I let my heart rule me a bit? What's wrong with that? Am I in the wrong? Zhoma. It's also fine if you don't know where to go. Fu Yanji pulled out a world map from somewhere and hung it on the wall, handing Zhoma 2 darts. Miss Mo, here's what you do, if you don't know where to go, throw these darts and wherever they land, that's where we go. Okay. Zhoma casually threw the dart and, quite coincidentally, it landed directly in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. Fu Yanji. Zhoma. Are you still being tough, Mr. Fu? Go wherever the darts land. Even Bear Grylls would find it hard to survive in a place like that. Perhaps Fu Yenji also didn't want their newly blossoming romance to end tragically, so he quickly waved his hands. Nope nope, Miss Mo, throw again. ZHOU threw another time, and the dart exactly hit Harbin, the provincial capital of the northernmost province of our country. Shall we go? Go. This was ZHOU's first time experiencing winter in the north. Chui Lily prepared specially thorough winter clothing for him, including down jackets, hats, gloves, snow boots, and bought each of them a pair of thick cotton pants. In Haicheng, where the temperature in winter soon approaches above zero, all these gear appeared somewhat out of place. Mom, it's too exaggerated, ZHOU said, how cold could it get anyway? Listen to your mother, Chui Lily said seriously, do wear the thick cotton pants when you go out. Do you know what -20 degrees feels like? It means that if you expose even a bit of your ears or fingers, they will freeze immediately. ZHOU didn't believe it until the plane landed. Once he stepped out of the airport, the harsh wind from northeast China greeted him with a strong slap in the face. ZHOU instantly wrapped his coat tightly around himself and turned to walk back into the airport. Hey, hey, hey. Fu Yenji reached out to stop him. Where are you going? Going home, I can't stay here anymore. ZHOU said, it's too cold to bear. Aren't we inside some giant freezer? Shit, good thing he'd been living in the south since he was a kid, if he were in Harbin, he'd be frozen to death already. We're already here, Fu Yenji pulled on ZHOU. Just wear more clothes. We'll take a car once we go out. Houses in northern China also have heating, it won't be that cold. Besides, if we go back now, all your travel strategies will go to waste. ZHOU had meticulously prepared over 40 PowerPoint slides for this trip, a testament to how seriously he took this vacation. He thought about it carefully and agreed, they couldn't always give up so easily, so both of them snuggled up together as they walked out of the airport doors. Mrs. Chui Lily really had great foresight. None of the items she purchased proved unnecessary. Pang Pang, the pet, was left in the care of ZHOU Yuning. Every morning, ZHOU would call ZHOU Yuning via video chat, describing every place he had visited, the delicious food he ate, and the interesting things that happened. But soon, ZHOU Yuning realized something was off with ZHOU's tone of voice. At first, it was soft, big brother, today I played in the snow with Fu Yenji. Harbin is so cold. I've been wearing all the winter clothing mom bought me, and I've stayed warm these past few days. Not long after, it changed, oh, brother. You wouldn't believe how freezing it is in Harbin. Today, Fu Yenji and I just stayed in because of the wind. For lunch, we had gobeira, it was so fragrant. Oh man, that taste hit hard. ZHOU Yuning. Mo, are you assimilating too well? What do you mean? ZHOU was still pitching the local cuisine. Tonight, we're having an iron pot stew. It's super aromatic. They boiled some green beans for us in a big iron pot, green beans, potatoes, corn, ribs all thrown in. Wow, you gotta try it, it smells divine. Where's Fu Yenji? ZHOU Yuning rubbed his forehead, isn't he with you? Why do you want him? Do you need something? ZHOU shouted towards outside the lens, old Fu. Fu Yenji's voice came from off-screen, what? ZHOU Yuning. Chapter 133, Accent. That iron pot stew place where everyone apparently said, Xiao Wei her, ZHOU Yuning didn't end up eating there. On weekends, she and Fu Yenzi seemed to have found their second home, they even made new friends there, big bosses doing business in the capital who were currently visiting relatives in Ha City. They had plans to go on a trip together soon. But their kind of travel was different. The big bosses always had their secretaries arrange everything, just needing to visit landmarks and dine at famous restaurants before finishing. Weekends trips were genuinely unique. He loved finding cheap yet authentic local eateries online. But Fu Yenzi had to admit that this type of travel was more interesting than before. However, due to Weekend's deep immersion in the local culture and his natural talent for languages, during those times when he video chatted with ZHOU Yuning, she could often tell where he was without asking, simply by listening to his accent. Morning. Have you eaten? Oh, drinking coffee again? Let me tell you, we should try some authentic duziai, fermented millet drink. Fu Yenzi doesn't care much for it anyway, I love it. This meant they were in the capital. Neen, look at that fat bear. My brother really didn't give my dog less food to eat, check out how good those seedlings are growing. Fu Yenzi. Hand me the phone, I gotta go to the bathroom. This was from you province. Hey. This is what? We ate oil-splashed noodles for breakfast today. This indicated a stop in Chang'an. Still not coming back. ZHOU Yuning asked, if you keep playing around, my brother will become a linguistics master too quickly. His learning speed is impressive. Not going back yet, Fu Yenzi replied, I rented some land in Liao City for Momo. We're not heading back until winter. Let's recuperate well here. During one of Weekend's travels, something triggered another breakdown, which was quite severe, he nearly went to the hospital for emergency care due to overbreathing. Dr. Song had mentioned that spring was a high-risk period for depression, so Fu Yenzi needed to be careful. Fu Yenzi decided to take Weekend to stop and rest for a bit since life moved slower here, the people were simple, and Weekend seemed to like farming, so they rented a piece of land, allowing him to express himself fully. True to his word, Fu Yanzi spent some time living in northeast China with Weekend, and later discovered that the locals there truly possessed an innate talent for avoiding internal exhaustion. They took everything lightly. As the weather warmed and the soil began to thaw, Fu Yanzi, following a neighbor's advice, took Weekend to visit the most famous Taoist master within 100 miles. Weekend, master, I feel life is uninteresting, and I always think about dying. What can I do? Master, you have the appearance of a celestial being. Your purpose in the human realm is to endure trials, but judging from your current rosy complexion, I believe you've already gone through these tribulations. Henceforth, everything will be good. But why do I still dwell on the bad things I encountered before, even though the events are long past? Because you are good-hearted. Ha! People with kindness may be taken advantage of, and horses with gentleness may be ridden roughshod. You've been bullied because of your kindness, but such actions will deplete the karma of those who hurt you. Oh. Weekend suddenly understood, nodding. Zhou Yuning thus waited patiently with Pango and others, waiting until October, when Weekend finally came back pulling a whole truck full of rice he grew himself. Now standing on the second floor, Zhou Yuning looked downstairs for a while but couldn't identify the little lump of charcoal-like figure. It's me. Brother. Weekend handed a bag of apples to Zhou Yuning. Taste it quick, these all come from our own farmland. No pesticides, super healthy. Ah. That chubby dog. Weekend picked up Pango and weighed him carefully. Wow. This dog's legs, if boiled, could fill 2 plates of dog meat. Pango turned his head, staring at him in disbelief. Where's Fu Yanzi? He went to report to the company. After all, he hasn't been there for months, so he has to meet his father to hand over work. Weekend appeared significantly more energetic than before. During the earlier part of the year, Zhou Yuning was almost worried every day that Weekend would grab something and cut his neck. Judging from now, he clearly already had abundant energy. Maybe even a bit overly energetic. Weekend had lunch at home today. Sister Fong came over to ask them what dishes they wanted as usual. Weekend sat on the couch with a wide grin and raised his hand upon hearing this. I also had someone transport over a jar of pickled cabbage. Let's have pickled cabbage stewed with blood sausage for lunch. Sister Fong, please help me cook some thick millet porridge afterwards, super fragrant. Sister Fong. Zhou Yuning might never have thought that Weekend, a proper southerner, had become so northeastern after one trip. But she found the accent rather cute as he excitedly said in front of their greenhouse, oh my, these potatoes, eggplants, and tomatoes are all growing so well. Who took care of them? Uncle Lin and Sister Fong have been looking after them. Standing next to Weekend, Zhou Yuning couldn't help herself anymore and asked, does Fu Yanzi speak like this too? What tone? We talk pretty normally. Weekend thought Zhou Yuning was being ridiculous, we don't even speak northeastern dialect. Zhou Yuning. Ah, I'm not going to chat with you too. I'm going to stew pickled cabbage now. Sister Fong, could you peel some garlic for me? I want to make garlic-flavored eggplant. All right. Although his speech has changed, his condition was at least much better than before. Zhou Yuning noticed that her brother's steps were lighter as he bustled around, and she felt very comforted watching him work. Yeah, finally he seemed like a normal person again. While Weekend was cooking, he wasn't quite satisfied when stewing large bones. It's not cooked in a big iron pot, so it doesn't have that flavor. Zhou Yuning eventually asked the question that had been on her mind for a long time, so what exactly does that her taste mean? You wouldn't understand. Once my big iron pot arrives and I stew something for you, you'll know. Weekend said, my big iron pot is still on its way, it hasn't arrived by mail yet. Rest assured, I'll definitely make you a meal with the iron pot, plus some small pancakes. They're super fragrant, my goodness. Zhou Yuning, you actually mailed the pot back too. Chapter 134, Preference, Final Chapter. Zhou Yuning originally thought that Zhouma's talk about mailing an iron pot over was a joke, until he saw Zhouma manually building a stove in the corner of his house on Saturday. Zhou Yuning. You're really good at economizing. What are you looking at? Fu Yanzi appeared behind him at this time. When Zhou Yuning turned around, he saw Fu Yanzi holding a white big goose, live one, with one hand grabbing the goose's wing. The goose looked at him unbelievably. Let's eat here tonight. Momo just fished sour cabbage out from the vat. We will stew the goose tonight. Your family's food is quite tough. Not really. Fu Yanzi carried the goose back into the house and shouted, Momo, heat some water so I can burn the goose's feathers off. Will your accent ever change? Zhou Yuning asked, does it make sense to be like this? You're still a chairman. I don't have an accent either. So, the situation evolved into Zhou Yuning standing by the window hugging Pong Pong and watching the couple boiling water and killing the goose outdoors. Zhouma directly stewed a big pot. They then used 2 large basins to carry the sour cabbage and goose to deliver them to the 2 moms' place. It smells great. Tao Shui couldn't stop praising, it's really delicious. Momo is so good at cooking. Yanzi, you can't always let Momo cook. I helped too, Fu Yanzi said. That's good then. Has Momo's condition improved recently? Is she still depressed? I'll take her to see the psychologist tomorrow. She reduced her medication dosage in summer this year, and we will check if she can stop taking medication when visiting Dr. Song tomorrow. That would be great. I see Momo's mental state has greatly improved now, her appetite has increased too. Everything will definitely get better. Yes. Fu Yanzi said, it definitely will. Things seem to be getting on track step by step. The next day, ZHOU burst out from Dr. Song's office and happily jumped up and hugged Fu Yanzi. I can stop the medicine. I can stop the medicine. Really? Fu Yanzi expected ZHOU's condition would improve, but didn't think it would happen so fast. He remembered those hard times they spent recovering in the countryside last year. Sometimes ZHOU could just collapse without warning. Fu Yanzi often found him clawing himself until blood dripped down. Back then, Fu Yanzi truly thought ZHOU might not pull through. But perhaps Fu Yanzi underestimated ZHOU's resilience. As long as there's a moment to catch their breath, he would stand up again immediately. Really? ZHOU nodded with tears in his eyes, after all those months he experienced within the past year. But now, excitement filled his heart. I haven't had an episode for several months. The doctor said I could try to stop taking the medicine. See? A small depression couldn't kill me. I have been tough since I was little. Exactly. Momo is truly the strongest person. This should be told to mom and dad. They would be proud of you. That night, ZHOU dreamed again. He dreamt he was in a waiting room. Outside the room, it was noisy, and by the sound of it, they were celebrating something auspicious. Soon after, he heard the door being opened, and a face identical to his appeared. He wore a white suit, with his hair neatly done, looking much like a young celebrity who also had a red flush, indicating he'd had some alcohol. When he saw ZHOU, he hesitated for a moment and then smiled. Right, the system said we should meet one last time. Almost at once, ZHOU recognized the person before him and asked, do you have a system too? Each person crossing dimensions has a system, didn't you know? Your system didn't tell you today's matter. Oh, right, your system isn't with you now. Indeed, ZHOU hadn't contacted the system for a while, but he didn't mind, assuming it no longer existed. Looking at the person's dress code, he asked, are you getting married? Yep. The man said, it's because of the previous incident, my partner got scared, and the wedding date was postponed. Today is the nearest good day. We delayed nearly a year. ZHOU touched his nose and said, congrats, does he treat you well? Would I marry him if he didn't? ZHOU. That makes sense. That. His face blushed red as he awkwardly said, stretch out your hand. Huh? What? Although ZHOU was very confused at the weekend, he still obediently stretched out his hand, and then saw the person take out a bouquet of flowers from behind and placed it in his hand. It was a bunch of white roses. You're about to get married too, the person said with a red face. Fu Yanzi is really a good guy, a great and responsible partner. Even though I can be annoyed by him sometimes, I can see that he really likes you. He really likes me, ZHOU muttered. Saying this yourself sounds like deliberate PDA. He added with some disdain, well, even though the start of the story wasn't entirely satisfactory, the ending is pretty good. Honest and self-loving people will always receive favor, right? This ending was really good. Momo. The wedding is about to start. There came a prompt from outside the door, and he simply shouted back, got it. So now someone calls you Momo too, right? Yeah. He looked down, and a smile of happiness appeared on his lips. Alright, go back, there's nothing left to say. We probably won't meet again. Thanks, ZHOU sincerely replied. I should thank you too. ZHOU pushed the door and walked away, leaving him a graceful back figure. Bye-bye. ZHOU was awakened by a ray of morning light. With sleepy eyes, he saw a white rose on the bedside table, dewdrops sparkling like crystals. He reached out his hand to gently touch the petals. When did you buy these flowers? Fu Yanzi's muffled voice came from behind, obviously still sleepy. Let's get married. ZHOU turned around and nestled into Fu Yanzi's arms, mumbling, after we wake up, we'll register our marriage. I want a beach wedding. Sure, Fu Yanzi immediately agreed and hugged the warmth in his arms, just like many other mornings hugging ZHOU and going back to sleep. Honesty and love for oneself will always bring favor. No matter which world you are in. Chapter 135 Extra, Marriage. Marriage sounds simple enough, just a matter of mentioning it, but in reality? Weekends are no problem, but old Fu looked quite anxious. There needs to be a guest list, a hotel reservation, and a pre-wedding engagement ceremony for the marriage to seem grand. Oh, and I also need to go to Aunt Chui's house to pay dowry. ZHOU, holding her sore waist after hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief. 2 men getting married, all we need is an invite everyone over for dinner. Why does it have to be so formal? Why pay any dowry? I don't think you understand. I have to call the media, hire some stars to perform. Should we go to Bali or Maldives? Or, I can simply apply for a flight route so everyone can take a private jet over, which would make things easier. ZHOU was even more confused. Why do we need the media? It's just for publicity, letting the whole world know we're getting married. Isn't that good? Yeah, let the whole world know that the chairman of Fu Corporation is having a husband. What about the stocks of your company then? What are you talking about? The company stock has nothing to do with my personal life. Are you implying I've been working these years for nothing? Moreover, I'm getting married, why shouldn't I flaunt our love? I haven't ever bragged about anything since I grew up, now I want to flaunt my wedding. So what? ZHOU. Alright. Planning a wedding drove Fu Yanzi almost crazy. He could have directly handed the tasks over to his assistant, but he insisted on overseeing every detail, down to what brand of sweets would be used at the banquet. ZHOU was just responsible for waking up naturally at home, going out to farm, returning to catch up on studies, without worrying about the wedding gown. Until one night when Fu Yanzi returned from work and told him, let's set the date for next month's 18th. Ah. Am I getting married on the 18th of next month? ZHOU herself didn't realize it. She had casually mentioned it one morning, but within less than a week, Fu Yanzi prepared everything, she didn't even have to worry about anything, she just needed to show up on time and enjoy the meal. She didn't even try on her wedding dress. Fu Yanzi, arguably the most reliable man in High City. Really well done. ZHOU looked at the wedding planning proposal and nodded. Because they were going to hold an outdoor wedding, High City was already entering winter. Fu Yanzi decided to move the event to a small island in the southern hemisphere. According to him, the officiant and hotel had already started rehearsals. Actually, all ZHOU wanted was a simple wedding with dinner booked at a hotel. She didn't expect Fu Yanzi to make it so grandiose. What is he doing? By November, she was already sitting on a plane to the island. It was just starting to turn warm for summer in the southern hemisphere. You never ask about anything. Chui Lily was wearing a long skirt with island flair, sporting high-heel sandals and a woven sun hat. Looking at the carefree ZHOU who was indulging in food, she said helplessly, little Fu is so busy there. Fu Yanzi said I didn't need to worry. ZHOU took a sip of orange juice and swallowed the spaghetti in her mouth before continuing, when we first arrived last Tuesday, he sent me straight to the hotel and waved goodbye gracefully, saying, go have fun. And then I just played around the island. ZHOU threw a piece of meat to the chubby dog by her feet. Chubby, the only son of a billionaire family, accompanied the two owners on this island vacation, looking extremely cool. A straw hat covered his little doggy head, and sunglasses adorned his eyes, making him look like a true trendsetter. Fu Yanzi said he didn't want me to feel too much pressure, so all I need to do is to show up. ZHOU complacently said, Mom, don't worry. He's very reliable. Weekend. Fu Xiaowu came bounding in through the door, come on, let's get drunk tonight. We're getting married tomorrow, so we'll not sleep tonight unless we're both wasted. ZHOU wiped her mouth and stood up cheerfully, okay, Mom, I'll leave first. ZHOU and Fu Yuhang were sea fishing, two old men sitting solemnly on a boat watching the surface of the sea where the fishhook remained unmoving. Do you think? Fu Yuhang broke the silence first, that child Momo will need to call me dad later, right? ZHOU. Why should he? They've already got married, he'll need to change how he calls us. I've already prepared my change address feet money. Fu Yuhang added, don't be so stingy. Besides, you've gained another son in our Yanji, isn't he dependable and well-behaved? How could they be the same? Don't act like you're being generous after already reaping benefits. ZHOU gazed at the calm sea surface, muttering, our Momo is lively, sensible, gentle, and adorable. Forget about Fu Yanzi, even paired with any outstanding person in this world, she'd still be worthy. Besides, Yanzi is so many years older than her. Then if you're so dissatisfied with our Yanzi, why don't you just not agree? Do I have a say? ZHOU's voice rose sharply as if someone had touched his sore spot, do I have a say? My wife has already agreed, and do you think I'd dare to say no? Would you? Would you? Fu Yuhang hung his head low, because he also dared not. Fu Yanzi knew that Fu Youwu had taken ZHOU out to play on the weekend. However, when the sky turned dark, the two still hadn't returned, causing him some worry. He asked Fu Youwu for the private room number and went to find them. The moment he walked in, he saw the two sobbing and embracing each other. Fu Yanzi, what are you crying about? A song was playing on the sound system. Fu Yanzi glanced at it, happiness after breakup. Ah. The two were deeply immersed in their own sorrow, crying to the point of losing themselves and completely unaware that Fu Yanzi had arrived. Not that, what's wrong with the two of you? Fu Yanzi separated the clinging duo, little five can cry, but why are you crying? I just feel that. ZHOU was about to burst into tears again. Fu Yanzi was well experienced in such situations. Without hesitation, he reached out and pinched ZHOU's mouth, squashing her lips into a duck-like shape. Ah, ZHOU stop crying, your sadness makes me sad too. Fu Youwu began wailing next to him. Fu Yanzi employed the same trick and pinched Fu Youwu's mouth as well. Silenced manually, the two suddenly quieted down, leaving the karaoke booth much more peaceful. Yet, the breakup song continued to play in the background, creating an eerily awkward atmosphere. Can we talk quietly now? The two nodded. Fu Yanzi released his grip, so, what's really going on? You ungrateful scoundrel, you broke up with ZHOU. Hearing those words, ZHOU's mouth opened wide, and she started crying once more. Fu Yanzi. Ha. You shouldn't call yourself Fu Yanzi anymore, change your name. Let's call you Fu Xinhan, heartless man. Fu Youwu got increasingly angry, stood up, and pulled ZHOU. Let's go, ZHOU. We'll never speak to such a heartless man again. In the end, we too will stay single, aiming to become the kind of people they cannot afford to look up to. From now on, we too will form the League of Heartbroken. ZHOU, while crying with her big open mouth, nodded solemnly, all right. ZHOU, Fu Yanzi pulled ZHOU back. We're getting married tomorrow, when did we break up? ZHOU was in the midst of crying with her mouth wide open when these words stopped her cold. She closed her mouth, thought for a while, and said, seems like we didn't break up. Fu Youwu, no breakup happened. Reality finally dawned on ZHOU. An acquaintance had earlier sung a mournful song at their drinking gathering. Fu Youwu couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by emotions, wiping tears silently in a corner. Consequently, ZHOU empathized. Additionally, having drunk alcohol that blurred expression, what ZHOU originally meant was, if I thought Fu Yanzi would ever break up with me, I'd be incredibly upset. However, Fu Youwu misinterpreted it as, Fu Yanzi broke up with me, I'm utterly heartbroken. From there, the two embarked on an immersive breakup experience, crying so hard they lost themselves, even ZHOU herself became unclear, occasionally wondering, hey, am I here to get married or divorced? Fu Yanzi never expected his marriage to start off with these two bawling for him. Go sleep, we need to get up early tomorrow. He said. Getting up early was no problem for them, except ZHOU who had consumed quite a bit of alcohol the night before, thus finding it difficult to rise. Fu Yanzi simply placed Pango into his bed. The first thing ZHOU saw upon opening his eyes was Pango's cheeky dog face huffing and puffing with a tongue sticking out, sporting a very stylish suit. Wow, handsome indeed, Pango. With encouragement, ZHOU got up and gave Pango's head a good scratch. Meanwhile, the outdoor kennel had long been neglected, with Pango recently always lying next to his feet to sleep. Kid, waking up so late, Zhou Yuning muttered beside ZHOU, who was getting dressed, Fu Yanzi should really know better and wake you up. The wedding will begin shortly. Where are your rings? I'll bring them upstairs later for you. I'll send it. Fu Youwu suddenly appeared from somewhere, I'm the younger brother, I'll be responsible for this. I'm the older brother. I'll do it. Just as the two were about to start arguing, ZHOU beckoned Pango over, placed the ring box in his small backpack, and patted his little bottom to make him run off. The rings are with Pango now. Whoever gets them first will be the one to present them on stage. Pango was truly an agile little pudgy dog. Following his master's instruction, he disappeared into the venue in a flash, leaving Zhou Yuning and Fu Youwu both stunned. What a clever way to divert the problem. Fu Yanzi walked over and knocked on the door, are you ready? Seeing that the two had gone after the dog, ZHOU stood up, brushing away the imaginary creases on her dress, ready, let's go. As soon as she entered the venue, ZHOU caught a strong scent of meat. In theory, since it was a beach wedding with a buffet, the food should have been refined appetizers or steaks. But in ZHOU's opinion, there would be no perfect feast without big hams, soy-braised spare ribs, roasted chicken, and fish. Thus, the food prepared this time was a fusion of Chinese and Western cuisines. ZHOU watched the chef dividing a big ham from afar, her mouth almost watering. Just as she was about to walk over, Fu Yanzi stopped her, it's our own wedding banquet. We still need to take care of it. That ham smells so delicious. ZHOU whispered, quickly, give me a bite, I'm starving. With no other choice, Fu Yanzi found the chef, asked him to cut a piece, chopped the meat into small pieces, placed them on a plate, and handed it over to ZHOU. Wow, ZHOU exclaimed, if we covered this with some steamed rice, it would be absolutely delicious. After the ceremony ends, we can enjoy more. I've asked them to keep one ham aside, and also cook some steamed rice. Alright then. The band switched to another song, signaling Fu Yanzi that it was time to prepare. We're starting now. Who will present the rings? After swallowing the last bite, ZHOU replied, they haven't decided yet. At the moment, in the venue, two dashing handsome gentlemen were chasing after a dog running around everywhere. Seeing that ZHOU and Fu Yanzi had already taken the stage, they became even more anxious, even beginning to collaborate. You block him, I'll catch him, then both of us will go on stage together to present the rings. Sure. The next moment, the MC announced, let's invite the two newlyweds to exchange their rings. Standing on the stage, ZHOU and Fu Yanzi noticed no one coming down below. Fu Yanzi was just about to use his spare rings when he heard two barks from the audience. Hey! Pango! Following ZHOU's gaze, Fu Yanzi saw Pango, dressed in a stylish little suit, with a palm-sized backpack on his back, wagging his tail as he crossed a path adorned with flowers towards them. He came to a stop in front of the two and sat down, tilting his head while looking at them. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought sprang up in ZHOU's mind, who softly called out, Bun. Are you really my Bun? The puppy beside her legs jumped immediately, barking twice, its tail wagging furiously like a propeller, revealing his back, which seemed to indicate that they could take the rings. Good boy. ZHOU patted Pango's head, taking out the rings from the small backpack. In the moment of exchanging rings, he felt as if an invisible thread had tied him down. It wasn't confinement, rather, it meant he didn't have to drift aimlessly anymore or endure hardships alone. In this moment, he finally felt a sense of belonging. I finally have a home. After the wedding ended, some media found ZHOU for an interview. Seeing Fu Yanzi busy elsewhere, ZHOU cheerfully agreed and stepped confidently in front of the camera. Reporter, Mr. ZHOU, congratulations on your marriage. After Chairman Fu revealed his relationship, there were many rumors. What are your thoughts on that? ZHOU replied, I don't have any opinions because Fu Yanzi and I are the ones living our lives. What others think of us doesn't matter to me. Moreover, Fu Yanzi loves me so much. Saying this, his back straightened up. Reporter, do you have any plans for your future life? Study hard and find a good job. ZHOU scratched his head. I recently applied for rural teaching support at school. I believe with my abilities, I can help more people. Will you share your life experiences on the platform in the future? I see that many netizens like you. Really? ZHOU showed some surprise, saying, perhaps, I'll look into it when I get back. That's all for now. Please say goodbye to our friends. Sure, Fu Yanzi. ZHOU called over Fu Yanzi from a distance, holding his hand and said, say goodbye to everyone. All right. The two of them, hand in hand, smiled happily and waved. Goodbye, friends. The end. Chapter 136, Alternative World Line, If the Worlds Merge, 1. Where am I? Fu Yanzi looked at his much smaller hands and stomped his feet. How had he become so small? He was sitting in a car, with a school bag by his side. In front of him, the obviously younger butler was driving intently, all attention on the road ahead. Fu Yanzi felt overwhelmed by the sudden change. He seemed to have gone back to his childhood. Shit, where's my wife? Where's the wife I just married? Fu Yanzi stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. At this moment, the butler spoke up, Master Fu, would you still like me to drop you off at the stadium? Your outdoor tutor is waiting for you today. If you're too tired from studying, you can also go home to rest for a while. Master? Master? Fu Yanzi snapped back to reality and asked, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Would you like to go back and rest for a bit? How old am I this year? Fu Yanzi responded with a question. Well, although you're 12 this year, I still want to remind you not to rush. Learning high school material at your age will definitely be a stretch. Kids your age are still preparing for middle school entrance exams. 12 years old. Yes. Should I send you home first to rest for a while? No, Fu Yanzi watched the street outside pass by, feeling a wave of despair. What about my wife? I suddenly came back to my childhood. What about my wife? Ah. The butler glanced at the master who seemed completely disoriented and asked, would you like me to schedule an appointment with a psychologist? You seem rather exhausted. By the way, do you remember the child from Mr. Zhou's house? What child? There's only Zhou Yuning, the sole son of Mr. Zhou. Fu Yanzi felt as if lightning had struck the top of his head. What? In this timeline, could it even be that ZHOU doesn't exist? Then me, what about her, damn it. If I'm here right now, I'll gather every single protagonist in this world together for a party. I'm going to blow up this dimension. While Fu Yanzi was contemplating darkly in his mind about destroying the world, the butler slowly parked the car in front of their house and kindly opened the door for Fu Yanzi, saying, young master, you can rest for a while tonight. On the lawn, the young Fu Youwu was running around holding a ball. When he saw Fu Yanzi return, he generously turned his chubby face toward him, saying, Big brother is home. Fu Yanzi subconsciously picked up little Wu, missing the feeling of holding his younger brother after not doing so for several years. Still, he remained somewhat distracted. What should I do? Now, there's not even a trace of ZHOU. What should I do? The young master misses you too. Does Uncle Zhou really not have a young son? He really doesn't. Fu Yanzi set Fu Youwu down, and little Wu happily ran off again, holding his ball. Fu Yanzi's lips were pressed into a straight line, and he muttered, I don't believe it. Butler. You help me look into whether this is true or not, I need to know. It's impossible for her not to exist. She might be Uncle Zhou's illegitimate child, go investigate. Hurry. It's part of a butler's duty to fulfill the employer's wishes, but this demand was clearly a little excessive. After all, Fu Yanzi had always been well-behaved as a child, never making any extravagant requests, let alone checking if one of their close family friends had an illegitimate child. Hurry, this is extremely. Before Fu Yanzi finished, he felt his ear being pulled, then tugged sharply upward, eliciting an ouch. The voice of Tao Shui sounded behind him, tell me, you naughty boy, did you read some kind of CEO romance book again? Did you come home to indulge in inappropriate fantasies? Mom! Fu Yanzi exclaimed, but this is truly important. How important? Uncle Zhou, who's a total wife servant, couldn't possibly have an illegitimate child, where would such a thing come from? But. There's no but. Baby, didn't you get too tired from studying? Go to bed early tonight, Mom will cook chicken soup for you. But Fu Yanzi couldn't feel at peace until he found out about ZHOU. Everything in this world felt off. Why did ZHOU suddenly vanish? Even if Mo wasn't here, shouldn't the original ZHOU still exist? Mom, I want to drink chicken soup too, said Little Wu, holding the bowl with his head tilted up towards Tao Shui. Tao Shui bent down and pinched his chubby little cheeks. All right, little five will have some chicken soup too. Fu Yanji had no thoughts for chicken soup. He threw his school bag on the sofa and rushed out. Big brother. I'm going to Uncle Zhou's house. Don't say weird things. I must. Fu Yanji thought, not looking back as he ran out. Yanji. ZHOU had left work early today and was surprised to see Fu Yanji suddenly show up. Are you here to play with Yunning? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuning peeked out from behind ZHOU wearing a big black-rimmed glasses. Fu Yanji stepped back half a step, then remembered. Oh right, because of Mo's existence, Uncle Zhou and Aunt Chui went abroad years ago. Right now, there should only be Zhou Yuning and Mo at home. Zhou Yuning saw that Fu Yanji hadn't said anything for a long time and asked, did you come to play soccer with me? What about Mo? Do you know where Mo is? Fu Yanji stood alone, his eyes turning red, appearing pitiful. I couldn't find him anywhere. Did you see him? Mo. Zhou Yuning seriously replied, today's Monday, weekend just passed. The children's conversation was strange, and ZHOU didn't understand what they were talking about even after listening for a long time. So, he let the two kids go inside, and kindly asked Uncle Lin to serve Fu Yanji some rice, giving them space. He thought that the kids' conversation wouldn't concern him anymore, but before long Fu Yanji gently knocked on his door. What's wrong? ZHOU put down his documents and softly asked him. Uncle Zhou. Fu Yanji turned around and closed the door tightly. I have something I want to ask you. What is it? Do you know Yuing? Yuing? ZHOU frowned deeply as he tried recalling her in his memory. Do you have something to ask? I just wanted to ask. ZHOU didn't intend to pass some dirty things to the child's ears, so he simply said, it's an adult matter, Yanji, you don't need to worry about it too much. Uncle, please tell me. Fu Yanji looked up at him. Do you really know her? It was 5 years ago. This is really important to me. She did do some bad things, but luckily I found out in time, and it didn't cause any serious consequences. ZHOU touched Fu Yanji's head. You're still young, is there something happening in your family? Have your parents run into trouble? So, you mean Yuing didn't succeed, right? Fu Yanji asked, she didn't secretly conceive with you. Of course not, I only have one child, Yunning. Fu Yanji didn't know how he managed to get home. Fu Youwu called out to him several times shouting, Big brother, but he didn't react. Big brother, why aren't you responding to me? Little Wu hugged his favorite toy ball recently and approached Fu Yanji, trying to snuggle up to him. Let's play soccer with Little Wu. Fu Yanji held on to Little Wu's soft body and pinched the little fat on his arms. His own Mo at 5 would have been skin and bones. Little Wu, Big brother won't play soccer tonight. Fu Yanji tried hard to control his emotions. Big brother has something to do. If these two worlds really deviated from each other, then for him, there was one last possibility. The space-time he was in now could be the place where his Mo grew up. He returned to his study and slowly typed a few words into the computer. Blue Sky Orphanage. It was the place Mo mentioned one night when he woke up from a nightmare in Fu Yanji's embrace. This was the final possibility. With trembling hands, Fu Yanji clicked on the search. On the search engine, a recent address popped up, Blue Sky Orphanage, located closest to high city suburbs, Director Zhang Zuelan. When Fu Yanji arrived at the orphanage, it was already late. The sky was dark. Tao Shui yawned beside him, rubbing her eyes. Baby, I don't know what you're doing in such a rush. Sorry mom, I'm really in a hurry. Fu Yanji looked out the window at increasingly dilapidated buildings, his heart tightened painfully. Little Wu sat in his mother's lap, watching his worried older brother, and pulled his hand. Brother, doesn't be sad. Little Wu, it's time for you to sleep, Fu Yanji said seriously. Are you sleepy? If you are, you can rest a while first. As soon as this child heard that his brother was going to the orphanage to find a child, he insisted on following, hugging Fu Yanji's leg and crying incessantly. His tender white little face was covered in tears, looking very pitiful. Fu Yanji, feeling sorry for him, could only nod. Thus, Little Wu packed a pile of toys in the trunk, saying he wanted to share them with the children. The car stopping in front of the orphanage caught the guard's attention immediately. After all, such a luxury car was hard to see in their suburb, especially at this time, parked in front of the orphanage. Hey, madam, who are you looking for? Do you have a child called ZHOU here? Yes, what do you want with him? Fu Yanji said, we want to adopt him. Tao Shui was stunned. What? Little Wu cheered, yeah. A younger brother. Ayo. Tao Shui quickly covered her youngest son's mouth. Hold on, Tao Shui hurriedly pulled Yanji aside and asked, baby, you didn't say anything about adopting a child. If you like keeping something, I can buy you a puppy or a kitten. Children and animals are different. I just want ZHOU. Fu Yanji felt that his brain development had probably regressed to the level of 12 years old. He now became flustered, not knowing what to say. I want to see him now, Mom, Mo is different, I just want Mo. This kid had always been spoiled and rarely expressed his needs so strongly. Tao Shui, seeing Fu Yanji's desperate manner that seemed ready to throw a tantrum by lying on the ground, could only relent. We'll go take a look at the child. If possible, we can sponsor him. After all, sponsoring a child isn't such a difficult thing. The sudden visit from this group of rich people made the director rush out after hastily putting on an outer coat. She then went to the medical room and dragged out ZHOU Mo, who was just sleeping off his cold medicine like a little chick. Mo hung his head, and it wasn't until he stood in front of the director's office that he reacted. He scratched his cheek and looked around confusedly. Huh? Did Mo fly over? This brat has such good luck. The director eagerly stuffed a clean little shirt onto Mo, gritting her teeth. Behave well inside, understand? Mo clearly remembered being sent to the entrance of the orphanage by the nurse sister just now, yet he still ended up standing here. ZHOU Mo's memory was a bit jumbled, and he was still drowsy. Someone even whistled in his ear. Even though he didn't feel pain anywhere right now, he still felt lightheaded. It was as if he was stepping on cotton. I'm speaking, did you hear me? ZHOU Mo subconsciously nodded. Heard. Mo just wanted to sleep. ZHOU Mo's little head couldn't figure out what was happening. Anyway, listening to Aunt Director would be fine. If he could persevere a bit, Mo could sleep. ZHOU Mo entered the office reluctantly. Fu Yanji instantly recognized Mo when the door opened, rushed forward, and lifted Mo up. Small, skinny, it hurt to hold him, completely different from little Wu's sturdy little physique. Huh? Subconsciously, Mo wrapped his arms around Fu Yanji's neck, eyes widening instantly. I'm flying again. Little Wu ran over and grabbed Mo's little feet, shouting, younger brother, younger brother. Oh my, young masters, you like Mo so much, huh? Also, Mo is our orphanage's cutest baby, no one doesn't like him. Tao Shui was shocked speechless by her elder son's series of actions. Seeing the pale, emaciated child in his arms further shocked her. Maybe because the children in her social circle were all well-nourished and clean, she hadn't seen such a thin child since she went to refugee camps overseas for peacekeeping missions when she was young. Is this the 21st century? This child would die if he got any thinner. How come this child is so thin? Tao Shui asked in astonishment, doesn't he eat? Or is he sick? This child is a bit picky eater. You're lying. Fu Yanji held Mo tightly, his expression stern and fearsome, not like a 12-year-old child. Mo wouldn't be a picky eater, it's because you don't give him food. You let him go out and collect garbage, even a stale bun could go down. What? How could that be, who told you that? How could I make such a young child eat garbage? The director tried to pull Mo out of Fu Yanji's arms. Mo, speak up, is what Auntie said true? Fearing the principal's sudden advance, Fu Yanji swiftly dodged her grasp. ZHOU Mo was lowering his eyes in confusion, not comprehending the situation at all. His mind felt like it had frozen up entirely. But when he saw the principal lunging towards him, he couldn't help but flinch. My name is ZHOU Mo, I'm 5 years old, and I am a child from the Blue Sky Orphanage. Speaking timidly as he glanced around at the people present, seeing that the principal's face remained dark with fury, ZHOU Mo began trembling again and mumbled, I can sing nursery rhymes, I can sing, little fox brags, little foxes never brag. What should I do, what should I do? Aunt Director seems angry, but Mo only knows this one nursery rhyme. How dare you say you didn't abuse him? Look how scared you've made him. Tao Shui became instantly infuriated. A child would never be so thin unless they were being mistreated. There's no fat on his cheeks, no flesh on his body. Who could bear to see this? You tell me now, ZHOU Mo, has the aunt abused you? The principal was now visibly agitated, her expression distorted. This clearly frightened ZHOU Mo once more. Fu Yanji could feel the child hiccup in his arms and then suddenly cease any sign of breathing altogether. Mo. Fu Yanji bent down, looking anxiously at ZHOU Mo whose face had turned iron gray. He lifted his hand, his palm continuously rubbing ZHOU Mo's back just as he'd done hundreds of times before. What happened? Breathe first, open your mouth, don't be afraid, I'm right here. He knew it wasn't the time to confront ZHOU Mo about these matters in front of him. So, holding ZHOU Mo with one arm while pulling little Wu with the other, he stepped out the door and placed them both on a rattan chair under a locust tree. Didn't you bring some toys to play with the other kids? Sitting side by side, their little legs hanging freely, little Wu happily wiggled his feet and nodded, yeah. Go ahead and share them with this child. Brother has something to take care of. Uncle Guard is standing 10 steps away, if there's anything you need, just call him. Fu Yanji gently rubbed the two boys' heads, don't be afraid, I'll be right back. ZHOU Mo was still bewildered sitting in the rattan chair, his gaze vacant without reacting to the world around him. In front of him appeared a handsome little boy who held up a toy car and smiled invitingly, encouraging ZHOU Mo to join him in playing. But all ZHOU Mo wanted to do was sleep. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Car. Little Wu shoved a toy into ZHOU Mo's arms, holding another one himself. On the ground, he pushed the toy while muttering, beep beep beep. With wide eyes, ZHOU stared in astonishment at the strange new object in his arms, his curiosity piqued. Tentatively, he stretched out a tiny finger to touch the hood of the car. Seeing that little Wu was still engrossed in his own play, ZHOU mustered the courage to touch again. A toy car. Do you not like cars? Little Wu looked puzzled after waiting for a while without any response from ZHOU. I also have a remote-controlled robot, let's play with the robot too. ZHOU shook his head and gave the toy car back to little Wu, saying, it's too precious. I shouldn't touch it. I'll give it to you to play with. Little Wu insisted stubbornly, just play. The problem was, ZHOU didn't know how to play with this toy. If he could only watch, he thought it would be better to return it to little Wu, since little Wu already knew how to play. You play too, put it on the ground, and the car will run forward by itself. How amazing. The two children crouched together watching the car moving forward and bumping into a pair of brand new sneakers. Both of them looked up to find a chubby child standing before them. ZHOU. Standing up and wiping his nose, ZHOU tried to pull little Wu away quickly, knowing Zhanghu's punches hurt, especially if directed at little Wu. Little Wu watched silently as Zhanghu took his toy car, feeling a bit upset. I didn't agree for you to touch my toy. As his brother had said before, others' belongings must only be touched with permission. Zhanghu was impolite. ZHOU carefully observed Zhanghu's demeanor and checked little Wu's expression before cautiously speaking up, give the toy back to little Wu. Why should I? Zhanghu stood defiantly, hands on hips shouting, everything in this orphanage belongs to me, my mom said so. Shut up. That's little Wu's toy, and he didn't agree for you to. I'll beat you if you say another word. Please give it back quickly, ZHOU whispered softly. Little Wu came with his mother and older brother. As everyone knows, kids with moms have someone to back them up. Over the weekend, it was hoped that Zhanghu wouldn't bother Wu Xiao again. Wu Xiao was a great person who even shared toys with him. Bringing mom and an older brother. Are adults here? I thought this was just some new kid. Zhanghu's face, despite his young age, was full of ill intent. Could it be they're here to adopt you? Yes, our family is here to adopt him, so don't bully him or my brother will beat you. You sound too proud already. Your family already has you. You're about the same age as Mo. What's wrong with one more child? Zhanghu spoke as if he'd uncovered a hidden truth. They brought you here because this is an orphanage, which means they want to take Mo away and leave you behind. In the future, you'll be the one without a mother. At such a young age, he'd already mastered how to sow discord without being taught. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiao froze instantly, for the worst calamity for a child his age might be, mom doesn't want you anymore. He looked at ZHOU with red eyes, his mouth puckered as if about to cry. It's not like that. It's not like that. ZHOU hurriedly explained, Wu Xiao is smart and cute, auntie and the big brother must really like you. They'll leave soon, they won't adopt me. It's impossible. Wu Xiao wiped the tears from his pale face with a hand, swinging his chubby little fists at Zhanghu. You're lying. I'll hit you. How could it be possible? Your mom just doesn't want you anymore. Your good days are numbered. Before Zhanghu finished speaking, a shadow flashed in front of him, and ZHOU lunged forward like a small cannonball, ramming Zhanghu into the ground. Who knew where ZHOU got such strength from? While Zhanghu was still dazed from the fall, ZHOU pulled Wu Xiao and ran straight to Uncle Guard, handing Wu Xiao's hand to him. That way, Wu Xiao would be safe. Don't believe what he said. ZHOU consoled him. You're so good, your mom wouldn't abandon you. With tears brimming in his eyes, Wu Xiao nodded reluctantly. Then I'll go back first. ZHOU said, realizing Zhanghu would surely return to cause trouble for Wu Xiao. So he had to leave quickly and head to his secret hideout where Zhanghu couldn't find him. Zhanghu had long since run off crying for his mother. ZHOU successfully fled to the small vegetable garden behind the Welfare Institute. Standing there, he called twice for Mantu, the name of the dog, and a scrawny little dog crawled through a hole in the fence. Today, Mantu found a radish root outside, and ZHOU happily picked it up, rinsing it under the faucet. He didn't feel hunger anymore but had forgotten when he last ate something. Instinct told him he should eat something now. The radish root was hard and difficult to bite, quite a challenge for a 5-year-old. When Fu Yanji found him, ZHOU was holding a radish in one hand and several blades of grass in the other, shoving both into his mouth. Fu Yanji nearly passed out upon seeing this. He'd known that ZHOU put anything in his mouth, but the previous ZHOU had been an independent adult. The things he ate were odd but understandable. What on earth was he eating now? Fu Yanji pulled ZHOU tightly into his arms. Stop eating. ZHOU. Fu Yanji held his palm upward and stretched his hand out, saying, give me what's in your hands, and I'll take you to have food. This is enough, ZHOU replied, I'm not hungry with this. It doesn't taste good. Fu Yanji carried ZHOU away while walking and talking, the bad guy has already been dealt with by me. Does Mo want to go home with me? ZHOU, who was still clutching the radish root tightly, asked, where is the bad guy? What a foolish child. Fu Yanji helplessly rubbed Mo's little head, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Is Mo hungry? Feeling ZHOU's flat little belly, he continued, shall we go for food? I'll ask someone to prepare some rice porridge for you. Wu Xiao, Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao is waiting for you. I can't go home with you, brother, ZHOU's hoarse and childish voice sounded. You have Wu Xiao at your place, he'd be sad if I came along. I can stay in the orphanage. Wu Xiao won't mind. Fu Yanji opened the car door and let ZHOU sit on his lap. At this moment, Wu Xiao was nestled in Tao Xue's arms, his bright and curious eyes checking out ZHOU. Will Wu Xiao have a younger brother from now on? Tao Xue replied, yes, Mom will adopt Mo, but that doesn't mean there is anything wrong with Wu Xiao. Mo isn't here to replace Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao, take a look at Mo, from now on, you two will be a family, Fu Yanji said. Don't be afraid, you will always be my younger brother. Wu Xiao sat quietly in Fu Yanji's arms, tightly pursing his lips. Fine, Fu Yanji agreed immediately. Wu Xiao giggled and shoved his little robot into ZHOU's arms again. A child who is loved by many would not mind caring for one more person. He did not hesitate having an additional family member added suddenly overnight. Instead, he was enthusiastic about the role of being an elder brother. He was learning to take care of others in the same way Fu Yanji had cared for him. At this moment, ZHOU muttered softly, Mantu. Mantu is in another car, it's fine. Fu Yanji took out his phone and showed ZHOU a video. Mantu was eating heartily in its kennel. ZHOU watched transfixed, and before long, his hand holding the radish root began to lift towards his mouth. Tao Xue quickly grabbed his little arm. How could you eat this? ZHOU tilted his head to look at them, sighed, and thought, if they wouldn't let him eat it, then so be it. He rubbed his tiny stomach and placed the radish root into Fu Yanji's palm. Wu Xiao, I have snacks. Wu Xiao rummaged through his little backpack and handed over a piece of cod sausage to ZHOU. Mo eats this, not junk food. Mo does not eat junk. However, car sickness was probably a condition left over from when ZHOU was small. His tightly pressed lips indicated he was both hungry and nauseous now. If he were to eat something else, it might worsen, as frequent vomiting is not good for the digestive system. Fu Yanji asked gently, how do you feel now, Mo? Any place feels uncomfortable? ZHOU's eyes remained vacant. He still felt pretty okay, feeling lightheaded, and thus he said, I want to sleep. Send me to the hospital first. Upon hearing these words, Fu Yanji pulled ZHOU close to himself and wrapped him up in his coat while hoisting him to rest against his shoulder, saying urgently, hurry, he's going to pass out. Just moments ago, ZHOU had been full of energy, even sending a chubby welfare institute boy flying a meter away with his head bump. Tao Xue examined ZHOU seriously, touching his forehead and said, a bit warm, Yanji, you go home with your brother first, and let me take ZHOU to the hospital, alright? However, ZHOU suddenly stiffened like he had encountered a stimulus and started struggling, yelling, no. 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 Not going. Mo, be a good kid. Tao Xue caressed his slightly feverish cheeks, saying, when you're sick, you need to go to the hospital. Don't be afraid, we'll stay with you, or you'll be very uncomfortable. I'm not sick. Tears welled up in ZHOU's eyes, completely wrapped in Fu Yanji's clothes like a small white silkworm. I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm sleepy, I'll sleep. Sleeping will make it better. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Sleep. Fu Yanji felt his pain, reaching to wipe ZHOU's tears, only to see ZHOU flinch back as if startled, closing his eyes tightly, looking utterly scared. Fu Yanji's hand just landed lightly on his cheek, tenderly wiping away the tears. In that case, call the doctor and tell him to bring his equipment and prepare everything at home. Also, ask the nanny to start boiling a pot of rice oil. ZHOU mustn't have eaten anything for quite some time. The steward nodded, all right, master. Chapter 137 Bonus, if line, 2. You're awake, little one. As soon as ZHOU opened his eyes, he saw a bearded uncle in a white coat standing next to him with a smile. Squinting, ZHOU examined him for a long time but couldn't figure out where he was. This wasn't the small bed at the orphanage, nor was it in the infirmary. The bed beneath him was soft and comfortable, and the blanket was warm and dry, nothing like the feeling of waking up soaked in sweat sticking to his pajamas. Your brother was really worried about you, the doctor said while reaching out to check ZHOU's temperature. The fever has gone down. Next time, if anything hurts, you must tell your family, and not bear it alone. Do you understand? And you should eat well too. You won't have to worry about being hungry anymore. Dr. ZHOU. Fu Yanji stood at the door, holding a plate of food. If there's nothing else for ZHOU right now, then you can take a rest. You've worked hard these past few days. Go collect your bonus from the housekeeper. No problem. Dr. ZHOU got up and packed up his instruments, smiling as he ruffled ZHOU's cheeks. The little one is very strong. Get well soon, and I hope we don't see each other again next time. ZHOU. What are all of you talking about that I don't understand? As ZHOU sat on the bed, the older brother walked in, placing the plate on the bedside table before naturally picking ZHOU up and sitting him on his lap, stroking his spine. Does Momo feel uncomfortable anywhere? ZHOU shook his head, no. Looks like the fever has subsided. However, Momo still needs to take medicine for a few more days. Fu Yenji picked up a small bowl from the bedside table and stirred gently, blowing softly on it before offering it to ZHOU. Do you want some porridge? The bridge of ZHOU's nose twitched slightly, secretly swallowing saliva. It smells so fragrant. The aroma of the millet porridge filled his nostrils. Although he wasn't extremely hungry, saliva was involuntarily produced. Watching the older brother carefully, he glanced at the golden rice porridge and asked, "Can I eat it?" "Of course you can." Fu Yenji scooped a spoonful of warm porridge to ZHOU's lips, just a small bite of the thickened, unsweetened, and plain porridge. Yet ZHOU ate it joyfully, savoring every single mouthful slowly. Fu Yenji didn't rush him. "Do you see this little bowl?" Fu Yenji held up a delicate child-sized bowl shaped like a cute green watermelon. It was light in hand, with a matching cartoon spoon. He seriously introduced it to ZHOU. "This belongs to Momo." "Is this mine?" ZHOU asked, "But I don't have such a bowl." "It's yours. Brother bought it yesterday from the mall," Fu Yenji explained. "From now on, you'll use this bowl when eating. Because it's your bowl, no one will be able to take it from you." ZHOU just found it fascinating, poking Fu Yenji's hands with a finger. "My bowl, thank you, brother." Without saying anything, he quietly held the bowl. When ZHOU drank 2 sips but stopped, Fu Yenji put down the spoon. "What's wrong?" ZHOU shook his head. "Never mind, this kid hasn't eaten properly for several days. That beast of a principal had given him a handful of adult cold medicine just to make him look better for their visit. Even adults would feel unwell after taking just one pill, let alone a 5-year-old child. Perhaps even ZHOU himself forgot that on the first day he arrived here, he had been forced into washing his stomach in the ambulance, followed by days of unconsciousness at home. One cannot fatten a pig by force-feeding it all at once." Fu Yenji collected ZHOU's small bowl. "Then wait until dinner to drink more, alright?" ZHOU nodded quickly. "Will the leftovers be thrown away?" Fu Yenji replied without looking up. "Mantu eats dog food, Momo doesn't need to worry about him." He didn't expect his hidden thoughts to be revealed so quickly, but ZHOU only shrunk his neck silently, saying nothing. "Big brother, have you adopted me?" "Yes." Fu Yenji responded, lifting him up in his arms. "If you're awake, we'll go see Mantu. He's been very worried about you." At the mention of seeing Mantu, ZHOU finally perked up, sitting quietly in Fu Yenji's arm with his arms hanging around his neck, whispering softly, "Thank you, big brother." Yenji Fu just hugged him tighter, closer to his chest. On weekends, ZHOU could sense his sadness but was unable to comprehend its source. After all, he was still a 5-year-old child, and his mind wasn't ready for so many thoughts yet. His dog occupied most of his current thoughts. Then he found out that his dog was living in pure luxury. It had an independent room with a giant doghouse, unlimited dog food, and there were also a lot of canned meats piled up in the corner. The floor was covered with small toys, and at this moment Mantu was sprawled lazily in the doghouse, ears perked up when he saw ZHOU coming. He stood up and wildly wagged his tail. "Mantu!" Fu Yenji set ZHOU on the ground and he eagerly rushed forward, falling into a pile with Mantu, who immediately started licking his face, soon covering it entirely with saliva. Unable to do anything about their antics, Yenji Fu sat on the side watching as Mantu's bloated belly got fondled by ZHOU, who laughed. "Mantu is full from eating." Mantu barked and dragged his feeding bowl to ZHOU's hands, where some dried pet food pieces were still placed alongside regular kibbles. Mantu had clearly eaten his kibble but left behind the freeze-dried treats. Pushing the bowl closer with his paws, the meaning was clear. ZHOU understood quickly. "Is this left for me?" "Thank you, Mantu. I'll try it." "Hey!" Fu Yenji interjected. It was during the afternoon after school that little Wu saw ZHOU again. For several days, every day little Wu would go to ZHOU's bedside. His brother told him that ZHOU was sick, resting and not intentionally ignoring him. But little Wu thought since his younger brother was sick, as an older brother, it was his duty to take good care of him. So each time after school, he would bring back a little cake for ZHOU. Yesterday's was chocolate, today's strawberry. Moreover, he proudly announced in kindergarten that he was already a big brother now. His younger brother would attend the same kindergarten later, and he would protect his younger brother. He could no longer play games with those little kids. He needed to study hard to be an even better older brother than his big brother. However, ZHOU recovering at home knew nothing about all these. He didn't know that outside, he was already someone being looked after by his big brother. As soon as little Wu got home, he saw ZHOU sitting on the sofa using his brother's tablet to watch cartoons. He had never expected to see ZHOU awake when he came home, and he was ecstatically rushing toward him like a little cannonball. However, he was abruptly picked up midway by his elder brother. "ZHOU!" Little Wu called out to him. "My big brother brought a cake for you." Yenji Fu. Middle school syndrome. He can't eat this for now. Yenji Fu put his younger brother down. "Go wash your hands first." Little Wu obediently went to the bathroom to wash his hands. But when he turned around, he saw ZHOU following over curiously. As an elder brother, one must meticulously care for the younger ones. Hence, little Wu thoughtfully took ZHOU's hand to wash but discovered the bandage wrapped around it. So little Wu let go of ZHOU's hand again. His elder brother has no place to demonstrate his concern. Can't ZHOU eat the cake? Little Wu ran to Fu Yanji, raising his little face looking at him. I specifically prepared it for ZHOU. Can't he eat it? Why can't he eat it? Meanwhile, ZHOU was sitting next to Yanji Fu reading picture books. Upon hearing that, he lifted his face to look at him too. Staring back at these two pairs of water-clear eyes, he felt inexplicably guilty, as if he had committed some unspeakable crime. However, given ZHOU's fragile gastrointestinal condition currently, eating a rich and sweet little cake would definitely make him feel uncomfortable. In this world, there isn't a single kid who wouldn't refuse a fresh little cake, let alone ZHOU who had never tasted one. Don't be deceived by his surface lack of desire, he had actually sneaked several glances at the fridge already. It seems ZHOU realized his dilemma because at that moment he shook his head. I don't want to eat it. Yet, immediately after speaking, he started swallowing saliva. Really don't want. Forget it, Fu Yanji couldn't bear it anymore. He got up and walked to the fridge. Brother will scrape off the cream for you. Would you like to eat the warmed up cake base? ZHOU happily answered, yes. In fact, ZHOU was very easy to take care of on weekends. As long as he had a full meal, he would be very happy. However, Yanji Fu always felt that he hadn't been as carefree as he imagined recently. For instance, every time he saw little Wu acting cute in Aunt Tao's arms, he would just stand by and watch. No, he would stand far away and watch. Sometimes Yanji Fu would gently push him forward, signaling for him to join them, but ZHOU would shyly hide behind him. What's wrong? He asked. My mom really likes you, she'll treat you like her own child. ZHOU just shook his head while hugging Mantu. He couldn't take away the attention originally belonging to big brother ZHOU. Aunt Tao was ZHOU's mother, not his. He couldn't act cute in Aunt Tao's arms like ZHOU did, that wouldn't be appropriate, and ZHOU would be unhappy too. 5-year-old ZHOU thought about this, standing quietly behind the door watching Aunt Tao holding ZHOU to watch cartoons. He then returned with Mantu to his own room. Yanji Fu looked at him, seemingly making a firm decision. He suddenly took ZHOU's coat and helped him put it on. Brother will take you to play with another brother. Aunt Chui had actually always wanted a cute little baby after giving birth to Yunning, especially after Yunning started school. This desire grew stronger. But her body wasn't strong enough to have another child. And now in this world, ZHOU didn't have any awkward status as a private child. He could live happily in the ZHOU family as an adopted son without guilt. Now at 5 years old, compared to being a lover from the future, he might need a mother more. Chapter 138, If Line, 3. Aunt Chui. Fu Yanji held Zhou Mo's hand and stood in front of the ZHOU family's gate, looking up at Chui Lily and said, we're here to play with Yunning. As soon as Chui Lily opened the door, she was drawn to the big-eyed child led by Fu Yanji. She quickly invited them inside and enthusiastically rummaged through Zhou Yunning's old slippers from childhood for Zhou Mo to wear. Your mother mentioned a few days ago that you brought back a very cute little friend. This is him, right? Chui Lily clasped her hands together as she gazed lovingly at Zhou Mo, her heart melting, so adorable. Fu Yanji told Zhou Mo, this is my mom's good friend, you can call her aunt first. Zhou Mo looked timidly at Chui Lily and softly said, hello, Aunt Chui. Hello, sweetie. Chui Lily leaned closer to Zhou Mo, extending both hands, can Aunt give you a hug? You're so cute. Yes. He generously allowed Chui Lily to pick him up. In fact, Zhou Mo wasn't really afraid of people, anyone could hold him. This had prompted a serious talk from Fu Yanji, children shouldn't be hugged by strangers, it might be dangerous if there were bad people around. But Zhou Mo didn't seem to remember these warnings, and thus, Chui Lily, who had just met him, effortlessly lifted him up. Why is this baby so light? Chui Lily pinched his tiny feet, skin and bones. You don't eat well, do you? Mo doesn't picky eat, Zhou Mo replied. He often went hungry at the orphanage, which caused malnutrition and weakened his digestive system. He recently got sick with a fever and it left some aftereffects, potentially affecting his heart and lung functions. Fu Yanji's expression softened, but still, Mo is young. With proper care in the future, he should get better. That's right. Chui Lily held the thin child tightly in her arms with a sympathetic look. Auntie will help Mo grow stronger and fatter like a little piglet. Zhou Mo lay quietly in her warm embrace, hugging Chui Lily's neck without saying anything. So adorable. At that moment, Zhou Yuning walked over to Chui Lily, holding a tablet for study, tilting her head to gaze at the baby in her mother's arms. She couldn't resist reaching out and pinching Zhou Mo's chubby cheeks. Soft. Mo, you can call him brother, this is Aunt's son. That's correct, Zhou Yuning nodded firmly, I'm your brother. Fu Yanji. Even though it was his decision, he still felt reluctant. Can I hold him? Zhou Yuning asked cautiously while circling around Chui Lily, I'll be very gentle, I won't drop him. Please let me hold him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo extended his hands again, behaving gracefully as if to say, sure, go ahead. This younger brother is so small. Zhou Yuning carefully cradled his warm and soft body, stiffly sat on the sofa, circled his arms around Zhou Mo, pulling him directly into his embrace. I love him so much, I want to bury my face in him. Especially since ZHOU had been meticulously taken care of by Fu Yanji lately, his complexion no longer appeared as unhealthy as before when he was in the orphanage. The child looked white and tender, emitting the fragrance of a children's shower gel. Wearing a light blue denim overalls and a bright yellow sweater, the child seemed to glow. ZHOU wouldn't let go, embracing this quiet, obedient, and adorable little one. Who could not adore such a child? From the side, Fu Yanji's heart churned with jealousy. Yet, when he saw ZHOU blushing red, shy but smiling amidst the affection of Cui Lily and Zhou Yuning, Fu Yanji couldn't help but feel happy for him. Perhaps this time travel was only a dream. But at least in this world, his MO didn't have to endure those painful events anymore. Do you want some fruit? Cui Lily asked, would you like Auntie to cut you some fruit? Does MO like any kind of fruit? Fruit. Zhou eyes sparkled at the thought of sweet and fragrant fruits. Zhou glanced at Fu Yanji, seeing him nod in approval. After hesitating a bit, he said, no need. He loves bananas. Fu Yanji interrupted and answered for him, you can cut him half a banana first. Make sure to rinse it with warm water, don't make it too cold, otherwise, MO will vomit. Oh my. Lin Butler. Please bring MO half a banana and prepare a fruit plate for both Yanzi and Yuning. Cui Lily then turned around and asked again, nothing else, just bananas. No, Fu Yanji replied, if MO eats too much, he won't be able to digest it and will feel uncomfortable. Moreover, on weekends, eating was particularly well-mannered. He would only eat the food in his small bowl, and even if he hadn't had enough, he wouldn't say anything. After a while, his stomach would rumble with hunger. But if they served him too much, he wouldn't leave any leftovers, so much so that he would rather feel stuffed than waste food. Fu Yanzi had tried all sorts of methods to no avail, there was still no way for Weekend to express how he felt. Deep down, Fu Yanzi knew these things couldn't be rushed. As time went on, he came to understand exactly how much Weekend should eat at each meal. Zhou Yuning experienced today the joy of feeding a little human. Weekend ate with great relish. Watching him eat, Zhou Yuning's eyes almost stopped moving, making him want nothing more than to knead Weekend into a ball and pop it into his mouth. He even harbored wicked thoughts of bullying Weekend until tears streamed from his eyes. If only Fu Yanzi couldn't read minds, or else he'd certainly have slapped him a few times. Smells so good, Weekend said. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Zhou Yuning brought him a glass of water and helped him drink. Fu Yanzi suddenly spoke after watching them, tomorrow, we need to take Weekend for an injection and a physical checkup. Weekend's eyes widened incredulously, how could he not know about the needle? Just some preventive injections, and he needs to take deworming medicine, Fu Yanzi stated seriously. For years, MO has been drinking unboiled water. We don't know if he has worms inside, so it doesn't hurt to take some deworming medicine. But drinking raw water, how come? Therefore, we must be extra cautious and careful. Weekend can put just about anything into his mouth, rotten vegetable leaves and banana peels from the trash can, wild grasses from the garden, or even roadside greenery. Fu Yanzi continued, looking increasingly troubled, even with drinking water, one must prevent him from filling his cup with tap water. Weekend happily shook his little bottom as he ate the banana, it smells so good, so fragrant. Zhou Yuning bounced Weekend gently in his arms as he asked, how old are you, MO? Weekend immediately responded as if someone had pressed a program button, my name is Weekend, I am 5 years old. I'm a child from the Blue Sky Orphanage. I know how to do housework, sweep the floor, and sing nursery rhymes. The one I am best at is Little Fox Boasting. Wow, really? Can you sing it for brother? Weekend stood up on the ground, putting on a performance as earnestly as possible, with his childish voice ringing out, the little fox never boasts. Cui Lily pulled out her phone to record the moment. The little fox never boasts. I'm the bravest creature under the sky, I dare touch the tiger's butt. Rain began to drizzle outside the window, and the skies gradually darkened. However, inside the brightly lit room, the central air conditioning kept working. Because there was a child who wasn't feeling well, Cui Lily had specially instructed the butler to adjust the temperature higher. Inside the warm living room, Weekend performed animatedly in front of the sofa, dancing and singing as Cui Lily watched quietly. A nursery rhyme that had never been fully heard by others finally came to an end. Bravo! Cui Lily quickly praised, why is MO so talented? Who taught you this rhyme? I learned it myself. Weekend placed his hands on his waist proudly, beaming with confidence. After a dinner at the ZHOU household, they finally returned home. Cui Lily seemed somewhat reluctant to part, so she took Weekend to the gate and wrapped him warmly in a little blanket, fearing he might catch a cold from the dampness. Are you taking MO tomorrow for the preventive shots? Your father is abroad, and your mother is still working. Who will take him? I'll take him. Fu Yanzi replied. Aren't you supposed to attend class tomorrow? Let me take MO for the shots then. This proposal aligned perfectly with Fu Yanzi's intentions. He knelt down and asked Weekend, will you go tomorrow with Aunt Cui for the shots? Weekend scratched his own cheek and shook his head, muttering, MO doesn't want to go. Fu Yanzi immediately covered Weekend's mouth with his hand, smiling mischievously as he told Cui Lily, MO won't cry when getting shots, he just doesn't like going to the hospital and might cry secretly. No problem, Chui Lily assured him. I'll take care of Momo, would you let Auntie take you tomorrow? Weekend pursed his lips, unable to utter a word of refusal, and eventually nodded reluctantly, alright. Chapter 139 Bonus Story If Line 4. Momo, do you like Aunt Chui? On the way back, Fu Yenji carried Zhouma and asked while walking. Aunt Chui, she's warm. Zhouma roughly described that Chui Lily's embrace was very warm. He sat in his brother's arms, recalling carefully, Aunt Chui is very nice to me. Do you like her? Zhouma nodded vigorously, yes. That's good if you like her. Fu Yenji rubbed the top of Zhouma's head and said, tomorrow we'll go to the hospital. If you're scared, call your brother. Haven't I just bought you a phone watch? Have you learned how to use it yet? My brother is in class. I'm not in school classes anymore, don't worry about disturbing me. That's good. Fu Yenji knew that he had agreed readily, but in fact, when the time came, even if he cried secretly out of fear, he wouldn't call him. This little liar was adept at deceiving people. I should secretly follow them tomorrow anyway. The next day, Chui Lily happily went to pick up Zhouma. Fu Yenji put on a baseball cap, stealthily trailing behind them like a paparazzo. The car was driven by the butler uncle. Zhouma carried his backpack, looking like a little child going to school, hugging the small backpack tightly in his arms. Chui Lily tried to negotiate with Zhouma, would Auntie hold your backpack for you? It's tiring to hold it all the time. He hesitated for a moment, then placed his heavy little backpack into Aunt Chui's hands. So heavy. What's inside? Food. Zhouma looked up at her with an innocent face, explaining, my brother worried that I might faint after blood was drawn, so he packed a lot of food for me. Hearing this, Chui Lily felt sour in her heart, observing that this child really wasn't healthy. Then does Momo fear needles? Zhouma shook his head and replied, Momo doesn't fear. My brother says when you're sick, you need needles and medicine. Momo has never been afraid of needles. Chui Lily touched the little boy's hand where it had been repeatedly pricked with needles and turned blue, lightly rubbing the bruises on his arm as she said, if Momo is afraid, it's okay to cry. Auntie won't mock you. Momo shook his head. He wasn't the kind of kid who would cry as soon as a needle pierced his skin. After the injection, the body won't hurt anymore, so I don't cry when getting injections because I am saving Momo. Such a pitiful little child. Chui Lily's face was full of tenderness, if it weren't for sitting in the car, she'd have reached out and picked up Zhouma. Tao Shui truly had great fortune to adopt such a cute and sensible child. I want one too. After the car drove further, Chui Lily soon noticed that the child had become quiet, no longer chatting incessantly about the picture book they read the night before. She was curious and lowered her head to see the child's extremely pale complexion. Ah! Chui Lily exclaimed in alarm, what's wrong with Momo? Come here, let Auntie hold you. In the new position, Zhouma barely held back from vomiting, but he didn't know how to express this feeling of nausea. All he could do was piteously say, things are coming out. It took Chui Lily a long time to realize what Zhouma was saying. However, judging from his reaction, it seemed he was a bit carsick. Carsickness in children was common, but the child beside her hadn't shown any signs of this until now. She was at a loss for a moment. She held little Weekend in her arms, supporting his tiny back with her hand and said, driver, pull over first, we will get off and walk around. Ma'am, there is still a long way to the hospital. I know, but if the child gets carsick, how can we force him to sit? Just park by the side of the road, I will take him out for some fresh air. In the car following behind, Fu Yenji saw that the car in front had pulled over by the side of the road, and Chui Lily came out holding the child. To avoid blowing his cover, he specially instructed the driver to drop him off at a more concealed location, and he stealthily followed behind the two of them. Chui Lily held little Weekend in her arms, letting him lie on her shoulder. She continuously massaged his back while asking, Momo, are you alright? Weekend didn't say whether he was fine or not, only uncomfortably squirmed and said, Momo is heavy. How can Momo be heavy? Momo is as light as can be. Chui Lily paused for a while, then asked, it's getting colder, and Auntie feels a bit cold. Would it be okay if I hug Momo for warmth? Of course, that would be fine. Upon hearing this, little Weekend directly wrapped his small hands around Chui Lily's neck. Chui Lily was wrapped up in the softness of little Weekend and happily closed her eyes. She had a strong urge to cuddle this child. This was the most severe case of wanting a child she'd ever experienced. Are you feeling any better now? Chui Lily asked. Weekend nodded, his cheeks rubbing against Chui Lily's neck. It felt warm. Ah! Chui Lily roared inside, damn it, I just want to bite this cute little cub. Let's go back. Weekend pointed with his little finger toward the car not far away, sit in the car. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit nauseous again. Let's walk a little more, Chui Lily said, if you feel like throwing up, tell me, okay? Weekend nodded and quietly rested in Chui Lily's arms. Momo, your last name is ZHOU, right? Chui Lily started chatting with him casually, your name, Weekend, is quite unique. Why are you named that? Because the principal auntie said I came to the orphanage on a weekend, so they called me Weekend. Weekend counted on his fingers, but ZHOU told me I'm no longer a child from the orphanage, I should change my name. Since I went to their home on Tuesday, I should be called Tuesday. So I don't call myself Weekend anymore. Chui Lily. Tuesday. That's really coincidental. Auntie's husband also has the surname ZHOU, Chui Lily continued, hinting at deeper meanings, isn't it fate? The moment Auntie saw you, I felt like you're my own kid. If Uncle also has the last name ZHOU, then what day of the week is Uncle? Chui Lily. What a kid. So cute. No matter how much nonsense he says, he's still adorable. Uncle's name is ZHOU, as in the rising sun, Su, Chui Lily replied, the brother you met yesterday at my place, he's called ZHOU Yunning. Yun stands for clouds and Ning means peace. On the day Auntie gave birth to him, the weather was beautiful, with clouds in the sky like big cotton candies, which gave a very peaceful feeling. She hopes every day of his life will be as good as that day, so she gave him that name. Beautiful. Weekend praised without reservation. Does Momo remember his original name before coming to the orphanage? Chui Lily asked. After pondering for a while, Weekend answered decisively and cheerfully, Mom used to call me an illegitimate child. Ah. Yes, Mom used to call me an illegitimate child. Auntie, what does it mean? Chui Lily held one hand to cover her face while hugging Weekend with the other. Why did I even ask this? I'm such an idiot. Today wasn't just about getting vaccinated for little Weekend. Fu Yanji had scheduled a full set of health checkups for him as well. After all, the equipment on the medical van was not as complete as those in a formal hospital, so conducting comprehensive screenings on Weekend would definitely be appropriate. It was just pitiful for the small child who had to get out early in the morning and have several tubes of blood drawn. As soon as they entered the hospital, Weekend secretly tugged at Chui Lily's sleeve and whispered cautiously, Momo hasn't been fully baked yet, Momo thinks unbaked people shouldn't come to the hospital. Now Momo remembers, maybe we should just go back. Who told you that? Chui Lily tilted her head and bought a bottle of warm milk from the vending machine, placing it in Weekend's arms. Auntie is your guardian now. Hold on to this, and we'll drink it after our blood test. Thank you, Auntie. Weekend looked up at Chui Lily, but in his current understanding, going to the hospital involved 3 steps. 1. Arrive at the hospital. 2. See the doctor. 3. Go home. Why did Aunt Chui say there would be a blood draw? Weekend scratched his cheek. Although confused, he obediently refrained from asking questions. He was already so happy that Aunt Chui accompanied him to the hospital. In his mind, hospitals were very scary places where there were too many adults, making Momo look very small, seeing nothing but adult legs around him. Chui Lily picked up Weekend. Shall we go get the blood test done first? Is Momo brave? Weekend clenched his tiny fist as if to boost his courage. Momo is brave. Good, good. Fu Yanji observed silently from behind the crowd, noting that Weekend's emotions were currently stable. However, the tension in his heart couldn't ease. He knew him too well. Right now, Weekend was trying hard to conceal his inner fear. His eyes darted around restlessly in the department, tightly holding onto the bottle of hot milk Aunt Chui bought for him. His lips curled slightly, as if he might cry. Weekend sniffled, forcing the tears back inside. He should be held properly now, and ideally, his back should be patted, which would make him feel much more comfortable. Fu Yanji's face, hidden behind the mask, was taut with tension, ready to rush over at any sign of tears from Weekend. However, Chui Lily also keenly sensed Weekend's emotional shift. She reached out to pick up the child sitting on the stool, hugging him tightly while stroking his head and asking, "What's wrong? Is Momo scared?" Weekend shook his head, then nodded again, lifting his head with a pair of watery, luminous eyes, teary and choked as he said, I want my brother. Brother? Chui Lily asked, Yanji, your brother. Momo nodded, and tears began falling drop by drop. Is Momo afraid of having blood drawn? Chui Lily softly asked, are you afraid? Your brother is in class right now. Would you like Auntie to stay with you? No, I'm not afraid, Weekend replied. The pediatric examination room was filled with the sharp cries of children, but Weekend sat quietly in Chui Lily's arms, even his weeping silent. He raised his hand to rub his eyes. No, don't come to the hospital, don't hit Momo. No, no spanking. Weekend covered his eyes with both small hands and sobbed softly, the faint sound lost amidst the noisy surroundings. It took great effort for Chui Lily to fully understand what the child was trying to say. She touched his damp little face and sighed inwardly, filled with worry. She had heard long ago that this child had been abused in the orphanage, yet normally, he was polite and obedient, making it easy to overlook his past. This was the first time Chui Lily faced his trauma directly. I'm sorry, I won't run around anymore, please, don't hit me. Chui Lily's phone vibrated, but she wasn't in the mood to check it. She glanced sideways. It was a message from Fu Yanji. Fu Yanji, once before, when he felt unwell and no one paid attention, he came to the hospital alone, only to be sent back by a nurse. He suffered abuse after returning home. Now he might feel uneasy, so please console him well. He's very easy to comfort. Fu Yanji, I can't reach him at the moment, so please look after him attentively. Patting his back will help soothe him a lot when he cries. Fu Yanji, thank you for your trouble, Aunt Chui. Nobody will hit you. Chui Lily wrapped Weekend's small hands gently, wiping away his tears with softness, then rocked him slightly in her arms. Auntie is here watching, who dares to touch our little Momo? Auntie will protect you. Weekend hiccuped through his sobs, then, nobody hits, nobody hits. That's right, from now on, no one will dare to hurt our little Momo. Chui Lily wiped away his tears. If Momo is sick, coming to the hospital is correct. But if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you must tell an adult so they bring you here. Remember that, okay? Always let adults take you to the hospital. You are already cared for, Momo. But Momo is really brave. At 5 years old, you already know that illness needs treatment by a doctor, and you manage to find your way to the hospital all by yourself. Auntie has never seen such a smart and courageous child as you. When we go home, shall Auntie buy you a little toy sword? From then on, Momo will be a little warrior, a strong little warrior who never gets sick again. Weekend stopped sobbing. This idea was new to him. Could getting sick earn him a reward? Really, really? Yes, truly. Because Momo has bravely found a doctor despite being ill, and you've bravely taken medicine and injections, Auntie will appoint you as a little warrior. Chapter 140, bonus chapter if line 5. Ms. Chui Lily was a woman of her word, she never lied to children. If she said she would give someone a little toy sword, she meant it. So, as soon as they left the hospital, the first thing she did was take the child to the toy store. You can buy other toys too. Ms. Chui held ZHOU and pointed at the mountains of toys piled around the shop like some nouveau riche saying, choose, Auntie has money. ZHOU's eyes went wide. There are so many. What about this little sword? Ms. Chui asked, bending down to pick up the toy, weighing it in her hand twice. It wasn't heavy, perfect for kids like ZHOU. ZHOU took it carefully with both hands, holding it gently, thank you, Auntie. When Fu Yanji came to pick him up that evening, he still saw ZHOU hugging a toy almost as tall as himself, walking out of the room with a serious little face. When he saw his brother coming, he showed it to him and introduced his newly acquired toy, this is the sword Auntie Chui bought me. Fu Yanji, who had witnessed the whole process, responded enthusiastically, wow. So cool. Yes, ZHOU paused to think for a moment before continuing, because Momo was brave, Auntie rewarded Momo. If you're brave next time and go see the doctor and get shots, Momo will reward you. Really? What do you plan to reward me with? ZHOU was stunned. That's right, what could he reward his brother with? He didn't have money to buy toys. He thought for a long time and said earnestly, Momo will go pick trash and sell it for money to buy you a toy. Fu Yanji. Alright, earlier ZHOU wanted to carry cement to make a living, always saying, I'll carry cement and support you in the future. Now the young ZHOU says he'll pick trash to buy his brother a toy. The chairman of Fu Group at such a young age. At the hospital today I was looking for you. Ms. Chui Lily said standing behind ZHOU, but he was very well behaved, no crying, easily consoled, and didn't cry when he got his injection or blood drawn. Indeed, when they drew his blood, those big shiny black eyes stared at the doctors and nurses innocently, making their expressions so naive and pure that the nurse felt hesitant to stick the needle in. Thank you, Aunt Chui. Fu Yanji bent down and picked up the child. Come, Momo, say goodbye to Auntie. ZHOU waved at Ms. Chui Lily, goodbye Auntie. Goodbye darling. Ms. Chui Lily stood by the door, reluctantly letting the child leave, Auntie will come see you again tomorrow. ZHOU, that'd be great. At home, Tao Shui asked about the day's events while they were sitting around the dinner table. Aunt Chui accompanied Momo, ZHOU swallowed the food in his mouth and replied seriously, Aunt Chui stayed with Momo during the blood draw, the shot, and even bought Momo a toy sword. Is that so? Tao Shui wiped the soy sauce off ZHOU's lips and gave him a piece of soft, tender spare rib. So Momo, did you cry when you went to the hospital today? No, ZHOU shook his head, Momo isn't afraid of shots. Are you sure? Fu Yanji questioned on the side. ZHOU. Because I missed my brother, he blushed and whispered, so I cried, but Momo didn't bother anyone. Aunt Chui even praised me for being brave. Fu Xiaowu sat beside ZHOU eating with a spoon. After hearing this, he looked up and asked his older brother, did Momo cry because he missed me today? Fu Yanji. How touching, I won't go to kindergarten tomorrow either, tomorrow I will play with Momo all day. Fu Yanji. What does that have to do with you, you little brat? Really knows how to praise yourself. So how were the test results? Does Momo still feel unwell anywhere? Fu Yanji observed throughout from behind. ZHOU's condition was similar to what he had imagined. The physical examination report was sent to the doctor, who said if they take good care, everything should be fine. After getting his blood drawn, ZHOU seemed a bit lethargic when held by Aunt Chui, but after eating some fruit later given by Aunt Chui, he felt better. It turned out Fu Yanji's worries from today were completely unnecessary. The next day, when Miss Chui Lily arrived, ZHOU was just following the butler uncle helping weed in the small garden. Holding 2 unnamed weeds, he stood behind the butler, eager but uncertain. Noticing the butler wasn't watching him, he lifted his hand ready to put the grass into his mouth. As soon as the butler turned back, he quickly lowered his hand, acting as though nothing happened and walked behind the butler with his hands clasped behind his back. Miss Chui Lily. She now understood Fu Yanji's statement, he really does like to eat random things, not just for fun. Auntie Chui. ZHOU was the first to spot her. Excitedly, he ran over and hugged Chui Lily's leg. You're here. Ah, yes. Chui Lily picked up ZHOU and asked, what was the thing Momo had in his pocket? Can you show it to Auntie? The child was very generous and directly pulled out the wild grass from his pocket, introducing it to Chui Lily. This vegetable is sour and sweet, it's delicious. This is wild grass, dear. ZHOU shook his head, if it can be eaten, then it's not wild grass. That one over there can't be eaten. Pointing at the wild grass by the corner, ZHOU added, eating that one hurts your mouth. Chui Lily. She suspected this child was a divine farmer, it was truly a miracle he had survived this long. What if one day he tasted something poisonous? My brother doesn't let me eat it. ZHOU whispered to Chui Lily, last time when Momo ate some vegetables, my brother got angry. Auntie Chui, please keep it a secret for Momo. With a full smile on her face, Chui Lily was ready to teach this little child a lesson about the dangers of society and the lack of virtue in people. As she carried ZHOU into the door, the first thing she said to Fu Yanji was, oh, isn't little Momo hungry? I saw him picking wild grass and eating it just now when I came in. How dangerous. What if he gets poisoned? Fu Yanji frowned seriously. ZHOU. Auntie. You promised not to tattle. So how could they make ZHOU understand that eating random things was wrong? Fu Yanji felt this issue was really troubling. He couldn't possibly beat him, and if he scolded him, after 2 sentences, the boy would secretly start wiping away tears, making Fu Yanji unable to bear it. Thus, this matter was deadlocked. All he could do was pay extra attention under normal circumstances. However, he still couldn't prevent ZHOU from secretly grabbing wild grass or stealing dog food to eat. Sometimes when he saw ZHOU's mouth moving, Fu Yanji would directly reach over and dig the wild grass out of his mouth. He stretched out his hand with palm up toward ZHOU, hand it over. ZHOU handed the wild grass tucked in his pants pocket to Fu Yanji. Fu Yanji tossed it coldly into the trash can. He was about to fetch ZHOU's water cup to give him some water to drink when he suddenly heard a stomping sound coming from behind. ZHOU immediately hugged his leg. Brother, don't be angry. Fu Yanji. Precisely because of this, he couldn't bear to strictly correct him on this matter. He realized that although ZHOU sometimes acted mischievous, it wasn't like little Wu who would recklessly tear up the house. ZHOU was the type of child who could be stubborn and often didn't heed advice when doing certain things. However, he also considered that perhaps the memory of hunger was too deep-rooted for ZHOU. Although now ZHOU could eat enough, the fear was ingrained in his bones. Whenever he didn't have sufficient food in his pocket, he would feel afraid. He also noticed that once the number of snacks in ZHOU's bag decreased to a certain amount, ZHOU wouldn't touch them anymore. Sometimes, when he went to class, only the butler and maids were home. Fu Yanji had emphasized before that meals should be taken in small portions frequently to avoid becoming overly full, so perhaps their feeding schedule might not be entirely reasonable. When ZHOU felt hungry, his first choice was to run to the yard to pick weeds to eat. I'm not angry, he replied. Chui Lily didn't play fair as an adult and didn't help hide the truth from the children, yet ZHOU couldn't bear to be mad at Aunt Chui. After all, ZHOU knew Aunt Chui worried about him ingesting bad things and getting sick. But Momo was an experienced little warrior who knew what he could eat, so there was no need to worry. After all, little warriors out earning a living still needed some skills. It seemed today Chui Lily came prepared. She held a thick stack of folders in her hand and asked Fu Yanji, when will your mother be off work and come back? Momo, go find Uncle Butler first, and let him prepare some bananas for you. Fu Yanji took out a handkerchief to wipe ZHOU's hands. After hearing these words, ZHOU ran off. Only when ZHOU left did Chui Lily relax a bit and say, Yanji, last night I discussed with ZHOU. We want to adopt Momo. That's right. Auntie has always hoped to have another child. Momo is wonderful, Auntie wants to raise him. Chui Lily looked at Fu Yanji and said, Auntie knows you also like Momo very much, so Auntie comes here to ask for your opinion. Fu Yanji asked Chui Lily to sit down and poured her a glass of hot water. I indeed really like Momo. Chui Lily kept her head low while waiting for Fu Yanji's response. But we already have ZHOU at home, and they are about the same age. Sometimes on weekends, he would even control himself not to hang around in front of my mother because he's afraid that love meant for ZHOU would be taken away. Of course, his thoughts are completely unnecessary, but he feels guilty all the same. Even with twins, parents sometimes cannot be perfectly fair, let alone ZHOU who is a very sensitive child. Fu Yanji paused for a moment. I really like him, but what he needs more now is a mother rather than me. In that case, it's just wonderful, Chui Lily replied. Yunning has always wanted a younger brother, and he likes Momo so much. Now Zhou Yuning has grown up. There is one request though, Fu Yanji added. I believe Auntie Chui will take good care of Momo, but there is one truly tricky thing. Don't make him feel abandoned by us. This is important. He has been abandoned too many times. Recently, his condition has been quite good, but if another person were to adopt him, he might feel abandoned again. He would reflect on whether he had done something wrong, take all the blame on himself, and feel guilty for a long time. He understood this boy entirely. Chapter 141 Extra If Line 6. Aunt Chui bought Momomo a little sword, and when I went to draw blood, she even pressed on my needle mark. On the weekend, he pulled up his sleeve to show Fuyanzi his needle mark. Aunt Chui is so gentle, Momomo likes Aunt Chui. Fuyanzi nodded, do you like Aunt Chui but not your brother? I like my brother. Weekend ran to Fuyanzi's front and jumped on him, brother, hold Momomo. Fuyanzi picked him up with his hands. The fact that this kid knew he wanted a hug was a very good sign, but it also troubled Fuyanzi. The little guy was now so dependent on him, how could he let him live at Aunt Chui's without feeling bad? Momomo, tomorrow I have to go to class. Can you play at Aunt Chui's place? Sure, Weekend replied, I'll be obedient and won't trouble Aunt Chui. Then tomorrow Weekend can try to spend the night at Aunt Chui's. Thinking about this, these past few days were spent cajoling him to sleep. Will he cry without me by his side? The next day, when Fuyanzi dropped off Weekend, he noticed there was another person in Aunt Chui's house, ZHOU, who had just returned from a business trip. Fuyanzi nodded to him, Uncle ZHOU. Good morning, Yanzi. ZHOU squatted down and pinched Weekend's cheek. Did you eat breakfast? Yes. Alright, Aunt Chui told me about Momomo. She has something at an exhibition this morning, so she asked me to stay at home and play with Momomo for a while. ZHOU then patted Weekend's little hand, hello, Momomo. For now, you can call me Uncle. With the sudden appearance of a stranger, Weekend became a bit shy, but still politely responded, Uncle, hello, my name is Weekend, I am 5 years old, I'm a child from the Blue Sky Orphanage, I can sing. Momomo, do you want to eat a small banana? Fuyanzi said, Auntie has already prepared it for you. Let Uncle take you to eat. Weekend held on to Fuyanzi's hand and asked him, where is my brother? My brother needs to go to class. Fuyanzi squatted down and rubbed Weekend's head, saying gently, have fun playing here. Weekend looked at him, his watery big eyes showing no emotion. He pouted dejectedly, goodbye, brother. Momomo, can Uncle give you a hug? Weekend nodded, and this elegant man lifted him up. ZHOU was still wearing pajamas, looking as if he had no work today and would be able to spend the entire day with this adorable human baby. Uncle will cut some bananas for you, huh? Oh wow, your tummy is so full. Have you eaten enough food? ZHOU carried Weekend into the room, then we'll wait a little before eating. What do you want to do now? Aunt Chui has some colors left in her studio, shall we paint? Okay. Weekend turned around, just in time to see Fuyanzi sitting in the car, and the car driving away. He wiped the tears silently trickling out of his eyes with his little hands and muttered, let's go paint. After Ms. Chui left, ZHOU specially tidied up the place, put her important things in the cabinet, and last night even bought some children's paints. After all, wouldn't any child love painting? There are many colors. Weekend's attention was temporarily drawn, the studio was spacious, a large table was filled with 72 color wax crayons and watercolor pens, and a stack of thick drawing paper was placed on the table. Next to the drawing paper, there was a tall stack of paints. We have obtained Miss Chui's permission. She agreed to let us paint in her studio. ZHOU set Weekend on the table, all these are yours, Momomo. You can paint whatever you want. All of them are Momomo's. Weekend leaned against ZHOU's chest, looking up at this uncle, Momomo doesn't need much, one piece would be enough. They're all Momomo's. ZHOU held Weekend's little hand, allowing him to touch the colored pens. Take a look, what do you want to paint? A red flower. Why do you want to paint a red flower? I want to give it to brother Fuyanzi. How cute. ZHOU made a grotesque face in a place unseen by Weekend, ah. So cute. Alright, then we will paint a little red flower. Do you want to use crayons or watercolor pens? Paints can also be used. Use this. Weekend pointed to that box of red paint. In addition to preparing brushes, ZHOU took extra care. Weekend carefully dipped a bit of paint onto the paper and painted a small circle with great caution. Wow, Momomo's little circle is so round. Weekend's little face lifted slightly as he drew another petal on the small circle. Wow, Momomo's petal looks so real. Uncle couldn't draw a petal that realistic. How come you're so talented, Momomo? Children your age can't usually draw this well. How about we organize a painting exhibition for you? I'm serious. This was a stroke of pure emotional value, but Weekend happened to be a child who loved being praised, and he had no resistance against such compliments. After being flattered by ZHOU, his whole face lit up. Momomo, draw another flower. Alright. Lost in pride, Weekend accidentally splashed a red dot directly onto ZHOU's body. Both of them watched in silence as the paint landed on ZHOU's gray sleepwear sleeve. ZHOU. I'm sorry, Uncle. Weekend was terrified, his voice trembled with a crying tone. I didn't mean to, sorry. How about? ZHOU extended his sleeve toward Weekend, you draw a flower on my sleeve. I quite like that pattern. Weekend's tears stopped abruptly. Eh. When Ms. Chui returned home, she heard laughter coming from the studio upstairs. It sounded like they were having a great time. She felt pleasantly surprised, not expecting that ZHOU and Weekend could get along so well. However, upon entering the room, Ms. Chui immediately saw ZHOU covered in paint all over his gray sleepwear, red streaks messily smeared across it. Even his normally tidy hair had strands falling over his forehead, and there were specks of paint on the strands. Ms. Chui. Auntie. Weekend turned around, looking even worse than ZHOU, like he'd been rolled through a vat of red paint. His body and face were covered in it. Look, Auntie. Momomo drew a flower. Weekend pointed excitedly at the drawing paper, looking like a little kitten. ZHOU's heart sank. Oh no, they'd been having too much fun and completely forgot that Ms. Chui had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. What if she got angry and scared the kid? Ms. Chui walked closer and touched Weekend's cheek. Come, dear, why don't you draw something on Auntie too? Fuyanzi had prepared a change of clothes in Weekend's backpack, just in case the boy still had fragile digestion those first few days and might need fresh clothing after throwing up. But now these clothes were used to replace the dirty ones Weekend had gotten while being naughty. As night fell, Weekend's excitement noticeably diminished. When Zhou Yuning came back from school, he tossed his bag near the shoe cabinet and immediately picked up his younger brother. Yuning, go wash your hands and bring your brother to eat. Somewhere along the way, a low wash basin appeared in the bathroom, its height perfect for a 5-year-old to wash their own hands. Still, Zhou Yuning squatted down seriously to help Weekend, handing him hand soap and instructing, put your hand here and press. Weekend pressed, leaving a foam flower on his palm. Wow. Cute. Cute. Weekend pulled Zhou Yuning's hand toward the bottle. Cute little flower, big brother should have one too. After washing their hands at the basin, Yuning placed Weekend in the high chair. Weekend hugged his neck, always feeling like his feet never touched the ground whenever he was with his brother. Brother, why doesn't brother come pick up Momomo? At the dinner table, Weekend asked this question for the first time. Brother has something important to do tonight. Ms. Chui handed Weekend a piece of small rib, mentioning that according to Fuyanzi, Weekend could eat on his own, so she didn't insist much. However, she did buy him a pair of children's chopsticks because she noticed earlier that Weekend might not use them as well as other kids his age, so he might need some aids. Thank you, Auntie. Today, Weekend didn't have his special watermelon bowl. He found himself unable to enjoy the meal, but the rice in his bowl seemed endless, forcing him to lower his head and puff his cheeks as he struggled to swallow. Big brother will give you another scoop of egg custard. Yuning used a clean spoon to transfer more egg into Weekend's bowl. You can mix it with your rice. Give it a try. Delicious. Yeah, delicious. After finishing dinner, Yuning took out a children's picture book from his study and sat next to Weekend to read together. Weekend clutched his little stomach, appearing a bit uncomfortable. Momomo, what's wrong? Big brother, Momomo's stomach hurts, Weekend said with a distressed little face. I want to throw up. Zhou Yuning. He rushed to pick Weekend up and ran toward the bathroom. Just as he set Weekend on the ground, the boy retched twice over the toilet bowl and threw up his dinner. Zhou Yuning called someone to bring a glass of warm water so that Weekend could rinse his mouth. He then hugged the child's tiny body against himself. How come you suddenly threw up? Zhou Yuning asked anxiously. Momomo didn't eat too much tonight. Fuyanzi said your portion was about right, wasn't it? Weekend coughed again toward the trash can, his eyes turning bright red from the urge to vomit. Supported by Zhou Yuning, he slowly raised his head and looked at him like a rabbit in distress. His voice quivered with an inevitable tone of crying, Big brother, if you don't want Momomo, can Momomo take some steamed buns and leave? But if the buns can live well at Big brother's house, then it's fine for Momomo not to take them along. It's fine. Chapter 142, Bonus Story If Line, 7. Zhou Yuning wiped his face and carried him out, asking Uncle Lin to cook some easily digestible porridge for the child. He used a face towel to wipe the boy's face. It seemed that Zhou Mo had been sad for quite a while on his own, his eyelids and nose tip were red, as if he had been bullied. Fu Yanji won't leave you, don't be upset. Momo is so likable, everyone likes you. What's wrong? Chui Lily hurriedly ran down from upstairs in her slippers. Is the baby feeling unwell? Zhou Yuning answered for him, he vomited. Zhou Mo sat on the sofa, his head lowered, and his hands tightly gripping the corners of his clothes. Chui Lily hugged him, patting his sunken little belly. Does your stomach hurt? Would Auntie take you to the hospital? Zhou Mo shook his head. Fu Yanji had mentioned before that when Zhou Mo felt too much pressure, he would feel unwell and apologize for his discomfort. Chui Lily sighed, this was a fragile little one. No, a very strong fragile little one. If it weren't for Yuning being with him all along downstairs, they probably wouldn't have noticed this matter. As they spoke, Manager Lin placed the freshly cooked rice porridge on the table, alongside a plate of crisp and refreshing sesame oil cucumbers. Zhou Mo looked at the items on the table, and saliva began to accumulate in his mouth again. Does Momo want to eat now? Zhou Mo shook his head, then seemingly remembered something and nodded, can eat. Do you feel like vomiting? A bit. If you don't want to eat, we can rest for a while. Chui Lily picked up ZHOU. Auntie feels that Momo has gained a bit of weight these past 2 days. ZHOU hugged her neck and quietly wiped away his tears. Mrs. Brother Oao. When Fu Yenji rushed over, ZHOU had already fallen asleep in Chui Lily's arms, his eyelids still red. This little liar, he cried whenever he was upset without telling anyone else. He just fell asleep. Chui Lily pointed at the sleeping ZHOU in her arms and whispered. ZHOU's face was crinkled even in his dreams, his eyelids reddened, and tears hung on his eyelashes, almost dropping but not quite. Due to crying, his nose was blocked, making his breathing sound heavy. Fu Yenji took off his coat and wrapped it around the boy. Sensing himself suddenly being enveloped by a familiar presence, ZHOU merely rubbed his eyes and then fell into a deep sleep. He isn't accustomed to being away from you for so long, Chui Lily said. He cried secretly, thinking I didn't notice. Fu Yenji took him from Chui Lily's arms and sighed. He really cannot live without you now, Chui Lily said. He also threw up earlier and couldn't eat anything. If you force a separation, he will surely get sick. Vomited? Yes, old Lin cooked some rice oil, but he didn't drink it. Then when was the last time he ate? It was lunchtime around 11:30. He barely touched any of the fruits or snacks in the afternoon. No way, Fu Yenji shook his head, looking at the clock on the wall. 8:30 p.m, we need to wake him up. His stomach will be empty and he might experience hypoglycemia at night. Chui Lily handed the small bowl on the coffee table to Uncle Lin and asked him to warm it up. Only after that did Fu Yenji reluctantly pinch ZHOU's little cheek and wake him up. His eyes opened, and he fixed his gaze on Fu Yenji. Momo, let's get up and eat a bit before going back to sleep, okay? Fu Yenji lifted him up, allowing him to sit upright. Were you crying secretly earlier, and not telling your brother? Now I'm not crying anymore. Uncle Lin brought over the warm rice porridge, and Fu Yenji held it, blowing on it. Should I feed you, or do you want to eat yourself, Momo? Momo swallowed the acid in his mouth and shook his head. Is there any fruit? Bananas, oranges, apples, anything works. Fu Yenji asked. Old Lin, cut some fruit for Momo. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Chui Lily left the space for the two children alone together. Fu Yenji just kept stirring the warm porridge for ZHOU, who was sitting in his arms, glancing at the porridge and at Fu Yenji occasionally, his hands unconsciously clutching the corner of Fu Yenji's shirt. Where does Momo feel uncomfortable? Everywhere. Weekend, lying isn't good for kids, ZHOU looked up at him, his eyes meeting Fu Yenji's, and he quickly averted his gaze. Sorry, brother. It doesn't matter, even if Momo isn't a good child, brother will still like you very much. Fu Yenji added the second half of the sentence. Would Momo like to go home with brother tonight and sleep there? ZHOU nodded. The small fruit plate arrived. Fu Yenji fed ZHOU 2 bites of apple and then gave him half a bowl of millet porridge. He didn't vomit, so Fu Yenji patted his head and praised him. By the time they were ready to head home, it was already 9:30 p.m. ZHOU didn't ask for a carry this evening. Instead, Fu Yenji held his hand and slowly walked toward home. Momo, don't you want to ask why brother came to pick you up so late tonight? ZHOU shook his head and said, brother was busy. That you came to pick me up at all makes Momo very happy. Are you that easy to please? Fu Yenji couldn't help but lift him into his arms as he watched how earnestly Momo tried to keep up with his steps. What if brother just gives you to Uncle ZHOU and Aunt Chui directly? Did Momo do something wrong? ZHOU asked seriously. I can improve. I can find my own food. And I can. Oh, stop that, Fu Yenji quickly intervened. We're not going to give you away. Brother will never abandon Momo. Fu Yenji wanted nothing more than to kiss ZHOU's little face right now. The way he spoke so sincerely was absolutely adorable. But alas, ZHOU was only 5 years old, and Fu Yenji, a man whose soul was 28, was well aware that such actions would be seen as inappropriate rather than affectionate. He settled for gently pinching Momo's cheeks instead. Aunt Chui really likes you. She wants to adopt you as her baby. Does she really like Momo? Yes, you see, Aunt Chui doesn't have any kids Momo's age around her, and did you notice? Their son is also fond of you, just like me. He's always wanted a younger brother, but he doesn't have one. It's so pitiful. So will Momo be separated from brother in the future? Nope, brother will still grow up with you, Fu Yenji reassured him. We'll stay close, it's just that we won't live together at night. We can take classes together during the day, and brother will drop you off here at night. ZHOU rested his head on Fu Yenji's shoulder and remained silent. But brother will fully respect Momo's wishes. If you don't want to, brother won't force you, Fu Yenji continued. There's no rush. You can decide whenever you want. But you must know, we aren't abandoning you. Brother, Aunt Tao, Uncle Fu, and ZHOU all really like you. It's just that Uncle ZHOU's house really needs a little brother. They're so pitiful, and Momo is the only one who can save them. Chapter 143 Bonus Chapter If, 8. Ouch, Auntie Carrie. Tao Shui picked up little Sunday directly from the ground and held him in her arms to weigh him a bit. She then thought about feeding the little one again and asked, would Auntie cooking some porridge for Momo be good? Fu Yenji tried to take Sunday out of Tao Shue's arms, but Tao Shue dodged away, so he could only follow them and say, "He just ate, don't feed him anymore." "Alright then," said Tao Shue gently, "what did Momo play with today? You came back so late." Sunday opened his mouth and answered, "Sorry, auntie, Momo will come back earlier next time." Fu Yenji. Sunday had already become sensitive enough to instantly find the deepest meaning within a single sentence, despite Tao Shue possibly not intending this. "Auntie didn't mean that, Momo can come back anytime you want. Auntie just wanted to know if Momo had fun today." Momo nodded in her embrace, "I had fun." "It's good that Momo had fun," Tao Shue rubbed the child's head earnestly and said, "So Momo, no matter what happens in the future, or who you're interacting with, always put your feelings first, do you understand? You must like yourself before others will like you." Momo nodded forcefully in her arms. "What did Momo do today then?" Momo drew pictures. With Uncle, Momo counted off piece by piece on his fingers. In the evening Aunt Shui also cooked steamed egg custard for Momo, and porridge, and little cucumbers. "That was quite a feast," asked Tao Shui. "Does Momo like Aunt Shui?" Momo nodded vigorously, "I like it, Aunt Shui smells nice." "Then, would Momo like to sleep at Aunt Shui's house at night?" "If you're willing, Aunt Shui will be Momo's mom." Momo instantly widened his eyes, looking up at Fu Yenji, then at Tao Shui. Really wants to be Momo's mom?" "Yes." Tao Shui reached out her hand and tapped Momo's chest, "They all like you very much." Momo patted his own cheek, "Likes Momo. Does Momo agree?" Tao Shui asked him. Momo looked up at Tao Shui, quietly holding her tighter. For the aunt who took him out of the orphanage, Momo has a kind of imprinting affection towards her. Of course, aunt naturally will like Momo very much, and will often visit Momo. "What about brother?" "I will see you every day." Fu Yenji touched his little head, "We are just not sleeping together at night, everything else stays the same." Momo hesitated, and lightly nodded. After receiving the notification from Tao Shui, Chui Lily got excited and didn't sleep the whole night. The next morning, it was still dark when she arrived at Fu's house with loads of luggage, while Tao Shui and Fu Yukong were sitting drowsily in the living room watching the gleaming couple. Fu Yukong. "It's 4 o'clock in the morning now. The child. Chui Lily couldn't wait to rush into the nursery, stopped by Tao Shui, who said, "Momo wakes up at 6. You going in so early will disturb him. I didn't sleep all night last night." Chui Lily was getting excited and almost jumped up. "I ordered the maid and butler to clean up the room overnight. I'll go handle the adoption procedures with my precious baby today, get registered tomorrow, and host a banquet the day after tomorrow. Just let me peek at him, sneak a quiet peek." Chui Lily took off her slippers and threw them outside, tiptoeing stealthily into the children's room. He, my little darling." At this moment, little Sunday was sound asleep in the covers, hugging a Shiba dog doll, with a white tender face that looked crystal clear under the moonlight, extremely cute. Chui Lily felt like taking a bite of his face right now. "Let's leave," Tao Shui reminded softly, "Go quickly. Ah. I love it so much." Chui Lily screamed silently, screaming while being pulled away by Tao Shui. Sunday naturally woke up around 6:30 every time he slept, and this kid was particularly independent. He could already independently finish getting dressed, washing his face, and brushing his teeth. When this cleanly washed little cutie was preparing to go downstairs for breakfast, he couldn't wait because Aunt Tao promised yesterday to steam some pig buns for him. On the outside, they look like little pigs, and inside is a milk yellow runny center, especially fragrant. However, there were more people downstairs today than little Sunday had imagined. Now he looked up with his little face at the table full of adults and seemed puzzled as to why Aunt Shui and Uncle ZHOU were also here, along with brother ZHOU Yuning. "Good morning." Little Sunday greeted them. Fu Yenji intended to pick up little Sunday and place him on the stool but didn't expect a hand to suddenly reach out and grab little Sunday first, lifting him into their lap and bouncing him gently twice. "Want to eat breakfast? There are steamed little pig buns." ZHOU Yuning gave Xiao Momo's cheek a loud smooch. "Did you wash up already? Momo is so amazing." Fu Yenji. "Ah. What are you doing?" But Xiao Momo's attention was entirely captured by the little pig buns on the table. He quickly nodded, and so ZHOU Yuning set him in his seat, using his chopsticks to pick one up and place it onto Momo's plate. "Be careful, it's hot." Little Sunday carefully picked it up, puffed out his cheeks and blew on it twice, all while splitting the pig bun into 2 halves and generously offering 1 half to the nearby ZHOU Yuning. The egg yolk filling inside was still warm and flowing, and little Sunday exclaimed happily, "It's so fragrant." So fragrant," ZHOU Yuning replied. "Cheers." The 2 half buns were lightly tapped together, the child taking a bite which left a tiny tooth mark. ZHOU Yuning couldn't help but be filled with love bubbles just watching this scene. Looking at how absorbed little Sunday was in eating, ZHOU Yuning wanted to hold his younger brother in his arms and feed him. How adorable. "You must not touch him while he's eating." Fu Yenji had long since seen through ZHOU Yuning's intentions and interjected promptly, "Let him finish his meal peacefully." ZHOU Yuning reluctantly said, "Oh. Darling Momo, today, your mom. Auntie will take you to handle some procedures first, and then in the evening you'll come home with Auntie, alright?" Chui Lily raised the question at the dining table. At that moment, little Sunday was happily enjoying buns and congee, but upon hearing these words, he clearly became somewhat flustered. His big, watery eyes glanced at Chui Lily, then at Tao Shui, until Fu Yanji nodded at him. Did he swallow what was in his mouth and said softly, "All right." Chapter 144 Bonus Story, If, 9. To be precise, little Zhouma didn't know what would happen on that day. He was confused all day long until Uncle Zhou held him to take a picture. He saw the staff stamping a seal on a small notebook. The auntie looked at Zhouma and said with a smile, "Little friend, they will be your parents from now on." Zhouma sat on the chair, looking up at ZHOU, then looked at Chui Lily, as if he still hadn't realized what's going on. Be happy in the future. That night, Zhouma went home to stay but did not go to his own room. Instead, he was going to stay with Zhou Yuning. Zhou Yuning carried him to the small bed, took off Zhouma's slippers, and showed him pictures on his tablet. "Momo, your room's bed and wardrobe are ready, but the carpet and wallpaper haven't been chosen yet. Would you like to choose them yourself?" Zhouma sat in Zhou Yuning's arms, blinking his big eyes. "What kind of wallpaper?" "You see, brother's room has white walls, right?" Zhou Yuning patiently explained. "Actually, you can choose a pattern to stick on the wall, which would look much better. Look, this one is with little spaceships, and this one is with little fish." Zhouma leaned closer, his eyebrows knitted together as he focused seriously. When Zhou Yuning saw the cute face lean over, he couldn't help but pinch it. "I want this one." Zhouma pointed to the blue little fish pattern. "Alright, then we'll choose this pattern." Zhou Yuning readily agreed. "Then Momo can sleep in your own room tonight." "Will Momo be afraid?" Momo clenched his little fists. "Momo is brave." Unlike the harmonious brothers here, Fu Yanzi couldn't sleep that night. He sat on a rattan chair on the balcony in his room, looking out at the night sky outside the window inside. Lonely. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard the door to his room open, and Fu Xiaowu rushed in with his little balloon all sweaty. "Brother, brother." Fu Yanzi reached out and pinched Fu Xiaowu's chubby cheeks. "What's wrong?" "Xiaowu wants to sleep with brother tonight." "It could work, but..." Fu Yanzi looked at his younger brother's dirty body and couldn't help but laugh. "But you need to take a bath before getting into bed." After turning on the bathroom heater and preparing the hot water, Fu Yanzi threw the little brother into the tub. With a head full of foam, Fu Xiaowu sat in the bathtub playing with a little duck, while Fu Yanzi diligently wiped his back. "Brother, miss Momo?" Fu Yanzi's hand paused with the towel for a moment and replied despondently, "Not exactly missing, it's just that I hope Momo's world can be bigger, a bit more expansive." "Huh? Just look, who's in Xiaowu's world? There's mom and dad, there's brother, there's Momo, there's brother Zhou Yuning, Aunt Chui, Uncle Zhou, there's also fourth uncle and fifth auntie, and there are the little friends too." Little Five counted using his fingers, then started counting his toes when his fingers ran out, eventually giving up helplessly. "There are so many people, Xiaowu can't count them all." "Right." Fu Yanzi reached out and grabbed Xiaowu's chubby hand, counting his fingers, "But in Momo's world, there's only Mantu. Momo needs family too, needs a brother." Momo has family, brother has Xiaowu." Fu Yanzi thought about going to see Zhouma early the next morning. Although everyone in the Zhou family were very nice people, and took great care of others, he was still somewhat worried. He was afraid Zhouma wouldn't adapt well. The next morning, the moment Fu Yanzi stepped into the Zhou family's house, he heard the heartbreaking cries of a child at the door. He was startled at first because Zhouma was always so easygoing and obedient, even managing to hold back tears during vaccinations, never crying this hard before. Fu Yanzi rushed to the courtyard and found them in the corner of the rear garden. Zhouma was sobbing, his face red from crying, hiding in the corner of the garden with his hands behind his back trying to retreat further. The three people from the Zhou family surrounded him anxiously, trying to coax him with a cacophony of words, but the child refused to leave that small corner. Zhou Yuning reached out to pick up Zhouma, but the moment his hand extended, he cried even harder. "What happened? What's going on?" Fu Yanzi rushed forward and separated everyone apart, seeing Zhouma crying breathlessly, his little face flushed red, breaking Fu Yanzi's heart. "Momo, look at me, it's your brother." Fu Yanzi reached out to pull Zhouma's hand. "Why are you crying? What happened? Did someone bully you?" Zhouma calmed down a bit when he heard Fu Yanzi's voice. Coughing while his tear-filled eyes glanced at Fu Yanzi, he then started shedding tears again, with his little hands behind his back as he tried to retreat further into the corner. "Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. Will your brother hug you?" Fu Yanzi spoke gently. "Come here, let your brother hold you." What happened to Momo that made him so pitiful? Fu Yanzi also noticed Zhouma's small hands that had been kept behind his back and lightly pulled them. "Momo, your brother won't hurt you. Have you forgotten?" Zhouma's emotions softened slightly upon hearing these words, taking a hesitant step forward. Fu Yanzi immediately gathered the child into his arms, tiny and trembling from sobs, his shoulders still quivering, and his little fists were still tightly clenched. "Momo has never cried like this before," Fu Yanzi murmured as he stroked Zhouma's back and comforted him. "What happened? Can you tell your brother?" Tears dampened Zhouma's eyelashes, his face red around the eyes and nose from crying. He refused to glance about randomly, just lowering his head and shaking his head while looking at his own hands, appearing extremely pitiful. Earlier. Chui Lily hesitated before speaking up. Breakfast wasn't ready yet, so I told Momo to play in the courtyard for a moment while I went inside to fetch his coat. There was supposed to be a nanny there, and I thought everything would be fine. But Momo must have seen some weeds on the ground and picked a little to eat. The nanny saw this and slapped his hand to warn him. The entire atmosphere around Fu Yanzi suddenly turned dangerous. What did you say? She hit Zhou. Where is she? I saw how much Momo was scared of her, so I asked her to step aside temporarily. Chui Lily felt ashamed upon reflection. She originally thought the nanny could take good care of Zhou, but never imagined this would happen. You shouldn't keep this nanny anymore, said Fu Yanzi, hugging Zhou tightly as the latter clung firmly to his neck without letting go, clearly terrified. Just because Zhou was adopted, she thinks it's okay to physically punish him. If this had been young Yuning, would she have dared to lay a hand on him? This statement resonated logically, and ZHOU hurriedly replied, we'll dismiss her immediately. Is Momo alright? Momo, can you look at daddy please? Zhou buried his face in Fu Yanzi's neck and trembled slightly. He's afraid, Fu Yanzi stated. You've already made him feel secure in this environment, and then suddenly, he got slapped. How can he trust this place now? Chui Lily felt heartbroken thinking about it and reached out to touch Zhou's back. Momo, will you let mommy hug you? Hearing this, Zhou let out another soft sob. Chui Lily instantly stepped back, looking utterly distressed. Fu Yanzi was helpless and could only walk circles in the yard with Zhou in his arms. The boy clutched onto him so tightly that it was hard for him to let go. Even though he couldn't say much, he was worried because time was passing by and they'd missed Zhou's mealtime. Noticing the boy's grip beginning to loosen, Fu Yanzi asked, Momo, are you hungry? Shall your brother take you to eat breakfast? Brother. Came Zhou's thin, weak voice, Momo is sleepy. It seemed people had almost forgotten during these happy few days that Zhou was actually a very frail little boy. Normally just eating a bit could satisfy him, but he didn't endure hunger well, which explained why he tried eating weeds this morning in the garden. Already feeling hungry, plus crying for such a long time, Zhou was probably suffering from low blood sugar. Fu Yanzi returned indoors holding the child, and the millet porridge was still warm. ZHOU had gone to deal with the nanny matter, and only Chui Lily followed them into the house cautiously. Shall we eat something first? Fu Yanzi said, after eating, Momo can go to sleep. I don't want to eat. Trouble. Originally, the child used to relish his food, but now his sudden lack of appetite showed that the earlier incident really frightened him. So Fu Yanzi stood up again, holding Zhou. Then shall Momo drink some water and go to sleep? Zhou nodded. Chui Lily understood instantly and prepared a cup of honey water upstairs. After drinking a few sips, Zhou slowly drifted off to sleep. Let him calm down first. If we force feed him now, he'll vomit, Fu Yanzi said. When he wakes up, he'll also need to wait a bit before eating. Also, I've called our family doctor over. I'm worried that Momo might have cried so hard that he could run a fever later. Chui Lily was still holding the water cup, and it was clear she hadn't shaken off her guilt yet. In fact, Momo can survive, but it's difficult to make sure he thrives. Fu Yanzi bowed to Chui Lily, Auntie Chui, please take extra care of him. Chapter 145 Omake If, 10. On the weekend, after sleeping for over 2 hours on his small bed, he woke up feeling warm all over. He still looked a little sad when he woke up. He sat up and rubbed his eyes that resembled those of a little rabbit, looking as though he might cry. Ah, our beloved Momo is awake, Zhou Yuning approached and touched the warm cheeks of ZHOU who had just woken up. Come, let big brother hold you. ZHOU emerged from under the blanket, his warm body pressed against Zhou Yuning's chest, clinging to him like an octopus. Brother. Momo called out softly. Zhou Yuning stroked the back of his head. Even though Momo's tone was somewhat pitiful, it only made him feel both heartbroken and amused. He said, Momo, if you want to cry, you can cry. Come on, let brother check if your hand hurts. Recalling that his little hands were struck, ZHOU became even more disheartened and quietly sobbed into Zhou Yuning's chest. Does it hurt where you got hit? No, it doesn't hurt. However, Zhou Yuning had taken a careful look while ZHOU was asleep. The backs of his hands were red from being slapped, indicating considerable force. Thus, firing the nanny didn't make her unjustly wronged at all, she clearly hadn't regarded Zhou as part of the family. Preventing him from eating grass wasn't about correcting bad habits, it was her fear of getting blamed for poor care if they found out. Otherwise, she could have first verbally stopped him. Momo was so obedient that he wouldn't have acted against her instructions, allowing for further communication. There was no need for physical discipline. Fu Yanji was right, if this had been Zhou Yuning's childhood, the nanny would not have dared to touch him. Fu Yanji also mentioned that Momo was actually an incredibly resilient child. After being taken out of the orphanage, he endured a serious illness that required daily injections leaving no undamaged areas on his hands, yet he never shed a single tear. That was because Momo was very sensitive, he could discern other people's kindness or cruelty. He understood that the injections and medication were to save him, so he tried his best to suppress his crying and fussing. These recent days of comfortable living gave him a sense of safety, but suddenly experiencing malevolence caused him stress. He feared returning to the life he had just begun to escape, which was why he broke down after being hit by the nanny today. Would you like to go to mommy's studio with brother and draw something? Zhou Yuning placed his hand on Xiao Zhou's forehead to check if he had a fever. Finding none, he carried him towards the door. Come, Momo, do you want to say hello to mommy? Cui Lily was waiting on the sofa outside and quickly moved closer upon seeing Xiao Zhou wake up. She pinched his hand gently. Awake already, Momo? Why are you crying again? Xiao Zhou wiped away his tears with his hand. In a voice full of sadness, he said, Mommy. Cui Lily took him in her arms, cradling him gently while comforting him. Oh my baby, did mommy's little treasure cry some golden beans? No. Xiao Zhou wiped his tears again. Not anymore. Fu Yanji had advised not to feed Xiao Zhou immediately after waking up, letting him rest for a bit. Moreover, Xiao Zhou was still sniffling, so Cui Lily decided to take him to paint first. Once his emotions calmed down, she would give him food. It was already noon, and the child had only consumed a sip of honey water, making Cui Lily increasingly worried. Shall we ask Auntie Fong to boil some fruit cans for you first? Cui Lily carried Xiao Zhou to the kitchen to let him choose the fruit himself. What kind of fruit does Momo want to eat? Xiao Zhou wiped away the last traces of tears and picked his usual favorite. Anything else? This one. Xiao Zhou pointed to a box of strawberries. Cui Lily added a few oranges and grapes, then carried him into the studio. In the studio, Cui Lily had specifically designed a painting area dedicated to children. She had also prepared children's paintbrushes and easels for Xiao Zhou. Squatting next to him, she asked, what does Momo want to paint? Momo replied, Momo can only paint little red flowers. Anything else you want to try painting? I can teach you. Actually, Cui Lily had always hoped her child would walk down the path of art, so she once taught Zhou Yuning how to paint when he was young. But this child lacked artistic talent, producing truly abysmal paintings, so she had to abandon that plan. The arrival of little Momo brought renewed hope to Cui Lily. Momo wants to paint brother, Xiao Zhou said, Fu Yanji brother. Cui Lily wasn't surprised to hear this. Today, she had already noticed that Momo seemed to have a special reliance on Fu Yanji. This might be because Fu Yanji was the one who personally took Xiao Zhou out of the orphanage back then, so it was understandable for him to have some dependence. Therefore, Cui Lily didn't dwell too much on this matter, instead silently helping Xiao Zhou open the paint caps. At that moment, Fu Yanji was at home catching up with his lessons. He was currently trying to complete his education as quickly as possible so he could free up time to do many things. It had been a long while since he last dealt with knowledge from middle school and high school, but fortunately for him, it wasn't too difficult. He planned to visit Xiao Zhou with Little Wu after dinner, but unexpectedly, just as he had taken Little Wu's hand, Zhou Yuning arrived with Xiao Zhou. Momo. Little Wu rushed over like a small missile, hugging Xiao Zhou tightly and cheek pressed against his. Momo, I've missed you so much. Fu Yanji patted Xiao Zhou's hair and asked, how are you doing, Momo? Cried no more. We fed him some fruit in a tin, he's out here digesting. We'll have the main meal around 7. Zhou Yuning responded. Xiao Zhou suddenly raised a piece of paper at this point and waved it in front of Fu Yanji's chest. What is this? Brother Fu Yanji, Xiao Zhou's face turned red, bashfully saying, this is for you. Fu Yanji didn't expect that he would receive a present today. Quickly taking the paper, he spread it out to look, pausing for a long while before uttering his praise. Wow, Momo, what did you draw here? Little Wu leaned in to look, making a conclusion, a puppy. It's a picture of brother Fu Yanji. Fu Yanji. Xiao Zhou's artistic talent remained as consistently lacking as ever. Ah, I get it now, this is hair, right? That's brother's belly. And, this is eyes. This is brother's nostril. And this has to be mouth. That's brother's eyebrows. Fu Yanji. Xiao Zhou looked a little sad. Brother, am I bad at drawing? How can that be, Momo? You really have such great talent. Which child can draw people when they're 4 or 5 years old? So talented. Brother will frame your painting and donate it to an art museum. Chapter 146 Epilogue If, 11. Cui Lily had been contemplating the matter of enrolling Zhoma in kindergarten over the weekend, as she realized that it was indeed time for him to attend. However, she noticed he lacked a great deal of knowledge compared to other children his age, such as recognizing English letters fluently like Xiao Wu could do, whereas Momo still didn't know them. Even though the ZHOU family did not follow intense education methods, Cui Lily was worried about future pressure on Momo at school. One evening before bedtime, she discussed this with Zhoma. Would you like mommy to send you to kindergarten in a few days? But in little Momo's mind, kindergarten equals place for classes. Place for classes equals orphanage. Thus, kindergarten equals orphanage. Upon hearing this sentence, Zhoma quickly calculated this in his small head. He opened his mouth to say something, but then he saw Cui Lily looking warmly at him. Okay, Zhoma readily agreed. So, would mommy take you to try out kindergarten tomorrow? Cui Lily patted Zhoma's little head. Now, let's listen to a bedtime story. What would you like to hear, Momo? Finding Mommy Tadpoles. Alright, we'll listen to Finding Mommy Tadpoles. ZHOU Lily opened the storybook. Her voice was calm and gentle. Accompanied by his mother's story, ZHOU drifted off to sleep. ZHOU Lily looked down at her sleeping child, kissed his white, tender cheek softly. ZHOU woke up early the next day, 2 hours earlier than usual. From the bedside table, he pulled out a piece of paper and a box of crayons and started drawing attentively on the ground. Dad was tall and strong, so Dad should wear handsome clothes. Mom was beautiful, so he should draw Mom in a pink dress with a bow. The older brother was also stylish, but the elder brother always wore the same outfit. So, for his brother, ZHOU drew something different, hoping his brother could have more options. Finished. ZHOU proudly held up the drawing, pleased. This was his favorite artwork. On the paper, he wrote carefully. Sg Dad Mom and Gul. ZHOU felt sorry because although he practiced hard to write Dad and Mom, he couldn't yet write brother, so he substituted with its pinyin. He placed the painting on the most prominent spot on the table, and when he went downstairs, Mom was calling him to eat breakfast just then. ZHOU ran towards her, and ZHOU naturally lifted the child and placed him on the seat. Will Momo be going to kindergarten today? ZHOU tore open his little piggy bag, cherishing every bite while showing a neat set of small teeth. Yes. Then will Momo be brave? Momo will be super brave. That's good. ZHOU stroked ZHOU's little head. After breakfast, ZHOU put on his blue overalls uniform for kindergarten and wore a tender yellow hat. He carried his small backpack and waved goodbye to ZHOU. Brother, see you later. Goodbye, Momo. As ZHOU turned around to hug Mantu, Bun, ZHOU Lily intervened. Momo, Bun can't come along. What? Can't Bun come along? Yes, Momo cannot bring Bun to school, ZHOU Lily consoled him. Bun will wait for Momo here. ZHOU's mood noticeably dropped, but ZHOU immediately comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. Bun will wait for Momo to finish school here, right? Upon hearing this, ZHOU suddenly tilted his head back. Will Momo return? Why wouldn't you? Seeing ZHOU's anxious expression, ZHOU Lily reassured him. Momo is only going to school, it's just like playing with other children all day. Mommy will pick you up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, okay? Will Mommy pick Momo up? Indeed. ZHOU Lily stroked ZHOU's little head. Who would Momo like to pick you up? ZHOU shook his head, saying nothing. At this moment, ZHOU suddenly raised his hand. I'll pick him up during my break, and then take him to play around the school a bit before returning. Great. ZHOU Lily sighed silently. She knew exactly what her son was thinking, just from the way he wagged his tail. Probably by tonight, everyone in the entire school would know that ZHOU gained a younger brother. Fine then. Since it wasn't an error, ZHOU Lily readily agreed. I'll go to school to pick you guys up tonight. Great. Thus, over the weekend, ZHOU joyfully boarded the car heading to school. ZHOU was on his way and decided to drop him off since it was convenient. On the road, he glanced back at the child sitting upright, a ginger patch still attached to his wrist, placed there by Auntie Fong before they left, in case he felt nauseous during the ride. ZHOU gazed out of the car window at the passing scenery while ZHOU reached out and pinched his chubby cheeks, asking, Are you nervous about your first day at kindergarten? ZHOU solemnly nodded. They shouldn't bully Momo or take Momo's toys. Inside his little backpack was the toy car his brother had given him yesterday. Momo thought other children could share it, but no one should snatch it. How could that happen? Momo, if anyone bullies you, you must tell the teacher, Daddy, and Mommy. Daddy, Momo feels like vomiting. Halfway through the journey, the car pulled over at the side of the road, and Chairman ZHOU carried the child with one arm, his small blue backpack slung over the other shoulder. He rented a shared bicycle by the roadside. The driver watched as the corner of his mouth twitched. Chairman ZHOU held the child close in his arms, placed the small backpack in the basket of the bike, and said, Let's go. ZHOU cheered, Let's go. At the kindergarten, the principal had been notified yesterday that a new child from the Hai-Ching ZHOU family would be coming today. The principal waited at the gate early in the morning, greeting countless children with, Good morning, but didn't see their expected arrival. Strange, muttered the principal, how come they haven't arrived yet? Just then, a shared bicycle slowly came to a stop in front of her. ZHOU placed the child on the ground and instructed him, Say hello to principal. ZHOU cheerfully shouted, Principal, good morning. The principal, who had noticed the approaching bicycle but hadn't paid much attention, exclaimed, Oh. My apologies for bringing him here on a bike. He was carsick this morning, explained ZHOU as he placed the small backpack back on ZHOU's shoulders. He's called ZHOU, with a nickname of Momo. Inside his bag are snacks and toys he usually plays with. He has no allergy history but dislikes green peppers, so please don't force him to eat them. If he doesn't finish, it's fine. The principal nodded, Okay, got it. Oh, by the way, if he says he's sleepy, check it might be due to dizziness he can't distinguish himself. Sometimes he may experience low blood sugar, so please keep an eye on his complexion. Understood, sure thing. That's all then, ZHOU patted his head gently, Go ahead, Momo, be brave, and I'll pick you up later this evening. ZHOU responded confidently, Brave. Chapter 147 Bonus If, 12. It was impossible for the little one not to feel nervous on his first day at kindergarten. As he walked into the kindergarten, turning back every few steps, ZHOU could finally go to work. But still, he had a lot on his mind. For example, the kindergarten had set up a monitoring system to reassure parents. Chui Lily and ZHOU could see what the little one was doing via their phones. Thus, ZHOU specially bought another phone to place on his desk to monitor the little one. Now he is introducing himself, his little red face truly adorable. Class has started, oh my, following the teacher's rhythm with head shaking, so cute. Oh, it's break time now, eating small fruits, truly adorable. Uh-oh, English class has started, frowning a bit, why are there tears? ZHOU shot up from his seat, but before he could make the call, the teacher had already received Chui Lily's phone call. Here's the situation, Mom of Sunday. The teacher wiped the tears off Sunday's pale face, where tear streaks were clearly visible. During the English class just now, all the other children were able to communicate smoothly with the foreign teacher, but ZHOU, the little one, seemed to be having some difficulty. He is very frustrated. Sunday stood in front of the teacher, hands behind his back, eyelids drooping. ZHOU is silly. Do you want to take him home now? Alright, let me ask ZHOU. The teacher briefly explained the situation to Sunday, but hearing this, Sunday furrowed his eyebrows and shook his head. No. Why not? The teacher asked. ZHOU is studying too hard. If I go home now, I'll never learn. Sunday shook his head. Everyone else can do it, so ZHOU can do it too. Upon hearing these words, Chui Lily couldn't help but be proud and quickly said, ZHOU is so great. Mom will give ZHOU a little gift as a reward when we get home tonight, alright? Yes. Sunday happily agreed. Thus, by evening, Zhou Yunning received a call from his parents, standing at the entrance of the kindergarten holding a small cake, waiting for Sunday to finish school. A group of children dressed in blue overalls walked hand in hand out of the building. From far away, he saw ZHOU leading Sunday's hand, with a small car clutched in Sunday's hand. Upon seeing him, Sunday ran over quickly and held onto his pant leg. Zhou Yunning bent down and lifted Sunday up. Did you have fun today at kindergarten? Brother, Sunday showed him the toy in his hand, a present from ZHOU. Zhou Yunning patted ZHOU's furry head. ZHOU looked up at him. Did you thank ZHOU? I did, ZHOU shyly replied with a lowered head. Good, that means ZHOU did a good job. Thank you, ZHOU, who's going to pick you up? The manager uncle. ZHOU replied. Well then, you go home. Mom said she wants to take you to buy alphabet cards. Say goodbye to ZHOU. Sunday sat in Zhou Yunning's arms and waved at ZHOU. As ZHOU watched his brothers walk away, he pouted and turned to ask the manager uncle carrying his backpack, why didn't my brother come to pick me up? Before the manager could answer, the car beside them rolled down its window, revealing Fu Yanji's handsome face. He reached out and pinched ZHOU's cheek. Who says I didn't come to pick you up? Little brat, get in the car and go home. Alright. With the help of the manager uncle, ZHOU successfully got into the car and nestled into his brother's arms. Looking at his brother still wearing school uniform, he asked, are you not attending classes? Evening study session. Fu Yanji glanced at the two brothers of the ZHOU family walking away, then turned to ZHOU and said, tonight I'm taking you to eat KFC that mom doesn't allow, remember to keep it a secret for me. What if I don't have room for dinner later? Our parents won't be home tonight. Fu Yanji ensured ZHOU was seated well and fastened his seatbelt. Let's go. Brother, ZHOU can walk down himself. In Sunday's arms was the alphabet card purchased earlier, printed with blue floral patterns, neatly packed in a small box. This was recommended by the kindergarten teacher to Sunday earlier, saying they could start recognizing letters at home first, starting language sense from scratch. I'll carry you, little buddy. Zhou Yunning wasn't ready to let go yet. He showed Sunday the small cake he had bought with his other hand. Does ZHOU like strawberries? Strawberry cake. Let's try some later. Yes. Mom said on the phone today that Momo was very brave to go to kindergarten, and even when he encountered difficulties, he tried his best to overcome them. So Momo deserves praise and encouragement, Zhou Yunning said softly. Momo did an amazing job today. What kind of praise would you like? There's already a small cake. The small cake doesn't count. It's not encouragement. Even if Momo hadn't done well, he could still eat the small cake. Then I don't know. Then Momo can stay here and think about it slowly. Zhou Yunning stood at the classroom door and whispered in the weekend's ear, do you want brother to introduce you to some of my friends? The weekend timidly nodded. Zhou Yunning couldn't help but excitedly open the door. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, with every breath clearly audible. The weekend tightly pressed his lips together as he looked at these big brothers and sisters dressed alike staring at him, whispering quietly to Zhou Yunning, do brothers' friends dislike Momo? My goodness. Zhou Yunning. Where did you kidnap this child? Ah. So cute. White and tender. Give me a hug. Let me hold him. Oh, what big eyes. So lively. Let me feel your little hand. Zhou Yunning put the weekend on the ground, who then stood by his brother's legs and waved hesitantly. Hello, big brother and big sisters. Oh. Zhou Yunning's desk mate rushed forward in one swift step to pinch his little hand. What an adorable little one. Zhou Yunning, where did you steal him from? Can I borrow him for a few days? Seeing the weekend standing there silently allowing people to touch his face and hands without resistance, Zhou Yunning rolled his eyes and picked up the child again. You all better behave yourselves and stop scaring him. Weekend's head hid in Zhou Yunning's arms, with only a pair of sparkling eyes showing. What is the baby's name? At this point, the Weekend remembered to introduce himself. Hello, big brothers and sisters. My name is Weekend, I am 5 years old, I am brother's younger brother, and I can sing. Zhou Yunning acted swiftly, covering Weekend's mouth, asking, Momo, do you need to perform a show? No need. Zhou Yunning said, you will have dinner here, and after eating dinner, you can have the small cake. Let me take you to the cafeteria. What does Momo want to eat? Momo wants egg custard. Good, we'll have egg custard. Zhou Yunning held the child, followed by a group of idle students behind, who gazed longingly at the cute human baby in his arms, peeking out from over Zhou Yunning's shoulder with a pair of bright eyes watching them. Weekend greeted them warmly. Hello everyone. Classmates, ah. Zhou Yunning, can we borrow your little brother to hold? Chapter 148 Extra If, 13. Brother, will Momo go to school in the future? After Zhou Yunning finished serving food, to avoid being watched by others in the cafeteria on weekends, he brought everyone to his dormitory. Fortunately, his roommate was not there now, so he could enjoy the time with his weekend alone. Momo will go to school, but that is many years later. There's no need to worry now. Weekend stuck to him and said, can Momo go to school tomorrow? Isn't Momo going to kindergarten tomorrow? Zhou Yunning helped him open the lunchbox, opened the small backpack, and took out his children's cutlery. You can go to school after finishing kindergarten. All right then. Weekend agreed happily and sat on his brother's desk, swinging his little feet to prepare for the meal. Just as he picked up the utensils, he seemed to remember something, holding up his white tender hand. Brother, hand, wash hand. Zhou Yunning then carried the child down from the stool, pulling him into the bathroom and carefully washing every finger crack inside and out. When they came out, a person was standing in the dormitory. Fu Yenji was holding a bag from KFC and looking at them with some surprise, asking, why did you bring the kid over? I brought him here to play. Mom and Dad have things tonight, and it's not good to leave him alone at home with the nanny and housekeeper. Upon seeing Fu Yenji, Weekend chirped, big brother Fu Yenji. Ah, Fu Yenji held up his bag, I bought a few egg tarts back, does Momo want to eat? Fu Yenji seemed like a doting parent who spoiled their kids. Zhou Yunning glared at him a few times throughout the night. Normally, the amount of food Weekend ate was average, but being tempted by the egg tarts and cakes, he hardly ate dinner. How could children eat so much dessert? It's bad for the body and teeth. Eat slowly. Fu Yenji lifted his hand to wipe the corner of Weekend's mouth. Is it delicious? Weekend nodded happily. Thank you, big brother Fu Yenji. Zhou Yunning's gaze fell on Weekend's chubby cheeks and radiant smile, pondering for a long time but ultimately couldn't bear to stop him. Moreover, he believed that based on Weekend's personality, the likelihood of becoming a spoiled brat would be small. So occasionally indulging a bit should be fine. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Miss Chui Lily had just returned from the studio, changed into her pajamas, and sat in the living room waiting for the children to come home. Her timing was well managed. Not long after hearing the sound of an engine, followed by the door being opened, Zhou Yunning entered carrying a small child on his back to change into slippers. Miss Chui Lily quickly went forward to take the child into her arms and softly said, little brother is asleep. Yes, Zhou Yunning still found it amusing. It's the first day of school, played in the dormitory with Fu Yenji after school, maybe got tired. I put him in the car when I got home, and he fell asleep immediately. Didn't he get carsick? Miss Chui Lily looked up and wiped the sweat off Weekend's forehead. No. On the verge of sleeping, Zhou Yunning, dressed in pajamas, leaned by Weekend's bed, finding this younger brother more and more precious. At this moment, Miss Chui Lily brought him a glass of milk and urged him to go to sleep quickly. Suddenly, Zhou Yunning said to her. Mom, if Momo grew up around us since he was little, wouldn't it be better? It's not too late even now, Miss Chui Lily replied. Did Dad not come back tonight? He's working overtime at the company, Miss Chui Lily said. By the way, Yunning, could you free up one day during the double weekend to go out with everyone and relax? Your father bought a small farm in the suburbs for Momo, and he wants to invite Aunt Tao's family to relax during the double weekend. Of course I can. Regarding the matter of the small farm, the sleeping Weekend was completely unaware. All he knew was that his parents came to pick him up together after school on Friday, saying they were going to take him to visit a supermarket. Weekend sat in the car, swaying his little feet, feeling very happy. As soon as they arrived at the supermarket, Dad first lifted him and placed him in the shopping cart. Weekend curiously widened his eyes. Momo, we're going to go out tomorrow, so we can buy some snacks today, Miss Chui Lily said. If you want to eat anything, you can tell Mom and Dad, and we'll get it for you. Can Momo have an ice cream? You can, but you can only eat ice cream twice a week, ZHOU said. Oh, because ZHOU is also going tomorrow. If Momo buys snacks, you need to prepare 2 portions. Alright. Momo, sitting in the shopping cart, declared seriously, I know what ZHOU likes to eat. His favorite fruits are oranges and cherries, he likes grape-flavored jelly and plain potato chips, and chocolate ice cream. Okay, then what does Momo like to eat? I like everything. It's not like that, ZHOU pushed the cart while Chui Lily walked alongside and said, everyone has their own preferences. If Momo doesn't know yet, Mom can buy each flavor so you can figure out at home which one you like, okay? Momo nodded slightly confused. Then shall we go pick out some jelly first? You can choose whatever flavor you want. We'll try 5 different kinds today. In the end, the couple returned home with 3 bags of snacks with their child, and they carefully discussed with Momo the issue of ownership of the snacks. They ultimately decided to allocate a cabinet below where ZHOU stored his precious wine for Momo's exclusive use and even attached a small label saying, Momo's exclusive. The password to the cabinet would only be known to Momo. Chui Lily and ZHOU intended to help Momo establish a sense of territory. They had noticed this problem long ago. Momo seemed to lack any sense of ownership over his things, colloquially, he was too lenient. Anything within his awareness as belonging to him could easily be taken away by others just by asking. For example, Chui Lily used to put some biscuits and snacks in Momo's little backpack, worried that he might feel hungry at school and wouldn't tell the teacher, but even so, Momo would still say he felt a bit hungry when he came home every day. At first, they were very puzzled because the snacks prepared for Momo every day were always more than enough, and he finished them all, which made it impossible for him to be hungry. It wasn't until they reviewed the surveillance that they discovered the reason. During free playtime, one kid had asked Momo for some snacks, and Momo readily handed them over. After the first time came the second, and in the following days, more and more children asked for Momo's snacks, and this child never refused. Eventually, his box was left with only crumbs. This greatly troubled the ZHOU family. They had heard of children with strong possessiveness but never encountered kids without any such sense. They also communicated with the teacher, who said, Momo may have a pleasing personality. I learned from the principal about Momo's situation. It seems past experiences made it hard for him to build up a sense of security. If this continues unchecked, it might become a big problem in a few years. Fortunately, Momo is only 5 years old now. Mr. ZHOU and Mrs. Chui need to make sure Momo builds up a sense of belonging daily. That evening, ZHOU also solemnly raised the issue with Momo. He sat Momo on a chair and asked, Today, Daddy saw that Momo shared all his cookies at kindergarten but didn't leave enough for yourself. Why is that? Momo, seeing how serious he was, became somewhat afraid, putting his hands behind his back and lowering his head, because Momo should share. Sharing is indeed a beautiful quality, but did Momo consider that you might get hungry? It's okay for Momo to be hungry. But if Momo is too stingy, no one will want to be friends with Momo. What if there are no friends? That would be terrible. Chapter 149, If, 14. Perhaps because the journey was a bit too long, although little Momo's motion sickness had improved significantly, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable after sitting in the car for an hour. He slumped off the car carried by ZHOU, his head hanging limply on his father's shoulder, looking lethargic. He also held an orange in his arms. Only a small piece of peel was removed, but he didn't eat it, instead, he clutched it tightly in both hands. Fu Yanji just got out of the car and saw this scene, feeling heartbroken yet touched by the cuteness. He extended his hand and asked, Would you like Brother Yanji to hold you? Momo lifted his eyelids to glance at him, with a misty look in his eyes, and snuggled into Fu Yanji's embrace without saying a word. This little one is not feeling well and seems a bit moody. He can be moody sometimes. Indeed, a few days ago when we sent him to kindergarten and he didn't feel well during the car ride, he also threw a tantrum. Today he seems particularly uncomfortable, but unfortunately, it's too hot to bring Momo here by bicycle. How could this even be called a tantrum? At most, it was simply that he was too uncomfortable to speak. He would likely recover once he felt better. After all, no one forces a child suffering from motion sickness to talk. Even due to politeness or social customs, that would only be something to demand when the child grew up to be a boring adult. Now, he was merely exercising his right as a child. Does Momo want to eat this orange? Let brother peel it for you. Zhou Yuning leaned in to ask. Momo nodded, but when he handed over the orange in his arms, his lips began to pout. Zhou Yuning quickly returned the orange to him and asked, What's wrong? Brother. Momo hesitated before speaking, Can Momo not eat this orange? Zhou Yuning raised an eyebrow, still not understanding, didn't Momo want to eat the orange? Momo doesn't want to eat this orange. His meaning is that he has grown attached to the orange after holding it all the way. Go find another orange to slice, is that right? Momo looked at Fu Yanji and then Zhou Yuning, nodding affirmatively, yeah. In the end, Momo got a bowl of peeled, sliced oranges. He generously shared them with ZHOU, Dad, Mom, Brother, and Brother Fu Yanji. In the end, there was only one piece left in his little bowl. He placed the bowl on the coffee table and ran to the washroom in the villa to clean his hands. When he came back, he found the bowl completely empty. Huanto sat on the floor watching him, panting with his tongue sticking out. Momo. Chui Lily originally planned to have barbecue for lunch and was discussing with Tao Shui in the kitchen what to make as some palate-cleansing drinks. While peeling grapes, she noticed Momo approaching her with an empty bowl. Mommy, washed bowl. Oh, so Momo is finished eating. Would you like more? Momo looked at his mom and Auntie Tao's gloved hands, then the counter filled with food and tools, and finally shook his head. Then go play. Your brother is outside by the swimming pool. Wash bowl. Mommy will wash it for you. Momo placed the small bowl on the counter and replied, thank you, Mommy. To prevent sunburn, Chui Lily applied lots of children's sunscreen on Momo early today. So Momo boldly ran towards the patch of empty vegetable fields bathed under the sunlight. His eyes were glued to the cherry tomatoes on the vegetable field. This was a palm-sized vegetable garden, which was probably opened by the villa staff in their spare time just for amusement, but it had nearly become Momo's playground. Momo carefully squatted outside the vegetable field and took a couple of glances at it. A nanny beside observed him and said, Little master, the oranges in the villa are already ripe. If you're interested, you can take a look after the sun goes down in the afternoon. Thus, Momo walked again with his hands behind his back to the swimming pool to find his brother. Can Momo pick fruit? Of course. Zhou Yuning got out of the swimming pool and said, there are some fruit trees outside. After we finish eating, brother will take you there, okay? Momo hesitated for a moment and nodded. Zhou Yuning initially thought that Momo, being such an obedient child, shouldn't be too mischievous, at least wouldn't climb trees. Hence, he only reminded him not to go near the deep water area of the swimming pool. However, in life, things often go awry despite good intentions. And on this day, little Momo ended up causing the first mishap of his life. Since he ate little during the weekend and finished eating rather quickly, Chui Lily didn't bother to keep him around. She just told him, go play if you're done, but don't leave the garden outside the villa. The garden outside the villa had fruit orchards in layers, vegetable fields, and some small animals. Anyway, it was all their own property, with security guards on the outer perimeter. They weren't worried about the child wandering off, but were concerned about any accidents that could injure him. At first, Zhou Sun obediently played with a ball within Chui Lily's sight range, but gradually, he caught sight of a large orange hanging from a branch sticking out beyond the wall. In the moment Chui Lily looked down, the child disappeared. She called the nanny over and found her helping in the kitchen, not in the yard. Instantly, she felt an uneasy sensation and immediately stood up to look around the yard. She couldn't find the child. Meanwhile, little Momo was panting and climbing the tree behind the wall. ZHOU. Chui Lily clearly panicked, did you see the child? Where is Momo? Fu Yenji put down his chopsticks and turned his gaze towards them. ZHOU hadn't eaten much either, and hearing Chui Lily's words made him go blank. What? I haven't seen him. Didn't the child go to the yard to play? I don't know. He was just in the yard, then I looked down for a moment, I checked around the yard but found no one, and he doesn't respond when I call. Chui Lily's voice sounded as if she was about to cry. By now, ZHOU was standing next to her, and the Fu couple had lost interest in eating. They tried to comfort her, don't worry, there are security guards at all exits. Momo might have wandered off to play further away. Fu Yenji clenched his lips tightly, even he couldn't stay calm since Zhou Sun had always been a well-behaved child who wouldn't run around recklessly, let alone disappear suddenly like that. ZHOU quickly instructed the nanny to check the surveillance at the security office and called for a team of security guards to assist. They began searching dangerous places first, such as near water and high areas. Just as everyone was flustered and disoriented, a faint rustling sound came from the wall. Fu Yenji, with acute senses, glanced up and saw a tiny figure sitting atop the wall holding a fresh orange, staring curiously at the people below, wondering what they were doing. Chui Lily's cries abruptly ceased. ZHOU still held his phone, with an anxious voice on the other end, Mr. Zhou. We'll start investigating immediately, please rest assured. No need, ZHOU muttered, there's nothing left for you guys to do. Tao Shui exclaimed, snapping Chui Lily back to reality. Only then did she notice that her child was sitting 3 meters high on the wall. How had he climbed up there? If he fell, he might not die but surely would peel off a layer of skin. Momo. Don't move. Zhou Yunning shouted. Momo got scared, thinking he must have done something wrong. Don't move, don't move. ZHOU looked around, dragging a chair from the pavilion. Momo shifted his little bottom uneasily and asked, what's going on? Momo, we are playing a little game. If Momo can remain completely still until Dad picks you down, Momo will be a good boy. Does Momo want to be a good boy? Chui Lily spoke gently. Momo clutched the freshly picked orange in his arms and replied, very much. Then Momo should stay still. Chui Lily smiled tenderly, hesitated for a moment, as if trying to make up for some motherly affection, saying, Mommy loves you. Chapter 150 Extra if, 15. Perhaps others wouldn't know what Mrs. Chui Lily's, Mommy loves you, meant, but Zhou Yuning understood it all too well. From childhood till now, every time after being naughty, Mrs. Chui would try to salvage some motherly affection before implementing her so-called love education. To the point that whenever ZHOU Yuning heard, "Mommy loves you," her first reaction was weakness in the knees. It looked like Momo was definitely going to get a dose of love education today. At this moment, Momo had just been put down by ZHOU. He was holding an orange, his big eyes blinking innocently, with no idea what he was about to face. "You see, it's my fault for being too nervous, Go back and eat, I'll take Momo to wash his hands." "Look, his little hands are dirty." Chui Lily took the child, smiling at Tao Shui and the others. "Mom, Momo. Go eat." Chui Lily glanced at ZHOU Yuning, and ZHOU quickly pulled the elder son over. Despite this, ZHOU Yuning still seemed very uneasy. Momo's personality is such that he can't be beaten. But Momo cannot say there is no fault in him today. Daddy knows you care about Momo, but the whole family must maintain a consistent attitude on educating children. Momo, the young one, had no clue about what was coming. He was just taken by Mom to wash his hands, then Mom dragged over a small stool and let Momo sit on it. Although Momo did not know what happened exactly, his intuition told him that Mommy was not in a good mood right now. Baffled, he obediently sat down on the little stool, and the orange in his arms was almost getting warm from his clutch. Weekend proudly held up the orange. "Mommy, orange, orange. Did Momo climb the wall just to pick this orange?" Momo nodded. "Why?" "Because Momo doesn't have enough oranges to share." Momo explained earnestly to his mom, "Each person should get a piece, but there's not enough, and everyone's portion is too small, so Momo wanted to pick a big one for everyone to share." It was because of this. Chui Lily was choked. If it were just mischief, it would have been fine, but unfortunately, the starting point was good, which left her in a dilemma. Looking at Momo's innocent and soft little face, Chui Lily eventually steeled her heart. Today, she had to make Momo realize his mistake. A child so small, climbing trees or walls at will, what if he fell? Momo did something wrong today. Do you know what it was? Mrs. Chui usually spoke softly and kindly to her darling, never having used such a stern tone before. Subconsciously, Momo became a bit scared, hiding his hands behind his back. He said in a low voice, "Momo, shouldn't have picked the orange. This is not about the orange. Mommy told Momo something at noon, do you remember?" Momo shook his head. "Didn't Mommy say to play with the ball in the yard, not to go far away, and not to do dangerous things?" Momo nodded. "Weren't you climbing that high wall earlier? Have you thought about what might happen if you fell? You would need to go to the hospital to see the doctor, and it would hurt." Weekend realized he indeed violated the agreement with his mom and lowered his head without another word. "Didn't Mommy also say not to go out of her sight? Have you considered what could happen if you really ran far away? There's a possibility of being kidnapped by a human trafficker. In that case, you would never see your parents or your brother again." Momo raised his tear-filled eyes towards her. "So, did Momo do something wrong today?" Momo made a mistake. Momo hung his head guiltily, shedding tears. Momo isn't a good boy. Just because this thing was done wrong, Momo is still a good boy to Mommy and Daddy. Chui Lily slipped off one of her slippers. Children who do wrong things should be punished, right? So will Momo agree if Mommy gives you a spanking? Momo's tender little hand wiped his reddened eye rims. Luking then stood up from the little stool, turning his back to Chui Lily, exposing his little bottom. Chui Lily, holding the slipper, almost lost her seriousness when she saw his pitiful look, but she still slapped her son's buttocks twice with a cold face. Afterward, Momo cried and said, "Mommy." Chui Lily was startled, reaching out to touch. "What's wrong? Did it hurt?" "Mommy, it didn't hurt at all when you spanked me," Weekend said through his teary eyes, "it really didn't hurt." Chuckle. Chui Lily could no longer hold back her laughter and hugged the child tightly, planting a kiss on him. "Momo is Mommy's little treasure, how could Mommy bear to hurt you?" Chui Lily carried the child out of the bathroom, just in time to see Fu Yenji passing by the door. Seeing that Weekend only had red-rimmed eyes without any sign of distress, he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. It was clear that Weekend had been well taken care of recently at the ZHOU family home. If he cried like this before, after being brought out from the orphanage, there would be no less than one instance of vomiting, and possibly even a fever that night. Now, it seemed he was just a normal child having a normal reaction after being scolded. Fu Yenji felt reassured. Everyone tacitly chose not to bring up the incident at noon again, unanimously deciding to protect Weekend's dignity. At dinner, Fu Yenji stood up and addressed Mr. and Mrs. ZHOU, Uncle ZHOU, and Chui, "There is something I would like to tell you." All eyes turned toward him. "I have successfully received an offer from an Ivy League school and will be studying abroad soon." The sound of cutlery clinking onto plates echoed, clang. ZHOU Yunning's eyes widened in disbelief. As the only person present who was Fu Yenji's age, she questioned her ears. "University?" "Yes. Aren't you only 12 years old? Are you human?" ZHOU Yunning's jaw almost dropped, knowing that Fu Yenji was already outstanding but never expecting this level of excellence. "You're not even in high school." "Ah, I just passed my grade skipping exam last month." "My goodness." ZHOU Yunning exploded, overwhelmed. "You're going to get your brain dug out by some unscrupulous research institute for studying brain slices." This is a good thing, Chui Lily hurriedly congratulated him while soothing the now jealousy-distorted face of Zhou Yunning. Oh, Yanji has always been so talented since childhood, by the time you graduate from combined bachelor's and master's programs, you'll be just 18. Fu Yanji lowered his head with a bitter smile. Yes, but at merely 18, it wasn't enough yet. He must wait until he was about 25 or 26 before returning to China, because by then, Weekend would also have come of age. He realized that since Weekend now had a healthy growing environment, he shouldn't interfere anymore. Weekend now had a nurturing space where he could grow into a fully developed personality. All Fu Yanji needed to do now was take his time to verify one question. If no deliberate guidance was required, would an independently spirited Weekend choose him again? Chapter 151 If, 16. MOMO, do you have anything to say to brother? After dinner, as the two families were about to part ways, Fu Yanzi saw Zhou Mo hesitatingly walking up to him, so he put down the phone and bent down to ask, what's wrong? Brother. Under the moonlight, Zhou Mo's little face shone with a pale glow. He pouted and said, is brother going abroad? It's such a faraway place. Yes, brother is going to study. Then will MOMO never see brother again? Zhou Mo's eyes started to redden. There were also children from the orphanage who went abroad before, and I haven't seen them since. Will brother be like them? How could that be? Fu Yanzi said, brother is just going abroad to study. I'll come back during the holidays, and we can still meet. Will it take a long time? Not too long, one day by plane. Zhou Mo pouted silently, his fingers continuously fidgeting with the corner of his clothes. Brother, can't you stay with MOMO? Fu Yanzi squatted down and hugged Zhou Mo's small shoulders. He said, MOMO, everyone has their own path in this world. Brother needs to complete my studies sooner or later, and MOMO needs to grow up under the care of your parents. MOMO looked at him dazedly. Brother isn't really leaving. Fu Yanzi extended his little finger, I'm just busy with my studies. MOMO must live well here. You don't have to be exceptionally outstanding, but MOMO must always be happy, understand? Zhou Mo had tears brimming in his eyes and asked, when will brother come back? Fu Yanzi replied, when MOMO becomes the happiest child in the world, brother will come back. Shall we make a promise? The tender finger hooked with Fu Yanzi's slender little finger, making a promise at that moment. When Zhou Mo became the happiest child in the world, Fu Yanzi would return to see him. MOMO, it's time to go home, Chui Lily urged from a distance. Go quickly, Fu Yanzi nudged him, your mom is calling you, MOMO. Zhou Mo looked up at him. Fu Yanzi smiled warmly and whispered in Zhou Mo's ear, MOMO, we've reached the final destination. 13 years later. Bro. Zhou Mo leaped onto the bed, nearly suffocating Zhou Yuning under his immense weight. Taking advantage of the chaos, he wriggled into his brother's quilt and tickled his armpits relentlessly. Hey. Ha ha ha. Weekend, you little devil. How about this, Mr. Zhou Yuning, what about our agreement to go out and play during the holiday? You, Mr. Zhou President, are not keeping your word. Zhou Mo emerged from the quilt, showing off his chubby cheeks as he vociferously accused his brother of bad behavior. Zhou Yuning was fully woken up by his younger brother's antics. With a head resembling a chicken coop, he shuffled towards the bathroom for grooming while Zhou Mo continued to chatter behind him, I wanted to climb the mountain, now it's too late. It was the summer after Zhou Mo's college entrance exams. This long holiday had kept Xiao Tongxue extremely busy, with today's dinner parties with classmates, tomorrow's trips with friends. Just yesterday, he had stepped off a plane, and today, he was already urging Zhou Yuning to take him out for fun. Like a young calf, full of restless energy. Zhou Yuning had agreed with Zhou Mo last night to leave home at 7. Now it was 9 o'clock, and even if they tidied up and had breakfast before climbing the mountain, it would already be noon. What shall we do? It doesn't matter where we play, does it? Normally, it's me making the decisions, this time it's your turn. Zhou Yuning stared at the somewhat pale lips of Zhou Mo and asked, have you eaten breakfast? Not yet, I'm waiting for you. Zhou Yuning sighed. Although Zhou Mo had lived comfortably over these past few years, there were still some minor regrets, like how he lacked nourishment during his childhood, making him impossible to gain weight no matter what he ate now, and occasionally prone to catching a cold when seasons changed. He used to fall ill quite frequently, visiting the hospital every few days. Although things had improved these recent years, compared to healthy children, he still fell short in many aspects. Zhou Yuning hurriedly finished washing up and went downstairs with Zhou Mo to have breakfast. At this time, both parents were already at work, and only the two of them were at home. Zhou Yuning quickly stuffed an apple into Zhou Mo's mouth and told him to sit down and eat. While eating, Zhou Mo was still thinking about where they would go next. How about, you accompany me to play ball? What kind of ball? Golf. That's great. Yunzhou became obviously excited at the mention of this. I saw Fu Ji's WeChat Moments posting a photo of playing golf the other day, he looked so cool. I want to play golf too. Even after all these years, whenever Yunzhou occasionally expressed admiration for Fu Yanzi, Yuning Zhou still felt uncomfortable inside, but there was nothing much he could do about it. Fu Yanzi had been competitive since childhood, graduating from university at 18, and by 20, returning home to take over the family business smoothly and even making it more prosperous. And ever since ZHOU added Fu Yanzi as a WeChat friend, he would often come across Fu Yanzi's updates and chatter on endlessly about how excellent brother Fu was. In fact, ZHOU knew about Fu Yanzi's return earlier than even Fu's parents did. It wasn't as though ZHOU just recently started getting close to Fu Yanzi. Although it didn't bother Yuning that much anymore, hearing his younger brother go on incessantly about preparing a surprise for Fu Yanzi upon his return, made him push the plate of fried eggs in front slightly towards the center. "Remember to finish your milk, I'm going upstairs to change clothes." "All right." ZHOU quickly finished his breakfast and then ran to the back garden to weed his little vegetable patch. When he came back, Yuning had already changed into his outfit and was waiting on the couch. Since it was just the two brothers for today's trip, they didn't call the driver. Yuning drove personally, with ZHOU sitting in the passenger seat looking at him, seized by a sudden inspiration. "Brother, why don't I get a driver's license?" Why suddenly think of getting a license? "Well, I've turned legal age now. I see classmates around me getting their licenses, I'd like one too." ZHOU pouted and said, "Also, if something happens in the future, I can drive myself. Our whole family knows how to drive except for you. If you start driving, do you intend to make old Mr. Han lose his job?" Mr. Han was their house driver. "All right." ZHOU looked a bit disappointed. "But if you really want to learn, that's fine. There are so many cars sitting idle in our garage, gathering dust. After you pass the exam, how about I gift you a new car?" Zhou Yuning thought of buying ZHOU a practical car, spacious, comfortable, and low-key luxurious, perfect for elegance while driving, matching perfectly the prince-like character of their little MOMO, not really. But what he hadn't anticipated was ZHOU's strong action power. A month and a half later, when Yuning was handling work in the study, he heard a rumbling sound of an engine outside the door. Looking out of the window, he spotted ZHOU riding a sleek and stylish motorcycle, just removing his helmet. Seeing Yuning on the balcony, ZHOU gave him a flirtatious wink. "Zhou Yuning. You devil child on a motorbike. Saying you want to drive means riding this thing." The end.